In an unexpected twist of fate, Chen Tao finds himself transmogrified into the iconic figure of Batman within the DC universe. Yet he discovers he has inherited neither the memories nor the combat prowess of the legendary hero. Faced with the imminent threat of Bane, who is poised to shatter his spine, this former film emperor must rely solely on his acting skills to survive. Knock, knock, it is Batman, he proclaims, knocking upon the villain's door, engaging in a psychological duel with the ventriloquist who is plagued by dissociative identity disorder. While everyone believes the Dark Knight has returned, only Chen Tao knows the truth, has even experimented with the toilet paper in the Batcave, yet he remains unable to activate his latent abilities. Witness the journey of an ordinary man, whose sole expertise lies in the realm of performance, as he employs his knowledge of psychology and his thespian talents to embody Batman amidst Gotham's shadows. From confronting the ventriloquist to facing Bane, and from engaging with Commissioner Gordon to navigating Arkham Asylum, this elaborate charade must persist after all. Failure in this performance could be fatal. A gentle reminder, this is not the traditional, invincible Batman, but rather the tale of an ordinary individual struggling for survival in dire circumstances. When acting becomes the sole weapon, how will the legend of the Dark Knight be rewritten? Gotham is a blank canvas of darkness. It is the white ink you inscribe upon this dark page, a path you ardently pursue, ever descending. It feels like the opening line of your final story. Batman, Gotham Impressions. Buzz. The Gotham Gazette brings you the latest news. The ventriloquist has been in a tense standoff with the police at the Gotham Evidence Bureau for 3 hours now, experts believe. If this is merely a case of mutual monstrosity, the Arkham breakout from a few days ago, because of Batman, you know he attracts those. Thus far, Batman has yet to arrive on the scene, raising the question, could the rumors of his demise at the hands of Bane be true? Is the Gotham City Police Department truly so inept? Wait, there's breaking news. It's Batman. He has arrived. June in Gotham is drenched in relentless rain, yet the square before the Gotham Evidence Bureau buzzes with an unusual fervor. As Chen Tao's Batmobile comes to a halt, a throng of reporters swarms him like flies drawn to decay. They brave the drizzle, jostling against protesters brandishing signs that read "We don't want Batman," and police officers wielding batons to maintain order. The flash of cameras illuminates the scene incessantly. Batman, what do you have to say about the recent rumors that you were killed by Bane? Regarding the challenge posed by the ventriloquist, do you have any? Batman, why are you making such an open? You freak. It's your fault. Do you understand? You attracted that madman. Seize him, seize him. Protesters attempting to assault the Batmobile are swiftly subdued, while Chen Tao remains unfazed by the chaos. Amidst the cacophony, as he faces gazes of adoration, indifference, and disdain, he opens the sliding roof of the Batmobile and inhales the first breath of moist air from the rain-soaked night. He feels a long-lost sense of nervousness. As a former actor, he should have been accustomed to the spotlight by now. However, today is unlike any other. Chen Tao lets out a sigh. Transcending into the DC universe was one thing, and as a fervent admirer of American comics, he felt confident he could navigate this world. Yet, he never anticipated that he would find himself in the shoes of the renowned Bruce Wayne, the very essence of Batman. What happened to the promise of clinging to a powerful figure? Why has he become the very leg he wished to grasp? It is well known that Batman, being the sole member of the Justice League devoid of superpowers, is likely the most formidable pure human to have ever existed on Earth. He is wealthy beyond measure, extraordinarily intelligent, with unparalleled combat skills, and an indomitable will capable of delivering blows to Darkseid and kicking members of the Justice League with unimaginable prowess. Yet, what does any of this have to do with Chen Tao, the time traveler? Right, Batman is an orphan, and so was he in his previous life. Perhaps that is their only shared trait. The duality of being an orphan, one from the original timeline, and the other from the time-traveled one, creates a compellingly tragic duo. To make matters worse, being thrust into the role of Batman is already akin to entering hell mode, but he has landed in the timeline of Batman, Nightfall, where the Dark Knight is on the verge of facing his most catastrophic defeat at the hands of Bane, who will snap his spine. This cannot merely be described as hell mode. Chen Tao has contemplated abandoning Gotham entirely, but he quickly dismisses this foolish notion. Bane knows Batman's true identity. Fleeing without a fight would be tantamount to suicide. Once Bane has crushed him and seized control of the city, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Even if he were to survive by some stroke of luck, a lifetime confined to a wheelchair would await him. His gaze drifts to the lower left corner, where he spots a line of silver text visible only to him. Alfred Protocol is now active. Warning: You require at least one anchoring item to synchronize Batman's memories. Damn it. While others arrive at the Batcave to sign in and acquire platinum kryptonite, transforming into Superman with a mere gulp, he finds himself unable to access even the most basic benefit of a time traveler's original memories after 3 days of struggling. Even the toilet paper in the Batcave has yielded no reaction. Chen Tao understands the Alfred Protocol, but this should have been a tangible mechanical device to prevent Batman's memories from being altered, not this bizarre apparition on his retina. Batman. A call interrupts Chen Tao's thoughts, and he turns to see Police Commissioner Jim Gordon hastily approaching. He sports dark circles under his eyes, his tousled, damp hair streaked with gray, giving him the appearance of a frazzled and neurotic creature, like a groundhog driven to the brink of insanity. My word, Batman, you've arrived. It's hard to believe you're alive. I witnessed Bane break your neck with my own eyes. Are you truly Batman, or is this some role-playing game where a jester has donned the Batman suit after picking it off your corpse? Enough of this tedious probing, Chen Tao replies. Do not be deceived by those rumors. He instantly detects the underlying interrogation masked within Gordon's jest and promptly interrupts him. Indeed, while his physical form may be genuine, his soul is not. Thus, the truth must remain concealed from the astute detective. Chen Tao inwardly sighs. Navigating the complexities of Gotham's elite is no small feat. Lacking Batman's memories, he must rely solely on his own wits. His gaze shifts toward the silent Gotham Evidence Bureau, cloaked in the rain. So, this is the plan. As a dedicated fan of American comics, he is well versed in the intricacies of Batman's narratives and intimately familiar with the various antagonists within those tales. Coupled with his thespian prowess and his prior experience as a psychologist, he may attempt to psychologically manipulate and control certain weaker or unstable villains, using them to combat Bane. Chen Tao fixes his gaze on Gordon, cutting straight to the point. Have you brought what I requested? Oh, of course. Commissioner Gordon's gaze drifts away from his face as he raises a bag of evidence. Inside lies a grotesque puppet, its face marred by a scar. Scarface, the ventriloquist's favorite puppet. Very well, hand it over. Director Gordon hesitated visibly, yet he ultimately complied, placing the evidence bag into Chen Tao's hands, which elicited a sigh of relief from him. After a moment of contemplation, he elaborated, the source of that rumor, regarding Bane's alleged extermination of the so-called Batman, is not me, but rather my disciple, the Angel of Death. Ah, yes, indeed. Gordon astutely refrained from pursuing the topic further. Chen Tao cast a penetrating glance in his direction. We shall revisit this matter later. He retrieved a substantial satchel from behind the Batmobile, grasping the puppet known as Scarface, and boldly approached the entrance of the evidence room before the gathered onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, he whispered almost inaudibly, the props are in place, and the actors are ready. Allow me the honor of announcing that the performance shall now commence. Chapter 2, The Ventriloquist's Therapy. The ventriloquist settled against the wall. Clutching a firearm, he resembled a helpless prisoner awaiting the slow opening of a door. To the casual observer, it would be unfathomable that this balding, elderly white man in his 50s or 60s could be the infamous ventriloquist of the dark underworld. Frankly speaking, his tremulous demeanor hardly suggested he was a figure of danger. Nearby, several hostages quivered like frightened quail. They were all employees of the evidence room, one guard gasping for breath on the ground, half his body soaked in blood. He had attempted to resist, but was shot through the back of his hand before he could even draw his weapon in the presence of the ventriloquist. Oh, Mr. Sock, the ventriloquist donned a woolen white sock on his left hand, a surrogate persona created in the absence of his puppet, Scarface. Is it truly right to harm others in this manner? He timidly addressed his left hand. You see, he is bleeding. Enough, Mr. Ventriloquist, you are being far too cowardly. His lips were sealed, yet a voice emanated from his abdomen. The socked hand moved rhythmically, as if the sock itself were speaking, a disquieting and eerie spectacle. What a fool. Without hostages, what do we have to exchange for Scarface? The socked hand slithered restlessly like an aggressive serpent. There is a time for mercy. This scoundrel brought this upon himself. As long as they cooperate, I shall not harm them, shall I? But, silence. Do not waste energy on such trivial matters. Batman could burst in at any moment. The ventriloquist whimpered in quiet distress, yet dared not retort to Mr. Sock. Instead, he found himself apologizing to the wounded guard. I'm sorry. A thunderous knock interrupted his words. The ventriloquist immediately aimed his gun at the hostages, his voice shifting into that of Mr. Sock, low, dark, and filled with frenzied brutality, akin to a beast defending its territory. I warned you, if you dare enter, I will shoot. Knock, knock, it's Batman. Arnold felt every hair on his body stand on end. He recognized that voice all too well. It was indeed Batman, but today felt oddly different. It was well known that Batman never used the front door, nor did he ever knock. Mr. Sock's muscles tightened in anticipation as he crouched low, raising his firearm, poised for an attack. Should Batman dare to enter, the bullets would spit forth in a fiery blaze. Hurry, open the door, and allow Batman to bestow upon you the sweet nourishment of justice. The typically serious Batman's nonsensical utterances momentarily stunned the ventriloquist's mind, granting Chen Tao the opportunity to push open the door unscathed. Batman, you. After a brief lapse of focus, the ventriloquist swiftly regained his composure. Yet, the moment was fleeting, my dear friend. Scarface. The puppet blocked the gun's muzzle, rendering the ventriloquist's finger incapable of pulling the trigger. Let me go, you scoundrel. A new voice surged forth. If Mr. Sock had been the voice of a deranged criminal, this new voice was the embodiment of the ventriloquist's inner darkness. An endless stream of malice threatened to spill like ink onto the ground. The ventriloquist rose from the floor. The timid, cowardly old man had vanished. He straightened his posture, his back broadening as if a demon resided within his diminutive frame. He sealed his lips, while the socked hand moved in a rhythm, the voice reverberating within the confined space. Return Mr. Scarface to us. No, do not do this. I have spoken with Batman. The ventriloquist froze. The voice emanated from Scarface. Chen Tao held his lips tightly shut. Can you speak ventriloquism? As an actor, mimicking others is fundamental, including their voices. When they first crossed paths, the ventriloquist should have shot him in the head, but he failed to do so. Now it was his stage. He had no intention of treating the ventriloquist through conventional means. Mr. Sock sensed the impending danger and commanded Arnold to fire. Do not shoot. I have spoken with Batman. You are a good person. I forced you to commit wrongdoings, did I not? No, that was not Scarface speaking. I command you to shoot. Indeed, listen to Scarface, shoot. No, I command you in Scarface's name. You must heed Batman's words. Stop. For voices clashed. Chen Tao's ventriloquism contended fiercely with the ventriloquist's own for dominance over Scarface. This was the ventriloquist's most fatal flaw. Fractured personalities breed distrust, and the tricks of ventriloquism could not confound Chen Tao. He mimicked his adversary's behavioral patterns, alternating between the mimicked voice of Scarface and the true Scarface's voice, leaving the ventriloquist utterly bewildered. Amidst the tumultuous discord, Chen Tao opened the satchel, revealing a trove of hand puppets, a diverse array of types. Arnold's gaze was drawn to them, instinctively asking, what does this mean? In a flash, Chen Tao lunged forth. Damn it! In a heartbeat, the ventriloquist's gun swung towards Chen Tao's chin. But it was too late. The voice of Scarface nearly simultaneously issued a contradictory command. By the time the ventriloquist sorted through his muddled thoughts, the sock was already in Chen Tao's possession. Disarmed. No, Mr. Sock. The ventriloquist shrieked in a cacophony of despair. What do you intend to do to Mr. Sock? Deprived of Sock's persona, he reverted to an ordinary old man. Chen Tao disregarded him, kicking the pitiful old man into the corner. You are safe now, leave. Eek! The hostages exchanged glances, then collectively screamed, scrambling to escape. Even the guard who had been lying motionless on the ground miraculously revived, shouting and brandishing his injured hand, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Chen Tao maintained a bat-like expression until the hall was completely deserted. He approached the ventriloquist, expressionless, and raised a foul sock before him, subsequently tearing it to shreds right in front of the ventriloquist. No, the ventriloquist lunged at the remnants of the sock as if mourning the loss of his dear parents. Woo-woo. No, Sock. How could I possibly live without you, Sock? Take me away, Sock, take me away. However, before he could fully express his grief, Chen Tao seized him from the ground and struck his face twice. Stop crying. Look, what is this? Scarface. Arnold attempted to charge forward, but with a snap, Chen Tao twisted the Scarface puppet into a tangled mess and stomped it into oblivion. Ah! Get up. Chen Tao yanked the sobbing old man off the ground, delivering a few blows that left him seeing stars, abruptly stifling any impending illness he might have had. Having forcibly diverted his attention through physical means, Chen Tao tossed him onto a pile of dolls. Forget about the old puppets and try something new. There are dozens here. Choose as you please. The ventriloquist, dazed by the blows to his psyche, stared blankly. He had yet to recover from the shock of losing two of his personalities in such a short span. In a daze, he grasped a puppet, and in the next moment, a new voice emerged from within him. Due to his severe dissociative identity disorder, The ventriloquist had a propensity to create malevolent alter egos. Essentially, these alter egos served as protectors, designed to shield the frail primary persona, Arnold. However, within those fleeting seconds, both of his protective personalities had been violently obliterated by Chen Tao. As a result, he found himself engulfed in profound fear, lacking any protective persona. Under normal circumstances, the ventriloquist would instinctively seek an object, anthropomorphize it, and don it as a means to forge a new personality for self-defense, much like how he previously created the sinister persona, Mr. Sock, from a mere woolen sock. But what would transpire if, at this moment, he were suddenly presented with dozens of toys? Chapter 3. The Alpha Protocol in effect. Oh my heavens! Rhinoceros, tiger, rabbit, turtle, hedgehog, kitten, gorilla, lion, elephant, monkey, beetle, dinosaur, watermelon, banana, apple, blueberry, gray-clad robot, cowboy, police officer, construction worker, nurse, doctor, sir. Please cease this madness. Stop, I implore you. Chen Tao observed with an amused demeanor, squatting beside the ventriloquist, who had adorned each of his 10 fingers and toes with a plush toy, engaged in a fierce skirmish, while a plethora of toys surrounded him, joining this whimsical melee of personalities. He could even see wisps of smoke emanating from the ventriloquist's balding head, transforming him into a living speaker. A cacophony of disorganized sounds erupting from his diminutive form, blending into a chaotic symphony. A cry of distress escaped the ventriloquist. What had begun as a playful tussle among the dolls had now escalated to involve Arnold himself. A bird doll seemed to have successfully rallied the support of its companions, and 5 toys formed a fist, delivering a blow squarely to Arnold's eye socket. Help! Save me! Chen Tao shook his head in disbelief, his expression one of disdain. Truly, this was madness beyond salvation. In the annals of history, the ventriloquist had been able to calmly select the police officer doll as his newly birthed alter ego while infiltrating the Gotham City Police Department's evidence room, thanks to the formidable presence of Mr. Sock as a suppressor. However, the circumstances had changed. Mr. Sock had been vanquished by Chen Tao, leaving the newly formed personalities with equal strength. How could dominance be established in such a short span? They congregated like a swarm of viruses operating simultaneously on a single computer. As time passed, the personalities continued their loud squabbling. Yet the ventriloquist's facial expressions began to spiral into chaos. His eyes wandered in different directions, drool escaping his mouth as he emitted unintelligible cries. It was nearly time to initiate the next phase of treatment. A malfunctioning brain would lead to dire consequences. Thus, Chen Tao delved into the pile of puppets, retrieving a plush Batman doll. This cartoonish miniature Batman, with a pacifier in its mouth, donned a black outfit and a diaper, complete with a fabric belt, exuding an adorably naive charm, sure to be adored by young girls. Chen Tao had even embedded a radio communication module within, allowing for remote control of the doll's speech, further facilitating his influence over the ventriloquist. This is the one. Chen Tao approached the ventriloquist and swiftly removed all the dolls from his grasp. The ventriloquist lunged forward, clinging to Chen Tao's leg, his snot and tears smeared against his trousers. Oh my heavens, what do you intend for the rhinoceros, tiger, rabbit, turtle, hedgehog, kitten, gorilla, lion? Get away! Chen Tao forcefully stripped the middle-aged, balding man of his clothing, leaving him utterly bare, not even a scrap of underwear remaining. He then gathered the assorted toys that had recently been tossed onto the floor. Producing a lighter, he ignited the pile of plush toys. No! The ventriloquist struggled violently, prompting Chen Tao to pin him under his arm as he set the toys ablaze. The flames erupted instantly, flaring up due to the flammable materials. Even the plush toys that were not regarded as personified entities by the ventriloquist were not spared. Consequently, Chen Tao ignited the remaining plush toys from the nearby bag. Arnold collapsed helplessly onto the ground, completely devoid of clothing. Even if he wished to create a new persona by adorning himself with his underwear, it was impossible. Arnold? Arnold? There was no response. The ventriloquist wailed like an oversized, bald infant, sobbing and slapping his own face in despair. Take me away! Take me away! If not for Chen Tao's intervention, he would have nearly hurled himself into the flames. Chen Tao was quite satisfied with his reaction. He retrieved a vial of potion and sprayed a thick mist onto the poor old man's face. Coughing and gasping, the ventriloquist convulsed uncontrollably. The fear-inducing serum, a toxic concoction crafted by the Scarecrow, amplified terror itself. Do you see? No matter how many new friends you make, I shall annihilate them all. Chen Tao leaned closer, gripping his neck, compelling him to fixate on his eyes. The ventriloquist began to scream anew, and Chen Tao feared he might vomit his throat out in the next moment. Although the specifics of what the ventriloquist perceived remained unclear, perhaps to him, the entire world was engulfed in flames. The fire, the terrifying Batman, the anxiety stemming from the absence of his protective persona, and the fear toxin coalesced into a potent brew of extreme dread. Only this, he proclaimed, holding up a miniature Batman toy, will be the sole friend I permit you to have. Chen Tao thrust the toy into his hand. It embodies my will and shall constantly monitor your obedience to me. You must not discard it. You must not abandon it. Unlike Scarface, it will not incite you to kill. It will compel you to heed my words. It will not harm you. I shall not harm you. All of this is for your own good. Chen Tao bellowed at the ventriloquist, his voice booming, the spittle spraying onto Arnold's face, delivering a jarring psychological shock to his dazed mind. Clutching the miniature Batman toy, a solitary tear trickled from the corner of his eye. Then he fell silent. Oh no, could it be broken? Chen Tao fretted, delivering 2 sharp slaps to his cheeks. Speak. Come on, give me a smile. Yet, the ventriloquist remained unresponsive, lost in a daze. Arnold, do not fear. As long as you heed Batman's words, you shall remain unharmed. A deep voice, starkly contrasting with Arnold's own, resonated with an echo reminiscent of Batman's timbre. A smile graced Chen Tao's face. Success. Remember, from this day forth, you shall be Batman's loyal companion. Woof. Something seems amiss. Never mind. It is of little consequence. Chen Tao's attention was captured by the frantic flickering of silver-white text within his mind. Warning. Warning. Anchored item detected. Acquired. The tears of the ventriloquist's ruined persona. Description. The tears left behind after the complete collapse of the ventriloquist's subpersonality. Obtainable only through a series of profoundly unethical means. Perhaps you could summon a version of Batman from a parallel universe with it. Yet, would it being summoned by such an immoral artifact truly be a formidable entity? Indeed, you have acquired him, but at the cost of your own morality. Is all of this truly worth it? Chen Tao suddenly glanced at his hand, the tear of the ventriloquist slowly drying. Converted crisis energy units. 10. Batman's memories can now be synchronized. Chen Tao's heart surged with excitement. Has the external aid finally arrived? Protocol activated, currently in effect. Discovering a new Batman. Numbering in progress. Your number is 52. Alpha Protocol has been successfully initialized. Mortal flesh, not inferior to the Beast King. With human strength. On par with the Holy Emperor. In a world of shadows, standing guard. The Dark Knight, unparalleled even now. Fear me, you errant rogues. All phantoms and spirits cannot impede. In the light of the shadows, eternal brilliance. Esteemed Batman number 52, welcome to the Bat Legion. Chapter 4. This fundamental benefit is troubling warning. Anchored item tears of the ventriloquist's ruined persona detected. Searching for a target Batman for this anchored item. Warning. Target Batman not located. Randomly matching with a weaker, lower-tier Batman successful. Matched. Batmonster vehicle. Danger level, F. Synchronization in progress, successful. Your current crisis energy is 0. Warning. This Batman hails from the dark multiverse, possessing a rather nefarious mindset that may corrupt Batman's morality and sanity. Cells were in a fervor. Exultant wails filled the air. Genes toppled like a row of dominoes, formless, ethereal particles entwined with the essence known as reality, transforming into a shared truth, manifesting visions beyond the grasp of human language. The memory of the Batmobile has been synchronized. You may synchronize other elements at any time. AMP detects that you have no other anchored items. Crisis energy is at 0, temporarily unable to synchronize with other Batmans. In the parallel universe where the Batmobile resides, Batman has embedded a part of himself into every piece of technology that governs the world. He has become an integral part of the people's lives, providing comfort and security to the herd. Yet, the herd has risen in revolution, desiring not the tranquility of life, but rather the elusive freedom along with all its accompanying flaws. I was erased from this planet by the system. My electronic technology and physical persona were obliterated. I could only upload my consciousness into this colossal vehicle. No, I'm not the Batmobile. I'm not even Batman. I am Chen Tao. Chen Tao, after merely half a second of indulgence, instantly regained his senses as a tumult of disordered memories surged through his mind, causing his temples to throb incessantly. Wait, temples? How absurd! There are no temples at all. Chen Tao lowered his gaze and beheld wheels in place of his arms, spinning aimlessly upon the ground. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering glass echoed. He attempted to turn his head, but found there was no head to turn. Through the rearview mirror, he observed his inflated form shattering the glass doors of the adjacent room. Have I truly transformed into an off-road vehicle? The vast memories continued to flood into Chen Tao's mind, chronicling the life of the Batmobile. Love, hate, passion, enmity. Every ounce of bitterness and sorrow surged forth uncontrollably, igniting a brutal desire within him to annihilate Gotham entirely. He cast his gaze towards the ventriloquist, and the urge for slaughter and destruction surged within him. An overwhelming desire to bathe in the blood of his adversary. Chen Tao mused that if he were living in a video game, his moral compass would be perpetually flashing a rating of 111. This must be the side effect of receiving memories, an unadulterated spiritual pollution and corruption, perhaps. Yet, this does not align with my moral beliefs. What benefit would killing the ventriloquist bring me? In a flash, the dark and violent emotions were swept into the trash bin of his mind, the process so effortless that it left him speechless. I see it now. The virtuous Batman elevates the moral threshold, while the malevolent Batman lowers it, yet I possess no moral compass. Proud JPG. He is not Batman at all and cannot resonate with his worldview, nor comprehend the moral choices and struggles depicted in those memories. Since he cannot empathize in the slightest, he remains unaffected. It is akin to the trolley problem. While others ponder whom to save, he stands aside, contemplating how to capture the moment for profit through a newspaper. The two perspectives are fundamentally misaligned. Of course, this is merely due to the Batmobile's inherent weakness. Those negative emotions are far too scant, and his inability to empathize plays a significant role. Had it been a more formidable evil version of Batman, would the outcome have been different? However, for now, such speculations remain shrouded in uncertainty. Chen Tao swiftly shifted his focus to another matter. Can I revert to my former self? As this thought crossed his mind, half of his body instantaneously dissolved into dark crimson specks of light, then reformed into flesh and blood. The memories that had been incessantly replaying in his mind abruptly ceased. Perhaps it was a long time, or perhaps everything returned to its original state in the blink of an eye, as if the recent events were merely an ephemeral dream. Chen Tao rubbed his thumb against the base of his palm, confirming that he had reverted to his original state as a normal Batman, without a single shred of his attire disintegrating. With a mere thought, his left hand transformed into a spinning off-road vehicle wheel, only to revert back the next moment. As long as I desire it, at any moment and in any place, I can completely metamorphose into that Batmobile. Yet in the end, what purpose does the superpower of transforming into an off-road vehicle serve? Moreover, regarding the Alpha Protocol, it seems more prudent to adhere to my original plan. Chen Tao shook his head. Entrusting the success or failure of his endeavors to unknown variables had never been his modus operandi. He redirected his gaze towards the ventriloquist. Fortunately, when he had subdued the ventriloquist earlier, he had dispatched the hostages, leaving the adversary as the sole witness to his transformation. The middle-aged, balding white man stared at him with wide, blinking eyes, while the bat baby in his hands incessantly cheered, echoing sentiments akin to, indeed, this is what a good dog ought to do. The recent events must remain confidential. Woof. Speak human language. Very well. Disregarding these trivialities thus far, his original plan was progressing smoothly. The snowball had begun to roll. With the ventriloquist in tow, he could finally operate from behind the scenes, manipulating his adversary to recruit more villains. He could also leverage the ventriloquist's identity to utilize Batman's financial prowess to hire international mercenaries. When the villainous legion joined forces with the mercenaries, they would charge forth without any sense of honor, and even if Bane possessed the strength of 3 men, he would be reduced to mere crumbs. The notion of personally entering the fray was utterly nonsensical. Even if I were to leap from Wayne Tower, meeting my demise outdoors, I would never allow it. After all, he was a traveler of worlds. While he had an affinity for Batman comics, it did not imply that he aspired to embody Batman in reality, who would forsake their immense wealth to prowl the streets like a bat, venting chaotic emotions in the dead of night. He would even incite teenagers to don colorful attire, eschewing pants and confront murderers and lunatics. Admit it, Bruce Wayne had long lost his sanity. Yet, this traveler was different. He was no madman, but rather a rational individual. Chen Tao's only desire was to eliminate the Grim Reaper, Bane, who knew Bruce's true identity, then retire in peace, indulging in a life of revelry, squandering his last vestiges of energy amidst the socialites of Gotham City. Indeed, this was the life he yearned for. Hadn't he toiled in Hollywood for such a life? As for what lies ahead for Gotham, he has already contemplated it. Does one truly believe that a Kryptonian clad in steel and a 5,000-year-old demigoddess from Themyscira are mere trifles? Although upon his arrival, Chen Tao was unable to locate Clark Kent in the Daily Planet of Metropolis or find the antiquities expert Diana Prince in Boston. The Daily Planet already had Lois Lane. Based on the timeline, it is only a matter of time before these two titans emerge to stir the waters. Thus, his immediate task is to deal with Bane, ensuring he preserves his life until these formidable figures make their grand entrance, at which point the splendid life of a billionaire will beckon him. As for those cosmic crises, they can be merely spoilers. With so many superpowered beings and demigods within the Justice League, would they truly falter to the point of needing an ordinary mortal like him to save the day? Chen Tao's heart brimmed with hope for a life of ease in the future. Yet now, the priority is to vanquish Bane. More specifically, it is time for the ventriloquist to make a call for mercenaries. Chapter 5. In the mortal realm, the night deepened. Bane and his henchmen departed their hideout, traversing the streets of Gotham's impoverished districts. In the common imagination, a villain is often envisioned as a hulking brute, a figure so powerful that one might think he could consume 3 children in a single sitting. Indeed, Bane fits that description. Yet, even in Gotham, there are those who, in their desperation, seek assistance from such fearsome beings. For instance, at this moment, could you please help my mother? A small girl gazed up at the mountain of muscle towering above her, her grip tightening on the ragged stuffed toy in her hands. It was a doll she had salvaged from a trash bin, matching her tattered clothing perfectly. My mother has cancer. She needs medicine. She is in so much pain. People say only God can help her. Trembling, she looked at Bane with eyes full of hope. Can you help me? Bane halted the advance of a henchman who sought to shoo the girl away. Where do you live? The girl pointed to a dilapidated house behind her. Bane stepped inside. Moments later, he emerged, wiping the remnants of brain matter and blood from his hands. Your mother will suffer no more. Bury her. Do not seek help from others recklessly, or the suffering of the world will come knocking at your door. He lifted his gaze slightly, observing the eastern horizon where countless stars were obscured beneath a shroud of darkness. Bane remarked, there is no God here, but Bane is present. The night in Gotham was eerily tranquil, imbued with a grave-like serenity. The faintly acidic gray rain mingled with the fog of industrial smog beneath the neon lights. Deathstroke stood atop a building's rooftop, watching as Gotham City grinned wickedly through the misty drizzle. On the street, a car sped by, splashing mud all over passerby. The passerby immediately drew a submachine gun from his coat and fired at the receding vehicle, the sound of gunfire echoing through the city. The death marksman, contemplating the absurdity of the urban dwellers, skillfully retrieved an anti-tank rocket launcher and a mortar from his bag. He gestured towards a distant building, calculating the distance and wind speed with a thumbs up. I must remind you, Death Marksman, my mission stipulates that there must be no casualties. Came the voice of the employer through the earpiece. Ventriloquist, after so many years in the underworld, how could you conjure such a superhero-like demand of no killing? Villains ought to embody villainy. The Death Marksman grumbled as he positioned the mortar at the edge of the rooftop. If you weren't a long-time client, I might think you were a spy for Batman. Speaking of which, are you truly allied with Batman with that new toy in your hand? Has he sent you a Robin costume that leaves nothing to the imagination? With a loud bang, the mortar was fired, tracing a lethal parabolic arc through the air, coinciding with the ventriloquist's voice. Dead men don't pay. All right, I understand. Don't rush me. The Death Marksman licked his lips and raised the anti-tank rocket launcher. Boom! The rocket surged forward, colliding with the mortar shell above the building's rooftop in a fiery embrace. A deafening explosion ensued, tearing the roof apart like a pop-top can, revealing the frenzied enemies below, scurrying like ants. See, I told you I would deliver the Mad Hatter to you unscathed. The Death Marksman declared as he retrieved his sniper rifle, but hesitated to act. However, due to your distrust, I am reluctant to continue with this assignment. What? Startled, the Mad Hatter would likely hide away, making it 10 times more difficult to capture him again. Furthermore, Gotham is under Batman's protection, and mercenaries willing to venture here are scarce. You and T want this mission to fail, would you? Enough. Just state your terms, the Death Marksman replied, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Without hesitation, he proclaimed with righteous clarity, the price must be increased. The night enveloped the city like a maiden shedding her veil, fervently entwining with its essence. The Cheshire Cat strolled gracefully through the empty corridors of Gotham Heights High School, while outside, the cacophony of police sirens and the frantic cries of the populace filled the air. I must remind you, madam, that our target, Mr. Zash, is as lethal a killer as you are, the voice of the ventriloquist chimed in through the earpiece. Or rather, it seemed to emanate from the bat doll in his left hand. I have no doubt you can overcome him, but my stipulation is the safety of every student hostage. Thus, you must first separate Zash from those female students before you engage. Oh, is that so? The slender fingers of the Cheshire Cat traced the delicate curve of her waist and the captivating alabaster of her chest, lingering upon her masked feline visage. I find such complexities unnecessary, don't you? You speak of matters she has not addressed. The cold, indifferent moonlight mingled with the crimson and azure beams of police lights, illuminating the figure of a looming assassin emerging from the shadows. A myriad of scars etched into his formidable physique told tales of violence. Victor Zash, one of Gotham's notorious villains. His gaze rested upon the woman's graceful form. Might I behold your countenance, my lady? Oh no, you know better. The female assassin turned away. The cat never removes her mask, especially in the presence of an exposed exhibitionist. A short blade materialized in the empty palm of her adversary. The Cheshire Cat sighed. From behind, she retrieved a retractable knife, followed by a multitude of shurikens from the front, spilling them forth like a hamster emptying its cache. She tilted her head. A feline skirmish? The infamous exhibitionist and serial killer, Mr. Zash, offered a twisted smile, a cat quest. In the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor, Chen Tao was manipulating mercenaries remotely, channeling the voice of a bald man. Enough. State your terms plainly. What? More money? With a grand gesture, he proclaimed in a booming voice. Yes, we can add more. He turned to see Tim Drake, the third Robin, fuming as he brandished a piece of paper, which read, Batman, I can't believe you chose to seek mercenaries instead of taking me along to confront Bane. The true ventriloquist sat innocently in the corner, attempting to masquerade as an actual dog. Tim's fists clenched at the sight, but he refrained from striking in Batman's presence. Thus, the young Robin could only grit his porcelain-white teeth, filled with indignation, and continued to write. Moreover, you not only brought home villains, but you also made calls to other evildoers right before my eyes. Batman hung up the phone with a sigh. The third Robin fell into silence for a moment. He inquired, Is it about Paul? Referring to the deceased angel of death killed by Bane. Not entirely, Chen Tao replied. Listen to me. He turned, grasping the other's shoulders. Locking eyes with Robin. I intend to retire. What? This unexpected revelation left Robin bewildered. Youth must inevitably fade, Tim. The days of boyhood are fleeting, golden cups empty, and old dreams are hard to bear. Batman was merely a dream from which an 8-year-old child was reluctant to awaken, but now that dream must end. I wish to accomplish one final act for Gotham, and then lead the life I rightfully deserve. So too shall you, Tim. You have achieved academic success, displaying remarkable intelligence, and you are fortunate to have both a father and a mother. You cannot possibly fathom the rarity of such a blessing. You are deserving of all the splendid things this world has to offer. You should attend school and, one day, encounter your destined soulmate. She may possess golden locks and azure eyes, or perhaps auburn tresses. She might bear the surname Gordon or Brown, but eventually, she will be known as Drake. You will share a profound connection, a love so innocent and pure that I shall never have the chance to experience again. We must all escape this nightmare. With a resounding crash, the tray in Alfred's hands fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. He covered his face, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Is this real, Bruce? Am I truly not dreaming, Bruce? Chapter 6. The clever one Killer Croc crushed the rat between his jaws, shattered bones mingling with blood as it dripped from his fangs, creating crimson ripples in the water. He opened his mouth, exhaling a foul, sanguine breath. Killer Croc, Waylon Jones, stood over 2 meters tall, adorned with dark blue scales capable of withstanding rifle fire, his claws and fangs glimmering ominously. Compared to humans, he resembled a towering, upright crocodile, fierce yet seemingly lacking in intellect. However, despite his mind yielding to primal instincts and animalistic urges, he distinctly remembered the name of the one who had wronged him, Bane. This name echoed like an endless scream within his consciousness. He traversed the shadows of Gotham's sewers, searching for the scent of his adversary amidst the universe of foul odors, filth and noxious fumes. His arms still throbbed with pain. The last time he faced Bane, it took but a single move to break his arm. Killer Croc understood that he had become Bane's instrument to demonstrate his strength to Batman, a tremendous humiliation and an unparalleled motivation. The fury within the beast surged violently. For crocodiles are known to possess a strong sense of vengeance in the natural world. Yet, before seeking revenge, he needed to find something to eat. With this thought, the menacing creature's ferocity diminished. He let out a disgruntled snort. "Oh, I am hungry, and that rat is hardly sufficient to satiate my hunger. No matter. A brief rest will quell my appetite." The great crocodile squatted amidst the refuse. Although warm-blooded, he retained certain reptilian traits, such as the inclination to remain motionless for hours. Just then, his keen sense of smell detected an enticing aroma. The scent was so irresistible that he unfurled his curled body like a hedgehog. How delightful! So fragrant! What could it be? Roast pig? No, I must be mistaken. The slums above me should not have such offerings. Yet it truly smells divine. After a sluggish moment of contemplation, Killer Croc's mind decided to cease its labor. As the mental thread within him snapped with a resounding crack, his frigid, vertical pupils morphed into an odd shape. Delicious! With a loud clang, the salivating Killer Croc emerged from the depths, lifting the manhole cover. He found himself in an abandoned open-air parking lot, littered with the remnants of discarded vehicles and various construction debris, devoid of any human presence. It was the deep of night in Gotham. The mist had dissipated, revealing a luminous moon and sparse stars. The cool evening breeze entwined with fragrant aromas, leaving lingering kisses in every corner of the air. Beneath the silvery moonlight, Killer Croc beheld a radiant roasted pig positioned at the center of the clearing. His nictitating membrane flickered and rationality returned, revealing a glimmer of human-like contemplation in his beastly gaze. It was a trap. The intention to ensnare was far too evident. Surely, the pig was laced with poison? Yet, there was no unusual scent in the air. Perhaps it was a masking agent? What sort of person would go to such lengths? Indeed, who could it be? At this juncture, Killer Croc found himself at an impasse. His head felt itchy. How was he supposed to extend his line of thought from here? Never mind, it mattered little. Whoever orchestrated this scheme would find that Killer Croc had no intention of retreating. Croc's mind was as clear as day, yet his visage resembled that of swine. Swaying and drooling, he took slow, deliberate steps toward the roasted pig. He had already formulated a plan, regardless of who lurked behind the scenes. They needed to confirm that Killer Croc had consumed the toxic bait to proceed with their next move. Conversely, he would play his cards differently, intending to bring the bait into the underground sewer system. Should they descend to check if he had succumbed to the poison, the roles of predator and prey would instantly reverse. If they chose not to come, he could observe in silence and then strike. Thus, in any scenario, he maintained a firm grip on the initiative. Killer Croc couldn't help but commend his own intellect. How clever of him to devise such a scheme in such a short time. Then, he seized the roasted pig. The next instant, crackle. Hundreds of thousands of volts surged through his body, rendering him crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Collapsing to the ground in a convulsive spasm, his dark blue scales charred. Bam! For floodlights, concealed amidst the refuse, suddenly illuminated the entire abandoned parking lot, bright as day. No way, is this it? Killer Croc heard the astonished voices of those behind the scenes echoing from the shadows. No way, no way. Could anyone truly fall for such a simple trap? In that instant, Killer Croc felt every drop of blood surge from his feet to the crown of his head. Rationality diminished by 100. His brain effectively clocked out, and with a distorted howl, Killer Croc leapt into a frenzied dance, akin to a Parkinson's patient. Due to the influence of the current, remnants linger upon him, rendering his movements less an attack and more akin to an electronic dance. Nevertheless, given his weight of over 1,500 pounds, such motions remain undeniably lethal. The ventriloquist nearly crawled away from his previous position, while the wireless communication module embedded within the bat baby in his hands continuously broadcasted taunts. Is this all? Is this truly all? At that moment, Chen Tao experienced a peculiar joy reminiscent of an online troll from past life, especially as the ventriloquist scrambled on site. He found himself comfortably sipping coffee from an ordinary van parked several kilometers away, observing the scene through satellites and cameras mounted on dolls, safe and at ease. Knock, knock, knock. A small-time thug was rapping on the car window. Bro, do you even know whose territory this is? You gotta pay up here. Chen Tao rolled down the window, revealing pointed ears and a Batman-like half-mask. Are you serious? The would-be extortionist, upon seeing Batman, let out a high-pitched scream and fled. Damn, encountering a real-life Batman at night is utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the killer crocodile had completely lost his mind. Before he could take more than a few steps, he felt a tightness around his feet, having stepped into a pre-prepared trap. Dozens of snares erupted from the ground, ascending his body at a dizzying speed, binding him like a zongzi. Once again, he had blundered into a trap, inciting further rage within him. Yet, he was also famished, numb, and despondent, unable to break free, and could only crawl mournfully on the ground. Was it that simple? Had he succeeded so effortlessly? The death shooter emerged from his hiding place, disdainfully surveying the man clad in yellow and blue, resembling a superhero. Enough of your incessant chatter, Captain Javelin. You ought to be grateful that our employer willingly undertook the task of attracting the enemy, allowing you to linger this long. He remarked, dripping with sarcasm. I dare say that task was more suited to you. I just earned $2 million in one go. How simple. Yet, it was evident that the somewhat excited Captain Javelin had not heard a word the death shooter uttered. I've got $2 million now. He was so exhilarated that he was nearly incoherent. I do not intend to take on any further assignments. Once this task concludes, I will wash my hands of it all and return home to Mary. He spoke with a sense of reverence. This is the finest day of my life. The death shooter, speechless, chose to ignore the fool serving as mere background. He turned to the Cheshire Cat and instructed, sent a message to the live bait and the tattooed man, instructing them to come here. The Cheshire Cat nodded, pleased at the prospect of earning money without having to lift a finger. Ahem, although the proceedings were surprisingly smooth, now that the target has been captured, the Reaper turned to the panting ventriloquist beside him and said, Dear employer, I find myself curious as to why you previously forbade us from dealing the fatal blow to the Killer Croc, insisting that he must work for you. He gestured toward the enraged Killer Croc. Do you still intend to adhere to that notion? Naturally, Arnold, trembling in fear, could hardly utter a word. But the bat-like toy in his hand interjected, I have the means. Unforgivable. Yet before he could finish a statement, he was interrupted by the Killer Croc, who, face down, writhed and emitted a deafening roar. The Reaper calmly lowered his hand from his ears. Very well, but I dare say you have now undoubtedly made an enemy of this beast. It is nearly impossible to quiet him down, let alone compel him to work for you. Chapter 7. The power of currency beneath the illumination of 4 massive searchlights. 2 boxy trucks entered the abandoned parking lot. The lively one and the tattooed man shut the doors of their vehicle and approached with stern expressions, exuding an air of cold ruthlessness. Like the Reaper, the Cheshire Cat, and Captain Javelin, they were mercenaries hired by Chen Tao. However, in their eyes, it was the criminal ventriloquist who engaged their services, not the illustrious Batman. The lively one, a robust Mexican adept at using lassos, had previously ensnared the Killer Croc in a trap. Upon witnessing the creature bound to the ground, a subtle smirk graced his lips. The tattooed man, true to his moniker, resembled a watercolor painting besmirched with bird droppings, more akin to a sailor eking out a living by the sea than a hired assassin. Upon arrival, he unleashed a cruel taunt. Our target is a fool. With a resounding bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted from above the Killer Croc's head. The group hastily dragged the Killer Croc behind the 2 boxy trucks. During this commotion, the tattooed man made another snide remark, narrowly avoiding a vicious bite from the Killer Croc, leading to further chaos. Humiliation. Rage. The Killer Croc had reached the pinnacle of fury. This surging wrath was more intense than the gamma rays produced by the explosion of a supernova in Orion. The insult to his dignity could not be washed away by the entire liquid water of Europa. The mysteries of the cosmos, the reversal of space and time, The shifting of day and night and the tumult of the seas could not diminish this fury in the slightest. Unable to contain himself, he roared, "Unforgivable!" This sound rivaled the lament of Prometheus as he stole fire. Unforgivable! It echoed like the furious cry of Jesus upon the cross. Unforgivable! With a clang, the ventriloquist wasted no time. He directly opened the rear door of the truck, and a ton of cash came crashing down onto the Killer Croc's face. There was no pretense, just an avalanche of dollars. Due to the excessive force, the verdant mountain of cash collapsed directly from the compartment to the ground, resembling a box of overturned toilet paper. The voice of the assassin crocodile abruptly ceased, akin to the strangled croak of a male duck. This money was all advance wages. With a mere nod, it could all be yours. With a resounding crash, the ventriloquist opened another van, and yet another ton of bills cascaded down. A chilling rain of currency slapping haphazardly against the assassin crocodile's face. His face flushed crimson with rage. "Do not use this money to insult me any further." He yearned to rebuke his adversary, insisting that he, the assassin crocodile, was a cold-blooded beast, a cruel anomaly, and certainly not someone to be treated so dismissively. Is wealth truly impressive? Does the mere act of offering me money compel me to bow before you in servitude and reverence? A bill struck his eye, obscuring his vision. Unforgivable! The assassin crocodile staggered, both psychologically and physically dazed by the overwhelming deluge of cash, rendering his cognitive faculties temporarily incapacitated. Holding the bills, he solemnly declared, "Father." Death shooter? Then, the assassin crocodile abruptly remembered his identity as a black man, typically devoid of a paternal figure. Ahem, what I meant was, I have wandered for much of my life, harboring a deep resentment for not having encountered a wise employer. If you do not mind, I am willing, my God. There must be at least tens of millions of dollars here. The spear captain leaped into the pile of cash, exclaiming, "I'm going to die. Get away." The assassin crocodile erupted in fury. "This is my money. Though it may belong to you, it is I who now cradles it." In a fit of desperation, bound like a zongzi, he somehow propelled himself into the heap of bills. Mine, mine. The death shooter found himself rendered nearly speechless. Under the light, the bills became increasingly mesmerizing. Unlike the spear captain, he was no stranger to wealth. Thus, his estimation of the cash's quantity lacked the gross inaccuracies of his counterpart. Tens of millions? No, this is at least 200 million. Goodness. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that the vans operated by the living knot and the tattooed individual were filled entirely with cash. Perhaps neither the tattooed individual nor the living knot were aware either. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated shooting everyone present and making off with $200 million. However, rationality ultimately reclaimed dominion over his mind. He recognized that if someone could muster 200 million to buy the assassin crocodile, they could just as easily procure 200 million to claim his own head. He had a daughter. One could escape the monk, but not the temple. While money was indeed enticing, one must fear for one's life. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the cashier exceeded 2 tons. Even if he managed to seize it, he could not transport it out of Gotham. He forced himself to turn his head, and was met by the crimson eyes of both the living noose and the tattooed man, which startled him into drawing his gun. "Whoa, easy now, gentlemen." The dead shot, while cautiously bracing for any irrational actions from these amateurs, inquired, "Where is the ventriloquist?" This time, he refrained from referring to him as the employer. "What? The ventriloquist is the employer? I believe that when pigs fly, if that balding middle-aged white man could casually produce $200 million, would he need to associate with the Gotham underworld?" Without reason, Deadshot recalled the Batman figurine in the ventriloquist's possession, sending a chill down his spine. The mere thought of that bat-shaped figure caused a twinge of pain in his ribs. The last time he visited Gotham, he had a scuffle with Batman on a train, resulting in 3 broken ribs. Forget him, Deadshot muttered, shaking his head. "First, let's eliminate Batman from consideration. He would never engage in such matters. So, who possesses the wealth and influence to command someone like the ventriloquist? Could be the Penguin? Or Two-Face? The Riddler? Surely, it can't be Roman. He has fled to Hong Kong. Perhaps we should broaden our list of suspects, say, Bruce Wayne? Never mind. He lacks motive. Let us dismiss him too. Ventriloquist? For heaven's sake, let the real employer speak to me. What are you rambling about? Don't play coy with me." The expressions of the tattooed man and the living noose were decidedly off. Deadshot fixed his gaze upon them, slowly retreating. Even the javelin, despite its dullness, sensed the unusual atmosphere. He emerged from the pile of cash and stood beside Deadshot, while Killer Croc remained sprawled on the floor, grinning like a cat on catnip. Deadshot had no intention of engaging in a shootout here. It wasn't that he couldn't eliminate everyone present, except for Killer Croc, but rather that the feeling of being manipulated unsettled him. The puppeteer seemed to have calculated that Deadshot, with his home and responsibilities, would hesitate to act recklessly, intending to use him to suppress this unruly band of mercenaries. Should that suppression fail, eliminating the unstable elements within the group by his hand would also be acceptable. Suddenly, Deadshot realized that the adversary had anticipated even his reluctance to engage in a shootout, implying that the scenario of him failing to suppress the situation and wiping out everyone, thereby causing a loss of strength for the puppet master, was entirely improbable. It felt peculiar. Why did he understand himself so well? As for Killer Croc, if he intended to abscond with the money, that 200 million would likely become a bounty on his head, prompting immediate bloodshed among those present. Conversely, if he accepted the job to safeguard the salary he had just received, he would have no choice but to align himself with Deadshot. Together, they would be poised to eliminate the other 3 individuals without fail. At this moment, the mastermind urged the ventriloquist to emerge, weaving a tapestry of temptation and coercion. The 2 individuals, regaining their rationality, were likely to soon suppress their avarice. This delicate balance was skillfully maintained. Yet did he not contemplate the possibility of it spiraling out of control? It was then that he noticed the Cheshire Cat silently positioning itself to their side, forming a strategic angle against the duo of the living knot and the tattooed man. There was indeed a backup plan. Had the Cheshire Cat been bribed in advance? How infuriating! Why was I not offered bribe? The grim shooter ground his back teeth, showing no remorse for his penchant for exorbitant demands. The tense atmosphere dissipated like mist, and the grim shooter lowered his weapon, addressing the ventriloquist with irritation. So, the true master of this operation does not wish to reveal his true identity? He then observed the ventriloquist nodding, producing 5 headsets from behind. Goodness, the shadowy figure had anticipated even this. How vexing. Aha! The situation has now shifted to a contractual state. Chapter 8. The Onslaught of Bane Rap. Someone knocked on the window of Chen Tao's van. Chen Tao rolled down the window, only to find the earlier extortionist accompanied by a larger gang, brandishing machetes and crowbars. Do you genuinely believe that dressing like Batman makes you Batman? You truly frightened me earlier. Chen Tao was disinterested in further discourse. He extended a hand, transforming it into a rapidly spinning off-road tire, and, taking advantage of their momentary shock, struck the extortionist squarely on the forehead. Get lost. In Gotham, robbing someone with machetes and the second-generation Robin's holy sword was pathetically low. As he watched the thugs scurry away in terror, Chen Tao adopted a different persona and seized the microphone. Hello, can you hear me? If you can, that is excellent. He adjusted his voice to that of the Cheshire Cat, speaking into the microphone with a chilling tone. Good day to all esteemed mercenaries. He then swiftly switched to the voice of the grim shooter. I am pleased that no conflict has arisen. Believe me, this is precisely what I wish to see. Now, untie Killer Croc. The grim shooter maintained a stern demeanor, unwilling to entertain foolish inquiries about his identity. Internally, he assessed whether to further involve himself in this murky affair. He sensed the air of conspiracy. Indeed, such tales always commenced with a sinister puppet master, luring an inexperienced and naive mercenary. Mercenaries, unlike the intrepid and audacious Beltol who accepted every assignment, were mere mortals, easily betrayed by their employers, leading to their untimely demise. Therefore, individuals like the grim shooter typically opted to select reliable employers through intermediaries. For instance, the ventriloquist had already proven himself to be a benevolent, pure-hearted, and principled mob boss, which was precisely why the grim shooter had chosen to come here. However, what the enigmatic puppeteer behind the scenes? The ventriloquist untied the ropes binding the killer crocodile. The beast sprang forth from the ground, its claws bared, with the death dealer's gun muzzle hanging low at such close range. Fortunately, the great crocodile did not launch an attack. Instead, its eyes gleamed as it rushed into a pile of cash, heart-wrenchingly collecting each bill from the dust and carefully stowing them back in the trunk. Hey, I have $200 million now. The javelin captain expressed his envy. Damn it, why is my salary only? Chen Tao interjected, adopting the voice of the javelin. Do not envy the killer crocodile. He merely advanced his base salary for the next 4 years. As for me, I am a generous employer. Upon the completion of the tasks I assign, I assure you that in a few months, each of you present shall return home with hundreds of millions. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It all depends on your courage to accept it. The death dealer immediately resolved to get involved in this murky affair, not primarily for the money, but rather for his penchant for adventure. Chen Tao rambled on with a plethora of nonsensical chatter, summing it up with, I, the wealthy brother, your affluent employer, money shower. On the art of cash utilization, this pie is both large and round. In truth, Chen Tao was not a particularly skilled orator, yet the presence of towering stacks of dollars beside him transformed the atmosphere entirely. On one side lay the tangible cash and the killer crocodile, a symbol of wealth, while on the other stood the trio, a blatant threat. The tension was palpable, yet laughter erupted from the tattooed man, and the mood quickly grew exuberant. The javelin captain cheered, Ah, great employer, you are so generous. His theatrical flattery, reminiscent of a Shakespearean opera, left the death dealer speechless. Did you not intend to decline future assignments? I've changed my mind. You greedy opportunist, the death dealer scoffed. Chen Tao continued. Then let us establish a temporary team. I've already thought of a name. The Suicide Squad. What a morbid name. I shall add $100,000. That name is splendid. Whatever, flattering words cost nothing. Regardless, the death dealer sighed in relief. The current task had been completed, and as long as he exercised caution in the forthcoming endeavors, he was certain he could return home alive. With $200 million, he might retire and spend time with his daughter. Behind the scenes, Chen Tao also breathed a sigh of relief. Once Bane was dealt with, he too could retire and enjoy the air. Once I've earned $200 million, I shall return to my hometown and buy a grand villa, then live with my wife. It was akin to crushing a puddle of urine. The javelin captain's golden-haired head, obscured by an eye mask, was crushed like a watermelon by a massive hand, exploding into fragments as his javelin fell helplessly to the ground. Several kilometers away, Chen Tao spat his coffee onto the livestream screen, then abruptly stood, colliding with the ceiling of the van. Time seemed to slow. The death shooter widened his eyes, hearing the distorted, piercing yowl of the Cheshire Cat trembling. Enemy attack. He beheld the colossal figure, its muscular upper body half-naked, veins bulging like serpents undulating across its frame. Most striking was the vivid green, the fourth line, connecting its head to its arms, alongside the hooded figure, Bane. Bane often felt as though he were plummeting into an expansive void, the profound darkness converging into an ocean. This was both his cradle and his gravestone. Yet this did not confine his thoughts. His spirit burst forth from the coffin, roaming in the twilight where death and vitality coexisted. He sought the bat monster, determined to stand there in its shadow, to defy it, and ultimately to slay it. And with its demise, his fear would perish as well. At that moment, all of Gotham would sing, Hail, the great valiant Bane has conquered the evil demon, Batman. Hail, Bane, you dominate Gotham, exalted above all. However, the hero's adventure would not always be so smooth. The demon had dispatched his minions. The green-faced beast, a defeated underling, crawled at the demon's feet for wealth. It bared its sharp teeth, attempting to intimidate the formidable Bane. Yet the hero was undeterred. He swung his uppercut, moving like a pendulum, causing Killer Croc to stagger backward and crash to the ground. I thought I had vanquished you, beast, but now I must kill you. The monster leapt from the ground, its gnarled maw exhaling a venomous breath as it roared, pounding its heavy fists upon the hero's head, its sharp claws tearing at Bane's flesh. You aspire to rule Gotham, do you? Without your venom, you wouldn't even qualify as contender. Bane's fist smashed into its face, sending it crashing back to the ground. Another blow, and its head collided with the gravel-strewn earth. A further strike, and a portion of the beast's skull was embedded in the concrete. Bane seized the wreckage of a nearby vehicle, lifting it high. I need no venom to eliminate vermin like you. Bang! Fry him, Bane. Bang! The nightmare of all obstacles. Bang! The calamity of all living beings. Bang! Killer Croc let out a deafening wail as the debris twisted and shattered into pieces. A gunshot rang out. Bane evaded the bullet and turned. His form was as agile as a dolphin leaping from the water. his gaze shimmering with brilliance in the intertwining realms of illusion and reality. Ah, indeed, the Dark Lord has other minions. Chapter 9. Crushing all opposition. Chen Tao spewed coffee all over the screen, his head colliding with the car's ceiling. He came to the dreadful and alarming realization. This was the real world, and Bane would not remain in his lair like a boss in an online game, patiently awaiting a hero to gather equipment, level up, and recruit allies before launching an assault. If the Traveler, Chen Tao, altered Batman's behavioral patterns and tactics, it was only natural for Bane to make corresponding adjustments. As the mastermind behind the Arkham breakout, Bane's plan essentially revolved around utilizing those escaped lunatics to wear Batman down, allowing himself to bide his time. However, with Chen Tao's arrival, this strategy began to falter. Bruce Wayne's relentless desire to save the innocent burdened him, so much so that although he saw through Bane's scheme, he still had to expend energy battling various madmen. And what of Chen Tao? He couldn't care less about the lunatics throwing a party in his city. Ding ding ding. The alarm blared in the Gotham bank. A crowd screamed as they fled through the front doors, with the Joker and his henchmen trailing behind, laden with bags of cash. Gotham's Prince of Crime laughed maniacally, arms wide open at the entrance. Ha ha ha. Come on, Bat. It's party time. But there was no one. Batman? The streets were eerily empty, devoid of even a single police car. A gust of wind swept a flyer onto the Joker's face. Reading, cast your sacred vote for Mayor Carlo. The Joker stroked his chin. Hey everyone, I just had an idea. The scene shifted back to Chen Tao. A mind as astute as Bane's could not possibly overlook the changes in Batman or the sudden appearance of mercenaries in the city. Perhaps Bane was uncertain whether these mercenaries were foes or allies, or perhaps he intuitively sensed something amiss. Nonetheless, any unstable factors intervening between him and Batman could simply be eradicated through brute force. Indeed, this was Bane's modus operandi. The more straightforward and violent the approach, the more effective it proved. The most sophisticated conflicts often manifest in the simplest of ways. Those who are preoccupied with complexity ultimately meet a fate akin to that of a crocodile killer. Thus, the plan must change. We shall no longer wait for Batman to tire before eliminating him. Instead, we shall charge forward, eliminate the mercenaries first, and then dispose of Batman. What happened to the notion that villains should allow the protagonist to develop before they confront them? Calm down, calm down. Chen Tao contemplated silently. Bane's decisiveness exceeded his expectations. Yet he still harbored a critical misjudgment. He believed Batman remained formidable. This implies that Bane will not recklessly initiate the final confrontation until the potential disruptors, who could plunge him into a state of siege, are eliminated. In other words, if the Death Shooter and his comrades can manage to counterattack Bane. Bang! Chen Tao witnessed the Killer Croc being pummeled by Bane, his skull sinking into the ground. Chen Tao immediately grasped the microphone. Hold on. As long as we survive, we can prevail. Damn. Cold sweat trickled down the Death Shooter's forehead. The two submachine guns in his hands and the portable rifle mounted on his arm combined to create a formidable web of firepower before him. The Death Shooter was confident that, with his control skills, not even a fly could breach his defenses. Yet, a miracle was unfolding before his eyes. Bane, twirling and leaping. That muscle-bound behemoth danced through the hail of bullets like a butterfly. Boom! The Death Shooter drew his anti-tank rocket launcher. But such a cumbersome weapon posed no threat to the agile Bane at such close range. Damn it, if only I had. His eyes widened in desperation as he watched Bane swiftly approach. Help! Clang! Bane's eyes narrowed beneath his mask. A strike from the Cheshire Cat pierced his skin. The cat-like woman unleashed an extraordinary strength that could cleave through steel, yet it merely grazed Bane, who had been injected with Titan venom. With a single punch, the Cheshire Cat's blade-like limbs tore through the air, and Bane, spreading his fingers, sent her hurtling like a meteor, crashing into a nearby structure. Cursed be this fate. The Death Shooter's peripheral vision scanned his teammates. The Cheshire Cat lay motionless amidst the rubble. The Killer Croc sprawled on the ground, while the tattooed man stood nonchalantly nearby, observing his teammates' futile efforts, shaking his head. Sigh, that's not how it's done. Bastards. The Death Shooter turned to his comrades, shouting, Fall back. We cannot win. Really? I don't believe it. The Death Shooter gasped for breath. The live wire surged forward, bypassing the retreating Death Shooter, a smirk on his lips, his white teeth and Mexican-style braids flailing in the air. In an instant, he launched several lassos, ensnaring Bane in a web like a dumpling. He grinned, laughing. "You useless lot. It's all up to me. Look, he has done for. Don't get cocky, watch out." But the Death Shooter's warning came too late. Fool! Why not consider that Bane could dodge his bullets? How could he possibly be ensnared by these lassos? In the next moment, Bane tore through the drug-enhanced ropes like they were mere straw, yanking the rope, and before Live Wire could react, his body was uncontrollably pulled towards Bane, bouncing on the ground like a yo-yo. The Death Shooter relentlessly fired his weapon, yet to no avail. He could scarcely believe that Bane managed to evade his bullets while simultaneously engaging in a fierce combat with the lasso, moving with the agility of a youthful firebrand gliding on ice. The tattooed man remarked, "If the ground were blades, he would already be dead. Shut your foul mouth." The lasso, exasperated, released his grip and unleashed a series of locking techniques upon Bane with astonishing speed. His name was Lasso, and his combat skills were as suffocating and lethal as the rope he wielded. I refuse to believe it. We are all human. How could you? He heard the distant cries of the Death Shooter imploring him not to proceed, but he had no time to heed anyone else's counsel. He focused intently on Bane, who appeared dazed and utterly unresponsive, prompting a slight smirk from the lasso. In the blink of an eye, Bane seized his hand and effortlessly tore his body apart, much like he had just severed the rope. Bane was a master at dismantling all that was fanciful. "Ah!" The lasso's voice echoed in a desperate scream, but soon fell silent. In truth, muscle and bone bore a striking resemblance to the fibers of rope, the only distinction being that when they shattered, they erupted in a spray of crimson. Bane peeled the mangled lasso from himself, wringing him out like a soiled rag. The tattooed man continued to chatter nearby while he really dead. The Death Shooter felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. "Do not linger. Retreat at once." He heard the orders from his employer crackling through his earpiece. Yet the distant Killer Croc had completely lost his sanity. Rising from the ground, he charged at Bane with a furious roar. However, his vulnerability was glaring, and his condition poor. Bane grasped his arm and snapped it like a mere twig, the wail of the Killer Croc reverberating through the air. Boom! Yet the Killer Croc did not retreat as before. His eyes turned crimson, not merely the irises, but the entirety of his sclera transformed into a vivid, blood-red hue. He emitted a primal roar, and the Death Shooter sensed that the Killer Croc's features elongated, taking on a more reptilian aspect. The Killer Croc had grown stronger, enraged, and unleashed a ferocious surge of power. His muscles bulged as he charged toward Bane like a freight train, only to be sent hurtling back at an even faster pace. "This is impossible." The Killer Croc voiced his disbelief, but his words were cut short by the physical silence delivered by Bane. "Enough! How dare you!" Bane seized the Killer Croc's ankle and swung him in the air, slamming him down onto the ground with brutal force, again and again, akin to wielding a plastic mallet to strike a mole. "I am the killer, bang! Hand! Bang! Croc! Bang!" The assassin crocodile lay on its back, limbs splayed in the shape of a large character, its crystalline, vertically slit eyes gradually losing their luster. A foul stench permeated the air. Bane's face bore an indifferent yet deadly gaze as he grew weary of the assassin crocodile's repetitive sit-up motions, reminiscent of Luffy. Consequently, he increased the potency of the venom being injected. As the venom gurgled into its system, the crocodile's muscles swelled as if inflated, transforming it into a monstrous creature nearly 3 meters tall. The grim shooter raised his firearm, urging, "Quickly, take the assassin crocodile away." The employer's incessant chatter echoed in his ears. "I know. Silence." The grim shooter clenched his teeth and pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of bullets capable of shredding a mere mortal into pieces. This time, Bane did not attempt to evade. The grim shooter's heart leaped with joy. Bang! 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 4 guns fired simultaneously, dozens of bullets detonating against Bane's chest within mere seconds. The grim shooter witnessed puffs of white smoke rising from the impact sites, leaving behind crimson-tinged indentations on Bane's flesh, with a hint of blood seeping forth. "Damn it," the grim shooter cursed. "Is this really a human?" He felt a twinge of retreat. Just then he spotted the tattooed man standing before them. "You worthless lot, step aside. The tattooed man will handle everything." The grim shooter displayed an expression of bewilderment. Chapter 10. 1 minute you claim you discovered Batman inside that unremarkable van by the roadside? Well, yes, that's indeed the case. And you thought he was a fake, intending to rob him, only for Batman's hands to transform into wheels, knocking you unconscious? Precisely so. Huh, cousin. I know this sounds absurd, but silence. You must be daft from chasing followers. If there really is a Batman inside, I shall eat this crowbar on the spot. Don't do that, cousin. There truly is a Batman. Knock, knock, knock. The small-time thug's cousin barely tapped the van 3 times when the door swung open. The thug watched as Batman exited the vehicle, locked the door, and in an instant, it morphed into an eccentric Batmobile that sped away, tires spinning, vanishing without a trace. A gust of wind swept through, leaving only the small-time thug and his friends disheveled in the breeze. After a long while, one among them murmured dreamily, "What the hell? A ghost of Jesus Christ. For all these years, I thought Batman rode in the Batmobile, but little did I expect, Batman is the Batmobile." From both the front and side, the tattooed man's aura had reached its zenith. His alluring tattoos and confident gaze radiated the essence of a master. The grim shooter found himself questioning his own judgment. Had he truly misread the situation? However, no matter how one perceives it, his steps appeared languid, and his movements were somewhat ethereal. Despite his well-developed musculature, he exuded an air of simplicity, lacking the intimidating presence of his predecessor, the agile combatant. Frankly speaking, the Death Shooter believed he was even less formidable than the Javelin Captain, who was at least an Olympic-level athlete and had repeatedly claimed titles in javelin throwing. Could such a character truly possess hidden depths? The tattooed man removed his shirt, revealing a chaotic array of tattoos, each one more bizarre than the last. At that moment, he resembled a lowly thug from the underbelly of a gang, yet the tattoos writhing on his back like living creatures were impossible to ignore. Bane ceased his actions, carelessly tossing aside the assassin crocodile, which resembled a lifeless dog, and tensed every muscle in his body. The Cheshire Cat had returned, thanks to her adept posture and flexibility. She had escaped with mere dirt on her face rather than life-threatening injuries. She crouched on the ground, striving to regain her strength as quickly as possible. Gurgling sounds echoed, as if something were emerging from the swamp, and Bane's expression hardened, bracing himself for what was to come. A look of anguish crossed the tattooed man's face. And then, in plain view of all, a fierce tiger tattoo began to contort and deform, crawling down from his body. He was indeed a superhuman. The Death Shooter's eyes widened in astonishment. This was a genuine Bengal tiger, adorned with vibrant fur and fearsome fangs, a scene straight out of a fantasy novel. Bane assumait la défensive stance. The tiger lunged toward Bane. The tiger leaped and pounced. Its jaws opened wide, revealing its menacing fangs. With a swift slide tackle, Bane sent the tiger flying as if it were a teacup dog that had been kicked, its bones shattering upon impact. But it was of no consequence. The tattooed man conjured a mammoth. How impressive! With a thunderous crash, several tons of mammoth were toppled by Bane, who unleashed a series of punches that caved in its skull. The tattooed man summoned a pack of wolves. All were annihilated. He then conjured a chimpanzee. A similar fate awaited it. The tattooed man, frustrated, declared, "Curse it! I shall unleash my ultimate move." His face pale, he turned to the Death Shooter and implored, "Buy me some time." The Death Shooter immediately agreed, despite the fact that the creatures conjured by the tattooed man were largely ineffective against the situation. The revelation of his superhuman identity instilled confidence in the Death Shooter. "I believe I can delay this monstrous entity for 30 seconds, the Cheshire Cat spoke, her cool voice illuminating the battlefield like a beam of moonlight, as long as I do not engage him directly. The Death Shooter interjected, and with my interference, that time can be extended to at least a minute. I only require 20 seconds. The tattooed man trembled, and the Death Shooter noticed a Western dragon tattoo writhing and struggling to break free from his chest. This undeniably bolstered the confidence of the Grim Reaper. Boom! Bane slammed his fist into the ground, causing the reinforced concrete surface to shatter like a spider's web. The Cheshire Cat, with movements that would leave even an Olympian gymnast in shame, narrowly evaded the debris, which rained down upon her, sending shivers of fright coursing through her. Kishirakat, can your jellyfish venom affect him? Upon hearing her employer's inquiry through the earpiece, the Cheshire Cat wrinkled her nose in confusion, though her features were concealed beneath a mask. She replied sullenly, I possess no jellyfish venom. Moreover, poison and cats are hardly a match. Huh? Chen Tao was taken aback. In his recollection, jellyfish venom was supposed to be one of the Cheshire Cat's most distinctive traits. However, he quickly refrained from further probing her sentiments as Bane charged towards the tattooed man. Open fire. The Grim Reaper scrambled and rolled, desperately attempting to distract Bane, muttering, Damn it, I knew this money wouldn't be easy to earn. He shouted, Where's the ventriloquist? That damned old fool. Where have you hidden yourself? Come out and fight. Bane was infuriated by the relentless bullets aimed at him. The Grim Reaper glanced up just in time to see the wreckage of a car spinning towards him like a flying disc, prompting him to yelp and flee. Finally, the tattooed man completed his charge. A western dragon erupted from his chest. Good heavens, this was a fantastical creature in every sense, adorned with obsidian scales, grotesque wings, and capable of spewing fire. The Grim Reaper was moved to tears, but wait, why was this dragon only the size of a dog? Woof! The dragon crouched as soon as it emerged, snorting and panting like a dog, producing a series of playful sounds. Are you kidding me? The tattooed man, drenched in sweat and panic, exclaimed, I have no idea what's happening. This is my first time tattooing such a fantasy creature. In the next moment, the fire-breathing dragon was crushed into pulp beneath Bane's foot. It was over. A heavy despair settled in the Grim Reaper's heart, compelling him to turn away without hesitation. Victory was no longer a possibility. His peripheral vision swept across the battlefield. The tattooed man had taken a solid punch from Bane, his limbs twisted like a rag doll. Essentially finished. The killer croc lay bloodied, resembling a lifeless dog, beyond rescue. The Cheshire Cat darted about like a monkey, evading Bane's fists, with death imminent by mere seconds. Grim Reaper, you must save your teammates. The Cheshire Cat and Killer Croc will soon lose their ability to resist, a voice urged. The Grim Reaper remained silent, discarding 2 submachine guns, a rocket launcher, and his entire arsenal of ammunition onto the ground, facilitating a swifter escape. He was acutely aware that his flight would undoubtedly spell doom for the Cheshire Cat and the Killer Croc, leading to a near-total annihilation of the newly formed Suicide Squad. Such an outcome would be utterly intolerable for the puppet master behind it all. Moreover, his cowardly retreat might invite retaliation, tarnish his reputation, or bring forth a myriad of dire consequences and troubles. Yet, no matter how one might weigh the options, it was certainly preferable to perishing on the spot. Just hold on a little longer. The Death Shooter heard the rush of wind through his earpiece, as though his adversary were aboard some high-speed vehicle. If you can endure just one more minute, reinforcements will arrive. The absurdity of this statement made the Death Shooter laugh in exasperation. What nonsense, he muttered, his voice trembling unbeknownst to him. He gazed at the muscular behemoth who tossed the wreckage of a car as if it were a mere toy. What kind of reinforcements could possibly contend with such a monstrous entity? Who in Gotham could face such a beast? Batman? Chapter 11. Fly from the watchtower, just get lost? I have to run. Stop. Don't mention 200 million. I fear I may not resist the temptation. No amount of money is worth losing one's life. Indeed, one must live to enjoy wealth. Loudon, the Death Shooter's real name, had a chance of survival only by cooperating with the Cheshire Cat. He halted, his expression darkening as he beheld the ventriloquist emerge from the shadows. That old bastard had been a coward until now, but now, oh, I apologize, Mr. Loudon. I truly do not wish to, but Baby Bat insists I do this. The ventriloquist uttered words of contrition, yet the muzzle of his Tommy gun was firmly aimed at the Death Shooter. His round, chubby face sparkled with a sinister glint behind his glasses. Do not compel me to act, Loudon. A more ominous, gravelly voice emanated from the Baby Bat puppet in his hands. The Death Shooter's heart sank to the depths. Arnold, if you do not attack him, I shall be forced to attack you. Chen Tao could not help but inwardly commend the ventriloquist for his timely support. Good. You understand the urgency. Damn it. The Death Shooter cursed vehemently. The ventriloquist was right. With the Cheshire Cat leading the charge, they would undoubtedly survive for over a minute. But if he engaged in a shootout with the ventriloquist now, caught between a wolf and a tiger, he would surely meet a more gruesome demise. He picked up the discarded rocket launcher. 1 minute, he muttered angrily. Just 1 minute. Then, he raised the rocket launcher and fired it at Bane. Empty. Get out of the way. The Cheshire Cat, dodging and weaving, nearly got blown sky-high by the shot. She tumbled and rolled to the side, gasping for breath. Her voice no longer cold and composed. Damn you, dog. You almost blew me to bits. Count down, 50 seconds. Boom. A violent explosion of flames and smoke engulfed Bane. Yet the Death Shooter knew full well that such weaponry would only serve to repel without truly harming his foe. He unleashed a barrage of fire, then took 3 strides and 2 leaps, rolling behind the wreckage of a car. Count down, 40 seconds. Bane emerged from the thick smoke, while the Cheshire Cat attempted to distract him further. But Bane paid her no heed, his gaze fixed on the Deathstroke, and with the swiftness of lightning, he propelled himself towards him. Each of his dashes seemed akin to instantaneous teleportation. Bang, 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 with the sound of 4 gunshots. The 4 lights illuminating the scene erupted almost simultaneously. Bane's pace faltered momentarily, yet the silvery moonlight continued to illuminate his path. Boom! The very spot where Deathstroke had just vanished was shattered by Bane's kick, debris soaring into the sky like grass caught in a mower's blade. Hiding elsewhere, Deathstroke barely had time to rejoice before he witnessed several steel bars and boulders hurtling directly towards him. A scream escaped Deathstroke as he narrowly evaded the lethal steel, but a massive rock struck his shoulder. Damn it, Bane was not deceived by his tricks. Bane, a master of escape, second only to Batman and Mr. Miracle, found Deathstroke's illusions laughably inept. Not only did his ploy fail to buy him time, but it also allowed Bane to turn the tables and wound him unexpectedly. Empty, empty, empty. Even with his shoulder injured, Deathstroke unleashed 3 consecutive missiles. This rapid-fire technique maximized the explosive potential, at the very least capable of thwarting Bane. Yet, Deathstroke watched in disbelief as Bane effortlessly caught the 3 rocket projectiles with his bare hands, then hurled them back with the grace of a Greek demigod casting a javelin. The round missile heads reflected in his pupils. Fuck you. Count down, 30 seconds. With a thunderous crash, debris rained down like a torrential downpour, and Deathstroke coughed up blood, feeling a searing pain in his back. Grateful for his sturdy armor that spared him from instant death, he attempted to rise and flee, only to despairingly discover a boulder pinning down his hind leg. He gazed at Bane, who approached him with ominous calm, his eyes filled with despair. The world's most skilled marksman had been undone by his own artillery. Was this not the most absurd dark humor of the century? The Cheshire Cat sought to escape, but without her distraction, Bane swiftly seized her. With a single punch, Deathstroke watched helplessly as the Cheshire Cat tumbled across the ground like a football, eventually crashing into a heap of rubble, lying motionless. Count down, 20 seconds. Deathstroke let out a bitter laugh, then coughed up another mouthful of blood. Perhaps his insides were damaged? Yet it mattered little now. He stared blankly as Bane approached step by step. Memories of his life flashed before him, scene by scene, like a revolving lantern. Damn it. He was struck so hard that it felt as though the very essence of his being was shattered, and the Reaper wished to laugh. In his impoverished youth, the aspiration to become an artist pierced through the 12 bullets that penetrated the bodies of his parents and sister, fracturing his life, his military career, becoming a mercenary, and the existence of his daughter. Zwee's countdown, 10 seconds. Thus, this is the conclusion. This marks the terminus of Freud Lawton's existence. Oh, bright moon, you are both dim and resplendent. The world breathes, reflecting in the aftermath of heat waves and explosions. Here, there is no military force, save for me. Here, authority is absent, apart from myself. Here, hope is extinguished except for me. Here, there is no Batman, no one else. Here, only Bane remains. Countdown, 3 seconds. Bane extended his hand toward the Reaper, a fatal caress that would end it all. 2 seconds. His coarse palm grazed the Reaper's throat. 1 second. 0 seconds. Bane's roar echoed as if it originated from a distant realm, yet felt as if it resonated right beside him. The heavens trembled. The night was chilling. Bane's hand faltered. He abruptly turned, trembling atop the mountain of refuse, locking eyes with that divine, ultimate nightmare. Buzz! It was as if a void-like bomb detonated in the air. A chilling wave of dread swept over Bane's formidable frame, raising every hair on his body. What manner of gaze was that? An unfathomable darkness howled with hysteria in his eyes, a surging momentum akin to a tsunami crashing forth, his exhaled breath as biting as the fiercest northern wind. Imbued with bone-chilling cold, reminiscent of glaciers that have not melted for millennia upon the Arctic Ocean, he simply stood there, yet it felt as if he had plunged earthward like a celestial body. One more step, and you shall perish. His body warned him so. Bane knew Batman never takes a life. He is a virtuous man, a superhero, and superheroes abide by a code against killing, do they not? Yet, he felt as though even his very genes screamed a warning. One more step, and you will die. Bane was aware that even if the Bat harbored murderous intent, he could never be slain. He possessed unwavering confidence in his physical form. But what does that matter? The reality is every drop of his blood, every sinew, even each strand of hair, roared at him. To advance is to die. Bane did not comprehend how the Bat achieved this. He could not fathom how the Bat could unleash such a deathly threat upon his body. Akin to a biological hormone response. It was impossible, it defied science. Yet, this was the feat accomplished by Batman, rendering it all the more plausible. The true sovereign of Gotham City roared and bellowed before him, proclaiming his dominion. The Bat unfurled its wings, casting a shadow that enveloped this very moment, heralding the arrival of the son of Gotham. Thus, Bane discarded Deathstroke, leaping away to vanish behind heaps of refuse and the wreckage of automobiles. At the eastern horizon, the first light of dawn sliced through the veil of night like a blade, illuminating the nightmarish figure. He trod upon the radiant dawn, sweeping away the pervasive darkness of the universe. The crimson sun rose, illuminating the path with brilliance. The long, tumultuous night thus came to an end. Chapter 12. Tradition. The third Robin, Tim Drake, sat shackled with a scowl upon his face at the Bat computer, occupying the seat that belonged to Batman. Resembling a housewife who had just discovered her husband's infidelity. Alfred, something is decidedly amiss with Batman. Absolutely, without a doubt, something is wrong. He strained his voice, adopting a sardonic tone. Ignoring Batman's commands has become a traditional skill for every Robin. So I regret to inform you, dear Tim, that I may have to confine you. The thought of extending his hands when Batman commanded him to do so made Tim wish to slap himself twice over. Ha! Alfred brought over a box of pastries. Occasionally taking a break is also a duty of a Robin. Would you like a piece? Do you prefer taffy or chocolate? I want both. Tim gloomily accepted the pastries and began to indulge. His speech was somewhat muffled due to the excessive taffy stuffed in his mouth. Ah, thank you. But Alfred, truth be told, I genuinely believe something is amiss with Bruce. He swallowed a large bite of pastry. Perhaps it's mind control, or a magical soul swap, or yet another scheme of the Mad Hatter, but I pummeled him for 2 hours, and he refused to speak. In truth, regardless of whose soul currently inhabited Batman's body, I firmly believe it is certainly not Bruce. The young Robin placed the now empty plate on the table, his expression gradually turning grave. I must admit, he is the most skilled actor I have ever encountered. Even Basil Carlo, the original name of Clayface, will be left speechless in his presence. Tim paused, continuing, however, even such a remarkable performer cannot mimic that which he does not comprehend. His understanding of Batman is flawed. Bruce is merely a mortal. Alfred, no matter how terrifying Bruce may appear before others, he remains human. We all know he is just a man. Yet, he has portrayed Batman as a deity, a god walking among mortals. The grandeur, the demeanor, and most astonishingly, the aura. I've witnessed Bruce's wrath on numerous occasions, but this imposter is 100 times more terrifying. Just a glance from him makes my heart stop. He spoke with a hint of irritation. Over the past 3 days, I have covertly employed more than 40 methods to authenticate his true identity. Iris scans, fingerprints, DNA testing, biometric AI logic analysis, and gate detection. Yet, regardless of the means employed, he remains the original Bruce Wayne. He gazed intently at Alfred. And what of it? Hiring mercenaries to assist him in tackling those Arkham lunatics. Deliberately casting aside Robin to act alone. Of course, forsaking Robin for solo endeavors is a hallmark of Batman's character. But this is different. His gaze deepened with contemplation. Moreover, that talk of retirement. He is undeniably not Bruce. Perhaps we should confine him and interrogate him with a crowbar and a whip to uncover the whereabouts of the genuine Bruce. It is utterly terrifying. Chen Tao maintained a disdainful, bat-like superiority, his heart racing. Fortunately, the false bat had frightened off the real Bane, allowing him to slip past this challenge. As anticipated, the situation was unfolding as he had predicted. Bane was not merely a brute, but a cunning hunter. Before confirming that Batman was utterly exhausted, he would never engage him in a direct confrontation. Historically, he had waited over 3 months, allowing Batman to apprehend the lunatics he had released from Arkham one by one. And only after ensuring Batman was thoroughly fatigued did he stealthily strike from the shadows. Such a meticulous Bane would never initiate a final duel here. Chen Tao still had time before his own facade of strength was fully exposed. Descending from the heap of refuse, he approached Deadshot and his companions. Warning: a broken javelin belonging to Captain Boomerang has been detected. The beloved lasso of the broken heart has shattered. The severed hand of the tattooed man has been identified. Chen Tao paused, gazing at the shimmering white text flashing across his retina, lost in contemplation. What does this mean? I implore you, what does this signify? Why, in the wake of my teammate's tragic demise, am I able to collect these anchoring items? Anger, trembling, coldness. Am I, the Dark Knight, the Cloaked Crusader, Gotham's guardian, the world's greatest detective, the illustrious Batman, to rely solely on the spoils of my fallen comrades? Observing the remnants of his companions, Chen Tao felt a pang of sorrow, an overwhelming surge of poetic melancholy washing over him. No, absolutely not. A superhero must possess fortitude. Even in death, I shall never scavenge the corpses of my allies. Half a second later, with tears in his eyes, Chen Tao reluctantly rummaged through the bag. Well, after all, Batman's tradition of striking down teammates is an age-old practice within the Justice League. These few do not make a difference. Captain Boomerang's broken javelin. Gant Brune once wielded it to win multiple gold medals at the Olympics. Though it now lacks a head, the remaining materials are just sufficient to fashion a flagpole. This javelin is my wife. Only then did Chen Tao realize that Captain Boomerang not only lacked a mansion, but that his spouse was merely a javelin. He should have anticipated it. How could a person like Javelin possibly have a wife? The villains of the DC universe invariably harbor some psychological issues. The beloved lasso of a shattered heart. Christopher Weiss harbors doubts about everything, save for his unwavering confidence in his rope. In the solitude of the night, he even utilizes the lasso for companionship. Each time he binds another, a subtle smirk graces his lips, accompanied by a confident smile. Oh. The lasso has responded to me. I firmly trust its judgment. This individual is truly a heavy burden. Chen Tao resolved never to employ such a pervert again, especially considering he had met his demise in such a reckless manner. The severed hand of the tattooed man. John Ox was once an unremarkable sailor until he was imprisoned for brawling and encountered the original tattooed man, Abel Tallant, in jail. He retains the anchor tattoo from his seafaring days on his arm, a memento of his youthful years. It's quite slippery, I tell you. The deck is truly treacherous. Chen Tao was left speechless. 3 weaklings had collectively converted a mere 10 units of crisis energy for him. The total equaled what the ventriloquist had previously provided. Yet, how was his crisis energy quantified? Each of these 3 could stand toe-to-toe with the ventriloquist. Why then the meager conversion? Warning: none of the 3 anchor objects in possession have been directed towards Batman. You are about to be randomly matched with 3 weak, low-level Batmans. Matched, Batbaby Batman. Would you like to expend 1 unit of crisis energy for synchronization? Chen Tao noticed that, unlike the previous Batmobile, this Batman was accompanied by a fine silver description. In a dark multiverse, a dying Batman transferred his memories into the body of an infant, inheriting the physical form of a baby. Subsequently, due to the weight of his head, he tragically fell down the stairs and met his end while attempting to walk upright. Danger level: none. Chen Tao's expression darkened. What use was a baby with a heavy head? Would pouting and playing cute compel villains to spare him? Certainly not. The immediate synchronization has been abandoned. This data has been saved. You can consume a unit of crisis energy at any time to synchronize with this Batman. Matching again successfully. Matched, wealthy Batman. In a dark multiverse, this Batman purchased the entirety of Gotham City, transforming it into his medieval serfdom, only to be slain by Superman as a villain. Chen Tao found himself at a loss for words. Superman? A murderer? What a cruel and twisted world. No sincronización. Matching again successfully. Matched, mayorbat. In a dark multiverse, Bruce Wayne did not become Batman. Instead, he became the mayor of Gotham City, only to be assassinated. His head displayed as a grim warning atop the Wayne Tower's dripping beast, cautioning against opposing the mafia. Yet another futile ability. Chen Tao sighed, then cast his gaze upon the 3 severely injured individuals sprawled on the ground. Chapter 13. The attack resumes. The Cheshire Cat and Killer Croc were still alive, much to Chen Tao's astonishment and delight. Together with the ventriloquist, who had emerged mysteriously from the shadows, he lifted the three survivors from the rubble. Killer Croc's shattered scales. Description: the scales shed by Killer Croc after enduring a merciless beating and witnessing his formidable foe flee. Along with them crumbled his indomitable spirit. Perhaps you could use it to summon a parallel universe's Batman. Chen Tao was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the evidently still-living Killer Croc. But could it being summoned by a non-human entity truly resemble a normal human? Bane has escaped. How could he possibly flee? Is there truly a form of sorcery in this world that allows one to survive without fighting? What was the purpose of my arduous battles? Converted crisis energy units. 50. Current crisis energy units. 60. Warning. Downloading targeted Batman file. Bat Dragon. Danger level. The Earth. 27 is a world teeming with dinosaurs, devoid of the Justice League, and instead inhabited by the Jurassic League, where all superheroes and supervillains are dinosaurs. Would you like to immediately expend 20 units of crisis energy for synchronization? Chen Tao had no intention of synchronizing in front of the three individuals. He decided it would be best to first relocate the injured. He assisted Deadshot to his feet. Deadshot lamented, "Am I going to Arkham Asylum? I do not wish to go to Arkham." Killer Croc, still reeling from the brutal assault by Bane, clumsily rose from the ground, his eyes vacant, failing to react even to the imposing figure of Batman just inches away. He groaned, "I'm so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? My arm is broken." It was only then that his eyes focused successfully, recognizing who stood before him, which startled him into a shiver as he struggled to rise, but soon succumbed to fatigue, collapsing back down. Surprisingly, the Cheshire Cat still wore her mask even in such dire circumstances. She appeared relatively well, the only one among the trio capable of standing. Limping, she attempted to escape, only to be swiftly struck on the back of the head by Chen Tao. He realized that he had become increasingly adept at this skill of striking individuals. Everything seemed to be progressing normally. At last, matters were moving toward a stable resolution. Chen Tao merely needed to take them away, continue manipulating events from behind the scenes, recruit more combat power, and hire more fighters. However, Chen Tao pondered a pressing question. Had Bane truly escaped so easily? With this thought, he furrowed his brow and retreated behind the three severely injured, an elderly man, and the three lifeless bodies. An ominous premonition gripped him. From his understanding of Bane through the comics, he perceives him as audacious, meticulous, and insidiously ruthless. Whenever he encounters Batman, he invariably devises means to assess Batman's condition. Retreating without a fight is decidedly not in his character. Were he Bane, he would undoubtedly seize the moment when Batman believes he has successfully intimidated him, launching a sudden counterattack. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow of dread crossed his face, wishing he could chastise his own ill-fated predictions. Eiflet? Silence ensued. Alf? Eiflet? Ah. Pardon me, Tim. I seem to have drifted off. Where were we? We should capture Batman and beat him with whips and crowbars, declared Tim Drake, the third Robin, crossing his arms, causing the chains in his hands to jingle. Noticing Alfred's silence, he pressed on with urgency. Do you still not believe? He is not the Batman I once knew. He is not the Batman you are familiar with. He is Bruce. He merely masquerades as him. You don't comprehend. Alfred, he continued, a hint of desperation in his tone. Gotham has returned him to me. What? He has survived. The child who perished in Crime Alley with his parents, my little Bruce. Lives. He was but a mere child back then, not the Batman of today. Yet, this wretched city, this vile city, I have cursed it countless times for taking Thomas and Martha, my dearest friends. But today it has shown mercy. Wake up, Alfred. He is not. No, I know him. He is my little Bruce. Tim. Bruce and I have shared many conversations. We plan to retire. We intend to leave Gotham for Fiji to enjoy our twilight years. Alfred's voice grew somewhat rambling. He had once been sharp and capable, nearly making Robin forget he was a man past 50. Yet, the elderly often cling to nostalgia, soft-hearted and sentimental, persistent in their attachments. Let Paul, referring to the aforementioned Angel of Death, and Jason Todd, second Robin, who met his end at the hands of the Joker. Bruce has already lost too many. Tim, let him go. Gotham is not Bruce's burden. He lamented, Bruce, my poor little Bruce, has endured so much suffering. His body is a tapestry of pain. Every punch he throws grinds his bones against one another, inflicting torment beyond measure. The scars left by Two-Face, the Riddler, and the Joker fester anew with each rainy season. But Gotham? Without Bruce, who will save Gotham? Alfred fell into silence for a moment, then spoke, though I wish to say let Gotham perish. Bruce insists he will find a successor. He spoke of that individual named Clark Kent, whom he previously tasked you with locating, yet you did not. I cannot fathom why Bruce chose him, but my Bruce deserves liberation. We all ought to return to a semblance of normalcy in our lives. He embraced the youthful Robin, saying, "We shall depart from Gotham, along with your parents, and embark on a quest for a new life. Shall we?" Tim held Alfred tightly, feeling the frailness of his body and the scent of an aging man. Words of refusal eluded him. If the Clark Kent spoken of by Bruce could indeed safeguard Gotham, he promised, "I shall." Chen Tao felt an impending sense of liberation. Upon spotting the muscular behemoth emerging from the shadows, he felt the blood surge through his veins, from the very depths of his being to the core of his mind. The sight of Bane sent a chill through everyone present. The Deadshot struggled to rise and chamber a bullet, while the ventriloquist hid behind him. The Cheshire Cat, a delicate young woman, lay unconscious on the ground. Killer Croc also ceased his repose, springing to his feet beside Chen Tao. The sense of security in the presence of a superhero was comforting. Killer Croc recalled the civilians he had seen shielded by Batman, and a wave of empathy washed over him. He remarked, "This world is utterly insane. I could never have fathomed that I would stand shoulder to shoulder with Batman." Yet, at that moment, no one was inclined to indulge Killer Croc's musings on life. All prepared for battle, Batman rose slowly, and that solitary motion filled Bane with a sense of suffocation. The mixture of fear and fighting spirit made his heart drum wildly, as if toxic magma coursed through his veins, enhancing his physicality. This raw power and murderous intent could snap a person like a mere twig. But this man before him was different. He had never been so anxious about the possibility of being unable to break that twig. "I have known you for ages." Even from a damned pit thousands of miles away, Bane spoke in the silence, his voice raspy and profound beneath the respirator. "I met you in my dreams. Then I escaped that hell, fleeing from my nightmares for one purpose, to find you, to destroy you, and seize what is rightfully yours, Gotham. And yet you come to my city, cowering in the corners like a rat?" He heard Batman retort, "Release the lunatics from Arkham and observe how I deal with them, until you dare not face me before I am utterly spent." Bane understood Batman's intention to provoke him. He would not be deceived. "I have witnessed too many arrogant fools like you. You have wrought death upon many, countless lives destroyed for your so-called dominion over this city. All for such a ludicrous and absurd cause." "I would kill for anything," Bane answered, his vigor escalating with each verbal exchange. "I would kill to silence the cacophony." His muscles coiled and his sinews pulsated. "I would kill to extinguish the light in the eyes of those who dare to meet my gaze." Bane clearly saw the fury surging in Batman's eyes. He understood that this was an unprecedented challenge, an unyielding confrontation with the Dark Knight, whose strength had not been diminished to its nadir. It was truly exhilarating. He then witnessed the Black Bat, without uttering a word, deftly hoisting the Cheshire Cat and Deadshot onto his shoulders, while with one hand he seized Killer Croc and tucked the ventriloquist under his arm, swiftly transforming into a pair of wheels. Chapter 14. Retreat, though shameful, proves useful with the engine's groan. Chen Tao made his escape, silencing any further taunts Bane might have intended to utter. For the first time, a look of dread crossed Bane's face. He realized he had made a grave miscalculation regarding Batman's capabilities. What was that? He replayed the fleeting moment in his mind. Human feet, how could they possibly transform into wheels? As soon as he grasped the situation, he took off in pursuit, donning a headset as he ran. "Zombie, caveman, birdman, we're on it, Bane." His subordinates responded over the radio. The plan had shifted. They were all to converge in the chase. "I need to ascertain what has transpired with the bat." Bane's gaze deepened. Despite carrying 4 individuals, Chen Tao sprinted. No, he spun his wheels and fled, leaving Bane momentarily stunned and unable to catch up. The Batmobile was a target for all, and its retreat was an involuntary skill. Chen Tao tightened his gluteal muscles, activating his liquid nitrogen jet. "Good heavens!" Killer Croc exclaimed, eyeing Chen Tao's wheeled feet. "Bat, I had no idea you possessed such an ability." "Enough chatter, Deadshot. Prepare to fire." "My name is Floyd Lawton, 27 years old, known as Deadshot. I am currently being pursued by a muscle-bound devil over 3 meters tall, who has just dispatched 3 of my comrades. I have no doubt he could crush me into a mere pancake with a single blow. Yet, I remain unfazed, for he cannot outrun my steed. However, there remains one issue, an exceedingly crucial one. The steed I now ride is none other than Batman. A massive boulder whistled past, soaring over Deadshot's head, who sat perched on Chen Tao's left shoulder, causing him to tense up in fright. He drew his submachine gun and fired backward. The recoil and jarring motion shook his flesh like waves rising on the Gotham River. Even amidst such turbulence, his bullets accurately struck the vicinity of Bane's eyes, compelling him to shield his face with his palm. "We are doomed," he exclaimed loudly to Batman. "Why can't you just confront Bane?" "Because it's utterly impossible, you fool," Chen Tao replied. "To ensure your safety, I cannot engage with Bane while also safeguarding you." The Cheshire Cat immediately displayed an expression of deep emotion, although her mask concealed any visible signs of her face. "It's all right, you need not worry." Deathstroke shot a sidelong glance at the Cheshire Cat. "Do you truly believe his nonsense?" He fell into contemplation. Batman must have a compelling reason, yet the information he possessed was scant, leaving him utterly in the dark. "Shut your mouth and sit tight. I will devise a plan." Chen Tao narrowly evaded a massive rock hurled by Bane, exclaiming with irritation, "What now?" "Look ahead." As Chen Tao turned, he noticed several buses obstructing the road ahead, with Bane's henchmen poised to collide with them. "So what do you propose now?" Chen Tao gritted his teeth. Super Baby is a newly opened restaurant in Gotham City, where the staff, adorned in costumes reminiscent of superheroes, attract patrons in a rather alluring manner. Inside, 2 police officers sat beside the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, savoring a lavish breakfast. "Help! The Joker has just robbed our bank." The older officer exchanged a glance with the younger one, nonchalantly shutting off the communicator. "Ah, it's nothing. Batman will apprehend the Joker," the younger officer remarked. "Indeed, it's not worth the trouble, especially since it's all just cleanup afterward." They shared a knowing look, resonating with the camaraderie of those who slack off, followed by hearty laughter. "So, do you wish to order more?" The waitress, dressed as Harley Quinn, said with some impatience. They placed additional orders, and the older officer continued, "After so many years in Gotham, I rarely find myself astonished anymore. True, the work is never-ending. Remember just 2 days ago when Poison Ivy robbed the Star Labs? Gordon was in a frenzy, as if something monumental had occurred. And now? Ha ha! Indeed, anything can happen in Gotham." The older officer took a sip of beer. "Even if I were to see a dinosaur in roller skates on the street now, I wouldn't bat an eyelash." But what was that saying? The sun rises as usual, and Batman can resolve everything. The younger officer froze. The older officer looked curiously at the bewildered young cop. "Look behind you." As he turned, he beheld a colossal green Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering at least 6 meters tall, striding down the street. Draped in a somewhat tattered uniform reminiscent of Batman, the figure revealed anthropomorphized, muscular arms and thighs, adorned with golden, spiked gauntlets. Although it donned a mask, the visage appeared almost non-existent atop its dinosaur head. In each hand, it clutched indistinct small objects, seemingly a few individuals and a large lizard. The lively atmosphere of the restaurant fell into silence as patrons stared blankly outside, watching the dinosaur's tail vanish around the corner. 2 policemen exchanged glances. What absurd sight. How could such a thing possibly occur? They patted each other on the back, laughing breathlessly before falling into a sudden hush. A thunderous explosion echoed, unmistakably the sound of a rocket's detonation. The dinosaur returned, now equipped with 2 wheels, pursued by 3 individuals wielding rocket launchers and a brawny man. Roar! The 2 policemen looked at one another. Yikes! Bang! The restaurant's door burst open, and a throng of guests screamed as they bolted, successfully evading their bills. The policemen dashed outside, trembling as they drew their small firearms, observing the massive green dinosaur navigating the street, blocked here and there, darting from one side to another. Rockets flew wildly, bullets ricocheted, and parked cars were struck by the projectiles, flipping into the air amidst the cacophony of explosions, only to be caught by the muscular man, who hurled them at the dinosaur like a shot put. The streets were filled with anguished cries as people scattered in panic, leaving chaos in their wake. Look at what you have protected. The green dinosaur, even in flight, did not forget to assist others. It swiftly rescued a little girl nearly struck by a falling street lamp and helped a fallen middle-aged man, only to carelessly discard them mid-escape, bounding left and right with the agility of a great ape. The 4 pursuers, infuriated, struggled to keep pace with the dinosaur's long strides, which spanned more than 10 meters. Eventually, it seemed the creature had reached its limit with the relentless pursuit. In a surprising turn, it retaliated against 2 of the rocket launchers, incapacitating them before they could flee or regroup with the muscular man. The green dinosaur seized its opportunity to escape once more. With a powerful leap, it kicked off the wall with its wheeled feet, utilizing the force of its motion to soar upward, landing atop a rooftop, shattering a multitude of tiles. The 4 pursuers followed suit, engaging in a chase that soon rendered them invisible, leaving only the 2 policemen exchanging bewildered glances. Nearby, someone lamented, "My car." Flames and debris littered the street, and a fire hydrant erupted, drenching 2 unfortunate souls caught off guard. The elder policeman sighed, adopting a tranquil demeanor. "Well then, what on earth just transpired? Was that dinosaur Batman?" The young officer replied calmly, "Who cares? Our job is to clean up the mess. Sometimes I feel like an NPC trapped in a game." The older officer joined in jest. "If this world were a book, we would surely be the nameless extras. Right? San." "Absolutely, Boris." They patted each other on the back, laughing until they could hardly breathe, and then they fell into silence. "Damn, back to work," one muttered. "Yeah, what a pain. But hey, after we clean up, there will be supervillains wreaking havoc again. Does it really matter if we clean now or later?" "Good point. Let's head back for a bite." I barely had a bite of my donut. Thus, the 2 resilient Gothamites, adorned in stars and stripes, readily accepted their fate, simply wiped their brows, and returned to their breakfast. Chapter 15. National Guard Chen Tao darted across rooftops, transforming into legs when he encountered wide spaces and into wheels on flat surfaces, while Bane struggled to keep up. "Fight? What nonsense! I'm making my escape." With speeds reaching 70 miles per hour, he reveled in his freedom, dismissing Bane and his rockets as mere exhaust fumes. "Bane, aren't you going to continue the chase?" The pale man, nicknamed Zombie, lugged a rocket launcher, sweating profusely, his face a canvas of bruises. He had pushed too far in his pursuit of Bane and had received a punishing blow from the dinosaur, who had turned on him. "How dare you impede my escape?" If Bane hadn't intervened, he would likely be in intensive care now. "Damn it, I've never encountered someone so fleet-footed, let alone such absurd circumstances." Bane's other 2 henchmen, the caveman and the birdman, wore expressions of dismay, unable to keep pace and constantly under fire from Deathstroke. This was becoming untenable. Upon hearing Bane declare the pursuit over, they collectively sighed in relief. Bane stood quietly in the middle of the street, gazing up at the rooftops where Batman had vanished. Like a youth in a midsummer night, arms outstretched to embrace the cool evening breeze. "Caveman, the situation has changed." His henchman wiped the sweat from his brow. "Understood, Bane. I will promptly submit a comprehensive analysis report on Batman's weakened state and unknown abilities." "No need for that. We are initiating a new plan. But we need time. Find something for Batman to occupy himself with, so he has no time to trouble us." Bane's voice, though deep, rose in intensity, reminiscent of a beast that has caught the scent of blood, or a lady softly calling for her beloved. Batman fled not because he feared defeat, but because he knew the odds were equally uncertain. I initially sought to test his strength, yet he denied me this opportunity, proving to be more cautious than I had anticipated. He leaped gracefully between the houses, akin to a comet soaring through the night. In the distance, the wailing of police sirens rose in a crescendo, reminiscent of the low murmurs of the Jews as Moses parted the sea. The nature of warfare must transform, dear friends. Prepare yourselves. Maintain radio communication. Furthermore, avoid confrontation with the police. It would be detrimental to damage the streets, for ultimately, this shall remain my city. On the other side, after over half an hour of frenzied pursuit, the Deathstroke, Cheshire Cat, and a ventriloquist found themselves discarded in a narrow alley. The recent chaos and chase felt like a mere dream. My mind felt vacant, thought stagnant. The Cheshire Cat, somewhat dazed, remarked, "I don't recall Batman possessing these abilities." It was evident that the fellow had long hesitated between being Batman, and Dinosaur Man Deathstroke ground his bloody teeth and recounted a dark jest. "So, we are simply left here?" shouted the Killer Croc. "Where's our employer? Where's Batman? Where's my payment?" Deathstroke remained indifferent to Killer Croc's outcry. This time, he was genuinely contemplating the wisdom of refusing this assignment. Just consider what he had encountered: Bane, Batman, and that superhuman known as the Tattooed Man. A few years prior, he would have embraced any challenge for the right sum of money, But circumstances had shifted. He now had a daughter. When Bane had pressed against his throat, he had repeatedly pondered what would become of his daughter should he lose his life. The answer was likely nothing. Zoe had foster parents. Upon receiving news of his demise, she might feel a tinge of sorrow, yet ultimately, she would forget him. His existence would dissipate like hyacinths in the clear sky, unremembered, uncherished, absent from anyone's consciousness. Akin to a wandering spirit, like Captain Boomerang or the Tattooed Man. This was a notion that Freud Lawton could never accept. Deathstroke was acutely aware of his own depravity. A supervillain whose love for his daughter could never be entirely selfless or devoted, for it was tainted by a malignant possessiveness, both grotesque and tender. He longed to witness his daughter's growth, to share his life with her, to see her establish her own family, to bear witness to every pivotal moment in her life, and to expire in her weeping presence upon his deathbed. Such were the frail and despicable desires of Freud Lawton, thus even regarded as cowardly and foolish. The mercenary known as Deathstroke musters the courage to endure. He turned to the ventriloquist, still searching for his lost glasses on the ground, and declared, "Enough, Arnold. Inform your employer behind you that I am withdrawing." Ding! The elevator doors opened. Chen Tao ascended to the top floor of the Gotham City Police Department via the elevator, where a desk officer, wide-eyed as if she had encountered Batman, dropped her file with a thud. Chen Tao maintained a composed demeanor as he gracefully slipped into the stairwell adjacent to the elevator, making his way to the rooftop. Curse be this grappling gun. Why is it so difficult to wield? Commissioner Gordon awaited him on the terrace. I turn on the bat signal, then turn it off. Oh, I turn it back on, and then off again. Chen Tao stealthily approached him from behind. Gordon, wow, I am absolutely not playing. Chen Tao began, "You called for me in haste. What is the matter?" Gordon sighed. There are lunatics rampant on the streets, and the situation has spiraled beyond control. This was a rather redundant statement. Chen Tao squinted beneath his mask, anticipating Gordon's elaboration. "I know you have done much already. You apprehended the Mad Hatter and Zash. Focus on the essentials." "Very well." Gordon sighed again, as if steeling himself for a difficult revelation. "The mayor has decided to deploy the National Guard. This is perilous, but I cannot dissuade him. The National Guard, an independent military force under the state government, is the only regular army capable of operating on American soil. The mayor's decision indicates a complete loss of faith in Gotham's situation." To this, Chen Tao mused, "Splendid. It would be ideal if the National Guard sent forth 40 to 50,000 troops to storm Gotham, crushing Bane into pulp and executing a decisive strike against the city's villains, thereby allowing him, Bruce Wayne, to retire in peace as a wealthy gentleman." Gordon pinched the bridge of his nose. "However, these individuals lack an understanding of Gotham. They will approach the city's lunatics with a mindset suited for ordinary criminals, which is bound to lead to calamity. Yet our foolish mayor views this merely as another campaign stunt. I find this concerning. But more troubling is the fact that you have also been designated as a target, regardless of the consequences. So you're requesting that I refrain from engaging with the National Guard's operations against Bane and Gotham? Splendid." Chen Tao cheered inwardly. "Indeed," Gordon replied, his expression grave. "I will do my utmost to minimize the military's impact, but you cannot afford to provoke those politicians' sensitive nerves any further. I recognize this is profoundly unfair." Not at all." Chen Tao maintained an outward seriousness, though Gordon interpreted this solemnity differently. "Very well, Bat. You may continue your involvement in the Bane case." "Damn it. As if my dissent would prevent your participation." "No, you misunderstand." Chen Tao swiftly interjected. "I truly will not," but at that moment, the sound of the bat communicator interrupted their conversation. Chapter 16. The plant crisis. The communication was made by the ventriloquist, who delivered disheartening news to Chen Tao. The death shooter was adamant about disbanding and returning to Gao Laojuan. Chen Tao felt a profound weariness. Once again, he was starkly reminded that reality does not resemble an online game, where absurd notions such as recruiting soldiers reveals loyalty exist. The individuals he had summoned proved to be increasingly troublesome and eccentric. Gordon stood nearby for a while, noticing that Batman did not retreat to answer the call as he had previously done. Consequently, he instinctively moved aside. Chen Tao instructed the ventriloquist to hand the phone to the death shooter, then steadied his thoughts, briefly contemplating before modulating his voice to mimic the death shooter's own. All right. Even if you forsake money, you must prioritize your life and the reunion with your daughter. I respect your choice and wish you well in life. Yet I still have some truths to impart. Are you truly content with this? On the other end of the line, the Death Shooter's expression turned peculiar as he was persuaded in his own voice, an unsettling experience. Listen, I've investigated you. Your daughter's adoptive parents are merely an ordinary family, lacking the means to provide her with a quality education. She is still in elementary school, and soon she will attend the worst public middle school in the community, surrounded by delinquents sporting dyed hair, smoking, tattooed, and engaging in brawls. Following that, she will likely end up in a subpar high school unless she succumbs to a life of vice. And then what? One day, will she be left pregnant by some no-good lowlife? Will she become a single mother, working as a cashier in a supermarket, her figure deteriorating, her skin sagging? Is this the life you envision for your daughter? Shut up, bastard. The Death Shooter's fury was easily ignited. He was not inherently a volatile fool. But when it came to family, maintaining composure proved nearly impossible. Ah yes, indeed, his father was the infamous Death Shooter, a murderer wanted by over 10 countries. The only distinction between Zoe and other girls from the slums was her remarkable father's ability to eliminate any scoundrel threatening her, along with some savings amassed during his years as a mercenary. But what good was that? No matter how vast his wealth, the elite institutions would not roll out the red carpet for Zoe. Moreover, should he attempt to legitimize his ill-gotten gains, they would simply evaporate. Your money can be laundered. But what about your identity? Where do you intend to raise Zoe? The Sahara Desert or the East African Rift Valley? Dear mercenary, surely you do not wish for your daughter to lack access to a decent education, do you? Enough. Cease your words. The Death Shooter's voice bore an unusual staccato, as if he were biting his tongue to suppress the tumult within his heart. I can procure a letter of recommendation from Gotham's premier institution. From Bruce Wayne or Jim Gordon. I possess the capability to transform a sum of $200 million through financial maneuvers into Zoe's legitimate income. I can meticulously orchestrate a flawless life for her. Silence ensued. The death dealer on the other end of the line exhaled deeply, caught off guard by his swift change of heart mere minutes after making a decision. He refrained from inquiring whether assistance could be rendered to cleanse his identity, aware that even if it were possible, the other party would not deign to assist him. What they sought was a formidable force, not a mercenary preoccupied with the notion of retiring from the fray. Very well, I understand. I shall assist you. What shall I call you? Boss. Thus, matters were resolved. Presenting facts, laying down stakes, and consummating the transaction. Truth be told, Chen Tao had little inclination to ponder whether the other party was deliberately inflating prices. Such speculation was utterly futile. Once Bane was dealt with, his collaboration with these mercenaries would promptly conclude, debts settled, promises fulfilled, and they would each embark on their respective journeys towards a brighter future, severing all ties. For now, he could firmly grasp the reins with the death dealer, and that sufficed. Moreover, with the National Guard now deployed, could Bane truly dismantle an entire army single-handedly? Optimistically speaking, perhaps the intervention of Batman would not even be necessary. Chen Tao terminated the communication and turned to Gordon, ready to discuss strategies for confronting Bane, only to notice that the other party seemed to be on a call as well. Jim Gordon turned, wiping the sweat that had beaded on his forehead from the creases onto his streaked brown hair. His expression bore an unmistakable gravity. "Wait for me a moment, Batman," he said, hastily departing from the rooftop. Minutes later, Director Gordon returned with a dossier in hand, presenting one document to Chen Tao. "You read this first. I'll handle my part." 3 days prior, Star Labs had suffered an assault, and a prominent figure had been abducted, Harold Goldblum, a chemistry professor and a leading figure in GothCorp's Chemical Research Division, an expert in biochemical warfare, endowed with unparalleled intellect in biology, botany, and toxicology. He produced a photograph for Chen Tao's inspection, depicting a balding man with white hair, exuding an unmistakable air of intelligence. A chill ran through Chen Tao as he recognized the gravity of the situation. This was indeed a serious matter, yet at that moment, Firefly had just ignited a blaze at Elmer Dock. Chen Tao responded, while Firefly, that twisted individual, reveled in the spectacle of the dock ablaze. Suddenly, he faltered, realizing that in the original timeline, Batman had swiftly arrived on the scene, chasing Firefly away in utter disarray. However, at that time, he had just traversed into this realm, still attempting to activate the Alfred Protocol with toilet paper from the Batcave. Consequently, there arose a fierce confrontation between Firefly and the young men who had rushed over in response to the commotion. The young men referred to by Gordon were his subordinate officers. In addition to Firefly, there were also characters such as the Almond Head, the Cannibal, and the Two-Face. Gordon, with a tone reminiscent of reading a menu, listed a multitude of names before continuing. Bane has released too many individuals from Arkham Asylum, thus delaying matters concerning Poison Ivy. However, just 10 minutes ago, I received a report indicating that the forensic team had utilized technical means to restore the damaged surveillance footage. To our astonishment, we discovered that Poison Ivy was not the sole perpetrator behind the heist of the Star Labs. Chen Tao accepted the photograph handed to him by Gordon, which depicted a grotesque treeman standing beside Ivy. Shortly thereafter, we uncovered that Professor Goldblum had recently developed an extensive biochemical weapon for GothCorp. If Poison Ivy and this inhuman creature intended to replicate this weapon and unleash it upon the city. Chen Tao scrutinized the photograph for a moment. I recognize him. This individual is the plant master, Jason Wood, he stated with assuredness. He replicated the incident that birthed the Swamp Thing, transforming himself into a walking plant and becoming a lesser embodiment of the magical force known as the green. The green, what on earth is that? It is a fundamental essence representing plants, alongside the red, which symbolizes flesh and blood creatures, and the black, representing decay and death, collectively known as the three primary forces. All right, wait a moment, Gordon interjected. You just mentioned magic, correct? I failed to comprehend why our discussion has suddenly leaped from a police drama to a chaotic superpowered magic showdown. Chapter 17. The Search for Harley Quinn. Jason Wood, the Plant Master, is a quintessential eco-terrorist. In comparison to his actions, Ivy's quaint hobby of transforming the living into trees resembles nothing more than Harley Quinn's harmless diaper. Though lethal, it is ultimately innocuous. Chen Tao, oblivious to Gordon's changing expression, found his instincts as a fervent comic book enthusiast ignited, prompting him to rattle off the backgrounds of these two botanical villains. The green, this fundamental force, is primarily divided into the Parliament of Trees, representing trees, and the Queen of May, representing vine plants. However, the instinct of vine plants is to cling and submit, causing the Queen of May to often be overlooked, despite her undeniable power. It is worth noting that the representative chosen by the Parliament of Trees is the Swamp Thing, while lesser figures like the Plant Master are merely low-tier agents filling the ranks. However, Poison Ivy is an anomaly. She serves as the emissary of the May Queen, which means that in terms of raw power, she stands on equal footing with the Swamp Thing, transcending the likes of lesser agents, such as the Plant Master. Gordon was momentarily dazed by the sudden barrage of convoluted explanations. After gaping like a fool for a moment, he exclaimed, "Batman, your intelligence is so convoluted that I nearly failed to comprehend you." "What? You can't grasp such a simple premise?" came the retort. "I've articulated it so clearly that only a fool would fail to understand," Chen Tao quipped before seizing the stack of documents from Gordon's hands. "Huh, I knew it." In gratitude to Mother Earth, the Plant Master would never engage in futile endeavors. If he finds himself lacking, he would enlist Poison Ivy to assist him, especially since Bane has already obliterated the asylum, thereby sparing them the trouble of a jailbreak. Gordon interjected, "I must share something else with you. This meticulously detailed dossier is far beyond what those incompetent individuals could produce. However, upon cross-referencing the contents with our existing knowledge, I discovered that it is all authentic, with many aspects being investigated in remarkable detail, revealing blind spots even professionals have overlooked." As he spoke on familiar ground, Commissioner Gordon adjusted his glasses. Yet, the timing of this intelligence is too fortuitous. It not only presents new evidence and leads, but also asserts through various methodologies that only Batman can address this grave issue. In fact, I find myself compelled to concede that many of the assertions made within are indeed correct, which leads me to question the underlying motives. The synchronicity of Batman's thoughts evoked a profound connection within Gordon, reminiscent of the Golden Era when he, Batman, and Harvey Dent formed an unbreakable triad, vowing to transform Gotham. Alas, all the accomplishments and beauty of that time lay in ruins following Harvey Dent's tragic descent into Two-Face. Damn it, why do I recall such things? Gordon quickly dismissed the nostalgia of his middle age and continued, "Moreover, this dossier is excessively detailed. It outlines character postures, sequences of attack, and even escape methods, as if crafted by an accomplice." "Perhaps it is indeed the work of an accomplice," Chen Tao replied. "This assault has been meticulously orchestrated. I refuse to believe that these two imbeciles could suddenly acquire such expertise. Frankly, this resembles an attack blueprint more than an investigative report. And, considering that the plant master is a colossal living tree, how could you not have detected its existence before? To think that a scientist wielding such a terrifying bioweapon was only identified days after his abduction. Has the Gotham City Police Department's intelligence network truly deteriorated to this extent? Chen Tao asserted, someone is deliberately obfuscating the truth, only to unveil it at the opportune moment. Batman suddenly paused, and then, with clarity, remarked, I understand. Gordon heard Batman's words and felt a spark of insight. Oh, are we about to engage in reasoning? A glimmer of excitement shone in Gordon's eyes. No matter how many times one engages in deduction alongside the world's most illustrious detective, Batman, it remains an unparalleled delight. Even as the commissioner of Gotham City Police, he stands as a humble apprentice in the presence of such a remarkable detective. Comme fort, Batman. Though now in the throes of middle age, Gordon still feels a surge of youthful fervor. His deductive spirit burns brightly, yearning for an intellectual clash, a veritable feast of reasoning. He listened intently as Batman lowered his head to commence his analysis. I understand. Bane lacks the assurance to defeat me, so they intend to initiate alternative schemes to vanquish me. However, they require time. Thus, they must preoccupy me with trivial matters to prevent me from pursuing their nefarious group relentlessly. This report undoubtedly originated from Bane's minion, the caveman. Perhaps this entire affair is orchestrated with his assistance, and the intentions of Poison Ivy and the Plant Master are glaringly evident. Utilizing biochemical weaponry? Too pedestrian. They must have captured a botanist, aiming to green the entire planet. I comprehend. The Plant Master surely aspires to replicate the birth process of Swamp Thing in every individual across the globe, transforming all humanity into walking trees. However, his plan must have gone awry, resulting in temporary transformations that rapidly devolve into putrid blood. Hence, they require a scientist. It is evident that they are currently scheming their malevolent endeavor in the marshlands on the outskirts of Gotham. I see now. I am gradually piecing everything together. No one understands the villains better than I do. Gordon, somewhat bewildered, opened his mouth, then removed his glasses to rub his eyes. Are we examining the same document? How did you arrive at such conclusions? What is your basis? What is the rationale? Evident. The reasoning, of course, is that Chen Tao has perused the original comic book. Throughout the decades of the Plant Master's comic history, his every appearance has been a homage to my Earth Mother. Then he embarks on a spree of antics, ultimately facing defeat at the hands of Poison Ivy or Swamp Thing. Any narrative touching upon the theme of verdant life inevitably resurrects the Plant Master, Jack Wood, for yet another bout. After all, he is but a walking tree, making his demise a challenge. This behavioral pattern, once observed frequently, becomes nearly memorized. However, Chen Tao soon realized he could not elucidate why he possessed such extensive knowledge. Thus, he could only nonsensically declare, human intuition is an innate trait that cannot be mastered through education. It is my most potent weapon. Do not inquire further. It is simply intuition. Gordon, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a profound respect. Is he finally dropping the act? I always suspected that Batman's extraordinary deductions were beyond the realm of ordinary thought. I have long considered it magic. Yet he continually deceived me into believing it was mere reasoning. Chen Tao pondered for a moment, recognizing the immense potential of the situation. Even if Bane sought to delay the confrontation, he would never engage Batman at this moment. From Bane's perspective, Batman appears formidable and capable, revealing a transformative ability that had eluded their prior intelligence efforts, a clear indication of his overwhelming strength. Yet, only Chen Tao understands that he currently feels rather weak. The green dinosaur may possess some combat prowess, but Bane is a bona fide master of martial arts. After utilizing Titan Venom, his physical limits would surpass 90 tons. Should he choose to forsake his intellect, that figure could escalate to 120. Thus, Bane is disinclined to confront Batman now, and Chen Tao shares a similar sentiment. He never contemplated a personal showdown with Bane. If the situation could be resolved through monetary influence, why would he intervene directly? Bane intends to ensnare him with the likes of Poison Ivy and the Plant Master, which aligns perfectly with Chen Tao's intentions. Rare among Gotham's rogues, Poison Ivy is already on Chen Tao's list of allies. As a fervent comic book enthusiast, he dares to assert that his understanding of Ivy surpasses even her own, rendering Bane's actions a fortuitous boon. However, a pressing question arises. Amidst the vast expanse of Swamp Thing, where precisely are Poison Ivy and the Plant Master, Chen Tao finds himself at a loss. He is merely a reader of comics, not a fortune-teller peddling prophecies on Gotham streets. His ability to infer the villain's general plans is grounded in extensive comic reading, but deducing more intricate details is beyond his reach. Yet, he knows there is someone who can provide that knowledge. He murmurs, "I have a plan. I am convinced I possess an extraordinary plan. We require Harley Quinn." The former Harlequin of the Joker, Gotham's villainous human GPS, a bane to the Joker, and a close confidant of Poison Ivy. Only she can locate her. Fortuitously, he also knows how to find Harley Quinn. Chapter 18. A surprise for Bane, this is one of the numerous Batcaves scattered throughout Gotham City, each serving as a base of operations for Batman. The Mad Hatter languidly sits in his cage, having spent over 16 hours within this oversized, transparent capsule. Following his escape from Arkham Asylum, he had intended to host a grand tea party to recruit formidable allies and instigate chaos. However, just as he gathered his minions and those under his mind control with his hats, he was swiftly dispatched by the mercenary known as Deadshot, who had been hired by Chen Tao. His henchmen were taken away in police cars, while he himself was confined to a luxurious chamber within a Batcave. Fortunately, unlike his subordinates who suffered grievous injuries from bullets that seemingly materialized from nowhere, the Mad Hatter surrendered quickly to the police, emerging unscathed. Consequently, he was once again handed over to Batman. Upon arriving at the Batcave, I was met with an unrelenting assault from Robin. Amidst the blows, audaciously inquired about my supposed schemes. It was truly unjust. While I may have harbored some schemes, they had never come to fruition before I was apprehended. By what right did he strike me for actions I had not even attempted? Suddenly, the lights in the hall illuminated, causing the Mad Hatter to shut his eyes. After a considerable moment, he gradually acclimated to the abrupt brightness surrounding him. With a mechanical whir, the transparent door before him slid open, revealing none other than Batman. Chen Tao contemplated how to elicit a response from his opponent. It was clear that he had not orchestrated the Mad Hatter's capture for mere amusement. According to the comic's narrative, at this juncture, the Mad Hatter possessed a crucial element. Just as Chen Tao was deep in thought, Robin leapt beside him and delivered a swift punch to the Mad Hatter's face, followed by a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Out of nowhere, he produced a crowbar and commenced a frenzied assault. "Will you talk? Will you talk?" echoed Robin's taunts as the crowbar struck the Mad Hatter's skull, resonating with a rhythmic thud reminiscent of a drumbeat. Chen Tao swallowed nervously. Robin was indeed unhinged. What sort of lessons had Batman imparted to this child? This was nothing short of sheer brutality. The cacophony of blows intertwined with the Mad Hatter's anguished cries, creating an unsettling rhythm. Reality, it seemed, was far from the all-ages comic book narrative. Even Robin, in the throes of interrogation, was anything but a serene beauty. "Help! I truly have nothing to say." The more the Mad Hatter screamed, the more exhilarated Tim appeared. The 15-year-old Robin swung the crowbar with manic fervor, a twisted smile adorning his face, drool escaping from the corners of his mouth. "You filthy, repugnant scum. I shall shatter every bone in your body and grind them to dust for the toilet." Yet, such an act might result in a clogged drain. What on earth am I thinking? The Mad Hatter writhed on the floor, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he collapsed at Chen Tao's feet, clutching his cape. "Please stop. I'm begging you." Tim delivered a sharp blow to his rear, and Chen Tao noted that part of the crowbar seemed to have bent from the excessive force, eliciting a piercing scream from the Mad Hatter. "Good heavens! This crowbar is no longer fit for use." The Mad Hatter was nearing madness. Chen Tao suddenly realized he had yet to pose his inquiry. "Stop, please." The Mad Hatter trembled, resembling a terrified hamster. He wished fervently to flatten himself against the wall of the enormous, transparent capsule that held him captive. Chen Tao gathered his thoughts. "Tai Chi, do not fear, as fear serves no purpose." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. Though Robin may appear somewhat fierce, his heart remains kind. Tim struck the ground forcefully with a crowbar, producing a resounding clang that startled the Mad Hatter into cowering on the ground, clutching his head. Chen Tao abandoned any pretense of consolation. He spoke directly. "You captured the red bird used by Bane's minion, the Birdman, to monitor you, and you placed a tracker on it. You know Bane's whereabouts, Tyke. You initially gathered enough personnel, sending out numerous invitations, intending to orchestrate another twisted game reminiscent of your Alice in Wonderland, and casually find a capable fighter to test Bane's identity. Chen Tao recounted the comic's plot, scrutinizing the expressions on his counterpart's face. To be frank, he was uncertain about how far the Mad Hatter had progressed, nor was he entirely sure if the latter had indeed located Bane. However, the Mad Hatter's current reaction could be deemed an inadvertent admission. It was clear he indeed knew Bane's location. Tyke, my patience is limited. Robin raised the crowbar once more. 45 minutes later. Gordon, you must act swiftly, preferably before Bane realizes. Utilize heavy artillery. As long as you can restrain him and evacuate the residence, then bombard the area. Surely the National Guard isn't lacking in firepower. Force Bane to confront you head-on, but be cautious of his assaults. If he targets the officers, Chen Tao hung up the phone. When Bane discovers himself blocked by tanks, the expression on his stern visage will be quite a sight. May God forgive you, as you forgive others. From dust we come, and to dust we shall return. May your soul rest in peace in heaven, extinguishing your toil. The funeral of the Angel of Death was exceedingly brief. Chen Tao and Robin leaned on their black umbrellas, standing at one end of the cemetery, watching as the clergy and Alfred gradually excavated a grave sufficient for the coffin. In the original timeline, the Angel of Death succeeded the spine-broken Batman, ultimately defeating Bane. However, as time progressed, he fell into villainy, eventually being vanquished by the returning Batman. Yet now, this potential future had vanished entirely, buried beneath the ever-rising mound of Earth. Upon closer examination, it was ultimately the butterfly effect caused by the time traveler. The traveler clearly did not possess the relentless, tireless dedication of the true Batman in capturing criminals, thus providing the Angel of Death an opportunity. He adeptly upheld the Bat family's tradition of disregarding Batman's orders, absconding with the Dark Knight's uniform, only to be cornered by Bane. The following day, his headless corpse was returned to Wayne Manor, the future archvillain spanning the entirety of Batman. Nightfall perished merely 4 hours after Chen Tao's arrival in this timeline, before he could fully develop. Chen Tao, however, felt no significant regret. The Angel of Death, having been brainwashed for an extended period by the cult known as the Church of Saint Duma, was clearly not in a sound state of mind. Otherwise, his descent into darkness would not have occurred so swiftly. Tim, on the other hand, was deeply saddened as he shared a close friendship with Paul. At Paul's grave, he offered his respects and said, "Bruce, there is something I must discuss with you." Chapter 19. The Housing Dilemma. Bruce, there is an issue I need to bring to your attention. Tim gently caressed the coffin of the Angel of Death as he continued, "It concerns Zash. Did he not attack my school, Gotham Heights High School? He was apprehended by that individual you dispatched, known as Cheshire Cat." Tim remarked, "Although Zash claims he acted without any external influence, and my investigation confirms he is not lying, I do not believe in coincidences. With so many high schools in Gotham, why did he specifically target mine? The methods and timing of his actions this time starkly contrast with his past behavior. Someone must be manipulating him. Two-Face? The Riddler? I cannot ascertain who it is at the moment." He stood up. Regardless of his identity, he may have surmised my true identity. However, Tim quickly shook his head in disinterest. "Forget it. All of this is merely conjecture. I have no evidence to support it, so let us not dwell on it." "Bruce, what was it you wanted to say earlier?" Chen Tao furrowed his brow. "Indeed, according to the comics, Zash was supposed to have attacked a girls' school, not the high school attended by Robin. What could have caused this deviation in the narrative? Damn it, could it be my fault again?" With insufficient information, he decided to abandon the thought. He stated, "We can discuss this matter later. For now, I need you to accompany me to the Little St. Pritch district. This district is a neighborhood in Gotham City. Here lies Gotham's newly opened Super Delights restaurant. Following the recent peculiar dinosaur incident, the proprietor thoughtfully introduced the marvelous Dinosaur Delight set, which quickly garnered immense popularity. All right, 1 Harley Quinn burger, 1 Black Canary salad, and 1 Jessie quick leg break set. Please." A waitress dressed as Harley Quinn brought several sets to the table, but an unruly individual dared to reach for her backside. "Watch your hands, or you might lose them, chubby." "Hey, you should show some respect to the ladies," remarked 2 police officers seated by the window. "We may not be able to control the great green dinosaur, but we can certainly handle you." "Huh, quite unfortunate, for in Gotham, The more the police wish to prevent certain individuals from acting, the more those individuals seem inclined to do the opposite. The lecherous hand continued its advance. The younger the two officers, growing increasingly irate, exclaimed, "Boris, I can't take this anymore." Bang! The audacious man's hand met with a loud scream as the barmaid effortlessly lifted him with one hand and slammed him to the ground, audibly breaking his arm in the process. The maid, adorned as a jester, brushed away non-existent dust from her hands. "So, is there anything else I can assist you with?" "Darlings? Damn it, she broke my hand. She truly broke my hand." Hours later, as the workday came to a close, Harley Quinn departed the diner, engaging in a crossword puzzle from a newspaper, yet she did not return home. Instead, she took the subway to an apartment in Gotham's downtown. Knock, knock, knock. She ascended the stairs and rapped 3 times on the door. Oh, Harley looked up to see a leaf protruding through the crack of the door. This would be discovered by others. She swiftly extended her pale, delicate hand and plucked the green leaf away. No response came. Thus, she retrieved her key and, with a creak, opened the door. From the outside, it appeared unremarkable, but upon entering, the room was nearly engulfed in greenery. Vivid ivy nearly cloaked the entire space, with winding trunks that evoked the essence of an East African tropical rainforest. Harley placed her hands on her hips. Enough! With a rustling sound, the plants gradually withdrew, revealing the true occupant of the room. Perhaps it was a plant. A massive carnivorous plant emerged at the center, emitting a spine-chilling laughter. "Harley, you've arrived. Ivy asked me to tell you that this will be your home from now on. Of course, there is no electricity, no water, and no gas, as Ivy hasn't paid rent in over 6 months." Noticing Harley's silence, the enormous plant quickly responded, "Ah, I know what you're about to ask. Allow me to answer. Wait, let me ask instead. And, Frank, could you cease those extravagant gestures?" The enormous plant paused. "Oh, Harley, I thought you would appreciate these theatrics. Firstly, I have long since parted ways with the Joker. Secondly, I have turned over a new leaf and found a job as a waitress at a peculiar establishment called Super Sweet. Thirdly, my mind is perfectly sane. I am no longer mad, and my name is Harleen Quinzel, not Harley Quinn." Harley squeezed her face tightly, forcing a distorted smile, then extended her hand to flatten her upturned mouth, restoring her visage to normal, devoid of the former madness associated with the jester. "Fourthly, I have been healed, and the doctors at Arkham even bestowed upon me a collection of nonsensical warts. In summary, I was not released alongside Little Red. If it weren't for my dire financial situation, I would. Ugh, never mind, let's not discuss this. How peculiar." Harley surveyed the chaotic surroundings and remarked, "Didn't Little Red previously inform me that he hired the neighbor's young boy to tidy up the room and tend to these plants? Why on earth?" Frank, in Harley's presence, regurgitated a skeleton, which bore an indigestible leather backpack. "By the heavens, what have you done to me, Harley?" The beleaguered Frank lamented. After Ivy left for a week, the rascal diligently cleaned, but a month later, he began pilfering. "Good grief, you've landed in quite a predicament. Didn't his parents, ugh." 2 more skeletons were expelled, 1 male and 1 female. Harley didn't need to look closely to deduce their identities. If the landlord discovers, ugh. A skeleton, leaning on a cane, was hurled forth. This one was relatively fresh, with 2 pieces of undigested flesh still clinging to it. Frank then expelled a firearm, exclaiming, "This isn't my fault. That little rascal's parents are nothing but thugs. They came brandishing guns, hardly the sort of individuals one would call good." The landlord had already reclaimed the property, seizing many of the plants that Ivy and he had cultivated. That was tolerable, but then he intended to manufacture drugs in this very room, leaving me no choice but to. Harley was at a loss for words. "All right," she sighed, feeling somewhat exhausted. "In any case, I'm just an ordinary person now, and I guess I'll have to stay here. There shouldn't be any ghastly knock, knock, knock." A voice from outside called, "Open the door. Batman. How tiresome." Chapter 20. The Emergence of the Owl Court Silence. The door swung open, not through any civilized or gentle means of unlocking, but rather, someone grasped the handle and forcibly shoved the wooden door aside with monstrous strength. The lock emitted a piercing shriek as the metallic core shattered the cheap plywood door, stubbornly colliding with the warped and twisted metal frame. A gust of wind swept in, carrying a chilling aura reminiscent of the underworld. Thud, thud. Harley Quinn shivered involuntarily, regretting her distraction by the skeletons, having entirely overlooked the approach of someone outside. In the countless nights spent in Arkham, she should have honed her hearing to its utmost limits. At that moment, dusk was reaching its conclusion. The waning sunlight poured through the shattered door, casting a shadowy glow across the room, as if that faint illumination granted significance to the very essence of darkness. Then, silence descended. Harley Quinn slowly retrieved her handbag. A tall figure loomed in the doorway. The light dimmed abruptly, and twilight seemed poised to conclude at that very instant. Harley Quinn let out a heavy sigh. "You are indeed a rare find, my dear girl," Batman remarked. Silence enveloped the moment. Harley Quinn gazed at the individual who had just entered, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile, a compelling urge to burst into laughter building within her. "Ah!" she exclaimed in a fit of hysteria. "Good heavens, it's you again." She approached a nearby tree, a miniature dragonblood tree nurtured by poison ivy, and began to bang her head against its trunk. Dear heavens. Batman, forever able to locate Harley Quinn. "I have some inquiries to make." She heard Batman's familiar deep voice state. "For instance, where might I find her dear friend, Poison Ivy?" Harley paused, her head butting. Tilting her head, she replied, "I need your assistance." "Oh, spare me, darling. In a sense, I have embarked on a new chapter in my life." Suddenly, she appeared remarkably composed, as if the previous outburst had never occurred. "Listen, Ivy is mingling with some ne'er-do-wells. She is conspiring with the Plant Master to turn the entire Earth green. I must thwart their plans. They're a lethal combination, Harley. Many will be harmed, and perhaps I shouldn't even mention this. But you must understand one more thing. Ivy is also likely to be injured or even killed," Batman conveyed. Harley had to concede that Batman comprehended the intricacies of her relationship with Ivy. The notion of Ivy suffering did stir some impulsive feelings within her, but they remained merely fleeting emotions. "No, I refuse to become entangled in your troubles again," Harley replied. "I have bid farewell to capes, tights, and masks. I simply wish to lead a quiet, ordinary life." "Is that so? How unfortunate that you are not." Following Batman's gaze, Harley beheld 4 skeletons lying on the ground. Grasping her pigtails, she let out 2 more shrill screams, her nerves fraying. She turned around and seized the plant-like creature, the man-eating Frank, standing in the pot. "You wretched fiend, this is clearly your doing. Shifting your murderous deeds onto a plant won't lessen your sentence, Harley Quinn." She slapped the plant twice, left and right. "I advise you." Harley Quinn began to leap upon the man-eater. Your emotional outburst. With a crash, Harley lunged towards the window, determined to break through and escape the room. She had calculated the distance, even Batman, unless his arms could transform. "All right, I surrender." Chen Tao retracted his arms, gently placing Harley on the ground. The enormous dinosaur-like arms swiftly retracted, collapsing like a sponge, and soon returned to their normal human size, without even a tear in the clothing. Such a blatant violation of the law of conservation of mass would leave 90 of the world's scientists utterly astounded. Yet for the denizens of Gotham, no matter what feats Batman accomplishes, they have grown accustomed to it. His victories, regardless of their nature, are deemed inevitable, a reality to which Harley has long adapted. After all, Batman will always triumph, and his winning streak will persist indefinitely. This is Bane's hideout. One would typically presume that a mastermind like him would reside in a clandestine submarine or an aerial military base shrouded in mystery. However, such is not the case. Instead, it is merely an unremarkable hotel in Gotham. At this moment, Bane is seated on a single sofa in his room, his towering frame of 2 meters and 15 centimeters rendering the chair nearly overwhelmed. The city government has decided to deploy the National Guard, driven entirely by a sense of morality and justice. Batman, I must assert that a masked vigilante who flouts the law cannot possibly be equated with true heroes. Let us extend a warm applause and sincere gratitude to our genuine hero, Mayor Carlo, and the commander of the National Guard. Television pundits and officials, their minds cluttered with trivialities, incessantly chatter on, first outlining the situation before swiftly disparaging Batman, while extolling the actions of the City Hall. The muscular behemoth ponders this. Frankly, were it not for his intent to dismantle Batman, he might almost feel sympathy for him. Batman tirelessly toils for the city, yet the officials at the City Hall and Gotham's elite are nothing short of complete imbeciles. He can scarcely believe that anyone could be foolish enough to publicly disclose their military maneuvers on television. Batman, the most perilous figure, and yet, not a single person takes him seriously. At this moment, those impeccably dressed individuals on television care only for defaming Batman to enhance their own visibility. They resemble vultures fighting over carrion more than the madmen of Arkham. They ridicule the Dent Act, belittle Jim Gordon, and dismiss Batman's formidable strength, undermining all he has accomplished for the city over the past decade. They claim it is Batman's presence that attracts those costumed lunatics, framing today's chaos and insanity as a mutual attraction among the mad. They proclaim that only the military can maintain order and that only the city hall can instigate change. Yet, they never pause to consider, why has Harvey Dent become utterly disillusioned with justice? Why has Edward Nygma descended into madness? Why has the once upright Arnold found himself imprisoned? Gotham is rotten. Bane, more aware than many native Gothamites, recognized this truth upon his very first day in the city. Batman and his so-called supervillains are merely a collection of lunatics and deviants. This time, we shall seize the opportunity to eradicate them once and for all. Bane furrowed his brow, increasingly vexed by the drivel emanating from the television. Those who wax eloquent on screen, professing their so-called wisdom, are slick with pomade, exuding a stench of decay from head to toe, repugnant even to Bane himself. Thus, he ceased the torment of his ears and lowered the volume. Thud! A dull sound from above caused him to frown. Thud! He sighed. Enough. Can the three of you expedite the process? No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed, and the wooden ceiling collapsed. His three subordinates, a zombie, a caveman, and a bird-like figure, crashed through the ceiling like a wrecking ball. Stop, Bane. The City Hall has mobilized thousands of National Guards to confront you. The Court of Owls intends to. Bane sighed. What are you? Never mind. Chapter 21. Bane strikes with a swift motion. Bane retracted his bloodied hand, delicate, as if crushing a puddle of urine. Disgusted, he flicked the white goo from his fingers, allowing the headless, bleeding corpse to slump onto the floor. Detritus of the gutter. You were foolish enough to attempt surveillance on me. He kicked the body into the corner. Even more foolish was your failure to flee upon being discovered. We're sorry, Bane. This fellow is an unkillable zombie. We ambushed and pierced him. Ah, no need to elaborate. My friends. Bane paid no heed to his panting subordinate, quickly dismissing the Court of Owls' clawed assassin from his thoughts. He relaxed his muscles, his broad chest rising and falling with deep breaths. Relax. Experience this with me. The three subordinates exchanged glances. Aside from the overwhelming stench of blood, they felt nothing. Experience what, Bane? What do you see when you look out onto the street? Desolation, answered the caveman and the zombie in unison. A city that has grown accustomed to its own terror now tastes fear, the Birdman remarked. Indeed, this is your power, Bane. You have instilled fear within them. They plan to summon the army to confront you, yet they do not comprehend what they face. They cautiously flattered. They deserve only to tremble beneath your feet, my master. Though unspoken, his subordinates echoed this in their hearts. No. Yet Bane's response took them aback. Not so. He suddenly roared in a low voice. You do not truly feel it. Batman has cast a shadow over this city for far too long. Gotham was once the largest hub for drug production and trade in all of America, the foremost market for human trafficking, the most prosperous gambling city. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the unseen darkness. Gotham is a paradise for criminals. For many years, the American government has confined the nation's wrongdoers within the walls of Blackgate prison. Yet, they are swiftly released on bail, granted medical leave, or escape, only to metamorphose into citizens of Gotham. From its inception, this so-called Gotham has been a super prison, where the scum of society are left to annihilate one another until someone intervenes to stop their degradation of this city into a mere dumping ground. He chuckled wryly, proclaiming that before the birth of Batman, the safety of America was tenfold better than it is now. Do you claim Gotham fears me? What a joke. Gotham not only lacks fear, it revels in excitement. How malicious to find such exhilaration in chaos. At last, someone aims to vanquish the Bat. At last, someone intends to extinguish the Bat's life. The criminals, the gangs, the villains, at long last, can revert to their former, unrestrained life of crime. The silence on the streets is not born of fear, but rather anticipation. They are elated, eagerly awaiting the demise of Batman, for every soul detests him. The scum loathe the Bat, the elite despise the Bat, and even the elderly women working in drug dens harbor hatred for him. Batman seeks to save Gotham? Spare me the nonsense. Gotham does not wish to be saved. This wretched place yearns only for perpetual degradation. Bane feels it, he senses it. Gotham is like a cruel mother, whispering in his ear, urging him to murder her only son, that battered warrior. This vile harlot flaunts before him, striking a haughty, queenly pose, demanding he prove his might and strength through the filthy trials of those ignorant fools, and then seize that crown, untouched by any hand, to slay Batman. What an honor! He reclined back onto the sofa, his body instinctively tensing forward, a position that rendered him slightly hunched. Yet this posture did not diminish his authority. Rather, it made him appear like a beast poised to strike. You three, vacate this building at once. Surrender directly to the military. I shall return shortly. While you linger, I cannot unleash my full potential. Bane's voice was deep, yet unexpectedly resonant, akin to the roar of magma surging beneath the earth. Light streamed through the curtains, illuminating his bulging biceps, rendering him a veritable Iron Man. His three subordinates hurriedly departed, harboring no doubt in Bane's resolve, nor daring to question it. Bane remained seated on his sofa, gazing upwards, quietly awaiting the inevitable. The long street lay in eerie silence, devoid of life. The M1A2 Abrams main battle tanks and M2A3 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles stood at the ready. Received. The M109A6 self-propelled howitzers and M777 artillery pieces were in position. Received. Somewhere in Gotham. This is the National Guard's on-site command center. Mayor Carlo turned to the despondent Jim Gordon beside him and said, "Come now, Jim. Do not perpetually wear that grim expression. Surely you do not consider me a fool." What was that saying again? To disdain the enemy strategically, yet regard them with utmost seriousness tactically. We have deployed nearly 40,000 National Guardsmen, along with tanks, machine guns, heavy artillery, armored vehicles, and even semi-automatic missiles. Mayor Carlo could not suppress his sarcasm. Such a military configuration would be sufficient to conquer any small nation in Africa. Gordon, you have been a police officer in Gotham for so long. Have you truly forgotten the terror modern weaponry can unleash? We have encountered these so-called eccentrics before. Yet in the face of true modern firepower, all else is rendered inconsequential. With a hint of pride, Mayor Carlo continued, "This is largely thanks to the precise locations you provided, Gordon. In my view, as long as we evacuate the surrounding residents, we could simply obliterate the area with missiles. Do not speak of Bane. Even a man made of iron would melt away. There would be no need for Batman's intervention at all. Is that why you so disparage Batman on television?" Gordon retorted, "Oh, spare me, Carlo." The mayor casually draped an arm around Gordon's neck. That was merely a tactic to lure Bane, was it not? Did you not personally adjust the television signals to ensure Bane's attention was captivated? This is also a strategy to attract voters, a powerful means to project your strong image to the public. Gordon shrugged off Carlo's arm, unrelentingly exposing the mayor's rhetoric. People indeed require some form of spiritual solace. But, Gordon, do you genuinely believe that placing all hope in a masked vigilante is a mentally sound choice? Carlo reclined indifferently in his chair. No matter how formidable Batman may be, he remains merely a man. I do not deny his contributions to Gotham over the years, nor do I harbor any ill will towards him. However, one must recognize that in the face of the state's violent machinery, individual strength is minuscule. Humanity is fundamentally a collective species. Mayor Carlo spread his arms, mimicking a grasping gesture in the air. The greater the number, the greater the power, he asserted. The populace must restore their faith in the government, rather than placing their hopes on individual heroes. Do you not perceive the fervent adoration for Batman among the people as a perilous signal? They trust not the police. They place their faith solely in Batman. Regardless of how we tarnish Batman's image on television, we must concede that his influence among the populace has surpassed conventional bounds. Do you recall the former Harvey Dent? The Dent Act, renowned, huh? And then Dent fell from grace, and the act was rendered null. Only a stable organization, such as the government, can ensure the long-term stability of the city. Even if I were to perish today, this finely tuned machine would continue to function seamlessly. The authority of the government must be re-established, beginning with the apprehension of all these supervillains today. Chapter 22. The Monster of the Sewers TikTok. Gotham City's sewers, dark and eerie, harbor a plethora of unknown creatures. Killer Croc was once one of them. However, he is no longer merely that. He is now a man of 200 million, albeit all of it ill-gotten gains, unreported and devoid of legality, thus rendering him unable to flaunt his wealth openly. Yet with riches comes hope. Killer Croc opened his eyes. His nictitating membrane flickered at that moment, creating ripples across the water-s surface under the dim glow of his lantern. The behemoth was approaching again. He turned to his ventriloquist companion and remarked, "I mean the big guy. I never thought I would refer to someone in such a manner. I once believed I was the most notorious oaf in Gotham." Despite his words, he felt a surge of cleverness within. He had come to terms with his diminished intellect, yet he had not always been so. In his youth, his intelligence was akin to that of any ordinary person. However, upon maturing into a full-fledged beast, he found himself increasingly estranged from humanity, his bestial instincts proliferating, and his animalistic visage intensifying. Yet, having spent the past few days in the company of other humans, his primal urges had subsided significantly, allowing his mind to regain clarity. "Focus on the task at hand," Wayland, the ventriloquist, urged, seated beside the corridor of the sewer. This antiquated drainage system of Gotham was designed with pathways for workers. The bat baby in his hand responded, "Rest assured, you may not be the most famous oaf, but you are undoubtedly the wealthiest one now." He continued, "Have you seen those 2 armored trucks filled with cash in the Swiss bank vault? If you wish to have your employer launder the money properly, it would be wise to make haste. After all, this is not your first endeavor in such matters." The anthropomorphic crocodilian swayed his tail, rising from the subterranean river, and lifted a small cart beside the ventriloquist. Inside rested a perfectly roasted, golden-crisp, whole cow, destined for Gotham's most elite 7-star restaurant, where it would be squandered by a bevy of ostentatious fools, rather than languishing in this filthy locale. Killer Croc sighed. The aroma of roasted pig, roasted cow, and the familiar scents of the sewer were all too reminiscent, a cruelly ironic twist where the executor had become the executed. Thud, thud, thud. A sound reminiscent of a heavy iron ball striking the ground echoed through the expansive underground pipelines, melding with a hoarse, somber voice to compose a grotesque duet. If one listened closely, the sounds proclaimed, Solomon Grundy born on a Monday. Tim Drake, the third Robin, perched on the edge of a building, observing a distant apartment with his telescope. Batman and Harley Quinn were inside. If this were the Batman of old, Tim would have felt no trepidation, for he understood the true extent of Batman's prowess. Yet, the present circumstances were different. Could Bruce Wayne truly contend with a perilous criminal like Harley Quinn? Tim cautiously swung across the street using his grappling hook, landing soundlessly upon the rooftop before slipping through a corridor window. As dusk fell, the dimly lit hallway lay shrouded in darkness. A sliver of light leaked through a slightly ajar door, resembling the gaping maw of a great beast. Tim stealthily concealed himself in the shadows behind the door and overheard Harley Quinn exclaim, "Damn it, Batman." With a resounding crash, Tim kicked the door open. "Batman, what are you?" Then he beheld Batman, one hand grasping a skeleton while the other toyed with the skull, seemingly endeavoring to reassemble the scattered bones into a massive, carnivorous mouth. "Ugh, are you making me swallow my own vomit?" The cannibalistic Frank struggled audibly. It was utterly unable to resist Batman's authority. Chen Tao produced a lighter, showcasing it before Frank, who promptly fell silent. Upon seeing Robin enter, Harley leapt down from the window ledge, striking a pose reminiscent of an arrogant officer. Private Robin stepped forward and stand at attention. Tim turned to Batman, his expression one of bewilderment. Chen Tao elucidated, these individuals were not slain by Harley. Meanwhile, Harley enthusiastically chimed in, "Woe is you, Mr. Skeleton. You met such a tragic fate. From a living being to a corpse, it is certainly not your fault. Rest in peace." This was merely Harley's rendition of a lament or requiem, Chen Tao added. A few minutes later, Harley Quinn stood before the Batmobile, parked at the alley's entrance. She leaned against the front of the vehicle and, as if devoid of bones, slid into the passenger seat. "So what should we do next, dynamic duo?" The third-generation Robin stood sulkily beside them. The passenger seat was rightfully his. "No one understands Poison Ivy like I do. I will help you locate her, but you must allow me to reason with her before you charge in. Following this, once the matter was resolved, you must advocate for me before the parole board, assuring them of my integrity and goodness as a citizen, and so forth." This seemed a perfectly reasonable request, a mere formality for Batman. By acquiescing to Harley Quinn's terms, it appeared that they could swiftly gain her assistance in locating Poison Ivy, confronting the Plant Master, and resolving all their dilemmas. However, Batman would not comply. This was Harley's test, a probe to discern whether he was indeed the authentic Batman. Once Chen Tao nodded, he transformed into a version of Batman seeking Harley's assistance, instantly handing the reins of power to her. Despite having long ceased her practice as a psychologist, Harley Quinn instinctively employed various linguistic techniques to manipulate their dominant-submissive dynamic. Thus, Chen Tao remarked, "No. What is happening? I mean, you don't want to? You don't need to." While Harley Quinn made her efforts, Chen Tao silently observed her, feigning a sense of incredulity. The specifics were inconsequential. What truly mattered was Ivy. Chen Tao was adept at identifying the crux of the matter, and he now needed to dismantle Harley Quinn's delusions of seizing control as effectively as possible. "I do not wish to negotiate with a mentally unstable individual." "Ah, sociopath," Harley exclaimed, frantically scratching her head. "Sociopath? Why does everyone misidentify me?" She crossed her arms and leapt off the Batmobile. "If you do not agree to my terms, what reason do I have to assist you? You will help me, or the tranquility of this world shall cease to exist," she muttered internally, as if Bane, the Joker, Two-Face, and the Riddler were all benevolent women. Even a lunatic like you must enjoy the sensation of being alive. How about a little sweetener as a trade? Treat me to a day at the spa, and send my little cousin a signed Batman photo. He is gravely ill. Chen Tao directly bypassed her and moved toward the opposite side of the Batmobile. He silently counted in his mind. 3, 8, bah. Only I can too. Batman. 1. All right. Fine, you're still the boss. Ultimately, Harley Quinn conceded, jumping into the passenger seat. Observing the entire exchange, the third-generation Robin, Tim, scratched his head in exasperation. "Wait, are we really letting Harley Quinn come along?" He stepped in front of Chen Tao. "Is this a wise decision?" "Not my first choice," he heard Batman respond. "But we cannot allow her out of our sight. She may inform Poison Ivy that we are searching for her." "Huh, exactly," Harley Quinn retorted, rolling her eyes and pressing her finger to her temple, adopting a foolish expression. "The dangerous lunatic is right here. No one knows what I might do." The three of them climbed into the vehicle. "Harley, I only need you to help me locate Poison Ivy. That will suffice. The rest we shall manage ourselves." Chen Tao sat in the driver's seat, pretending to maneuver the steering wheel. He was not the genuine Batman and could not drive the so-called battle vehicle, which was essentially a tank. It had been AI operating the vehicle all along. "We are heading to a location first, and then we shall set off to find Poison Ivy." "What, pray tell, does Ivy specifically aspire to accomplish?" Drawing upon the expertise of the abducted scientist, Professor Goldblum, the ideologies of the Plant Master and Poison Ivy, as well as the assault on the Advanced Superhuman Research Institute and the Celestial Laboratory, I have arrived at a conclusion. They are undoubtedly intent on concocting a synthetic formula to create swamp monsters, transforming it into a rapidly spreading virus, thereby cleansing the Earth and morphing humanity into hybrid beings of flora and fauna. "What? Gross." Harley Quinn extended her neck in an exaggerated manner, making a repugnant gesture before adding, "Now, don't misunderstand me. I'm certainly not a racist." She placed her pallid hand on her chest and continued, I have some good friends who are still plants." "Well, at least from a positive perspective, they won't annihilate everyone," Robin remarked. "Perhaps," Chen Tao replied, "but if they succeed, we're doomed to live like plants." He cast a heavy glance at Harley Quinn, deliberately emphasizing, "And if their plan encounters even the slightest hiccup, within weeks or even days, we could witness the total extinction of all life on Earth." "Wow, that's quite formidable," Harley said, feigning indifference. "But wait," the third Robin, Tim, interjected. "Why do they need Professor Goldblum? Why not release the virus themselves? Clearly, this is a shortcut." He quickly answered his own question. "To achieve genetic imprinting, it could take years, even decades. Once they commence, they can no longer be fully human. She is a congenital natural mutation, while he is a treant from another dimension, merging with ordinary humans, ultimately yielding a supermonster subservient to the verdant essence of all things." "Treants from other dimensions? Are you jesting?" Harley exclaimed. Chen Tao responded, "You've encountered supernatural beings before. Mudface, Killer Croc, do they not count?" He paused, then continued, "We merely require your assistance in locating Poison Ivy." The Batmobile twisted and turned, finally halting before a dilapidated apartment. Swamp slaughter. Inside a rustic cabin, a plethora of experimental apparatus was present. Poison Ivy was seen kissing Professor Goldblum. "Oh, how revolting! How abhorrent!" The plant master, a walking tree, comprised of lush foliage and a trunk, stood nearby, his furry, verdant head adorned with ears reminiscent of an elf's, feigning disgust. After a prolonged moment, the two parted their lips. Professor Goldblum, his eyes aglow with a green luminescence, stood dazed, moving toward the table to begin synthesizing the concoction. Do you think I relish this, exchanging saliva with him every 6 hours? Poison Ivy wiped her mouth and spat on the ground. She spoke with a hint of irritation. If you possess a superior method to compel him to heed our words, I am all ears. The master of plants crossed his arms. Life is fraught with tribulations. I desire no tribulations, she retorted. In this world, there are 7 billion flesh bags, and our plan will ensure that their suffering is nothing short of catastrophic. The Viper Lady interjected. No, our plan is one of purification, to cleanse the earth of all organic life. This is an act of profound nobility. Nobility, he mused, is a term laden with irony, concocted by a group devoid of compassion, who disregard other species and engage in relentless infighting. The Viper Lady concurred. Indeed, they incessantly discuss climate change. Yet are they not the architects of this crisis? At least on this point, she found common ground with the master of plants, forming the basis of their collaboration. In truth, it was their handiwork. The master of plants replied, they have doubled greenhouse gas emissions, recklessly deforested, ravaging this planet. You once remarked, Pamela, and I quote, humanity will not care about any of this unless we compel them to. The two botanical antagonists exchanged knowing smiles. Standing before the professor, they gazed at the grand blueprint of their scheme. Once our virus is activated, every individual on this planet will reap the benefits. The greening of all. Professor Goldblum, gloved hands at the ready, retrieved a small white mouse from a box, aiming a syringe at it. You will feel a slight pressure, little one. Everything will be all right. He injected a pale green serum. Witnessed by the two botanical villains, the mouse gradually transformed, its fur becoming lush with green vegetation, ultimately metamorphosing into a verdant creature. Success! It is stable. The master of plants exclaimed, his voice brimming with ecstasy. Good heavens, behold its beauty! The Viper Lady, suppressing her excitement, cradled the creature in her hands. Come here, dear. The master of plants raised his arms triumphantly. This is no ordinary green mouse. It heralds a new era where humanity's wretched factories will be supplanted by magnificent arboreal cathedrals, and verdant foliage will engulf the earth in a glorious eruption. Suddenly, with a pop, the little green mouse exploded into a grotesque mass of viscous green goo. Chapter 24. The Welding Dog Hero Gotham. Dressed in an English-style trench coat, impeccably attired, the dapper Count of Dizziness strolled through the streets of Little St. Pris. Though not the most destitute or dilapidated part of Gotham, it was hardly a paragon of prosperity or order. Typically, the Count would never venture into such a realm of rudeness and vulgarity. Yet the demands of this mission compelled him. Beep, beep, beep. The Count halted, observing a nearby driver unleashing a torrent of curses. How dare you? Are your ears deaf? That irate driver honked the horn again, producing an ear-splitting sound. Observing the Dizziness Count's complete lack of reaction, he astonishingly drew a gun from his pocket and aimed it at him. Make way. Do you wish to be riddled with transparent holes? This is a classic case of mania. The Dizziness Count furrowed his brow, never anticipating that such madness could roam the streets of this city, even possessing a driver's license. You bastard. If you don't move aside, in an instant, an intangible wave swept through the driver's mind. His head drooped, and with a sickening pop, one of his eyes leaped from its socket, landing on the ground. Amidst the blood-curdling screams and the blaring horn's prolonged wail, the Dizziness Count slightly inclined his body, performing a quintessential British courtesy before gracefully turning away and striding towards a dilapidated apartment by the roadside. Let me check the address, number 52. Indeed, it is correct. He ascended the concrete steps, bare of any finishing, and brushed past the peeling red handrail, arriving at the door of room 401, and then extended his hand. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Upon entering, the Dizziness Count emitted a sound of mild astonishment. From the outside, this place appeared no different from the ordinary residential apartments near slums. The front door seemingly made of wood. However, once inside, a different world unfolded. Concealed behind the wooden facade was a thoroughly fortified airtight door, crafted from alloy metal, designed to effectively control air pressure. The walls, ceiling, and floor were composed of metal panels, coated externally with blast-resistant paint and internally with anti-corrosive paint. This was nothing short of a professional-grade explosion-proof chamber. Even if the building collapsed, this room would remain unscathed. Various weapons were amassed in the corners of the room: grenades, rocket launchers, and even multiple explosives. On the opposite side of the room stood a table, around which sat 4 individuals. Among them, the dizziness Count recognized too, the notorious death shooter, famed for his marksmanship and equally infamous temperament, and the British mercenary, Ms. Vick, whose lethal assassination skills matched her alluring appearance. The remaining 2 were masked figures. One, a relatively young woman, donned a smiling cat mask and wielded a long knife, leading the dizziness Count to suspect she was yet another assassin. The other was rather peculiar. He sat in the corner, wearing a welded mask, the kind used by welders, transparent and glare-proof. Behind him, he carried a pair of gas cylinders, held a welding torch, and was clad in a light gray bodysuit with suspenders, complemented by knee-high rubber boots. At first glance, he appeared to be an ordinary welder. However, what drew attention was that he clutched tightly in his left hand the corpse of a dog, an unremarkable creature, seemingly a golden retriever, albeit only the upper half. Someone used a certain object to sever this dog in half, taking away the upper portion. The dog appeared to have just recently perished, its freshness still evident. The internal organs swung loosely, causing the Count of Dizziness to feel a queasy sensation in his stomach merely from a glance. That person's left hand forcefully plunged into the dog's hindquarters, utterly unconcerned as blood dripped down his arm. "Greetings, my name is the dog welder. A pleasure to make your acquaintance, new friend. I have just arrived as well." The dog welder spoke. Wait, it was not a human voice, but that of a dog. Indeed, a real dog was speaking. The lifeless dog in the dog welder's left hand suddenly lifted its head, a face frozen in death, yet bearing a semblance of a joyful smile. "Are you also hired to partake in this task?" This bizarre and macabre scene momentarily stunned the Count of Dizziness, yet he was no ordinary human, and thus quickly regained his noble composure. "Indeed, sir. It is an honor to work alongside you." He suppressed the urge to stare at the dead dog in the other's hand and approached Lady Vick, performing a hand-kissing gesture. "Beautiful lady, your visage shines as brilliantly as the stars in the heavens. Dear Earl Vilbert, an old friend." Lady Vick was a slender woman with golden hair and azure eyes, adorned with an eye mask and dressed in a tight red and gold outfit that left her shoulders and one side of her upper body exposed. "Enough. When will your noble games cease for a moment?" The death marksman, who had been completely ignored, rapped the table in dissatisfaction. "Now that everyone is present, let us hear what our benefactor has in store for us regarding this peculiar task." He gestured towards the Cheshire Cat, who, in silence, retrieved a tape recorder from a pile of grenades. "Ha, darling, I can't be mistaken. Is that a tape recorder?" Lady Vick remarked. The death marksman ignored her. He pressed a button on the tape recorder, extended the antenna, and adjusted it for a while. Then he stated, "The employer requests that we turn on the radio once everyone has arrived. Let us keep quiet and wait. I assume you all are here for the money, and coincidentally, so am I." Thus, the 4 of them waited in silence, and soon, amidst the crackling sounds, a voice finally emerged. "Can you hear me?" "Yes, employer," the death marksman replied. "What is it that you wish us to do this time? Capture the arsonist Fireflies or some other criminals leaping from the shadows? Our righteous benefactor?" "Neither." The death marksman noted that the employer's voice had grown somewhat hoarse under the radio's influence. He had already inspected the tape recorder, confirming it was merely a large intercom. Did this imply that the employer was nearby? "I have assigned a leader to you. You must adhere to his commands unconditionally. Especially you, Count of Dizziness." The Count of Dizziness remained somewhat skeptical, although he understood that he was not the sole participant in this task. He had never contemplated collaborating harmoniously with others. He is a lone wolf, a solitary figure. His collaboration with others on this task is merely for the sake of monetary gain, so do not expect him to heed anyone's commands. Do you think this leader is something extraordinary, like Batman? Chapter 25, The Leader. No. How could this happen? The plant master could hardly believe his eyes. He seized the puddle of green slime and, in a fit of rage, hurled it against the wall like a large smear of green mucus. The outcome of the project? A failure. Professor Goldblum scribbled on a piece of scrap paper, "Objective, death." Why did this occur? The plant master turned his gaze towards him. Despite his wooden expression, it was evident how furious he was. "He is a fraud. He didn't even try his best. Professor Goldblum, with his glimmering green eyes, stood dazed before the plant master's accusations. The plant master quickly redirected his ire towards poison ivy. Your hypnotic kiss was utterly ineffective. Ivy sighed, urging, calm down, Jason. He is still under our control. She then addressed the professor. Harold, can you tell us what went wrong? The green light in Professor Goldblum's eyes flickered before he replied. It is a highly complex azeotropic mixture. The viral conversion formula worked well, in theory. But that is mere conjecture. There are millions of variables that could cause this process to fail. Let's take a guess then, Meatball. Well, speculation is not in line with scientific rigor. Professor Goldblum adjusted his glasses. However, I suspect it relates to some of the materials we have been utilizing. The swamp water used in our experiment comes from the slaughter swamp. This is unacceptable. What we need are proper biological nutrients and chemicals sourced from reputable locations capable of producing swamp monsters, specifically the Wainlight Swamp in Louisiana. Oh, my heavens! I feel a pain in my backside, Poison Ivy remarked. No, Pamela, do you not see? This is perfect, the plant master replied, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This river flows directly into the Gulf of Mexico, and the waters of the Gulf can carry the virus to the Atlantic and then to the entire world. He turned, proclaiming, those decayed, death-ridden monsters will never obliterate the verdant essence of all living things. The feeble and filthy creatures will ultimately bow at our feet. Even without the swamp monster's assistance, we can drive those wretched beings back to their rightful corners. This planet shall be safeguarded by the Great Green. He circled a spot on the map. The Mother Earth's salvation plan will commence from here. As for who takes the lead, Deadshot is indifferent. Ever since his daughter received that acceptance letter, he has adopted a somewhat lackadaisical attitude. Whatever the employer says, he simply agrees. After all, you have the money. And what you say goes. Thus he spoke. Well then, employer, I believe we do not require a so-called team leader. Before the words of the dizziness Earl could conclude, he was interrupted by the employer's voice emanating from the recorder. You may decide after you have encountered this leader who will soon arrive in this room. The voice from the recorder sounded increasingly hoarse, interspersed with jarring metallic noises, as if disrupted by some electromagnetic field, producing a low, guttural groan. Moreover, I believe that once you truly meet this leader, you will never oppose his appointment, for I suspect he is someone you are quite familiar with, a genuine old friend. The death marksman experienced an inexplicable sensation, an eerie feeling that sent shivers down his spine, as if he were being observed by something non-human. MS. Vic cast a perplexed glance at the Cheshire Cat, parting her lips to inquire about something, yet, confronted by that inscrutable, smiling mask, she ultimately kept her silence. The Cheshire Cat, seemingly indifferent to their discussion, fixated her gaze intently on the dog in the hands of the dog welder. The dog welder gestured as if to ask, would you like to pet it? And she happily obliged, stroking the lifeless dog. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and the death marksman rose, his unease intensifying. Something was outside the door. Come in, the dizziness Earl called out. A prickling sense of danger surged within him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Ms. Vick also stood. I have arrived. With a thud, first a shoe entered, those specially designed, form-fitting boots, followed by gray leggings, a pure black cloak, pointed ears, and a mask. Batman. The death marksman sprang from beside the table, but one swift motion from Batman halted the bullet's release from his firearm. He observed Batman holding a walkie-talkie, stating, I told you, I've arranged a leader with sufficient influence and power. You will appreciate this leader. The death marksman noticed Batman's pointed ears aimed directly at him. As the recorder on the table echoed Batman's voice in unison, layers upon layers, resounding like a nightmare reverberating in a dark well. He heard Batman declare, For this leader is none other than myself. Chen Tao once contemplated whether to reveal his identity as the true employer at that moment. He could easily retreat into the shadows, becoming a beautiful puppet master. But then what? A troupe devoid of fighting spirit, merely wishing to escape, utterly disunited, a disarrayed bunch. Disobedient, attacking at will? It must be acknowledged that the current Suicide Squad lacked a formidable soul, a unifying cornerstone capable of consolidating them all. In the original narrative, the leader of the Suicide Squad was Rick Flag, who, through his noble character, managed to win over a group of headstrong mercenaries, guiding them through numerous missions. However, Chen Tao's subordinates lack a figure as inherently charismatic as Captain Rick. While Deathstroke undoubtedly possesses such talent, his record of leadership within the Suicide Squad is second only to Rick's. Yet, he currently exists as a solitary figure, a rogue, rather than the seasoned leader he once was. Nightwing could also be a possibility. Having been the original Robin, he is not accustomed to operating solo like Batman. During his tenure as Robin, he garnered experience leading the Teen Titans. Nonetheless, according to Alfred's intelligence, Dick and his Titans are presently embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Deathstroke, which is why Chen Tao is unable to summon Nightwing or enlist Deathstroke as services. Chen Tao does not wish for either party to be interrupted mid-battle with a message stating, "Batman has a job for you." Thus, they would abandon their current skirmish only to be stunned to discover their former adversaries have now become allies. Moreover, Chen Tao, in whatever circumstance, possesses the ability to transform into a formidable dinosaur, boasting a foundational combat prowess. Furthermore, he can metamorphose into a Batmobile, even if he cannot emerge victorious. His capacity for escape is unparalleled, as turning into a vehicle ensures a swifter retreat than others can muster. Ultimately, his life security is at least assured. If he still hesitates to confront the situation directly, it would not be mere caution, but rather cowardice. As Chen Tao stepped through the doorway, his gaze swept over the four individuals within the room. Deathstroke, Count Vertigo, Cheshire Cat. Yes, all were present. Wait a moment. Chen Tao's eyes fixated on the character known as the Dog of War. Who are you? I thought I had hired a mad dog. Chapter 26. Swamp of Slaughter. The Earth Mother's salvation plan is set to commence from this very place. The Plant Master's finger lingered on the map, but in the next moment, he and Poison Ivy halted abruptly. Pamela? Poison Ivy's expression darkened. I can feel it. Night had fallen. The Swamp of Slaughter, located on the outskirts of Gotham, is the largest marshland area in the suburbs of the city. It stands as Gotham's second largest dumping ground for bodies, surpassed only by Gotham docks. For over 2 centuries since Gotham's establishment, countless corpses have been discarded into this swamp, transforming into grotesque, viscous masses, indistinguishable from the murky green waters and the gnarled roots intertwining within. At this moment, the Suicide Squad, alongside Chen Tao, tread carefully along the fringes of this swamp, navigating through clusters of low reeds and bulrushes, relying on the distorted trees and slick moss to guide their path. Oh, it's going to swallow me whole. A swarm of mosquitoes and various flying insects buzzed around Harley Quinn's head, rendering her pale visage even more ghostly. Robin produced a vial of potion and sprayed around him, causing all the tiny insects in his vicinity to drop lifelessly into the water. This immediately captured Harley Quinn's attention. Oh, thank heavens. Could you spare me some? Tim responded. This is concentrated sulfuric acid, a potent dehydrating agent. You dare carry such a terrifying substance in your bag? Harley retorted. Couldn't you have brought some insect repellent to this godforsaken swamp? What use could you possibly be? 3 insects spun above Harley's head, as if enjoying a merry-go-round ride. Tim remarked, you might need a supplement with some vitamin B. Note, a deficiency in vitamin B can lead to irritability, and here Tim is indirectly criticizing Harley. Enough of that. Harley Quinn exclaimed in a fit of agitation. Your gear resembles that of Scout. With that parting shot, she strode ahead, slapping her forehead in frustration, but alas, she failed to swat a single insect, instead letting out a yelp of pain. Robin hastened to Chen Tao's side, the two of them walking in tandem, silently observing Harley Quinn as she marched ahead. Batman, I've always had a question. How did you locate Harley Quinn? Naturally, through the comics, he replied. Harley owns a property in Brooklyn, New York, and she is still paying off the mortgage. Utilizing the Wayne family's connections, I checked the most ostentatious houses being renovated in Brooklyn, cross-referenced the homeowners, traced the financial transactions, and ultimately discovered the Super Baby restaurant. However, he couldn't articulate this directly to the young detective. Judging by Tim's expression, this question had evidently been gnawing at him for quite some time, embodying a painful sense of confusion akin to wondering why his idol could achieve such feats effortlessly while he himself could not comprehend the operations behind them. Thus, Chen Tao could only reply, because I am Batman. All right, Tim sighed. Let us not discuss how you found Harley Quinn. I would like to talk about her. Batman, I hope you reconsider your stance. Robin quietly interjected. Harley Quinn is characterized by her whimsical nature. For what I know of her, she is quite likely to support Poison Ivy's plan at the last moment. She might find Ivy's rationale less absurd, or perhaps the winds of fortune have shifted today, or simply because it's Thursday. Any of these could easily sway Harley Quinn's decision. Chen Tao remained silent. All right, I understand because I am Batman. Tim, thoroughly exasperated, waved his hand dismissively and walked away, unwilling to remain alongside Chen Tao. This, of course, was gleaned from the comics. Harley Quinn has always staunchly opposed Poison Ivy's excessively radical schemes, just as Poison Ivy has persistently disapproved of Harley's infatuation with the Joker. In a certain sense, these two women are in a struggle against the darkest and most malevolent aspects of their characters, targeting each other's most significant weaknesses, creating a form of mutual redemption. Therefore, knowing the dangerous intentions of Poison Ivy, Harley Quinn would never turn a blind eye. However, he found himself unable to articulate the rationale behind his judgment to Tim, resorting instead to the vague explanation of simply being Batman. Are you sure you don't need any additional weapons? Ms. Vick inquired from behind. Among the chosen participants for this mission, whether it was Count Vertigo, Deadshot, or Batman, all were old acquaintances of hers, except for this peculiar individual who called himself the Hounderer, whom she had never encountered before. Batman has provided us with some rather strange equipment, hasn't he, Deadshot? The man named Deadshot grunted in response, clearly unimpressed. Ms. Vick continued. Ice grenades, purportedly derived from the technology of Mr. Freeze. Fear toxin smoke bombs that, upon inhalation, could paralyze one with terror. Sonic rocket launchers, shockwave guns, and this, an ionizing radiation bomb. Count Vertigo remained expressionless, dismissing the items as utterly meaningless. Humph, Deadshot snorted, yet chose not to further engage in conversation. He was aware that Count Vertigo, a self-proclaimed pseudo-superhuman who had implanted an electronic device in his right temple to disrupt his opponent's balance, held a disdain for conventional weaponry. Deadshot had no desire to argue with Count Vertigo. If given a sniper rifle, he was entirely confident in his ability to obliterate Count Vertigo's head from several kilometers away. However, at such close range, it was the ideal distance for Vertigo to activate his abilities, and he was not foolish enough to disregard that. Ms. Vick paid no mind to the tension between the two men as she continued addressing the Hounderer. I say, you. Finally, the Hounderer spoke. His dog, serving as his voice, began to articulate. Could you maintain some distance? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. I truly appreciate your desire to understand me, and I am equally eager to be understood. However, I cannot. You see, my mind is troubled. He spoke earnestly. I have a significant mental affliction, and unless you can always remember that I am a deviant in our future interactions, it would be best if you kept your distance. This declaration, however, did not seem to intimidate Ms. Vick. Just as she was about to respond, Harley Quinn interjected, I believe we are nearing our destination. From what I know, I would wager that Poison Ivy will transform the bushes and some trees into monstrous guard dogs, much like in a scene from Green Goblin. Harley Quinn remarked, I am not jesting. There was an occasion when she transformed my staff and bat into a three-headed serpent, and at that moment, the bat was still in my mouth. Since that incident, I have refrained from consuming bats. She then abruptly paused. I am quite certain that Little Red is nearby. Chapter 27. Weeding They Have Arrived. The plant masters stealthily emerged from the threshold of their cabin onto the expansive bluestone, where Professor Goldblum and Poison Ivy were stationed at a table adjacent to the stone. The elder professor donning a gas mask, diligently synthesizing vials of a pale yellow concoction. I can feel it, Poison Ivy exclaimed, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. They're drawing closer. She picked up a vial, gave it a shake, and stirred it with a rod before placing it into a box. Could you please refrain from your fidgeting? I need to concentrate, she insisted. Once we reach Louisiana, we will be devoid of these instruments. We must synthesize more raw materials swiftly. Hurry up, the plant master boomed, plopping down onto a nearby stone. They're almost upon us. We have arrived. Come, take this path. Harley Quinn gestured toward a log bridge that traversed the swamp. I wager that crossing this bridge will lead us to Poison Ivy's base. Robin stepped forward, followed closely by Deathstroke, while Chen Tao cast a knowing glance at Harley Quinn. Oh, is that so? Harley, crossing this wooden bridge will lead us to Poison Ivy. He teased. Ah, indeed. Harley Quinn nodded emphatically, while Batman continued to scrutinize her. Is there something amiss? He inquired, his gaze unwavering. What? Chen Tao chuckled mysteriously, stepping onto the bridge, which relieved Harley Quinn. She deliberately lingered at the rear of the bridge, silently counting down in her mind. 3, 2, 1. Boom! Countless massive vines and branches erupted from the depths of the lake, and the wooden bridge beneath their feet instantly transformed into a serpentine wooden trap, ensnaring them all. What in the world is happening? This transpired in the blink of an eye, and Deathstroke instinctively drew his weapon, firing rapidly to shatter 5 or 6 vines reaching for him. Yet he lost his balance on the upheaving bridge and ultimately became thoroughly entangled. Buzz, buzz, buzz. With agility, Harley Quinn executed a series of somersaults away from her previous position. Do not waste your efforts, Count Vertigo. I am aware that your powers intensify with proximity, ideally with a tightly arranged solid to aid in transmitting the sounds within your mind. She pointed to the repugnant water source below. But you are now separated from this excellent conductor of sound. At this distance, you are utterly powerless against me. Ms. Vick displayed astonishing flexibility as she contorted her body, evading several oncoming vines before joining forces with the Cheshire Cat. The two women, with a flurry of flashing blades, severed the encroaching tendrils surrounding them. However, in the next moment, the wooden ground beneath their feet vividly illustrated the lesson of an ancient tree awakening as the trunks ensnared their feet, swiftly capturing both of them. Why is this happening? Ms. Vick struggled, ensnared by the vines before a massive tree that began to crack open from the center, revealing a gaping, sharp-toothed maw. What are you doing, damn it, Harley Quinn? Robin shrieked. I knew I shouldn't have trusted her. As he seemingly descended into a hysterical breakdown, he secretly tightened his grip on a plastic bomb behind his back. Only Chen Tao and the welding dog maintained a nonchalant demeanor, allowing the verdant plants to envelop them, binding them into a tight cocoon. The pale-faced young girl crossed her arms, gazing at Chen Tao. He sighed, sensing that Harley displayed no trace of surprise on her face, which in turn surprised her. Harley Quinn, what are you up to again? What am I up to? Harley suppressed her peculiar feelings and replied, just what you hoped for. You fool. Because today is Thursday, and Thursdays are generally chaotic. The poison ivy and the plant master finally arriving, since the trap had been sprung. Harley? Poison ivy exclaimed in astonishment. Bounding over, Harley chimed in a sickly sweet tone. Hello, darling. I'm so sorry for mingling with Batman. But I had to make these guys believe I was on their side to lead them into your trap. You can continue with your plan now. ISNT, it's splendid. Poison ivy stood before her, seemingly in disbelief that Harley would utter such words. However, she soon heard Harley lean in and say, Darling Pam, you must abandon this insane scheme. It's utterly unreliable. Don't turn us all into vegetarians. There must be other ways. You're currently altering the ecosystem without humanity's knowledge. I'm certain I can advocate for you when you are judged, as your intentions are noble. Even if you've harmed a few. Please abandon the plan, Pam. Sweet darling, I implore you. What? No. Harley, the Earth is perishing. I'm not destroying it. I'm saving it. Saving it from those exploiters and users. Harley Quinn's face fell. I've spent my life surrounded by these humans, but we can change them, prune them, shape them like gardeners. I don't want to do this, but I must. Harley Quinn, with a sorrowful visage, sighed deeply. Well, you can't blame a girl who has tried. She suddenly recoiled, 2 miniature herbicide capsules flying from her hand and landing at the trap, exploding with a thunderous roar. Towering trees fell with anguished cries, and Ms. Vick and the Reaper of Death managed to escape. Poison Ivy, in a state of shock, was taken aback by Harley's erratic movements. These are the specialized herbicides you provided me. Remember, Red? Harley Quinn remarked, I still feel we should lend them a hand, considering that incident with the baseball bat. Just then, she was seized by Poison Ivy, who tightened her grip around Harley's neck. I thought we were friends. Red? Friends don't let friends slaughter billions of humans. Harley exclaimed. Just then, she noticed Poison Ivy raising her fist. Bang! Harley was struck in the eye, and her temper flared. Red? I'm helping you. The two women then engaged in a fierce brawl. Suddenly, the plant master charged in, while the Reaper of Death clumsily got to his feet, pulling out 2 freezing grenades and hurling them with frustration. Damn, everyone together, wait. Chen Tao intervened. Wait a moment. What do you intend to do? The Reaper of Death retorted, bewildered, as he witnessed the 2 frost bombs land on the plant master, resulting in a tremendous explosion that inexplicably generated a multitude of frost. However, the frost vanished almost instantaneously, leaving the plant master unscathed. Wait a moment. Do you remember? The herbicides. What do you mean? Before the Reaper could react, rain began to fall from the sky. In an instant, countless trees dissolved under the pale green deluge. as the plant master's body was corroded, leaving gaping holes and eliciting agonized screams. The Reaper turned to hear Batman say, "What are you fighting for?" "I'm simply pouring herbicide over this area, ensuring that even their farts reek of the stuff. My name is Bane. Wherever my gravestone lies, I am racing towards it, utterly exhausted. As I chase the thunder, extinguishing flames in my path, I find myself drained of all energy, while Batman, in contrast, recuperates, relishing the spectacle and patiently awaiting my downfall on my grave. I know I must pursue the puppet master, the cold, unyielding figure orchestrating this chaos, Batman. Yet to reach him, I must confront the storm head-on. I am Bane, and I am in action. There is no time to waste." Chapter 28. A chaotic brawl. Alfred piloted the Batwing, hovering over the slaughter swamp. He set the aircraft to autopilot and, in a state of ennui, poured himself a cup of coffee. As the news alert sounded, Alfred approached the screen, extending his finger to press a button. Shortly thereafter, the Bat computer emitted a voice. "Herbicide has been deployed." Ugh! The plant master bent over, retching a substantial amount of thick, greenish substance. His body, though marred, began to mend itself gradually. The plant master was no fool. He soon discerned the solution. Layers of wood quickly crystallized on his exterior, forming a sturdy wooden armor. The green herbicide dripped onto him, failing to corrode the delicate leaves any longer. Alas, the saltwater herbicide proved insufficiently potent, Chen Tao sighed. Regrettably, he did not wish to resort to powerful herbicides such as acetic acid, cuprous oxide, or glyphosate. However, once the concentration and quantity of these chemicals reached a certain threshold, they invariably inflicted fatal harm on the human body and caused inevitable, perhaps irreversible, devastation to the environment and water sources. In this area, not only were there allies, but also a hostage like Professor Goldblum, who was ensnared by the hypnotic kiss of poison ivy. Chen Tao was certainly no Russian rescue unit. Thus, he shook his head. "Let's proceed." "Yes, Batman." The plant master, still clutching his head as he rose from the ground, turned to see the gathering crowd. Deathstroke had armed himself to the teeth with high-tech weaponry. The Cheshire Cat wielded an ultrasonic rocket launcher. Count Vertigo pressed his hand to his temple, slowly advancing. Miss Vick stood atop a tree, brandishing a pulse wave gun. Wait, atop a tree? Amidst Miss Vick's frantic screams as a vine yanked her skyward, the battle commenced. Ouch! Poison Ivy delivered 2 resounding slaps to Harley Quinn, followed by a left punch, a right punch, and a kick, only to be overturned the next moment by Harley grabbing her thigh, resulting in a tangle of limbs. They engage in a relentless struggle, exchanging blows, pulling hair, and spitting. Buzzing. Count Vertigo straightened, his temples throbbing. The intense interference waves forced the plant master to clutch his head. Seizing the moment, Deathstroke unleashed an ultrasonic rocket, striking him down to his knees, covering his head. 7 consecutive freezing grenades were hurled by the Cheshire Cat, immobilizing half of his body. Miss Vick raised her pulse wave gun, sending a massive current coursing through the plant master, eliciting a cry of agony from him. "Honestly, Pommy," Harley Quinn exclaimed as she straddled Poison Ivy, forcefully prying apart her tightly closed legs to grasp her throat. "Your plan is utterly rubbish. Humanity will obliterate this world." Poison Ivy turned over, pinning Harley beneath her, and began to pummel Harley's raised arms with her delicate, pale green fists. "What else can I do? I don't know. Vote for the Democrats, or donate to Greenpeace. That's the organization that saves whales, you fool. Regardless, anything is preferable to us becoming walking plants." The plant master lay on the ground, while the bold Ms. Vick rushed to his side, delivering punches and kicks to the curled-up figure of the plant master. Deathshot stood nearby, unleashing a barrage of ammunition upon the green giant, seemingly venting all the pent-up frustration, confusion, and fear about the future that had plagued him for days. The Cheshire Cat wielded a knife, attempting to sever the plant master's neck. The woman wearing the cat mask struck repeatedly, like a hopeful farmer diligently tilling his land. Ms. Vick saw his leg. "This time I'm collecting wooden men. What is so great about that? And can someone tell me where she got that saw?" Poison Ivy clung to Harley's back, the two entangled in a struggle. Harley slammed Poison Ivy against a tree, pressing her there and delivering a series of punches. Poison Ivy deftly dodged, countering with a blow to Harley's chest. "Ow!" Harley yelped, clutching her chest, then retaliated with a punch to Poison Ivy's torso. "Ow!" Poison Ivy gasped, retaliating with a swift kick to Harley's groin. Harley grasped Poison Ivy's hair, while the latter stepped on her toes. Harley executed an uppercut, and both women simultaneously struck each other in the face. Ouch! The welding dog charged into the fray, employing a rather straightforward combat style, rushing forward to weld a dead dog onto the enemy's face. His actions in plain sight momentarily stunned the other deviants. With his welding gun ignited, in mere seconds he affixed the golden retriever directly to the plant master's visage. "Woof!" exclaimed the dog, now welded to the enemy's face. "Woof woof! Woof 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 woof! Get off me!" The plant master rose, his expression grim. "You fools do not comprehend the power of the green. You're the fool, Harley. We could have changed the world." Poison Ivy somersaulted, retrieving a broken branch from the ground. "But you're too foolish to realize." She swung the branch at Harley, only to have it caught and countered with a shoulder throw. Harley seized the stick. "Oh, really? I'm clever enough to give you a good thrashing." She playfully twirled the stick. Poison Ivy stood up, annoyed, and snapped her fingers. With a sudden transformation, the wooden stick in Harley Quinn's hand morphed into a wooden serpent, its enormous jaws gaping to reveal a set of sharp, natural wooden fangs. Harley let out a piercing scream and hurled the stick away. "Now that's what I call cool," exclaimed Poison Ivy. "This is utterly unfair." Harley cried out. "Enough!" The plant master, Jason Wood, forcefully broke free from the ground, pushing past Ms. Vic's obstruction, gasping for breath. "I had no intention of using this," he stated. "You have forced my hand." He then retrieved a tuber from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. "Ugh," he complained loudly. "This is absolutely dreadful." Chapter 29. Reality, a Sea of Green. Endless green. Jason Wood's eyes widened in awe. He felt as though he had collapsed onto a dewy meadow in the early morning, with the fragrant scent of grass singing in his ears and tickling his nose. Countless green patterns surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, intoxicating him and lifting him into a state of euphoria. He murmured in a daze, "Oh my heavens, how could I have been so oblivious before?" Chen Tao's expression shifted slightly. The dog welder charged forward. A taciturn hero, his method of delivering justice involved welding dead dogs to the faces of wrongdoers. Yet this time, he faced something beyond the ordinary. Boom! With the dog welder flying backwards and the wooden dragon and colossal plant crab rising from beneath the plant master's feet, it became clear to all that he had undergone a profound transformation in mere seconds. Chen Tao furrowed his brow. "Surely, you do not require my assistance? What you just consumed was a yam, was it not?" "A rather special yam," the plant master replied. He spread his arms wide as the wooden dragon at his feet surged upward, its mouth opening to emit a silent roar. "They possess unique properties. I selected 6 such tubers, harvested from the corpse of swamp creature years ago. You see, they must be taken just as it succumbs. I have kept them in reserve for a moment like this." With a loud crash, Poison Ivy was sent tumbling down the hillside by Harley's attack, landing right in front of their wooden cabin, where the experimental table lay just a short distance away, cluttered with completed materials. "What was that saying again?" "Ivy, I can fight you all day." Poison Ivy sighed. "I do not have that much time." With a flick of her wrist, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Harley's feet. Poison Ivy turned and began to collect the various ingredients from the table, placing them methodically into her bag. Behind her, Professor Goldblum stood with a vacant expression, his green eyes glimmering as he served as a mere backdrop. "This is unjust," Harley Quinn protested, sprawled face down on the ground, reaching out towards Poison Ivy with outstretched hands and muffled sounds. Poison Ivy paid her no heed. "Is it the source of those viruses, Ivy? This is the antidote." Poison Ivy responded, "Capable of saving this world, no matter the cost." "What does that mean? You have not attempted it yet, have you? And you do not intend to try again?" Harley Quinn remarked. "Batman said that if you make even the slightest mistake, you will endanger the lives of everyone on this planet. Humans, animals, plants. Is that truly what you desire?" Poison Ivy fell silent for a moment. "Even if I do not act, the earth will perish in other ways. We merely require the swamp water from Louisiana. Once we obtain it, we will succeed." She continued, "I am sorry, Harley, but sometimes one must go all in. Jason is right. The green has run out of time, as has the red." In the shadowy swamp, amidst the swaying trees, the woman with pale green skin spoke. "The dark forces are stirring, Harley. The swamp thing is dead, and the power of the red lacks a true vessel to fully manifest. No one can withstand them unless we try. So, no matter what I do, you won't back down, will you?" Harley Quinn half sat on the ground, her face devoid of its usual smile. Well then, once all of this is over, just remember, I once gave you a chance. Poison Ivy turned away, her words unspoken, as she noticed Harley Quinn remove her jester hat. No, indeed, darling. Harley Quinn slowly wiped away her exaggerated smoky eye makeup. It was time to unleash her trump card. You promised me you would never. Harley Quinn wiped away all her cosmetics, her gaze cast down, sorrowful like a fawn that had lost its home. Before lifting her sea blue eyes, the world seemed to quiet, enveloped in the silence of Harley's mourning. Harley, I warn you, when the first tear formed in those sea blue eyes, it became the smallest lake in the world, a sorrow even the mightiest of beings could not withstand. Harley Quinn bit her lower lip. I will not allow you to do this. Tears began to fall. Wah! Poison Ivy discarded the viral ingredients in her hands. She wept, embracing Harley Quinn tightly. Wah! I hate you so much. I truly loathe you. Harley Quinn held her, crying as she said, Wah! This trick always works. She struggled to contain her tears, brushing her hair from her forehead. Shoo! The first battalion has collapsed. This monster is utterly unafraid of tanks. Help! Someone save me. This creature has lifted my tank. It's about to throw me. Boom! Corpses piled high, blood flowing like rivers. No! Help! Help! Do not approach me. What manner of beast are you? You are not a soldier. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Bane seized him by the shoulder with an expressionless force. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, and blood spattered as the soldier crumpled, resembling a banana stripped of its peel. Exhausted, Bane discarded the mangled corpse beside him. He had already slain at least 2,000 souls, transitioning from an initially vigorous demeanor to sheer fatigue. Monster! Monster! In an instant, Bane's figure vanished from sight. With a staggering strength of 90 tons, he could easily overturn any tank, and with his speed, even projectiles could be caught effortlessly. No one could stand against him. Yet, as his massacre neared its conclusion, the army finally relinquished their last reservations. When Bane cast the final disfigured body to the ground, he beheld missiles soaring from the horizon like meteors descending upon the earth, brilliant yet deadly. Heaven help us! Surely this monster will meet his end now. Mayor Carlo, stripped of his earlier confidence, wiped the sweat from his brow. Although deploying missiles in the city was a cataclysmic decision, it was preferable to witnessing the National Guard's utter defeat and disgrace. Jim Gordon, hurry and continue organizing the troops. They must bombard the area. This fiend cannot be subdued by conventional means. Mayor Carlo's hands trembled. 2,000 lives? He had once harbored hopes of capturing Bane alive, ordering his men to encircle the block. Yet that many had been methodically slaughtered by Bane alone, one by one. What manner of creature is this? Bullets cannot harm him. He catches artillery shells with ease. There were no survivors. Escape was impossible as he pursued the annihilation of all. I understand now. Should I summon Batman? Do not utter that name before me, Gordon. We can resolve this matter. We only need artillery. He murmured, his voice tinged with a calm hysteria. We can eliminate him with bombs. Jim Gordon reluctantly exited. However, it was not long before a series of knocks echoed. Is anyone there? The door was rapped upon. Mayor Carlo, impatient, flung the door open and bellowed. I instructed you to maintain order. But it was not Gordon who entered. Terror seized Mayor Carlo as he gazed upon the pale man with a twisted smile. The Joker! Guards! Guards! Mayor Carlo cried out in alarm, only to glimpse the two corpses behind the Joker, their faces contorted in grotesque grins. He turned to see Scarecrow seated by the window, greeting him with a mocking salute. Good afternoon. Chapter 30. The dinosaur strikes the phone in the command room rang, causing Director Gordon's heart to plummet. He abruptly pushed the table aside, rising to his feet with a clattering sound, and strode over to the telephone. With a decisive motion, he picked up the receiver and declared, Hello, this is Commissioner Gordon. A sense of foreboding gnawed at him, quickly escalating to a crescendo of dread. What? Wasn't there supposed to be a barrage of artillery? Are you jesting? Cold sweat cascaded down Jim Gordon's forehead. Why would you send the remaining 20,000 into the fray? It is utterly senseless, merely exacerbating casualties. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I had already reached a decision with Mayor Carlo. Whose orders are you relaying? I'm sorry, Commissioner Gordon, but the orders I received are explicit. The operator on the other end spoke with a polite demeanor. And, Commissioner, your command has been revoked. The troops must mobilize immediately. Damn it, I must speak with Carlo. He exclaimed. Has a fool taken residence in your mind? I shall not permit such a reckless command. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and two burly soldiers entered, their assault rifles slung across their backs. The unexpected intrusion of these armed men sent a wave of tension through the command room, prompting several Gotham officers to instinctively place their hands on their holsters. In his ear, the operator continued, "And I regret to inform you, to prevent any rash actions on your part, the soldiers interjected. We must escort you to the detention room. We apologize, Commissioner. Please comply." Commissioner Gordon removed his glasses. He was no longer youthful. Wrinkles had etched themselves onto his face, and gray had begun to creep into his hair. The once bulging muscles of his youth had succumbed to the passage of time, and his stature had diminished slightly. "Do not obstruct me." He removed his glasses and, looking up, fixed his gaze upon the eyes of the towering soldiers. "Carlo and I agreed. This is Mayor Carlo's directive." The soldiers, while courteous, firmly interrupted him. "Furthermore, the mayor's command is that he does not wish to see you." "I apologize, but we are merely following orders, Commissioner." They unslung their rifles, holding them at the ready. Gordon inhaled deeply. "Keep a close watch on Bane's 3 henchmen," he instructed his subordinates. As Jim Gordon followed the 2 soldiers out of the makeshift command center, he beheld, bathed in the golden hues of the sunset, battalions of soldiers rushing forward at the behest of their commanders. The rumble of tanks and armored vehicles reverberated, and the throng of soldiers lining the long street appeared endless. Indeed, he was but one man. 1, 2, 3. Capture Bane alive. 3rd Battalion. 3rd Battalion. Fear not, soldiers. We are all human, with so many of us. Even a single spit from each could drown Bane. Regret began to seep into Gordon's mind. Mayor Carlo's decision was undeniably peculiar. If only he had not so fervently urged Batman to steer clear of the National Guard, and if only Batman were present at that moment, anxiously observing the advancing tide of regular troops. Could they truly vanquish Bane? We possess tanks. A soldier beside him discerned his apprehension and could not resist interjecting. A 20,000 strong army, alongside countless armored vehicles and 20 tanks. I've heard that fellow Bane is some sort of superhuman, right? How many divisions can a superhuman contend with? Another soldier chimed in. If 20,000 men couldn't subdue him, how could 20,000 possibly catch him? What more could Gordon say? He sighed once more. Let's hope so. Batman, do you intend to take action? Robin swallowed hard. In the distance, Ms. Vick was ensnared by a coil of vines. She thrust 2 katanas into the ground, but to no avail, ultimately being yanked into the sky amidst a cacophony of screams. The dog of war charged forward, clutching a dead dog he had inexplicably retrieved. Yet, in the next instant, he was sent sprawling by a plant fist that erupted from beneath the master of plants, tumbling across the ground in a contorted heap, only to rise again as if unscathed and press onward. Robin whispered to Chen Tao, "Don't think I'm oblivious." Originally, Robin intended to remark on Chen Tao's newfound ability to transform into a dinosaur in a car. But he quickly realized that the Batman before him was not the Bruce Wayne he once knew, adept at brawling, but rather a completely new persona. Thus, he rephrased his inquiry. "Do you plan to engage directly?" Meanwhile, the Master of Plants consumed another segment of the Swamp Thing. As countless trees and herbs frantically converged upon him, becoming part of his form, his nearly 2-meter stature expanding, increasingly inhuman. Chen Tao pondered for a mere second before decisively stating, "I am not one to seek conflict. Help me, Batman. If you do not intervene soon, I shall perish. I will curse you for eternity." The Cheshire Cat, with the assistance of the dizzied Count and Deadshot, found herself struggling against the Master of Plants. Witnessing Batman and Robin standing idly by, engaged in casual conversation and laughter as if they were carefree schoolchildren on a spring outing, ignited her fury. "I shall go on strike," she declared vehemently. "I am a cat, not a donkey." She bellowed, "If you do not assist, I shall lure this behemoth towards you." At last, Ms. Vick severed the vines that had ensnared her legs and were pulling her skyward. Breathless, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of any semblance of the grace and composure expected of a British noblewoman. Indeed, she affirmed loudly, "We require assistance." She drove her katana into the ground, leaning wearily against a tree, gasping for breath. "I truly cannot endure any longer. I feel so dizzy. The most detestable thing in my life is roller coasters. Ugh. I feel as though I am about to. Before she could finish her sentence, she retched violently at the roots of the tree. A vivid illustration of the adage that even a beautiful woman can succumb to the act of vomiting. Suddenly, a scream echoed as Lady Vic was once again yanked into the sky by the vines. With a deep sigh, Chen Tao stepped forward. His demeanor was strikingly distinguished, his expression remarkably serene, rendering the plant master unable to disregard his presence. The plant master ceased his actions, ignoring the panting Cheshire cat hiding nearby. His gaze fixated on this man before him. Why must it always fall upon me to intervene? Chen Tao sighed. He took a step forward, and, at that instant, silver-white, ethereal particles roared and writhed around him, causing his form to surge upward dramatically. With a second step, sharp fangs and claws replaced his unremarkable limbs. As the silver particles coiled back, forging golden armors upon his arms. On the third step, a massive green bat-like dinosaur materialized in the spot Chen Tao had just occupied, letting out a thunderous roar. The scene unfolded like a transformation of a golden saint, leaving the plant master in awe, rendering him unable to seize the opportunity to attack. Red of all beings? Chapter 31. The Plant World. The plant master shook his head. Regardless of whether the opponent embodied such power, it made no difference to him. Anyone who obstructed his quest to save the earth and the world was his enemy. For the sake of the beloved realm, for global peace, to vanquish the malevolent darkness, to triumph over the decay of death, Jason Wood was willing to sacrifice everything. Foolish being, the power of the green of all things surged within him. A tremendous vitality akin to the Amazon River rushing into the embrace of the Atlantic Ocean. You have no comprehension of the darkness we face, the impending decay, the ultimate death. I must amplify the power of the green of all things. I apologize for encroaching upon the domain of the red of all beings. Yet I shall never cease my actions, the plant master declared. This is the final method to spare the entire earth from decay and death. Only the green of all things can rescue. The red of all beings had no intention of holding your actions against you. He heard the great green dinosaur before him proclaim, "This is merely a clash between us. I only wish to either defeat you or be defeated by you." The aura of the green dinosaur intensified, and as he confronted the plant master, it was as if an invisible current coursed through the air. Red and green, plants and animals, a clash of ideals, a battle of beliefs was imminent. The Death Shooter wore a peculiar expression. Why does he feel an unsettling familiarity with the current scene? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the apprehensive Count Vertigo, who appeared utterly mesmerized by Batman and the plant master. Then, Deathstroke observed the Cheshire cat, gasping for breath, and the twisted corpse of the mechanic sprawled on the ground. The sense of déjà vu intensified. Ms. Vic soared above him, valiantly battling the tendrils. These trees had been set into automatic attack mode by Poison Ivy, requiring no manipulation from the plant master. However, not every tree was ensnared in such traps. Ms. Vic merely encountered them due to her unfortunate luck. Deathstroke noticed the dinosaur transformed from Batman drawing nearer, with Chen Tao closing in on them as well. The plant master's aura surged. He was about to strike. He spread his arms wide, attempting to summon an abundance of nature's green to control more plants. In that moment, Chen Tao extended his hand, grasping the bewildered Count Vertigo with his left and lifting the mechanic and Cheshire cat in his right, wedging Deathstroke under his arm. With a swift motion, his legs came together, transforming into wheels. Oh, not again. Deathstroke was caught off guard, his head shoved under Chen Tao's arm, nearly losing consciousness. The green dinosaur's engine roared to life, swiftly vanishing into the woods, pursued by the plant master. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn embraced one another, tears brimming in their eyes. Savoring a tranquil moment, they couldn't help but gaze into each other's eyes, wiping away each other's tears. Their lips drew closer and closer. Boom! A green Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed through the trees, blocking its path, splintering them in two. Behind the billowing dust and fallen timber, the plant master drove the wooden dragon and giant tree crab, following closely behind. Any trees they passed were either toppled by the dinosaur or manipulated by the plant master, becoming extensions of his power. At last, the green dinosaur spotted the two entwined figures, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The effort he had painstakingly invested was not in vain. "My goodness!" exclaimed Harley Quinn. "Pamela, you're finished." The plant master, emerging from behind the trees, began speaking but halted as he caught sight of the two, their eyes blinking at him in surprise, momentarily rendering him speechless. His expression darkened, and the leaves on his face transformed into a deep, foreboding green. "So, this is where your loyalty lies? Like an irredeemable meatball?" The dinosaur, now transformed back into Chen Tao, gleefully approached the two women. "Excellent. Harley, you've persuaded her. Quickly. Ivy, it's your turn. Go teach your old companion a lesson." Robin and Deathstroke, having been jolted by Chen Tao's sudden maneuver, staggered to their feet, disoriented. "We cannot proceed in this manner, Jason." Poison Ivy rose to her feet, her voice resonating with urgency. "If we err at any juncture, the entire planet shall face annihilation. Even if the swamplands of Louisiana contribute to our success, such actions would inflict catastrophic harm upon the essence of the Crimson Force. Do you truly believe that the green can be amplified to such an extent, single-handedly and effectively? It is entirely feasible, provided that the vitality of nature is fortified sufficiently." The plant master retorted with increasing fervor. "Very well, I shall withdraw," Poison Ivy declared, her resolve faltering slightly. The plant master fell silent, his disappointment palpable. In the next instant, he opened his palm. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled beneath them. A colossal hand of verdant flora surged forth from the ground, reminiscent of a giant pea vine that bridged the earth and sky in a fairy tale. All present gazed upward in awe, witnessing the shadows cast upon their faces. A myriad of bizarre plants, man-eaters, agony trees, and wolf's bane, intertwined overhead, forming a dark cloud akin to a mountain hanging ominously above them. And then, the sky seemed to fall. Countless plants rolled downward, cascading like a waterfall, crashing upon the gathered crowd as if the very earth had been torn asunder, draping over them like a tattered shroud. "No!" The Death Shooter screamed, feeling the grip of panic tighten around his mind. Yet in the next breath, the torrent of descending foliage came to an abrupt halt. It was Poison Ivy. The plant master's smile froze in disbelief. "Impossible. I have consumed the tuber of the swamp monster." Hith, hith, hith. Cold sweat dripped from Poison Ivy's brow, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. "Stop him, Little Red." Harley Quinn's encouragement infused her with newfound strength. A green glow ignited in Poison Ivy's eyes as her crimson hair billowed around her. "Do you think you know who I am?" The plant master strained with all his might, his dark golden eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yet the mass of plants was gradually forced back by Poison Ivy's formidable power. Drip! A bead of sweat fell from Poison Ivy's chin, splattering against the earth. Crack! The deafening sound reverberated through the air, and all eyes turned in disbelief towards Poison Ivy. The fiery-haired sorceress advanced step by step towards the plant master, each stride causing his dominion over the flora to shatter. Though her movements were labored, she pressed upon him with insurmountable force. With outstretched hands, she seized the ethereal green tendrils that eluded mortal grasp. Drink! The plants crumbled, the green receding, as the plant master staggered back in horror. "I am Ivy. I am Poison Ivy, and the realm of flora belongs to me." With a resounding crack, all the plants disintegrated in an instant, dissolving into nothingness in the air. Poison Ivy stood breathlessly before the astonished plant master, who was rendered speechless by the apocalyptic scene that had just unfolded, resembling a mere phantasm. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, Poison Ivy was struck down to the ground by the plant master's fist. Chapter 32. The Hidden Car, the Invisible Batplane Model, Heavy-Duty Tuxedo. This variant of the tuxedo-style batplane served as a bomber, sacrificing the ability to transform into a combat vehicle while significantly enhancing its payload capacity and energy weaponry. Alfred was seated in the cockpit of the batplane, holding a photograph, lost in reverie. In the image, Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne stood on the lawn of Robinson Park with young Bruce, who lay excitedly on the grass while his parents crouched beside him, their eyes twinkling with delight. Alfred stood at a distance, still recalling how young Bruce had joyfully called out to him, requesting delectable chocolate pies and the sandwiches nestled in the basket. Beep beep, Batman calling Penny One. Note: Penny One is Alfred's code name on the Bat Family communication channel. His daughter is Penny Two. Received, Batman. The voice of communication interrupted Alfred's memories. He straightened, bringing the microphone to his lips. "How may I assist you, sir? Are the napalm bombs, potent herbicides, and cluster bombs ready?" Upon hearing the familiar query, Alfred momentarily drifted into a daze. Penny 1. He steadied himself. They are all prepared. Master Bruce, ready at your command. He spoke softly. At your signal, I can unleash them upon the ground instantly. Alfred, are the chocolate pies and chicken sandwiches ready? Ah, they are all prepared, Master. Ready for consumption at any moment. Just say the word, dear young Bruce, and I shall have the warm pastries ready for you. Wow, that is fantastic. Thank you, Alfred. Very well. Thank you, Alfred. Alfred heard Bruce on the other end let out a slight sigh. I do not wish for the worst-case scenario to unfold, but we must always be prepared for such eventualities. Your efforts are appreciated. It is my duty, Batman. It is what I intend to do, young Bruce. I stand ready to obey your orders. Alfred gazed at the red launch button. Whatever consequences pressing it might bring, he mused. It was certainly preferable to Bruce returning to the Batcave, drenched in blood. On the front lines beneath the aircraft, Chen Tao's expression darkened. Is this it? He had exerted considerable effort to locate Harley Quinn, banking on her ability to sway Poison Ivy back to reason. In a typical scenario, Poison Ivy's mastery over plant life would be considered on par with that of the Plant Master. Coupled with her band of mercenaries launching a surprise attack, one would assume they would easily prevail against their adversaries. However, the extent of Poison Ivy's control over Flora surpassed Chen Tao's expectations as she nearly overwhelmed the opposition. Yet, in her reckless audacity, she advanced directly into the fray, only to be felled by a single punch. Harley Quinn rushed over, lamenting as she lifted the unconscious Poison Ivy from the ground. Unlike the Plant Master, even under the enhancement of the Verdant forces, Poison Ivy's physique remained that of an ordinary human, albeit slightly more robust. In moments devoid of magical incantations or powers, they were as vulnerable as any common fool. Once, taking advantage of Zatanna's incantation, they had nearly drowned what could very well be the most formidable practitioner of ironic magic in history, exemplifying the current plight of DC sorcerers. Chen Tao hurried to Poison Ivy's side. Ivy, are you all right? He acknowledged that, for a fleeting moment, he had envisioned the so-called Alfred Protocol activating, with Poison Ivy informing him that a formidable parallel universe version of Batman was ready to assist him in harnessing crisis energy. With a mere click, he could transcend his current limitations, shattering all barriers as effortlessly as a magical girl transforming, without the need to flee on wheels. Alas, such fantasies remain mere illusions. The Alpha Protocol offered no response to the unconscious Poison Ivy. Pamela, you're truly foolish, the Plant Master continued to prattle on to the incapacitated Ivy. Tim leaned in closer, discreetly inquiring, should I call the ventriloquist? No, Chen Tao whispered back. The situation has not yet reached its direst point. Their intervention is unnecessary. He lowered his voice and instructed Robin, quickly, prepare everyone with protective gear. The potent herbicide is lethal to both humans and plants alike. If I wish to avoid decimating my own team, I must act prudently. And what of you, Batman? Who shall I confront? The Plant Master. Otherwise, you will not have time to don your protective suit. I will assist you, Cheshire Cat remarked, her hand resting on the hilt of her katana. Though her supply of freezing grenades had dwindled significantly, the Shredder quietly approached Chen Tao, his limbs contorted as if made of ragged fabric. Yet he remained alive and capable of movement. Deathstroke regarded him with a peculiar expression, one that was decidedly unhuman. Harley Quinn cradled Poison Ivy. Does anyone have water? We need to hydrate our little redhead. Fetch the protective suits quickly. We are on the brink of collapse. Yet, the Count of Dizziness had little interest in engaging in idle chatter with Chen Tao. Nothing in this world was more precious to him than his own life. He hurriedly approached Robin's side, urging, hurry, bring out the protective suits. Do you all consider me non-existent? Jason Wood's voice resonated. Do you truly believe that your dark and filthy schemes can succeed in the face of the magnificent green of all existence? Chen Tao exhaled deeply. Forget about me, Tim. Just get them all suited up first. Silvery particles trembled around him, and an eerie stillness enveloped the air, as if even the dust suspended within it had slowed its descent. Chen Tao lifted his gaze, his cold vertical pupils locking with those of the Plant Master, whose non-human golden irises shimmered ominously. With a thunderous roar, a colossal green dinosaur unleashed a battle cry, lunging forward with bared fangs that resonated through the air. Boom! As the Plant Master raised his arms, layers of immense vegetation surged back toward them. Flames erupted from Chen Tao's rear as a liquid nitrogen injector propelled him skyward, crashing him against the towering tree that had sprung up. The impact sent the dinosaur flying backward, tumbling across the ground in a disoriented state. The attention of the plant master shifted toward the death shot and others, who were frantically donning their protective suits. What do you intend to do? Surely not. But before he could finish, Chen Tao's desperate shout pierced the air. Penny 1. Engage quickly. Chapter 33. Laughing Gas. In the operational command room of the National Guard, Mayor Carlo sat in terror at his station. The Scarecrow gazed at the clown with a mix of astonishment and delight. What a peculiar surprise. Silently, the Scarecrow descended from the windowsill, his tall, slender form resembling a walking bamboo pole, yet surprisingly agile. I find myself offended, clown. You seek amateurs from the kingdom of fear when there is a master at your disposal. Ah, indeed. You are the master, of course, the clown replied, spreading his palms, his expression reminiscent of an exuberant young boy, glimmering with innocent malice. But I believe I might be able to control Cornelius Tuck. Note, this refers to the supervillain ogre, first appearing in Detective Comics 592. You are gravely mistaken. Poor choice, clown. The Scarecrow's voice emerged sharp beneath his respirator. This vexes me greatly. In fact, I would love to administer a dose of my fear to you. Then let us see, Scarecrow. I am certain I'll find this experience quite entertaining. Ha 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 ha. The Scarecrow regarded the clown in silence, their heart-stopping standoff lasting approximately 10 seconds. Much to Mayor Carlo's dismay, as he slumped in his seat, unable to utter a word. I wish to replace Scott, but this time it must be an equal partnership, no one controlling the other. With a creak, the door swung open. The ogre Cornelius Stirk pushed open the door and strode in. Good heavens! A Scarecrow! He exclaimed in astonishment. What are you doing here? Stirk! The jester greeted him like a middle school girl. Where is Captain Steve, whom I instructed you to abduct? Right here. The ogre pulled out a large piece of something red from behind him, along with a jumble of other red, disorderly items, and indifferently began to devour them in front of the jester. As he munched on a sweet snack, he mumbled that Captain, the adrenaline was quite something, a delightful, bubbling source of pressure hormone, fulfilling every natural ingredient required for a dish of organic fear stew. No, you fool! The jester cried in despair, clutching his scalp. You illiterate! You were supposed to kidnap him, not kill him. He lowered his head and slapped his ears in frustration. Damn you! I shouldn't have you, Scott. It was far too unstable considering you are a madman. Aha! Well, so am I. Madmen ought to associate with other madmen. After all, I chose my partner. The jester inquired again. No one saw you kill Steve, right? Of course not. The ogre swallowed a mouthful and mumbled. I hypnotized the soldier at the door when I entered. Now no one knows Smith is dead. Even if he is, our plan remains unaffected. All right, Fine. The jester helplessly held his forehead. It's done. You've gone ahead with it. He appeared frantic, scratching his head, and then said, I'm parched. Stirk, hand me that glass of water on the table behind you. The jester accepted the water that the ogre handed him, took a hearty gulp, and let out a hissing sound. After being ignored for some time, the Scarecrow could no longer restrain himself. So, Jester, my collaboration with you, with a sudden crack. The jester smashed the glass cup against the table, and within half a second, he drove the shards into the ogre's throat. Gah! You! The ogre was utterly taken aback, struggling to retrieve a blade from his pocket, but as he attempted to rise, he fell helplessly to the ground. The jester swiftly approached, seized his dagger, and mounted the writhing body of the ogre, swinging repeatedly. Fuck you, you worthless piece of trash. Useless. Useless. Blood stained the remnants of the food the ogre had just chewed, rendering it appear as tender and delectable as a medium-rare steak. Only after the ogre's body had been thoroughly drained of its crimson essence did the jester discard the dagger, elegantly wiping the splatters from his face with his sleeve. Now, he proclaimed, executing a grotesque, knightly salute to the Scarecrow, my dearest friend, it is time to reveal your true skills. The Scarecrow fell into a brief silence before extending his long, lanky legs, resembling slender bamboo stalks, as he stepped over the lifeless body of the ogre, approaching Mayor Carlo. Without uttering a word, he brandished his skeletal-shaped spray canister and unleashed a thick cloud of mist upon the mayor's cheek. No, this cannot be. It cannot be real. Mayor Carlo exclaimed, his eyes wide, veins bursting with crimson threads from the chemical's irritation. It must be a nightmare. It cannot be true. Ah, but we are indeed very real, Mr. Mayor. Exceedingly so, cackled the clown. If your guards at the entrance were able to speak, they could attest to our presence. No, no, it's poisonous. What poison, Mr. Mayor? What do you see? What is your greatest fear? Spiders? Venomous snakes? Spoiled sushi? And no, trembling under the influence of fear toxins. Mayor Carlo resembled a helpless infant, utterly incapable of self-sufficiency. Snakes, poisonous snakes. The scarecrow leaned closer to the mayor's eyes. In terror, Carlo beheld two venomous serpents slithering from his eye sockets, while the scarecrow remained unfazed, as if he were oblivious to their presence. Snakes, Mr. Mayor. Pythons, venomous snakes. Their swiftly flickering forked tongues pierce the tender flesh of your throat, lapping at your pulsing veins, merely to swiftly penetrate with their hooked, hollow fangs. Please, I beg you. What do you desire? Well, the clown replied, it is time to wield your influence. Dance lightly beneath the fiber optic lights and bring this dark city to its knees. He laughed maniacally, akin to a mischievous child reveling in the moment of unveiling a riddle, relishing the despair, anger, and terror etched upon others' faces. For such expressions were his greatest reward. Aside from sending those 20,000 souls to the battlefield, I possess a special gift of laughing gas for Bane, a small reprisal for snatching away our beloved Batman. Exhausted, battered, perhaps with a broken rib added to my woes, I had never felt so drained, so wretched. Yet, I was still alive. Bane lowered his head, gazing at the ever-increasing tide of enemies advancing upon him. With venom at maximum power, he initiated the process. Chapter 34. Good allies. The solvent derived from the roots of reeds could annihilate any plant. As Chen Tao transformed back from the Batmobile into human form, he beheld the once arrogant plant master peacefully lying on the ground, soundly asleep, tranquil as an infant. It is over, he announced. Everyone was utterly fatigued, surrounding the unconscious Poison Ivy, while Harley, tearful, tended to her wounds. Although Poison Ivy, merely rendered unconscious, bore no visible injuries requiring bandaging, it was evident that Harley held a different perspective. The Reaper and the Cheshire Cat stood side by side, panting heavily as they cautiously removed their protective suits, stained with verdant solvents. Good grief, Batman. If you could simply pour that acid rain here, why didn't you do so from the outset? The Reaper mused. Even if it was to rescue the professor, we could have swiftly extricated the person and then doused the area with herbicides. Why the elaborate charade of direct confrontation? The Reaper silently cursed under his breath. Were it any other employer, he would have unleashed a torrent of invective. However, faced with Batman, he refrained from uttering such thoughts. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Could it be that Batman was a fool? He surveyed the surrounding marshland, noting that nearly all the flora had succumbed. After 2 rounds of herbicide application, while the initial saline herbicide might have left some plants with a glimmer of hope, the reed root solution was akin to sulfuric acid for these unfortunate greens. Even iron trees would not withstand such devastation. Poison Ivy lay unconscious, having taken a direct blow from the plant master without any means of defense, seemingly plunged into a complete state of shock. The Reaper doubted she would recover swiftly. Everyone's attention seemed fixated on Poison Ivy, and at that moment, the power of verdant life had reached its nadir, Chen Tao reflected. He appeared to turn towards Poison Ivy, leaving the plant master behind, yet he was quietly observing the positioning of others. The Reaper and the Cheshire Cat stood at a distance, while the dog of Welding sat on the ground, straightening his twisted limbs. The Count of Dizziness stood beside Poison Ivy, advising Harley, if you wish to awaken her. I believe you should. Could it be him? Might it be the Count of Dizziness? There was still another option. Chen Tao slightly turned, catching a glimpse of Ms. Vick emerging from the woods. The mercenary from England appeared utterly fatigued. Dark red marks encircled her lithe, pale thighs, reminiscent of plastic bottles resting upon the pristine snow after a January snowfall. Her masked blonde head bore a visage of beauty, yet her sapphire eyes reflected profound weariness, as if lamenting her ill-fated mercenary career. This woman, who had been a mere bystander throughout the battle, the most unfortunate and least noticeable, had just reached Chen Tao and the others when she spotted the fallen plant master. Ah, so you two have met your match today? She dashed swiftly to the side of the plant master, her serene eyes, akin to a tranquil spring, gazing upon the motionless figure before her. With a sudden kick, she struck his tattered form, exclaiming, "You are driving me to the brink of madness, you accursed, ghastly green, filthy and repugnant life force." With each blow, She unleashed her fury upon him, while Chen Tao observed her performance with an indifferent gaze. The attention of others was captivated by the raucous antics of Harley Quinn. Yet Deathstroke, on the surface appearing to focus on Poison Ivy, subtly placed his hand upon his weapon. How detestable, how loathsome! Your revolting green hue. The elegant English noblewoman vented her ire without a shred of decorum. The sight of you makes me want to retch. With each kick, 1, 2, 3, suddenly, one of her eyes plummeted, its vascular tissue grotesquely elongated like a spider's web, struggling to retain the eyeball. The delicate half of her face melted away like wax, revealing the putrid, dark red flesh beneath. Her elevated leg transformed into an insect-like, sharp appendage in that fleeting moment. No longer did her voice carry a feminine charm. Instead, it morphed into a cacophony of distorted echoes, brimming with hysterical hatred, howling like a night owl. I truly desire to kill you. Everyone seemed momentarily oblivious to the unfolding horror. Fangs, reminiscent of goat's teeth, erupted from the maw of the creature, cloaked in a woman's guise, as human flesh tore apart, preparing to pounce upon the immobilized plant master. This was the opportunity he had painstakingly awaited. Then, with a piercing sound, a tremendous current surged through his body, causing him to stagger back 2 steps. What is happening? You! A chilling frost from the iceman erupted upon him, freezing half of his body before he could launch an attack. This was swiftly followed by a violent explosion of flames erupting from his chest, white phosphorus-piercing flesh, igniting the other half of his body into a blazing torch. The creature writhed and rolled upon the ground in disbelief. Impossible. What is happening? Did no one ever warn you never to casually catch Batman's batarang? Amidst the raging flames and the penetrating chill, the creature's dark gray, lifeless eyes, akin to those of the deceased, fixated intently upon another creature, whose expression remained impassive. If even Batman's batarang could not be caught, what audacity did you possess to accept the weapon he offered you? Deathstroke felt an overwhelming urge to discard all the weapons he bore. The thought of carrying such perilous objects made his legs tremble. It was no surprise that Batman insisted upon arming each of them to the teeth. Even the unskilled Wrenchman and Count Vertigo were forced to carry explosives and grenades, under the guise of increasing their ammunition reserves. Originally, they were all waiting here. He always suspected that Batman harbored ill intentions, yet despite his underestimation of Batman's moral boundaries, he never anticipated that we were allies. Is it reasonable to install self-destruct mechanisms on the weapons meant for comrades? Batman, are you prepared? You could easily eliminate your teammate at any moment. Let me behold the shockwave generator, the freezing grenades, the compact flamethrower, and the ultrasonic rocket launcher. Chen Tao snapped his fingers, and, in the next instant, the rocket launcher detonated upon the creature, the violent shock waves shattering half of its face into pieces. Foolish creature, did you never question why these weapons were so heavy? You have observed nothing. You are utterly foolish. Just like now, why did you not notice the carefully buried soybean seed beneath your feet? Poison Ivy opened her eyes. Chapter 35. The onslaught, the fastest germinating plant in the world, is the soybean. Under optimal conditions, this plant seeds can sprout in merely 3 to 5 days, while other common flora typically require over 7 days. However, under extraordinary forces, 35 days can be reduced to just 3 seconds. As the last freezing grenade exploded on the creature, Poison Ivy slowly rose, extending her arms. In a mere 3 seconds, robust green vines pierced through the soil that nurtured them, binding the creature tightly. Harley Quinn, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed, "Red, I'm so relieved you're unharmed. I was scared to death." Chen Tao nodded slightly at Poison Ivy. Being well-versed in comics, he understood that the Black of Decay, as a significant force of magic, constituted a form of magical being. Old Daddy once remarked that only magic could counter magic. These fundamental elemental powers are not immune to the influences of science and physics. For instance, no matter how formidable a plant master may be, even they must yield before herbicides, chemicals crafted specifically for the annihilation of plants. Additionally, when Dr. Slantone, noted as the Gotham supervillain Man-Bat, injected that vial of serum into his arteries, even the reluctant Red of Creation had no choice but to bestow its power upon him. However, magic is typically antithetical to physics. And Chen Tao never envisioned that he could compel the creations of the Black of Decay through physical means. Hence, he had previously advised the already partially awakened poison ivy to feign unconsciousness, while he discreetly tossed a few of the provided soybean seeds into the soil beside the plant master. The abominable green of all struggled fiercely, and the beautiful human skin of Ms. Vick fell apart, rotten and emitting a putrid stench as it crumbled to the ground. While the exterior of the skin remained somewhat pristine, the underside was entirely decayed and blackened. The black of decay will not spare you. It will seize control of the entire world. Our master, Achaean, shall rot everything. As one of the three hunters, I effortlessly recited the lines of a mediocre villain. Chen Tao rudely interrupted the antagonist's dying declaration, remarking that even an antiquated figure emerging from Shakespearean opera would not utter such trite phrases. How dare you hold the decay of black in contempt? The decay of black embodies the natural magical forces of death and decay, standing shoulder to shoulder with the vitality of life and the lushness of nature. Chen Tao, adopting a demeanor of ruthless admiration, continued, moreover, it has been remarkably active in recent centuries, seeking to disrupt the balance of these three forces. Do you presume I dwell in the remote wilderness, oblivious to such matters? The monster faltered, momentarily speechless. What? The notoriety of the decay of black is so widespread? He finally ceased his prattling, his gaze fixated on Chen Tao's back, while the poison ivy woman met his stare with unwavering courage. I shall return, we shall return. When that day comes, darkness will. Suddenly, the vines constricted violently, bursting the monster's head. Poison ivy declared, why so much idle chatter? Yet, regrettably, the decay of black inherently signifies death, a concept that does not exist within the lexicon of its creations. The creature struggled to hold its form. Remember, I am one of the three hunters. When the power of decay of black reaches its zenith, before he could finish, under the threat of poison ivy's coiling vines, he willingly disintegrated his own body, transforming into a heap of putrid flesh, which then instantaneously dissipated into ash. The decay of black is undying. They will inevitably return, though not at this moment. Poison ivy remained silent for a moment before speaking. Chen Tao turned to see her rising from the ground, shaking off Harley's support, sorrowfully caressing the plants that had perished under the herbicide. When you murdered those plants with that herbicide, I was nearly driven to the brink of fury, Poison Ivy said. But the decay of black is of greater importance. I comprehend your actions and have tacitly approved them. In that moment, the green woman mourned the fleeting lives of the plants, but I feel remorse for them. Clang! Chen Tao turned to witness everyone discarding the weapons they had been provided. Notably, the death shooter stripped himself of every weapon gifted by Chen Tao, including the pulse effect gun, which just hours prior he had cherished with unwavering devotion. That very gun now lay abandoned in the mud, while the man who had pledged eternal love to it stood idly by, indifferent. Chen Tao expressed his disapproval. This is merely a precautionary measure, a contingency plan for emergencies, a plan B. What intentions could I harbor? You are overreacting, making a fuss without cause. As he urged everyone to hastily retrieve their weapons, he activated his monetary abilities, and moments later, all were once again equipped with their life-threatening arms. Gazing at the lifeless body of the plant master and the venomous vine woman diligently restoring the greenery of the area. Amidst the chaos and devastation of the battlefield, Chen Tao let out a sigh of relief. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it seemed that matters were finally drawing to a close. I wonder how Gordon is faring. The venom operates at maximum power input. Essentially, it is not merely a one-time injection. Rather, it is a concoction meticulously formulated by scientists, comprising significantly enhanced male hormones, an extremely addictive synthetic steroid, and various neurostimulants. The potency and rapid efficacy of this substance leave all other drugs in the dust. Bane's minions constructed a venom circulation system for him, allowing Bane to integrate this venom into his bloodstream, continuously drawing upon its strength. Central nervous stimulants invigorated his energy, while the perilous combination of drugs within him triggered an explosive and unstable reaction, which was kept in check by the X factor, achieving a perfect equilibrium. However, if, and that is a significant if, the dosage of venom exceeds the threshold that the X factor can suppress, then the previously contained explosive reactions will manifest uncontrollably. creating a production mechanism that tears tendons and fosters even stronger tissues. Excessive central nervous stimulants may also impair cognitive function. Tell me, where's Batman? The soldier, confronted by the towering behemoth of muscle standing at 4 meters, felt warmth between his legs as urine trickled down his trousers. Behind Bane lay countless soldiers, resembling dead mosquitoes squashed against the ground. Tanks were torn apart as if made of paper, while corpses littered the streets, blood flowing like rivers. Batman was dealing with the incident of the kidnapped scientist. Gordon informed us that Bane had regained a semblance of reason, which was precisely part of his grand scheme. He slowly lowered the soldier, but before the soldier could rejoice, Bane swiftly twisted his head off. Using the soldier's severed head, he struck his own skull, ensuring it was not filled with muscle. Just as Bane prepared to depart, a missile laden with Joker's toxin landed in the center of the battlefield. With a hissing sound, a sunny, cheerful smile broke upon the face of the barely cognizant Bane. Chapter 36. Maniacal Laughter. What? You say how many people have died? I do not know. I truly do not know. The soldier, standing before Gordon, covered his face, towering at least 8 meters, a head taller than the elderly Gordon. Yet he wept like a giant baby. Everywhere lay the dead. Bane had slaughtered most of our ranks, and the National Guard was utterly decimated. Everything has come to ruin. Where's Bane? Where has he gone? The soldier abruptly pressed his hand to his forehead, exclaiming, "Oh, he has gone to seek Batman." Gordon was about to inquire further when the soldier continued to sob. "Oh." Despite Gordon's repeated attempts to elicit a response, the soldier remained inconsolable, which only heightened Gordon's agitation. It seemed to him that the soldier was experiencing a resurgence of post-traumatic stress disorder. "Calm down, Gordon," he admonished himself. "First, find someone to administer a sedative." At that moment, Sheriff Brock, who stood beside Gordon, was interrupted mid-sentence as the soldier lifted his head, and what should have been a sorrowful visage was instead transformed into a broad grin. "Ha ha, ha." Chen Tao observed the formidable figure of the plant master, Jason Woodrue, who lay helplessly on the ground. Though he had regained some strength, poison ivy's vines bound him tightly, rendering him akin to a crab awaiting the pot. He let out a dissatisfied grunt, prompting Poison Ivy to purse her lips and say, "Jason, I do not wish to do this. I am truly sorry, but Pamela—" "You wretched woman," the plant master retorted succinctly. Yes, 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 Poison Ivy nodded emphatically, and in the next instant, the vines surged upward to seal his mouth. Chen Tao even witnessed Poison Ivy summon a vine that forcefully thrust into his mouth, rendering him silent. Truly, one must never underestimate a woman's capacity for vengeance. Was this her way of indicating that betrayal necessitates a more thorough retribution? Fortunately, the plant master was essentially a tree, not a mere human. Otherwise, such a method of silencing would have led to suffocation. "Batman, would you mind saying a word, Ivy?" Harley Quinn squatted nearby, glancing this way and that. Feeling like an outsider, she pouted in irritation, but her small display of emotion went unnoticed. Poison Ivy, in deep thought, replied, "You go first." Initially, she intended to inquire about Batman's approach to dealing with the plant master, but Batman's first utterance captured her complete attention, sending chills down her spine. "I suspect that the rot is still among us." "Do not look back," she heard Batman murmur. "I require you to protect Professor Goldblum. The elixir that could significantly enhance the green can only be conceived through his intellect. If I were the rot, I would never allow him to survive. We cannot guard the professor indefinitely. Rather than passive defense, I prefer to actively diminish the power of the rot, rendering them incapable of assassinating the professor. On the matter of ensuring the professor's survival, Ivy, I believe we can find common ground." He continued, "I understand that for you elemental representatives, reincarnation is a familiar art. But such rebirth comes at a cost. We have already neutralized one of the rot's minions, and I do not intend to let another, or several, lurking within the ranks survive." Chen Tao declared, "I have a plan." A colossal figure thundered through the forest, trampling everything in its path, snapping trees apart with sheer brute force. The mercenaries had subsisted on the food and water I provided over these days. Poison Ivy felt a twinge of unease. Despite being distracted, she motioned for Batman to continue speaking, even though his tone of "I am your ally" felt somewhat disconcerting. "I am ready and have lured out the corruption," he stated. The massive figure stepped into the treacherous, muddy marshlands, which were, without a doubt, a death trap. Even a mammoth would be ensnared within its depths. Yet, nothing could impede the advance of this colossal being. Its speed was akin to teleportation, as it traversed the marsh. The water erupted under its immense force, propelling it forward like an agile giant ape. "Poison Ivy, are you listening to me?" Chen Tao inquired. "What are you thinking?" "We are discussing something significant." But his gaze quickly met Poison Ivy's serious eyes. "A formidable adversary approaches. Prepare yourself, it seems to be an enemy." A series of gleeful, childlike laughter echoed from the distance, and Chen Tao turned to see Bane emerging from the woods, cackling maniacally, wielding a makeshift weapon fashioned from a tree he had uprooted. His muscles writhed grotesquely, a sight both repulsive and terrifying. Previously, regardless of how Bane utilized venom or how it transformed him into a muscle-bound figure, he appeared relatively normal, albeit slightly taller and bulkier, with a hint of unsightly varicose veins. Now, however, the incessant proliferation of muscle fibers had surpassed the limits of human anatomy, stacking upon one another, stretching his skin to an unnaturally pale sheen. Soon, the overstrained skin tore like fabric, only to heal instantaneously, rendering Bane a grotesque amalgamation of bulging muscle and slime. Chen Tao was rendered speechless. He was utterly baffled by Bane's unexpected antics. Wasn't the plan to retreat and consolidate forces before the decisive battle? Why was he here again? Had their previous understanding been a mere illusion? Was he deceived into thinking that Bane had orchestrated this ploy to buy time for his own schemes? In those fleeting seconds upon glimpsing Bane, Chen Tao found himself questioning everything. Was it possible he had misjudged the situation? Had Bane merely intended to rush in and eliminate him? All his previous analyses could have been misguided. Yet, as Bane turned his gaze, Chen Tao swiftly dismissed such doubts. Aside from his bulky, muscular limbs, what truly captured attention was the mask on Bane's face, which had been torn away at the lower half, revealing a grin that Chen Tao found eerily familiar. "Ha! Ha! Ha!" Bane cackled, his bloodied mouth filled with an indiscernible mixture of either his own blood or that of others. Chapter 37. Solomon Grundy with a thunderous crash. Poison Ivy piloted her wooden dragon and plant crab into a fierce collision with Bane. Towering over 4 meters, Bane effortlessly lifted the plant-constructed crab with a single hand, flipping it over and tossing it aside, before leaping onto the creature, laughing maniacally as he rained down furious punches like a drummer beating a rhythm. Chen Tao was at a loss for words. Robin, standing beside him, inquired, "Should I call the ventriloquist?" Chen Tao stammered, "I have never been one for conflict." "So are you going to make the call?" "I believe Poison Ivy stands no chance against Bane. Just managing to hold him back for this brief moment is already remarkable. Damn it, call for help. Hurry." Internally seething, Chen Tao maintained a facade of calmness. He stood atop a large stone in the marsh, striking a pose of a superhero looking down, and forced himself to say, "No problem. I anticipated such an outcome." He attempted to bolster Robin's spirits, adding, "Everything is part of my grand plan, not Batman's." Below them were 5 individuals being mercilessly beaten by Bane, who, so far, had not sustained any injuries himself. Suddenly, the dizziness count dashed foolishly into Bane's attack range. Deathstroke could hardly comprehend why this fool would act so recklessly. Perhaps he thought that his ability to induce dizziness required proximity to be more effective. He foolishly attempted to press his head against Bane's, hoping for a decisive blow. To this, Deathstroke could only label him as simpleton. Strength, speed, experience, and combat skills were all crushed. Stealing in front of the shop owner, was that not sheer folly? Before the dizziness count could get close, Bane seized him, gripping his upper body with both hands and lifting him high above his head. With a forceful squeeze, the Count's dark blood splattered all over Bane's head. Every Saturday, the Gotham Gazette would allocate a small section for a column titled Gotham Is. In this column, randomly selected citizens of Gotham would complete the phrase "Gotham is" with no more than 3 words. When Bane first arrived in Gotham, he took a liking to this column. Here are some of the phrases used in recent weeks to describe Gotham. Cursed, insane asylum, bloodthirsty. Gotham is utterly wicked. Gotham is a city steeped in despair, a place where hope seems but a distant memory. Bane is in complete agreement. He once believed that such a wicked city should succumb to his dominion. If he could not wield control over this malevolence, it would constitute a profound regret in his life. However, he has now bid farewell to those past musings. At this moment, he feels an exhilarating joy coursing through him, buoyed by an inexplicable euphoria. as if he were floating on air. All his sorrows and discontent from recent days dissipate with his raucous laughter. He feels an abundance of energy, a blend of happiness and madness. It is peculiar. In times gone by, he was so grave, so consumed by bitterness, yet all of that has lost significance with the inhalation of laughing gas. What plans? What aspirations to seize the city? Such matters hold no weight for him now. His singular desire is to extinguish the bat. This wretched city. Let those who desire it claim it. He has no fondness for it. He believes he can achieve this, for he is the valiant warrior of justice. The hero vanquishing evil, Bane. With this thought, he breaks into a wide grin, his laughter echoing ominously. This chilling mirth renders Deathstroke weak-kneed. The trees can do little to impede his advance. Those winding, serpentine branches are destined to splinter under his prodigious strength. Bane feels an unprecedented sense of invulnerability. No one can thwart him, and he need not devise any elaborate schemes. He merely aims to dismantle the green protective shell summoned by poison ivy, and then, like a thunderbolt, he will annihilate everyone present. He waits for the emergence of a dark gray zombie to obstruct him, Solomon Grundy. Unlike many of Gotham's grotesqueries, this immense zombie possesses almost no intellect, requiring special means to manipulate. Solomon Grundy was born on a Monday. Deathstroke stands breathlessly beside Chen Tao, drenched and with his tongue lolling out. Good heavens! This zombie swims at a speed comparable to mine. I thought I was the amphibious one. I had to drag that bull here with considerable effort. The large zombie is indulging in a feast of golden beef. Deathstroke remarks to Chen Tao, well, Batman, he turns his head away, muttering, this feels rather odd. It becomes familiar over time. Deathstroke, Chen Tao replies. Times change, and even Batman must evolve. As he connects a call to Alfred, he says to Deathstroke, a good man has 3 helpers. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. The large zombie, munching away, begins to mumble, Solomon Grundy, born on Tuesday, no. Solomon Grundy was born on Monday. The zombie's eating momentarily halts, and in the next instant, he erupts in rage. Nonsense. Born on Monday. Batman, could you hasten your pace? We are on the brink of collapse. Deathstroke shouted, if we are crushed, we shall perish in the present. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday, married on Wednesday, baptized on Saturday. A resounding voice echoed from the heavens. The expression on the gray zombie's face revealed a mixture of confusion and rage. No, this is all wrong. As anticipated, the gray zombie was incensed. He abruptly looked skyward, seeking the audacious soul who dared to alter his nursery rhyme. Yet in the clear sky, there was no trace of Batman's cloaked aircraft. Consequently, his furious gaze predictably shifted to Bane, who was wreaking havoc. Who tampered with Grundy's nursery rhyme? Deathstroke and Poison Ivy exchanged glances, then simultaneously stepped aside, pointing accusingly at Bane. It was him. What? Aha! Bane continued to laugh maniacally, but in the next moment, the gray zombie's fist struck his face. Bang! His visage was forcefully indented, resembling a cake pressed down. The sound of bone fracturing echoed. Even the combined effects of Titan venom and Joker's toxin could not quell the immense agony. Bane emitted a pained wail, laughter extinguished in an instant. Solomon Grundy. Born on a Monday, I have told you, Grundy was born on a Monday. Why can't you comprehend? Born on a Monday. You bastard. That was not my declaration. Barely regaining his senses, Bane lifted his head, half of his face brutalized by Solomon Grundy. You. But at that moment, before anyone could react, a puddle of black viscous liquid lunged toward Bane's face, merging with the dark blood previously dripped onto him by Count Vertigo. Chen Tao's heart raced. The decayed black he had awaited had finally stirred. He witnessed Bane's irises turn a ghostly gray. Chapter 38, Tuber. Thud. Bane's mask fell to the ground. The black and white headpiece, although shattered, had previously clung tightly to Bane's head, now slipped away in this instant. And with it, Bane's very essence plunged into darkness. Warning. Warning. Anchored item detected. Bane's mask. Description. This is the mask that fell from Bane's visage after enduring the siege of 20,000 troops, the infection of Joker's toxin, and the erosion of decayed black. Along with this mask, the pure pride of Bane has also been sullied in the mire. Perhaps it can be used to summon a Batman from a parallel universe. Chen Tao almost forgot the existence of Alfred's pact. However, does the entity summoned by the sullied truly possess an identity that is pure and unblemished? No. How detestable. Is this the laughing gas wielded by that jester known as the Joker? Ha ha, what a laugh. How could it possibly affect me? I, Bane, shall never succumb to such base toxins. I am a super warrior, Bane. Roar. Warning. Warning. Batman 52 is too far from the anchor point. Immediate action is required. Chen Tao's gaze fixated upon the mask beneath Bane's feet. He exhaled deeply, then turned to whisper a few words to Robin. The decay of darkness spread through the forest. The trees withered and rotted. One of the trees beside Harley Quinn transformed into a heap of foul-smelling, decaying wood right before her eyes. Squirrels and other small creatures fled in terror, their tiny minds unable to comprehend the misfortune that had suddenly befallen them. Just as Harley Quinn reached out to save the little animals, Deathstroke unhesitatingly fired a shot, exploding one of them. Hey, take a good look. Harley turned her head to see the once adorable squirrel emit a high-pitched, dying scream. The creature raised its head, with maggots crawling over its pockmarked face, while sticky insect appendages wriggled out from its body. It resembled an oversized spider, and suddenly, this grotesque creature leaped towards Harley Quinn. Bang! Deathstroke fired again, stepping forward to draw a flame pistol from behind, igniting the creature. As the squirrel screamed and writhed in flames, he stepped back, exclaiming, I have never seen anything so bizarre in my life. Without hesitation, Poison Ivy raised her hand, and vines emerged from the ground, enveloping Harley Quinn's body, forming a protective armor of greenery. Harley, be cautious, Poison Ivy warned, gritting her teeth. Do not let this creature touch you. The vines on you possess the power of the green. They can offer you temporary protection. Why don't you make one for me too? Deathstroke interjected. Poison Ivy ignored him. Oh, Little Red, thank you. Harley Quinn embraced Poison Ivy. You are the best. Then why can't you make one for me? I fear death as well. Get lost. The two women retorted in unison. The vibrant green rapidly withered under the influence of the decay of darkness. Solomon Grundy, the lumbering zombie, observed the encroaching blackness at his feet, his grotesque grayish-white face contorting in disgust. Grundy hates this. In a hushed tone, Chen Tao spoke to Poison Ivy. How much of the green's power can you still gather? Poison Ivy glanced at the plant master, who had collapsed on the ground, his body corroded by herbicide, rendering him temporarily incapable of resistance. She needed to bind him with vines as another avatar of the green. At present, his visage bears the semblance of a decayed tree, reminiscent of a centenarian whose final hour approaches, with a once robust physique and cheeks adorned with lush greenery now transformed into a desolate, ashen hue. This is the handiwork of Batman. Chen Tao felt a twinge of embarrassment, but he swiftly cast aside such feelings. Poison Ivy released the vines that had silenced the plant master. Jason, we require your assistance. Chen Tao interjected, inquiring, where are the tubers on Swamp Thing? I sense power. The zombified Bane cracked a grin. Even as decay seeped into his being, the Joker's toxin continued to wield its influence. Ha, ha, ha. What is the matter? Another voice resonated from within the zombified Bane. We are but 3 hunters. How could mere mortal toxin suffice? Enough. Spare us the embarrassment. The forces of decay do not fully command this body. A part of him still lives, shielded by the red of all beings. There is no time for this. Prepare to confront the enemy. With a resounding thud, the ashen giant's fist collided with the zombified Bane's face, tilting his head back. Yet, Bane exhibited no sign of pain. Instead, he erupted in joyous laughter and embraced Solomon Grundy. Fool, brace yourself for the might of the realm of decay. Solomon Grundy, a creature neither alive nor dead, remained impervious to the powers of decay. Chen Tao whispered to Poison Ivy, but we cannot rely on this mindless brute to aid us in vanquishing our foes. I understand. I am already searching. Do not rush me. At that moment, the plant master lay supine on the ground, and Poison Ivy wielded the power of the green to slice open his botanical form. Killer Croc assisted, rummaging within the plant master's abdomen. Naturally, their efforts proved fruitless. Growing anxious, Poison Ivy stood and grasped his face. Damn it, Jason. Do you comprehend the severity of our situation? The forces of decay are upon us. And you still engage in infighting? Is this it? Killer Croc suddenly bellowed, extending his hand, cradling a somewhat hardened mass of green substance. Its surface coated with a viscous layer. Poison Ivy turned. That is the residue left after Jason absorbed all the nutrients from the food he consumed. She pivoted back to the plant master. Think carefully. No matter our internal conflicts, We are all part of the green. This is moral coercion. The plant master growled in a low, furious tone. Traitor! Ugh! Killer Croc stood frozen for a moment, nearly retching. He fought against the nausea, refraining from discarding the plant master's offering, and instead shoved it back into his body. I shall not endure such indignity. Jason, we are friends. Enough. Look. Chen Tao interrupted Poison Ivy's words. He forcefully turned the head of the plant master towards the battlefield where Solomon Grundy and Zombie Bane were engaged in a brutal exchange of blows. The Death Shooter and Cheshire Cat were desperately firing at Zombie Bane. If the putrid black triumphs, we are all doomed. And before I meet my end, I shall surely hurl you to that monstrous creature. The plant master fell silent for a moment before expelling two tubers. Chapter 39. Bane's Bat Dragon Solomon Grundy was born on a Monday. The hulking zombie murmured, baptized on Tuesday. His voice gradually rose in intensity. Wed on Wednesday. With a mighty punch, Zombie Bane staggered back 3 heavy steps. Each time his feet touched the ground, the soft, boggy marsh erupted as if a bomb capable of destruction lay buried within. What is this? The strength of this behemoth. Solomon Grundy extended his arms, relying on his knee length. Grayish-white muscles to press against the attacking Zombie Bane, attempting to push him back. Yet his opponent merely stumbled slightly before firmly planting his feet deeply into the earth. Grundy pushed twice, but could not budge him. Thus, he exclaimed, Grundy feels anger. The grayish-white behemoth let out a furious roar. Wrapping his arms around Zombie Bane's waist, Solomon Grundy is angry. Boom! The two titans roared and rolled in the mud, decaying trees crashing down one after another. As numerous creatures, parasitized by the putrid black, surged towards the fray, fearlessly charging at Solomon Grundy, but inflicting no harm upon the ironclad giant. Zombie Bane waved away the creatures, redirecting them towards the Death Shooter and the Cheshire Cat. Grundy is angry. 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 He bellowed, only to find himself embraced. The dazed behemoth, in a stupor, gazed into the grayish-white eyes of Zombie Bane. Are you enjoying yourself? Now, witness my power. In the next instant, Solomon Grundy felt the world spin. Everything upside down. Bang! He was forcefully driven headfirst into the ground, and then Zombie Bane seized his feet, yanking him from the earth with a ferocity akin to plowing. Chunks of soil flew into the air. The massive, muscular creature sat astride Solomon Grundy, raining down punches upon his face, each strike reminiscent of a hammer forging iron, slowly reshaping the very essence of the metal. Muscles tore, bones fractured. Chen Tao could almost see the splintered bones of Zombie Bane's arm piercing through the exposed flesh. Yet there was no sign of pain on his face, nor a drop of blood oozing from the wounds. Soon, Grundy lay motionless. Zombie Bane rose from the scarred form of the grayish giant and turned his gaze towards Chen Tao and the others. Crack! The poison ivy consumed the tuber of the swamp monster. All eyes were captivated by her, as she commandeered the colossal plant creature and the wooden dragon, leaving no one to notice Chen Tao quietly retreating behind a large tree. There, he was met by Robin, whose face bore an expression of lingering terror. In his right hand, he clutched a grappling hook gun, while his left grasped the headpiece that had fallen from Bane. I have secured the item, Batman, he began, but Chen Tao chose not to continue the conversation, his grip tightening around the tattered remnants of fabric. Warning, anchored item detected. Bane's mask, crisis energy units converted, 103. Current crisis energy units, 143. Warning, downloading files targeting Batman, Bane Bat, danger level. Chen Tao was taken aback to discover that this danger level possessed a secondary classification. In a dark multiverse, Batman, having suffered defeat at Bane's hands, resolved to transform into his adversary, donning the guise of his nemesis and harnessing his power. He succeeded. Ultimately, Batman triumphed. Yet, as one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Prolonged engagement with a malevolent dragon risks transforming one into a dragon themselves. However, Bruce, who had vanquished Bane, became accustomed to Bane's way of thinking. He imitated his foe as closely as possible, only to lose his own identity and moral compass, becoming a distorted reflection of neither Bane nor Batman. Would you like to immediately consume 59 units of crisis energy for synchronization? Chen Tao exhaled deeply. Synchronize. Synchronization complete. Bane Bat. Current crisis energy units. 84. Batman. I am uncertain of the utility of this item. Poison Ivy could never contend with Bane, he remarked. But before Tim could finish his thought, he noticed Batman silently bowing his head. Batman? Initially, it was just the mask, but soon, wisps of white fabric fibers began to emerge from the tip of Batman's mask, aglow with a silvery luminescence, resembling the dust of a pristine moon fallen to Earth. Bane's iconic white skull mask manifested upon Batman's visage. Merging with his pointed ears, they became a symbiotic entity, indistinguishable from one another. Next, dark green Titan venom tubes materialized from a void, traced by silver particles along Batman's nape, as the enhanced venom surged forth, roaring and pulsating, flooding into his being. Muscle swelled, and height increased. Tim took a half step back, his voice trembling. "So, Bruce, is this the newfound power you have acquired? From that piece of Bane's fabric? This defies science," he whispered, "and having witnessed magic, this is hardly magical. Like a relentless tide, sharp and surging. The imposing aura reminiscent of a waterfall plummeting from a precipice pressed upon Tim's nerves, a primal emanation of death's intimidation from this formidable body. A certain familiar sensation resurfaced, one that echoed the dread he once felt in the presence of the martial arts master. Batman, a terror rooted in the realization that all his martial movements were laid bare before the opponent. Tim recalled vividly Batman's uncanny ability to instill profound fear in others, even in those closest to him, rendering them as powerless as children in the face of his overwhelming presence. And now, this very Batman had harnessed the powers of venom. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Chen Tao exhaled deeply. Dragon. Dinosaur. The colossal form, the razor-sharp teeth. Chen Tao envisioned it from the depths of his being. Vehicles. An off-road beast, a monster truck, with enormous tires, liquid nitrogen injectors, and the sharp steel spikes adorning those tires. Every detail vividly materialized in his mind, akin to the moon's reflection in a well. First, his legs, his feet curled and twisted, transforming anomalously into rubber. The green-scaled skin of the dinosaur began to emerge on his left arm, spreading to his palm, as sharp claws pierced through the kind of gloves that only Bane would wear. Chen Tao opened his mouth, his cheeks elongating, as his mask and pointed cowl stretched in tandem, enveloping the upper half of his face and revealing his exaggerated jawline. Sharp fangs erupted, while the bottle behind him gurgled, supplying venom. In the gaze of Tim, whose heart seemed on the verge of ceasing, a massive green Bane dinosaur, towering 7 to 8 meters, muscles rippling, roared defiantly to the sky. It rotated its rubber tires, swung its tail, toppling towering trees, then turned and leaped, wheels spinning, conjuring a gust of wind, racing towards the battlefield with the speed of lightning. Chapter 40. Exchange, the filthy green servant. Poison Ivy beheld Bane, his pale eyes cast downward upon the verdant vines tightly entwined around him. "This is of no use to me." An excruciating sound emanated from the vines, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down Poison Ivy's temple. She extended her hands, as dozens, if not hundreds, of roots and other plants surged from the ground, reinforcing the already bound form of the zombie Bane. Yet, this could not impede the movements of the undead Bane. The plants, corroded by decay's dark embrace, turned black and withered, as the zombie Bane exerted a slight force. Crack! The gigantic monster ambled forward slowly. "Poison Ivy, right? May I call you Ivy? I've heard they refer to you as such." Bang! A gunshot rang out. A shield composed of numerous trees rose from Ivy's side in a matter of seconds, layer upon layer, as the electric current unleashed by the shockwave barely penetrated the first layer before becoming utterly impotent. The plant master, Jason Wood, lay beside them, scarcely included within the protective embrace of Poison Ivy, his eyes tightly shut, resembling a true withered tree. Poison Ivy and Killer Croc stood back to back, their gaze fixed intently on the Deathstroke who stood beside the zombie Bane. His once handsome countenance was now entirely replaced by decay and writhing maggots. Jagged teeth protruded from his jaw, and strips of dark red putrefaction dangled from his chin, in stark contrast to these horrifying sights. His ashen eyes remained the only feature still recognizable upon his face. The Cheshire Cat, in such a wretched state, still bore her mask, perhaps a faint vestige of her self-awareness, though Poison Ivy could not be certain. Yet, such a feeble sense of self could hardly disrupt the pervasive decay, rendering it utterly futile. The jagged, protruding fangs pierced her jaw, tearing through her swan-like alabaster neck, leaving a stain of dark, putrid blood upon her delicate collarbone. The ventriloquist had lost his glasses, wielding a Thompson submachine gun, while his once-beloved Batman figurine lay discarded on the ground. Insects' appendages protruded from his mouth. They were all parasitized by the decay, much like the man known as Bane. Poison Ivy had heard of him, the mastermind behind the escape of himself and his fellow inmates from Arkham Asylum, who had now all become slaves to the decay. Bereft of the protection of nature's red and green, they were utterly powerless against the formidable decay that loomed in the area. Then came the final figure she dreaded encountering, Harley Quinn. No, Poison Ivy lowered her hands. At that moment, Harley's red and blue pigtails had come undone, black blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, a stark contrast against her chemically bleached skin. The dark green plant armor that Poison Ivy had meticulously woven for her had been irrevocably stained black. In the end, you still managed to protect no one, Ivy. Yet there remains a chance for redemption. She witnessed the grotesque creature, its body a mass of repulsive muscle, extending a hand toward her. We can strike a bargain. All we require is you, the emissary of nature's green. This woman and your companions are of no consequence. You call her Harley Quinn, do you not? You care for her. Yet we happen to have no need for such an ordinary mortal. Two voices echoed from the corpse of Bane. The hunters of decay speaking in unison. Let us make a trade, a fair exchange. You are well aware that neither the parasitism of decay nor the immersion in nature's green is an irreversible transformation. All we desire is you. The woman known as Harley Quinn will awaken in a few hours, returning to her home unscathed. Meanwhile, you must come to us and join the decay of darkness. Trust me, do not fear. The process of purification is truly exquisite. Killer Croc whispered to Poison Ivy. Goodness, Ivy, you cannot possibly be considering such foolishness, can you? The green lizard lowered his head, opening his mouth, desperately searching for words to persuade Ivy. Never had he loathed his lack of eloquence more than he did today. He had not exercised his intellect in so long that when the moment arose, his mind was a blank canvas, devoid of any utterance. Finally, he muttered, You should not join the decay of darkness. This is not the correct path. After Killer Croc spoke, he wished he could shatter his own teeth. Poison Ivy forced a smile at him. I know what you are trying to say. Even if I sacrifice myself, they will not release Harley. Or perhaps you mean that death is the very essence of the decay of darkness. How could they possibly defy their nature? Ah, so you are aware. Killer Croc nodded vigorously, like a woodpecker. Indeed, that is what I meant. If your concern lies here, perhaps we could negotiate a different arrangement. Zombie Bane gestured toward the incapacitated master of plants, Jason Wood, sprawled helplessly on the ground. You do not wish to join us, and we understand that you do not yet comprehend the decay of darkness. So how about another? That fellow lying there. He is called a master of plants, correct? You have betrayed him once before. What harm is there in doing so a second time? What is the saying? Either do not do it at all, or see it through to the end. After all, you're already enemies, are you not? Exchanging the life of an enemy for that of your friend and ally is the most advantageous deal imaginable. Though Killer Croc believed his intelligence to be rather lacking, he sensed that the situation was dire. Ivy appeared as if she were nearly swayed. Ivy, you absolutely must not. I have made my decision. Then Killer Croc heard Poison Ivy declare, This is the final option. I will exchange myself for Harley. Killer Croc felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He understood what Poison Ivy was contemplating. She could neither relinquish Harley nor convince herself to betray the master of plants, and thus, that wretched desire for self-sacrifice surged within her heart, leading her foolishly into the jaws of the beast. He opened his mouth, but his tongue felt tied. Damn it, he said. He watched as Poison Ivy dispersed the surrounding greenery, extending her arms, slowly distancing herself from him, heading toward the decay of darkness. Wait. Killer Croc called out to Poison Ivy, his mind racing. There is still a chance. We have one last opportunity. Batman. Ivy, Batman is now on our side. He is not our enemy. Killer Croc, at a loss for words, stammered for a while before finally declaring, Batman always finds a way. Batman always prevails. Even though the zombified Bane could no longer express emotion due to the necrosis of his facial nerves, Killer Croc remained convinced that his adversary was seething with anger. The malevolent glint in his pale gray eyes betrayed his disdain. Is this your hope? Relying on others? How utterly disappointing. He scoffed. What can Batman do if he arrives? Just a coward fleeing from the fray. He asserted, Batman cannot change anything. Yet, in the next instant, he was bitten on the back by a massive dragon's maw. Batman. Chapter 41. Fear Bat when? The zombified Bane twisted his pale eyes, demanding, when exactly? Chen Tao disregarded him, sinking his teeth deeply into his foe's flesh, striving to maintain his grip a little longer. His fangs elongated and sharpened, and Bane felt them pierce like needles, injecting some unknown liquid into him. Is it venom? Ridiculous. What kind of toxin could affect the decayed? Even the most potent poison could not extinguish a corpse. Essentially, the concept of death would not even appear in the lexicon of the decayed. Loneliness and indifference enveloped Chen Tao's heart in a chilling embrace. The unique indecision and hesitance of a time traveler from a peaceful era dissipated from him. The brutal ferocity unique to Bane fused with Batman's composed demeanor, merging with the colossal form of the dinosaur. Under the enhancement of venom, this confluence ignited a reaction beyond ordinary imagination. Foolish creature, daring to approach me so closely. Let the decayed consume you, Bane mused, ultimately dismissing the notion that this so-called Batman, regardless of his extraordinary abilities, was merely immortal. And mortals could never withstand the decay. Wait, why is it ineffective? The zombified Bane paused, realizing he could not parasitize Killer Croc. For the latter was the embodiment of the red. He also could not control Poison Ivy, who belonged to the realm of the green. Solomon Grundy was neither alive nor dead, but this individual before him, even with superpowers, should not be able to withstand him. Suddenly, Bane's gaze lowered, witnessing Chen Tao's once dark green dinosaur muscles gradually transforming into gleaming pure metal. The power of decay encountered lifeless matter, leaving it as bewildered as a frog trapped in a glass jar. The insect appendages extending from Bane's back clanged against Chen Tao's face. Chen Tao slowly opened his mouth, gradually retreating. Phew! Bane appeared somewhat helpless. The Poison Ivy was taken aback by the notion that beings such as these, long departed from life, could experience a sense of helplessness. Ah, my dear Ivy, she mused, initially intending to assert their lack of familiarity. Yet, she refrained from provoking her adversary, aware of Batman's silent presence, poised and ready yet not advancing. She had begun to surmise the nature of Batman's actions. Do you not intend to join us in our decayed darkness? I hold you in high regard, Ivy. Do you not wonder why I have spared your life, allowing you to frolic with me for so long? However, the time for play must eventually come to an end. The zombie Bane scrutinized the imposing figure of Batman before him. Is he your crutch? Must I vanquish him for you to relinquish your false hopes? Just like that lifeless body over there, he remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Yet, he noted a peculiar expression on Poison Ivy's face, as though she were gazing upon a corpse, though in truth he was one. He heard her voice, thick with pity. You have never lived in Gotham, have you? What relevance does that hold for our discussion? He retorted. It holds great significance, she replied, her words laced with gravity. Emerald vines coalesced behind Poison Ivy, weaving themselves into a chair of verdant foliage as she settled into it, akin to an audience awaiting the commencement of a film. Allow me to impart some wisdom, rules of life in Gotham, fundamental truths. As a supervillain residing in Gotham, one must be acquainted with such knowledge. With a slender, green finger raised, she began. Firstly, suddenly the zombie Bane halted abruptly, a potent wave of green energy surging from his back. Half of his body uncontrollably transformed into vibrant vegetation, starkly contrasting with the decaying filth of the other half. It cannot be you. It was you who bit me, he exclaimed, his voice laced with disbelief. Poison Ivy's cold voice echoed. Firstly, Batman does not fail, nor can he afford to fail. Should he falter, countless lives would be lost because of him. Thus, Batman never fails. He will triumph, past, present, and future. He shall continue to prevail. With a thud, the zombie Bane collapsed to his knees, desperately clawing at the plant-covered half of his body. Countless decaying and fresh tissues were pierced by the emerging flora, each uprooting accompanied by the flow of dark crimson blood. Regardless of the adversary faced or the seemingly invincible foe encountered, Batman shall always emerge victorious, even if it comes at a grievous cost. Batman's victories signify the defeat of criminals, instilling fear in Gotham's underworld, for they can never conquer him. Poison Ivy's voice softened, reflecting on the fleeting years of her youth, a time when even she was a novice in her golden age. You shall strive time and again, exhausting your life's wisdom in every conceivable tactic, akin to Sisyphus pushing his boulder. Yet you will never win. This is Batman. He is always a step ahead, as he has always been. The venomous canister behind Zombie Bane suddenly activated without warning, incessantly injecting venom into its host. Zombie Bane let out a loud wail. No. You are under our control. Get out of our minds. Secondly, it is an undeniable truth that Batman will not perish. Shooting Batman will not lead to his demise. Witnessing him vanish amidst an explosion will not kill him. Blades cannot fell him, nor can tanks obliterate him. Even the most potent poisons cannot extinguish his life. Regardless of the severity of the assault or the multitude of claims asserting his death, as long as crime persists, Batman shall emerge, standing resolutely before the perpetrators, ready to conclude their criminal endeavors with his fists. Even when battered and riddled with bullets, he will confront those who commit evil. What have you done to me? Zombie Bane howled in agony on the ground, his dual voices resonating in a piercing shriek. Spare me. The voice of Poison Ivy echoed in the background. Thirdly, Batman possesses unwavering conviction. No matter what is said or what attempts are made to sway him, no one can shake his beliefs or compel him to abandon his mission and identity. He is taciturn, dismissing the trivialities of others, requiring only to know if one wishes to surrender. Poison Ivy sincerely remarked, "This is Batman. Difficult, if not impossible, to communicate with, his demeanor entirely unpredictable, sometimes akin to a shadow, at other times strikingly human, virtually indestructible." Her tone bore a hint of pity. Batman is such a creature, unbreakable, unpersuadable, unbargainable, destined to triumph without defeat. Chapter 42. We are all mortal. Chen Tao stood at a distance, his soul soaring through the night. An explosion of infinite knowledge flooding his mind. He could vividly recall the warmth of blood splattering across his face when Bane committed his first murder. The severed spine erupting forth. "I am Chen Tao," he affirmed to himself. In an instant, the colossal dinosaur that had loomed over Zombie Bane diminished to a mere 2 meters, delivering an uppercut that sent the foe crashing to the ground. The monsters residing within Bane looked on, astonished, as the bat-like figure ascended into the sky, only to witness several tons of dinosaur plummeting downwards. Boom! Poison Ivy sat upon a chair woven from green vines, turning to regard Robin, who had suddenly appeared beside her. "The virus Jason and I created? Those materials have been synthesized into that failed concoction. All thanks to Professor Goldblum." Robin stood quietly beside Poison Ivy. Killer Croc has taken him to a safe location. He slightly tilted his head, whispering softly to Poison Ivy, "Ivy, do you not wish to harness the power of all that is green to accomplish something?" Then he beheld Poison Ivy, her head bowed, half of her face transformed into a decaying hue of ashen gray. This sight nearly startled the young Robin into a leap. "Hush, do not utter a sound." He heard the corpse-like Poison Ivy whisper, "The power of all that is green has withered to its utmost limit here, little Redbird. I fear I am now powerless, and your task is to maintain the facade that I am still capable of fighting, rather than causing a commotion." "This is impossible," Robin urgently murmured to Poison Ivy. "The power of all that is green has been eroding Bane's body through that serum. You should be growing stronger, and the decay should have been dispelled." "Wait, unless..." Tim Drake's pupils suddenly constricted as he glanced towards the spot where the Plant Master lay, whereas Jason would. The Plant Master gone? Futile mortal. After a brief moment of chaos, the minions of decay regained their composure. "Even if your power surpasses ours, you remain but a mortal." Boom! Batman's iron fist, fueled by unmatched strength, struck the Zombie Bane's head, causing it to bobble like a rubber ball on his neck. "You cannot kill someone who is already dead." Boom! Transforming once more into a colossal dinosaur, Batman seized the creature by its collar and forcefully thrust the Zombie Bane into the soil, shoving a mouthful of mud into him to stifle any further utterance. The creations of decay emitted a vile curse. "You cannot escape death. Mortal, you cannot withstand us." "I do not need to withstand you. I merely need to dispel you," Chen Tao replied, pinning the Zombie Bane to the ground. "Bane was not part of my plan, but fortuitously, you are." He detached the tube from his back and connected it to the one attached to the Zombie Bane. "Ha, what is this? The venom called Titan?" The Zombie Bane's face, frozen in a grotesque grimace, could not express any mockery. Half of his face had split open from the earlier brutal blows, revealing a decayed tongue and half a tooth. The so-called Titan venom cannot awaken this body. A mortal under our control cannot. Silence, Chen Tao whispered. I am now Bane. Though he is a bat, he is also Bane. Chen Tao reflected, then softly added, part of Bane overlaps with me. I understand him, while you fail to comprehend who Bane truly is. Sizzle. A sound akin to acid dripping on his skin emanated from the zombie Bane as he emitted a wail combining two voices. What is happening? The waters of Lazarus, also known as the Fountain of Youth, a treasure I acquired from the stronghold of the League of Assassins. He heard the creature known as Batman coldly declare, this tube can link Bane and me. It can not only transmit venom, but also any substance I have prepared in advance. I have always been aware that all living things are your nemesis. I shall always be prepared. Listen, remnants, ordinarily I might share a few cold jokes, but I have grown weary of being referred to as a mere mortal. I intend to showcase to you the principles by which the denizens of Gotham operate. The remnants heard the indifferent pronouncement. You have never visited Gotham, have you? You fail to comprehend the nature of its adversaries. You perceive us as mere mortals. Yet you may have forgotten that while the decay of black is undeniably a fundamental force of mystery, you too are merely its subordinate agent. Before Achaean, you are inconsequential. How do you know the name of the master, Achaean? This is of no consequence. It is not Batman who speaks. The undead Bane's eyes shifted to the other side of his face. I am Bane. The other half of Bane's visage had regained human flesh, albeit without a trace of color. And so what? The hunters of the decay of black continued to clamor. How could such a trivial mortal escape the parasitism of great death? But they soon found themselves rendered speechless. For I am Bane. The pallid decay rapidly dissipated from Bane's face. I am Batman's adversary, an unprecedented foe. For as long as Bane's consciousness returns, he is capable of achieving it. Chen Tao interjected, as long as Bane desires it. The pallid decay shed from Bane's form, his fierce eyes brimming with inscrutable significance. I never envisioned the present circumstances. He murmured, you have saved a viper, Batman. I'm not much less harmless than these filthy, undead creatures. Even if you have aided me, it will not alter my resolve to crush you. Chen Tao responded, but at the very least, from the standpoint of living beings, our lines are aligned. Your fate is to be defeated by my hand and sent to Blackgate Prison, rather than to descend into the fate of a zombie. Bane remained silent. He declared, I will spare your life. He proclaimed, regardless, we shall be lifelong adversaries. Yet before that, I shall spare your life. But first, you must focus on what lies ahead. Bane observed Batman's faint chuckle, the angular lines of his jaw beneath the mask rendering him momentarily dizzy. He knew that, even after a century, he would not forget the scene of today. Chen Tao remarked, the most significant characteristic of the decay of black is akin to a festering sore. I had long considered that they would likely take advantage of my absence. Thunderous crashes echoed as colossal trees fell. Before Bane and Chen Tao stood a master of plants, entirely corroded by the decay of black. Bane's gaze remained fixed upon Batman. I never anticipated fighting alongside you, my enemy, he said, yet I was already prepared for this. My adversary, Batman responded to him. Chapter 43. Soulmates. Bane had never experienced such an extraordinary sensation. With merely a glance, one could discern his intentions. A single gesture would elicit an immediate response. This uncanny synchronicity resembled that of soulmates, driving him to the brink of madness. They were not merely adversaries who had faced each other in life and death mere days prior. Rather, they appeared as twin brothers, in perfect harmony through countless rehearsals. How could they possess such a connection? The decaying black entity was no match for them. A multitude of wooden fragments were easily displaced. Akin to peeling the flesh of a dragon fruit, he was already gravely weakened, incapable of withstanding the combined might of Bane and Batman. The power of the decaying black still lingered within Bane. It could neither corrupt Bane nor affect Batman, who could transform into metal at will. Even the deceased, once dismembered, would lose their capacity for resistance. The body of the Plant Master was already in tatters, despite the efforts of the three hunters of the decaying black to animate it. If the body were to be shattered in a physical sense, the hunters could only awkwardly command those they controlled to make a final futile stand, ultimately supplying Chen Tao with a continuous stream of crisis energy. Boom! The creation of the decaying black collapsed, and the Plant Master, thoroughly dominated by decay, fell to the ground, trembling incessantly. Various forms of rot erupted from the gaping wounds inflicted upon him by fists. Bane, panting, leaned against a nearby tree. Having continuously decimated armies and puppets, his body and strength had reached their limits. Chen Tao spat at the writhing, decaying black creature on the ground, then poured a large vial of Lazarus water over it. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of roasting meat, the monster of the decaying black lay motionless on the ground. Poison Ivy regained her strength, her green tendrils gradually enveloping the plant master. Jason must not perish. He is an essential component of the green. I harbor no intention of ending his life. Gazing at Poison Ivy's cautiously vigilant expression, Chen Tao responded, maintain control over him. Poison Ivy sighed in relief. Very well. After all, Jason is not human. I was genuinely concerned that you might. Batman had long since eliminated countless sentient plants she had created. Chen Tao dismissed her concerns. Just then, Bane leapt high into the air before Chen Tao could turn around. We shall meet again, Bat. This is certainly not the final destination of our encounters. Chen Tao shook his head, redirecting his attention to the Cheshire Cat and the others. The power of the decaying black dissipated from them, and they supported one another, foolishly rising from the ground. The Cheshire Cat's mask. The feline never removes her mask, even in the presence of her most trusted confidant. Her father had forced her into an alliance with a master of toxins, an act that ultimately led to her estrangement from home. Yet one day, she would have to confront her fate. My visage has only brought me tragedy. The ventriloquist glasses. Arnold had never experienced the warmth of the human world until Batman appeared by his side. Batman, my divine lord. Their trivial clawing attacks brought nearly 14 points of crisis energy and 3 nearly worthless Batmans to Chen Tao. Yet what Harley Quinn provided him was something he could not overlook. The broken baseball bat of Harley Quinn. Introduction. The bat in Harley Quinn's hand was transformed from the wooden handle of the large hammer given to her by the Joker, skillfully crafted by Poison Ivy herself. Despite Ivy's constant objections to Harley keeping the Joker's belongings, and her frequent metamorphosis of the bat into a wooden serpent to frighten Harley, it remained Harley Quinn's most cherished weapon. Before Harley succumbed to the corruption of the decayed Black's power, this bat was the last to fracture. However, such exceptional affection could not alter the fate of destruction. Even the most twisted and loyal emotions in the human realm could not elicit even the faintest response from the cruel Pale Man. Perhaps one could summon a Batman from a parallel universe with it? Error. Chen Tao was taken aback. This was the first time he witnessed such a peculiar transformation of Alfred's protocol. But could the being summoned due to the Pale Man's twisted affection truly be Batman? No. My little pudding. He loves me. I believe he loves me. Why? Why do you always think of Batman? I'm the one who loves you most. Crisis energy units converted. 40 current crisis energy units held. 124 warning. Targeting download in progress. Maniacal laughter error. Targeting complete. Joker danger level. D. The Iceberg Lounge in Gotham City serves as the stronghold of the supervillain Penguin. Once the largest casino and liquor smuggling hub in Gotham, it now remains solely a center for smuggling. After years of relentless assaults from Batman, Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, ultimately abandoned his plans to operate a casino in his old haunt. Now, after 9 o'clock at night, the malevolent and cruel Penguin is indulging in his late-night snack, a slice of pink strawberry cake. The Iceberg Lounge is nearing its closing time, and even a mafia boss, who has spent the day engaged in illicit activities, deserves a slice of strawberry cake as a reward. However, indulging in such sweets at night is no surprise, as it contributes to his short and rotund stature, resembling an oversized, wrinkled fat penguin. Today, the Penguin seems somewhat distracted. Recently, the group of lunatics that escaped from Arkham Asylum has wreaked near-catastrophic havoc on Gotham's order, and everyone has come out to play. The Joker, the Scarecrow, Zaz, the Riddler, and Two-Face. It's a veritable pandemonium. They have turned Gotham into a chaotic mess, with madmen clashing and terrorizing the streets daily. Business has become a precarious endeavor, constantly interrupted either by the police or unforeseen calamities. It has become virtually impossible to operate. Alas, the madness is relentless. With this thought, the Penguin let out a long sigh and poured himself a glass of milk. He refrained from drinking coffee. At his age, excessive caffeine would rob him of sleep. In these times, lunatics emerge one after another, and the recent newcomer to Gotham, Bane, is no exception. Finding space as a legitimate criminal has grown increasingly arduous. As he contemplated closing early these days, he resolved to wait until Batman resolved the turmoil. The Penguin smacked his lips, his mind growing somewhat vacant under the nourishment of milk. The casino and arms business had faced relentless crackdowns, and the traditional ventures were becoming less viable. New strategies for revenue generation were imperative. Perhaps he could invest in ice cream trucks endorsed by the Penguin or a taco shop. He could assign armed henchmen to guard the entrances. Surely, no one would dare rob him then. Alternatively, he could dabble in stocks. He had heard whispers of something promising called Bitcoin. Yet, as the Penguin savored the tranquil moment while contemplating his business prospects, a subordinate stumbled into his office, panic-stricken, tripping on the lavish carpet. "Boss, it's the Joker. The Joker is here." With a splutter, the Penguin inhaled sharply, causing milk to spray from his hooked nose. Chapter 44. A night of terror for the Penguin. The Penguin returned to his office. His meticulously styled hair and gold-framed glasses remained unscathed, though he bore some dust and a few droplets of blood that had splattered upon him, which he quickly wiped away without drawing attention. He slowly settled back into his chair. His secretary rushed in, her high heels immediately silencing against the floor. She quietly approached and gently massaged his shoulders. "So, boss," she inquired, "what does the Joker wish to discuss with you?" She had intended to ask what the Joker required of him, but her survival instincts halted her words. "Same old story, Maeve," the Penguin replied, rubbing his temples. "Another game waiting for Batman's involvement. You know the drill. Hostages, bombs, and whom to save. An amusement park on the outskirts, or that Ace chemical plant. Who can tell? The Joker always seems to acquire the most obscure locations. I must say, there's nothing novel about this. I wager there might even be piranhas involved, though this time the hostages might carry a bit more significance." The Penguin exhaled, picking up the half-finished glass of milk. "Mayor Carlo, as you know, just hours ago, I received intelligence about him leading a spirited contingent of 20,000 National Guardsmen. And then what? He had just soiled himself right in front of me." With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "like a dog." Yet, even if Carlo were a dog, he still held the title of mayor. Maeve commented, "Batman has his work cut out for him." The Penguin remained silent, tacitly acknowledging the remarks. He muttered in frustration, "That damned clown, always finding an excuse to wreak havoc whenever he visits someone else's territory." However, the anger swiftly dissipated from the Penguin's visage. The lives of those slain henchmen held no value to him. He instructed, "Dispose of the bodies of those useless fools the clown dispatched in the restaurant. Clean the blood thoroughly. I certainly do not wish for patrons to remark upon the crimson stains when the establishment opens tomorrow." Once his secretary departed, the Penguin finally allowed himself to relax. To alleviate the trauma of the day's fright, he resolved to indulge in 10 cookies. Yet, as he rose to seek the sweet treats, the gentle demeanor vanished from his face. The reason for this abrupt change was the sensation of breath behind him. It was a simple inhalation followed by an exhalation. The Penguin could even hear the hiss of air swirling by his ear. This sudden intimidation caused his heart to tighten. Instinctively, he inhaled sharply, forgetting he was still sipping milk. Cough, cough, cough. He expelled the milk forcefully through his nose and sprang to his feet. He recognized the identity of the figure behind him. In Gotham, only one person possessed such a mastery of intimidation techniques. "Enough, Crane," the Penguin asserted. "Whether you have come deliberately to say something, your ghostly antics will not alter the outcome of our conversation." Well, after all these years, still so perceptive, Cobblepot," came the reply. The Penguin turned, only to find the space behind him empty. He straightened his forehead, discovering a tall, lanky man perched unexpectedly on a chair in his office. The Penguin wiped the milk from his face, revealing a familiar expression. "Crane, my old friend, I thought you were still in the clown's thrall. This is merely a temporary alliance. Cobblepot, I did not know you had taken to idle chatter." "Huh. Does the clown know you abandoned him to return alone?" The Scarecrow's gaze was fixed intently on the Penguin's eyes. "My relationship with the clown is strictly professional, Cobblepot. Should our interests diverge, this fragile alliance could shatter at any moment." "Indeed, you speak the truth, and I fully comprehend." Observing the Penguin's threats fade, the Scarecrow got straight to the point. "I am here regarding Bane." He continued, "He is a rather formidable individual, and, as we can both discern, he has been orchestrating recent events from the shadows. I harbor no doubts regarding Batman's ability to thwart him. Yet I perceive this as an opportune moment to bring all of Arkham together. The penguin exerted considerable effort to suppress the urge to expel milk through his nostrils due to this plan. He retorted dismissively, as a friend, Klein, I believe that attempting to intimidate our colleagues will only yield counterproductive results. Moreover, it is already a formidable challenge to keep these lunatics in check. And you propose to exacerbate the situation by orchestrating a grand scheme? So what comes next? Shall we simply watch as Batman vanquishes that Bane? Allow Batman to once again exert his utmost control over Gotham? The penguin clicked his tongue. You ought to prepare yourself for the task you have undertaken. To thwart them all, Bane, Batman, and those disobedient colleagues of yours. You may well endeavor to subdue them single-handedly and fulfill your lofty ambitions. The penguin continued. If your desire is merely to claim a piece of Gotham, I could readily provide you with one. But if you wish to command the denizens of Arkham, by what means do you intend to constrain them? Will you rely on wealth, loyalty, or compassion, or perhaps the conviction to seize or defend this city, to fight for its very essence? The penguin shook his head. My ancestor, Nathan Cobblepot, safeguarded Gotham during the Civil War. A man like him, possessing far less than you, would never weep like a child while fighting for his city. Regrettably, such integrity exists solely in the pages of books, while evasion is the nature of Arkham's inhabitants. You, like the Joker, are utterly deranged, you fool dressed for Halloween. An external force. The Scarecrow, who had remained silent, interjected an external force. Otherwise, do you suppose I would associate with the Joker? Chen Tao silently withdrew his attention from the agreement with Alfred. The transformative powers bestowed by the agreement did not necessitate immediate activation. He had ample time to study them at his leisure. We must return, he addressed those present. So when did I become your subordinate? Poison Ivy inquired, glancing at the ventriloquist, then at the Cheshire Cat, and finally at Deadshot, who was helping Harley Quinn to her feet. She kicked him aside, declaring, Get lost. I alone shall assist Harley. That is precisely why you are accompanying us. Chen Tao replied. He then disregarded the others and dialed Alfred's communication line. 3 minutes later, he found himself seated beside Alfred in the invisible aircraft. Alfred, please assist me in contacting Lucius, he stated. The infectious laughter gas of Bane and his grotesque smile reminded Chen Tao of a presence he had previously envisioned, something that must be prioritized for development, along with the ongoing plan to reclaim usable combat forces. He would soon find himself embroiled in numerous tasks and advancing various strategies. Chapter 621, Chen Tao and the Joker's Bat. All is prepared, awaiting the Joker's Bat harbors a profound animosity towards the Batmites. Undoubtedly, he is acutely aware that even if he were to summon the Batmites, their approval would remain unattainable, let alone the prospect of harnessing their powers. Nevertheless, he proceeds with his intent, making it evident that the Joker's Bat possesses a clear ulterior motive. Do refrain from rushing in with cries of violence, my dear old friend. He intones at the edge of the reverse lightning world, aboard his spacecraft. Seated at a table, the Joker's Bat clutches a deck of playing cards, while another shadowy figure across from him slowly extends a card. A beam of light illuminates them, casting the Joker's Bat in darkness, rendering the features of his opponent a dance of light and shadow. The figure dons a round-top hat, and the light reveals a pair of alabaster hands that are poised to play their card. He does not respond to the Joker's Bat's remarks, but instead gestures towards a game. Very well, the Joker's Bat concedes with a beaming smile, extending his hand to hover over the face-down card. I presume you did not wish to conclude this game so swiftly. After all, a defeated player wishing to rejoin the game must pay a price. Look at you, the Joker's Bat continues. He refrains from unveiling the card, merely mimicking the act of revealing it, before adding, this reminds me of the sensation I experienced when I once snapped your neck. Though not identical, the sentiments are akin. You dream of transforming Batman into your ideal form, and here I stand before you. Is this not the embodiment of your most coveted Batman? With a brazen audacity, the Joker's Bat's words elicit a disdainful spit from the figure at the table. The Joker's Bat's expression darkens as he rises, seizing the collar of the individual who had been seated moments before, drawing them face to face, eye to eye, nose to nose. The light now shines upon the figure's visage, revealing that the adversary he has been playing against is merely a robot designed to resemble a clown. This automaton boasts pale, silicone skin and lifelike hair, yet is unmistakably crafted to appear non-human, as if to distinguish it from true humanity. Its features mirror those of the Joker, with the classic pale complexion, green hair, and twisted smile, yet instead of the customary purple suit, it is adorned in a meticulously crafted Robin uniform that even exposes its thighs. The sole remnant of its clownish essence, aside from its appearance, is perhaps the round purple top hat it wears. You have disappointed me immensely. An opportunity to break free from the shackles of temporal constraints lay before you. And yet you choose to disregard it, the Joker's bat declares. Must I resort to coercion? The sound of buzzing filled the air as the puppet, manipulated by the Emperor Joker, emitted a series of beeps in response to his words. The balance of power had shifted. Now, it was the Emperor Joker who found himself constrained. He had once forced the Laughing Bat into a coffin crafted from dark metal for survival. Yet the Laughing Bat quickly retaliated. He devised a scheme that confined the Emperor Joker's meager powers within this unique robotic jester, essentially seizing the very essence of the Emperor Joker's being. I have told you before, I'm exceedingly familiar with both of you, the Laughing Bat remarked, approaching the trembling robotic jester and placing a reassuring hand on its shoulder. What would a powerful supervillain do upon encountering a jester? It is all too simple to guess. With an exaggerated and whimsical gesture, the Laughing Bat exuded a sense of chaotic madness. He would attempt to align himself with that supervillain, forging an alliance, only to deliver a grand surprise just as victory was within reach. Honestly, this joke has been told far too many times. Even the most ardent fans of humor would find it tiresome, he continued. Do you truly believe you can outmaneuver me to mock that brainiac and vie for the role of the jester? He pointed at the robot's forehead, declaring, You are merely a jester, even if you're the emperor among jesters, while I am the ultimate Batman. You are nothing but, the Laughing Bat observed as the Emperor Joker attempted to manipulate the robot from a distant temporal stream, likely spewing insults. Despite the certainty that the words uttered were likely derogatory, the Laughing Bat remained unperturbed. You are merely a chatterbox, he interjected, but his words were abruptly interrupted. Enough of this, Joker. That brainiac is already prepared for the preliminaries, the Laughing Bat said softly. A bloody battle would soon engulf the entire temporal stream, with countless timelines nearing their conclusion poised to engage in combat. After the DC Universe experienced a reboot, new pathways would emerge, while the old ones remained preserved in the upper reaches of the temporal stream. The new pathways could be painted over, reshaped before solidifying completely. But the old pathways were irrevocably fixed, never to change, save for rare exceptions. These old pathways represented the timelines that had reached their end. They had not been obliterated. Yet if anyone could forcibly extract them, who could have imagined? The collapse of the multiverse stemmed from a simple Bruce's desire to safeguard his world against the Anti-Monitor. A noble wish birthed the most disastrous outcome. Nothing could be more fitting for the dark humor of the multiverse, could it? The Laughing Bat chuckled softly, wrapping his arms around the robotic jester. This is your final opportunity. According to Brainiac's plan, once the preliminary rounds commence, the super time stream will descend into chaos, making it nearly impossible to locate the mischief maker amidst such turmoil. You must understand that the trickster resides in every fragment of the super time stream, leaving only a fleeting void on your particular timeline. He coaxingly suggested, Are you truly willing to miss the trickster and subsequently suffer defeat in that war? The Laughing Bat remarked, Countless lives lost across myriad timelines will forge immense energy and power. The heroes of the Justice League, once champions of the main universe, will particularly unleash formidable might. Brainiac endeavors to harness this power, aspiring to become a deity akin to the observers and counter-observers. Yet we all know he is merely a humble farmer. The vast power he painstakingly cultivates could easily be devoured by anyone, but it shall never be his. The Laughing Bat continued, Do you truly wish to let this opportunity slip away, becoming a stepping stone or a source of strength for others in that war? I recognize our disagreements, yet I believe they can be set aside in the face of genuinely significant matters. Consider this. The divine power of the fifth dimension cannot erase your memory of Batman, but once you ascend to the sixth dimension, you will possess the ability to reshape reality and the entire multiverse according to your most familiar designs. You could even alter your own essence, transforming your origins and severing your ties with Batman, obliterating your sole weakness. This is your singular chance to become a player or merely dust in the annals of time. Is it possible that your current reluctance to collaborate with me is precisely the reason you cannot overcome Batman? You perceive Batman as a deity rather than a mere man. The Laughing Bat articulated, and if the other party remained unresponsive at this juncture, even he would be at a loss. Fortunately, the worst did not come to pass. As the laughing bat retreated a couple of steps, he observed the robot before him rise from its seat, turning its head with an agile yet somber expression aimed at the laughing bat. "You must release this constraint upon me," it declared. "Agreed?" Its tone was entirely ordinary, devoid of any hint of jest. Indeed, only another laugh could silence a jester's laughter. In the presence of a laughing bat, no jester could find mirth. The laughing bat acquiesced, and as he manipulated the mechanism, the Robin uniform began to fall piece by piece from the robot. Once all the garments had fallen away, the robot's expression grew even more animated. It nodded in place before turning to face the laughing bat. In the next moment, an invisible force swept past the laughing bat. In an instant, the manic figure of the laughing bat transformed into an eerie white, as if erased by an invisible rubber eraser, before vanishing entirely. One must say, truly, it is worthy of the Emperor Joker, is it not? Having just demonstrated a modicum of physical prowess in reality, he did not hesitate to strike the laughing bat with lethal intent. Yet, everything surrounding the laughing bat disintegrated into dust, while he himself remained unscathed. All of this was meticulously orchestrated within my grand design. Joker, it would be prudent for you to remain compliant. The laughing bat remarked. Did you truly believe I was foolish enough to confront you alone? Do you think I would dare summon your power into reality without devising alternative strategies? As he spoke, from the inky shadows behind him, the gaunt visage of the Black Death Emperor silently faded away. Though the essence of the Black Death Emperor could not traverse the main universe, this avatar, having annihilated an entire dark multiverse, was still more than capable of aiding me against you, Joker. The laughing bat chuckled softly. I have declared you a clown. While I am the Batman with a sense of humor, I have cast aside all principles, save for one. He stated, the Batman shall always triumph. His smile flickered momentarily before vanishing, akin to the Emperor Joker, for deep within, the laughing bat harbored no fondness for the Joker. To a certain extent, they both detested one another, yet the laughing bat managed to suppress this disdain. I shall deliver that Batman to you. He belongs to you, the laughing bat continued. I plan to orchestrate a tug of war. The Batman shall believe he is endeavoring to rescue the Batmite from our clutches. However, the moment he grasps that rope, he shall be instantaneously drawn before you. He paused. I hope this toy brings you delight, but heed my words. This assistance comes at a cost. The laughing bat regarded the subdued Emperor Joker. Everything was in place. You see, Chen Tao has acquired something crucial from the Batmite, a method to transcend the powers of five-dimensional beings. This is a perilous plan. Before the Batmite truly confers this method to him, Chen Tao harbored doubts about its very existence. Yet, he ventured forth, risking a considerable investment of time. And at the moment he grasped this solution, he was finally able to execute a plan that no one could have anticipated. Though unspoken, both the laughing bat and the Emperor Joker often evaluated Chen Tao's actions through the lens of a hero's moral perspective, perceiving his outwardly displayed boundaries as merely a facade. Distinct from the former Batman, Bruce, it was precisely this deception that led the laughing bat to allow the Batmite, whom he had already committed to harvest, to linger in Chen Tao's presence when he found himself unable to control it. Despite the Joker's anticipation that the Batmite could delay Batman, and his awareness that the Batmite would not succumb easily to Batman's might, the essence of his actions was akin to offering a ripe, harvestable fruit to another. Chen Tao recognized that his comprehension of the fifth-dimensional entities paled in comparison to the Joker's own understanding. The comics seldom provide deeper insights into these fifth-dimensional beings. Chen Tao was at a loss as to how to capture or confine such entities. In the Joker's eyes, he would not dare to take action against the evidently vulnerable Batmite. Lacking the capability to subdue the fifth-dimensional creature would only erode his trust, moving him further away from his goal of protection. However, for Chen Tao, an unpredictable Batmite that frequently disrupted his plans was utterly unacceptable. From the moment the Batmite whimsically orchestrated that wretched wedding, Chen Tao resolved he would not allow such antics to continue. The Batmite could be placated, and indeed, he possessed the means to do so. Yet this erratic child would invariably become a variable in his plans. Chen Tao had not spared even Harold. So how could he permit the Batmite to run amok? The Joker was cognizant of his inability to constrain the fifth-dimensional being, and indeed, the reality was as such. However, The impossibility of a direct approach did not preclude the use of alternative strategies to resolve the dilemma. Confronted by the wrathful Batmite, Chen Tao heard the whisper of the timekeeper herald echoing in his ears. "What do you intend to do?" "You cannot afford to waste time," he replied. "Simply wait for me to acquire the Batmite's power, and then I shall extract you from the time stream." Chen Tao gazed at the enlarging Batmite. Everything was in readiness. Chapter 622, Selling the Batmite to the Timekeeper Herald. Chen Tao did not linger with the Batmite without reason. Upon witnessing the emergence of the merciless Iron Fist, who should have been dispatched to deal with Bane and his ilk, Chen Tao realized that his initial thought of swiftly forming an alliance with the Batmite for a quick resolution had, in practical terms, failed. He was uncertain of the Joker's true intentions, but if he had adhered to his original plan, it would have sufficed to eliminate the Joker before he could act. The simpler and more efficient the plan, the better. Crushing the Joker before his insidious scheme could commence was hardly foolish. Was it? Conversely, if the Joker's plan had already been set into motion, any action taken by Chen Tao would be rendered utterly futile. At this juncture, holding on to the belief that the Joker's machinations had yet to begin and that he should hastily resolve matters with the Batmite might unwittingly lead him straight into a trap, resulting in a nauseating realization that everything was falling into the adversary's design. The pursuit of swift victory had proven futile. It was imperative to proceed with caution and precision. Thus, how should one proceed with such careful deliberation? The only certainty was that Chen Tao's interpretation of a steady approach differed significantly from that of an ordinary individual. Strictly speaking, the playful antics of the Joker cannot be entirely classified as mere play. Have you ever witnessed the Joker engaging in frolicsome antics with a character like the Laughing Bat? For the Joker, as he articulated in that fifth-dimensional venue, it is a Bruce who remains unwaveringly true to the essence of Batman that becomes his object of adoration. Splendid, truly splendid, my friend. The Laughing Bat gazes appreciatively at the Emperor Joker, ensnared within the confines of the jester's robotic creation, a sight that serves as an affront to the latter. Yet they have momentarily forged an alliance. "Remember your promise to me, Laughing Bat." The figure of the Black Death Emperor materializes beside him. "My assistance comes at a price." "Of course, dear ally," the Laughing Bat chuckles softly. "You shall receive what you desire. But now, it is time to commence our scheme. What do you intend to do?" The Emperor Joker, controlling the puppet with a frigid demeanor, exudes an air more akin to a hardened mobster than the jester typically characterized by uproarious laughter. His manner of speaking, tone, style, and even his imposing gait, his back slightly arched as if an invisible cape unfurls behind him, resembling the elegant spread of wings in the nocturnal shadows, embody a quintessential Batman-esque essence, even surpassing the Laughing Bat in resembling Bruce. It is intentional. How dare he smirk that loathsome grin before the Emperor of Jokers? How could the Emperor Joker refrain from retaliating? In truth, this overt mimicry and the overwhelming odor of bat-like essence undeniably repulsed the Laughing Bat. His tone grew notably colder. "You would do well to remember who holds authority here." The Black Death Emperor, with his decayed, skeletal visage, gazed vacantly at the Laughing Bat and the Emperor Joker, as an envoy of the realm of death. He could scarcely comprehend the nauseating exchange of mockery between the two. Their provocative body language, akin to surreptitiously pinching toes beneath a banquet table, or subtly manipulating each other's emotions from afar, eludes the understanding of those unfamiliar with the intricate relationship between Batman and the Joker. To the Black Death Emperor, it appeared as though the Laughing Bat had suddenly ceased his laughter and adopted a tone of cold severity towards the very ally he had painstakingly summoned. "I have told you," the Emperor Joker replied in that distinctive, raspy tone, meticulously altered to elude recognition, characteristic of Batman. "I await your command." His voice dripped with mockery. "You are the Batman. Oh, perhaps I forgot. You are the Laughing Bat. You are merely Bruce, and far from a most perfect version of him." The tone of derision, ambiguous yet palpably biting, served as the most scathing form of ridicule. The gaze of the Laughing Bat and the Emperor Joker intersected in the air, and the Black Death Emperor sensed a palpable tension. He interjected, "All right, my friends. I am unaware of the reasons behind your apparent discord, but we must focus on the matters concerning Batman and the Joker." "My apologies." The Laughing Bat replied, "Hey, you skeletal fiend, refrain from meddling in matters beyond your comprehension, if you please." The Emperor Joker retorted with a more aggressive tone. The Black Death Emperor fell silent, standing still and scrutinizing the two with unwavering intensity. However, Both the Laughing Bat and the Emperor Joker recognized that time was of the essence. And thus the Laughing Bat proclaimed, "Fear not, everything is proceeding according to plan. I have assured you, Emperor Joker, that I will deliver Batman into your hands. Through my previous encounters with him, I have gradually discerned his temperament. It is akin to deconstructing an opponent. Do you comprehend?" He spoke not only to the Emperor Joker, but also to the bystander, asserting his profound understanding of Batman, perhaps even surpassing Batman's own self-awareness. "Is that why you allowed the Batmite to escape your summoning circle? I still perceive that as a risk," the Black Death Emperor inquired. "Did you not prepare any binding spells, or leave any contingencies on him?" "Indeed, I did not." The Black Death Emperor found himself uncertain whether the statement was genuine or merely a ruse. Yet, for him, it bore little consequence. "If I had prepared such measures, I would risk drawing the attention of the Dragon Batman," the Laughing Bat explained. "For our plan, the danger of discovery is the greatest variable." He turned his gaze toward the Emperor Joker, who appeared nonchalant as he fiddled with a deck of cards that had seemingly materialized from thin air, before returning his focus to the Black Death Emperor, who awaited his next words, leaning on his immense scythe. "Do you truly believe the Dragon Batman embodies benevolence and sincerity? Is that not a fallacy? We are villains. I am the Grim Reaper, destined to unleash boundless death and destruction, while you are a vile and grotesque iteration of Batman, alongside an even more malevolent version of the Joker. In every conceivable way, we are a alliance of wickedness." The Black Death Emperor did not vocalize these thoughts. He merely nodded slightly, appearing to concur with the Laughing Bat's every assertion. The Laughing Bat continued, "The Dragon Batman masquerades as a genuine superhero, yet he resorts to unscrupulous methods in his endeavors. This may be a virtue," the Black Death Emperor mused silently, pondering if there was any fault in this approach. He harbored no belief in the capabilities of his allies. The dark multiverse had amplified his inherent distrust of others, and he never regarded anyone as a comrade worthy of his trust. The Herald of Death suddenly became aware of this truth. Despite possessing a skeletal visage, the Black Death Emperor is not devoid of intellect. "Are you suggesting that Batman would not trust the Batmite, even upon encountering him?" What he implies is that Batman would endeavor to cunningly manipulate the Batmite into relinquishing all his powers, much like I did in the past. The Emperor Joker interjected, and after the Clown Prince of Crime uttered the first statement, he grasped the essence of the conversation. The subsequent remarks from the Clown Prince were not directed at him, but rather served to elucidate the rationale behind the Black Death Emperor's actions. "However, I fail to comprehend why Batman, having the ability to persuade the Batmite to join forces with him to resolve their dilemma, would instead seek to take the risk of acquiring the Batmite's powers." The Black Death Emperor remarked, "This is illogical. Batman's profound distrust of others renders him incapable of such an approach." The Clown Prince of Crime responded, "Deep down, Batman relentlessly pursues a flawless success rate of 100, despite being acutely aware that such a feat is unattainable. Yet, he persists in this endeavor." He continued, "I possess an understanding of both Batman and the Joker, and the art of assaulting teammates is indeed Batman's forte. Thus, you intend to leverage the fact that Batman has experienced death. Black Death Emperor, you share a connection with him. You could incite a night of utter darkness within this universe. Once you amplify the energy of the Black Lantern in this realm, you would be able to forge a link with the once-deceased Batman's dragon." The Clown Prince of Crime remarked, "While this Black Lantern energy may not grant you control, it will give birth to a sufficiently resilient tether." He turned his gaze towards the expressionless figure of Batman sitting nearby, the Emperor Joker. What a farce, he mentally cursed, though he quickly composed himself. At this juncture, through this robotic vessel, the Emperor Joker could seize this resilient tether from the upstream of the super-time flow. Meanwhile, should Batman successfully usurp the Batmite's abilities, it would align perfectly with the Clown Prince's scheme. Batman's record with the Black Death Emperor indicates death, with his status being one of evading demise. A being once deceased cannot wield the powers of the fifth dimension. Should the Black Death Emperor invoke Batman's death, the Batman Dragon would be powerless to intervene. With the timeline adjudging him as deceased, the five-dimensional powers recently absorbed by Batman would also be affected. In such circumstances, the Clown Prince of Crime harbors no faith that the Batman Dragon could withstand the Black Death Emperor's summons. The upstream Emperor Joker need only exert a gentle pull, and the Batman Dragon would be compelled to manifest before him, resulting in a chaotic confrontation between the two. From the very beginning, the Clown Prince of Crime never envisioned a direct clash with the Batman Dragon, engaging in a genuine duel with blades and firearms. Certainly, the Laughing Bat has not overlooked the potential threat posed by the Emperor Joker's disdain towards him. Should the Batman Dragon be drawn upstream into the hypertime stream, there exists a possibility of betrayal, forming an alliance with the Emperor Joker to resolve his own predicaments. This is precisely why he allows the Batmite to frolic with Batman over there. Once the Batman Dragon perceives a glimmer of hope to lure the Batmite's powers, he will seize that opportunity without hesitation. The Emperor Joker, too, would never forfeit the chance to acquire the Batmite's powers. This interrupts any potential collusion between them. Should the Batman Dragon, inadvertently pulled into the hypertime stream, still possess the Batmite's powers, he could momentarily withstand the Emperor Joker, resulting in a standoff fraught with mutual caution. However, if he were to lose that power, he would likely face utter ruin, for even if the Emperor Joker professes a willingness to collaborate with the Batman Dragon, the latter would be loath to place himself in such perilous circumstances, thereby rendering cooperation impossible. The Batmite's powers become a pivotal variable, providing the Emperor Joker and Batman with a reason to engage in conflict, all orchestrated within the Laughing Bat's grand design. As previously stated, the Laughing Bat meticulously anticipates these scenarios, calculating the moves of all involved to emerge as the ultimate victor. As the saying goes, the Laughing Bat is forever fortunate. As for the outcome wherein Batman fails to seize the Batmite's powers, that too leads to demise. Without the Batmite's strength, he cannot hope to contend with the Emperor Joker. The Black Death Emperor wields control over death itself, and his targets could easily include Batman himself. His possession of the Batmite's powers is of little consequence. Despite the Emperor Joker's malevolent intentions towards the Laughing Bat, does he truly treat the Batman Dragon with any gentleness? Had their strengths been equal, perhaps collaboration might have been feasible. Yet, without the Batmite's powers and facing an unrestrained Emperor Joker, the Batman Dragon would likely find himself in a position akin to that of a mouse, capable of a feeble resistance against a cat, yet only provoking further excitement and aggression from the feline. Regardless of the choices available to him, Batman's outcomes are fraught with peril. The Laughing Bat's estimation of the current power of the Batman Dragon is remarkably astute. Does he genuinely believe he remains in a state where he can fully exert his enhanced powers after having devoured over 3,000 heroes? As for how the Emperor Joker, having resolved the Batman Dragon's claim to the 14 Dark Multiverse Dragon status, will manage matters thereafter, that is no concern for the Laughing Bat. For Barbados, a contender like the Batman Dragon, devoid of power, obtaining such authority is merely a fleeting whim. An engine without diesel cannot run. Conversely, a character of the Emperor Joker's formidable strength, acquiring such status would send Barbados into a frenzy. He thrives on betrayal, and none understand the art of biting the hand that feeds better than he. By that time, Barbados would assist the Laughing Bat in addressing the threat posed by the Emperor Joker, achieving a trifecta of objectives. As everyone anticipated, the Laughing Bat had meticulously orchestrated everything. "Dear Hal, I believe we must proceed with caution." "Indeed," replied the Parallax Hal, nodding in agreement with Batman's words. "Do you desire the Batmite?" "What did you say?" "The Batmite. I shall bestow his powers upon you," Chen Tao remarked. "Do you wish to become a fifth-dimensional being, Hal?" Chapter 815, Anti-Monitor. This technique was imparted to me by Batman. A thunderous roar echoed as the Anti-Monitor transformed into a terrifying fireball, only to be obliterated by old Superman of Earth 2, much like his historical precedents. Everything in his vicinity would face annihilation. In the boundless cosmos, young Alexander Luthor stood upon a colossal rock adrift in space. He proclaimed, "Nothing within a radius of 1,000,000 miles shall escape unscathed." Young Alexander Luthor hailed from the pre-crisis Earth 3, the son of Earth 3's Alexander Luthor and Lois Lane. Note, pre-crisis Earth 3 was a world where good and evil were inverted, unlike the reimagined Syndicate of Crime, featuring Night Owl and Ultraman. The pre-reboot Syndicate was composed of abstract villains like the Ultimate Man and Owlman, the latter of whom indeed wore an owl mask. So this is how it concludes. "I suppose we should wait here until the shockwave carries us away," old Superman of Earth 2 stated. "With our speed, evading him is impossible." Supreme Superboy floated beside his mentor, hands on his hips, gasping for breath. He was perplexed as to why he had suddenly acquired powers comparable to those of his mentor. But such considerations had become trivial. Supreme Superboy believed he was facing death. "I think I'm not afraid of death, at least not at this moment," he declared. "We fought valiantly, and we have triumphed." Old Superman of Earth 2 remarked, "If only Lois could witness this." As they conversed, a golden luminescence emanated from young Alexander Luthor. Ultimately, he shook his head in futility and soared to the side of the mentor and apprentice. "Superman, Lois is still alive." "What?" Old Superman inquired. "Earth 2 has been merged. I, along with Jay, the original Flash, Jay Garrick, accompanied by Wally West, the first Kid Flash and third Flash, who once succeeded Barry Allen after his disappearance, searched for clues aboard the cosmic treadmill to return to Earth 2's original position. Yet what awaited us was only endless void. How could she possibly still exist?" Young Alexander Luthor stood shoulder to shoulder with the mentor and apprentice. "I possess knowledge of how the universe shall be reborn, and I am acutely aware of the consequences that will ensue. I cannot permit you to endure such loss. Therefore, prior to the merger of Earth 2 into the new Earth, I salvaged her and guided her to a realm where she can exist in safety." Alexander Luthor proclaimed, "An unknown dimension, which I have dubbed the Paradise Dimension." The eyes of Earth 2 as Elder Superman sparkled with hope. "Then I regret to inform you," young Alexander Luthor interjected, shaking his head. "I just attempted to open the portal to that dimension, but the fabric of time and space has been thoroughly disrupted by the demise of the Anti-Monitor. It is not only impossible to return to the new Earth, but even entering the Paradise Dimension is a distant dream." He continued, "I fear we may perish here." Thus it was. The light in the eyes of Earth 2's Elder Superman extinguished. "At least Lois is still alive," he murmured. Knowing that his beloved wife could still survive provided him with some solace. He embraced his disciple and also the unfamiliar young Alexander Luthor, apologizing for leading him into this perilous situation. They exchanged their final words, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. However, from the macrocosmic perspective of the supertemporal flow, neither the Monitor nor the World Forger could accept such a scene. Boom! An unseen thunderclap reverberated through the supertemporal flow, as three deities of the sixth dimension engaged in fierce combat in a realm beyond the comprehension of the Supreme Superboy and the Elder Superman. The Anti-Monitor initially faced two adversaries, but inexplicably began to falter. The World Forger and the Monitor had not understood the underlying reasons at first. Logically, they were battling at the terminus of the infinite Earth crisis, where the Anti-Monitor, in his prime, was on the verge of annihilating the entire positive matter universe, allowing the antimatter universe to consume all. Given the might of Mobius during this period, it was expected that he would dominate his two brothers. It was indeed abnormal for him to be overwhelmed. Previously, neither the World Forger nor the Monitor had realized that the other was weakening until this moment, when they finally discerned that the Anti-Monitor had engaged in some form of deception. According to the original timeline, after the Elder Superman of Earth 2 uttered those words, young Alexander Luthor should have been able to open the portal to the Paradise Dimension, reuniting the Elder Superman with Elder Lois, and then leading them alongside the Supreme Superboy into the Paradise Dimension, evading the cataclysmic explosion wrought by the dying Anti-Monitor. The four of them, young Alexander Luthor, Supreme Superboy, Elder Superman, and Elder Lois, had been surviving within the Paradise Dimension, transcending all moments of zero time, ultimately triggering the infinite crisis event, thereby steering history in a new direction. It can be said that their presence in the DC multiverse is of utmost significance, rivaling even that of the Green Lantern Corps. Without them, the infinite crisis within the Paradise Dimension would have been impossible to manifest. Yet now, for some unknown reason, young Alexander Luthor had utterly failed to open the Paradise Dimension, and they were destined to perish here. The demise of these four individuals would extinguish the infinite crisis. In the absence of this crisis, a plethora of consequential reactions would immediately ensue. For instance, it was the Supreme Superman's fist that shattered the crystalline wall of dimensions, allowing Jason's resurrection and consequently triggering the events beneath the Red Hood. Key figures such as Elastic Woman from the Doom Patrol would be unable to resurrect. The temporally rewritten history remains intact rather than erased, thus altering the legacies of the Amazonian heroines. These repercussions further influenced the subsequent final crisis, which, upon its alteration, directly impacted Darkseid's demise. Had Darkseid not perished during the final crisis, leading to the shattering of his godhood, the entire DC multiverse would have succumbed to his grasp over the anti-life equation. Thus, a new chain of reactions emerged, causing history to collapse like a line of dominoes, compelling the Monitor and the World Forger to no longer disregard this chaos. At this juncture, at the conclusion of the Infinite Earth Crisis, the Anti-Monitor lay vanquished, having been overthrown by his two brethren, yet he quietly achieved his intended design. The World Forger grasped his hammer in one hand, while the other clutched the Anti-Monitor's throat as if handling a mere kitten. "Mobius, how dare you?" he exclaimed. "Indeed, my brothers," the Anti-Monitor declared. "I am the one responsible. I have slain those four pivotal individuals, which will rend the fabric of history and usher in a new era." The World Forger and the Monitor remained silent, listening as the Anti-Monitor continued. "I have bound my own fate to the safety of the entire DC multiverse." If Chen Tao were present, he would surely find this sentiment eerily familiar. Was this not the very rhetoric he employed during the creation of the Earth-15 incident? "Damn you," the World Forger cursed, attempting to annihilate the horrific history wrought by the Anti-Monitor. Yet, the Anti-Monitor seized the blue giant before him, using his other hand to grip the Monitor's nape, single-handedly ensnaring his two brothers, refusing to relent even unto death. "Release me. Let go." The Monitor and the World Forger cried, unleashing torrents of energy that cascaded like rain from the Anti-Monitor's mouth and nostrils. Nevertheless, he clung steadfastly. A malicious chuckle echoed in the ears of his two brethren. "Had you not been so presumptuous, believing you could subdue me and leaving me a vulnerability during the Infinite Earth Crisis, I would not have wrought such devastation upon the DC multiverse." He murmured to his brothers. "The timeline has been altered. The downstream of the current history will inevitably collapse. Now, let me speculate what our mother will do upon the source wall." The Anti-Monitor emitted a chilling, low laugh. "Ah, how difficult to conjecture." Buzz, the World Forger, in a fit of exasperation, struck the Anti-Monitor squarely in the face with a hammer, relishing the moment. "I have long anticipated this. I knew you would not allow me to escape the annals of history. I have always been aware of it, and I have grown accustomed to the Watchers." The infant universe of the World Forger remained incomplete, too soon, too rapidly. At this juncture, had Perpetua descended from the source wall, the World Forger would have been powerless to resist her. He could not bear such a scenario. The multiverse might collapse, but it must not do so immediately, nor unleash Perpetua. Ha ha ha. But if, let me emphasize, if the immune system of the multiverse, that is, the heroes within a standard multiverse, chose not to assist me in transcending the shackles of history, then I would opt to drag the entire DC timeline down with me. To prevent such a calamity, the immune system of the timeline would come to my aid, assisting me in vanquishing you both. The Anti-Monitor emitted a laugh reminiscent of the dragon of Batman. "Ha ha. The multiverse knows me. It has truly encountered misfortune." Then his demeanor shifted. "These lessons were imparted to me by the dragon of Batman," he declared. "Let us discuss the price, my brethren. You cannot simply stand by and watch the multiverse be obliterated, can you?" The Anti-Monitor issued a threat. "I am offering you a chance to negotiate. Otherwise, the timeline will assist me." He proclaimed, "Now, I am the dragon of Batman, and you are the Anti-Monitor. Remember, the Anti-Monitor is a condition, not merely a name." Chapter 825, The Supreme Little Superman. "I have come to vanquish you." The World Forger was compelled to intervene. "The old Batman of the main universe is already seeking you out. He is on the verge of discovering your true form." Barbados' avatar informed Chen Tao. "I am aware," he nodded, then addressed Barbados. "You must guide the main universe's Batman to appear at the opportune moment, without their awareness." He then turned to face the Anti-Monitor. "Deceiving the World Forger is entrusted to you." Invisible threads of manipulation began to radiate from Chen Tao, gradually enveloping the entire situation. He resembled a cunning spider, patiently awaiting his prey. Chen Tao had not felt this way in a long time. Previously, he had always been constrained. However, when a signalman perished before him, and the Batman, known as the Nameless Old Dragon, was loaded onto him by Alfred's pact, the subtle restraints that had hindered his actions finally dissipated. He was once again able to orchestrate his plans, directing events toward his desired outcome. While the existence and complete revival of the Anti-Monitor provided him the foundational conditions to counter the World Forger. The Mace of Hawkman, Carter, had already been secured through Luther and William. At the moment when Luther initially began sharing the classic intelligence of Green Lantern's Hal on the dark side manifestation with Chen Tao, he had already contemplated taking action against Darkseid. However, he never anticipated that the one ultimately ensnared by this scheme would be the World Forger himself. It is likely that the World Forger was equally unprepared for such a turn of events. Furthermore, regarding the Anti-Monitor, it is crucial for me to reiterate that you must not only deceive the World Forger, but also disrupt the ability of all six-dimensional deities to scrutinize history. Are you anticipating my other brother's moves? Indeed, Chen Tao remarked. In our confrontation with the World Forger, we merely need to create a facade to mislead him. Yet we cannot account for every detail. Theoretically, if a six-dimensional deity were willing to painstakingly sift through the evidence, there is a significant chance they could discern flaws in our constructed illusion. I cannot believe that, the Anti-Monitor mused while stroking his chin. Are you suggesting that he might notice certain imperfections in our fabrication, revealing discrepancies with actual history? Precisely, Chen Tao replied. For instance, there may be two symmetrical gargoyles on a distant building, but in a fleeting moment, their shadows reflect a slight deviation. We cannot guarantee the complete absence of such subtle differences. We lack the time to refine our creation to perfection. Thus, we require a temporary strategy before the polishing is complete. Chen Tao continued, we must obscure history as much as possible, rendering it nebulous, making these details easier to overlook. This also serves to confuse the Monitor, your adversary. How can you be certain he isn't covertly orchestrating something? Anything that causes him trouble would be advantageous for both of us. Consequently, the Anti-Monitor acquiesced, agreeing to introduce a certain degree of obfuscation to history rather than fixating on the narratives Batman could provide and altering them indiscriminately. Chen Tao lowered his head slightly. This was indeed the crux of his undertaking. The Anti-Monitor blurred the fabric of history, while Chen Tao, through Barbados, since the entirety of the Supertime Continuum's chronicle, history became indistinct. Each detail was no longer vividly apparent, but resembled a camera lens besmirched with grime. Yet the dilemma lay in the fact that this very act of obscuring history rendered the Anti-Monitor incapable of reading it clearly himself. Some minute details, unnoticed by the six-dimensional deities, were merely trifles, yet they sufficed for Chen Tao to thrive within the crevices. Indeed, Chen Tao could not wholly acquiesce to the Anti-Monitor's directives. For if he did, he would transform from a superhero striving to survive between two six-dimensional deities into a mere pawn of the Anti-Monitor. Ultimately, whether the game concluded with the Anti-Monitor's victory or that of the World Forger held no significance for Chen Tao. Batman, I sense an ominous foreboding, the World Forger observed, standing outside the DC multiverse, gazing upon the unfolding scenes within. He manipulated the Hero Day to address the Dragon Batman. The reminder to Batman arrived at a most opportune moment. The Batman of the main universe had yet to arrive, but was drawing near, and the Dragon Batman must have sensed it. By allowing Hero Day to voice his unease at this juncture, he could gauge the Dragon Batman's disposition towards the main universe's Batman, while ensuring that Hero Day did not appear excessively inept. The World Forger had already traced back through the historical timeline. As long as he was willing to delve, he could always uncover the Dragon Batman's past actions, as if it were a film reel with a timeline that could be manipulated at will, unless another six-dimensional deity intervened to obscure the Dragon Batman's actions. Everything would lay bare under the World Forger's discerning observation. Remarkably, Barbados had already assisted the main universe's Batman in locating the Dragon Batman. Soon, the clash between the two Batmans would commence in earnest. The World Forger's task was to aid the main universe's Batman in seizing that mallet, while also reclaiming the sword he had forged himself. Although he had articulated a desire for assistance in terminating the Dragon Batman, deep down, the World Forger understood that eliminating the Dragon Batman would not prove to be a simple endeavor. This peculiar creature of the dark multiverse embodied the dissatisfaction of the multiverse with all its inhabitants, much like the Justice League of the main universe. The World Forger perceived within the Dragon Batman a certain innate mission, a remarkable characteristic akin to that of immune cells. Such perilous figures were far from easy to vanquish. Rather, they were resilient. The World Forger, swept by his thoughts, perused the history of the foolish owl, yet many details remained shrouded in mist. He quickly discerned something amiss, and soon recognized it as the aftermath of the Anti-Monitor's escape. The Anti-Monitor had destabilized the entire DC multiverse's timeline. In truth, the World Forger had somewhat misjudged the significance of the Anti-Monitor's resurrection. Despite both being six-dimensional deities, neither the World Forger nor the Monitor had experienced the complete loss of power and subsequent death that the Anti-Monitor had, nor had they altered the history of their demise. Yes, it indeed represented a disturbance to the foundation of the DC multiverse. Yet the Anti-Monitor had left sufficient buffers during his upheaval, resulting in minimal impact, certainly less than the cataclysmic effect of the Supreme Superboy shattering the crystalline wall of paradise with a single punch. However, to the World Forger, the current historical ambiguity signified the emergence of yet another nascent timeline interfering with the main universe's timeline, likely instigated by the Anti-Monitor's revival. Therefore, the World Forger did not regard this matter with the necessary vigilance. Although the history of the foolish owl was obscured, it had become abundantly clear. He was dead. Was he not? Why should the world creator be concerned with a deceased individual, a soul betrayed by the Dragon Batman and subsequently felled by the Supreme Superman, who shattered his throat with bare hands? In summary, the original Lantern Knight has perished, and a multitude of time travelers has ceased to manifest. This presents the most opportune moment for the world creator. Contemplating silently, he observes the entire Batman team of the main universe drawing near to the Dragon Batman. Excellent. Let the ambush commence. He subtly guides the actions of the main universe's Batman. They are drawing close. The Dragon Batman is in proximity to Hero Day, who can assist the world creator in pinpointing their adversary. The moment to strike is imminent as the world creator watches the main universe's Batman raise his armor. He must restrain the Dragon Batman, and for the time being, he opts not to intervene directly, biding his time for the most suitable opportunity to discreetly eliminate the Dragon Batman without the main universe's Batman witnessing it. Is he prepared? Boom! In an instant, the main universe's Batman appears behind the Dragon Batman, with a silver-white cannon emerging from his back, aimed squarely at the still-hovering Dragon Batman. The dark matter energy cannon, potent enough to pierce through the adversary's form, has yet to be fired when the surrounding space begins to fracture. What? A look of astonishment crosses the world creator's face as he swiftly rewinds to examine the previous timeline, only to discover that the Supreme Superman, by a twist of fate, has located Batman's subordinate and captured William Hand. Immediately, the subordinate pleads, "Do not kill me, Supreme Superman. I will bring you before the Dragon Batman right away, okay? Now, no tricks. The moment you realize I am deceiving you, you can obliterate me. Do you understand?" The world creator furrows his brow. How could the Dragon Batman have such a cowardly subordinate? By the heavens, the Supreme Superman has found the Dragon Batman so swiftly. Has the Dragon Batman not considered concealing his whereabouts at all? Damn it, the Dragon Batman must not be taken back by the Supreme Superman. The world creator's brow tightens. The cursed counter-surveillance has created temporal disturbances that hinder his ability to easily discern the timeline. Now, the entire timeline resembles a damaged videotape. When played, though there is sound and basic imagery, it is either stuttering or flickering, and the information the world creator can glean is severely limited, lacking the clarity of before. How dare you flee? The Supreme Superman seizes the Dragon Batman by the neck, gripping him fiercely as though he were a mere chick, lifting him from the ground. The world creator begins to anticipate a counterattack from the Dragon Batman. Previously, the Dragon Batman had always been at a disadvantage against the Supreme Superman. In the creator's view, he lacked a compelling reason to confront the Supreme Superman, but now he may have found one. The world creator cannot help but feel a surge of frustration. You are indeed the Dragon of Batman, yet upon encountering the Supreme Superman, you simply recline upon the ground? Where is your counterattack? Perhaps it is conceivable that the Dragon of Batman was caught off guard, for after all, it was the Supreme Superman, whose speed in rending through space is astonishingly swift, while the Dragon of Batman was likely preoccupied with devising a strategy. A moment of distraction yielded this outcome. Through the armor of the Batman from the main universe, the World Forger beheld the astonishment painted across the Dragon of Batman's visage as he turned to face the main universe's Bruce. He could also distinctly observe the malevolence etched on the Supreme Superman's face as he clamped his grip around the Dragon of Batman's neck. The Supreme Superman paid no heed to the Batman from the main universe, reverting before the Dragon of Batman into the terrifying embodiment of annihilation. He unleashed his malice upon a former ally, attempting to instill a flicker of fear upon the latter's countenance. This, indeed, was the true nature of the Supreme Superman. No, we must thwart the Supreme Superman. The World Forger found himself at a loss. He could not bear to witness the dragon of Batman ensnared by the Supreme Superman, who would then manipulate Barbados to enact the descent. Such an occurrence would enable the Supreme Superman to truly reboot the entire DC multiverse. And should he succeed in this cosmic reset, everything within the multiverse would be obliterated. Note, this encompasses everything, even the location where the World Forger intended to orchestrate the multiversal convergence, the ultimate star. Though the ultimate star exists independently of supertemporal flows, it remains firmly within the confines of the DC multiverse. The entirety of the ultimate star, along with the presence of Brainiac, would be utterly annihilated in the new world crafted by the Supreme Superman. Brainiac would be relegated to the status of a villain thoroughly defeated by superheroes along the historical timeline, while the meticulously planned timeline of the World Forger, transcending supertemporal flows, would collapse entirely, erased from reality and preserved only in the upper echelons of supertime. However, preservation in the upper echelons is not what the World Forger desires. He requires immediate extraction of power to nourish his nascent multiverse. His infant multiverse demands a feeding bottle. Should the Supreme Superman endeavor to reset the world, it would undoubtedly be a forceful and uncompromising reboot, obliterating everything to start anew, a phenomenon that has transpired only once in the DC multiverse, the New 52. The World Forger is acutely aware of his actions. The DC multiverse, under the relentless onslaught of the Dragon of Batman, the Anti-Monitor, and a multitude of other diabolical entities, has lost the robustness it once possessed. At this juncture, should the Supreme Superman initiate yet another reboot of the multiverse, even the World Forger would find it arduous to predict the ensuing ramifications. Thus, he must intervene. A confrontation with the Supreme Superman is inevitable. Prepare for a stealthy assault, Batman. He directly took remote control of the main universe's Batman's armor. I will assist you. First, we must help the Dragon of Batman escape, and then we shall address other matters. The World Forger felt an odd sensation. Yet the urgency of the situation left little room for hesitation. Chapter 826. Extracting milk from an infant's mouth is impossible. As the Aquaman of the League and the Aquaman of the main universe ascended to the pinnacle of the tower, he beheld Lex Luthor glaring with crimson eyes. "It is Arthur," he remarked. The heroines of the League and the main universe were preoccupied with their own quests, while Bane had been dispatched by Batman on another mission. He spoke softly. "Both halls are currently ensnared by Darkseid. The personnel at our disposal are few, leaving only the two of you. I require your assistance. Can I trust you?" "Always," the two Aquamen replied in unison. "I initially intended to summon our universe's Supergirl, Kara," Luthor continued, "but considering her previous entanglement with Darkseid." Note, Chapter 264, Supergirl was manipulated by Darkseid as a spy. I ultimately abandoned that notion. He grimaced. If it were the Dragon of Batman, he would undoubtedly undertake these tasks himself. However, I am not him. I trust you, even though I possess the capability to command everything like he does. I shall refrain from doing so. So listen closely. A perilous mission awaits you. I must remain here to guard the unfortunate Hal. I entrust everything to you." Luthor paused, a hint of discouragement evident in his demeanor. If given the choice, he would prefer to undertake this task himself rather than assign it to Aquaman. He began to comprehend the challenges Batman had previously faced. "I must make it clear, this is a stealth operation," Luthor stated. "I will oversee the entire operation, and you must utilize the tools Batman has provided us to infiltrate the cosmic tuning fork, which is under the control of the Supreme Superboy. If you're captured by the Supreme Superboy, well, death is the worst-case scenario. Before you depart, you must leave a mark within the essence of all beings. At the very least, secure a chance for resurrection. Whether it is I or Batman, if there is an opportunity to restart the timeline, we shall ensure your revival." Luthor added, "No plan guarantees absolute success. Both Batman and I prefer to avoid taking reckless risks, yet nothing is certain." He retrieved 2 azure rings from his pocket. These are weapons crafted by the Anti-Monitor himself. Wearing these enchanted rings will aid you in evading the Supreme Superboy's gaze and grant you access to the cosmic tuning fork. Furthermore, Luthor instructed, you must construct a passage within the tuning fork, a conduit capable of absorbing all the accumulated crisis energy from the cosmic tuning fork, every ounce of it. from inception to the present, should be drawn away. On the other side of this passage, Luther spoke. It is the lair of the world's forger. An infant, craving nourishment, cannot refuse the milk that descends from above, however scant it may be, for it will inevitably be drawn in. At such a moment, no matter how desperately the anxious mother may pat the baby's back, attempting to coax the milk back to its rightful source, will the infant heed her? Chen Tao sighed deeply within. The world's forger, our dear old smith, even Chen Tao must concede, is likely the most human-like of the three divine brothers of the sixth dimension. Though Chen Tao could never accept the actions of this being, the world's forger possesses his own understanding and corresponding logic regarding the multiverse, Perpetua, and perhaps even the judgment of the entire multiverse's origins. His primary intent is to preserve the multiverse. If it cannot endure scrutiny, then he would replace it with a more resplendent infant multiverse, ensuring the survival of the multiverse. Even if Chen Tao maliciously speculated about his ulterior motives, the world's forger's intentions remain fundamental and benevolent. Yet the outcome, in a literal sense, is this. To protect you, I must first end your life and then fashion an infant from your remains. Do try not to perish too swiftly, lest the baby's development be hindered. After uttering these words, the world's forger began to sharpen his tools, carving a piece of flesh from the being of the multiverse, and then commenced crafting a bottle called multiversal convergence, preparing to nourish the infant. Oh dear, how profoundly tender! Who would not extend a thumb in praise of such a devoted father? This also presents Chen Tao with his singular opportunity to outmaneuver the world's forger. Chen Tao knows what the forger seeks. For a strategist, revealing one's purpose is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. A simple question arises. What is the essence of manipulation? It is temptation. A starving mouse, upon sighting cheese, forgets its life, for the trapper understands the mouse's desire for the cheese, thus placing it there instead of a pile of cash. And from what does power derive? It is deprivation. If a boss promises a promotion for overtime, one merely needs to lack ambition to remain unyielding. However, faced with the threat of dismissal for refusing to work extra hours, few can resist. Yet this does not imply that the lower ranks are devoid of rights against those in power. When a mouse presents itself before a pot of savory soup, even the most haughty chef will humbly pray within to prevent the mouse from soiling the broth. At this moment, the allure of imminent success and the threat of utter failure converge. Even the feeblest of mice can compel the towering chef. I am Batman, known as Chen Tao. I have previously conveyed to you that true power resides in the hearts of men. Even the most diminutive of beings can cast a formidable shadow upon the wall. The supreme little Superman brushed his back and was instantly consumed by rage. Not only did his opponent refuse to surrender, but he also dared to retaliate. Although this meager assault was hardly sufficient to even break the skin, it ignited a deeper fury within him. Chen Tao observed the actions of the main universe's Batman. The old Bat, true to his habitual nature, could not resist tossing a few bat-shaped projectiles even in the presence of Superman, seeking to test the waters of his opponent's might. Despite having calculated Superman's strength and speed while gathering intelligence, he remained unconvinced, insisting on experiencing it firsthand, only to be pummeled like a punching bag before finally resolving the misunderstanding. Batman relished such encounters, and the current attack mirrored his own actions during the New 52 Justice League origin event. However, when all means of assault prove futile, it is time to flee. The main universe's Batman donned the six-dimensional battle armor, his form enveloped in the Speed Force, as he grasped the back of Batman's dragon, akin to hoisting a large cat curled up by the nape of its neck. Damn it! How could he be so nonchalant? Chen Tao's gaze fell upon the armored feet. If it were he, wheels would sprout from his feet, gliding him away like skating, reminiscent of the times he aided Deathstroke and his crew. Curse it! Deathstroke has already taken a back seat. When will I ever retire? Amid the chaotic pursuit, Chen Tao found himself unable to rein in the wandering of his thoughts. The supreme little Superman attempted to use William Hand to coerce Chen Tao and the main universe Batman to halt their advance. But Chen Tao merely spread his hands. Can't you see? I'm also a hostage. How can you use one hostage to threaten another and expect any outcome? The supreme little Superman trembled with rage, the frequently irate figure returning to the fore. His face visibly reddened. William Hand quickly employed his silver tongue, and Chen Tao had braced himself for the possibility of the supreme little Superman snapping William's neck, knowing full well that his apprentice was not so easily dispatched. Yet, in the end, the supreme little Superman did not harm William. Instead, he bound him biochemically, carrying him like a backpack, and then launched a furious pursuit of Chen Tao and the main universe Batman. Clad in his formidable armor, Batman wielded both Barbados and Darkseid, a sight that left Chen Tao in awe. In truth, both the Darkseid infant and Barbados find themselves in a notably feeble state at this moment. However, due to the presence of the six-dimensional armor, the Batman of the main universe is able to harness the powers of both entities while simultaneously manipulating the armor, significantly augmenting his speed and strength, allowing him to effortlessly tear through the fabric of space as he does now. It is likely that Batman was not particularly adept at spatial manipulation prior to this. In reality, it is Darkseid who is executing the operations, drawing upon his past experiences with the boom tubes. "It is you, Darkseid," Chen Tao glared at him. "Are you now meddling in this affair as well?" He scrutinized Darkseid's short stature, remarking, "I had thought you were still in your nursing phase." Boom! The Batman of the main universe executed a bizarre maneuver that elicited groans from the very bones of onlookers, deftly extending an energy shield to absorb the heat vision of the Supreme Superboy, which was as thick as a barrel. Had it not been for the absence of the World Forger's influence, even the six-dimensional armor would have been compromised. Simultaneously, Chen Tao received a heavy blow from Darkseid. "You would do well not to treat my counterpart in such a manner, Darkseid," the Batman of the main universe cautioned. He was actually taking the time to express concern for me. Such is the distinction of the Batman of the main universe. Oh, it is nothing. Merely a recollection of an encounter where one of my avatars in the dark multiverse was vanquished by this individual. This is merely a retaliation for that instance, Darkseid stated. However, the Batman of the main universe had no time to respond, as he shattered the space around them, taking Chen Tao to another point along the timeline, while the Supreme Superboy relentlessly pursued them, tearing through space in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Chen Tao remained engaged in conversation with Darkseid. Darkseid was not mistaken. Prior to the crisis on Infinite Earths, he possessed both his true form and countless avatars. The father of Apocalypse himself had declared that Darkseid harbored various malevolent facets. Yet, following the crisis, Darkseid's true form perished, and his immortal essence fell to the mortal realm, leaving him with only avatars, devoid of his original self. Until the rebirth of the DC Universe, Chen Tao had long been intrigued by the ambitions of Darkseid, who during the New 52 era diligently endeavored to coalesce his avatars in an attempt to reconstruct his true form. Ironically, the most formidable among his avatars was ultimately slain during the Darkseid War by the now diminished being known as the Mortal Mobius, leading to Darkseid's complete downfall. His loss was indeed a double tragedy, reducing him to his current infantile state, with his remaining power only capable of inhabiting Hal Jordan. This feeble version of Darkseid, so recklessly participating in this conflict, did he not fear that this infantile incarnation might be slain once more? Despite Darkseid's multitude of avatars, which make him difficult to extinguish, the strongest among them, especially those from the main universe, are frequently falling in battle, rendering his reunion with his true form an increasingly distant prospect. Boom! The Batman of the main universe was drenched in sweat as they plunged into a bygone era of the Mesozoic, where bizarre and colossal beasts were being dispatched as effortlessly as a mere fowl by the Supreme Superboy. He severed the mountaintop with a searing gaze, then tossed it over like a balloon. In an instant, the main universe's Batman dissolved the rock, subsequently tearing through the fabric of space once more. Chen Tao continued to prattle. "What is it that you, who dared to partake in this war amidst such peril, truly seek? Darkseid? You are the sovereign of Apocalypse." As Chen Tao spoke, Darkseid's lips curled ever so slightly in a smirk. He was no fool. Revealing his intentions was out of the question. It was merely the usual threats, which Darkseid dismissed as inconsequential. "You are the Lord of Apocalypse. I too am a king of this realm." Chen Tao showcased the sinister transformation of the Dark Father, summoning a few Robin-like figures who incessantly shouted, "I'm going to kill you." He then proclaimed, "If you refuse to divulge your intentions, I shall claim your throne on Apocalypse when the time is ripe." Darkseid completely ignored Chen Tao thereafter. Aya! The Robin-like figures screeched for a few seconds, only to be incinerated into ashes by the furious heat vision of the Supreme Superman. "If you wish to survive, surrender the hammer." The main universe's Batman finally found a moment of respite, Even his voice, akin to that of an ancient cosmic bat, exhibited a hint of exasperation. Chen Tao sensed the will of the world forgers intertwined within the chaos. He turned his head and, in the brief moment of distraction, noticed the pristine white, six-dimensional armor already scorched in several places. They had traversed countless mountains and rivers, plummeting through a timeline indistinguishable to them. Chen Tao calculated the time. On Luther's end, the device to extract Darkseid's power should have been completed. Contemplating the fate of William Hand, currently in the grasp of the Supreme Superman, he spoke. "All right, I shall give it to you." Awakening, he found it was already 1 a.m. "Oh no, I overslept. I was so exhausted returning home that I dozed off. And now it's already 1 a.m. I must take a leave today. I apologize." Chapter 1. The grand exposure of the Batman Gotham is a blank canvas. It is the white ink you inscribe upon the dark paper, the path you relentlessly pursue, fraught with dissent. It is akin to the first sentence of the final tale of your existence. Batman. Gotham Impressions. The Gotham Gazette brings you the latest news. A tense standoff between the ventriloquist and the Gotham Evidence Bureau and police has persisted for 3 hours. Experts believe it is merely a case of mutual attraction among freaks. The recent Arkham breakout incident, attributed to Batman, yes, you know him, has drawn these individuals together. To this day, Batman has yet to arrive at the scene, prompting questions. Could the rumors of Batman's demise hold any truth? Is the Gotham City Police Department truly this inept? Wait, there's an update. It is Batman. He has arrived. In June, Gotham is shrouded in incessant rain. Yet the square before the Gotham Evidence Bureau buzzes with greater noise than usual. As Chen Tao's Batmobile came to a halt, a throng of reporters swarmed around him like flies drawn to decaying flesh. They braved the drizzling rain, desperately shoving against the demonstrators brandishing "We don't want Batman" signs, and the police wielding batons to maintain order. The camera flashes flickered incessantly. "Batman, what do you have to say about the recent rumors in Gotham regarding your alleged demise at the hands of Bane? Do you have any response to the challenge posed by the ventriloquist? Batman, why are you so brazen this time? You freak. It's all your fault. Do you understand? You attract the madness. Seize him. Capture him." The protesters attempting to assail the Batmobile were swiftly subdued, while Chen Tao remained indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. Amidst the tumult, he faced the myriad gazes of adoration, indifference, and disdain, and he opened the sleek lid of the Batmobile. Inhaling the first damp breath of the rainy night, he felt a long-forgotten sense of tension. Having once been an actor in his past life, he should have been accustomed to being in the spotlight, yet today felt distinctly different. Chen Tao sighed. Though he had traversed into the DC universe and, as an ardent comic book enthusiast, believed he could thrive, he never anticipated that he would be thrust into the very persona of the illustrious Batman, Bruce Wayne himself. What had become of his aspiration to cling to a powerful ally? Instead, he had become the very leg to cling to. It is well known that as the only member of the Justice League devoid of superpowers, Batman is arguably the most formidable pure human in the history of Earth. Wealthy beyond measure, exceptionally intelligent, possessing unparalleled combat skills, and endowed with an iron will, he has struck down Darkseid and delivered blows to the Justice League, rendering him nearly indescribable in his prowess. But what relevance does all this hold for Chen Tao, the time traveler? Ah, yes, Batman is an orphan. And so was he in his previous life. Perhaps that is their sole connection. The combination of a character bereaved of parents and a time-traveling orphan is undeniably intriguing. What is even more infuriating is that merely becoming Batman could be deemed a hellish ordeal. Yet he found himself in the timeline of Batman. Nightfall, when the Dark Knight was on the brink of experiencing one of his few total defeats, with Bane poised to fracture his spine. This situation transcended the very definition of hellish. Chen Tao contemplated abandoning everything and fleeing Gotham, but he quickly dismissed such a foolish notion. For Bane was well aware of Batman's true identity. To flee without a fight would be tantamount to suicide. Once Bane shattered him and seized control of the city, there would be no doubt that it would herald his demise. Even if he were to miraculously survive, a lifetime confined to a wheelchair awaited him. His gaze flicked to the lower left corner, where he discerned a line of silver text visible only to him. Alpha Protocol is now active. Warning: you require at least one anchoring artifact to synchronize Batman's memories. How vexing it is. Everyone else arrives at the Batcave, signs in, and receives a precious platinum stone. which they can simply consume to transform into a superhero. Yet here he is, devoid even of the foundational benefit of a memory of the original self, a privilege typically bestowed upon travelers. After 3 days in this new realm, he has even resorted to sampling the toilet paper within the Batcave. But alas, there has been no reaction whatsoever. Chen Tao is aware of the Alfred Protocol, yet this contraption, which in the comics is supposed to serve as Batman's safeguard against memory alteration, manifests here as a peculiar entity on his retina. Batman. A voice shattered Chen Tao's reverie. He turned to see Jim Gordon, the commissioner of Gotham City, hastening towards him. With pronounced dark circles under his eyes and disheveled strands of grayish-brown hair clinging to his forehead, he appeared both disheveled and neurotic, akin to a gopher driven to the brink of madness. My goodness, Batman, you've returned. It's hard to fathom you're still alive. I witnessed Bane snap your neck with my own eyes. Are you truly the Batman? Or has the Joker merely scavenged your corpse for your attire and donned your cowl to engage me in some sort of role-playing farce? The tedious probing ceased at that juncture. Do not be misled by such rumors, Chen Tao replied, immediately discerning the undertones of Gordon's jest as a veiled inquiry. Indeed, my corporeal form is genuine, yet my essence is a fabrication. So, let us not uncover the truth, astute detective. A sigh escaped Chen Tao as he contemplated the complexities of dealing with Gotham's denizens. Bereft of Batman's memories, he must rely solely on his own faculties. His gaze shifted to the silent evidence room shrouded in the relentless rain. Thus, this is the plan. As a fervent aficionado of superhero comics, he has memorized the intricacies of Batman's narratives, possessing an intimate understanding of the villains therein. Coupled with his prowess as an acclaimed actor and his former expertise as a psychologist, he might attempt to exert psychological influence over weaker or troubled adversaries, utilizing them as instruments against Bane. Chen Tao turned his attention to Gordon, cutting to the chase. Have you brought what I requested? Oh, of course, Gordon replied, his gaze drifting from Chen Tao's countenance to the evidence bag he held aloft. Within it lay a grotesque puppet, marred by Scarface, the favored puppet of the ventriloquist. Yes, hand it over, Chen Tao urged. Gordon hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately complied, relinquishing the evidence bag into Chen Tao's grasp, which elicited a sigh of relief from him. Pondering briefly, he continued, the source of that rumor, Bane's act of slaying the so-called Batman, was not I, but rather my disciple, the Angel of Death. Ah, yes, indeed. Gordon astutely opted not to pursue the topic further. Chen Tao regarded him intently. We shall revisit this matter later. He retrieved a colossal satchel from behind the Batmobile, clutching a puppet resembling the scarred visage of a man. In full view of onlookers, he approached the entrance of the evidence bureau. With a barely audible whisper, he intoned, Ladies and gentlemen, the props are in place, and the actors are ready. I am honored to announce that the performance commences. This book has already been signed for investment. Rest assured, everyone can invest with confidence. Chapter 2. The Ventriloquist. The ventriloquist sat against the wall, a firearm in hand, resembling a helpless prisoner awaiting the slow opening of the door. To the untrained eye, one would never suspect that this balding, elderly Caucasian man in his 50s or 60s was a notorious figure in the shadowy underworld. Frankly, his tremulous demeanor hardly suggested a dangerous individual. Nearby, several hostages trembled like quail, all employees of the Evidence Bureau. A guard lay on the ground, panting, half of his body stained crimson with blood. He had attempted to resist, only to be shot through the back of his hand before he could even draw his weapon in front of the ventriloquist. Mr. Sock, a white sock woven from wool, had been donned by the ventriloquist on his left hand, a substitute persona created in the absence of his beloved puppet. Is it truly justifiable to inflict harm upon others? He muttered timidly to his left hand, Look, he is bleeding. Enough, Mr. Ventriloquist. You are far too cowardly. Though his lips remained sealed, his voice emanated from deep within as the sock-clad hand manipulated the sock, making it appear as though it were speaking. An unsettling and eerie spectacle. Fool! Without hostages, what do we have to trade for Scarface? The sock on his left hand swayed alertly, resembling an aggressive serpent poised to strike. Acts of kindness have their time. This bastard brought the bullets upon himself. As long as they comply, I shall not harm them. Shall I? But silence. Stop wasting energy on such trivial matters. Batman may burst in at any moment. The ventriloquist began to whimper, feeling a sense of injustice. Yet he dared not contradict Mr. Sock, instead offering a pitiful apology to the injured guard. "I'm sorry." Knock, knock, knock. The forceful rapping on the door interrupted his words. The ventriloquist's gun immediately aimed at the hostages, and his voice shifted into that of Mr. Sock, a deep, dark timbre, brimming with frenzied brutality akin to a beast defending its territory. "I warned you, if you dare enter, I shall shoot." Knock, knock, it's Batman. Arnold felt every hair on his body stand on end. He recognized that voice all too well. It was indeed Batman, but today as circumstances were peculiar. It was well known that Batman never entered through the front door, nor did he ever knock. Mr. Socks tensed every muscle in his body as he crawled on the ground, raising his firearm and preparing for an assault. Should Batman dare to enter, the bullets would lick at him in the fiery onslaught. Hurry and open the door. Let Father Bat bestow upon you the sweet essence of justice. The absurdities spilling from the typically serious Batman momentarily bewildered the ventriloquist, granting Chen Tao the fleeting opportunity to push open the door unscathed by any anticipated attacks. "Batman, after your brief lapse," the ventriloquist quickly regained his composure. "But the moment is fleeting, my friend." Scarface. The puppet master obstructed the muzzle of his gun, rendering his finger immobile as if it were encased in ice, unable to pull the trigger. "Let me go, you bastard." Instantly, a new voice erupted. If Mr. Sock's voice had been the mere ravings of a frenzied thug, this new voice resonated as the embodiment of darkness, a reflection of the ventriloquist's own inner malevolence. An infinite malice threatened to spill forth like ink upon the ground. The ventriloquist rose from the floor, the once timid and cowardly old man now entirely vanished. He puffed out his chest and flexed his lats, as if a demon had taken residence in his diminutive form. With his mouth tightly shut, the sock in his left hand flapped open and closed, its voice reverberating within the confined space. "Return Mr. Scarface to us." "No, do not do that. I have spoken with Batman." The ventriloquist froze abruptly. The voice emanated from Scarface himself. Chen Tao sealed his lips. "Is ventriloquism your sole talent?" As an actor, mimicking others is fundamental, including their voices. When they first crossed paths, the ventriloquist should have shot through his skull, but he had failed to do so. Now, the stage belonged to him. He had never considered treating the ventriloquist through conventional means. Mr. Socks sensed danger, commanding Arnold to fire. "Do not shoot. I have spoken with Batman. You are a good person. The misdeeds were forced upon you by me, were they not?" "No, that was not my voice." Scarface said that. "I want you to shoot. Fire." "Indeed, he'd Scarface fire." "No, I command you in Scarface's name. You must listen to Batman." "Stop." Four voices amalgamated. Chen Tao's ventriloquism clashing fiercely with the ventriloquist's own, vying for dominance over Scarface's puppet. This was the ventriloquist's most lethal vulnerability, a fractured personality bred suspicion. Chen Tao's ventriloquial prowess proved impenetrable, as he emulated his adversary's behavioral patterns, alternating between the imitated voice of Scarface and the genuine voice of Scarface, leaving the ventriloquist utterly bewildered. Amidst the fierce clamor, Chen Tao's other hand unzipped his bag, revealing a plethora of hand puppets, various types, each capable of movement through the insertion of fingers. Arnold's gaze was drawn to him, instinctively asking, "What does this mean?" Chen Tao suddenly reached out. "Damn!" In an instant, the ventriloquist's gun barrel sprang towards Chen Tao's chin like a coiled spring. It was too late. The voice of the scarred puppet simultaneously issued a contradictory command to the ventriloquist. By the time the ventriloquist untangled the muddled thoughts in his mind, the sock was already in Chen Tao's grasp. The weapon was disarmed. "No, Mr. Sock." The ventriloquist let out a thunderous scream. "What do you want to do, Mr. Sock?" Stripped of the assistance from Sock's persona, he reverted to an ordinary old man. Ignoring him, Chen Tao kicked the pitiful old man into the corner, declaring, "You are safe now. Go outside." The hostages exchanged glances, then screamed in unison, rolling and scrambling out. Even the guard who had just been lying lifeless on the floor managed to rise, shouting and flaunting his injured hand, fleeing faster than a rabbit. Chen Tao maintained his bat-like expression until the hall was empty. He approached the ventriloquist and, with an impassive face, raised the stinky sock and tore it to shreds before the ventriloquist's eyes. "No." The ventriloquist lunged for the remnants of the sock, wailing, "No, Sock, how can I live without you? Sock, take me away, Sock." But before he could finish his lament, Chen Tao seized him from the ground and slapped him twice, saying, "Stop crying, look, what is this?" Scarface. Arnold was about to leap forward when, with a crack, Chen Tao twisted the Scarface puppet into a mess right before his eyes, then stomped it into the ground. "Ah, aga, get up." Chen Tao yanked the old man, who was about to start wailing again, off the ground and struck him repeatedly, causing his vision to swim. Any illness he was about to suffer was forcefully repressed. After physically diverting his attention, Chen Tao tossed him onto a pile of puppets. "Forget the old puppets, try the new ones. There are dozens here. Choose as you please." The ventriloquist, dazed by the blows to his personality, stared blankly, still recovering from the loss of his two personas. In a daze, he grasped a puppet, and in the next moment, a new voice emerged from within him. Due to severe dissociative identity disorder, the ventriloquist had a tendency to create malevolent subpersonalities. Essentially, these subpersonalities served as protectors to safeguard the timid primary persona, Arnold. However, in the brief seconds prior, both of his protective personas had been violently destroyed by Chen Tao. Consequently, he found himself engulfed in extreme fear, lacking the protective personas during this vulnerable moment. In a state of normalcy, a ventriloquist would instinctively seek an object to bestow with a personified image, donning it upon their hand to create a new persona for self-protection. Much like the ordinary woolen sock that birthed the malevolent character, Mr. Sock. However, what would transpire if, at that moment, he were abruptly presented with a multitude of toys? This is Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The activation of the Alfred Protocol. Oh my heavens! Rhinoceros, tiger, rabbit, turtle, hedgehog, kitty, gorilla, lion, elephant, monkey, beetle, dinosaur, watermelon, banana, apple, blueberry, gray-clad robot, cowboy, policeman, construction worker, nurse, doctor, sir. Cease your fighting. Stop, I implore you. Chen Tao, sitting leisurely to the side, observed the ventriloquist with plush toys adorning each finger and toe, embroiled in a tumultuous clash, while numerous other toys joined in this grand melee of personalities. He could even see the ventriloquist's balding head beginning to emit wisps of smoke, transforming him into a human soundbox. As a cacophony of discordant voices erupted from his diminutive form, coalescing into a chaotic symphony. The ventriloquist let out a cry of despair. What began as a skirmish between dolls had now ensnared Arnold himself. One toy resembling a bird seemed to successfully persuade the others, and 5 plush figures, united as a fist, struck Arnold squarely in the eye. "Help! Save me!" Chen Tao shook his head in disbelief, his expression one of disdain, as he thought, truly deranged. Beyond salvation. In a historical context, when a ventriloquist infiltrated the evidence room of the Gotham City Police, he had the composure to select a police doll as his newly birthed alter ego, bolstered by the formidable presence of Mr. Sock. But now, the circumstances had changed. Mr. Sock had been decisively eliminated by Chen Tao, and each newly formed persona possessed comparable strength. How could dominance emerge in such a short span? They were evenly matched, akin to numerous viruses operating simultaneously on the same computer. As time passed, the personalities continued their loud disputations, yet the ventriloquist's facial expressions began to spiral into chaos. His eyes drifted in opposing directions, drool cascaded from his mouth, and he emitted a series of unintelligible wails. It was nearly time to initiate the next phase of therapy. It would be dire if his cerebral CPU were to malfunction. Thus, Chen Tao delved into the heap of puppets, retrieving a Batman plush toy. This was a cartoonish, miniature Batman baby, suckling a pacifier, clad in black attire, wearing a diaper, and adorned with a fabric belt, presenting an utterly adorable visage, clearly appealing to young girls. Chen Tao had even embedded a radio communication module within, enabling remote control of the doll's speech, thus facilitating his mastery over the ventriloquist. "This one shall do." Immediately, Chen Tao approached the ventriloquist and swiftly stripped him of all his puppets. The ventriloquist lunged forward, clinging to Chen Tao's leg. His tears and snot smeared against his trousers. "Oh my heavens, do you wish to roll with the rhinoceros, tiger, rabbit, turtle, hedgehog, kitten, gorilla, and lion?" With a brutal force, Chen Tao stripped the middle-aged, balding man of his entire attire, leaving not even a pair of underpants. He then gathered the heap of toys he had just taken from him. Producing a lighter, he exclaimed, "No, no." The ventriloquist struggled fiercely, prompting Chen Tao to pin him under his arm before igniting the pile of plush toys. With a boom, the flammable materials ignited in a fiery blaze. Indeed, even the plush toys that the ventriloquist did not perceive as his personified companions were not to be spared. Thus, Chen Tao set ablaze the remaining plush toys in the nearby bag as well. Arnold collapsed helplessly onto the ground, completely stripped of his clothing. Even if he wished to fashion a new persona by donning his underpants as a mask, it was futile. Arnold? Arnold? No response came. The ventriloquist wailed like an oversized bald infant, slapping his own face in despair. Take me away. Take me away. Had Chen Tao not intervened, he would have almost plunged into the inferno in his anguish. Chen Tao was quite pleased with this reaction. He retrieved a vial of potion and sprayed a dense cloud of mist onto the poor old man's face. Cough, cough, ah! The ventriloquist ceased his cries, convulsing as if afflicted by epilepsy. This was a fear-inducing potion, a venom concocted by the scarecrow, designed to amplify terror. Do you see? No matter how many new friends you make, I shall extinguish them all. He. Chen Tao leaned closer, seizing the ventriloquist's neck, compelling him to fixate his gaze upon Chen Tao's eyes. The ventriloquist resumed his loud wailing, and Chen Tao suspected he might retch his throat from his mouth any moment. Although it was unclear what visions plagued the ventriloquist, perhaps in his mind, the world itself was ablaze. Flames, the terrifying Batman, the dread stemming from the absence of a protective persona, and the fear toxin merged into a cauldron of extreme terror. The flavor was just right. Only this, the miniature Batman figurine, would be the sole companion I permit you to have. Chen Tao thrust the toy Batman into the ventriloquist's hands. He embodies my will and will constantly monitor your adherence to my commands. Do not cast him aside. Do not abandon him. He will not incite you to kill like Scarface. He will ensure you obey me. He will not harm you, nor shall I. All of this is for your own good. Chen Tao bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice reverberating, spittle spraying onto Arnold's face, delivering a profound psychological shock to his dazed mind. He held a miniature Batman baby toy, a single crystalline tear cascading from the corner of his eye. Then, he fell silent. Oh no, could it be broken? Chen Tao, filled with concern, delivered 2 sharp slaps. Speak up, come on, smile for me. Yet, the ventriloquist remained eerily mute. Arnold, do not fear. As long as you heed Batman's words, you shall remain unharmed. A deep voice, starkly contrasting with Arnold's own, resonated, subtly reminiscent of Batman's timbre. A smile blossomed on Chen Tao's face. Success. Remember, from this day forth, you are Batman's loyal companion. Woof. Huh. Something seemed amiss. Never mind. It was of little consequence. Chen Tao's attention was captured by the silver-white text flashing wildly in his mind. Warning. Warning. Anchor item detected. Acquired. Tier of the ventriloquist persona destruction. Description. The tear left behind after the utter collapse of the ventriloquist's alter ego. Only those with a profound moral deficit can obtain it through a series of brutal means. Perhaps you could summon a Batman from a parallel universe with it. Yet, would the being summoned from such an immoral creation truly be a formidable ally? Indeed, you have acquired him, but at the cost of your own morality. Is all of this truly worth it? Chen Tao abruptly glanced at his hand, where the ventriloquist tear was slowly drying. Converted crisis energy units. 10. Batman-S memories can now be synchronized. Excitement surged within Chen Tao. Had the external aid arrived? Agreement activated, currently in effect. New Batman detected. Assigning identification number. Your identification number is 52. Alpha Protocol has been fully initialized. Mortal flesh, unyielding before the monstrous king. With human strength, rivaling the sacred sovereign. In the shadowed world, vigilantly watching over. Batman, unparalleled as ever. The wicked tremble before my divine light. Monsters and phantoms shall not impede. Illuminated shadows, radiating eternal brilliance. Esteemed Batman 52, welcome to the Bat Legion. Chapter 4. This foundational benefit harbors significant issues. Warning. Anchor item tier of the ventriloquist persona destruction detected. Searching for the Batman that the anchor item can target. Warning. No target Batman found for this item. Randomly matching with a weaker. Lower tier Batman successful. Matched. Bat monster vehicle. Danger level F. Synchronization successful. Your current crisis energy is 0. Warning. This Batman hails from the dark multiverse, possessing malevolent thoughts that may corrupt Batman's morality and sanity. Cells are boiling, in jubilant yet mournful wails. Genes topple like a cascade of dominoes, as intangible, Ethereal particles entwine with the essence known as reality, transforming into a shared truth that eludes the confines of human language, manifesting visions beyond comprehension. In the parallel universe where the Batmobile resides, Batman has integrated a part of himself into every facet of technology that governs the world. He has become a vital aspect of the populace's existence, providing comfort and security to the herd. Yet, the flock has risen in revolution. They seek not a tranquil life, but rather the elusive freedom accompanied by all its inherent flaws. I have been erased from this planet by the system. My electronic technology and corporeal identity have been obliterated. The only recourse left for me was to upload my consciousness into this colossal vehicle. No, I am not the Batmobile. I am not even Batman. I am Chen Tao. Chen Tao plunged into a momentary stupor before swiftly regaining clarity as a chaotic torrent of memories assaulted his mind, causing his temples to throb incessantly. Wait, temples? Amusingly, there are no temples. Chen Tao lowered his gaze to find wheels in place of his arms, spinning aimlessly on the ground. With a loud crash, glass shattered as he attempted to turn his head, only to realize he possessed no head to turn. In a rearview mirror, he beheld his inflated form shattering the glass door of the adjacent room. Have I truly transformed into an off-road vehicle? The vast memories of the Batmobile continued to flood into Chen Tao's consciousness. Love, hatred, passion, and vengeance. All the unfulfilled desires and sorrows unleashed a tempest of violent emotion within him, igniting a yearning to obliterate Gotham entirely. He gazed at the ventriloquist, and an overwhelming desire for slaughter and destruction surged forth. A sudden urge to bathe in the blood of his adversary. If Chen Tao were to exist in an online game, he would undoubtedly have a moral score of 1. One hovering above his head. Perhaps this is the side effect of absorbing memories, a complete and utter moral degradation. Yet, this does not align with my ethical framework. What benefit would arise from slaying the ventriloquist? In a flash, the dark and brutal emotions were swept into the abyss, the ease of this process leaving him speechless. I comprehend now. The virtuous Batman elevates moral standards, while the malevolent Batman lowers them, and I am devoid of morality. A sense of pride enveloped him. He is not Batman and cannot resonate with the other's worldview, nor does he grasp the moral dilemmas and struggles depicted in the memories. Given his inability to empathize, he remains unaffected, much like the trolley problem, where others ponder whom to save, while he stands aside contemplating how to photograph the scene for profit. These two perspectives exist on entirely different wavelengths. Certainly, this is merely due to the fact that the Batmobile is rather underwhelming and the negativity it exudes is minimal, rendering it incapable of eliciting empathy. Would the outcome be different if faced with a more formidable and nefarious version of Batman? For now, such speculations remain unknown. Chen Tao swiftly redirected his attention to another matter. Can I revert to my previous form? As this thought crossed his mind, half of his body instantaneously disintegrated into dark crimson motes of light, only to reassemble into flesh and bone. The memories that had been incessantly playing in his mind abruptly ceased. Perhaps it had been an eternity. Or perhaps everything reverted to its original state in the blink of an eye, as if the recent events had been naught but a fleeting dream. Chen Tao rubbed his thumb against his palm, confirming that he had transformed back into the original, unbroken Batman, his attire intact. With a mere thought, his left hand morphed into a spinning off-road tire, only to revert in the next moment. As long as I desire it, can I transform into that Batmobile at any given moment? However, ultimately, what utility does the superpower of becoming a monstrous off-roader truly possess? And regarding this alpha contract, it seems wiser to adhere to my original plan. Chen Tao shook his head. Entrusting the success or failure of his endeavors to unknown variables was never his style. He redirected his gaze towards the ventriloquist. Fortunately, when he had subdued the ventriloquist, he had managed to usher the hostages away, leaving this individual as the sole witness to his transformation into a vehicle. The middle-aged, balding white man stared wide-eyed at him, while the bat baby in his hands incessantly cheered, affirming that this was indeed the commendable deed of a good dog. What transpired earlier must not be disclosed. Woof. Speak in human language. All right. Setting aside these trivialities, thus far, his original plan had unfolded seamlessly. The snowball had begun to roll. With the ventriloquist at his disposal, he could finally operate from the shadows, manipulating him to subdue more villains. He could even leverage the ventriloquist's identity to utilize Batman's financial prowess to hire international mercenaries. In due course, an onslaught of villains and mercenaries would overwhelm the opposition, and even if Bane possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be crushed into oblivion. The notion of personally engaging in battle was inconceivable. Even if I were to leap from Wayne Tower, meeting my demise outside, I would never do so. After all, he's a transmigrator. While he certainly enjoyed Batman comics, that did not mean he aspired to be Batman in reality. Who would forsake their immense wealth to roam the streets like a great bat, venting chaotic emotions in the dead of night. He even encouraged youths to don vibrant attire, foregoing trousers, to confront murderers and lunatics. Let us face it, Bruce Wayne has long since lost his sanity. Yet, this transmigrator is different. He is not mad. He is a rational being. Chen Tao currently seeks to eliminate the Grim Reaper, Bane, who knows Bruce's true identity. In order to retire peacefully and indulge in a life of hedonism, squandering his remaining energy amidst the social elite of Gotham City. Indeed, this is the life he aspires to. After all, did he not toil in Hollywood in pursuit of such a lifestyle? As for Gotham's future, he has already devised a plan. Do they truly believe that the Kryptonian with an iron physique and the 5,000-year-old demigod princess from Amazon are mere trifles? Although Chen Tao has yet to locate Clark Kent at the Daily Planet in Metropolis, nor find the antiquities expert Diana Prince in Boston since his arrival. The presence of Lois Lane at the Daily Planet suggests that the two titans will soon emerge to stir up chaos. Thus, his immediate goal is to deal with Bane, ensuring his survival until the arrival of these formidable figures, while the prospect of a splendid billionaire lifestyle beckons him. As for the cosmic crises, they can merely serve as spoilers. With so many superpowered beings and demigods in the Justice League, would they truly falter and require the aid of an ordinary mortal like him? Chen Tao's heart brimmed with hope for a future of comfort. However, the priority now is to vanquish Bane. More specifically, it is time for the ventriloquist to summon some expendable help. No, mercenaries. Chapter 5. In a mortal realm the night had deepened. Bane and his henchmen departed their hideout, traversing the streets of Gotham's impoverished neighborhoods. In the minds of the common folk, a villain is typically envisioned as a hulking brute, brawny enough to devour 3 children in one sitting. Indeed, Bane fits this mold perfectly. Yet even so, in Gotham, some desperate souls would seek assistance from such a fearsome figure. For instance, at this moment, "Can you save my mother?" A little girl gazed up timidly at the mountain of muscle towering above her, clutching her ragged stuffed toy, a relic salvaged from a rubbish bin that matched her tattered clothing. "My mother has cancer. She needs medicine. She's in so much pain. People say only God can help her." Trembling, she looked up at Bane with eyes filled with hope. He halted the advance of a henchman who sought to shoo her away. "Where do you live?" The girl pointed to a dilapidated house behind her. Bane stepped inside. Minutes later, he emerged, wiping the remnants of brain matter and blood from his hands. "Your mother will no longer suffer. Bury her. Do not seek help from others recklessly, lest the world's suffering visit you uninvited." He raised his gaze slightly, observing the eastern horizon, where the stars were veiled beneath the darkness. Bane remarked, "There is no God here, but Bane is present." The night in Gotham is shrouded in an eerie tranquility, imbued with a grave-like serenity. The gray rain, tinged with a hint of acidity, intertwines with the industrial smog beneath the neon lights. The Reaper stands atop a building, witnessing Gotham City sneering through the misty drizzle. On the streets below, a vehicle zooms past, splattering a pedestrian with mud. The pedestrian immediately retrieves a submachine gun from his coat, firing at the retreating car with a barrage of bullets. The absurdity of the city's inhabitants amuses the Reaper. As he contemplates this, he skillfully extracts an anti-tank rocket launcher and a mortar from his bag. He gestures towards a distant building, measuring the distance and wind speed. "I must remind you, Reaper, my task mandates that not a single soul may perish," comes the voice of his employer through the earpiece. "Ventriloquist, after so many years in the underworld, how did you conceive such a superhero-like demand? A villain ought to embody the essence of villainy," he muses. The Reaper complains as he sets the mortar at the edge of the rooftop, "Were it not for you being a long-time client, I might suspect you were an informant for Batman. By the way, that new toy of yours, are you truly aligning with Batman? Has he bestowed upon you a pair of Robin's trousers?" With a sharp exclamation, the mortar is launched, tracing a deadly parabolic arc through the air, coinciding with the ventriloquist's voice. "Dead men pay." All right, I understand. No need to rush. The Reaper licks his lips and raises the anti-tank rocket launcher. Bang! The rocket precedes the mortar, meeting above the rooftop in a catastrophic embrace. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the roof of the building is torn open like a can, exposing the enemies below, scurrying like ants in a frenzy. See? I told you I would deliver the Mad Hatter to you unscathed. The Reaper retrieves his sniper rifle, but hesitates. However, due to your distrust, I no longer wish to proceed with this assignment. What? The Mad Hatter, startled, will likely retreat into hiding. Capturing him again would prove tenfold more challenging. Moreover, Gotham is a city under Batman's protection. Mercenaries willing to venture here are already scarce. You do not wish for this task to remain unfulfilled, do you? Enough. Just state your terms. The Reaper gazes skyward at a 45-degree angle, unwavering and with righteous clarity. Proclaims, the price must increase. The night envelopes the city like a maiden shedding her veils, fervently entwined with Gotham. The Cheshire Cat saunters gracefully through the empty corridors of Gotham Heights High School, while outside, the wailing of sirens mingles with the frantic cries of countless souls. I must remind you, madam, that your target this time, Mr. Zash, is a lethal assassin, much like yourself. The voice of a ventriloquist, or rather that of the bat puppet on his left hand, echoed through the earpiece. I have no doubt you can triumph over him, but my stipulation is to ensure the safety of every student hostage. Therefore, you must first separate Zash from the female students before engaging him. Oh, is that so? The Cheshire Cat's slender fingers glided over her delicate waist and the enchanting pallor of her bosom, pausing upon her grinning feline mask. I dare say that seems rather unnecessary. Does it not? What are you implying? She was not addressing you. The indifferent moonlight mingled with the flashing red and blue of police lights, illuminating the assassin rising from the shadows. A plethora of scars was etched into his robust physique. Victor Zash, one of Gotham's notorious villains. His gaze lingered upon the woman's graceful form. Might I behold your visage, madam? Oh no, you know better. The female assassin turned away. The cat never removes her mask, especially in front of a naked exhibitionist. A dagger materialized in the empty palm of her adversary. The Cheshire Cat sighed, producing a retractable knife from behind her and an array of shurikens from the front, akin to a hamster spilling its hoarded treasures. She tilted her head. A cat fight? The infamous exhibitionist and serial killer, Mr. Zash, wore a grotesque grin, a quest for the feline. In the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor, Chen Tao manipulated the mercenaries remotely, mimicking the voice of a bald man. Enough. Just state your terms. What? You want more money? He waved his hand grandly, adopting the tone of a wealthy magnate. More. I can always provide more. Turning around, he encountered the furious third Robin, Tim Drake, holding a sheet of paper aloft, inscribed with Batman. I still can't believe you chose money over taking me to deal with Bane. The genuine ventriloquist crouched innocently in the corner, attempting to disguise himself as a genuine dog. Tim, feeling the urge to strike but reluctant to lash out in Batman's presence, clenched his porcelain-white teeth, filled with indignation, and continued writing. Moreover, you not only brought home the villains, but also made calls to other evildoers in front of me. Batman hung up the phone with a sigh. The third Robin fell silent for a moment. He inquired, is it because of Paul? Referring to Paul, the death angel slain by Bane earlier. Not entirely, Chen Tao replied. Listen to me. He turned, grasping Tim's shoulders, locking eyes with him. I intend to retire. What? This illogical response left Robin utterly confounded. Youth Tim inevitably fades. The days of boyhood are fleeting, and the golden chalice of dreams is difficult to uphold. Batman is merely a dream of an 8-year-old child reluctant to awaken. And now the dream must come to an end. I wish to accomplish one final task for Gotham, and then pursue a life of normalcy, the life I rightfully deserve. You, too, Tim, are worthy of this. You are academically accomplished, exceptionally intelligent, blessed with both a father and a mother. You cannot fathom how rare this is. You deserve all the beautiful things this world has to offer. You should attend school and, one day, encounter your true love. She may possess golden locks and azure eyes, or perhaps auburn hair. She might bear the surname Gordon or Brown, but ultimately, she will carry the name Drake. You will know each other. You will love each other. My child, this innocent and pure affection is something I shall never have the chance to experience again. We must escape this nightmare. With a loud crash, Alfred's tray fell to the ground behind them, shattering into pieces. He covered his face, weeping tears of joy. Is this real, Bruce? Am I truly not dreaming, Bruce? Chapter 6. The clever one Killer Croc crushed the rat in his jaws, shattered bones mingling with blood as it dripped from his fangs, sending crimson ripples across the water. He opened his mouth, exhaling a foul, bloody breath. Killer Croc, Waylon Jones, stood over 2 meters tall, his dark blue scales capable of withstanding direct rifle fire. With glistening claws and fangs that rendered him more akin to a bipedal crocodile than a human. Fierce yet not particularly intelligent. Yet, even as his mind succumbed to primal instincts and animalistic urges, he distinctly remembered the name of the one who had harmed him. Bane. This name echoed in his mind like an endless scream. He traversed the dark recesses of Gotham's sewers, searching for the scent of his nemesis amid the stench of decay and fetid gas. His arms still throbbed with pain. The last time he faced Bane, he had barely managed a single strike before his arm was broken. Killer Croc was acutely aware that he had become a tool for Bane to demonstrate his strength to Batman, a profound humiliation and an unparalleled motivation. The fury within the beast burned fiercely. In nature, crocodiles are notoriously vengeful creatures. However, before seeking revenge, he needed to find something to eat. At this thought, the ferocious creature's spirit waned. He snorted in frustration. Ugh, I'm hungry, and the rat is hardly satisfying. No matter, a brief rest will quell my hunger. The great crocodile sulked amidst the refuse. Though he was a warm-blooded creature, he still exhibited certain reptilian traits, such as the tendency to remain motionless for hours. Just then, his keen sense of smell detected an enticing aroma. The aroma was so enticing that he unfurled his curled body like a hedgehog. How delightful! What exquisite fragrance is this? Roasted pig. No, I must be hiding beneath a slum. Why would there be such a tantalizing scent in the slums? After a languid moment of contemplation, Killer Croc's mind ceased its activity. With a sudden snap in his thoughts, his cold, vertical pupils morphed into an odd shape. How delectable! With a thud, the salivating Killer Croc lifted the manhole cover and emerged from the depths below. He found himself in an abandoned outdoor parking lot, littered with the remnants of discarded vehicles and various construction debris, devoid of any human presence. It was the depths of night in Gotham. The mist had dissipated, and the moon shone faintly amid sparse stars. The cool evening breeze entwined with the aroma, leaving traces of kisses in every corner of the air. Under the silvery moonlight, Killer Croc beheld a golden, roasted pig placed at the center of the clearing. His nictitating membrane flickered, and reason reasserted itself, revealing a glimmer of human-like contemplation in his beastly gaze. It's a trap. The intent to ensnare is too evident. Surely, the pig is laced with poison? There are no unusual scents in the air. Oh, perhaps a deodorizer? Who would go to such lengths? Indeed, who could it be? I have no idea. Reaching this point in his analysis, Killer Croc found himself stumped. His head itched. How was he supposed to extend his thoughts from here? Never mind. Regardless of who orchestrated this, he had no intention of retreating. With clarity in his heart, but a pig-like visage, he swayed forward, drooling as he approached the roasted pig. He had already formed a plan. Whoever was behind this must ensure that Killer Croc consumes the poison bait to proceed with their next move. Meanwhile, he would play his cards differently, bringing this bait into the underground pipes. If his adversary did indeed come to witness his poisoning, the roles of predator and prey would instantly reverse. If they chose not to appear, he could stealthily observe and then strike. In either scenario, the initiative would remain firmly in his grasp. Killer Croc couldn't help but commend his own intellect. To conceive such a scheme in a short span of time is truly commendable. He seized the roasted pig with one hand. In the next instant, zzz, hundreds of thousands of volts surged through his body, leaving him charred within and tender without, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, his dark blue scales singed. With a crash, for floodlights concealed beneath the refuse suddenly blazed to life, illuminating the entire abandoned parking lot as bright as day. No way, is this it? The assassin crocodile heard the astonished voices of the masterminds emanating from the shadows. No way. No way. Is it possible that someone has truly fallen for such a simple trap? In an instant, he felt his blood surge from his feet to the crown of his head, as if his very essence had been drained. Rationality diminished by 100. His mind ceased functioning, and he emitted a distorted howl, leaping into motion like a Parkinson's patient. However, Due to the residual electric shock coursing through him, his movements resembled a bizarre electronic dance rather than a calculated assault. Yet, given his immense weight of over 500 pounds, such antics remained perilously impactful. The ventriloquist nearly crawled away from his previous position, clutching the bat baby, which continued to relay mocking remarks from Chen Tao's built-in wireless communication module. Is this it? Is this really all there is? At that moment, Chen Tao experienced a delightful reminiscence of his past life spent trolling online, particularly as he witnessed the ventriloquist rolling and scrambling on the ground. He found himself comfortably seated in an ordinary van several kilometers away, sipping coffee while observing the scene through a satellite and a camera mounted on a doll, safe and serene. Knock, knock, knock. A small-time thug rapped on the car window. Brother, do you know whose territory this is? You gotta pay up. Chen Tao rolled down the window to reveal his pointed ears and a half-masked Batman visage. Are you serious? The would-be extortionist, upon catching sight of Batman, let out a shrill scream and fled in terror. Damn it, encountering a living Batman at this hour is truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the assassin crocodile had descended into utter madness. Aya! He barely took 2 steps before feeling a constriction around his foot, having unwittingly stepped into a meticulously prepared trap. Dozens of snares sprang up from the earth, ensnaring him at a bewildering speed, binding him like a zongzi. Once again, he stumbled into a trap, and his fury intensified. Yet, hunger, numbness, and sorrow overwhelmed him, rendering him incapable of escape. He could only crawl despondently along the ground. Was it that effortlessly achieved? Was success so deceptively simple? The death marksman emerged from his hiding place, disdainfully surveying the man clad in yellow and blue, resembling a superhero. Enough with the chatter, Captain Javelin. You ought to be grateful that our employer willingly undertakes the task of drawing out the enemy, allowing you to linger this long, he said with biting sarcasm. I dare say that task was more suitable for you. I just made $2 million in one go. How simple. The seemingly elated Captain Javelin, however, appeared utterly oblivious to the death marksman's words. Hey, I have $2 million now. His excitement rendered him almost incoherent. I don't plan to take on any more assignments. Once this task concludes, I'll retire and return home to Mary. He spoke almost reverently. This is the most splendid day of my life. The Grim Reaper remained silent, dismissing the fool who served merely as a backdrop. Turning to the Cheshire Cat beside him, he instructed, sent a message to Live Bait and the Tattooed One, summon them here. The Cheshire Cat nodded, content to earn money without needing to lift a finger. However, despite the unusual ease of the situation, now that the target had been captured, the Grim Reaper turned to the panting ventriloquist nearby and said, Dear employer, I am curious. You previously forbade us from taking lethal action against the Killer Croc, insisting that he must work for you. He gestured toward the enraged Killer Croc. Do you still wish to pursue that course? Naturally, Arnold quivered in fear, unable to articulate a response, as the bat-shaped toy in his hand interjected, I have no forgiveness. Yet before he could finish, he was interrupted. The Killer Croc, face down, writhed and emitted a deafening roar. The Grim Reaper calmly lowered his hands from his ears, saying, Very well, but in truth, I believe you may have irreparably antagonized this beast. It is nearly impossible to quiet him, let alone compel him to work for you. Chapter 7. The power of cash. Under the illumination of 4 enormous floodlights, 2 boxy trucks rumbled into the abandoned parking lot. Live Bait and the Tattooed One closed the doors of their vehicle, their expressions cold and impassive as they approached. Like the Grim Reaper and the Cheshire Cat, they were mercenaries hired by Chen Tao. Of course, they perceived the ventriloquist as the criminal who had employed them, rather than the illustrious Batman. Live Bait, a robust Mexican skilled in the use of lassos, had previously ensnared the Killer Croc in a trap, and upon seeing the creature bound on the ground, a slight smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. The Tattooed One, true to his moniker, resembled an ink-splattered watercolor painting more than a killer. He bore the appearance of a sailor eking out a living by the shore. Upon arrival, he unleashed a cruel taunt. Our target is a fool. With a loud bang, a cloud of white smoke erupted from the top of the Killer Croc's head. The group scrambled to drag the Killer Croc to the rear of the 2 trucks. During this commotion, the Tattooed One made another snide remark, nearly losing his arm to the Killer Croc's jaws, resulting in further chaos. Humiliation. Rage. The Killer Croc's fury had reached its zenith. This surge of anger soared higher than the gamma rays emitted by the supernova of Orion. The indignity of being trampled upon could not be washed away by the liquid water of Europa. The mysteries of the cosmos, the bending of space and time, the reversal of day and night, and the tumult of the oceans could not diminish this anger by even a fraction. Unable to contain himself, he roared, "Unforgivable!" The sound echoed with the lamentation of Prometheus stealing fire. Unforgivable! The sound resonated like the anguished cry of Jesus upon the cross. With a thunderous crash, the ventriloquist wasted no time, flinging open the rear doors of the van as a ton of cash cascaded onto the face of the assassin crocodile. There was no artifice, only pure, unadulterated dollars. The violent motion caused the mountain of greenbacks to collapse, spilling from the vehicle onto the ground, akin to a box of toilet paper overturned. The assassin crocodile's voice abruptly ceased, reminiscent of a duck strangled by the neck. This money was merely an advance on wages. With a nod, it could all be his. Again, with a resounding crash, the ventriloquist opened another van, unleashing yet another ton of cash. The cold rain of bills slapping against the assassin crocodile's face. His visage turned crimson with rage. "Do not insult me further with this currency," he yearned to rebuke, declaring himself a cold-blooded beast, a cruel aberration, not one to be treated so cavalierly. Is wealth truly so impressive? Just because you offer me money, do you think I shall grovel and worship you? A bill struck his eyes, obscuring his vision. "Forgive me." The assassin crocodile swayed, overwhelmed by the dizziness induced by the avalanche of cash, rendering his cognitive faculties momentarily inoperative. Grasping the money, he solemnly declared, "Father, death shooter?" Suddenly, he recalled his identity as a black man, and that typically black men had no fathers. Ahem, what I meant to say is, I have wandered for most of my life, lamenting the absence of a wise employer. If you do not mind, I would, my goodness. There must be at least tens of millions of dollars here. The spear Captain Dove into the pile of cash, exclaiming, "I'm going to die. Get away." The assassin crocodile bellowed, "This is my money, though it may be yours at this moment. I am the one embracing it." Enraged, the assassin crocodile, bound like a zongzi, remarkably leveraged his core strength to bounce up and roll into the pile of money. "Mine, mine." The death shooter found himself at a loss for words. Under the light, the cash appeared more and more tantalizing. Unlike the spear captain, he was no stranger to money, thus his estimation of the sum would not err as drastically. Tens of millions? This must be at least 200 million. Good heavens! He had no inkling that the vans belonging to the tattooed man and the one with the living knot were filled entirely with cash. Perhaps neither the tattooed man nor the living knot were aware. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated eliminating everyone present and fleeing with the 200 million. Yet, reason ultimately prevailed, and he lucidly recognized that if someone could muster 200 million to purchase the assassin crocodile, they could just as easily procure 200 million to claim his own life. He has a daughter. While the monk may flee, the temple remains. Money may be enticing, yet one must fear the fragility of life. Moreover, the sum here exceeds 2 tons, rendering any heist futile in Gotham. He forced himself to turn, only to meet the bloodshot eyes of the living knot and the tattooed man, prompting him to draw his weapon. "Whoa, calm down, brothers," he said, secretly wary of these two inept fools potentially acting irrationally. "Ventriloquist, where are you? I'm not calling the employer this time." "What? The ventriloquist is the employer?" I wouldn't believe that for a moment. If that balding middle-aged man could casually produce $200 million, would he need to engage with Gotham's underworld? Unbidden, Deadshot recalled the Batman figurine in the ventriloquist's possession, sending a shiver down his spine. The mere thought of that bat figure caused his ribs to ache. During his last visit to Gotham, he had clashed with Batman on a train, resulting in 3 broken ribs. "I don't want to think about him," Deadshot muttered, shaking his head. "First, let us eliminate Batman from consideration. He would never stoop to such tactics. So, who could possess the wealth and influence to mobilize a gangster like the ventriloquist? The Penguin? Two-Face? The Riddler? Surely not Roman. He has fled to Hong Kong. Perhaps we should broaden our list of suspects, such as Bruce Wayne? No, he lacks the motive. Let us dismiss him. Ventriloquist? Ventriloquist? Damn it. Let the true employer speak to me. What are you saying? Don't play dumb with me." The tattooed man and the living knot exchanged uneasy glances. Deadshot fixed his gaze upon them, slowly retreating. Even the javelin, though dim-witted, sensed the tension in the air. Emerging from the pile of cash, he stood beside Deadshot, while Killer Croc lay on the ground, grinning like a cat under the influence of catnip. Deadshot had no intention of instigating a shootout here. It wasn't that he couldn't eliminate everyone present, aside from Killer Croc, but rather, the sensation of being manipulated left him unsettled. The puppet master seemed to have accurately assessed his reluctance to act recklessly, intending to utilize him to subdue this unruly band of mercenaries. If the suppression failed, eliminating the unstable elements within the group by his hand would also be acceptable. Suddenly, Deadshot realized that the adversary had anticipated even his desire to avoid conflict, suggesting that the prospect of him failing to suppress the situation and annihilating everyone, causing a loss of the puppet master's forces, was completely off the table. This notion struck him as profoundly unsettling. How could they possess such intimate knowledge of his character? As for the Killer Croc, should he choose to abscond with the funds, the sum of $200 million would swiftly transform into a bounty on his head. At that moment, those present would undoubtedly commence a deadly spree, killing one another for a share of the spoils. Conversely, if he were to accept the task at hand, in order to safeguard his freshly acquired salary, he would find himself compelled to ally with the Reaper, the two of them joining forces to eliminate the remaining 3 individuals in attendance, ensuring their victory. Then, the mastermind behind the scenes would summon the ventriloquist to weave enticing illusions, coercing and tempting the duo, leading them to relinquish their avarice. This delicate balance might be maintained, but did he not consider the risk of it all unraveling? At that moment, he noticed the Cheshire Cat silently positioning itself at their flank, forming an advantageous angle against the living knot and the tattooed man. A backup plan. Had he previously bribed the Cheshire Cat? Damn it. Why was I not offered a bribe? The Reaper ground his back teeth in frustration, showing no signs of introspection regarding his penchant for price gouging. The tension in the air dissipated, and the Reaper lowered his weapon, addressing the ventriloquist with irritation. So, does the true mastermind not wish to reveal their true nature? He then observed the ventriloquist nodding, retrieving 5 earpieces from behind. Damn, the puppeteer had anticipated even this. How vexing. The situation has now shifted to a contractual state. Chapter 8, The Assault of Bane. Knock, knock, knock. Someone rapped on the window of Chen Tao's van. Chen Tao rolled down the window, only to find the earlier extortionist accompanied by a larger group, brandishing machetes and crowbars. Did you really think that dressing like Batman made you Batman? You genuinely scared me earlier. Chen Tao, uninterested in further banter, extended a hand, which morphed into a spinning off-road wheel, catching the assailant off guard and delivering a resounding blow to his forehead. Get lost. Robbing in Gotham with machetes and the physics-defying second-generation Robin's holy sword. How pathetic. Watching the thugs scurry away in terror, Chen Tao adopted a different demeanor and picked up the microphone. Hello, can you hear me? Good, as long as you can hear. He cleared his throat, using the Cheshire Cat's icy voice to address the microphone. Good day, dear mercenaries. He swiftly switched to the Reaper's voice. I am pleased that no conflict has arisen. Believe me, this is precisely what I wish to see. Now, untie the Killer Croc. The Reaper wore a stoic expression, not deigning to ask the foolish question of who he was. He weighed the decision of whether to continue involving himself in this murky affair. He sensed the stench of conspiracy. Indeed, every tale always commenced in this manner, a shadowy, malevolent puppeteer luring an inexperienced and naive mercenary into their web. The mercenaries, unlike the audacious Belle, who accepted any task without hesitation, were mere mortals, easily betrayed by their employers, leading to their untimely demise. However, the likes of the Death Shooter would prudently select reliable employers through intermediaries. For instance, the ventriloquist had proven himself to be a benevolent, pure-hearted, and principled crime lord, thus attracting the attention of the Death Shooter. Yet, the identity of the unknown mastermind remained shrouded in mystery. As the ventriloquist untied the killer crocodile, the beast sprang up from the ground, its menacing presence evident. At such close quarters, the muzzle of the Death Shooter's weapon hung low, yet fortunately, the crocodile did not launch an attack. Instead, it gleefully dove into the pile of cash, meticulously collecting each bill from the dust and carefully stowing them away in the trunk. He, I have $200 million, exclaimed the captain of the Javelin, his jealousy palpable. Why is my salary so measly? Chen Tao switched to the voice of the Javelin. Do not envy the killer crocodile. He merely advanced his base salary for the next 4 years. And I, as a generous employer, assure you that should you fulfill the tasks I assign, in a few months, each one of you present will return home with hundreds of millions of dollars. This is an unprecedented opportunity. It is up to you to muster the courage to accept it. The Death Shooter immediately resolved to engage in this murky venture, not solely for the monetary gain, but primarily for the thrill of adventure. Chen Tao rambled on with a plethora of trivialities, ultimately summarizing, I, the wealthy brother, your opulent employer, distributing wealth, discussing the art of monetary prowess. This pie is both grand and round. In truth, Chen Tao was not a skilled orator, but the sight of towering stacks of dollars beside him transformed the atmosphere. With the conspicuous wealth and the killer crocodile's insatiable appetite for fortune on one side, and the overt threats from the three others on the other, the tension gave way to a forced smile, and the tattooed man joyfully patted his belly, creating a vibrant ambience. The captain of the javelin cheered. Ah, great employer, you are exceedingly generous. His exaggerated flattery, akin to a Shakespearean opera, left the Death Shooter speechless. Weren't you planning to decline further tasks? I have changed my mind. How opportunistic, the Death Shooter remarked disdainfully. Chen Tao continued, thus a temporary squad is formed. I have even thought of a name, the Suicide Squad. What a morbid name. I will add $100,000 to your fee. That name is simply splendid. Whatever. Flattering costs nothing. In any case, the Death Shooter let out a sigh of relief. The current task has been accomplished regarding the next endeavor. As long as he remains vigilant and cautious, he is likely to return home safely. With $200 million, he may retire and spend time with his daughter. Behind the scenes, Chen Tao also sighed in relief. Once Bane is dealt with, he too could retire and enjoy tranquility. When I earn $200 million, I shall return to my hometown to purchase a grand villa and live harmoniously with my wife. Suddenly, the javelin captain's blonde head, encased in an eye mask, was crushed like a watermelon by a massive hand, and the javelin he held fell limply to the ground. A few kilometers away, Chen Tao abruptly spat out his coffee onto the live broadcast screen, then stood up abruptly, colliding with the ceiling of the van. Time seemed to slow. The Death Shooter's eyes widened as he heard the piercing, distorted cry of the Cheshire Cat. Enemy attack. He beheld a colossal figure, its half-naked upper body muscular and sinewy, veins bulging like serpents winding across its form. Most striking was the bright green the fourth tube connecting its head to its arms. Along with the hood, Bane. Bane often felt as though he were plummeting into a vast void, the profound darkness coalescing into an ocean. This was his cradle and his tombstone. Yet, this did not confine his thoughts. His soul shattered the coffin, wandering in the white night where death and vitality coexisted. He sought that bat-like monster. He yearned to stand in its shadow, defy it, and ultimately destroy it. And with it, his fear would perish. At that moment, all of Gotham would sing, Hail! The great warrior Bane has conquered the evil demon, Batman. Hail, Bane! You reign over Gotham, exalted above all. However, the warrior's quest would not always be smooth sailing. The demon had dispatched his minions. That green-faced beast, a defeated underling, crawled before the demon for the sake of wealth. It bared its sharp teeth, attempting to intimidate the formidable Bane. Yet the warrior would not be daunted. He swung his uppercut, moving like a pendulum, sending the killer croc reeling back, crashing to the ground. I thought I had vanquished you, beast, but now I must eliminate you. The monster sprang from the ground, its jagged jaw exhaling a vile breath. It roared, delivering heavy punches upon the warrior's head, its sharp claws tearing at Bane's flesh. You aspire to rule Gotham. Without your venom, you hardly qualify as a rival. Bane's fist struck its face, knocking it down once more. Another punch, and its head crashed against the ground, debris scattering. Yet another blow, and a portion of the beast's skull was embedded in the concrete. Bane seized the wreckage of a nearby car, hoisting it high. I need no venom to slay pests like you. Bang! For I am Bane. Bang! The nightmare of every stumbling block. Bang! The calamity of all living beings. Bang! The killer crocodile let out a piercing scream as its remains contorted, twisted, and ultimately shattered. A gunshot rang out. Bane evaded the bullet and swiftly turned. His form was as agile as a dolphin leaping from the water, his gaze sparkling in the interplay of illusion and reality during the white night. Of course, the Dark Lord has other minions. Chapter 9. A crushing onslaught. Chen Tao spat coffee all over the screen, his head colliding with the car's roof. He grasped a grim and dreadful truth. This was the real world, and Bane would not remain holed up like a boss in an online game, patiently waiting for a hero to grind for gear, level up, and gather companions before launching an assault. If the traveler Chen Tao altered Batman's behavioral patterns and strategies, it was only natural for Bane to make corresponding adjustments. As the mastermind behind the Arkham breakout, Bane's plan was fundamentally to exploit the escaped lunatics to exhaust Batman, allowing himself to remain in a state of readiness. However, with Chen Tao's arrival, Bane's strategy to tire out the Bat met its demise. Bruce Wayne's relentless desire to save the innocent encumbered him, leaving him drained as he engaged with various madmen, despite having discerned Bane's scheme. And what of Chen Tao? He was utterly indifferent to the lunatics throwing a party in his city. Ring, ring, ring. The alarm blared within a Gotham bank. A throng of people screamed as they fled through the front doors, the Joker and his henchmen trailing closely behind, laden with bundles of cash. The Prince of Crime cackled madly, arms outstretched at the entrance. Come on, Bat. It's party time. No one. Batman. The streets were deserted. Not a single police car in sight. A gust of wind swept by, flinging a flyer onto the Joker's face, emblazoned with, "Cast your sacred vote for Mayor Carlo." The Joker stroked his chin. "Hey everyone, I just had a thought. Ha 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 ha." The scene shifted back to Chen Tao. A man as astute as Bane could not possibly overlook the alterations in Batman and the mercenaries who had suddenly appeared in the city. Perhaps Bane was uncertain whether these mercenaries were foes or allies, or perhaps he had an inkling of their intentions. But in any case, the unstable factors intervening between him and Batman could simply be eradicated with brute force. Indeed, this was Bane's modus operandi. The more straightforward and brutal, the more effective. The highest forms of conflict often manifest in the simplest of manners. Those who obsess over elaborate schemes ultimately meet a fate akin to that of the killer crocodile. Thus, the plan must change. We shall no longer wait for Batman to be worn down before we strike him down. Instead, we should charge forward, eliminate the mercenaries first, and then deal with Batman. How absurd. Wasn't it agreed that villains should allow the protagonist to develop before ultimately confronting them? Calm down, calm down. Chen Tao silently pondered. Bane's resolve was more decisive than he had anticipated, yet he harbored a critical misjudgment. He believed Batman still possessed formidable strength. This implied that Bane would not recklessly initiate the final confrontation until he had ascertained the removal of potential disruptors that could plunge him into a state of being besieged. In other words, if Deathstroke and his allies could turn the tide against Bane, bang, then Chen Tao witnessed Killer Croc being struck, his head burrowing into the ground. Chen Tao immediately grasped the microphone. "Hold firm. As long as we can survive, that is enough." Damn! Cold sweat beaded on Deathstroke's forehead. The two submachine guns in his hands and the portable rifle mounted on his gauntlet, totaling 4 barrels, wove an imposing web of firepower before him. Deathstroke was confident. With his control, not even a fly could dare approach. Yet now, a miracle unfolded before him. Bane, twisting and leaping, that muscle-bound behemoth danced through the hail of bullets like a butterfly. Boom! Deathstroke swiftly drew his anti-tank rocket launcher. But such a cumbersome weapon posed no threat to the agile Bane at such close range. Damn it, if only I had. His eyes widened in rage as he could only watch helplessly as Bane approached with alarming speed. Help! Clang! Bane's eyes narrowed beneath his mask. A strike from Catwoman pierced his skin. Like a feline, the woman's lithe form unleashed a strength far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Her blow capable of cleaving through steel, yet it merely grazed the skin of Bane, who had injected himself with Titan venom. With a single punch, Catwoman's blade seemed as fragile as paper, and Bane, spreading his fingers, sent her hurtling like a meteor, crashing into a building. Damn it! Deathstroke's peripheral vision swept across his allies. Catwoman lay amidst the rubble, her fate uncertain, while Killer Croc sprawled on the ground. The tattooed man stood nonchalantly to the side, observing his teammates' attempts, shaking his head. Sigh, that's not how it's done. You imbeciles. Deathstroke turned to his companions, shouting, "Retreat, we cannot win." Really? I refuse to believe it. Deathstroke gasped for breath. Livewire surged forward. He bypassed the retreating Deathstroke, a smirk playing on his lips, his white teeth and Mexican-style braids fluttering in the air. In an instant, he launched a barrage of lassos, ensnaring Bane like a dumpling in a web. He grinned widely. laughing, "You worthless fools, it's still me. Look, no escape. Don't gloat, be careful." Yet, the warning from the Grim Reaper came too late. Fool! Why did he not contemplate that if Bane could evade his bullets, he would surely evade these lassos? In the next heartbeat, Bane tore through the drug-reinforced lasso as if it were mere straw, grasping the rope. Before the noose could react, his body was helplessly yanked towards Bane, bouncing along the ground like a yo-yo. The Grim Reaper fired relentlessly, but to no avail. He could scarcely believe that Bane was capable of dodging his bullets while simultaneously assaulting the noose, moving with the agility of a young warrior gliding on ice. The tattooed man exclaimed, "If below is a knife, you're already dead. Shut your filthy mouth." In a fit of rage, the noose relinquished his lasso and unleashed a flurry of locking techniques upon Bane with astonishing speed. His name was Noose, and his combat skills were as suffocating and lethal as his namesake. He refused to believe it. After all, they were both human. Did he truly think he could? He heard the Grim Reaper yelling from afar, urging him not to proceed, but he had no time to heed others' opinions. He fixated on Bane, who appeared dazed and utterly unresponsive, causing a smirk to form at the corner of Noose's mouth. In the next instant, Bane seized his hand, effortlessly tearing his body apart as if it were straw, the action no different from when he had severed the lasso moments before. Bane, the master of dismantling all that is pretentious. "Ah!" Noose screamed hoarsely, but soon fell silent. Indeed, muscle and bone were nearly akin to the fibers of a rope. The only distinction lay in the crimson fountain that erupted upon their destruction. Bane peeled the muddy remnants of Noose from himself, wringing him out like a soiled rag. The tattooed man continued to chatter nearby while, "He is truly dead." The Grim Reaper felt a surge of frustration. "Do not linger in battle. Retreat swiftly." He heard the employer's command crackle through his earpiece, yet the distant killer crocodile had lost all semblance of sanity. Rising from the ground, it howled and lunged toward Bane. However, its vulnerabilities were glaring, and its condition was dire. Bane seized its arm and snapped it like a twig, eliciting a bone-chilling wail from the killer crocodile. Bane! Yet the killer crocodile did not retreat as before. Its eyes turned crimson. Not merely the irises, but the entirety of its gaze transformed into a vivid blood red. Roaring, it emitted a primal growl, and the Grim Reaper sensed that its facial features had elongated, becoming more crocodilian. The killer crocodile was empowered. It was enraged. It had entered a state of frenzy. Its muscles swelled, charging towards Bane like a freight train. Then, it was propelled backward at an even greater speed. "This cannot be." The assassin crocodile emitted a sound of defiance. Before he could finish his sentence, he received a physical silence from Bane. "Enough! How dare you?" Bane seized the assassin crocodile by the ankle, twirling him in the air and smashing him down onto the ground with such force that it resembled the action of wielding a plastic mallet to strike moles. "I am a killer, bang, bang, bang." The assassin crocodile lay on his back, limbs splayed in a star shape, his once brilliant vertical pupils gradually losing their luster. Insect. A cold, indifferent, murderous intent manifested on Bane's face. Growing weary of the assassin crocodile's repeated attempts to rise like Luffy, he decided to increase the potency of the venom injected into him. As the venom gurgled into his system, his muscles expanded as if inflated, transforming him into a near 3-meter-tall monster. The Death Shooter raised his gun. "Quickly take the assassin crocodile away." The employer's voice continued to drone in his ears. "I know. Shut up." The Death Shooter gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, unleashing a torrent of metal capable of shredding a normal human into pieces, and this time, Bane did not evade at all. This brought the Death Shooter immense delight. Bang, 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 bang. For gun barrels fired simultaneously, dozens of bullets detonating upon impact with Bane's chest in mere seconds. The Death Shooter observed the rising white smoke from the bullet impacts, which left behind a crimson indentation on Bane's skin, with a hint of blood seeping through. "Damn it!" The Death Shooter cursed vehemently. "Is he even human?" Doubt began to creep into his mind. Just then, he saw the tattooed man step forward. "You useless lot, stand aside. The tattooed man will handle everything." The Death Shooter's expression turned peculiar. Chapter 10, are you telling me that you discovered Batman in this seemingly ordinary van by the roadside? Yes, that's correct. And you thought he was a fake, so you intended to rob him, only for Batman's hand to transform into a wheel and knock you unconscious? Indeed. Huh. Cousin, I know this is absurd, but shut up. It seems you've become foolish from chasing clout. If there really is a Batman inside, I will eat this crowbar on the spot. Don't go, cousin. There really is a Batman. Knock, knock, knock. The small-time thug-esque cousin had barely knocked 3 times on the van door when it swung open. The thug watched as Batman exited the vehicle, locked the door, and then, with a swift motion, the van transformed into an eccentric Batman-themed off-road vehicle, its tires spinning as it vanished in an instant. A gust of wind swept through, leaving only the small-time thug and his friends in disarray. After a long while, one of them muttered dreamily, "What the hell? I just saw Jesus Christ." For many years, I was under the impression that Batman merely operated from within the Batmobile. Yet I was astounded to discover that Batman himself embodies the very essence of the Batmobile. Whether viewed from the front or the side, the aura of the tattooed man has undeniably reached its zenith. His alluring tattoos and confident gaze exude an air reminiscent of a master. Even Deathstroke began to question his own judgment. Had he truly misread the situation? Regardless of perspective, the tattooed man's gait appeared lethargic. His movements lacked substance. Despite his muscular physique, he seemed somewhat simplistic, lacking the intimidation factor of his predecessor, the Living Knot. Frankly speaking, Deathstroke considered him inferior even to Captain Boomerang, who at least possessed the credentials of an Olympic athlete, having secured multiple championships in javelin throwing. Could such a character genuinely harbor hidden depths? The tattooed man shed his shirt, revealing a chaotic array of tattoos, a veritable tapestry of imagery. In that moment, he resembled a lowly thug from the underbelly of organized crime, yet the tattoos on his back writhed as though they possessed a life of their own, demanding attention. Bane halted his previous actions, carelessly casting aside the incapacitated Killer Croc, and tightened his muscular frame. The Cheshire Cat had returned, and thanks to her adept posture and flexibility, she had managed to evade fatal injuries, albeit appearing somewhat disheveled. She crouched low, desperately attempting to regain her strength. A gurgling sound echoed, reminiscent of something clawing its way out of a swamp. Bane's expression grew serious, bracing for whatever was to come. Pain etched across the tattooed man's face, and in a shocking display, a fierce tiger tattoo began to contort and transform, crawling off his body before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. He was, astonishingly, a superhuman. Deathstroke's eyes widened in disbelief. Before them stood a genuine Bengal tiger, adorned with its striking fur and menacing fangs, a scene plucked straight from a fantasy novel. Bane assumed a defensive stance as the tiger charged toward him. The magnificent creature leaped, baring its fangs. With a swift motion, Bane executed a sliding maneuver, sending the tiger hurtling away as if it were a teacup chihuahua struck by a kick. Ah, but fear not, the tattooed man conjured a mammoth. How impressive! With a thunderous crash, several tons of mammoth toppled Bane, who retaliated with a series of punches that caved in the creature's skull. The tattooed man summoned a pack of wolves. Annihilated, he then conjured a gorilla. A similarly grim fate awaited it. The tattooed man prepared to summon yet another creature, but frustration washed over him as he declared, "Damn it, I must unleash a powerful attack." His expression darkened as he turned to Deathstroke, imploring, "Buy me some time." Without hesitation, Deathstroke acquiesced. Although the manifestations summoned by the tattooed man proved largely ineffectual in altering the course of events, the knowledge of his superhuman abilities instilled confidence in Deathstroke. "I can likely delay this formidable beast for about 30 seconds, the Cheshire Cat spoke, her cool voice akin to a beam of moonlight illuminating the battlefield, as long as I avoid direct confrontation with him. The Death Marksman interjected, "With my interference, that time could be extended to at least a minute. Yet, I require merely 20 seconds. The tattooed man trembled as the Death Marksman observed a Western dragon tattoo twisting and struggling to detach itself from his chest. This unexpected sight greatly bolstered the Death Marksman's confidence. Boom! Bane's fist struck the ground, causing the steel-reinforced concrete surface to shatter like a spider's web. The Cheshire Cat evaded with a grace that would have made even an Olympic gymnast envious, shards of rock splattering against her, sending a jolt of fear through her. "Cheshire Cat, will your jellyfish venom be effective against it?" Upon hearing her employer's inquiry through the earpiece, the Cheshire Cat wrinkled her nose in confusion. Though her features were concealed behind a mask, she replied sullenly, "I possess no jellyfish venom. Moreover, the essence of poison has no affinity with felines." "Huh? Chen Tao was taken aback. In his recollection, jellyfish venom was supposed to be the Cheshire Cat's most distinguishing trait. However, he quickly refrained from further questioning her sentiment. For Bane had already charged towards the tattooed man. Fire! The death marksman rolled and crawled, desperately attempting to distract Bane. Damn, I knew this money wouldn't come easily. He shouted. Where's the ventriloquist? That damned old man. Where have you hidden yourself? Come out and join the fray. Bane was incensed by the incessant barrage of bullets aimed at him. As the death marksman glanced up, he saw the wreckage of a car spinning toward him like a flying disc, and with a shriek, he turned and fled. At last, the tattooed man had completed his summoning. A western dragon erupted from his chest. Good heavens, this was a creature of sheer fantasy, adorned with ebony scales, grotesque wings, and capable of spewing fire. The death marksman was moved to tears, but wait, why was this dragon only the size of a dog? Woof! As the dragon emerged, it squatted and snorted, panting like a dog and making a rumbling sound. Are you kidding me? I have no idea what's happening. The tattooed man exclaimed, sweating profusely. This is my first time summoning such a fantasy creature. In the next moment, the fire-breathing dragon was crushed into a pulp beneath Bane's foot. It's over. The death marksman's heart sank, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. There was no possibility of victory remaining. Out of the corner of his eye, he scanned the battlefield. The tattooed man had been soundly struck by Bane's fist. His limbs contorted like a rag doll, essentially finished. The killer croc lay bloodied, resembling a lifeless dog. Beyond rescue, he bid farewell. The Cheshire Cat danced about like a monkey, evading Bane's fists, knowing that death was merely a heartbeat away. Death Shooter, you must save your companions. The Cheshire Cat and Killer Croc will soon lose their ability to resist. Death Shooter remained silent, casting aside 2 submachine guns, a rocket launcher, and a backpack filled with ammunition and weapons to facilitate his swift escape. He understood all too well that his flight would seal the fate of the Cheshire Cat and Killer Croc, leading to the near annihilation of the newly formed Suicide Squad. A consequence that the orchestrators behind the scenes could never tolerate. Though fleeing in such a manner might invite retaliation, tarnish his reputation, and result in various severe repercussions, it was, by all means, preferable to facing immediate death. Hold on just a little longer. Through the earpiece, the sound of rushing wind reached his ears, suggesting that the adversaries were aboard some high-speed vehicle. Just hold on for another minute. Reinforcements will arrive. The absurdity of such a statement made Death Shooter chuckle in exasperation. What nonsense! He was unaware that his voice trembled with fear. He gazed at the muscle-bound behemoth that tossed car wreckage aside as if it were mere playthings. What kind of reinforcements could contend with such a monstrosity? In Gotham City, who could face such a creature? Batman? Chapter 11. The flight of the Watchers just get lost. I'm leaving. Stop. Don't mention 200 million. I fear I might succumb to temptation. No amount of money is worth my life. Indeed, one must have life to enjoy riches. Loudon, Death Shooter's real name, had a chance of survival if he collaborated with the Cheshire Cat. Death Shooter paused, his expression darkening as he eyed the ventriloquist emerging from the shadows. That old scoundrel had been cowering, and now... Oh, I apologize, Mr. Loudon. I truly don't wish to, but Bat Baby insists that I do. The ventriloquist's words dripped with feigned remorse. Yet the muzzle of his Thompson submachine gun was firmly aimed at Death Shooter. His round, pudgy face glinted with a sinister light behind his glasses. Do not force my hand, Loudon. A deeper, more sinister voice emanated from the Bat Baby doll in his grasp. Death Shooter's heart sank. Arnold, if you do not attack him, I may be forced to turn against you. Chen Tao silently commended the ventriloquist for his timely support. Good. You understand the drill. Damn it. Death Shooter cursed vehemently. The ventriloquist was right. With the Cheshire Cat at the front, they could undoubtedly hold out for more than a minute. However, engaging in a firefight with the ventriloquist while facing peril from both sides would lead to an even more gruesome demise. He picked up the discarded rocket launcher. 1 minute. He muttered under his breath. Just 1 minute. Raising the rocket launcher, he aimed it at Bane and fired. The shot missed entirely. Get out of the way. The Cheshire Cat, dodging left and right, narrowly avoided the explosion, leaping and rolling to the side, panting heavily, her voice no longer cold and composed. Curse you, wretched beast. You nearly brought about my demise. The countdown, 50 seconds. Boom. A violent eruption of flames and dense smoke enveloped Bane. Yet, the Deathstroke was acutely aware that such weaponry merely served to repel. utterly incapable of harming him. He fired relentlessly, then, in a swift motion, rolled behind the wreckage of a vehicle. The countdown, 40 seconds. Bane leapt forth from the smoke, the Cheshire Cat attempting to further distract him. But he paid her no heed, directing his gaze solely upon Deathstroke, and then, like a bolt of lightning, he surged toward him. Each of his charges appeared akin to instantaneous teleportation. Bang, bang, bang. With the reverberation of 4 gunshots, the 4 lights illuminating the scene simultaneously erupted, causing Bane's stride to momentarily falter. Nonetheless, the silvery moonlight continued to guide his path. Boom! Where Deathstroke had just vanished, Bane delivered a powerful kick, sending debris soaring into the sky like grass caught in a mower's wake. Before Deathstroke, concealed elsewhere, could revel in his narrow escape, he beheld several steel rods and massive stones hurtling directly toward him. Ah! He cried out in agony, narrowly evading the lethal steel. Yet a boulder struck his shoulder with considerable force. Damn it, Bane was not deceived by his tricks. Bane, a master of escape, second only to Batman and Mr. Miracle, found Deathstroke's feeble attempts at distraction laughable. Instead of successfully stalling for time, he unwittingly played into Bane's hands, resulting in a surprise injury. Empty, empty, empty. Despite his wounded shoulder, Deathstroke unleashed a rapid succession of 3 grenades. This barrage maximized the explosive force, at least momentarily hindering Bane. Yet, Deathstroke could only watch in disbelief as Bane effortlessly caught the 3 rocket-propelled grenades, returning them with the grace of a demigod hurling a javelin. His pupils reflected the round, menacing heads of the explosives. Curse you! The countdown, 30 seconds. With a thunderous crash, debris fell like rain, as Deathstroke coughed blood, a searing pain radiating from his back. Grateful for his sturdy armor, he avoided immediate death. He attempted to rise and flee, only to despair at the realization that a boulder pinned his hind leg. He gazed at the composed Bane, despair etched upon his face. Huh! The world's most skilled marksman, brought low by his own ordnance. Could this be the most absurd dark humor of the century? The Cheshire Cat sought to escape, but bereft of her distraction. Bane swiftly captured her. With a single blow, Deathstroke watched helplessly as the Cheshire Cat tumbled like a soccer ball across the ground, ultimately colliding with a heap of debris, lying still thereafter. The countdown, 20 seconds. The Death Shooter grimaced grotesquely, then coughed up a mouthful of blood. Perhaps his internal organs were damaged? Yet, it mattered little now. He coldly regarded Bane as he approached with deliberate steps. Memories of his entire life flashed before him, scene by scene, like a revolving lantern. Damn it, he was so beaten that even memories seemed to emerge like phantoms. The impoverished youth, the dream of becoming an artist, the 12 bullets that pierced through his parents and sister, a shattered existence, a military career, becoming a mercenary, and his daughter, Zoe. Countdown, 10 seconds. Thus, this was the conclusion. This was the terminus of Freud Lauten's life. Oh, bright moon, you are both dim and luminous. The world inhaled, lingering in the aftermath of heat and explosions. Here, there is no military power save for me. Here, there is no authority except for me. Here, there is no hope apart from me. Here, there is no Batman, no one else. Only Bane remains. Countdown, 3 seconds. Bane extended his hand towards the Death Shooter, that fatal, all-ending caress. 2 seconds. His rough palm brushed against the Death Shooter's throat. 1 second. 0 seconds. Bane's roar resonated, as if emanating from a distant realm. Yet it felt as if it were whispered directly into his ear. The heavens trembled, and the white night turned chilling. Bane halted abruptly, spinning around. Atop the mountain of refuse, he quivered, locking eyes with that godlike ultimate nightmare. Buzz! It was as if a phantom bomb detonated in the air. A frigid wave of terror washing over Bane's immense and terrifying form, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. What kind of gaze was that? An unfathomable darkness howled in his eyes. A tumultuous force surged forth like a tsunami. His exhaled breath felt like the fiercest northern wind, imbued with a bone-chilling cold, akin to glaciers that had not melted for millennia in the Arctic Ocean. He simply stood there, yet it felt as though he were plummeting from the heavens, crashing down upon the earth. One more step, and you shall perish. His body conveyed this warning. Bane understood that Batman never took lives. He was a good man, a superhero, and superheroes adhered to the ironclad rule of not killing, did they not? Yet, he felt as if even his very genes screamed in alarm. One more step, and you will die. Bane knew that even if the Bat harbored murderous intent, it was impossible for him to be killed. He possessed unwavering confidence in his own flesh. But what did that matter? The reality was that every drop of his blood, every fiber of his muscle, even every strand of hair, roared at him. Advancing means death. Bane did not comprehend how the Bat managed to achieve this. He was oblivious to the manner in which the Bat unleashed upon him a deathly threat akin to a biological hormone response. It was impossible, unscientific. Yet, this was the very essence of what Batman accomplished, rendering it all the more plausible. The true sovereign of Gotham City roared and bellowed before him, asserting its dominion. The Bat unfurled its wings, casting a shadow that enveloped the present moment, proclaiming the arrival of the son of Gotham. Thus, Bane abandoned the Death Dealer, leaping several times to vanish amidst the detritus of refuse and the wreckage of automobiles. At the eastern horizon, the first rays of dawn pierced the veil of night like a sword, illuminating the nightmarish figure. He trod upon the light of dawn, dispelling the pervasive darkness within the universe. As the crimson sun ascended, its brilliance grew. The protracted night, at last, came to an end. Chapter 12. Tradition: The Third Robin. Tim Drake sat shackled with manacles and chains, wearing a disgruntled expression as he occupied the seat at the back computer designated solely for Batman. He resembled a housewife who had just discovered her husband's infidelity. Alfred, something is decidedly amiss with Batman. Absolutely, undeniably so. He cleared his throat and spoke in a mockingly sardonic tone. Ignoring Batman's directives has become a traditional skill among every generation of Robins, so I regret to inform you, dear Tim, that I may have to confine you. The thought of extending his hands at Batman's request and foolishly complying made Tim want to slap himself twice. Haha. Alfred brought over a box of pastries. Occasionally taking a break is also a duty of a Robin. Would you like a slice? Do you prefer taffy or chocolate? I want both. Tim gloomily accepted the pastries and began to indulge. His voice became somewhat muffled as he stuffed his mouth with taffy. Ah, thank you. But Alfred, to be honest, I truly believe there is something seriously wrong with Bruce. He abruptly swallowed a large mouthful of pastry. It could be mind control, perhaps a magical soul exchange, or yet another scheme by the Mad Hatter, but I pummeled him for 2 hours and he refused to utter a word. In truth, regardless of who currently resided within Batman's body, I feel certain he is not Bruce. The young Robin placed the now empty plate upon the table, his expression gradually turning grave. I must say, he is the most skilled actor I have ever encountered. Even Basil Carlo, the original name of the Clayface, would be left agape in his presence. Tim paused, continuing, however, even such a remarkable performer cannot replicate that which they do not comprehend. His interpretation of Batman is flawed. Bruce is but a mortal, Alfred. No matter how terrifying Bruce appears in front of others, he remains a mere human. We all know he is just a man. Yet, he has portrayed Batman as a deity, a god walking among mortals. The aura, the demeanor, most strikingly, the imposing presence. I have witnessed Bruce's wrath on multiple occasions. Yet this counterfeit is 100 times more terrifying than the original. Just a single glance from him sends my heart racing. He expressed his agitation, stating, "In the past 3 days, I have discreetly employed over 40 methods to verify his true identity. Iris scans, fingerprints, DNA analysis, biometric AI logic assessments, gait analysis. Yet no matter how I validate it, he is undeniably the original Bruce Wayne." He gazed intently at Alfred, adding, "But what of it?" Hiring mercenaries to assist him in tackling those Arkham lunatics, deliberately abandoning Robin to act alone. Of course, forsaking Robin for solo endeavors is a hallmark of Batman's character. Yet this is different. His gaze deepened. In those nonsensical retirement claims, he is certainly not Bruce. Perhaps we should detain him and interrogate him with a crowbar and a whip to uncover the whereabouts of the real Bruce. It is truly terrifying. Chen Tao maintained a bat-like, disdainful posture, his heart pounding fiercely. Thankfully, the false Batman had frightened the real Bane away, allowing this hurdle to be surmounted. The current situation indeed aligned with his expectations. Bane was not merely a brute, but a cunning hunter. He would never engage Batman directly until he was utterly exhausted. Historically, he had waited over 3 months, allowing Batman to capture each of the madmen he had released from Arkham, only to ambush him once he was thoroughly depleted. Such cautiousness implied that Bane would not initiate their final confrontation here. Chen Tao still had time before his true, hollow nature was exposed. Descending from the mountain of debris, he approached Deadshot and the others. Warning: a fractured spear belonging to Captain Boomerang has been detected. The beloved lasso of the broken heart has been shattered. The severed hand of the tattooed man has been identified. Chen Tao paused, gazing at the silver text flashing across his retina, lost in contemplation. What does this mean? I ask you, what does this mean? Why, amidst the tragic demise of my comrades, am I able to acquire these anchoring relics? Anger, shivers, chill. Am I, the illustrious Dark Knight, the Caped Crusader, the guardian of Gotham, the greatest detective in the world, now reduced to relying on the spoils of my fallen allies? Observing the possessions of his teammates, Chen Tao felt a pang of sorrow, a wave of melancholic poetic sentiment washing over him. No, absolutely not. A superhero must possess backbone. Even in death, I shall never scavenge my comrades' remains. Half a second later, Chen Tao, with tears in his eyes, began to loot. It matters not. After all, Batman's tradition of punishing his allies is a long-standing hallmark of the Justice League, and a few more instances hardly make a difference. The fractured spear of Captain Boomerang, once wielded by Ganthet Braun, who earned multiple gold medals at the Olympics. Although she has now lost her head, the remaining material is just sufficient to craft a flagpole. The javelin is my wife. Chen Tao suddenly realized that the captain of the javelin team not only lacked a villa, but also had a wife that was merely a javelin. He should have anticipated that someone like the javelin would be devoid of a spouse. Villains in the DC universe often exhibit certain psychological issues. The broken heart of the beloved lasso. Christopher Viss harbors suspicion towards everything, except for his own lasso, which he trusts wholeheartedly. In the solitude of the night, he even resorts to using the rope. Each time he binds another, a subtle smirk graces his lips, accompanied by a confident smile. Oh, yes, the lasso has responded. I firmly believe in its judgment. This individual is truly a weighty burden. Chen Tao resolved never to hire such a pervert again, especially since he had met his demise so foolishly. The severed hand of the tattooed man. John Oakes was once an unremarkable sailor until he was imprisoned for brawling, where he encountered the original tattooed man, Abel Tallant. He retains the anchor tattoo on his arm from his sailor days, a memento of his youthful years. It's quite slippery, I tell you. The deck is truly treacherous. Crisis energy units converted, 10. Chen Tao was rendered speechless. These three weaklings had collectively converted a mere 10 units of crisis energy, an amount equal to what the ventriloquist had previously converted alone. But how is this crisis energy calculated? Each of these individuals could hold their own against the ventriloquist. Why did they yield such a meager conversion? Warning: the three anchoring objects in possession have not detected a target resembling Batman. You are about to be randomly matched with three weak, low-level Batmans. Matched, Bat-Baby Batman. Would you like to expend 1 unit of crisis energy for synchronization? Chen Tao observed that unlike the previous Bat-Monster vehicle, this time the matched Batman was accompanied by a small silver description. A Batman from a dark multiverse, on the verge of demise, had reincarnated his memories into the body of an infant, acquiring the physical form of a baby. Subsequently, due to the weight of his head, he tragically fell down the stairs and perished while attempting to walk upright. Danger level: none. Chen Tao's expression darkened immediately. What use is a top-heavy infant? Would acting cute and charming persuade the villains to spare him? Heaven forbid. Synchronization attempt abandoned. The data has been saved. You may consume a unit of crisis energy at any time to synchronize with this Batman. Attempting to match again. Match successful. Matched, wealthy Batman. A Batman from a dark multiverse purchased the entirety of Gotham City, transforming it into his medieval serfdom, only to be slain by Superman, who deemed him a villain. Chen Tao felt utterly exasperated. Superman actually committing murder? What a cruel and twisted world. No synchronization. Matching successful once again. Matched, Mayor Batman in a dark multiverse. Bruce Wayne did not become Batman, but rather the mayor of Gotham, only to meet his untimely demise through assassination. His head displayed on the Wayne Tower as a grim warning against opposing the Mafia. Another futile ability, Chen Tao sighed, then turned his gaze to the three severely injured individuals lying on the ground. Chapter 13. A renewed assault. The Cheshire Cat and Killer Croc were still alive, much to Chen Tao's astonishment and delight. Alongside the ventriloquist who appeared mysteriously from the shadows, he helped pull the three survivors from the rubble. Killer Croc's shattered scales. Description: the scales dropped by Killer Croc after enduring brutal beatings and witnessing a formidable foe escape, along with which shattered his indomitable spirit. Perhaps you could use it to summon a version of Batman from a parallel universe. Chen Tao was taken aback as he observed the evidently alive Killer Croc nearby. But would an entity summoned by a non-human being truly be a normal human? Bane has escaped. How could he? Is there really a form of sorcery in this world that allows one to survive without combat? What then was the purpose of my previous struggles? Converted crisis energy units. 50. Current crisis energy units. 60. Warning. Downloading targetable Batman file. Bat Dragon. Danger level. Earth 27 is a world teeming with dinosaurs. Devoid of the Justice League, and instead, it hosts the Jurassic League, where all superheroes and supervillains are dinosaurs. Would you like to immediately consume 20 units of crisis energy to synchronize? Chen Tao had no intention of synchronizing in front of the three individuals. He decided to first evacuate the injured. He helped the Deathstroke to his feet. Deathstroke lamented, "Am I going to Arkham Asylum? I do not wish to go to Arkham." Killer Croc, dazed from the recent brutal assault by Bane, clumsily crawled up from the ground, his eyes vacant, failing to react even to the imposing figure of Batman nearby. He groaned, "I am so hungry. Do you have anything to eat? My arm's broken." Only then did his eyes refocus, recognizing who stood before him, causing him to shudder in fright and struggle to rise, only to quickly collapse back down, utterly drained of energy. The Cheshire Cat, despite her dire state, astonishingly still wore her mask. She seemed relatively well, being the only one among them capable of standing. With a limping gait, she attempted to flee, but Chen Tao swiftly struck her on the back of the head. He realized he had become increasingly adept at this skill of striking. Everything appeared to be perfectly normal. Matters had finally begun to progress towards a semblance of stability. Henceforth, Chen Tao merely needed to lead them away, continuing to manipulate events from the shadows, amassing greater combat power and enlisting more warriors. Yet, Chen Tao found himself preoccupied with a troubling thought. Could it truly be so simple for Bane to escape? Contemplating this notion, he furrowed his brow, retreating behind three severely injured individuals, an elderly man, and three lifeless bodies. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. From his understanding of Bane gleaned from comics, he recognized the adversary as audacious, meticulous, and treacherously cunning. Whenever Bane encountered Batman, he would invariably devise means to gauge Batman's condition. To flee without a fight was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Were he in Bane's position, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to launch a surprise counterattack when Batman presumed he had successfully intimidated him. As this thought crossed his mind, Chen Tao's expression darkened, and he felt an urge to chastise his own foreboding words. "Alfred?" No response. "Alf? Alf? Oh, my apologies, Tim. I seem to have drifted off. What were we discussing? We should apprehend Batman and beat him with whips and crowbars." The third Robin, Tim Drake, crossed his arms, causing the chains in his hands to rattle ominously. Noticing Alfred's silence, he spoke with urgency. "Do you still not believe me? He is not the Batman I once knew. He is Bruce. He is merely masquerading as—" "You do not comprehend," Alfred interjected, appearing somewhat disoriented. "You simply do not understand, Tim. Gotham has returned him to me." "What? He is alive. The child who perished with his parents in Crime Alley. My little Bruce, he lives. He was but so small then, not that Batman. Yet this filthy city, this wretched city, which I have cursed countless times, took away Thomas and Martha, my dearest friends. But today it has shown mercy. Wake up, Alfred. He is— No, I know him. He is my little Bruce. Tim, Bruce and I have shared many conversations. We are retiring. We are leaving Gotham for Fiji to spend our days in peace." Alfred's words tumbled out, reflecting a former sharpness now dulled by age. He had once been so astute and capable that Robin had almost forgotten he was a man past his prime. Yet the elderly often cling to nostalgia, their hearts tender, sentimentally inclined, and resolutely persistent. Let Paul, referring to the aforementioned Angel of Death, and Jason Todd, the second Robin, who met his end at the hands of the Joker's crowbar. Bruce has already lost too many people, Tim. Let him go. Gotham is not Bruce's burden. He lamented, "Bruce. My poor little Bruce. He has endured so much suffering. Not a single part of him remains unscathed. Each time he throws a punch, his bones grind against one another, causing him excruciating pain. Two-Face, the Riddler, the Joker, they have inflicted scars that fester anew with every rainy season. But what of Gotham? Without Bruce, who will rescue Gotham? Alfred paused in silence. Although I longed to say that Gotham should just perish, Bruce insisted he would find a successor. He mentioned that individual you were tasked to locate, the one named Clark Kent. I cannot fathom why Bruce chose him, yet my Bruce seeks liberation, and we all ought to return to our normal lives. He embraced the young Robin, saying, "Let us leave Gotham, along with your parents, and embark on a quest for a new life, shall we?" Tim clung to Alfred, enveloping him in the embrace of his frail form and the scent of an aging man. He could not utter a word of refusal. If the Clark Kent Bruce spoke of could indeed safeguard Gotham, he promised, "I will." Chen Tao felt as though he were on the brink of liberation. Upon seeing the muscular behemoth emerging from the shadows, he felt a surge of adrenaline course through him, as if every drop of blood raced from his core to the very marrow of his skull. As Bane locked eyes with him, a shiver ran through all present. The Deathstroke struggled to rise and chamber around, with the ventriloquist retreating behind him. The Cheshire Cat, a petite girl, lay dazed on the ground. Killer Croc, no longer lying down, swiftly rose and stood beside Chen Tao. The sense of safety in proximity to a superhero was undeniable. Killer Croc recalled the civilians he had seen protected by Batman and felt a profound connection. He remarked, "This world is utterly insane. I never imagined I would find myself fighting alongside Batman." Yet, no one was in the mood to indulge Killer Croc's musings on life. Everyone readied themselves for battle. Batman slowly stood, and the mere act sent a chill of suffocation through Bane. The mixture of fear and determination caused his heart to pound like a war drum, as venom coursed through his veins like molten lava, enhancing his physical form. This raw power and murderous intent were sufficient to snap any individual like a mere twig. However, this man before him was different, extraordinary. He had never been so concerned that he might not be able to break this stick. "I have known you from thousands of miles away, in a damned pit." Bane spoke, his voice raspy and deep beneath the respirator. "I recognized you in my dreams, and then I escaped that hell, fleeing my nightmares for one purpose: to find you, destroy you, and seize Gotham, which rightfully belongs to you. So you arrived in my city, only to cower like a mouse in shadows?" He heard Batman say, "Release the madmen from Arkham. Watch as I deal with them. And until they wear me down to exhaustion, you dare not confront me?" Bane was acutely aware of Batman's intent to provoke him, and he would not fall for the bait. "I have encountered far too many self-proclaimed geniuses like you. You have orchestrated countless deaths, and so many lives have been tragically ruined, all in the name of your so-called dominion over this city, merely for such absurd and laughable reasons." "I would kill for anything," Bane replied. His fervor escalated with each verbal clash. "I would kill to silence the jarring sounds." His muscles coiled, his sinews pulsed. "I would kill to extinguish the light in the eyes of those who dare to meet my gaze." Bane clearly perceived the seething fury erupting in Batman's eyes. He understood that this was an unprecedented challenge against the Dark Knight, whose strength had not been diminished to its utmost limit. How exhilarating! Then he beheld the Dark Bat, without uttering a word, effortlessly hoisting the Cheshire Cat and Deathstroke upon his shoulders, while swiftly grasping Killer Croc with one hand and tucking the ventriloquist under his arm, transforming himself into a pair of wheels in a mere instant. Chapter 14. Fleeing, though shameful, is useful. With the engine's groan, Chen Tao made his escape, abruptly stifling Bane's intent to continue his banter. For the first time, a look of horror crossed Bane's face. He had gravely miscalculated Batman's capabilities. What was that? He replayed the fleeting moment in his mind. How could human feet transform into wheels? As he processed this revelation, he immediately elongated his strides in pursuit, donning an earpiece as he ran. "Zombies! Cavemen! Birdmen! We are on it, Bane!" Bane's subordinates responded through the radio communication channel. "The plan has changed. Everyone converge and give chase." Bane's gaze darkened. "I need to ascertain what has transpired with the bat." Despite carrying 4 individuals, Chen Tao accelerated, not with legs, but wheels, leaving Bane momentarily stunned, unable to catch up. The Batmobile was a target for all, and fleeing was merely a passive skill. Chen Tao tightened his gluteal muscles, activating his liquid nitrogen propellant. Good heavens! Killer Croc fixated on Chen Tao's wheeled feet. "Bat, I had no idea you possessed such a skill." "Enough chatter, Deathstroke. Prepare to fire your weapon." "My name is Floyd Lawton, 27 years old, known as Deathstroke. I am currently being pursued by a devilishly muscular behemoth over 3 meters tall, who has just dispatched 3 of my companions. I have no doubt he could reduce me to a mere pancake with a single blow. Yet, I am not the least bit anxious, for he cannot outrun my horse. However, there remains one question, a most crucial question. The name of the steed I now ride is Batman. A massive boulder, accompanied by a deafening roar, hurtled past the head of the Death Shooter perched on Chen Tao's left shoulder, causing him to tense in fright. With a rapid succession of gunfire, he drew his submachine gun and aimed backward, the recoil and jostling causing the flesh on his face to ripple like waves upon the Gotham River. Even amidst such tumult, his bullets found their mark, striking precisely at the location of Bane's eyes, compelling the latter to shield his face with his palm. "We're doomed," he shouted at Batman. "Why can't you just confront Bane directly?" "Because it's futile, you fool," Chen Tao replied. "To ensure your safety, I cannot engage Bane while also safeguarding you." The Cheshire Cat immediately donned an expression of feline empathy, though her mask concealed any visible signs of her emotions. "Don't worry. You needn't concern yourself." The Death Shooter shot a skeptical glance at the Cheshire Cat. "Do you truly believe his nonsense?" He fell into contemplation. Batman must have a compelling reason, yet the information at hand was scant, leaving him utterly in the dark. "Shut your mouth. Just sit tight. I will devise a plan." Chen Tao barely evaded a colossal stone hurled by Bane, irritation evident in his voice. "What now?" "Look ahead." Chen Tao turned to see several buses obstructing the road, with Bane's henchmen poised to collide with them. "So, do you have any ideas?" Chen Tao clenched his teeth. Super Baby was a newly opened restaurant in Gotham City, where the waitstaff donned costumes resembling superheroes to attract patrons, creating a rather alluring atmosphere. Inside, 2 police officers sat beside a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, indulging in a sumptuous breakfast. "Help! The Joker just robbed our bank," cried one officer into his communicator. The older officer exchanged a glance with the younger one, seemingly unfazed, and promptly switched off the device. "Ah, it's nothing. Batman will catch the Joker," the younger officer remarked. "Exactly. It's not worth the effort anyway. It will just end up as a cleanup job." They shared a knowing look, resonating in their camaraderie, and burst into laughter. "Do you still want to order more?" A slightly impatient waitress dressed as Harley Quinn inquired. They placed additional orders, and the older officer continued. "After so many years in Gotham, I'm hardly surprised by anything anymore." "True, the work is never-ending. Do you remember when Poison Ivy robbed the Star Lab a couple days ago? Commissioner Gordon was in such a frenzy, thinking it was a major crisis. And now, ha ha ha. Indeed, anything can happen in Gotham." The older officer took a sip of his beer. "Even if I were to see a dinosaur on roller skates in the street, I wouldn't bat an eye. But what was that saying? The sun rises as usual, and Batman can handle it all." The younger officer fell silent. The elderly officer regarded the young policeman, who appeared utterly bewildered. "Look behind you." Upon turning, he beheld a colossal green Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering at least 6 meters, striding down the street, clad in a tattered uniform reminiscent of Batman. The dinosaur displayed anthropomorphic muscular arms and thighs, adorned with golden spiked armors. Its masked visage seemed to serve little purpose atop its dinosaurian head. In each hand, it grasped indistinct figures, seemingly a few individuals and a large lizard. The lively atmosphere of the restaurant fell silent, patrons staring blankly outside as the creature's tail vanished around the corner. The 2 officers exchanged glances. "Ha ha! What a sight! How could such a thing occur?" They patted each other's backs, laughing until breathless, before falling into an abrupt silence. A thunderous explosion resounded, unmistakably the sound of a rocket blast. The dinosaur returned, now equipped with 2 wheels, pursued by 3 individuals wielding rocket launchers and a muscular man. "Roar!" The officers exchanged looks of disbelief. Suddenly, the restaurant's doors burst open as a throng of patrons screamed and fled, successfully evading their bills. The officers dashed outside, trembling as they drew their small firearms, observing the green behemoth navigating the congested street, darting this way and that. Rockets soared chaotically, bullets whizzed past, and parked cars were struck by explosive projectiles, flipping into the air amidst a cacophony of destruction. The muscular man leapt to catch one of the tumbling vehicles, hurling it toward the dinosaur with the force of shot put. The street was filled with cries of despair as people scattered, leaving devastation in their wake. "Look at what you've protected." The green dinosaur, while fleeing, still took the time to rescue those in peril. It scooped up a little girl nearly crushed by a toppled streetlight, then rescued a fallen middle-aged man, only to carelessly discard the mid-escape, evading danger with the agility of a great ape. The four pursuers, infuriated, struggled to keep pace with the dinosaur's long strides. Eventually, the creature seemed to grow weary of the relentless chase, retaliating against two of the rocket-launching assailants before they could escape or regroup with the muscular man. With a sudden leap, it propelled itself against a wall using the wheels on its feet, vaulting onto the rooftop, scattering debris in its wake. The four pursuers climbed after it, the chase continuing until they vanished from sight, leaving the two officers in bewildered silence. Nearby, someone lamented, "My car." The street was ablaze with chaos. A fire hydrant exploded, drenching two unfortunate souls caught off guard. The elder officer sighed with a tranquil demeanor. "Well, what on earth was that all about? Was that dinosaur Batman?" The younger officer calmly replied, "Who cares? Our job is to clean up the mess. Sometimes, I feel like a mere NPC in a video game." "I feel the same way." The older officer jested. "If this world were a book, we would be the unnamed extras within its pages. Woon Ti Wee Sean?" "Indeed, Boris." They patted each other on the back, laughing heartily before falling into silence. "Damn. Back to work," one muttered. "Yeah, moterv, kir." But hey, after we clean up, there will still be supervillains wreaking havoc on the streets. Does it really matter if we clean now or later? Hey, that's a valid point. Let us head back for lunch. I only had a bite of my donut. Thus, the two resilient Gothamites, embracing the stars and stripes, accepted the absurdity of their situation, simply wiped their foreheads, and returned to their breakfast. Chapter 15. The National Guard Chen Tao leapt across rooftops, transforming into legs when encountering wide spaces and into wheels upon reaching flat ground, while Bane, straining with all his might, could not keep pace. Fight? What nonsense! Can I even compete? I'm making a run for it. With speed reaching 70 miles per hour, he felt utterly liberated, dismissing Bane and his rockets as mere exhaust fumes. "Bane, are you not going to continue the chase?" The pale man, nicknamed Zombie, hoisted a rocket launcher, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face, bruised and battered. He had pursued too fervently, straying too far from Bane, and was met with a punch from the dinosaur. "How dare you impede my escape?" Had Bane not intervened, he would likely be in intensive care by now. "Damn, I've never seen anyone run like that in my life. What a bizarre spectacle this is." The expressions on Bane's other two henchmen, Caveman and Birdman, mirrored that of Zombie, their faces twisted in frustration as they could neither keep up nor evade the precise shots of Deathstroke. Upon hearing that Bane had finally called off the chase, they collectively sighed in relief. Bane stood quietly in the center of the street, gazing upward at Batman, disappearing over the rooftops, reminiscent of a youth on a midsummer night, arms outstretched, embracing the cool evening breeze. "Caveman, the situation has changed." The henchman, aptly named Caveman, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "Understood, Bane. I will promptly submit a comprehensive report on Batman's vulnerabilities and unknown abilities." "No need for that. We are initiating a new plan. However, we require time. Let us find something for Batman to occupy himself with, so he has no opportunity to trouble us." Bane's voice, though deeply resonant, gradually rose in pitch, akin to a beast sensing blood or sirens softly calling to her beloved. Batman fled not out of fear, but rather due to his uncertainty of overcoming me. Coincidentally, I too shared this sentiment. I had intended to test his strength, yet he afforded me no opportunity. He was more cautious than I had anticipated. He leaped gracefully between the buildings, akin to a comet traversing the night sky. In the distance, the wailing of police sirens rose in intensity, reminiscent of the low murmurs of the Jews during Moses' parting of the sea. The nature of warfare is poised to transform. My friends, prepare yourselves. Maintain radio contact. Furthermore, avoid confrontations with the police. It would be unfortunate to mar the streets, for ultimately, this shall be my city. On another front, after a relentless sprint exceeding half an hour, Deadshot, Cheshire Cat, and the ventriloquist found themselves discarded in a narrow alley by Chen Tao. The chaos of the recent skirmish and pursuit felt like a mere dream. My mind is vacant, my thoughts stagnant. The Cheshire Cat, somewhat disoriented, remarked, "I don't recall Batman possessing such capabilities." It was evident that the fellow had long grappled with the choice between becoming Batman or the dinosaur man Deadshot. Grinding his bloodied teeth, delivered a chilling jest. "So, are we simply abandoned here?" croaked Killer Croc. "What of our employer? Where's Batman? And my payment?" Deadshot paid no heed to Croc's lamentations. He was genuinely contemplating the wisdom of not accepting this assignment. Just look at what he had encountered: Bane Batman, and that superhuman known as the Tattooed Man. A few years prior, despite any peril, he would have boldly ventured forth for the right sum, but circumstances had changed. He now had a daughter. When Bane had gripped his throat moments ago, he had repeatedly pondered the fate of his daughter should he lose his life. The truth is, she would be fine. Zoe had her adoptive parents. Upon receiving news of his demise, she might experience some sorrow, but ultimately, she would move on. His existence would dissipate like a hyacinth in the clear sky, forgotten and unremembered, a mere specter in the ether, akin to Captain Boomerang, Livewire, or the Tattooed Man. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable to Floyd Lawton. Deadshot was acutely aware of his own depravity, a supervillain whose love for his daughter could never be selfless or sacrificial. It was tainted with a venomous possessiveness, both ugly and profound. He yearned to witness her grow, to share a life with her, to see her embark on her own journey, to be present for each significant moment in her life, and to perish on a hospital bed, listening to her cries. This encapsulated Floyd Lawton, a cowardly and despicable desire. Thus, even perceived as a fool and a coward, the mercenary known as Deadshot resolved to live in trepidation. He turned to the ventriloquist, still fumbling on the ground for his lost glasses, and declared, "Enough, Arnold. Inform your employer that I am withdrawing." Ding! The elevator doors opened. Chen Tao ascended to the top floor of the Gotham City Police Department via the elevator, where a junior clerk appeared as if she had just encountered Batman, her file bag clattering to the ground. Chen Tao maintained a composed demeanor as he gracefully veered into the staircase adjacent to the elevator, making his way to the rooftop. Curse be this grappling gun. Why is it so difficult to wield? Commissioner Gordon awaited him on the rooftop. I activated the bat signal, then extinguished it, only to reignite it once more, then switch it off again. Chen Tao stealthily approached him from behind. "Gordon, whoa, I was definitely not playing." Chen Tao began. "You called for me in such haste. What's the matter?" Gordon sighed. "There are lunatics rampaging throughout the streets. The situation has spiraled beyond control." This was a redundant statement. Chen Tao squinted his eyes beneath the mask, anticipating Gordon to elaborate. "I know you've done much already. You've apprehended the Mad Hatter and Zash. Focus on the essentials." "Very well." Gordon sighed again, as if having made a grave decision. "The mayor has resolved to deploy the National Guard. This is perilous, yet I cannot dissuade him. The National Guard, an independent military force under state jurisdiction, is the only regular army capable of operating within the United States. The mayor's decision signifies a complete loss of faith in the situation in Gotham." To this, Chen Tao mused. "Splendid. It would be ideal for the National Guard to storm Gotham with an overwhelming force, crushing Bane into pulp, and subsequently eradicate all of Gotham's villains, sending them directly to the electric chair. Then he, Batman, Bruce Wayne, could retire successfully and relish in the tranquility of being a wealthy gentleman." Gordon pinched the bridge of his nose. "However, these individuals have no comprehension of Gotham. They approach the city's madmen with a mentality suited for ordinary criminals, which is bound to result in catastrophe. Yet our foolish mayor perceives this merely as another campaign stunt. I am concerned about this. But what troubles me more is that you have also been designated as a target for their assault, regardless of the consequences. So, you are requesting that I refrain from interfering with the National Guard's operations against Bane in Gotham?" Chen Tao silently rejoiced at this notion. "Indeed." Gordon wore a grave expression. "I will endeavor to prevent the military from causing too much disruption, but you really must avoid provoking those politicians further. I know this is profoundly unfair to you." "Oh, not at all." Chen Tao maintained an outward seriousness, though Gordon interpreted this gravity differently. Very well, Bat. You may continue your involvement in the Bane case, as if my dissent would truly deter you." "No, you misunderstand." Chen Tao swiftly curtailed his divergence in thought. "I indeed will not." But at that moment, the sound of the Bat communicator interrupted their conversation. Chapter 16. The plant crisis. The communication came from the ventriloquist, who delivered disheartening news to Chen Tao. Deadshot was adamant about disbanding and returning to Gao Laojuan. Chen Tao felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Once again, he profoundly realized that reality is not a mere online game, devoid of any ludicrous mechanics, such as recruiting soldiers to gauge loyalty. The individuals he had gathered were increasingly troublesome, each more eccentric than the last. Gordon stood nearby for a moment, noticing that Batman had not departed as he usually did to answer the call, so he instinctively stepped aside. Chen Tao instructed the ventriloquist to hand the phone to Deadshot, then steadied his mind for a brief moment of contemplation, modulating his voice to mimic Deadshot's own. Okay, even if you forsake money, you should prioritize your life and reuniting with your daughter. I respect your choice and wish you well, but I have some words to impart. Are you truly satisfied with this? On the other end of the line, Deadshot's expression shifted, taken aback by the unsettling realization that he was being persuaded in his own voice. Listen, I've done my research. Your daughter's adoptive parents are merely an ordinary family, incapable of providing her with a proper education. She is still in elementary school and will soon find herself in the local community, attending the worst public middle school, surrounded by delinquent youths with dyed hair, smoking, tattooed, and engaging in fights. Following that, she will attend the most disreputable high school, unless she succumbs to their influence. And then what? One day, she might become pregnant by some lowlife redneck. Then she'll find herself a single mother, working as a cashier in a supermarket. Her figure deteriorating, skin sagging. Is this the future you envision for your daughter? Shut up, bastard. Deadshot's fury was easily provoked. He was not typically the short-tempered fool he appeared to be, but when it comes to family, maintaining composure is a challenge for anyone. Indeed. His father was the infamous Deadshot, a murderer sought by over 10 countries. The only distinction between Zoe and other girls from the slums was that her formidable father could eliminate any ne'er-do-well who approached her, along with a fortune amassed from years as a mercenary. But what does that amount to? No matter how much money you possess, the elite institutions will not open their doors to Zoe, and if you attempt to launder your ill-gotten gains, they will simply evaporate. Your money may be laundered, but what about your identity? Where do you intend to take Zoe to live? The Sahara Desert or the East African Rift Valley? Dear mercenary, you certainly wouldn't want your daughter to be deprived of a quality education, would you? Enough. Do not speak further. Deadshot's voice bore an unusual staccato, as if he were biting his tongue to suppress the tumultuous emotions threatening to escape his lips. I can procure a letter of introduction from Gotham's most prestigious institution, courtesy of Bruce Wayne or Jim Gordon. I possess the capability to transform the substantial sum of $200 million into Zoe's legitimate income through astute financial maneuvers. I can meticulously orchestrate a flawless life for her. Silence ensued. The death dealer on the other end of the line exhaled a weary sigh. He had not anticipated that mere minutes after making a decision, he would abruptly reverse course and capitulate. He refrained from inquiring whether assistance in cleansing his identity was possible, for he understood that even if it were, the other party would not extend such a favor for his sake. What they required was a formidable force, not a mercenary contemplating retirement. Very well, I comprehend. I shall assist you. How shall I address you? Boss. With that, matters were resolved. Presenting facts, laying down stakes, and consummating the transaction. To be candid, Chen Tao was disinclined to ponder whether the other party was deliberately inflating their demands, for such speculation held no significance. Once Bane was dealt with, his collaboration with the mercenaries would terminate instantaneously, settling accounts and fulfilling promises, thereafter embarking on their respective paths to a brighter future. Never to cross paths again. For now, he could exert complete control over the death dealer, and that sufficed. Moreover, with the National Guard now engaged, could Bane truly dismantle an entire army, single-handedly? Optimistically speaking, perhaps Batman's intervention would prove unnecessary. Chen Tao severed the communication, turning to Gordon, prepared to deliberate on strategies to confront Bane. He paused, sensing that the other party was also engaged in a call. Jim Gordon turned his head, wiping the perspiration that had beaded on his forehead, smearing it into his tousled brown hair. His expression was one of grave seriousness. Please wait a moment, Batman, he said. Hurriedly, he departed from the rooftop, only to return minutes later, holding a document pouch. He handed one of the papers to Chen Tao. Peruse this first. I'll elaborate thereafter. 3 days ago, Star Labs was besieged, and one Harold Goldblum, a living man, was abducted. He is a chemistry professor and a leading figure in Gothcorp's Chemical Research Division, an expert in biochemical warfare, possessing unparalleled intellect in biology, botany, and toxicology. He produced a photograph for Chen Tao's scrutiny, revealing a balding man with white hair, exuding an air of formidable intelligence. Chen Tao felt a pang of unease at the sight. This was indeed a grave matter. However, at that moment, Firefly had just ignited a conflagration at Elmer Dock. Chen Tao responded, and while Firefly, the psychopath, reveled in the Dock's transformation into a blazing beacon, he faltered momentarily, suddenly realizing that in the original timeline, Batman had promptly arrived at the scene, vanquishing Firefly, who had fled in utter disarray. However, at that time, he had just traversed this realm and was still attempting to activate the Alpha Protocol using the toilet paper from the Batcave. Consequently, a fierce confrontation erupted between Firefly and the young men who had arrived upon hearing the news. These young men, referred to by Gordon, were his subordinates in the police force. In addition to Firefly, there were also characters such as Almond Head, the Ogre, and Two-Face. Gordon enumerated these names as though reading a list, then continued, Bane has released too many individuals from Arkham Asylum. Thus, the matter concerning Poison Ivy has been postponed. However, merely 10 minutes ago, I received a report indicating that the forensic team had employed technical means to restore the damaged surveillance footage. We suddenly discovered that Poison Ivy was not alone in her heist of the Star Labs. Chen Tao took the photograph handed to him by Gordon, which depicted a ghastly treeman standing beside Poison Ivy. Shortly thereafter, we learned that Professor Goldblum had recently developed a bioweapon of unprecedented range for GothCorp. If Poison Ivy and this inhuman monstrosity intended to replicate such a weapon and unleash it upon the city. Chen Tao scrutinized the photograph intently. I know him. This fellow is the plant master, Jason Wood, he stated with certainty. He replicated the incident that created the Swamp Thing, transforming himself into a walking plant, becoming a low-level avatar of the magical force known as the Green. The Green, what on earth could that be? It represents an elemental essence, embodying plants, while the red symbolizes flesh and blood creatures, and the black signifies decay and death, collectively referred to as the three fundamental forces. Well, wait a moment, Gordon interjected. You just mentioned magic, correct? I am unsure why our discussion has abruptly leaped from a police drama to a chaotic melee of superpowers and sorcery. Chapter 17. The search for Harley Quinn. Jason Wood, the plant master, is a quintessential eco-terrorist. In comparison to his deeds, Ivy's quaint hobby of transforming the living into trees pales in significance, akin to Harley Quinn's diapers. Though lethal, they are ultimately innocuous. Chen Tao, oblivious to Gordon's shifting expression, felt his instincts as a devoted comic book enthusiast awaken, prompting him to incessantly rattle off the backgrounds of the two plant-based villains. The fundamental force known as the Green is primarily divided into the Parliament of Trees, representing trees, and the Queen of May, representing vine plants. However, the intrinsic nature of vine plants is to cling and submit, which is why they often heed the Parliament of Trees, and the Queen of May is frequently overlooked. Yet, this does not imply they lack power. It is essential to recognize that the representative chosen by the Parliament of Trees is the Swamp Thing, while lowly agents like the Plant Master are merely lesser representatives in the grand scheme. However, Poison Ivy is different. She serves as the avatar of the May Queen. In terms of the essence of power, she stands on equal footing with the Swamp Thing, surpassing lesser agents like the Plant Master. Gordon was momentarily stunned by the haphazard revelations that had been thrust upon him. He opened his mouth, stammering like a fool for a moment before exclaiming, Batman, your intelligence is almost beyond my comprehension. What? You can't grasp such a straightforward premise? Came the retort. I've articulated it clearly. Only a fool would fail to understand. Chen Tao commented, then seized the stack of documents in Gordon's hands. I knew it. In order to repay Mother Earth, the Plant Master would never engage in futile endeavors. If he found himself inadequate, he would certainly enlist Poison Ivy's aid, especially now that Bane has blown up Arkham Asylum, making even a prison break superfluous. Gordon interjected, I must mention one thing. This meticulous dossier hardly seems like something those incompetent fools could have compiled. Yet, when I matched its contents with what we know, I found everything to be true. In fact, many aspects were investigated with such detail that they uncovered blind spots even professionals had overlooked. As he spoke about his area of expertise, Commissioner Gordon adjusted his glasses. But this intelligence is too conveniently timed. It not only provides new evidence and leads, but also argues through various methodologies that only Batman can resolve this grave issue. Many assertions within it I am reluctantly forced to acknowledge as correct, leading me to question the underlying motives. Gordon felt a resonant connection with Batman's synchronized thoughts, reminiscent of the golden era when he and Batman alongside Harvey Dent, formed an unbreakable triangle, vowing to transform Gotham. Though all their achievements were shattered when Harvey fell to become Two-Face. Cursed be the memory. How could I have recalled such things? Gordon swiftly cast aside his midlife musings and continued. Moreover, the details in this document are astonishingly thorough. It outlines character postures, attack sequences, and even escape methods with the precision of an accomplice. It might very well be the work of an accomplice, Chen Tao replied. This assault plan is tightly knit and meticulously orchestrated. I refuse to believe these two dim-witted individuals could suddenly exhibit such professionalism. Frankly, this resembles an attack blueprint more than an investigative report. And how is it that you previously failed to notice such a massive living tree as the Plant Master? A scientist wielding such a terrifying biochemical weapon, and you only discerned his true nature days after his abduction? Is the intelligence network of the Gotham City Police Department truly this inept? Chen Tao asserted, someone is deliberately misleading you, merely waiting for the opportune moment to unveil the truth. Batman suddenly paused, then responded, I understand. Gordon heard Batman's words and felt a spark of realization. Oh, are we about to commence the deduction? A glimmer of insight shone in Gordon's eyes. No matter how many times one engages in deductive reasoning with the world's most illustrious detective, Batman, it remains an exquisite delight. Even as the commissioner of Gotham City Police, he stands as a humble apprentice before such a great mind. Come, Batman. Though he has reached middle age, Gordon still feels a fervent passion within him, his deductive spirit ablaze, yearning for an intellectual clash, a feast of reasoning. He hears Batman bow his head and begin to deduce. I understand. Bane lacks the confidence to defeat me directly, so they intend to initiate other schemes to vanquish me, but they require time. Hence, they must devise distractions to keep me from relentlessly pursuing their group. This report must have originated from Bane's subordinate, the Caveman. Perhaps he orchestrated this entire affair. And the motives of Poison Ivy and the Plant Master are quite apparent. Utilizing biochemical weapons? How pedestrian. They have captured a botanist, undoubtedly aiming to green the entire planet. I see it now. The Plant Master surely intends to replicate the birth process of Swamp Thing in every individual on Earth, transforming everyone into walking trees. Yet, his plan must have encountered complications, allowing for temporary transformations that quickly deteriorate into a putrid state. Thus, they require scientists. It is evident that they are currently concocting their nefarious plot in the swamps on the outskirts of Gotham. Now it becomes clear. I have gradually come to understand everything. No one understands the villains better than I do. Gordon, momentarily thrown into doubt, opened his mouth and removed his glasses, rubbing his eyes. Are we examining the same document? How did you reach such conclusions? What is your basis? The reasoning behind it? The rationale, of course, lies in Chen Tao's familiarity with the original comics. Throughout the decades of the Plant Master's comic history, every appearance heralds my Earth Mother, followed by a fervent outpouring towards the planet, and the outcomes remain strikingly similar, invariably resulting in him being thrashed by Poison Ivy or Swamp Thing. Any narrative connected to the greenery of the world inevitably resurrects the Plant Master, Jack Wood, for yet another thrashing, as he is merely a walking tree, making his demise rather elusive. His behavioral patterns, once familiarized with, become almost second nature. However, Chen Tao soon realized he could not articulate why he possessed such extensive knowledge. Thus, he resorted to casually asserting, human intuition is a trait that cannot be mastered through study. It is my most potent weapon. Do not inquire further. It is simply intuition. Upon hearing this, Gordon could not help but feel a sense of reverence. Is he finally shedding the pretense? I have always believed that Batman's extraordinary deductions were beyond the realm of ordinary thought. I perceived it as magic. Yet he continually deceived me into believing it was mere reasoning. Chen Tao pondered for a moment, sensing that this matter held great potential. Even if Bane did not seek to prolong the confrontation, he would never engage Batman in battle at this moment. From Bane's perspective, Batman appeared both formidable and capable, especially now that he had unveiled a transformation ability that had eluded their initial intelligence efforts, radiating an aura of invincibility. However, only Chen Tao understood that he was, in fact, quite vulnerable. The enormous green dinosaur might possess some combat prowess, but Bane was a true master of martial arts. After utilizing Titan Venom, his physical strength could exceed 90 tons, and if he were willing to forfeit his intellect and reasoning, that figure could rise to 120. Thus, Bane had no desire to confront Batman at this juncture, and neither did Chen Tao. He had never contemplated engaging Bane directly. Why should he? When he could resolve matters through his financial prowess. Bane intended to hinder him with the likes of Poison Ivy and the Plant Master, which played directly into Chen Tao's hands. Rare superpowered adversaries like Poison Ivy were already on Chen Tao's list of allies. As a fervent comic book enthusiast, Chen Tao would confidently assert that he comprehended Poison Ivy better than even the worms in her belly, rendering Bane's actions a gift of assistance. Yet, a pressing dilemma arose. The expanse of Swamp Thing was vast. Where exactly were Poison Ivy and the Plant Master located? Chen Tao found himself at a loss. He was merely a reader of comics, not an oracle peddling fortunes at the corners of Gotham. His ability to speculate on the general behavioral patterns of villainous characters was based on extensive comic reading, but discerning more specific details was beyond his reach. However, he recognized that someone possessed the knowledge he sought. He murmured, "I have a plan, and I am certain I have a damn good one. We require Harley Quinn." The former Joker's girlfriend, Gotham's villainous human GPS, a special bane to the Joker, and Poison Ivy's closest ally. Only she can locate her, and he happened to know precisely how to find Harley Quinn. Chapter 18. A surprise for Bane. This location was one of Batman's many Batcaves scattered throughout Gotham City, with these bases tucked away in every corner of the metropolis. The Mad Hatter sat languidly in his cage, having spent over 16 hours in this oversized, transparent capsule prison. After escaping from Arkham Asylum, he had initially planned to host a grand tea party to recruit more powerful henchmen and instigate chaos. However, just as he had gathered all his subordinates and those he had mentally enslaved with his hats, he was swiftly dispatched by Deathstroke, whom Chen Tao had hired at a generous salary. His henchmen were carted away in police vehicles, and he found himself ensconced in the luxury suite of the Batcave. Fortunately, unlike his subordinates, who had suffered grievous injuries from bullets that had mysteriously flown in from nowhere, the Mad Hatter had surrendered quickly upon encountering the police, thus emerging unscathed. Consequently, he was once again handed over to Batman. Upon arriving at the Batcave, I was met with a brutal beating from Robin. Amidst the flurry of blows, audaciously inquired about my supposed schemes. What an injustice! While it is true that I harbored some plans, they had barely taken shape before I was apprehended. By what right do you strike me for deeds I have not committed? Suddenly, the lights in the hall blazed to life, prompting the Mad Hatter to shut his eyes. It took a considerable time for his vision to adjust to the abrupt brightness. With a mechanical whir, a transparent door slid open, revealing none other than Batman himself. Chen Tao pondered how to elicit a confession from his counterpart. He certainly did not engage Deadshot to capture the Mad Hatter for mere amusement. The narrative dictated that, at this juncture, the Mad Hatter possessed a significant secret. Just as Chun was deep in thought, Robin sprang up, delivering a punch to the Mad Hatter's face, and with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground. Out of nowhere, he produced a crowbar and began to unleash a torrent of blows upon him. "Will you speak? Will you speak?" The sound of the crowbar striking the Mad Hatter's skull echoed like a rhythmic drumbeat. Chen Tao swallowed hard, fear gripping him. Robin was indeed unhinged. What kind of training had Batman imparted to this boy? This was sheer brutality. The cacophony of strikes mingled with the Mad Hatter's anguished cries, creating a dissonant symphony. Reality was undoubtedly far from the all-ages comic book narrative. Even Robin, in the throes of interrogation, was no serene beauty. "Help! I truly have nothing to say." The Mad Hatter's cries seemed to only invigorate Tim further. The 15-year-old Robin swung the crowbar with frenzied glee, a deranged smile spreading across his face, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth. "You filthy, disgusting scum. I will shatter every bone in your body and grind them to dust to flush down the toilet." Yet, such an act might result in a clogged drain. What was I thinking? The Mad Hatter writhed on the ground, tears and mucus streaming down his face as he collapsed at Chen Tao's feet, grasping at his cape. "Please stop. I beg you." Tim delivered a sharp smack to his backside, and Chun noticed that part of the crowbar seemed to have bent from the excessive force, eliciting a piercing scream from the Mad Hatter. "Damn it, this crowbar is no good. Good heavens. What do you want me to say?" The Mad Hatter was on the brink of madness. It was then that Chen Tao realized he had yet to pose his question. "Stop at once." The Mad Hatter trembled, resembling a terrified hamster. He seemed desperate to flatten himself against the wall of the massive transparent capsule that served as his prison. Chen organized his thoughts. Do not be afraid, for fear serves no purpose. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he wished to chastise himself. Although Robin appeared somewhat fierce, his heart was undeniably kind. Tim forcefully struck the crowbar against the ground, producing a resounding clang that startled the Mad Hatter, causing him to clutch his head and collapse to the floor. Chen Tao abandoned any pretense of comfort. He addressed the matter directly. You captured the red bird used to surveil you, belonging to Bane's minion, the Birdman, and subsequently affixed a tracker to it. You possessed Bane's location, Tai Chi. Initially, you gathered sufficient manpower, sending invitations to many, intending to orchestrate yet another twisted game reminiscent of your Alice in Wonderland, and then casually find a capable individual to relay Bane's address, employing him to probe Bane's true nature. Chen Tao recounted the comic's narrative, keenly observing the expressions on his counterpart's face. Frankly, he was uncertain of how far the Mad Hatter had progressed or whether he had indeed acquired Bane's whereabouts. However, the Mad Hatter's current reaction could essentially be construed as a tacit confession. It was evident he was aware of Bane's hideout. Tai Chi, my patience is limited. Robin raised the crowbar once more. 45 minutes later. Gordon, you must expedite your actions, preferably before Bane realizes. Employ heavy artillery. Just delay him initially, evacuate the residence, and then the National Guard should bombard the area. Indeed, compel Bane into a direct confrontation with you. Be wary of his assaults if he targets the officers. Chen Tao ended the call. When Bane discovered himself blocked by tanks at the entrance, the expression on his stern visage would undoubtedly be remarkable. May God forgive you, as you forgive others. Man is dust, and to dust he shall return. May your soul rest in peace in heaven, extinguished from your toil. The funeral of the Angel of Death was remarkably brief. Chen Tao and Robin leaned on a black umbrella, standing at one end of the cemetery, observing the clergy and Alfred as they gradually excavated a grave sufficient to accommodate the coffin. In the original history, the Angel of Death had succeeded Batman, whose spine was shattered by Bane, ultimately vanquishing him. However, as time progressed, he gradually descended into villainy, ultimately defeated by the returning Batman. Yet now, this potential future had entirely vanished as the mound of earth rose ever higher. Upon closer examination, it was indeed the butterfly effect instigated by the time traveler. The traveler clearly did not engage in the relentless, high-intensity pursuit of criminals like the true Batman, which afforded the Angel of Death an opportunity. He effectively upheld the fine tradition of the Bat family of disregarding Batman's orders, absconding with his uniform, only to be cornered by Bane. The following day, the headless corpse was returned to Wayne Manor. This future arch-villain, who would dominate the entire Batman Nightfall saga, perished merely 4 hours after Chen Tao's arrival in this timeline. Before he had even fully developed, Chen Tao felt no particular sense of loss. The Angel of Death, having long been indoctrinated by the cult known as the Saint Dumas Brotherhood, had succumbed to an unstable state of mind. Otherwise, he would not have descended into darkness so swiftly. Tim, however, was deeply saddened, for he shared a close friendship with Paul. At Paul's grave, he paid his respects and spoke. Bruce, there is something I must discuss with you. Chapter 19. The Housing Dilemma. Bruce, there is a matter I need to bring to your attention. Tim gently caressed the coffin of the Angel of Death. As he continued, it pertains to Zash. He previously attacked my school, Gotham Heights High School, and was apprehended by that individual you dispatched, known as Cheshire Cat. Tim remarked, although Zash claims he acted without any external influence, and my investigation has confirmed his truthfulness, I remain unconvinced by mere coincidence. With so many high schools in Gotham, why did he specifically target mine? The methods and timing of his actions starkly contrast with his past behavior. There must be someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Two-Face? The Riddler? I cannot ascertain who it may be at this moment. He stood up, saying, regardless of his identity, he may have suspicions about my true self. Yet, Tim soon shook his head in disinterest. Forget it. These are merely my conjectures. I lack any evidence to support them, so let us speak no more of it. Bruce, what was it you wished to say earlier? Chen Tao furrowed his brows. Indeed, according to the comics, Zash should have targeted a girls' school, rather than the high school Robin attends. What could have led to this deviation in the narrative? Damn it, could it be me again? With insufficient information, he found himself at a loss and decided to dismiss the thought. He stated, we will discuss this matter later. For now, I need you to accompany me to the Little St. Pris district. This area is home to Gotham's newly opened Super Delight restaurant. Following the peculiar dinosaur incident a few days prior, the owner had thoughtfully introduced a marvelous dinosaur delicacy set, which quickly gained immense popularity. All right, 1 Harley Quinn burger, 1 black canary salad, and 1 Jesse Quick's severed leg set. A waitress dressed as Harley Quinn brought several meals to the table, only for an unruly patron to reach out toward her backside. Beware, or you may lose that hand, chubby. Hey, you ought to show some respect to the ladies, remarked 2 officers perched on the windowsill. We may not be able to handle the enormous green dinosaur, but we can certainly take care of you. Huh. It is unfortunate that in Gotham, the more the police wish to prevent certain individuals from acting, the more those individuals are inclined to do the opposite. The lewd hand continued to stretch forth. The younger of the 2 officers began to lose his temper. Boris, I can't take it anymore. Bang. The unruly man's scream pierced the air as the waitress effortlessly lifted him with one hand and slammed him to the ground, snapping his arm with a resounding crack. The maid, adorned as the Harlequin, nonchalantly dusted off non-existent particles from her hands. So, what else can I assist you with, gentlemen? She quipped. Damn it. She broke my hand. She truly broke my hand. Hours later, as the workday came to a close, Harley Quinn departed the diner, engrossed in a crossword puzzle from a newspaper, yet she did not return home. Instead, she took the subway to an apartment in downtown Gotham City. Knock, knock, knock. Ascending the stairs, she rapped thrice upon the door. Oh, Harley glanced upward, noticing a leaf protruding from the crack. Such a sight would surely attract attention. Swiftly, she extended her pale, delicate hand to pluck the verdant leaf away. No one responded. Thus, she retrieved her key and with a soft creak, unlocked the door. From the outside, the interior appeared inconspicuous, yet upon entry, the room revealed itself to be a veritable jungle of foliage. Lush ivy nearly enveloped the entire space, its twisting vines giving the impression of an East African tropical rainforest. Harley placed her hands on her hips. Enough. With a rustling sound, the plants gradually receded, unveiling the true occupant of the room. Perhaps it was a plant. Gulwugaga, a colossal carnivorous plant, emerged at the center of the room, emitting a spine-chilling laugh. Harley, you've arrived. Ivy asked me to inform you that this will be your new home. Of course, there's no electricity, no water, and no gas, as Ivy hasn't paid rent in over 6 months. Noticing Harley's silence, the enormous plant quickly interjected. Aha, I sense your curiosity. Let me address your inquiries. Wait, allow me to pose a question instead. And, Frank, could you cease these extravagant gestures? The colossal plant paused. Oh, Harley, I assumed you would appreciate these theatrics. Firstly, I have long since parted ways with the Joker. Secondly, I have turned over a new leaf, securing employment as a waitress at an establishment whimsically dubbed Super Baby. Thirdly, I am of sound mind now, entirely sane, and I go by Harleen Quinzel, not Harley Quinn. Harley squeezed her face tightly, forcing a contorted smile, then reached out to sharply flatten her upturned lips, allowing her visage to return to normal, devoid of any trace of her former maniacal self. Fourthly, I have been cured. The doctors at Arkham even bestowed upon me a plethora of nonsensical awards. In summary, I was not released alongside Little Red. Were it not for my dire financial situation, damn it, let us not discuss this. How peculiar. Harley surveyed the chaotic surroundings and remarked, Didn't T. Xiao Hong previously inform me that he had employed the neighbor's young boy to assist him in tidying the room and watering these plants? Why is it ugh? Frank, before Harley's eyes, expelled a skeleton, which bore a leather, indigestible backpack. Good heavens, what am I to do, Harley? The beleaguered Frank lamented. After Ivy departed for a week, that little rascal was diligent in cleaning, but after a month, he began pilfering. For heaven's sake, you've landed yourself in quite a predicament. Did his parents not, ugh? 2 more skeletons were regurgitated. Judging by their attire, 1 male and 1 female, Harley could easily surmise their identities. Good grief, Frank, if the landlord discovers, a skeleton propped on a cane emerged, relatively fresh, still adorned with 2 undigested morsels of flesh. Frank then ejected a firearm, exclaiming, This is not my fault. That little rascal's parents are outright gangsters, brandishing firearms at our door, hardly the epitome of good character. The landlord had already reclaimed the property, seizing many of the plants Ivy and I had cultivated, which was bearable until he decided to concoct powders in this very room. leaving me with no choice but to. Harley felt at a loss. All right, she sighed wearily. In any case, I am but an ordinary person now, and I can only reside here. Surely, there won't be any ghastly. A knock resounded at the door. Harley heard someone outside shouting, "Open up, Batman." How aggravating. Chapter 20. The emergence of the Owl Court silence. The door swung open, not by the general means of unlocking, but rather by a formidable force that wrenched the wooden door from its frame. The lock emitted an agonizing scream as the metal core forcibly ruptured the cheap plywood door, stubbornly colliding with the contorted metal frame. A gust of wind swept in, carrying the chill of the netherworld into the room. Thud! Top! Harley Quinn involuntarily shivered. She regretted that her fascination with the skeleton had diverted her attention, rendering her oblivious to the approach of someone outside. During her countless days and nights in Arkham, she should have honed her hearing to its utmost limits. At this moment, the evening was reaching its zenith. The dying rays of the sun streamed through the gaping door, casting an eerie twilight over the room, as if this flicker of light bestowed significance upon the surrounding darkness. Then came the extinguishment. Harley Quinn slowly retrieved her handbag. The imposing figure stood at the threshold. The light dimmed abruptly, and evening was poised to conclude. Harley Quinn exhaled a heavy sigh. "You are indeed a rare find, my dear," she heard Batman say, enveloped in silence. Harley Quinn gazed at the figure that had just entered, a smile threatening to escape her lips, an impulse to laugh bubbling within her. "Oh!" She let out a shrill, hysterical scream. "Oh my goodness, it's you again!" She approached a nearby tree, a miniature dragon blood tree born of poison ivy, and began to bash her head against the trunk repeatedly. How infuriating. My heavens. Batman can always find Harley Quinn. "I have some questions for you," she heard Batman's familiar, deep voice say, for instance. "Where might I locate your dear friend, Poison Ivy?" Harley ceased her assault on the tree, tilting her head slightly. "I need your help. Spare me, darling. In a manner of speaking, I've started a new life." Suddenly, Harley transformed into an image of normalcy, as though her previous frenzy had never been. "Listen, Ivy is mingling with some nefarious types. She and the Plant Master are plotting to turn the entire Earth into a verdant prison. I must stop them. They're a deadly combination. Harley, many will be harmed, and perhaps I shouldn't bother you with these words. You simply need to know this. Ivy is also likely to be hurt or even killed." Harley had to concede that Batman understood the dynamics of her relationship with Poison Ivy well. The thought of Ivy being in danger stirred something within her, though it was merely an impulse. "No, I refuse to be entangled in your mess anymore," Harley replied. "I bid farewell to capes, spandex, and masks. I simply wish to live quietly as an ordinary person. Is that so? What a pity you are not." Following Batman's gaze, Harley noticed 4 skeletons lying on the ground. Grabbing her pigtails, she let out another 2 frantic, hysterical screams. She spun around and seized the plant-like figure of Man-Eater Frank, who stood in a pot. "You bastard, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard. This is clearly your doing. Attributing your murderous deeds to a plant will not lessen your sentence." "Harley Quinn." Harley delivered 2 sharp slaps to the plant. "I advise you," she exclaimed, bouncing atop the Man-Eater. "Let your emotions out." With a sudden crash, Harley lunged toward the window, calculating her distance. If she could shatter the glass, she could escape this room. Even Batman, unless his arms could transform. "All right, I surrender." Chen Tao retracted his arms, setting Harley down. His enormous, dinosaur-like arms collapsed in an instant, resembling a deflating sponge, soon reverting to the size of an ordinary human. His clothing unscathed. Such a blatant violation of the law of conservation of mass would leave 90% of the world's scientists utterly astounded. Yet, for the denizens of Gotham, the extraordinary feats of Batman have become a matter of routine, no matter the means by which he secures his victories. They are always deemed inevitable. Harley has grown accustomed to this reality. After all, Batman will always triumph and will continue to do so. Here lies Bane's hideout. One might expect a mastermind of his caliber to conceal himself in a clandestine submarine or an airborne military fortress. However, it is nothing of the sort. Merely an unremarkable hotel in Gotham. At this moment, Bane occupies a single sofa in his room, his towering frame of 2 meters and 15 centimeters filling the seat to capacity. The city government has resolved to deploy the National Guard, driven entirely by a sense of morality and justice. Batman, I must assert that a masked vigilante who so blatantly disregards the law cannot be equated with true heroes. Let's extend a warm round of applause and heartfelt gratitude to our genuine hero, Mayor Carlo, and the commander of the National Guard, the experts on television, along with the bureaucrats consumed by their own self-importance, prattled on incessantly. After outlining the situation, they hastily sought to belittle Batman while extolling the virtues of the City Hall's actions. The muscle-bound behemoth pondered this. Truth be told, had he not intended to dismantle the Bat, he might have felt a twinge of sympathy for him. Batman tirelessly labored for the city, yet the officials in Gotham's elite were nothing short of imbeciles. He could scarcely fathom that anyone could be foolish enough to broadcast their military intentions on television. Batman? That most perilous figure, and yet no one seems to acknowledge his significance. At this moment, the impeccably dressed individuals on television cared only to malign Batman for the sake of garnering attention, resembling vultures vying for discarded flesh more than anything else. They derided the Dent Act, belittled Jim Gordon, and dismissed the strength of Batman, undermining all that he has accomplished for this city over the past decade. They claimed that Batman's existence attracted the costumed lunatics, portraying the chaos and madness of the day as a consequence of their mutual allure. They proclaimed that only the military could maintain order and that only City Hall could bring about change. Yet, they never pondered why Harvey Dent became utterly disillusioned with the justice system, why Edward Nygma succumbed to madness, why the once upstanding Arnold found himself imprisoned. Gotham is rotted. Bane, more acutely aware than many native Gothamites, recognized this truth upon his very first day in the city. Batman and his so-called supervillains are, in essence, a cadre of lunatics, deviants. This time, we shall seize the opportunity to utterly eradicate them. Bane furrowed his brow, increasingly vexed by the insipid rhetoric emanating from the television. Those who prattled on screen, expounding their so-called insights, were slick and repugnant, exuding a stench that even Bane found unbearable. Thus, he relinquished the torment of his ears and lowered the volume. Thud! A dull sound resonated above him, causing him to frown. Thud! He exhaled heavily. Enough! Can you three expedite your efforts? No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed, and the ceiling gave way. His three henchmen, a zombie, a caveman, and a bird-like creature, collided with an adversary clad in an owl-like garb, plummeting through the wooden ceiling. Stop, Bane. The City Hall has mobilized thousands of National Guards to confront you. The Court of Owls intends to Bane's side. What are you? Never mind. Chapter 21. Bane strikes PFF. Bane withdrew his hand, smeared with brain matter and blood, as delicately as if crushing a puddle of urine. Disgusted, he flicked the white viscous substance from his fingers, allowing the bloodied, headless corpse to collapse onto the floor, refuse from the gutter. How foolish of you to attempt to surveil me. He kicked the corpse into a corner, adding, even more foolish to have been discovered and not fled immediately. We apologize, Bane. This fellow is an unkillable zombie. We clearly ambushed and pierced. Ah, no need for further explanation, my friends. Bane disregarded his panting subordinate, swiftly dismissing the talon-wielding assassin of the Court of Owls from his mind. He relaxed his muscles, his broad chest rising and falling with each deep breath. Calm yourselves. Experience it with me. Bane's three henchmen exchanged glances, perceiving naught but the acrid scent of blood. Experience what, Bane? What do you observe on the streets? The caveman and the zombie responded in unison, a desolate emptiness. A city all too familiar with its own terror now savors the taste of fear, the bird-like creature remarked. Indeed, that is your power, Bane. You have instilled terror within them. They plan to muster an army against you, yet they remain oblivious to what they truly face. They cautiously flattered him. They deserve only to tremble at your feet, my master. The henchmen did not voice their thoughts aloud, but internally they chanted, no. Yet Bane's response took both by surprise. Not so. He suddenly roared softly. You have not sensed it at all. Batman has cast his shadow over this city for far too long. Gotham once stood as the largest hub for drug production and trade in the entire United States, the foremost market for human trafficking, the most prosperous gambling city. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing the unseen darkness. Gotham is a haven for criminals. For many years, the American government has been cramming all the nation's wrongdoers into Blackgate prison. They are swiftly released on bail, granted medical leave, or escape, only to transform into citizens of Gotham. From the very beginning, this so-called Gotham has been a super prison, where they would relish the prospect of all the scum slaughtering one another until someone emerges to stop them from using Gotham as their dumping ground. He laughed derisively, proclaiming that before the birth of Batman, law and order across America was tenfold superior to what it is now. You claim Gotham fears me? Absurd. Gotham not only does not tremble, it revels in excitement. How vile to be so elated. Finally, someone is poised to vanquish the Bat. At last. Someone intends to slay the Bat. Those wretches, the gangs, the villains, can at last return to their unbridled life of crime. The silence on the streets is not born of fear, but of anticipation. They are jubilant, eagerly awaiting the demise of Batman. Everyone despises him. The scum loathe the Bat. The elite detest the Bat. Even the elderly women working in the drug factories harbor a hatred for the Bat. Batman seeks to save Gotham? Spare me the nonsense. Gotham has no desire to be saved. This wretched place yearns only for perpetual decay. Bane felt it. He could sense it. Gotham was like a cruel mother, whispering in his ear, urging him to murder her only son, that battered warrior. This malignant harlot flaunted herself before him, adopting a queenly demeanor, demanding that he prove his might and grandeur through the filthy trials of those ignorant fools, and then claim that untouched laurel of glory by assassinating Batman. What an honor it is. He sank back onto the sofa, his body instinctively taut and leaning forward, a posture that rendered him slightly hunched. Yet this did not diminish his authority. Rather, it made him appear as a beast poised to pounce. You three, vacate this building post-haste. Surrender directly to the military. I shall return for you shortly. Your presence constrains me. Bane's voice was deep yet unexpectedly resonant, akin to the molten lava surging and roaring beneath the earth. Light filtered through the curtains, illuminating his bulging biceps, rendering him akin to a true Iron Man. His three subordinates hastily departed, harboring no doubt in Bane's resolve and daring not to question it. Bane remained seated on his sofa, gazing upward, awaiting in silence. The long street lay still, devoid of life. The M1A2 Abrams main battle tanks and M2A3 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles stood ready. Acknowledged. The M109A6 self-propelled howitzers and M777 artillery pieces were in position. Acknowledged. Somewhere in Gotham, this is the National Guard's on-site command center. Mayor Carlo turned to the disheartened Jim Gordon beside him and said, "Come on, Jim. Don't wear that grim expression all the time. You can't possibly think of me as a fool, can you?" What was it again? Strategically despise the enemy. Tactically respect the enemy. We have deployed nearly 40,000 National Guards, along with tanks, machine guns, heavy machine guns, armored vehicles, and even semi-automatic missiles. Mayor Carlo couldn't help but scoff. This military configuration could easily conquer any small nation in Africa. Gordon, you've been a police officer in Gotham for so long. Have you truly forgotten the terror of modern weaponry? We have encountered those so-called extraordinary individuals before, but against the might of contemporary forces, everything pales in comparison. With a hint of pride, Mayor Carlo continued, "This is all thanks to the precise locations you provided, Gordon. In my view, as long as we relocate the surrounding residents, we could simply rain missiles down. Forget about Bane. Even a man made of iron would melt away without requiring Batman's intervention. Is that why you disparage Batman on television?" Gordon retorted, "Oh, come on, Carlo." Mayor Carlo casually draped an arm around Gordon's neck. "That was merely a tactic to draw Bane in. Wasn't it your hand that adjusted the television signal to ensure Bane would be captivated by the broadcast? It's also a means to attract voters. The most potent strategy to project your strong image to everyone." Gordon shrugged off Carlo's arm, unflinchingly undermining the mayor's assertions. "People need some form of spiritual solace. But Gordon, do you genuinely believe that placing all hope in a masked vigilante is a mentally sound choice?" Carlo reclined back in his chair, indifferent. "Batman, no matter how formidable, is just one man. I do not deny his contributions to Gotham over the years, nor harbor any ill feelings towards him. However, one must recognize that against the violent machinery of the state, individual power is insignificant. Humans are, at their core, collective beings." Mayor Carlo spread his arms wide, mimicking a grasping gesture in the air. "The greater the number, the greater the strength," he asserted. "The populace should regain their confidence in the government, rather than placing their faith in individual heroes. Do you not perceive the fervent adoration for Batman among the masses as a dangerous signal? They do not trust the police. They only believe in Batman. No matter how much we tarnish Batman's image on television, we must concede that his influence among the people has transcended normal bounds. Remember the former Harvey Dent? The Dent Act, renowned and celebrated. Then Dent turned rogue, and the act was dissolved. Mayor Carlo concluded. Only a stable organization like the government can ensure the long-term stability of the city. Even if I were to perish today, this finely tuned machine would continue to operate seamlessly. The authority of the government must be re-established, starting today with the capture of all these supercriminals. Chapter 22, The Monster in the Sewers TikTok. The sewers of Gotham City lie in shadow, a realm steeped in mystery and teeming with unknown creatures. Killer Croc once counted himself among their ranks, but he has since transcended that existence. Now, he is a man of considerable wealth, possessing $200 million, albeit entirely illicit funds, unreported and devoid of legality, rendering them inaccessible for any honorable use. Yet with wealth comes hope. Killer Croc opened his eyes, his nictitating membrane flickering momentarily, sending ripples across the water's surface illuminated by the dim glow of a lantern. The behemoth was approaching once more. He addressed the ventriloquist beside him. The big guy. I never anticipated I would refer to anyone in such a manner. I once believed I was Gotham's most renowned oaf. Though he jested, deep down, Wayland felt a surge of intellect. He had come to terms with his diminished mental faculties, yet had not always been so. In his adolescent years, his intellect was akin to that of any ordinary individual. However, upon reaching adulthood and morphing into a full-fledged reptilian beast, he realized that the further he distanced himself from humanity, the more his primal instincts flourished, and his brutish exterior became increasingly pronounced. Yet, in recent days, surrounded by fellow humans, his feral nature had significantly waned, restoring clarity to his mind. Focus on your work. Wayland, the ventriloquist, urged from his perch on the corridor beside the sewer. Gotham's antiquated underground drainage system always retained pathways for workers. The bat-like figure in his hand responded. Rest assured, you may not be the most famous oaf, but you are undoubtedly the wealthiest one. He continued. You've already seen the 2 armored vehicles brimming with cash in the Swiss bank vault, haven't you? If you wish for your employer to launder that money into legitimacy, you best make haste. After all, this is not your first foray into such dealings. The anthropomorphic crocodile swayed his tail and rose from the subterranean river, hoisting a small cart beside the ventriloquist. A golden, crisp whole roasted cow lay within, an item more befitting Gotham's finest 7-star restaurant, destined to be squandered by a cadre of seemingly refined yet gluttonous fools, rather than residing in this filthy locale. Killer Croc sighed. The aromas of roasted pig, roasted cow, and the familiar scents of the sewer were all too reminiscent, a cruelly ironic reprise where he had become the executor of his own ironic fate. Thud, thud, thud. A sound akin to a heavy iron ball striking the ground echoed through the vast underground pipes, intertwining with a hoarse, somber voice, composing a grotesque duet. If one listened closely, the sound proclaimed, Solomon Grundy was born on a Monday. 3 generations of Robin, Tim Drake, perched on the edge of a building, peering through binoculars at a distant apartment complex. Batman and Harley Quinn were inside. If it were the old Batman, Tim would have had no worries whatsoever, for he understood the true extent of Batman's prowess. However, times had changed. Could Bruce Wayne truly contend with a perilous criminal like Harley Quinn? Tim cautiously swung across the street with his grappling hook, landing silently atop a rooftop before slipping through a corridor window. As dusk settled, the dimly lit hallway was engulfed in darkness. A sliver of light seeped through a slightly ajar door, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Tim stealthily concealed himself in the shadows behind the door, only to hear Harley Quinn exclaim, "Damn it, bats!" Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Tim kicked the door wide open. "Batman, what are you doing?" He then beheld Batman holding a skeleton in one hand, toying with a skull, seemingly endeavoring to piece together the scattered remnants of bones into the gaping maw of a gigantic carnivorous creature. "Ugh, are you making me swallow my own vomit?" roared the cannibalistic Frank, who struggled yet was utterly helpless against Batman's might. Tim produced a lighter and waved it in front of him, and he immediately fell silent. Upon noticing Robin's entrance, Harley leaped down from the windowsill, striking a pose as if she were a pompous officer surveying her troops. "Private Robin, fall in and stand at attention." Tim turned to Batman, his expression one of bewilderment. "These individuals were not slain by Harley," Batman explained. Harley enthusiastically chimed in, her antics amplifying the absurdity. "Woe is you, Mr. Bowman. You met a most tragic end. From a vibrant being to a mere corpse, this is certainly not your fault. Rest in peace. That's just Harley's version of a dirge or requiem, Batman added. A few minutes later, Harley Quinn stood before the Batmobile, parked at the alley's entrance. She leaned her backside against the vehicle's front and, as if devoid of bones, slid into the passenger seat. So what's next, dynamic duo? The third-generation Robin stood indignantly nearby. The passenger seat of the Batmobile was rightfully his. No one knows Poison Ivy better than I do. I'll help you find her, but you must allow me to reason with her before you charge in. And after this is all over, you must speak kindly of me to the parole board, telling them what a model citizen I am, and so forth. This seemed a perfectly reasonable request, one that would require little effort from Batman. By simply acquiescing to Harley Quinn's conditions, it appeared he could immediately procure her assistance to locate Poison Ivy, vanquish the Plant Master, and resolve all issues. Yet, Batman would not entertain such a notion. This was Harley's test, a measure of whether he was indeed the true Batman. Once Chen Tao nodded, he transformed into a Batman seeking assistance from Harley, instantly relinquishing the reins of power to her. Despite having not practiced as a psychiatrist for many years, Harley Quinn instinctively employed techniques to influence the dynamics of their relationship through language. Thus, Chen Tao inquired, "No. What's going on? I mean, you don't want to? You don't need to." While Harley Quinn continued her efforts, Chen Tao quietly observed her feigning incredulity. The specifics were inconsequential. What mattered was Ivy. Chen Tao had a knack for honing in on the crux of matters, and he needed to dismantle Harley Quinn's delusions of seizing control as swiftly as possible. "I refuse to barter with a lunatic." "Oh, sociopath," Harley exclaimed, frantically tugging at her hair. "Sociopath. Why does everyone misinterpret my identity?" She crossed her arms and leapt down from the Batmobile. "If you disagree with my terms, why should I assist you?" Chapter 23, The Green Bio. "You will help me, or the tranquility of this world shall cease to exist." Harley Quinn mused as if Bane, the Joker, Two-Face, and the Riddler are paragons of virtue. Even a madcap like you must relish the sensation of being alive. How about a small concession as part of our deal? Treat me to a day at the spa, and send a signed Batman photo to my little cousin who is gravely ill. Chen Tao bypassed her, striding toward the opposite side of the Batmobile. He silently counted in his mind. 3. Hey, Bat. Only I can too. Bah? Batman? 1. All right, fine, you're still the boss. Ultimately, Harley Quinn conceded, directly hopping into the passenger seat. Tim, the third Robin, who had witnessed the entire exchange, frantically scratched his head. Wait, are we seriously letting Harley Quinn accompany us? Is that a wise decision? Not my first choice, he heard Batman respond. But we cannot allow her out of our sight. She may tip off Poison Ivy about our search. Huh, exactly, Harley Quinn retorted, making a cross-eyed expression and pressing her finger to her temple in a mockingly foolish manner. The dangerous lunatic is right here. No one knows what she might do. The three of them climbed into the vehicle. Harley, I only need you to help me locate Poison Ivy. That will suffice. The rest we can handle ourselves. Chen Tao sat in the driver's seat, pretending to maneuver the steering wheel. He was not the authentic Batman and had no idea how to operate the vehicle, which was essentially a tank masquerading as a war machine. The AI had been driving all along. We're heading to a location first. Then we will set off in search of Poison Ivy. Certainly, here is the refined and improved translation of your text. What, precisely, does Ivy aspire to achieve? Based on the expertise of the abducted scientist, Professor Goldblum, the ideologies of the Plant Master and Poison Ivy, along with the recent assault on the Advanced Metahuman Research Institute, the Star Lab, I have drawn a conclusion. They will undoubtedly synthesize a formula to create a swamp monster and transform it into a rapidly spreading virus, subsequently cleansing the Earth and turning humanity into hybrid beings of flora and fauna. What? Ugh. Harley Quinn elongated her neck, making a grotesque, exaggerated gesture, then remarked, "Well, don't misunderstand me. I'm certainly no racist." She extended her pallid hand to pat her chest and continued, "I mean, I have some good friends who are still plants." "Well, at least from a positive perspective, they won't exterminate everyone," Robin interjected. "Perhaps," Chen Tao replied, "but if they succeed, we will all end up living like plants." He glanced at Harley Quinn and deliberately emphasized, "And if their plan falters, even slightly, we could witness the extinction of all life on Earth within weeks or even days." "Wow, that's quite impressive," Harley remarked, seemingly unperturbed. "But wait," the third Robin, Tim, said, "why do they need Professor Goldblum? Why not release the virus themselves?" It was evident that this was a shortcut. He quickly answered himself. To achieve genetic imprint engineering could take years, if not decades. Once they commence, they can no longer be fully human. She is a congenital natural mutation, and he is a tree spirit from another dimension, merging with ordinary humans, ultimately yielding to the supermonster of all things green. Tree spirits from other dimensions? Are you jesting? Harley exclaimed. Chen Tao replied to Harley. Haven't you encountered supernatural entities before? The Mudface, the Killer Croc, do they not count? Forget it, he said. We only need you to assist us in locating Poison Ivy. The Batmobile twisted and turned, finally halting before a dilapidated apartment. Slaughter Swamp. Within a certain wooden cabin, an array of experimental apparatuses lay scattered about. Muah. Poison Ivy was kissing Professor Goldblum. Oh, how repulsive. This is abhorrent. The plant master, a walking tree, comprised of lush vegetation and a trunk, bore a furry, verdant head with ears reminiscent of an elf's. At this moment, he stood nearby, feigning disgust. After a lengthy moment, the two parted lips. Professor Goldblum, his eyes glimmering with a green hue, stood dazed, walked to the table, and commenced synthesizing the potion. Do you think I enjoy this, exchanging saliva with him every 6 hours? Poison Ivy wiped her mouth and spat on the ground. She said irritably, if you possess a more effective method to persuade him to heed our words, I am all ears. The master of plants crossed his arms and remarked, life inevitably presents its tribulations. I desire no tribulations, she retorted. In this world, there are 7 billion flesh and blood beings. Our scheme will subject them to agonies that are, at the very least, unimaginably horrific. The Viper woman interjected, no. Our plan is one of purification, to cleanse the earth of all organic life, a most noble and righteous endeavor. Noble and righteous, the master of plants scoffed, is a term coined by a callous group that disregards other species, embroiled in incessant infighting. The Viper woman continued, precisely, they incessantly discuss climate change. Yet are they not the architects of this very crisis? At least on this point, she found common ground with the master of plants, forming the basis for their collaboration. Indeed, it was the fruits of their so-called benevolence. The master of plants responded, they have doubled greenhouse gas emissions, recklessly deforested, and ravaged this planet. You once stated, Pamela, and I quote, humanity truly does not care about any of this, unless compelled to do so. The two botanical antagonists shared a knowing smile, united in their resolve. They stood before the professor, gazing at the grand blueprints of their design. Once our virus is activated, every individual on this planet will reap a tremendous benefit, a verdant transformation. Professor Goldblum, gloved hands reaching into a box, retrieved a small white mouse and aimed a syringe at it. You will feel a slight pressure, little fellow. Everything will be all right. He injected a pale green serum, and before the watchful eyes of the two botanical villains, the mouse gradually turned green, ultimately sprouting lush vegetation and transforming entirely into a verdant creature. Success! It's remarkably stable, exclaimed the master of plants, his voice brimming with elation. My heavens, behold its beauty! The Viper woman, suppressing her excitement, cradled it gently in her palms. Come here, my little one. The master of plants raised his hands high, proclaiming, this is no ordinary green mouse. It heralds a new era where humanity's wretched factories will be supplanted by grand arboreal cathedrals, and verdant foliage shall envelop the earth in an explosion of life. With a sudden pop, the little green mouse exploded into a repulsive mass of viscous green substance. Chapter 24. The Welding Dog Hero Gotham. Clad in an English-style trench coat, impeccably dressed with a civilized cane in hand, the dazzled Count strolled through the streets of the St. Prieux's district. Although not the most impoverished or dilapidated area of Gotham, it hardly boasted any semblance of development or order. Under normal circumstances, the dazzled Count would never venture into such a rough and vulgar neighborhood. However, this particular assignment demanded his presence. Beep, beep, beep. The dazzled Count paused, glancing at a nearby driver who was vociferously cursing. How dare you? Are your ears deaf? That irritable driver honked his horn again, producing a deafening sound. Seeing that the Count of Dizziness showed no reaction, he astonishingly drew a gun from his coat and aimed it at the other. Clear the way. Do you wish to be riddled with dozens of transparent holes? This was a quintessential display of rage. The Count of Dizziness frowned. He had not anticipated that even in this city, such madness could brazenly roam the streets, even possessing a driver's license. Damn it, If you don't move, suddenly, an intangible wave swept through the driver's mind. His head drooped, and with a pop, one of his eyeballs leapt from its socket and fell to the ground. Amidst the agonizing screams and the blaring of the horn, the Count of Dizziness slightly inclined his body, performing a quintessential British bow, before leisurely turning and walking towards a dilapidated apartment by the roadside. Let me confirm the address, number 52. Indeed, it is correct. He ascended the bare concrete steps and the peeling red handrail, arriving at the door of room 401. Then extended his hand. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon entering the room, the Count of Dizziness let out a surprised exclamation. On the outside, it appeared no different from the ordinary residential apartments near slums, with a wooden door that seemed quite unremarkable. However, once inside, it revealed an entirely different realm. Behind the wooden facade lay a thoroughly metallic airtight door, designed to effectively control air pressure. The walls, ceiling, and floor were composed of metal plates, coated externally with blast-resistant paint and internally with anti-corrosive coating. This was undoubtedly a professional-grade explosion-proof chamber. Even if the building were to collapse, this room would remain unscathed. Various weapons were piled in the corners: grenades, rocket launchers, and even multiple barrels of explosives. On the opposite side of the room stood a table, at which sat 4 individuals. Among them, 2 were known to the Count: the notorious death shooter, famed for both his marksmanship and his infamous temperament, and Ms. Vick, a British mercenary whose deadly assassination skills matched her alluring appearance. The remaining 2 were masked figures. One, a younger woman, appeared somewhat normal, donning a smiling cat mask and wielding a long knife, prompting the Count to surmise she was yet another assassin. The other, however, was quite peculiar. Seated in the corner, he wore a welded mask, an opaque, glare-resistant welding visor meant for welders. Behind him, he carried a pair of gas tanks, wielded a welding torch, and was clad in a light gray bodysuit and suspenders, along with knee-high rubber boots. At first glance, he resembled an ordinary welder. However, what caught the eye was the lifeless body of a dog he clutched tightly in his left hand, a commonplace breed, appearing to be a golden retriever, though only the upper half remained. Someone had severed this dog in half and taken away the upper portion. The dog seemed to have recently met its demise. Its remains still fresh. Its internal organs swung loosely, causing Count Vertigo to feel a wave of nausea at just a glance. The individual's left hand had gruesomely plunged into the dog's rear, heedless of the blood trickling down his arm. Greetings, my name is the Dog Welder. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, new friend. I, too, am a recent arrival, spoke the Dog Welder. Wait, it wasn't a person speaking. It was the dog. Yes, the actual dog, as the lifeless creature in the Dog Welder's grasp suddenly lifted its head, a grotesque semblance of a smile adorning its unblinking face. Are you also hired for this mission? This bizarre and horrifying scene momentarily stunned Count Vertigo. Yet he was no ordinary human. He swiftly regained his noble composure. Indeed, sir, it is an honor to work alongside you. He fought to avert his gaze from the dead dog in the other's hand and approached Lady Vick, performing a gesture of respect. Beautiful lady, your visage shines as brilliantly as the stars above. Count Dear, my old friend. Lady Vick was a statuesque woman with golden hair and azure eyes, adorned with an eye patch and clothed in a form-fitting red and gold ensemble that left her shoulders and one side of her torso bare. Enough. When will your elegant noble games cease? The death marksman, feeling completely ignored, rapped the table in frustration. Now that everyone is present, let us hear what our benefactor has in store for us this time. He gestured towards the Cheshire Cat, who, silent and enigmatic, retrieved a recording device from a pile of grenades. Ah, my dear, I must be mistaken, but is that a recording device? Lady Vick inquired. The death marksman paid her no mind. He pressed a button on the device, extended the antenna, and adjusted the settings. Our employer requests that we turn on the radio once everyone has arrived. Let's keep quiet and wait. I presume you all are here for the money. I know I am. Thus, the 4 sat in silence, and soon, amidst crackling static, a voice emerged. Can you hear me? Yes, employer, the death marksman replied. What task do you have for us this time? Are we to capture the arsonist Fireflies or some other nefarious criminals emerging from the shadows? Our just benefactor? Neither. The death marksman noted the employer's voice had grown slightly hoarse through the radio. He had already ascertained that this recording device was merely an oversized walkie-talkie. Did this imply that the employer was nearby? I have assigned a leader to you. You must obey his orders completely. Especially you, Count Vertigo. Count Vertigo felt somewhat dismissive. Although he understood this mission involved others, he had never considered the prospect of collaborating harmoniously with anyone. He is a lone wolf, a solitary figure. The mere fact that he is collaborating with others on a shared mission is solely for the sake of monetary gain. Expecting him to heed anyone's commands is utterly absurd. Do you believe this leader holds any significant authority, like Batman? Chapter 25, The Leader. No. How could this be? The plant master could scarcely believe his eyes as he grasped the puddle of green slime and, in a fit of rage, hurled it against the wall like a large smear of verdant mucus. The project's outcome was a resounding failure. Professor Goldblum scribbled on a piece of draft paper, "Target deceased." How could this happen? The plant master directed his gaze towards him. Despite his wooden expression, his fury was palpable. He is a charlatan. He hasn't even tried his best. Professor Goldblum, with his flickering green eyes, stood dumbfounded in the face of the plant master's accusations. The plant master swiftly redirected his ire towards Poison Ivy. Your hypnotic kiss was utterly ineffective. Ivy sighed, urging him to calm down, Jason. He is still within our control. She turned to the professor and inquired, Harold, can you explain the cause of this failure? Professor Goldblum's eyes glimmered with green light before he responded. This is an exceedingly intricate azeotropic mixture. The virus transformation formula works well in theory, but it's merely theoretical. Countless variables could lead to the failure of this process. Then let us hypothesize, Meatball. Well, speculation lacks scientific merit. Professor Goldblum adjusted his glasses. However, I suspect it relates to certain substances we have been employing. The swamp water used in our experiments, sourced from the slaughter swamp, is inadequate. What we require are proper biological nutrients and chemicals, obtained from legitimate sources capable of creating swamp creatures. The Wainlight Swamp in Louisiana. Oh dear, I feel a pain in my backside, Poison Ivy remarked. No, Pamela, do you not see? This is perfect, the plant master exclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor. This river flows directly into the Gulf of Mexico, and the waters of the Gulf can transport the virus to the Atlantic and then to the entire world. He turned around. Those corrupt, death-laden creatures will never be able to obliterate the verdant essence of all life. The inept and filthy progeny of the Red will utterly submit beneath our feet. Even without the assistance of swamp monsters, we can drive those filthy beings back to their rightful corners. This planet shall be protected by the Great Green. He circled a spot on the map. The salvation plan of Mother Earth is set to commence from here. As for who leads, Deathstroke is indifferent. Ever since his daughter received that admission letter, he has been somewhat lackadaisical. Regardless of what the employer states, he simply replies in the affirmative. After all, you have the money, so your word is law. Thus he spoke. Very well, employer, I dare say we do not require a so-called team leader. The words of the Count of Dizziness had not yet fully escaped his lips when he was abruptly interrupted by the voice of the employer emanating from the recording device. You may make your decision after you have encountered this leader, who will soon arrive in this room. The voice from the recording grew increasingly hoarse, interspersed with metallic, jarring sounds, as if it were being disturbed by some electromagnetic field, producing a low, guttural groan. Moreover, I believe that once you have truly met this leader, you would never oppose his assumption of this role, for he is someone you are quite familiar with, a true old friend. The Death Shooter felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. He was uncertain of its origin, yet it sent a chill down his spine, as if some non-human entity had fixed its gaze upon him. Ms. Vick cast an inexplicable glance at the Cheshire Cat, parting her lips as if to inquire about something, yet ultimately fell silent before that inscrutable, smiling mask. The Cheshire Cat appeared entirely indifferent to their discourse, fixating intently on the dog in the hands of the dog welder. The dog welder gestured as if to ask if she wished to pet it, and she joyfully obliged, stroking the lifeless dog. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and the Death Shooter rose, his sense of unease intensifying. Something awaited beyond the threshold. Come, the Count of Dizziness called out. A prickling feeling of danger surged within him, raising the hairs on his body. Ms. Vick also stood. I am entering, came the response. A thud echoed as a shoe crossed the threshold. A specialized bodysuit shoe, followed by gray tights, a pure black cloak, pointed ears, and a mask. Batman. The Death Shooter sprang up from the table, but a single gesture from Batman halted the discharge of bullets from his firearm. Batman, holding a walkie-talkie, remarked, I told you. I have arranged for a leader of sufficient influence and power. You will appreciate this leader." The Death Shooter noticed Batman's pointed ears directed toward him, and the voice of Batman resonated in sync from the recording device, layering upon itself, echoing like a nightmare in a shadowy well. He heard Batman declare, "For this leader is none other than myself." Chen Tao had once contemplated whether to reveal his identity as the mastermind behind the employer at that moment. He could easily remain behind the scenes, a beautiful puppeteer of sorts. But then what? A soldier without the heart for battle, merely wishing to flee, lacking cooperation, a disunited assembly, refusing orders, attacking at will? It must be acknowledged that the current Suicide Squad lacked a formidable figurehead, a central force capable of uniting them all. In the original narrative, the captain of the Suicide Squad was Rick Flag, who, with his noble character, managed to earn the respect of a group of unruly mercenaries, guiding them through numerous missions. However, Chen Tao's subordinates lack a leader of Flag's caliber. While Deadshot undoubtedly possesses leadership qualities, he holds the record for leading the squad after Rick, yet he currently exists as a lone wolf, not the seasoned leader he once was. Nightwing might also be a contender. As the original Robin, he is not accustomed to solitary endeavors like Batman. During his time as Robin, he garnered experience leading the Titans. Nevertheless, according to Alfred's intelligence, Dick and his Titans are currently embroiled in a fierce battle with Deathstroke, which complicates Chen Tao's ability to recall Nightwing or hire Deathstroke. Chen Tao would prefer not to have either party interrupted mid-conflict by an unexpected summons from Batman regarding a new employer. It would be rather jarring for them to momentarily cease their skirmish only to discover that their adversary has become their ally. Moreover, Chen Tao possesses the ability to transform into a formidable dinosaur, ensuring a basic level of combat prowess. Additionally, he can metamorphose into a bat-like vehicle. Even if he cannot win a fight, his ability to escape as a car guarantees he can flee faster than others, which suffices for his safety. If he still hesitates to confront the situation directly, it would not merely be caution, but rather cowardice. As Chen Tao stepped through the door, his gaze swept across the four individuals present. Deadshot, Count Vertigo, Cheshire Cat. Everyone was accounted for. Wait a moment. Chen Tao's eyes fixated on the maniacal figure. "Who are you? I hired a mad dog, did I not?" Chapter 26. The Slaughter Swamp, the Mother Earth's salvation plan, is set to commence here. The Plant Master's finger rested on the map, but in the next moment, both he and Poison Ivy froze. "Pamela?" Poison Ivy's expression darkened. "I can feel it." Night had fallen. The Slaughter Swamp lies on the outskirts of Gotham, representing the largest marshland in the suburbs. It stands as Gotham's second-largest dumping ground, following the Gotham docks. For over 2 centuries since Gotham's establishment, countless bodies have been discarded in this swamp, transforming into repulsive, viscous matter, indistinguishable from the murky green waters and twisting roots. At this moment, the Suicide Squad and Chen Tao traverse the edges of this swamp, wading through clusters of low reeds and bulrushes, relying on the gnarled trees and slippery moss to guide their path. "Oh, it's going to consume me alive." A swarm of mosquitoes and various flying insects swarmed around Harley Quinn's head, rendering her pale visage even more ghastly. Robin produced a vial of potion and sprayed it around him, causing all the tiny insects nearby to plummet into the water. This immediately captured Harley Quinn's attention. "Oh, thank heavens. Can I get a bit of that?" Tim replied, "This is concentrated sulfuric acid, a super dehydrating agent. You dare to carry such a terrifying substance in your bag?" Harley scoffed. "Couldn't you bring a bug spray into this wretched swamp?" "Well, what use are you?" 3 insects twirled above Harley's head, as if riding a merry-go-round in glee. Tim suggested, "You might need to supplement with some vitamin B." Note, a deficiency in vitamin B can lead to irritability. Here, Tim is subtly criticizing Harley. "Enough of that," Harley Quinn exclaimed frantically. "Your gear resembles that of Scout." With that, she strode ahead, slapping her forehead vigorously. But unfortunately, she missed every insect and ended up yelping in pain. Robin hastily approached Chen Tao's side, and the two walked side by side, silently observing Harley Quinn ahead. "Batman, I've always had a question. How did you find Harley Quinn?" "Of course. I discovered her through the comics. Harley owns a house in Brooklyn, New York, and she is still paying off the mortgage. Utilizing the Wayne family's connections, I researched the most elaborately decorated houses in Brooklyn, cross-referenced the homeowners, traced the financial flows, and then discovered who was paying the salaries for that account, which led me to Super Baby Restaurant. However, He couldn't directly convey this to the young detective. Noticing Tim's expression, it seemed this question had been bottled up for quite some time, filled with the frustration of wondering why his idol could accomplish such feats effortlessly while he found it incomprehensible. Thus, Chen Tao could only respond, "Because I am Batman." "All right." Tim sighed. "Let's not discuss how you found Harley Quinn. I just want to talk about her." "Batman, I hope you reconsider carefully," Robin quietly remarked. "Harley Quinn is defined as a free spirit. Based on my understanding of her, she is quite likely to support Poison Ivy's plan at the last moment. She might find Ivy's rationale less absurd, or perhaps the winds of fortune have shifted today, or simply because it's Thursday. Any of these could lead Harley Quinn to change her mind at whim." Chen Tao remained silent. "Fine, I understand because I am Batman." Tim, thoroughly exasperated, waved his hand and muttered curses as he stepped aside, unwilling to walk alongside Chen Tao. This, of course, was gleaned from the comics, where Harley Quinn has always resolutely opposed Poison Ivy's excessively mad schemes, just as Poison Ivy has always opposed Harley's overwhelming infatuation with the Joker. In a certain sense, these two women are engaged in a struggle against the most unfavorable and shadowy aspects of their characters, each targeting the other's most severe flaws, culminating in a form of mutual redemption. Therefore, whenever Harley Quinn becomes aware of the treacherous intentions of Poison Ivy, she would never turn a blind eye. However, he found himself unable to articulate the rationale behind his judgment to Tim, resorting instead to a vague excuse, "Because I am Batman." "Are you certain you do not require any additional weaponry?" Ms. Vick inquired from behind. Among the individuals selected for this mission were familiar faces such as Count Vertigo, Deadshot, and Batman, old acquaintances with whom she had previously crossed paths. Yet, the peculiar figure who referred to himself as the Gunner was a stranger to her. "Batman has provided us with some rather peculiar equipment, hasn't he, Deadshot?" Ms. Vick continued, addressing the individual she had named. Deadshot responded with a curt acknowledgement. "Frost grenades, reportedly derived from the technology of Mr. Freeze. Fear toxin smoke bombs that would render one paralyzed with just a single breath. Ultrasonic rocket launchers, pulse wave guns. And this, an ionizing radiation bomb." Count Vertigo maintained an impassive expression. "These items are utterly meaningless." "Humph," Deadshot scoffed, but refrained from further comments. He was well aware that Count Vertigo was a pseudo-superpowered individual, utilizing an electronic device implanted in his right temple to disrupt his opponent's balance. To him, combat was merely a matter of employing that small gadget in his mind to confound others, and he held a disdain for conventional weaponry. Deadshot had no desire to engage in a debate with Count Vertigo. If equipped with a sniper rifle, he was confident he could obliterate Count Vertigo's head from several kilometers away. However, at such close range, it was precisely the optimal distance for Count Vertigo's abilities to take effect, and he was not foolish. MS. Vic paid no heed to the discord between the two men and continued addressing the Gunner. "I say," the Gunner finally spoke up. His left hand, which bore a dog, began to articulate in a grandiose manner. "Could you maintain some distance? There are matters I wish to discuss with you. I truly appreciate your desire to understand me and have a yearning to be understood in return. However, I cannot, for my mind is troubled." He stated earnestly, "I have a significant mental affliction, and unless you can consistently remember that I am a freak when interacting with me, it would be prudent to keep your distance." Yet, this declaration evidently failed to intimidate Ms. Vick. Just as she was about to utter another word, Harley Quinn, who was ahead, interjected, "I believe we are nearing our destination. As far as I know, I would bet that Poison Ivy will undoubtedly transform the shrubs and some trees into monstrous creatures to serve as her watchdogs. Much like in Green Goblin when it goes awry." Harley Quinn remarked, "I am not jesting. Once she transformed my cane and lollipop into a three-headed serpent branch, and, at that moment, the lollipop was still in my mouth. Since that incident, I have never touched a lollipop again." She abruptly paused. "I am quite certain that Little Red is right here." Chapter 27. Weeding. They have arrived. The plant masters stealthily slipped out from the threshold of their wooden cabin onto the large bluestone outside, where Professor Goldblum and Poison Ivy were situated beside a table. The elderly professor, donning a gas mask, was synthesizing vials of pale, yellow concoctions. "I can feel it," Poison Ivy exclaimed, her fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard. "They're drawing closer." She picked up a vial, gave it a shake, stirred it with a rod, and placed it into a box. "Could you refrain from fidgeting? I need to concentrate," she said. "Once we reach Louisiana, we will lack these instruments, and we must hasten to synthesize more raw materials. Be quick, the plant master rumbled, plopping down onto a nearby stone. They are nearly upon us. We have arrived. Gulme. Follow this path. Harley Quinn gestured towards a log bridge that traversed the swamp. I wager that crossing this bridge leads directly to Poison Ivy's base. Robin stepped forward. Deathstroke followed suit, while Chen Tao cast a meaningful glance at Harley Quinn. Oh, really? Harley, crossing this wooden bridge will bring us face to face with Poison Ivy, he said. Ah, indeed, Harley Quinn nodded emphatically. Batman continued to scrutinize her. Is there something amiss? He inquired, his gaze unwavering. Ha, what? Chen Tao chuckled inexplicably as he two-stepped onto the bridge, much to Harley Quinn's relief. She deliberately lingered at the rear of the bridge, internally counting down, 3, 2, and boom! Countless enormous vines and trunks erupted violently from the depths of the lake, and the wooden bridge beneath them instantaneously transformed into a serpentine mass, ensnaring everyone. What on earth is happening? All of this transpired in a flash. Deathstroke instinctively drew his weapon and fired rapidly, shattering 5 or 6 vines reaching towards him. However, he lost his balance due to the upheaval of the bridge and was ultimately ensnared completely. Buzzing filled the air as Harley Quinn agilely performed a series of rolls, distancing herself from her original position. Don't waste your efforts, Count Vertigo. I am aware that your power amplifies the closer you are. It's best to have a solid object with closely packed molecular arrangements to assist in transmitting that noise in your mind. She pointed to the repulsive water source below. But you are now severed from this conductive medium. At this distance, you stand no chance against me. Ms. Vick displayed astonishing flexibility, deftly contorting her body to evade several oncoming vines, and then, in alliance with the Cheshire Cat, the two women danced through a flurry of flashing blades, severing the surrounding tendrils. However, in the next moment, the very wood beneath their feet animatedly imparted a lesson on the tenacity of ancient trees, ensnaring their legs within the gnarled roots. Why? Ms. Vick struggled, finding herself pulled before a grand tree that split asunder, its trunk yawning open to reveal a sharp, cavernous maw. What are you doing, damn it, Harley Quinn? Robin screamed. I knew I shouldn't have trusted her. As he shouted in a seemingly hysterical breakdown, he discreetly tightened his grip on a plastic bomb behind his back. Only Chen Tao and the welding hound exhibited a nonchalant demeanor, allowing the green foliage to envelop them, binding them into a tight bundle. The pale-faced girl crossed her arms, watching Chen Tao as he sighed. There was a distinct lack of surprise on his face that oddly astonished Harley. Harley Quinn, what are you up to again? What am I doing? Harley suppressed her peculiar feelings, responding, just what you hoped for, you fool. Because today is Thursday, and Thursdays are typically mad. At last, the Poison Ivy and Plant Master, sensing their trap had been sprung, arrived belatedly. Harley? Poison Ivy exclaimed, astonished. Harley Quinn bounced over, her voice dripping with saccharine sweetness. Hello, darling. I'm so sorry for mingling with Batman, but I had to make these guys believe I was on their side to lead them here and trap you. You can continue with your plan now. Splendid, isn't it? Poison Ivy stepped before her, gazing in a daze, seemingly incredulous that Harley Quinn would utter such words. But soon, she heard Harley lean in and say, Darling Pam, you must abandon this mad scheme. It's truly, truly, truly unreliable. Don't turn us all into vegetarians. There must be other ways. You are tampering with the ecosystem, and humanity is oblivious. I'm certain I can advocate for you when you're judged. After all, your intentions are righteous, even if you've harmed a few. Please, abandon the plan, Pam. My dear, my sweet, I beg you. What? No. Harley, the Earth is perishing. I am not destroying the planet. I am saving it. Saving it from those exploiters and users. Harley Quinn's expression fell. I have been surrounded by these humans all my life, but we can change them, prune them, shape them like gardeners. I don't want to do it, but I must. Harley Quinn, with a woeful countenance, sighed deeply. Well, you can't blame a girl who has tried. She suddenly recoiled, and 2 miniature herbicide capsules flew from her hand, landing at the trap and detonating instantly. The mighty trees fell with a mournful cry, allowing MS. Vic and the Reaper of Death to escape. Poison Ivy, stunned. Harlequin, in a flurry of erratic movements, found herself quite perplexed. These are the specialized herbicides you provided. Do you recall, Red? Harlequin remarked, I still believe we ought to lend them a hand, considering that incident with the bats. Immediately, She was seized by poison ivy around the throat. I thought we were friends. Red, friends do not permit friends to slaughter 70 billion humans, you. Harlequin noticed poison ivy raising her fist. Bang! Harlequin was struck squarely in the eye, and panic ensued. Red, I'm aiding you. The two women then engaged in a fierce brawl. Meanwhile, the plant master charged in, and the Reaper of Death clumsily rose from the ground, retrieving 2 frozen grenades to hurl forward. Damn it, everyone together, wait. Chen Tao intervened. Wait a moment. What are you planning to do? The Reaper of Death was at a loss for words, witnessing the 2 frost bombs land upon the plant master, creating a myriad of frost in a violent explosion. Yet, these icy formations dissipated almost instantaneously, inflicting no harm upon the plant master. Wait, do you remember? The herbicide. What do you mean? The Reaper of Death was yet to grasp the situation when, in the next moment, it began to rain. Instantly, countless trees dissolved under the pale green downpour, and the plant master was riddled with gaping holes, emitting a desperate wail. The Reaper of Death turned around, hearing Batman's voice. What are you fighting for? I'll simply pour herbicide over this area, ensuring that even their farts reek of it. My name is Bane, regardless of where my gravestone lies. I'm racing towards it, utterly exhausted, as I chase the lightning, extinguishing the raging fires, exhausting every ounce of my strength. Batman, however, is rejuvenating, savoring this spectacle, waiting patiently at its center to strike me down before my grave. I know I must pursue the figure behind it all, the cold, unyielding center around which all chaos revolves, Batman. Yet to reach him, I must confront the tempest within. I am Bane, and I am on the move. Time is of the essence. There is no room for delay. Chapter 28, The Chaotic Melee. Alfred piloted the Bat's stealth aircraft, hovering over the slaughter swamp. He set the plane to autopilot and, feeling rather bored, poured himself a cup of coffee. The sound of a notification echoed through the air, prompting Alfred to approach the screen. He extended his finger and pressed a button. Soon, the Bat computer emitted a voice. Herbicide has been deployed. Ugh. The plant master bent over and expelled a substantial mass of viscous green substance. His body, riddled with imperfections, was gradually mending. The plant master was no fool. He swiftly comprehended the solution. Layers of wood began to form upon his surface, coalescing into a sturdy wooden armor. The green herbicide dripped onto him, failing to corrode the tender leaves. Alas, the saltwater herbicide proved insufficiently potent, Chen Tao sighed. Regrettably, he was not averse to employing acetic acid, copper oxide, or glyphosate as formidable herbicides. However, these chemicals, when concentrated beyond a certain threshold, invariably inflict fatal harm to humans and cause irrevocable damage to the environment and water sources. This area harbored not only allies, but also a hostage controlled by the poisonous vine woman's hypnotic kiss, Professor Goldblum, and Chen Tao was no Russian rescue team. Thus, he shook his head. Let us proceed. Yes, Batman. Consequently, the plant master, clutching his head as he rose from the ground, turned to behold the gathering crowd. Huh. Deathstroke had armed himself to the teeth with high-tech weaponry. The Cheshire Cat brandished an ultrasonic rocket launcher. Count Vertigo pressed his hand against his temple, advancing slowly. Ms. Vic perched atop a tree, wielding a pulse effect gun. Wait, standing in a tree? Amidst Ms. Vic's shrill cries as a vine yanked her skyward, the battle commenced. Ouch! The poison ivy struck Harley Quinn with 2 resounding slaps, left fist, right fist, and a swift kick. In the next moment, Harley Quinn seized her thigh, toppling her to the ground, where the 2 women embraced tightly. What followed was an unrelenting exchange of face-sitting, relentless punches, hair-pulling, and spitting. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Count Vertigo straightened, his temples throbbing wildly. The fierce interference waves compelled the plant master to shield his head, while Deathstroke seized the opportunity to unleash an ultrasonic rocket that struck him, forcing him to kneel and clutch his skull. 7 consecutive freezing grenades were hurled by the Cheshire Cat, exploiting his speed advantage and encasing half of his body in ice. Ms. Vic lifted her pulse effect gun, and a tremendous surge of electricity coursed through the plant master's body, eliciting a pained scream. Honestly, Pommy, Harley Quinn exclaimed, straddling poison ivy and forcefully prying apart her tightly shut legs to grasp her neck. Your plan is utterly ridiculous. Humankind will annihilate this world. Poison ivy rolled over, pinning Harley Quinn beneath her, and began to pummel Harley's raised arms with her delicate, pale green fists. What else can I do? I don't know. Vote for the Democrats or donate to Greenpeace. That's the organization saving whales, you fool. Regardless, anything is better than us becoming walking plants. The plant master lay on the ground, while the bold Ms. Vick charged over to his side, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the curled-up figure of the plant master. Deathstroke stood nearby, unleashing a barrage of ammunition at the green behemoth, seemingly venting all the frustration, confusion, and fear of the future he had bottled up over the past days. The Cheshire Cat wielded a knife, attempting to sever the plant master's neck. The woman in the cat mask struck repeatedly, akin to a hopeful farmer turning over her land with a hoe. Ms. Vick was busy sawing off legs. This time, I want to collect wooden figures. What is so great about those? And can anyone tell me where she got that saw? Poison Ivy clung to Harley's back, the two entangled in a fierce struggle. Harley slammed Poison Ivy hard against a tree, pinning her there while delivering a series of punches. Poison Ivy nimbly dodged, her fist connecting with Harley's chest. Ouch! Harley clutched her chest, retaliating with a punch to Poison Ivy's torso. Ouch! Poison Ivy grasped her chest, then delivered a swift kick to Harley's groin. Harley seized Poison Ivy's hair, while Poison Ivy stepped on her toes. Harley returned with an uppercut, and in a synchronized display, both girls landed blows to each other's faces. Ouch! The dog welder entered the fray, employing a rather simplistic battle tactic, charging forth and welding a dead dog to the enemy's face. His brazen actions in public momentarily stunned the rest of the onlookers. With a flick of his wrist, his welding gun ignited, and within seconds, the golden retriever was affixed to the plant master's visage. Woof! Exclaimed the dog, now welded to its foe's face. Woof woof! Woof 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 woof! Get off me! The plant master rose from the ground, his expression darkening. You idiots have no comprehension of the power of all things green. You're a fool. Harley, we could have changed the world. Poison Ivy executed a roll, retrieving a broken branch from the ground. But you're too foolish to understand. She swung the stick towards Harley, only to have her arm caught in a shoulder throw. Harley seized the branch. Oh, really? I'm clever enough to thrash you soundly. She brandished the stick with flair. Poison Ivy, unamused, stood up and snapped her fingers. With a swift motion, Harley Quinn transformed the wooden stick in her hand into a wooden serpent, its gaping maw revealing a set of sharp, raw wood teeth. A shrill scream escaped Harley's lips as she hurled the stick away. Now that is truly cool, exclaimed Poison Ivy. This is utterly unfair. Harley cried out. Enough. The plant master, Jason Wood, suddenly broke free from the ground, forcefully pushing past Ms. Vick's obstruction, gasping for breath. I never intended to use this. You forced my hand. He then extracted a tuber from his cloak and stuffed it into his mouth. Ugh, he complained loudly. This is dreadful. Chapter 29, Authenticity Green. An endless expanse of green. Jason Wood's eyes widened in awe. He felt as though he had fallen onto a dew-laden meadow at dawn. The scent of fresh grass singing in his ears and at the tip of his nose. Countless green tendrils spread from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, intoxicating him, rendering him euphoric. He drifted into a trance, murmuring, "Oh heavens! How had I not realized this before?" Chen Tao's expression shifted subtly. The dog welder charged forth, a man of few words. His method of justice involved welding deceased dogs onto the faces of wrongdoers. Yet this time, he faced something beyond the ordinary. Boom! As the dog welder was sent reeling and the ground erupted beneath him and the plant master, a wooden dragon and a colossal plant crab ascended, heralding the transformation of the plant master within mere seconds. Chen Tao furrowed his brow. Surely, he wouldn't need to intervene. Was it a yam you just consumed? He inquired. A rather special yam, the plant master replied. He spread his arms wide as the wooden dragon at his feet writhed upward, opening its mouth to emit a silent roar towards the crowd. They possess unique properties. I selected 6 of these tubers, harvested from the corpse of a swamp monster years ago. You must do it right after its demise. His tone grew solemn. I've kept them in reserve for a moment such as this. With a sudden crash, Poison Ivy was sent tumbling down a small hill by Harley's blow, landing directly in front of their wooden cabin, where an array of completed materials lay on the experimental table not far away. What was that saying again? Ivy? I can't afford to waste time. Poison Ivy sighed. With a flick of her wrist, vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring Harley's feet instantly. Turning her back, she began to gather the jars of materials from the table, placing them meticulously into her bag. Behind her, Professor Goldblum stood, his green eyes glinting, serving as a silent backdrop. "This is unjust," Harley Quinn lamented, sprawled face down on the ground, reaching out towards Poison Ivy with outstretched hands, emitting muffled sounds. Poison Ivy paid her no heed. "Is that the raw material for those viruses, Ivy?" "This is the antidote," Poison Ivy replied. "It can save this world, no matter what." "What does that mean? You haven't tried it yet, have you? And you don't plan to try again?" Harley Quinn remarked. "Batman said that if you make even a slight mistake, you will endanger the lives of everyone on this planet, Pam. Humans, animals, plants. Is that what you desire?" Poison Ivy fell into a brief silence. "Even if I do nothing, the Earth will be destroyed in other ways. We only need the swamp water from Louisiana, and once we have it, we shall succeed." She continued, "I'm sorry, Harley, but sometimes you must go all in. Jason is right. Time is running out for all that is green, as well as for all that is red. In the dim swamp, beneath the dancing shadows of trees." The woman with pale green skin declared, "The dark forces are stirring, Harley. The swamp thing is dead, and the power of all that is red has no agent to fully manifest. No one can withstand them unless we attempt to. So, no matter what I do, you won't back down, will you?" Harley Quinn half sat on the ground. The smile faded from her face. "Well, after it's all over. Just remember, I once gave you a chance." Poison Ivy turned away, her words left unspoken as Harley Quinn removed her jester hat. "No, indeed, dear." Harley Quinn slowly wiped away her exaggerated smoky eye makeup. "It's time to unleash the trump card. You promised me you would never." Harley Quinn wiped all the makeup from her face, lowering her gaze, looking mournful like a fawn that has lost its home, then opened her sea-blue eyes. The world seemed to fall silent, resonating with Harley's sorrow. "Harley, I warn you." When a first tear crystallized in those oceanic eyes, it became the smallest lake in the human realm, a sorrow so profound that even a being forged of steel could not withstand such weeping. Harley Quinn bit her lower lip. "I will not allow you to." Drops of tears cascaded down. "Ah, woe is me." Poison Ivy discarded the viral raw material in her hands. She began to cry, embracing Harley Quinn. "Ah, I loathe you. I truly detest you." Harley Quinn held her tight, sobbing, "Wawa, it always works like this." She struggled to contain her tears, brushing her hair away from her forehead. "Shoo, the 1st Battalion has collapsed. This monster fears no tanks. Help, someone save me. This creature is lifting my tank. He is about to throw me." Boom! A heap of bones, rivers of blood. "No, help, help. Do not approach me. What manner of creature are you? You're no soldier." Before the words could fully escape his lips, Bane grasped his shoulder with a vice-like grip. With an impassive expression, Bane exerted his strength. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, and the soldier crumpled to the ground, resembling a banana peeled apart. Weary, Bane discarded the mangled remains of the unfortunate man beside him. He had already claimed the lives of at least 2,000 souls. From an initial fervor to utter exhaustion, he had become a relentless force of destruction. Monster! Monster! In an instant, Bane vanished from sight. With a staggering force of 90 tons, he could effortlessly overturn any tank, and with his speed, even artillery shells were mere playthings. No one stood a chance against him. However, as he neared the annihilation of all his foes, the army finally cast aside their last reservations. When Bane hurled the final shattered corpse to the ground, he beheld missiles soaring through the sky, akin to meteors cascading to Earth, brilliant yet deadly, laden with lethal intent. Heaven help us! Surely, this monster must perish. Mayor Carlo's earlier confidence had evaporated, replaced by a sheen of cold sweat. Though deploying missiles within the city was cataclysmic, it was preferable to the disgrace of the National Guard's utter defeat. Jim Gordon, hurry and continue organizing the troops. They must bombard the area. This fiend could not be subdued by conventional means. Carlo's hands trembled. 2,000 lives lost. He had initially harbored hopes of capturing Bane alive, thus dispatching men to encircle the district. Yet, one by one, Bane had mercilessly slain them all. What kind of monster was this? Bullets bounced off him. He caught shells with ease. There were no survivors. Escape was impossible, for his intent was total annihilation. I understand now. Perhaps we should summon Batman. Do not utter that name in my presence, Gordon. We can resolve this. We can eliminate him with artillery. He whispered, his voice tinged with a calm hysteria. We can defeat him with shells. Reluctantly, Jim Gordon departed. Yet, it was not long before a knock resounded at the door. Is anyone there? The mayor, irritated, opened the door, exclaiming, Did I not instruct you to maintain order? But it was not Gordon who entered. Carlo's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the pale man with a grotesque grin. The Joker! Guards! Guards! Mayor Carlo cried out, only to witness the lifeless bodies behind the Joker, each bearing a twisted smile. He turned to see Scarecrow seated by the window, gesturing a mock salute. Good afternoon. Chapter 30, The Dinosaur Strikes. The phone in the command room rang. A chill ran down Commissioner Gordon's spine. He pushed the table aside with a thud, rising to his feet and making his way to the telephone with a series of heavy footsteps. With a decisive clatter, he lifted the receiver and declared, "Hello, this is Commissioner Gordon." A foreboding sensation gnawed at his heart, rapidly escalating into a sense of impending doom. What? Wasn't it said that we would cover with artillery? Are you jesting? Cold sweat erupted on Jim Gordon's forehead. Why must the remaining 20,000 be sent into the fray? Such an action is utterly senseless and will only exacerbate the casualties. He slammed his palm on the table. I had reached a resolution with Mayor Carlo. Whose orders are you conveying? I apologize, Commissioner Gordon, but the orders I received are explicit, the courteous voice of the operator on the other end replied. And, Commissioner, your command authority has been revoked. The troops must mobilize immediately. Damn it, I must speak with Carlo. Had madness seized him? He would never acquiesce to such foolishness. With a loud crash, the door swung open, and two burly soldiers entered, assault rifles slung across their backs. The uninvited intruders instilled a palpable tension within the command room, prompting several Gotham officers to instinctively rest their hands on their sidearms. In his ear, the operator continued, and I regret to inform you, to prevent any rash actions on your part, the soldiers interjected, we must escort you to the detention room. We are sorry, Commissioner. Please comply. Commissioner Gordon removed his glasses. He was no longer youthful. Wrinkles adorned his face, and white strands had quietly infiltrated his hair. The once vibrant muscles of his youth had withered with the passage of time, and even his stature had diminished slightly. Do not hinder me. Gordon, peering over the rim of his glasses, fixed his gaze firmly upon the two towering soldiers. Carlo and I agreed. This is the mayor's directive. The soldiers, though polite, firmly interrupted him. The mayor's instruction is that he does not wish to see you. We regret to inform you, but we are merely following orders, Commissioner. They unfastened their rifles, now holding them at the ready. Gordon inhaled deeply. Keep a close watch on Bane's 3 henchmen, he instructed his subordinates. As he followed the 2 soldiers from the makeshift command room, he observed, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, the battalions of soldiers rushing forward at the command of their leaders, the rumble of tanks and armored vehicles echoing in the distance, and the throngs of troops lined up, stretching as far as the eye could see. Indeed, he was but one man against the tide. 1, 2, 3. Capture Bane alive. 3rd Brigade. 3rd Brigade. Fear not, soldiers. We are all human. Together, we can drown Bane with but a single spit from each of us. A sense of regret began to settle within Gordon. Mayor Carlo's decision was undoubtedly peculiar. Had he not vehemently urged Batman to steer clear of the National Guard, and, if Batman were present now, he would be anxiously observing the relentless tide of regular troops. Could they truly vanquish Bane? We possess tanks. A soldier beside him discerned his apprehension and couldn't help but interject, a 20,000 strong army, coupled with countless armored vehicles and 20 tanks. I've heard that Bane fellow is some sort of superhuman, right? How many divisions can a superhuman possibly take on? Another soldier chimed in, if 20,000 couldn't bring him down, how could 20,000 possibly capture him? What could Gordon say in response? He sighed deeply, let us hope so. Batman, do you intend to intervene? Robin swallowed hard. In the distance, Ms. Vick was ensnared by a tangle of vines. She had plunged 2 katanas into the ground to no avail, ultimately being yanked skyward amidst a cacophony of screams. The Swamp Thing surged forward, clutching a deceased canine he had inexplicably retrieved. Yet in the next moment, he was sent flying by a colossal plant fist that erupted from beneath the plant master, tumbling several times before he astonishingly regained his footing and charged again. Robin whispered to Chen Tao, don't think I'm unaware. Initially, Robin intended to express that he knew Chen could transform into a dinosaur in a car, but he quickly realized that the Batman before him was not the Bruce Wayne he once knew, the master of combat, but an entirely new persona. Thus, he rephrased his inquiry. Do you have any intention of taking direct action? Meanwhile, the plant master devoured a tuber from Swamp Thing, and countless trees and herbs fervently converged upon him. Integrating into his form, his nearly 2-meter frame began to swell, growing increasingly inhuman. Chen Tao pondered for a brief moment before resolutely declaring, "I am not one for violence. Help me, Batman. If you don't come to my aid, I shall perish. I will curse you for eternity." Cheshire Cat, with the assistance of Count Diz and Deathstroke, was valiantly battling the Plant Master, but found herself nearing her limits. Seeing Batman and Robin casually standing by, gesturing and whispering to each other while occasionally chuckling as if on a leisurely spring outing, ignited a fury within her. "I will strike," she bellowed. "I am a cat, not a donkey." She continued, "If you do not assist, I shall lead this behemoth your way." At last, a mess. Vic severed the vines that had ensnared her legs and pulled her aloft. Breathless, she collapsed to the ground, stripped of any semblance of the poised British aristocrat she once was. "Indeed," she exclaimed loudly, "we are in dire need of assistance." She drove her katana into the ground and, utterly exhausted, leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. "I truly cannot endure this any longer. I feel so dizzy. The thing I loathe most in this life is roller coasters. Ugh." I feel like, before she could finish her sentence, she retched at the roots of the tree, a vivid embodiment of the truth that even a beautiful woman can succumb to vomiting. Wait, a tree? Accompanied by Lady Vic's scream as she was once again yanked into the sky by vines, Chen Tao let out a deep sigh and slowly emerged. His demeanor was strikingly distinguished, and his expression radiated calmness. The Master of Plants could not disregard his presence. The Master halted his actions, ignoring the Cheshire Cat, who was gasping for breath in the corner, and fixated his gaze on the man before him. "Alas, why must it always fall upon me to intervene?" Chen Tao sighed. He took a step forward. In an instant, silvery, ethereal particles roared and writhed around him, his form surging upward dramatically. A second step, sharp fangs and claws replaced his mundane limbs as the silvery particles receded, forging a golden gauntlet upon his arm. A third step, a green bat-like dinosaur materialized in the space Chen Tao had just occupied, letting out a thunderous roar. This scene, reminiscent of the transformation of a golden saint, left the Master of Plants in a state of awe, rendering him unable to seize the opportunity to attack during the metamorphosis. The Red of All Beings? Chapter 31, The Botanical Realm. The Master of Plants shook his head. Regardless of whether the opponent represented such power, it made no difference to him. Anyone who obstructed his mission to save the Earth and the world was his adversary. For the sake of the beloved world he cherished, for the tranquility of the realm, to vanquish the malevolent darkness, to conquer the decay of death, Jason Wood was willing to sacrifice everything. Foolish creature. The power of the green of all beings surged within him, a magnificent vitality akin to the Amazon River rushing into the embrace of the Atlantic Ocean. You cannot fathom what we face. The decaying darkness approaches, the ultimate death, the utmost rot. I must amplify the power of the green of all beings. I apologize for encroaching upon the realm of the red of all beings, yet I shall never cease my actions. The Master of Plants declared, "This is the final method to spare the earth from putrefaction and demise. Only the green of all beings can save it." The red of all beings had no intention of holding him accountable for his actions. He heard the green dinosaur before him declare, "This is merely a conflict between us. I only wish to either beat you to death or be beaten to death by you." The aura surrounding the green dinosaur grew increasingly formidable. As he faced the Master of Plants, an invisible current seemed to pulse through the air. Red and green, plants and animals, a clash of ideologies, a battle of convictions, was on the brink of eruption. The Death Marksman wore a peculiar expression. Why does he always feel a sense of familiarity with the current scene? He cast a sidelong glance at the grave-faced Count of Dizziness beside him, seemingly completely captivated by Batman and the Plant Master. The Death Shooter then looked at the Cheshire Cat, panting beside him, and the twisted corpse of the welding dog sprawled on the ground. The sensation of déjà vu grew ever stronger. Ah, Miss Vic soared above him, still valiantly battling the creeping vines. These trees had been programmed by poison ivy to attack autonomously, requiring no manipulation from the Plant Master. Yet, not every tree had been set with such automatic traps. Miss Vic encountered them purely by misfortune. The Death Shooter observed Batman, now transformed into a dinosaur, draw closer to the Plant Master, and Chen Tao was also approaching them. The Plant Master's aura surged. He was about to strike. He spread his arms wide, striving to harness as much of the essence of verdant life as possible to control more plants. Then Chen Tao extended his hand, grasping the bewildered count of dizziness with his left, while scooping up the welding dog and the Cheshire cat with his right. He tucked the death shooter under his arm, closing his legs tightly, and with a swift motion transformed into a wheel. Oh no, not again. The death shooter was caught off guard, his head thrust into Chen Tao's armpit, nearly losing consciousness. The green dinosaur's engine roared to life, swiftly vanishing into the forest with a pursuing plant master in tow. Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn embraced each other, tears glistening in their eyes, as time seemed to stand still. They couldn't help but gaze into each other's eyes, wiping away the tears on each other's faces. Their lips drew closer and closer together. Suddenly, a green Tyrannosaurus Rex crashed through the trees blocking its path, splitting them in two. Amidst the swirling dust and fallen timber, the plant master, riding the wooden dragon and giant tree crab, followed closely behind. Any tree they passed was either toppled by the dinosaur or manipulated by the plant master, becoming a part of his wielded power. The green dinosaur soon spotted the two embracing figures, its eyes lighting up with joy. Truly, his meticulous planning had not been in vain. My goodness, Harley Quinn exclaimed. Pamela, you've finished. The plant master, emerging from behind the trees, was halfway through his sentence when he caught sight of the two entwined figures, their eyes blinking at him, momentarily leaving him speechless. His expression darkened, the leaves on his face turning a deep, ominous green. So this is where your loyalty lies? Like a hopelessly lost soul? The dinosaur, transformed by Chen Tao, galloped behind the two girls, reverting to human form. Wonderful. Harley, you've persuaded her. Quickly, Ivy, it's your turn now. Go teach your old partner a lesson. Robin and the death shooter, jostled by Chen Tao's sudden movement, stood up, dazed and swaying. We cannot proceed this way, Jason. Poison Ivy rose to her feet. If we falter at any juncture, the entire Earth shall face annihilation. Even if the swamps of Louisiana were to facilitate our success, such an act would inflict catastrophic damage upon the very essence of life. Do you truly believe that the green can be amplified to such an extent? Indeed it can. The Master of Plants countered more forcefully. Very well, then I shall withdraw, Poison Ivy declared. The Master of Plants fell silent. What a pity. In the next moment, he opened his palm. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled. A colossal hand, forged from countless plants, erupted through the surface, reminiscent of a great pea vine connecting the ground to the heavens in a fairy tale. All gazed upward in astonishment, witnessing the shadows cast upon their faces. An array of bizarre flora, man-eating plants, tormented trees, and wolf's bane, wove a tapestry of gloom above them, resembling an inverted mountain range. Then the sky fell. An innumerable cascade of vegetation surged downward, akin to a waterfall crashing upon them, as if the earth itself were tattered cloth, flipped over onto their faces. No, the death shooter screamed, feeling on the brink of a nervous breakdown. Yet in the next heartbeat, the deluge of plants came to an abrupt halt. It was Poison Ivy. The smile on the Master of Plants' face froze in disbelief. Impossible. I consumed the tuber of the swamp creature. He he he. Cold sweat beaded on Poison Ivy's brow as her teeth chattered. Stop him. Little Red. Harley Quinn's encouragement bolstered her resolve. A green light flickered in Poison Ivy's eyes, her crimson hair billowing. Do you think you know who I am? The Master of Plants exerted all his strength, his dark golden eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Yet the overwhelming force of vegetation continued to recede before Poison Ivy's might. Tick! A bead of sweat fell from Poison Ivy's chin onto the ground. Crack! The deafening sound echoed, and all gazed in disbelief at Poison Ivy. The red-haired plant sorceress advanced step by step toward the Master of Plants. With each stride, his dominion over the flora crumbled further, as she pressed upon him with relentless force. She extended her hands, seizing the ethereal green tendrils that transcended the earthly realm. Drink! As the plants disintegrated, the verdant essence recoiled, and the Master of Plants staggered back in horror. Iam Evi, Iam Poison Evi, and the world of plants belongs to me. With a resounding crack, all the flora shattered in an instant, dissipating into the air like ash. The Poison Ivy stood breathlessly before the astonished plant master, who was rendered speechless. As the apocalyptic scene that had loomed like dark clouds over the city seemed but a fleeting dream. In the next moment, with a resounding thud, The plant master delivered a punch that sent Poison Ivy crashing to the ground. Chapter 32. The trump card, the invisible batplane model, heavy-duty tuxedo. This variant of the tuxedo-style batplane, designed for bombing, though it had forfeited its ability to transform into a combat vehicle, significantly augmented its payload capacity and energy weaponry. At this moment, Alfred sat in the cockpit of the batplane, holding a photograph, lost in thought. Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne stood on the lawn of Robinson Park with their young son, Bruce, who was gleefully sprawled on the grass, while his parents crouched beside him, their eyes glimmering with joy, and Alfred stood at a distance. He vividly recalled that day when the young Bruce had exuberantly called out to him, requesting delectable chocolate pies and the sandwiches nestled in a basket. Dropping in, Batman, calling Penny One. Note, Penny One is Alfred's code name on the Bat Family communication channel, with his daughter, known as Penny Two. Received, Batman. The voice of the communication interrupted Alfred's reverie. He straightened up, bringing the microphone closer. How may I assist you, sir? Are the M77 napalm bombs, potent herbicides, and cluster munitions prepared? Hearing that familiar inquiry, Alfred felt a momentary daze. Penny One? He steadied himself. They are ready, Master Bruce. Fully prepared. At your command, I can unleash them upon the ground instantly. Are the delectable chocolate pies and chicken sandwiches ready? Ah, they're all prepared, Master. Ready for your enjoyment. The moment our dear little Bruce gives the word, I can serve you warm treats immediately. Wow, that is wonderful. Thank you, Alfred. Indeed, splendid. Thank you, Alfred. Alfred could hear Bruce on the other end let out a slight sigh. I hope the worst does not come to pass. But we must be prepared for such eventualities. I appreciate your efforts. It is my duty, Batman. It is what I wish to do, little Bruce. I am always at your service. Alfred gazed at the red launch button. Whatever consequences lay in pressing it, he thought, it was surely preferable to Bruce returning to the Batcave covered in blood. On the battlefield below, Chen Tao wore a grim expression. Is this it? He had exerted considerable effort to locate Harley Quinn, banking on her ability to sway Poison Ivy. In a typical scenario, Poison Ivy's ability to control plants will be nearly on par with that of the Plant Master. Coupled with her band of mercenaries launching a surprise attack, one would expect her to easily dispatch her adversaries. However, to Chen Tao's astonishment, Poison Ivy's command over Flora surpassed his wildest imaginings, effectively dominating the opposition. Yet, her recklessness led her directly into harm's way, resulting in her being struck down with a single blow. Harley Quinn rushed over, wailing, and lifted the unconscious Poison Ivy from the ground. Unlike the Plant Master, even with the enhancement from the verdant forces, Poison Ivy's physique remained that of an ordinary human, albeit slightly more robust. In moments devoid of magic or power, they were all but fragile jesters. There was an incident when one had nearly drowned Zatanna, arguably the mightiest practitioner of irony magic ever, by tossing her into a water tank before she could utter her incantation. Such was the plight of DC's magicians. Chen Tao hurried to Poison Ivy's side. Ivy, are you all right? He inquired. He confessed to having briefly entertained the fanciful notion that the so-called Alfred Protocol might suddenly activate, allowing Poison Ivy to inform him of a formidable parallel universe version of Batman, ready to assist him in harnessing crisis energy. All he would need to do was click, and like a magical girl transforming, he could obliterate everything before him, no longer needing to sprint away with his feet turned to wheels. Alas, such fantasies remained just that, fantasies. The Alfred Protocol showed no signs of responding to the unconscious Poison Ivy. Pamela, you are truly foolish, the Plant Master continued to drone on at the downed Poison Ivy. Tim leaned closer and quietly asked Chen Tao, should I call the ventriloquist? No, Chen Tao whispered back. It hasn't reached the worst-case scenario yet. It's not necessary to involve them. He lowered his voice and instructed Robin, quickly, prepare to equip everyone with protective gear. The highly potent herbicide is lethal to both humans and plants, so if Chen Tao wished to avoid annihilating his own allies, he had to strategize accordingly. What about you, Batman? Who will handle the Plant Master? Robin queried. If you delay, you won't have time to don your protective suit. I will assist you, Cheshire Cat said, her hand resting on the katana at her waist, though her supply of frozen grenades had dwindled considerably. The dog of war silently approached Chen Tao, his limbs twisted like a marionette S. Yet he remained alive and able to move. Deathstroke regarded him with an expression that was oddly inhuman. Harley Quinn, cradling Poison Ivy, called out, does anyone have water? We need to give Little Red a drink. Get the protective suits out quickly. We can barely hold on much longer, she urged. Meanwhile, the Count of Dizziness had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with Chen Tao. Nothing in this world was more precious to him than his own life. He hurriedly approached Robin's side, urging, quickly, don the protective suits. Do you regard me as non-existent? Jason Wood's voice echoed. Do you believe that your dark and filthy schemes can prevail against the grandeur of nature? Chen Tao exhaled deeply. Don't mind me, Tim. Just get them all suited up first. Silvery particles shimmered around him, and an eerie stillness enveloped the air as dust particles seemed to slow their descent. Chen Tao raised his gaze, his icy vertical pupils locking onto the plant master's dark golden, inhuman eyes. A colossal green dinosaur erupted with a triumphant roar, lunging forward. Its sharp fangs bared, creating an invisible resonance in the air. With a thunderous crash, as the plant master raised his arms, massive layers of vegetation rolled back once more. Flames erupted from Chen Tao's rear, as a liquid nitrogen injector fired from his tail, propelling him high into the air, crashing against the towering trees. The force sent the dinosaur reeling, flipping several times on the ground, disoriented. The plant master's attention shifted to the death shooter and others desperately donning their protective gear. What exactly do you intend to do? Surely you cannot. In the next instant, he heard Chen Tao's frantic shout, Penny 1. Activate quickly. Chapter 33. Laughing gas in the operational command room of the National Guard. Mayor Carlos sat in terror at his post. The Scarecrow looked at the Joker with a mix of astonishment and delight, exclaiming, what a peculiar surprise. The Scarecrow silently descended from the windowsill, his tall, slender figure resembling a walking bamboo pole, yet surprisingly nimble. I am offended. Joker, you seek out amateurs from the realm of fear when a master is at your disposal. Ah, indeed. You are the master, of course, the Joker replied, spreading his palms, his expression reminiscent of an exuberant child, sparkling with innocent malice. But I believe I might be able to control Cornelius Tock. You are dreadfully mistaken. A wretched choice, Joker. The Scarecrow's voice sounded sharp beneath his respirator. This infuriates me. In fact, I would quite like to administer a dose of my fear to you. Then give it a try, Scarecrow. I am certain I shall find the experience rather entertaining. Ha ha ha. The Scarecrow silently regarded the Joker, the tension in the air palpable. An almost heart-stopping standoff lasting about 10 seconds. Mayor Carlos slumped in his chair, unable to utter a word. The Scarecrow declared, I wish to replace Scott. But this time, it must be an equal partnership. No one controls the other. With a creak, the door swung open. The ogre Cornelius Strock pushed open the door and entered. Good heavens! A Scarecrow! He exclaimed, astonished. What are you doing here? Strock! The clown greeted him, reminiscent of a middle school girl. Where's Captain Steve, the one I instructed you to kidnap? Right here. The ogre nonchalantly pulled out a large piece of something red from behind him, along with a haphazard assortment of other red items, and began to munch on them voraciously. As he indulged in his sugary snacks, he mumbled, that captain of yours, the adrenaline is quite delightful, an effervescent, delectable source of stress hormones, entirely satisfying the organic fear stew's need for natural ingredients. No, you fool, the clown lamented, gripping his scalp in desperation. You were supposed to kidnap him, not kill him. He lowered his head, slapping his own cheeks in frustration. Damn it, I shouldn't have you, Scott. He's too unstable. After all, you're a madman. Ah, well, so am I, the ogre retorted. Madmen should be with madmen. After all, I chose my partner. The clown inquired further. You didn't have anyone witness Steve's murder? Did you? Of course not, the ogre replied, swallowing a mouthful of food. I hypnotized the guard at the door when I entered. Now no one knows Smith is dead. Even if he is, our plan won't be affected. All right, fine. The clown sighed, rubbing his forehead. Let us go with it. You've already done it. He appeared frantic, scratching his head, then added, I'm parched. Strock, pass me that glass of water on the table behind you. The clown took the glass of water from the ogre's hands, drank deeply, and let out a satisfied sigh. After being ignored for some time, the Scarecrow finally spoke. So, clown, about our collaboration. With a sudden crack, the clown slammed the glass against the table, shattering it. In an instant, he drove the shards into the ogre's throat. Gah, you! The ogre was taken completely off guard, struggling to retrieve a blade from his vest. However, as he attempted to rise, he fell back helplessly onto the ground. The clown quickly advanced, snatching his dagger from the ogre's grasp, and mounted the writhing creature, striking repeatedly. Fuck you, you worthless piece of trash. Useless. Useless. Blood stained the very food the ogre had just chewed, rendering it as tender and appetizing as medium-rare steak. Only when the ogre's crimson essence was fully extracted did the clown discard the dagger, elegantly wiping the splattered droplets from his face with his sleeve. Then, he made a grotesque, knightly gesture, placing his hand on his chest. Scarecrow, my dearest friend, it is time to reveal your true talents. The Scarecrow fell into a brief silence, before extending his long limbs akin to slender bamboo stalks, stepping over the lifeless body of the ogre, and approaching Mayor Carlo. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a thick cloud of his skeletal-shaped spray onto the mayor's cheek. No, this cannot be real, Mayor Carlo exclaimed, his eyes widening as red veins surged through them, provoked by the chemical fumes. It must be a nightmare. No, it cannot be real. But we are indeed very real, Mr. Mayor. Exceedingly so, the clown cackled. If your guards could speak, they would attest to our presence. No, it's toxic. What is toxic, Mr. Mayor? What do you see? What is your greatest fear? Spiders? Venomous snakes? Spoiled sushi? And no, under the influence of fear toxins, Mayor Carlo trembled uncontrollably, resembling an infant unable to care for itself. Snakes. Venomous. The Scarecrow leaned closer to the mayor's eyes. In horror, Carlo beheld two venomous snakes slithering from his eye sockets, while the Scarecrow appeared unfazed, as if oblivious to their existence. The Scarecrow's whispers filled his ears. Snakes, Mr. Mayor. Pythons, venomous serpents. Their forked tongues flicker rapidly, probing the soft flesh of your throat, ready to pierce with their hollow, hooked fangs. Please, I beg you, what do you want from me? Well, the clown replied, it is time for you to wield your influence. Dance lightly beneath the fiber optic lights, and bring this dark city to its knees. He laughed maniacally, like a mischievous child revealing the answer to a riddle, relishing the expressions of despair, anger, and terror on others' faces, ultimately powerless to resist. This was his greatest reward. Aside from sending those 20,000 in a battle, I have a special gift of laughing gas for Bane, a small reprisal for stealing our beloved Batman, worn and battered. Perhaps with a broken rib added to my woes, I had never felt so exhausted, so wretched. Yet I was not dead. Bane lowered his head, gazing at the ever-increasing tide of enemies approaching him. Maximum power to the venom. Activate. Chapter 34. Good teammates. The solvent derived from reed roots could annihilate any plant. As Chen Tao transformed back from the Batmobile into his human form, he witnessed the once mighty plant master peacefully lying on the ground, slumbering as serenely as an infant. It is over, he declared. Everyone was utterly drained. They gathered around the unconscious Poison Ivy, with Harley tearfully tending to her wounds. Though Poison Ivy was merely knocked out and bore no visible injuries requiring bandaging, Harley evidently disagreed. The Reaper and the Cheshire Cat stood together, panting heavily, as they cautiously removed their protective suits, stained with green solvent. Good grief, Batman, if you could simply pour that acid rain here. Why didn't you do so from the very beginning? The Reaper lamented. Even if we needed to rescue that professor, we could have swiftly saved him and then doused the area with herbicide instead of going through this elaborate confrontation. He silently grumbled. Given his nature, had it been any other employer, he would have unleashed a tirade of insults. Yet, in the presence of Batman, he refrained from voicing his frustrations. Suddenly, a realization struck the Reaper. Could Batman be a fool? He surveyed the surrounding marshland, where nearly all the vegetation appeared to be dead. After 2 rounds of herbicide application, if the saline herbicide had offered a glimmer of hope, the reed root solution was akin to sulfuric acid for these plants. Even trees of iron would not withstand such devastation. Poison Ivy lay unconscious, having taken a direct blow from the plant master, seemingly plunged into a profound state of shock. The Reaper doubted she would awaken anytime soon. Everyone's attention seemed fixated on Poison Ivy, and at that moment, the essence of verdancy had reached its nadir, Chen Tao mused. He seemed to turn towards Poison Ivy, leaving the plant master behind, yet he quietly observed the positions of the others. The Reaper and the Cheshire Cat stood apart, while the dog welder sat on the ground, straightening his contorted limbs. The Count of Dizziness stood beside Poison Ivy, speaking to Harley. If you wish to revive her, I believe you should. Could it be him? Is it possible that it's the Count of Dizziness? Chen Tao pondered, considering another option. He slightly turned, catching sight of Ms. Vick emerging from the thicket. The mercenary from England appeared utterly exhausted. A band of dark red welts encircled her toned, fair thigh, reminiscent of a plastic bottle resting on pristine snow after a January snowfall. Her blonde head, adorned with an eye patch, bore a strikingly beautiful face. Yet her deep blue eyes reflected profound weariness, as if lamenting her ill-fated career as a mercenary. This woman, who had been a mere bystander throughout the battle, the most unfortunate and inconspicuous of all, approached Chen Tao and the others, only to spot the plant master lying on the ground. "I'll look at you now," she exclaimed. She hurriedly approached the plant master, her tranquil eyes reminiscent of a serene spring gazing upon the motionless figure. With a swift kick, she struck his battered form, exclaiming, "I am on the verge of being driven to madness by you, cursed green monstrosity, with your filthy and repugnant vitality." With each kick, she vented her ire, while Chen Tao observed her performance with indifference. The attention of others was captivated by the cacophonous Harley Quinn, yet Deathstroke, outwardly fixated on poison ivy, discreetly poised his hand upon his weapon. "How detestable, how loathsome! Your revolting green hue makes me want to retch." The elegant English noblewoman unleashed her fury, without regard for decorum. "Just the sight of you makes me sick." With each blow, 1, 2, 3, suddenly one of her beautiful eyes plummeted, the optic nerve grotesquely elongated like a spider's web, barely clinging to the eyeball. Half of her fair visage collapsed like molten wax, revealing the decayed, foul, dark red flesh within. Her elevated foot transformed into a sharp, insect-like appendage in that instant. No longer did her voice resonate with feminine charm. Instead, it morphed into a cacophony of distorted echoes, brimming with frenzied hatred, resembling the wails of a nocturnal predator. "I truly long to kill you." The onlookers appeared momentarily stunned by this transformation. Jagged fangs, reminiscent of goat's teeth, erupted from the creature cloaked in human skin, its flesh tearing as it lunged toward the immobile plant master, an opportunity he had long awaited. Then, with a sudden crackle, a tremendous surge of electricity coursed through his body, causing him to stagger back in confusion. "What is happening to you?" The icy grip of the frosty man enveloped him, immobilizing the side of his body that had yet to launch an assault. Shortly thereafter, a violent explosion of flames erupted from his chest, white phosphorus piercing through flesh, igniting the other half of his body into a blazing torch. The creature writhed on the ground, rolling in agony. "Impossible. What is happening? Did no one ever tell you never to carelessly catch Batman's batarangs?" Amidst the raging inferno and the bone-chilling cold, the creature's dark gray, lifeless pupils fixated intensely on another indifferent being. If even Batman's batarangs should not be caught, what audacity did you possess to accept the weapons handed to you by the Dark Knight? Deathstroke felt an overwhelming urge to discard all his weapons. The thought of running around with such perilous items made his legs tremble. No wonder Batman insisted that each of them be armed to the teeth, even the unskilled in firearms. Like the Dog of War and Count Vertigo, were compelled to carry explosives and grenades under the pretext of increasing their ammunition reserves. Originally, they were all here waiting. He always knew that Batman harbored ill intentions, yet despite underestimating Batman's moral limits, he never anticipated that we were, after all, teammates. Is it reasonable to install self-destruct countermeasures on a teammate's weapon? Batman, are you prepared? You could eliminate a teammate at any moment. Let me see the shockwave effect gun, the freezing grenades, the compact flamethrower, and the ultrasonic rocket launcher. Chen Tao snapped his fingers, and in the next instant, the rocket launcher detonated upon the monster, the violent shockwave shattering half of its face. Foolish creature, why do you never question the weight of these weapons? You failed to notice anything. You are utterly foolish. Just like now, why did you not also observe the carefully buried soybean seed beneath your feet? Poison ivy opened her eyes. Chapter 35. The assault, the fastest germinating plant in the world, is the soybean. Under suitable conditions, this plant seeds can sprout within just 3 to 5 days, while other common plants typically require over 7 days. However, under the influence of certain extraordinary powers, 35 days can be reduced to merely 3 seconds. As the last freezing grenade exploded on the monster, poison ivy slowly rose, extending her arms. In merely 3 seconds, robust green vines penetrated the nourishing soil, binding the creature securely. Harley Quinn, with tears in her eyes, exclaimed, "I'm so relieved you're okay, Red. I was really scared." Chen Tao nodded slightly at poison ivy. Well-versed in comics, he understood that the creatures of the Black Decay, an important entity in the realm of magic, were essentially magical beings. As Old Man had once said, only magic can resist magic. These fundamental elemental powers are not immune to the effects of science and physics. For instance, no matter how powerful a plant master may be, they would succumb to herbicides, chemicals specifically synthesized to annihilate plants. Similarly, when Dr. Langston, the Gotham supervillain known as the Man-Bat, injected a concoction into his artery, the essence of the living red would reluctantly bestow its power upon him. However, magic often defies the laws of physics. Chen Tao never considered that physical means could compel the creations of Black Decay to yield. Thus, he had previously instructed the already partially awakened poison ivy to feign unconsciousness while he discreetly scattered a few of the supplied soybean seeds into the soil near the plant master. The wretched creature of the green fought desperately, Lady Vic's beautiful human skin ultimately shedding and decaying, falling to the ground with a putrid stench. The skin appeared pristine on the surface, but was rotting and blackened beneath. The Black Decay will not spare you. It will seize control of the entire world. And our master, Akane, shall corrupt everything. As one of the three hunters, I deliver lines befitting a second-rate villain. Chen Tao unapologetically interrupted the antagonist's dying declaration, remarking that even an antiquated relic emerging from Shakespearean opera would not utter such trite phrases. How dare you look down upon the decay of black? This embodiment represents the natural magical forces of death and decay, standing shoulder to shoulder with the red of all living beings and the green of the universe. Chen Tao feigned an indifferent demeanor, declaring that this force has been notably active in recent centuries, seeking to upset the equilibrium of these three powers. Do you presume I dwell in some remote wilderness, ignorant of such matters? The creature's speech faltered, momentarily caught off guard. What? The notoriety of decay of black is so widespread? Finally, he ceased his pointless banter, fixating intently on Chen Tao's back. The poison ivy woman, undaunted, met his gaze. I shall return, we shall return. At that moment, darkness shall reign. With a swift contraction, the tendrils crushed the creature's head, causing it to explode. The poison ivy woman remarked, where is all this needless chatter? Yet, tragically, decay of black intrinsically symbolizes death for its creations. The concept of death is utterly absent from their lexicon. The creature struggled to maintain its corporeal form. Remember this, I am one of the three hunters. When the day comes that the power of decay of black reaches its zenith, I shall, before it could finish, under the threat of the tendrils summoned by the poison ivy woman, it willingly dissolved its own body, transforming into a grotesque mass upon the ground, which instantaneously disintegrated into ash. The decay of black is undying. They shall inevitably return, but not at this moment. The poison ivy woman fell silent for a moment before speaking again. Chen Tao turned to see her rising from the ground, shaking off Harley's support, sorrowfully caressing the plants that had perished under the herbicide. I nearly leaped in anger when you murdered these plants with that herbicide, she said, but the decay of black is of greater significance. I comprehend your actions and have tacitly accepted them. At this moment, the green woman mourned the fleeting lives of the plants, but I feel remorse for them. Suddenly, with a clatter, Chen Tao turned to see that everyone had discarded the weapons they had previously provided. Notably, the Death Archer had stripped himself of every weapon gifted by Chen Tao, including the pulse effect gun he had clutched with affection just hours prior. That very gun now lay abandoned in the mud, while the man who had pledged eternal devotion to it stood nonchalantly nearby. Chen Tao expressed his disapproval. He stated, "This is merely a precaution, a contingency plan for emergencies. A plan B. What ill intentions could I possibly harbor? You overreact, you create a ruckus, and your response is excessive." As he urged everyone to hastily retrieve their weapons, he activated his monetary abilities, and within minutes, all had donned their life-saving arms once more. As Chen Tao gazed upon the lifeless body of the plant master and the venomous vine woman diligently working to restore the greenery of the area amidst a battlefield strewn with debris, he exhaled a sigh of relief. If all went as anticipated, this ordeal was finally coming to an end. He couldn't help but wonder about the situation on Gordon's side. The venom serum operates at maximum power input. Essentially, venom is not a mere one-time injection. It is a concoction meticulously crafted by scientists, a cocktail of significantly enhanced male hormones, a highly addictive synthetic steroid, and various potent neurostimulants. Its effects are remarkably swift and far surpass those of other drugs. Bane's minions had constructed a venom circulation system for him, enabling Bane to integrate this serum into his bloodstream, continuously drawing strength from it. The central nervous system's stimulants amplified his energy, while the perilous combination of drugs within his body catalyzed an explosive and unstable reaction, which was kept in check by the X factor, achieving a delicate equilibrium. However, if, and only if, the dosage of venom exceeded the X factor's capacity to stabilize it, those previously suppressed explosive reactions would erupt uncontrollably, tearing tendons and forming more robust tissues. An excess of central nervous system stimulants would also impair cognitive function. Tell me, where is Batman? The soldier, trembling before the towering figure of the muscular behemoth that stood 4 meters tall, felt warmth between his legs as urine trickled down his trousers. Behind Bane lay countless soldiers, resembling dead mosquitoes crushed against the ground. Tanks were torn asunder like paper, corpses littered the streets, and blood flowed freely. Batman was dealing with the kidnapping of that scientist, Gordon had informed us. Bane had regained a semblance of sanity, and this was precisely part of his orchestrated plan. He slowly set the soldier down, but before the soldier could rejoice, Bane swiftly twisted his head off. He struck his own skull with the soldier's severed head, ensuring it hadn't been filled with muscle. Just as Bane prepared to leave, a missile laden with Joker's gas landed in the center of the battlefield. With a hissing sound, a bright, sunny smile spread across the face of the barely conscious Bane. Chapter 36. Maniacal Laughter. What? How many people have died? I don't know. I truly don't know, the soldier standing before Gordon cried, covering his face. Towering at over 8 meters, he was a head taller than the 50-something Gordon. Yet at that moment, he wept like a giant baby. Everywhere he looked, there were dead bodies. Bane had slaughtered most of their ranks. The National Guard was decimated. Everything was in ruins. Where's Bane? Where has he gone? The soldier suddenly clutched his forehead, exclaiming, "Woe is me. He has gone to seek Batman." Gordon was about to inquire further when the soldier continued to wail, "Woe is me." Despite Gordon's repeated prompts, he received no response. The soldier merely sobbed, which incited Gordon's growing frustration. He suspected that the soldier was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, rendering further questions futile. Calm down, Gordon. First, procure a tranquilizer for him. As Gordon stood there, Sheriff Bullock, who had been speaking, noticed the soldier lift his head. What should have been a sorrowful expression was now replaced by a grin. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chen Tao observed the formidable figure of the plant master, Jason Wood, who lay limply on the ground, barely regaining his strength. However, poison ivy's vines bound him tightly, resembling a crab awaiting its fate in a pot. He huffed in dissatisfaction, prompting poison ivy to purse her lips and say, "Jason, I do not wish to do this. I apologize. But Pamela, for heaven's sake." The plant master retorted tersely. Yes, indeed. Poison ivy nodded in agreement, and in the next moment, her vines extended upwards, sealing his mouth. Chen Tao even witnessed her summon a vine that forcefully penetrated his mouth, leading to an involuntary sound of discontent. One must never underestimate a woman's desire for retribution, he mused. Was this her way of ensuring a more thorough betrayal? Fortunately, as the plant master was essentially a plant and not a human, such a method would have suffocated a person. Batman, would you mind if Ivy spoke for a moment? Harley Quinn squatted nearby, observing the scene with a sense of alienation. She pouted in annoyance, but her small display of emotion went unnoticed. Poison Ivy, in contemplation, replied, "You go ahead." Initially, she intended to ask Batman about his plans for the plant master, but Batman's first utterance captured her attention, even sending a chill down her spine. "I suspect that the Black Decay still lurks among us. Do not look back," she heard Batman whisper. "I require you to protect Professor Goldblum. The potion capable of vastly enhancing the vitality of all green life can only emerge through his intellect. If I were the Black Decay, I would never allow him to live. We cannot guard the professor indefinitely, rather than remain in passive defense. I prefer to actively diminish the power of the Black Decay, rendering them incapable of assassinating the professor. Just in ensuring the professor's survival, Ivy, I believe we can reach a consensus." He continued, "I am aware that for you elemental representatives, rebirth through possession is second nature, yet such rebirth comes at a price. We have already dealt with one minion of the Black Decay, and I do not intend to allow another, or several, hidden among us to survive. Chen Tao interjected. I have a plan. A tremendous figure thundered through the forest, crashing through trees with sheer brute force. The mercenaries had relied on me for their sustenance in recent days. Poison Ivy felt a twinge of unease. Despite her distraction, the tone of Batman's "I am your ally" was somewhat disconcerting, yet she gestured for him to continue. I am prepared and ready to lure out the corruption. The colossal figure stepped into the muddy swamp, a treacherous quagmire that served as a veritable death trap. Even a mammoth would succumb to its depths. Yet, nothing could impede the strides of that immense silhouette. He moved with such swiftness, it was as if he teleported. Wherever he tread, the swamp erupted violently, transforming into a propellant that propelled him forward with the agility of a great ape. Poison Ivy, are you listening to me? Chen Tao inquired. What are you pondering? We are discussing something of great importance. But he quickly found himself confronted by Poison Ivy's serious gaze. A formidable adversary is approaching. Prepare yourself. It appears to be an enemy. Ha ha ha. The sound of laughter, innocent and childlike, echoed from afar. Chen Tao turned to see Bane emerging from the woods. Uncontrollably laughing, wielding a tree he had uprooted as a makeshift weapon. His muscles writhed like living entities, a grotesque and horrifying sight. Previously, no matter how Bane had utilized the venom, nor how it had transformed him into a caricature of a muscle man, complete with grotesque varicose veins, he remained relatively normal, albeit taller and more robust. Now, however, the limitless proliferation of muscle bulges had exceeded the confines of human anatomy, causing them to stack upon one another. The skin stretched uncomfortably tight and alarmingly pale. Soon, the skin, strained to its limit, tore like ragged cloth, only to heal instantaneously. This grotesque transformation rendered Bane a mass of oversized, muscular slime. Chen Tao was rendered speechless. Bane's unpredictable antics left him utterly bewildered. Hence they agreed to retreat momentarily, to regroup their forces before the ultimate confrontation. Why was Bane here again? Were their previous understandings merely a facade? Had he truly been misled into believing he was merely a pawn in Bane's elaborate scheme? In the fleeting seconds upon seeing Bane, Chen Tao almost began to doubt himself. Could it be possible that he had overthought the situation? Perhaps Bane's singular intention was to obliterate him, and all his prior analyses were erroneous. However, as Bane turned his gaze, Chen Tao swiftly dismissed such notions. Aside from his bulky, muscular limbs, what truly captured attention was the fact that Bane's mask had torn at the lower half, revealing a smile that Chen Tao found eerily familiar. Ha! 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 Batcave. His bloodied mouth filled with an indistinguishable mix of either his own blood or that of others. Jepter Javenendertef, Solomon Grundyboom. Poison Ivy collided fiercely with Bane, piloting her wooden dragon and plant crab. Standing at over 4 meters tall, Bane effortlessly lifted the large crab made of vegetation with a single hand, flipping it over and casting it to the ground. He then leaped onto his opponent, laughing maniacally as he raised his fists and began to pound down like a drum. Once, twice, thrice. Chen Tao was rendered speechless. Robin, standing nearby, asked him, "Should I call the ventriloquist?" Chen Tao stammered, "I have never been one for fighting." "Then should I call or not? I believe Poison Ivy stands no chance against Bane. It's already impressive that she has managed to hold him back this long. Damn it, call for help. Quickly." Chen Tao's frustration boiled beneath the surface, yet he maintained an outward facade of calm. He stood atop a large boulder in the swamp, striking a pose reminiscent of a superhero surveying the scene below, and mustered, "No problem. I anticipated such an outcome." He attempted to bolster Robin's spirits, saying, "Everything is part of my plan, no Batman's plan." Meanwhile, below, 5 individuals were being mercilessly pummeled by Bane, and thus far, they had not sustained any serious injuries. Suddenly, the dizziness count charged into Bane's attack range, as if possessed. Deathshot could hardly comprehend why this fool would do such a thing. Perhaps he believed that his ability to induce dizziness would be more potent at a closer range, attempting to press his head against Bane in a bid to achieve a decisive blow. To this, Deathshot could only label him a fool. Strength, speed, experience, and combat skills were all crushed. Was it not foolish to steal right in front of the shopkeeper? Before the Count could get close, Bane seized him, hoisting his upper body above his head, and with a fierce grip, blood from the Count's blackened veins splattered across Bane's head. Every Saturday, the Gotham Gazette reserved a small section for a column titled "Gotham is In this column, randomly selected citizens of Gotham were invited to complete the sentence. Gotham is with no more than 3 words. When Bane first arrived in Gotham, he found great amusement in this column. The following are phrases used in recent weeks to describe Gotham: damned, cursed, asylum, bloodthirsty. Gotham is a place of unspeakable evil. Gotham is a city steeped in despair, a realm where hope seems but a distant memory. Bane is profoundly aware of this truth. He once believed that such a wicked city ought to be subjugated by him. If such malevolence were not within his grasp, it would constitute a significant regret in his life. Yet, he has since bid farewell to those bygone thoughts. In this moment, he feels an exhilarating joy, a buoyancy that elevates his spirit. All the troubles and discontent of recent days dissipate with his raucous laughter. He is imbued with an inexhaustible energy, a delightful madness enveloping him. It is strange how he once bore a demeanor so grave, so saturated with anguish. Yet all of that seems meaningless now, swept away by the inhalation of laughing gas. What plans? What ambition to seize the city? Such matters hold no significance for him now. His sole desire is to annihilate the Bat. This wretched city, whoever wishes to claim it may do so. It is of no interest to him. He believes he can achieve this, for he is the valiant champion of justice, the hero who vanquishes evil, Bane. With this thought, a wide grin spreads across his face, and he bursts into laughter, a chilling sound that renders Deathstroke weak at the knees. The trees cannot impede his advance. The winding, serpentine branches, akin to a python slithering upon the ground, are destined to shatter beneath his prodigious strength. Bane feels an unprecedented sense of invincibility. No one can thwart him. No plans to ponder. He need only dismantle the green protective barrier conjured by poison ivy, and then, with ruthless intent, eradicate everyone present, awaiting only the emergence of a dark gray, undead creature to obstruct him, Solomon Grundy. Unlike the myriad of Gotham's monstrosities, this hulking zombie possesses an intellect nearly devoid of substance, requiring unique measures to manipulate. Solomon Grundy was born on a Monday. Deathstroke stands panting beside Chen Tao, drenched and exhausted, his tongue lolling outside his mouth. Good heavens! This zombie swims at nearly my pace. I had thought myself the amphibian here. I had to struggle mightily to guide that cow over here. The great zombie feasts upon a golden cow with abandon. Deathstroke addresses Chen Tao. Well, Batman. He averts his gaze, then mutters, "This feels peculiar." With time, one grows accustomed to it. Deathstroke, Chen Tao replies. Times change, and even Batman must evolve. As he connects a call to Alfred, he adds, a good man is supported by 3 allies. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. The great zombie, gnawing on flesh, murmurs Solomon Grundy, Tuesday born. No, wait. Solomon Grundy was born on Tuesday. His eating momentarily halts, and in the next instant, fury ignites within him. Nonsense. Born on a Monday. Batman, could you hasten your pace? We're on the brink of collapse. Deathstroke cried out vehemently, if we are crushed, we shall perish in this very moment. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. What on Wednesday? Baptized on Saturday. A resounding voice echoed from the heavens. The gray zombie's visage reflected a mix of confusion and wrath. No, this is all wrong. As anticipated, the gray zombie was incensed. He abruptly gazed upward, seeking the audacious soul who dared to alter his nursery rhyme. Yet in the clear sky, there was no sign of Batman's stealth aircraft. Thus, his furious glare predictably shifted toward Bane, who was rampaging with wild abandon. Who has tampered with Grundy's nursery rhyme? Deathstroke and Poison Ivy exchanged glances before stepping aside in unison, pointing accusatorily at Bane. It was he. What? Ha ha ha. Bane continued his maniacal laughter, but in the next instant, Solomon Grundy's fist collided with his face. Bam! His visage caved in violently, resembling a cake pressed down. The sound of bones fracturing resonated. Even the combined effects of Titan venom and Joker's toxin could not mitigate the excruciating pain. Bane emitted a pained wail, laughter extinguished. Solomon Grundy, born on a Monday. Grundy has told you, born on a Monday. Why can't you comprehend? Born on a Monday. You scoundrel, I did not utter that. Struggling to regain his senses, Bane lifted his head, half of his face mangled by Solomon Grundy. You. But at that moment, before anyone could react, a puddle of black viscous liquid lunged toward Bane's face, merging with the dark blood that had previously dripped onto him from the dazzling count. Chen Tao's heart raced. The decayed black he had awaited had finally commenced its action. He witnessed Bane's irises transform into a ghostly gray. Chapter 38, Tuber. Thud. Bane's mask fell to the ground. The black and white hood, though shattered, had previously clung tenaciously to Bane's head, but in this instant, it slipped away. With it, Bane's essence succumbed to darkness. Warning, warning. Anchored item detected. Bane's mask. Description. This is the mask that fell from Bane's cheek after enduring an assault from an army of 20,000, the Joker's venom infection, and the corruption of decayed black. Along with this mask, Bane's pure pride has also been sullied in the muck. Perhaps you could use it to summon a Batman from a parallel universe. Chen Tao nearly forgot the existence of Alfred's agreement. However, does the existence summoned by something tainted possess any pure and unblemished identity? No. How detestable. Is this the laughing gas wielded by that jester known as the Joker? Ha ha, how absurd. Bane, shall never succumb to such base toxins. I'm the ultimate warrior, Bane. Warning, warning. Batman number 52 is too far from the anchor point. Immediate measures must be taken hold on. Chen Tao's gaze fixated on the mass beneath Bane's feet. He exhaled, then turned to Robin and whispered a few words. The decaying darkness spread through the forest, causing the trees to wither and rot. Right before Harley Quinn, a tree transformed into a pile of foul-smelling decay. Squirrels and other unknown creatures fled in terror, their tiny minds unable to comprehend the calamity that had befallen them. Just as Harley Quinn reached out to save the small creatures, Deathstroke unhesitatingly fired, exploding one of them. Hey, take a good look. Harley turned her head, witnessing the once cute squirrel emit a shrill, deflating scream. The creature raised its head, maggots crawling across its perforated face, while insect limbs oozed from its body, unfurling grotesquely, resembling a monstrous spider. Suddenly, the abominable creature leaped toward Harley Quinn. Bang! Deathstroke fired again, stepping forward to draw a flame pistol and ignite the creature. As the squirrel writhed and screamed in flames, he stepped back and remarked, I've never seen anything so bizarre in my life. Poison Ivy, without a word, raised her hand, and vines emerged from the ground, coiling around Harley Quinn, forming a protective armor of tendrils. Harley, be cautious, Poison Ivy warned through gritted teeth. Do not let that thing touch you. The vines on you possess the power of the green, capable of offering temporary protection. Deathstroke interjected, why don't you make one for me as well? I'm afraid of dying too. Get lost. The two women retorted in unison. The vibrant green rapidly withered under the influence of the decaying darkness. The undead Solomon Grundy watched the blackness creeping toward him, his grotesque, grayish face contorting in disgust. Grundy despises this. Chen Tao quietly asked Poison Ivy, how much more of the green can you summon? Poison Ivy glanced at the plant master, who had collapsed on the ground, his body corroded by herbicide, temporarily incapacitated and in need of her to bind him with vines as the other avatar of the green. Now, his face bore the pallor of impending decay, reminiscent of a centenarian nearing the end of his days, with a once robust physique and cheeks adorned with verdant foliage now transformed into a withered, ashen hue. This was the work of Batman. Chen Tao felt a moment of embarrassment, yet such emotions were swiftly cast aside. Poison Ivy released the vines that had silenced the plant master. Jason, we require your assistance. Chen Tao interjected, inquiring, where are the tubers from Swamp Thing? I sense a surge of power. The zombified Bane cackled, even as the rod enveloped him, the Joker's toxin still exerting its influence. What is happening? Another voice resonated from within the zombie Bane. We are but 3 hunters. How could a mere mortal-s toxin suffice? Enough! Cease your foolishness. The decaying forces of nature have not fully commandeered this body. A fragment of it still lives, shielded by the essence of all beings. There is no time for this. Prepare to confront the enemy. With a resounding thud, the grayish-white zombie's fist struck Bane's face, lifting his head high, yet Bane displayed no sign of suffering. Instead, he erupted into joyous laughter and embraced Solomon Grundy. Fool, brace yourself for the might of the realm of decay. Solomon Grundy, a being neither living nor dead, remained unaffected by the forces of decay. Chen Tao whispered to Poison Ivy, but we cannot rely on this mindless creature to help us vanquish our foes. I know. I'm already searching. Stop urging me. At that moment, the plant master lay supine on the ground, and Poison Ivy harnessed the power of the green to slice through his plant-like form, while Killer Croc assisted, rummaging within the plant master's abdomen. Naturally, their efforts yielded nothing. Growing increasingly anxious, Poison Ivy stood before the plant master, grasping his face. "Damn it, Jason. Are you aware of how dire our situation has become? The rod is right before us, and you still engage in infighting? Is this it?" Killer Croc suddenly exclaimed, extending his hand to reveal a somewhat hardened mass of green substance, coated with a slimy layer. Poison Ivy turned to him. "That is the residue of the food Jason consumed after he absorbed all the nutrients." She then faced the plant master, urging, "Think carefully. Regardless of our internal strife, we are all part of the green. You are resorting to moral coercion," the plant master growled in a low, angry tone. "Traitor." Ugh. Killer Croc stood frozen for a moment, nearly retching. He fought against the nausea, refusing to discard the plant master's remnant, instead forcing it back into his body. "I will not endure such indignity. Jason, we are friends, enough." "Look," Chen Tao interrupted Poison Ivy. He forcefully turned the head of the plant master towards the battlefield, where Solomon Grundy and Zombie Bane were engaged in a brutal melee. The Deadshot and Cheshire Cat were relentlessly firing at Zombie Bane. "If the decay of darkness prevails, we shall all perish. And before I meet my end, I shall certainly hurl you to that beast." The plant master fell silent for a moment before expelling 2 chunks of tuber. Chapter 39, Bane. The Bat Dragon Solomon Grundy was born on a Monday. The hulking zombie murmured, "Baptized on Tuesday." Then his voice grew progressively louder, "Married on Wednesday." With a single blow, Zombie Bane staggered back 3 heavy steps under the weight of his unparalleled strength. Each time his feet touched the ground, the damp, slippery marsh erupted as if it had concealed a bomb capable of causing devastation. "What is this? The might of this behemoth." Solomon Grundy extended his arms, leveraging his knee-length, grayish-white muscles to restrain the punch-throwing Zombie Bane, attempting to push him back, yet the latter only staggered momentarily before firmly embedding his feet into the ground. Grundy pushed twice, but was utterly unable to budge him. Thus, he proclaimed, "Grundy feels anger." The grayish-white, giant zombie roared towards the heavens, wrapping his arms around Zombie Bane's waist. Solomon Grundy is furious. Boom! The 2 colossal beasts roared and rolled, thrashing in the mud, as decayed trees toppled one after another. Countless creatures, parasitized by the decay of darkness, surged towards them, recklessly charging at Solomon Grundy, yet failing to inflict any harm on the iron-clad giant. Zombie Bane waved his hand, dispersing those creatures, redirecting them towards Deadshot and Cheshire Cat. Grundy is angry, and he felt himself being embraced. In a daze, the colossal zombie gazed into the grayish-white eyes of Zombie Bane. "Are you enjoying yourself? Now, witness my retaliation." In the next moment, Solomon Grundy felt the world spin. Everything turned upside down. Bang! He was forcefully planted headfirst into the ground, and then Zombie Bane seized his feet and yanked him out of the earth as if plowing the soil. A cloud of dirt soared into the air. The massive, muscle-bound monster mounted Solomon Grundy, delivering blow after blow to his face, as if hammering a solid iron block, his fists resembling hammers, gradually deforming the iron. Muscles tore, bones snapped, as Chen Tao could almost see the protruding bone spurs piercing through Zombie Bane's exposed muscles. Yet there was not a trace of pain on his face, nor a drop of blood oozing from his wounds. Soon, Grundy lay motionless. Zombie Bane rose from the scar body of the grayish-white giant and turned his gaze to Chen Tao and the others. Crack! The poison ivy consumed the tuber of the swamp creature. All eyes were captivated by the enormous plant monster and the wooden dragon driven by poison ivy, leaving no one to notice Chen Tao quietly retreating behind a large tree. There, Robin awaited him, his face a mask of trepidation, his right hand gripping a grappling gun, while his left clutched the fallen headpiece of Bane. "I have acquired the item, Batman," Chen Tao remarked. Yet he refrained from further conversation, tightly grasping the tattered fabric. Warning, anchored item detected. Bane's mask. Converted crisis energy units. 103. Current crisis energy units. 143. Warning, downloading targetable files for Batman. Bane Bat. Danger level. Chen Tao was taken aback to discover that this danger level possessed a nuanced classification. In some dark multiverse, Batman, defeated by Bane, resolved to embody his adversary, donning the guise of his nemesis and wielding his foe's powers. He succeeded, ultimately triumphing over Bane. However, as one gazes into the abyss gazes back. Engaging too long with a malevolent dragon could lead one to become a dragon themselves. Yet, having vanquished Bane, Bruce had grown accustomed to Bane's way of thinking, striving to emulate his arch-nemesis until he lost the essence and boundaries of Batman, transforming into something entirely unrecognizable, neither Bane nor Batman. Would you like to immediately consume 59 units of crisis energy for synchronization? Chen Tao exhaled deeply. Synchronize. Synchronization complete. Bane Bat. Current crisis energy units. 84. Batman. I am uncertain what purpose this item serves. Poison Ivy cannot possibly contend with Bane. Before Tim could finish his thought, he observed Batman silently bowing his head. Batman? First from the mask. Strands of white fabric fibers began to emerge from the tip of Batman's mask, shimmering like the dust of a pristine moon that has fallen to earth. Bane's iconic white skull mask materialized upon Batman's visage, merging with his pointed ears, embodying a symbiosis that blurred the lines of identity. Subsequently, dark green Titan venom conduits were drawn from the void by silver particles at the nape of Batman's neck, with the enhanced venom surging forth, roaring and exulting as it coursed into Batman's being. Muscles expanded, height increased. Tim took a half step back, his voice trembling. So, Bruce, is this your newfound power? From that piece of Bane's fabric? This defies the laws of science. He whispered, and having witnessed magic, this is hardly magical, like a tide, sharp and surging. A momentum akin to a waterfall plummeting from the precipice bore down upon Tim's nerves, an instinctual emanation of death's intimidation from this very form. A familiar sensation returned, reminiscent of the dread faced before the martial arts master, Batman, a panic wherein every martial maneuver felt transparent to his adversary. Tim recalled, with clarity, Batman's uncanny ability to instill profound fear, even within the hearts of his closest companions, rendering them as helpless as children before the inescapable might of the Dark Knight. And now, this very Batman wielded the power of venom. Yet, the spectacle was far from concluded. Chen Tao exhaled deeply. Dragon. Dinosaur. That colossal form, with its razor-sharp teeth. Chen Tao envisioned it with fervor. A vehicle, an off-road beast, akin to a Bigfoot of the wilderness. It boasted gargantuan tires, liquid nitrogen injectors, and spikes of steel protruding from its treads. All of this vividly materialized in his mind, as if reflected in the still waters of a well. First, his legs, his feet curled and twisted, aberrantly transforming into rubber. The green-scaled skin of the dinosaur began to manifest on his left arm, spreading to his palm as sharp claws pierced through the gauntlets typically worn by Bane. Chen Tao opened his mouth, his cheeks elongating as his mask and pointed bat hood stretched to envelop the upper half of his face, revealing the exaggerated contours of his jawline. Jagged fangs emerged, as the vial behind him gurgled, supplying the venom. Under the gaze of Tim, whose heart nearly ceased its rhythm, a towering green Bane dinosaur, muscular and formidable, roared to the heavens, its rubber wheels replacing its feet whirled about, its tail sweeping down to crush towering trees, before it turned and soared into the air, stirring a tempest, racing toward the battlefield with the swiftness of lightning. Chapter 40. Exchange, the filthy green servant. Poison Ivy observed Bane gazing down with his ashen-gray eyes at the green vines tightly entwined around him. This is of no use to me. A sickening sound emanated from the vines, as a bead of cold sweat trickled down Poison Ivy's temple. She extended her hands, summoning dozens, even hundreds, of roots and other plants to surge from the earth, each one reinforcing the zombie Bane, already bound like a dumpling. Yet, this could not impede the movements of the undead Bane. The plants, succumbing to the decay of darkness, turned black and withered as the zombie Bane exerted a slight force. Crack. The massive creature ambled forward slowly. Poison Ivy, right? May I call you Ivy? I've heard they refer to you as such. Crack. A gunshot rang out. A shield crafted from layers of trees rose abruptly beside Ivy within mere seconds. The shockwave generated by the energy blast only managing to breach the first barrier before becoming utterly ineffective. Jason Wood, the master of Flora, lay adjacent to them, barely ensconced within the protective embrace of Poison Ivy, his eyes shut tight, resembling a desolate piece of timber. Poison Ivy and Killer Croc stood back to back, their gazes fixed intently upon the Deathstroke who stood beside the zombified Bane. The visage that once could have been deemed handsomely gallant was now entirely consumed by decay and maggots. Jagged fangs protruded from his jaw, with strands of dark crimson flesh hanging grotesquely. And amidst this horrific tableau, his pale eyes remained the sole semblance of humanity on his countenance. The Cheshire Cat, at this juncture, still donned her mask, perhaps a faint vestige of self-awareness, though Poison Ivy remained uncertain. Yet, such a feeble sense of self could hardly challenge the overwhelming darkness of decay. Thus, it bore no significance. Sharp, protruding fangs pierced her jaw, tearing through her swan-like neck, leaving a patch of darkened blood upon her delicate collarbone. The ventriloquist had lost his glasses, now wielding a Thompson submachine gun, while his once-beloved Batman figurine lay abandoned on the ground. Insects' appendages protruded from his mouth, as they all succumbed to the parasitic grip of decay. Much like the entity known as Bane, Poison Ivy had heard of him, the orchestrator behind the release of himself and his fellow inmates from Arkham Asylum, who had now all become thralls of the decay, without the protection of the crimson of life and the verdancy of all existence. They stood defenseless before the formidable decay that dominated this realm. And then, the final figure appeared, one she dreaded encountering the most, Harley Quinn. No, Poison Ivy lowered her hands. At that moment, Harley's once vibrant red and blue pigtails were disheveled, black blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, stark against her chemically bleached skin. The meticulously crafted dark green plant armor Ivy had woven for the young Harlequin had been utterly tainted, transformed to black. In the end, she had managed to protect no one. Ivy. Yet, an opportunity for redemption lingered. She beheld the grotesque monstrosity, its body grotesquely muscled. Extending a hand toward her, we can strike a bargain. All we require is you, the emissary of the verdant realm. This woman, and your companions, are of no consequence. You refer to her as Harley Quinn, do you not? You care for her. Yet, we conveniently do not require such an ordinary mortal. Two voices resonated simultaneously from the zombified Bane, uttered by the two hunters of decay. Let us make a trade, a one from many. You are keenly aware that both the parasitism of decay and the infusion of verdancy are transformations that are not irreversible. We only need you. The woman known as Harley Quinn will awaken in a few hours, returning home unscathed. As for you, you need to come over to our side and join the decay of darkness. Trust me, do not fear. The process of purification is truly exquisite. Killer Croc whispered to Poison Ivy, for heaven's sake, Ivy, you cannot genuinely intend to engage in such foolishness, can you? The green lizard lowered his head, opening his mouth in a futile attempt to articulate something persuasive to Ivy. He had never despised his own lack of eloquence as much as he did today. It had been so long since he had employed his intellect that, when a moment arose, his mind was a complete blank, and he could not utter a single word. Finally, he muttered, You should not join the decay of darkness. This is not the right path. After Killer Croc spoke, he felt an urge to shatter his own teeth. Poison Ivy managed a strained smile. I know what you are trying to convey. Even if I sacrifice myself, they will not release Harley. Or perhaps you wish to say, death is inherent to the decay of darkness. How could they possibly defy their own nature? So you are aware. Killer Croc nodded vigorously like a woodpecker. Indeed, that is precisely my point. If this is your concern, then perhaps we can negotiate an alternative arrangement. Zombie Bane gestured towards the incapacitated plant master, Jason Wood, lying helplessly on the ground. You do not wish to align with us, we understand. You still do not comprehend the decay of darkness. So how about another individual? That fellow sprawled on the ground. He is called the plant master, correct? You have betrayed him once before. What harm is there in doing so a second time? What is that saying? Either do not act or commit wholeheartedly. After all, you're already enemies, are you not? Exchanging the life of an enemy for the lives of your friends and allies is an unparalleled bargain. Even though Killer Croc often considered himself not particularly bright, he sensed that the situation was dire. Ivy appeared to be on the verge of being swayed. Ivy, you must not. I have made my decision, she interjected. Then Killer Croc heard Poison Ivy declare, this is the final resort. I will trade myself for Harley. Killer Croc felt as if he were losing his mind. He understood. He comprehended what Poison Ivy was contemplating. She could neither relinquish Harley nor convince herself to betray the plant master. Hence that accursed desire for self-sacrifice surged within her. leading her foolishly toward the jaws of the beast. He opened his mouth, only to find his tongue tied in knots. "Damn it," he uttered. He watched as poison ivy dispersed the surrounding greenery, extending her arms, slowly distancing herself from him as she moved toward the decay of darkness. "Wait!" Killer Croc called out to Poison Ivy, his mind racing. "There's still a chance. We have one last opportunity. Batman. Ivy. This time, Batman stand by our side. He is not our enemy." Killer Croc finds himself at a loss for words. After much hesitation, he finally declares, "Batman always finds a way. He always prevails." Even though Zombie Bane, his facial nerves rendered lifeless, cannot express anger, Killer Croc is nonetheless convinced of his fury. His pale, gray eyes glitter with malice. "Is this your hope? Relying on others? How utterly disappointing. Even if Batman arrives, what can he achieve? Just a coward on the run," he scoffs. Batman cannot change anything. Yet in the next moment, he is seized by a massive dragon-like maw, bitten fiercely on the back. Batman. Chapter 41. The Fearful Bat. When exactly? Zombie Bane turns his grayish eyes. "When did you?" Chen Tao pays him no heed. He sinks his teeth deeply into his opponent's flesh, striving to maintain his grip. His fangs elongate and sharpen, and Zombie Bane feels them pierce like needles, injecting an unknown liquid deep within. Is it poison? Ridiculous. What kind of toxin could affect the rotting black? Even the most potent venom could not kill a corpse. In essence, death is a word that does not belong in the lexicon of the decayed. Solitude and indifference engulf Chen Tao's heart. The unique indecisiveness and hesitation of a traveler from a peaceful era dissipate from him, replaced by Bane's brutal ferocity. Combined with Batman's calm demeanor and the immense power of the dinosaur, enhanced by venom, resulting in a reaction beyond the imagination of the ordinary. "Foolish creature, daring to approach me so closely, let the decayed black consume him." After all, Zombie Bane's eyes shift as he contemplates. This Batman, even if he possesses some extraordinary abilities, is ultimately but a mortal. Immortals cannot withstand the decayed black. Wait, why is it ineffective? Zombie Bane's actions come to a halt. He cannot parasitize Killer Croc, as the latter is the embodiment of the red. He cannot dominate Poison Ivy either, for she and the Plant Master belong to the green. Solomon Grundy is neither alive nor dead, yet this individual, even with superpowers, should surely be susceptible to him. Wait, Zombie Bane's gaze lowers, witnessing Chen Tao's teeth. Where the once dark green dinosaur muscle gradually transforms into gleaming silver metal. The power of the decayed black encounters only lifeless matter. Bewildered as if trapped within a glass jar like a frog, the insect-like appendages extending from Zombie Bane's back clang against Chen Tao's face. Chen Tao slowly opens his mouth, gradually pulling away. Huff! Zombie Bane appears somewhat helpless. The Poison Ivy was taken aback by the realization that even the dead could harbor feelings of helplessness. "So, dear Ivy," she contemplated. Though she initially intended to express their lack of familiarity, she opted against inciting her adversary at this moment, for Batman stood silently, refraining from launching an attack. She had already begun to surmise what Batman had been up to. "Are you still not inclined to join us in this decaying darkness? I hold you in high regard. Ivy, do you not wonder why I have spared your life, allowing you to frolic with me for so long? Yet the time for play must come to an end." The zombified Bane scrutinized the imposing figure of Batman. "Is he your crutch? Must I defeat him before you relinquish your delusions of safety, much like the corpse lying there?" "Oh, little girl," he remarked, "you are truly a source of vexation." He observed a peculiar expression on Poison Ivy's face, as if she were regarding a mere specter, which was ironic given his current state. He heard her voice, laden with compassion. "You have never lived in Gotham, have you? What relevance does that hold in our discussion?" "Oh, it bears great significance." Verdant vines coalesced behind Poison Ivy, weaving themselves into a chair of foliage, where she settled, reminiscent of an audience awaiting the commencement of a cinematic spectacle. "Allow me to impart some wisdom, some fundamental truths about existing in Gotham. How could a supervillain of Gotham remain oblivious to such knowledge?" She extended a slender, green finger and began. First, suddenly, the zombified Bane froze. A surge of vibrant green emanating from his back, as half of his body was uncontrollably transformed into verdant plant life, starkly contrasting the decaying, putrid half. "It cannot be you. It was you who just bit." Poison Ivy's chilling voice interjected. "First, Batman cannot and will not fail for should he falter, countless lives would be lost as a consequence. Thus, Batman never fails. He prevails, past, present, and future. He will continue to triumph. With a resounding thud, the zombified Bane collapsed to the ground, desperately clawing at the plant-infested half of his body, as countless decaying and fresh flesh were pierced by the burgeoning flora, each tug releasing a torrent of black blood. No matter the adversary or how insurmountable the foe appeared, Batman would emerge victorious, even if by the slimmest margin or at the utmost cost. Batman's victories signified the downfall of criminals, instilling fear within Gotham's wrongdoers, for they could never conquer Batman. Poison Ivy's voice grew somber, reminiscing about her youthful days, a time when even she was an emerging force. You will time and again exhaust every ounce of wisdom and devise every conceivable strategy, akin to Sisyphus pushing his boulder, yet you shall never prevail. Such is Batman. He is always one step ahead, and he has always been. The venomous canister behind Zombie Bane began to operate unexpectedly, incessantly injecting venom into his body. Zombie Bane howled in despair, "No, you have been subdued by us. Get out of our minds." Secondly, it is an undeniable truth that Batman cannot perish. Shooting Batman will not bring about his end. Even if one witnesses him vanish in an explosion, he remains unscathed. Blades cannot fell Batman, nor can tanks. No poison, no matter how lethal, can extinguish his life. Regardless of the fatal assaults he endures, no matter how many claim to have slain him with compelling evidence, as long as crime persists, Batman will emerge, standing before them to bring their criminal endeavors to a decisive conclusion. Even when battered and riddled with bullets, he will confront the evildoers. "What have you done to me?" Zombie Bane writhed on the ground, his dual voices resonating in a piercing wail. "Spare me." The voice of Poison Ivy lingered in the air. Thirdly, Batman possesses an unwavering conviction. No matter what you say or what temptations you present, it is futile. No one can shake his beliefs, nor can they persuade him to abandon his mission or his identity. He is taciturn, entirely dismissive of idle chatter. All he needs to know is whether you wish to surrender. Poison Ivy spoke earnestly. This is Batman. Difficult, if not impossible, to communicate with. His demeanor is utterly unpredictable. At times a mere shadow, at others almost human. He is a being that cannot be vanquished. She expressed a hint of pity. Batman is such a monstrosity, unbreakable, unyielding, incapable of negotiation, destined only to triumph, never to falter. Chapter 42. We are all mortal beings, standing at a distance. Chen Tao's spirit soared through the night, an explosion of boundless knowledge flooding his mind. He could vividly recall the warmth of blood splattering across his face during Bane's first murder, the severed spine erupting forth. "I am Chen Tao," he reminded himself. In an instant, the colossal dinosaur shrank to the height of an ordinary man, delivering an uppercut akin to a comet, sending his adversary crashing to the ground. The monsters inhabiting Bane bore witness as the bat silhouette soared into the air, followed by the weighty dinosaur plummeting down. Boom! Poison Ivy sat upon a chair woven from ivy, turning to regard the suddenly appearing Robin beside her. The virus Jason and I created? Those materials have been synthesized into that failed concoction. All thanks to Professor Goldblum. Robin stood quietly beside Poison Ivy. Killer Croc has taken him to a safe location. He slightly tilted his head, whispering to her, "Ivy, do you not wish to wield the power of the green for something greater?" Then he beheld Poison Ivy with her head bowed, half of her face transformed into a decayed and ashen hue. This sight nearly caused the young Robin to leap in fright. "Hush, do not make a sound," he heard the corpse-like Poison Ivy whisper. "The power of all that is green has waned to its utmost limits here, little Redbird. I fear I am now powerless. And your task is to maintain the illusion that I can still fight, rather than creating a commotion. This is impossible," Robin anxiously replied in a hushed tone. The power of all that is green should have surged through that potion, eroding Bane's body. You should have grown stronger. The rotting black should have been dispelled. Wait. Tim Drake's pupils suddenly constricted as he glanced at the spot where the plant master once lay. Where has Jason Wood, the plant master, gone? Futile mortal. The minions of the rotting black regained their composure after a brief moment of panic. Even if your strength surpasses ours, you remain but a mortal. Bang! Batman's iron fist, propelled by unmatched brute strength, struck the zombified Bane's head, causing it to bob like a rubber ball atop his neck. You cannot kill what is already dead. Bang! Transforming once more into a colossal dinosaur, Batman pinned the creature down by its collar, forcefully plunging the zombified Bane into the earth, shoving a mouthful of mud into him. Silencing any further words, the creations of the rotting black uttered a malicious curse. You cannot escape death. Mortal, you cannot resist us. I do not need to resist you. I merely need to dispel you, Chen Tao declared, pressing the zombified Bane down into the ground. Bane was not part of my plan, but fortuitously you are. He removed the tube from his back and connected it to the tube behind the zombified Bane. What is this? The so-called Titan serum? The lifeless face of zombified Bane could not muster any mockery, his visage marred by cracks from the recent violent blows, revealing a rotting tongue and half a tooth. The so-called Titan serum cannot awaken this body. A mortal under our control cannot. Silence, Chen Tao whispered. I am now Bane, though he is a bat. He is also Bane. Chen Tao contemplated, then murmured, a part of Bane overlaps with me. I understand him, while you do not comprehend who Bane truly is. Sizzle. The sound akin to acid dripping on his skin emerged as the zombified Bane emitted a wailing cry, a blend of two voices. What is happening? The waters of Lazarus, also known as the Fountain of Youth, a treasure I obtained from the stronghold of the League of Assassins. He heard the creature, known as Batman, coldly state, this tube can link Bane and me. It can not only transmit venom, but also anything I have prepared in advance. I have known all along that all living things are your nemesis. I shall always be prepared. Listen, residue. Under ordinary circumstances, I might share a few cold jokes. But I have grown weary of being called a mere mortal. I intend to introduce you to the principles that govern the denizens of Gotham. Hearing the indifferent declaration, the residue retorted, you have never set foot in Gotham, have you? You fail to comprehend the nature of the adversaries that inhabit this city. You perceive us as mere mortals, yet you may have forgotten. The decay of darkness is indeed a fundamental force of mystery, yet you are merely its lowly agent. In the presence of a cane, you are insignificant. How do you know the master's name? This matters not. It is not Batman who speaks. The undead Bane's eyes shifted. Glancing at the other side of his cheek, I am Bane. The other half of Bane's face had regained human musculature, though it bore no trace of color. And so what? The hunters of the decay of darkness continue to howl. How could such an insignificant mortal escape the clutches of great death? You are nothing but, yet their words soon faltered. For I am Bane. The ashen flesh quickly dissipated from Bane's visage. I am Batman's adversary, an unparalleled foe. For as long as Bane's consciousness returns, he is capable of achieving this. Chen Tao interjected, as long as Bane desires it. The ashen flesh receded from Bane's form, and his fierce gaze held an indescribable significance. I never envisioned the current circumstances. He murmured, you have saved a viper, Batman. I'm scarcely less dangerous than these filthy, deathly creatures. Even with your assistance, it does not alter my resolve to bring you to your knees. Chen Tao replied, yet at least from the standpoint of living beings, our lines are aligned. Your destiny is to suffer defeat at my hands and be consigned to Blackgate prison, rather than succumbing to the fate of the undead. Bane fell silent. He declared, I shall spare your life. He raised his voice. Regardless, we should be lifelong enemies. But before that, I will grant you mercy. First, you must focus on the present. Bane observed Batman's slight, low laugh, the angular lines of his jaw hidden beneath the mask, rendering him dizzy with fascination. He knew that, even a century hence, he would not forget the scene of this day. Chen Tao remarked, the most vital characteristic of the decay of darkness is its insidious nature. I have long suspected they might exploit my absence. Thunderous crashes echoed as great trees fell. Before Bane and Chen Tao appeared the plant master, wholly corrupted by the decay of darkness. Bane's gaze remained fixed upon Batman. I never imagined I would stand alongside you, my enemy. Yet, I had anticipated this, my foe. Batman replied to him. Chapter 43, Soulmates. Bane had never experienced such a peculiar sensation. With merely a glance, one could comprehend the other's intent. A single gesture elicited an immediate response. This harmonious synchronization resembled that of soulmates, driving him to the brink of madness. They appeared not as adversaries who had recently faced life and death, but rather as twin brothers, rehearsed in their seamless coordination. By all accounts, the decaying monstrosity was no match for them. A multitude of wooden shards were effortlessly scattered, akin to peeling the flesh of a dragon fruit. He was already weakened, incapable of withstanding the combined might of Bane and Batman. The essence of decay lingered within Bane, yet could neither corrode him nor pose any threat to Batman, who could transform into metal at will. Even the lifeless could not resist once dismembered. The body of the plant master was in ruins, despite the 3 hunters of decay endeavoring to animate it. If this physical form were shattered, it would be futile. The 3 hunters struggled to command their thralls, leading to a final act of defiance that only served to feed Chen Tao with crisis energy. A thunderous crash echoed as the creation of decay crumbled. The plant master, fully under the thrall of decay, collapsed, quaking violently. Various putrid substances oozed from the gaping wounds inflicted by fists. Bane, panting and leaning against a nearby tree, had reached the limits of his body and strength, having continuously dismantled the army and its puppets. Chen Tao spat at the convulsing form of the decaying monstrosity sprawled on the ground, then produced a large vial of Lazarus water, pouring it over the creature. Accompanied by a sound reminiscent of roasting meat, the creature lay immobilized. Poison ivy regained her strength, her verdant tendrils gradually enveloping the plant master. Jason cannot die. He is an essential part of all that is green. I have no intention of killing him. Gazing into Poison Ivy's watchful eyes, Chen Tao responded, maintain control over it. With a sigh of relief, Poison Ivy replied, very well. After all, Jason is not human. I truly feared you would. Batman had undoubtedly slain countless of her sentient plants in the past. Chen Tao dismissed her concerns and turned his attention to the Cheshire Cat and the others. The power of decay dissipated from them as they leaned on one another, foolishly rising from the ground. The Cheshire Cat's mask concealed her visage, even in the presence of those she trusted most. Her father had forced her into marriage with a master of toxins, a decision that led to her departure from home. Yet one day, she would have to confront her fate. My appearance has only brought me tragedy. The ventriloquist glasses. Arnold had never felt the warmth of the human world until Batman came by his side. Batman, my divine lord. Their trifling scratches and attacks brought Chen Tao nearly 14 points of crisis energy and 3 nearly useless Gotham figures. However, what Harley Quinn presented to Chen Tao was of undeniable significance. The broken baseball bat of Harley Quinn. Introduction. The baseball bat in Harley Quinn's possession was crafted from the shattered wooden handle of the large mallet given to her by the Joker, skillfully transformed by Poison Ivy herself. Although Ivy frequently opposed Harley's attachment to the Joker's belongings and often turned the bat into a wooden snake to frighten Harley, it remained Harley Quinn's most cherished weapon. Before Harley was corroded by the decaying power of darkness, this bat was the last to break. Yet, such extraordinary affection could not alter the fate of destruction. Even the most twisted and loyal feelings in the human realm could not elicit a shred of response from the cruel pale being. Perhaps one could summon a Batman from a parallel universe with it. Error. Chen Tao was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed such a bizarre transformation in Alfred's protocol. But does the existence summoned by the pale being's distorted affection truly equate to Batman? No, my little pudding. He loves me. I believe he loves me. Why? Why do you always think of Batman? I'm the one who loves you most. Crisis energy units converted. 40. Current crisis energy units held. 124. Warning. Targeting download in progress. Maniacal laughter. Error. Targeting completed. Joker. Danger level. D. The Iceberg Lounge in Gotham City serves as the lair of the supervillain Penguin. Once the largest casino and alcohol smuggling hub in Gotham, it now exists solely within the realm of smuggling. After years of relentless assaults from Batman, Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin ultimately abandoned his casino operations. Now, while past 9 in the evening, the wicked and cruel Penguin was indulging in his late-night snack, a slice of pink strawberry cake. The Iceberg Lounge was nearing closing time. Even the crime lord, having engaged in a day of illicit activities, deserved a slice of strawberry cake as a reward. However, indulging in such sweets late at night was no wonder he had become short and stout, resembling an oversized, wrinkled penguin. Today, the Penguin appeared somewhat distracted. Recently, the lunatics who had escaped from Arkham Asylum had wreaked nearly catastrophic havoc on Gotham's order, and everyone had come out to play. The Joker, Scarecrow, Zsasz, Riddler, and Two-Face. What a chaotic ensemble they form, turning Gotham into a veritable cauldron of turmoil. Each day, the streets echo with the frenzied gunfire of madmen and the specter of terror. Business encounters either the police or unforeseen calamities, rendering any enterprise nearly impossible. Alas, everyone has succumbed to madness. With this thought, the penguin let out a prolonged sigh and poured himself a glass of milk. He abstained from coffee. Being in middle age, excessive caffeine would rob him of sleep. In these times, lunatics emerge one after another, and the recent arrival in Gotham, Bane, is no exception. For a legitimate criminal like him, survival has become increasingly arduous. It seems prudent to close shop early these days, awaiting Batman to restore order before proceeding with any business. The penguin smacked his lips, his mind momentarily adrift in a sea of contemplation. The casino and arms trade have faced relentless crackdowns, making traditional ventures increasingly precarious. He must devise new strategies to bolster his income. Perhaps he could invest in an ice cream truck or a taco shop bearing his name. Employing armed henchmen to guard the entrance. Surely no one would dare to rob him then? Or he might dabble in stocks. He had heard whispers of a promising entity known as Bitcoin. Just as the penguin savored a moment of tranquility while contemplating his future endeavors, a subordinate stumbled into his office, panic etched across his face, tripping over the opulent carpet. "Boss, it's the Joker. The Joker has arrived." With a startled gasp, the penguin inhaled sharply, causing milk to spew from his hooked nose. Chapter 44. A night of terror for the penguin. The penguin returned to his office. His meticulously crafted hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses miraculously unscathed, though dust clung to him, and a few droplets of blood speckled his face, quickly wiped away without a trace. He settled slowly into his chair. His secretary burst into the room, her high heels muted against the floor as she approached him, instinctively lowering her voice. She quietly positioned herself behind the penguin and gently kneaded his shoulders. "So, boss?" she inquired. "What does the Joker wish to discuss with you?" She had intended to say, "What does the Joker want you to do?" But her instinct for self-preservation prompted her to halt her words. Same old, Mavis," the penguin replied, massaging his temples. "Another game awaiting Batman's intervention. You know the drill. Hostages, bombs, which to save. An amusement park on the outskirts, or that ACE chemical plant. Who knows? The Joker has a penchant for acquiring the most obscure locations. I must say, there's little originality in his schemes. I wager there might be piranhas involved. But this time, the hostages could be rather significant." The penguin exhaled, lifting the half-finished glass of milk. "Mayor Carlo, you know. Just hours ago, I received intel regarding his commanding presence of 20,000 National Guardsmen. And then, he just lost control in front of me." With a sardonic tone, he remarked, "Like a dog. Yet, even if Carlo were a dog, he was still the mayor." Maeve commented, "Batman has his hands full again." The penguin remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this. He grumbled, "Damn Joker, always finding an excuse to wreak havoc when he visits others." However, the anger quickly dissipated from the penguin's face. The lives of his slain minions were worth nothing to him. He instructed, "Dispose of the useless corpses of those killed by the Joker in the restaurant. And clean up the blood. I certainly do not wish for any customers to remark upon a crimson stain on the floor when the restaurant opens tomorrow." Once his secretary departed, the penguin finally allowed himself to relax. To compensate for the fright he had experienced that day, he resolved to indulge in 10 cookies. Yet, as he stood to seek out the treats, the gentle expression faded from his face. The reason for this disappearance was the unmistakable sound of breathing behind him, just the simple inhalation and exhalation of air. The penguin could even hear the rush of air hissing past his ear. This sudden intimidation caused a tightening in his chest, prompting him to instinctively draw a sharp breath, momentarily forgetting the milk he was drinking. Cough, cough, cough. Milk erupted from his nose as he sprang to his feet. He recognized the identity of the person behind him. In Gotham, only one individual possessed such mastery of intimidation techniques. "Enough, Crane. Regardless of whether you have come to speak with me, your ghostly theatrics will not alter the outcome of our conversation," the penguin stated. Well, after all these years, still so perceptive, Cobblepot. The penguin turned, only to find emptiness behind him. He straightened his forehead and saw a lanky figure with a physique resembling a tall stick, suddenly seated in a chair in his office. The penguin wiped the milk from his face, revealing a familiar expression. "Crane, my old friend, I had assumed you were still subservient to the Joker. As I last seen, this is merely a temporary alliance, Cobblepot. I didn't realize you had taken to speaking in platitudes." "Huh. Does the Joker know you have abandoned him, only to return alone?" The Scarecrow fixed his gaze intensely on the Penguin's eyes. My relationship with the Joker is purely transactional. Cobblepot, as long as our interests remain misaligned, this fragile alliance can be shattered at any moment. Indeed, you are correct. I have fully grasped that. Seeing the Penguin's threat diminish, the Scarecrow got straight to the point. I am here regarding Bane. He continued, he is quite a formidable fellow, and it is evident to us both that he has been orchestrating recent events from behind the scenes. I harbor no doubts regarding Batman's ability to thwart him. Yet I believe this presents an opportune moment to resolve everything, provided we can unite all of Arkham. The Penguin, after much effort, restrained himself from spewing milk through his nostrils once more due to this scheme. He responded dismissively, as a friend, Klein's. I contend that attempting to intimidate any of our colleagues will only yield counterproductive results. Moreover, it is already a formidable challenge to keep these lunatics in line. And yet you stoke the flames, leading them to undertake a grand heist? And then what? Stand idly by as Batman vanquishes Bane? Allow Batman to once again exert his utmost control over the entirety of Gotham? The Penguin clicked his tongue. You ought to prepare yourself for the task you have set for yourself, to thwart them all, Bane, Batman, and those disobedient colleagues. You may certainly endeavor to subdue them single-handedly and fulfill your lofty ambitions. The Penguin remarked, if your sole desire is to claim a territory in Gotham, I could readily offer you a peace. But if you wish to command the denizens of Arkham, what do you intend to employ to bind them? The Penguin inquired, will you rely on wealth, loyalty, or compassion, or perhaps the conviction to seize or defend this city, to fight for its sake? The Penguin shook his head. My ancestor Nathan Cobblepot safeguarded Gotham during the Civil War. A man like him, possessing nothing compared to you, would never weep like a child while battling for his city. Alas, such integrity exists only in literature, while flight is the intrinsic nature of the Arkhamites. You are as mad as the Joker, you Halloween-clad fool. Outside influence. The Scarecrow, who had remained silent, interjected, outside influence. Why else do you think I associate with the Joker? Chen Tao discreetly withdrew his attention from the agreement with Alfred. The transformative powers granted by the pact need not be immediately realized. He has ample time to study them at his leisure. We must return, he declared to those present. So when did I become your subordinate? Poison Ivy glanced at the ventriloquist, then at the Cheshire Cat, and finally at Deathstroke, who was assisting Harley Quinn to her feet. She kicked him away. Get lost. I alone shall help Harley. This is precisely why you are accompanying us, Chen Tao stated. He then disregarded everyone else and dialed Alfred's communication line. 3 minutes later, he found himself seated beside Alfred in the stealth aircraft. Alfred, please help me contact Lucius, he said. The infectious laughter of Bane and his twisted grin made Chen Tao acutely aware of a presence. Something he had previously envisioned must be prioritized for production, along with the ongoing plan to reclaim usable combatants. He would soon have much to occupy himself with and numerous plans to advance. Chapter 45. The transaction having bid farewell to the Scarecrow, the Penguin exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed once more into his seat. The relentless onslaught of clowns and the Scarecrow had left him feeling utterly frazzled. Upon returning to his office, he grasped his cup of milk, now tepid and diminished to a mere quarter. The Penguin resolved to consume it before calling it a night. He lifted the cup to his lips, poised to drink. If fortune favored him, there would be no further interruptions. Yet, nothing transpired. He sighed again, a smile creeping onto his face. Surely, after the intrusions of both the clown and the Scarecrow, no one else would dare intrude this time. With a sense of calm, he gulped down the milk, only to be interrupted in the next moment. A flustered lackey stumbled into his office, panic etched across his features, and once more, he tripped on the opulent carpet. Boss, it's Bane. Bane is here. Milk erupted once again from his beak-like nose. 10 minutes later, the Penguin sported a scowl as he walked alongside Bane on the rooftop of the Iceberg Lounge. Follow me, Penguin. Noticing the Penguin's reluctance to speak, Bane initiated the conversation. His voice, resembling a rasping whisper, sent chills down the Penguin's spine. It was a peculiar tone, reminiscent of someone who had recently inhaled a concoction of the clown's noxious laughing gas. The Penguin mused silently. After so many years in Gotham, he had grown accustomed to encountering the deranged afflicted by the clown's virus. Thus he was well versed in such matters. I know the Scarecrow has visited you, correct? Initially, the Penguin considered fabricating a lie, but it seemed futile. He was uncertain how Bane had gleaned that the Scarecrow had been there merely moments ago. Hence he replied, "Indeed. He came, as he always does." Crane lamented repeatedly, as if the world were under his dominion. Instilling fear is his forte, yet he is often the most terrified of all. You harbor your criticisms of him, yet you navigate between both sides. Such is your nature, Bane remarked, his eyes glimmering with a rational light. Self-interest is the most unadulterated motivation. I trust him, depend on him. Every city is governed by self-interest. I'm acutely aware of your family's legacy in this city, Cobblepot. I comprehend the profound attachment you hold for her brick walls, her mortar, her steel reinforcements. Unlike those fickle, opportunistic freaks of Gotham who seek victories without sacrifice, only to return defeated in the shadow of Batman. Bane continued, like you, I understand the arduous toil it requires. I too know the feeling of being manipulated, and I grasp that sense of despair that feels like a thorn in one's back. He remarked, this city has betrayed the men and women who built it, who toiled diligently only to meet their demise in the streets. And such is the law of this city, so evidently. His voice echoed in the evening breeze of Gotham. This is the inevitable cost of progress. With old buildings left standing, new ones remain unconstructed, and death is merely a facet of a natural order. Believe me, I have recently grappled with the subject of death. The Penguin pondered, nonsense, have you truly perished before? Despite this thought, his gaze lingered on the green shoots emerging from the other half of Bane's body. These sprouts ought to flourish on a century-old tree rather than sprout from Bane's bicep. I approach you with little trepidation, Bane, for I am aware that, at present, we still require one another, he stated, dismissing any nostalgic sentiments. You are accustomed to shifting with the winds, Penguin, while I remain steadfast and unwavering, Bane replied, placing his large hands on the Penguin's shoulders, fully aware that in an instant those hands could snap his neck if the other willed it. You are under suspicion from both myself and those at Arkham. Indeed, it is a kind of talent. I find that resorting to any means necessary is not disgraceful. However, the Penguin noted that Bane had turned his attention elsewhere, standing at the edge of the rooftop, silently observing the cool city in the evening breeze. It was both chaotic and orderly, organized yet anarchic. The struggles between them were the true culprits tormenting Gotham over the decades. Long before either of us existed, long before Batman emerged. For years, Gotham has languished in decay, and Arkham Asylum has become the largest breeding ground for the city's afflictions. Now, it is time for us to eradicate this spiritual malignancy that has drained the essence of the city. I shall provide Gotham with the direction it truly needs. And you, Cobblepot, I require you to furnish me with information regarding Blackgate Prison, and when the Arkham residents seek refuge with you, I expect you to relay their intelligence to me, even to join my cause. Intelligence and opportunity will be your domain, while subterfuge shall become your ruthless artifice. The Penguin met the imposing figure of Bane's gaze without fear. Yet I would prefer to remain an observer, Bane. I have surmised your intentions regarding Blackgate Prison. That is precisely why I engage in this dialogue with you. There lies something of interest to me, something you can easily provide once you attain your lofty position. The Penguin adjusted his hat. His name is Ignatius Ogilvy. He was my right-hand man, Emperor Penguin, whom I regarded as my own flesh and blood. He chuckled softly, yet when he lifted his head, the smile faded abruptly, resembling a marionette whose strings had been cut. He was once someone who aspired to replace me. I still have much to repay him. He owes me a life, his recklessly squandered existence. You must bring him to me. Bane acquiesced. Bruce, have you truly made your decision? Lucius Fox serves as the president and chief technologist of Wayne Enterprises. He is Batman's trusted scientist and one of the few privy to the Dark Knight's true identity. A completely sealed, tempered glass coffin, once closed, could never be reopened, utterly sealed off, with layers of security to prevent even a single gas molecule from escaping. Lucius repeatedly sought confirmation from Chen Tao regarding his demands, equipped with high-tech devices capable of reducing a living being to the level of quarks, sufficient to extinguish life in an instant, eliminating all possibility of resurrection. The scientist couldn't help but internally scoff. Who could be reduced to quark-level particles and still come back to life? And what do you think quarks are? The ice cream you purchased downstairs, or some new browser. Thus, he could only scratch his head in exasperation. Achieving quark-level disintegration is impossible, yet killing the person within the glass coffin poses no issue. The only question remains, Bruce, Are you truly prepared to commit murder? Chapter 46. Indifference in the banquet for me, for Bruce Wayne. How can one encapsulate Gotham City in a single word? Home, family, aspiration? Yet, the genuine answer is, I cannot respond to that inquiry. Amidst the melodic strains of music, Chen Tao, adorned in formal attire, stood at the center of a brilliantly illuminated hall. The elite of Gotham's high society had gathered, attending a charity gala organized by the renowned billionaire Bruce Wayne. Initially scheduled for March 29th, but postponed by 6 days due to Bruce's health concerns. At this moment, most attendees were aware that I had lost my parents in childhood. Deep within, I understood that even amidst profound pain, circumstances would improve. My emphasis is that when we find ourselves in challenging or daunting environments, questioning what our city represents is futile. For as we survey the streets and buildings around us, they embody our fears and frustrations, the demons that dwell within us. However, if we cease to focus solely on the present or dwell on the past, and instead look toward the future, contemplating what tomorrow may bring, we then pose the right question. Embracing hope, nurturing dreams, and envisioning the future are ways to actively shape the city, rather than allowing the city to shape us. Chen Tao's gaze swept over the crowd below. They were judges, legislators, entrepreneurs, comprised of the forces of Gotham's justice, accumulated over the years before Bruce's arrival. Bruce had nearly advanced the plan to this point, and Chen Tao needed to sustain their morale. Damn it, Chen Tao thought. In a bid to resurrect the beleaguered city of Gotham, Bruce Wayne, armed with boundless time and resources, meticulously endeavored to reconstruct a comprehensive system to sustain its frail existence from the ground up, with the support of conscientious judges, legislators, and entrepreneurs. Even if all the corrupt officials of Gotham were to perish, though Batman would never resort to such brutal measures, one can only imagine the insurmountable challenge of establishing such a system. The effort expended and the energy invested are truly beyond comprehension. This was the lifeline that Bruce Wayne had prepared for Gotham, and, as a transmigrator, could he truly overcome the myriad challenges to continue Bruce Wayne's vision? Such a weighty responsibility is indeed excruciating. Yet at the very least, before he successfully identifies a worthy successor, he must maintain the status quo until Superman or Wonder Woman arrives to assume control of the city. Chen Tao steadied himself and continued to read the manuscript prepared by Bruce Wayne. I understand that many of you may harbor doubts, for our city is enveloped in violence, with countless criminals escalating to the point where military intervention is necessitated. Public safety has deteriorated to an unsustainable level, but we know that this turmoil shall eventually pass. What we must do is eradicate the roots of such unrest and the soil from which Gotham's malevolence springs. I will invest financially to support my words. Once the riots subside, Wayne Enterprises will boldly and swiftly begin investing in Gotham's future. We have collaborated with several local design firms to formulate a reconstruction plan aimed at revitalizing the most decrepit industrial housing areas. Building upon this foundation, we plan to ambitiously expand Gotham's public transportation system, modernizing it for the future. These plans fill me with hope and excitement, and words fail to capture my emotions. In the coming days, we will disclose further information, but at this moment, I implore each of you to transcend the past and present of Gotham, and take a moment to envision what the future of our city could be. Thank you. Now, friends, I ask you to join me in investing in Gotham's future. I promise you that if we unite and work together, a brighter and more beautiful Gotham is merely a step away. Thank you, thank you. Amidst the melodious sounds of celebration, Chen Tao raised his glass of champagne, blending into the eager crowd. Well done, Bruce. Truly inspiring. Chen Tao refrained from looking back. Tim, how is Solomon Grundy faring? Dressed in formal attire, Robin held a glass of juice and shrugged. All arranged. Our gray and white friend is currently thriving in the swamp of slaughter. The tracking device is in place, and we provide him with daily sustenance, ready to deploy a sufficient dosage of potent anesthetics at any required battlefield. Thus, he is now our human bomb. He continued, stating that Poison Ivy and the Suicide Squad were placed together. As you might expect, Ivy could not resist the allure of those cherished opportunities to save her plants, especially since she and Harley were always inseparable. According to Ivy, the plant master Jason Wood was now severely weakened. Her original words were that while Jason might be powerful, he was by no means the Swamp Thing, It would take at least half a century for him to recover to his former strength. In other words, that Super Tran could now only be regarded as mere timber. The other members of the Suicide Squad were maintaining order in Gotham, and I must admit they possess considerable skill. Tim frowned slightly before saying, at least they are more than capable of dealing with those third-rate villains, particularly Deadshot. Although Poison Ivy's abilities are easily countered, she should not encounter significant issues unless faced with exceptionally formidable opponents. However, we never expected them to handle freaks like the Joker, Two-Face, or the Riddler. Chen Tao replied, continue with your report. Bane is currently unaccounted for, and we are unable to ascertain his location. He is deliberately evading our bat cameras. The buildings pose no obstacle for him, and thus he is not bound by conventional roads. As expected, the situation was dire. Chen Tao said, proceed. The National Guard's forces had essentially been shattered, and the battle was devastating. Robin paused, then reported, the Joker has kidnapped Mayor Carlo and, at the last moment, hurled a super double Joker gas bomb into the heart of our defenses. Approximately 13 soldiers either fell victim to Bane's assault or succumbed to the Joker's venom on the spot, with ambulances unable to reach them in time. Robin continued, the other survivors are not faring much better. The mayor, under the Joker's influence, issued a frenzied order that even the cooks in the army were compelled to take up arms. Following the explosion, the hospitals in Gotham were nearly overwhelmed with casualties, who will endure 3 to 4 months of relentless laughter and uncertain recovery, while the state government has refused to provide any further support for the city. Tim paused. In other words, Gotham has been abandoned. Moreover, there's one more thing. Tim stated, are you truly going to ignore the challenge the Joker has sent you? Chapter 47. The missed appointment. What I mean is, the Joker has kidnapped Mayor Carlo. After all, he is a mayor. Though his power is quite limited and filled with ambition, he is still the mayor of Gotham City. Surely, the Joker must have some regard for him? Chen Tao interrupted. Before the fish is hooked, how could the bait possibly fail? Despite this, if it were the true Batman, he would undoubtedly rush to save him. For if he were to miss this appointment, the Joker might not harm Mayor Carlo, but there is also the possibility that he would. The outcome of this situation would remain uncertain. It could unfold positively or negatively. Therefore, the true Batman would never gamble with another's life based on his knowledge of the Joker. However, Chen Tao is different. The time traveler chooses to go all in. For if he loses, it is not his life that is at stake. He refuses to be like a stray dog, summoned at the whim of the Joker, only to then engage in a futile struggle against the other denizens of Arkham, leaving himself utterly exhausted. The group of lunatics released from Arkham by Bane must be dealt with. There is no alternative. Yet, it shall not be approached in such a manner. It is precisely at this juncture that he intends to employ these mercenaries. After all, what is the purpose of his wealth? To confront Bane in a state of fatigue? He is not foolish. Instead, he plans to turn Bane's own schemes against him. Have the items been delivered to the Joker? Tim nodded, akin to a chick pecking a grain. In the outskirts at the amusement park, the Joker had various bizarre henchmen languidly seated in an array of bumper cars and a Ferris wheel. These bumper cars had been transformed into artillery vehicles, truly lethal instruments, while the Ferris wheel's speed had been hastened, threatening to jostle Batman's brain if he dared aboard. However, these measures proved futile. The Joker had informed them that Batman would come, yet he had already missed his appointment by 2 hours. Impossible. I made it abundantly clear to the Penguin. Batman would never act in such a manner. The Joker exclaimed in frustration. Perhaps the Penguin failed to inform him. Scarecrow's voice chimed in from the side. Impossible, retorted the Joker. I witnessed him send the message with my own eyes. Agitated, he paced restlessly, the smile on his face diminishing significantly. He rushed forward and seized Mayor Carlo by the collar. Hey, are you not some alien robot or puppet? No, I am merely an ordinary person. A genuine human being. Please release me. The mayor wept, bound by nothing more than a single loose thread, yet he dared not flee. His tears were not born of the Joker's intimidation, but rather from the 4 landmines nestled beneath his seat and the remote-controlled, dual-mode bomb strapped around his neck, rendering him a living powder keg. Moved? He could hardly move. Perhaps Batman is simply preoccupied. Scarecrow remarked, the prolonged wait has nearly stripped me of my patience. Why must we languish in this utterly mundane amusement park instead of engaging in actions that could truly instill fear and seize control of the city? He observed the Joker, who was entirely dismissive of him, muttering to himself in a daze, and a flicker of anger ignited within him. Why is it that Batman is never a possibility? I understand bats. The moment a bat lifts its rear, I know exactly what kind of bat droppings to expect. The Joker replied, appearing surprisingly rational, imbued with a semblance of logical reasoning, resembling a pale-skinned detective. Scarecrow felt that the Joker's madness had worsened. But at that moment, a drone intruded upon the Joker's meticulously crafted trap. The Scarecrow witnessed the clown's raucous antics and rushed towards him, exuding the joy of a child eagerly awaiting a gift. Beneath the bat drone dangled a tape recorder, which the clown eagerly seized, pressing the play button. This is Batman. The clown's face instantly transformed into one of exhilaration, as if to say, at last, you have come, but his expression quickly morphed into a furious scowl upon hearing Batman's voice. Clown, you're no longer my greatest threat. Cease your messages via the Penguin. I fear Bane may misinterpret my indifference towards him. Soon, the police or the National Guard, or some other authority, will arrive to address the chaos you have wrought. Leave me be. Oh dear, the Scarecrow remarked, and in the next moment, he met the clown's bloodshot gaze. Bane arrived at Blackgate Prison Island under the cover of night. Most of his henchmen were disembarking, and he summoned those he had strategically dispersed throughout Gotham, including the burly men he had brought from Santa Prisca Island. He led the entire squad through the underwater sewage pipes into Blackgate Prison. Typically, the railings of the sewage pipes would be electrified, but since Bane had delivered 2 powerful blows, that was no longer a concern. Bane and his followers were intimately familiar with every inch of Blackgate Prison. It was evident that this was a crucial part of a meticulously orchestrated plan. Before Bane fully infiltrated Blackgate, a mass escape had already transpired, and thus, by the time he arrived, the revelry was at its zenith. After Bane had ruthlessly snapped the necks of hundreds, none dared to challenge his authority any longer. Beep, 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 Bane answered his phone. On the other end, the Penguin's voice came through, tinged with exasperation. I feel like that foolish child trapped between 2 incompatible classmates in elementary school, relaying messages back and forth. He continued, I have a dossier on the clown, and I can assure you it originated from Batman himself. Although I do not know why Batman would provide you with this information. I believe he must think you will find it useful. Send it over. Bane replied coolly, then hung up, stating, bring the warden and his associates to me. I intend to consolidate the prison's military might. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Bruce Wayne, Lincoln March, Chief Operating Officer of March Ventures, and candidate for the mayor of Gotham. Yes, I am aware. Additionally, March Ventures' Leslie Tompkins has a medical facility in the East End that you fund, correct? Chen Tao recited information he had reviewed prior to the gala, but suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He recognized who this individual truly was. Lincoln March. Wasn't he one of the minions of the Court of Owls? Chen Tao regarded the individual before him, the talons of the Owl Court revealing a suitably composed smile. I am genuinely intrigued by investments and aspire to be a part of this venture, Bruce. Could we perhaps discuss the particulars? Chen Tao maintained a steady gaze. Mr. Bruce? Of course, Chen Tao responded. What are your thoughts? Chapter 48, Deception the Old Wayne Building. As the elevator doors chimed open, Chen Tao stepped onto the 14th floor, where he encountered Lincoln March, standing like a silent, elegant statue. Bruce, I was just about to express my gratitude for your willingness to meet with me. I can only imagine how busy you must be these days. Not too busy to meet the next mayor of Gotham, according to the latest gossip? I suppose so. Chen Tao smiled at him. Yet I harbor no doubts regarding the veracity of such rumors. I have been reading reports about you, the self-made financial prodigy turned philanthropist. Your narrative is both captivating and remarkable. Lincoln March sensed an implication in Bruce's use of the word remarkable, as if it pointed towards something beyond the surface. Yet, gazing into his sincere eyes made him feel that perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. You have also done commendable work, funding the boys' home and establishing after-school literacy programs. Chen Tao produced a check, scribbling upon it. So what do you think? Does this figure seem satisfactory? Bruce, I did not come here to ask you for money, though do not misunderstand. Every penny is appreciated. Lincoln March remarked, good grief. Mayor Carlo has about 10 credit lines operating around the clock, and the sources of those funds could best be described as questionable. If you seek public support, I fear I cannot provide that. I do not desire public support. What I truly seek is simply your vote. Chen Tao silently observed Lincoln March's performance, noting the earnestness in his demeanor. Ah, so you traveled all this way for a single vote, Lincoln? Indeed, but what you're doing at this moment aligns with my beliefs. Bruce, The Gotham Reconstruction Initiative is a noble endeavor. Frankly, I see in you a friend. A cynic might suggest you see an opportunity. Yes, and a cynic might also claim that your new Gotham initiative primarily serves corporate image, as it is a publicly held project, yet caters to private interests. Is that what the gossip suggests? I suppose so. Perhaps they are correct. I must take my leave now, and I shall leave the check on the table. Bruce, you know I lost my parents during my childhood as well. Chen Tao paused. The emotional theatrics had commenced, a classic parental backstory. Regardless, when one seeks to deceive Batman, it is wise to steer the conversation toward territories unknown to him. Strange, isn't it? I can only recall fragments. I hardly remember my mother's face. Yet, I vividly recall the locket she cherished. On the day of the accident, she wore the brooch I crafted for her at school. A small, heart-shaped ceramic piece, imperfectly made, one side larger than the other. Yet, she adorned her enchanting dress with my rather unsightly creation. I cannot recall the moment we were struck by the intoxicated driver. My memories of the accident itself are hazy, but I vividly remember when the medical personnel carried me away. I spotted the brooch lying on the ground, unscathed and without a crack, simply resting on the pavement. I fervently wished for someone to retrieve it. After that night, when I lost everything I held dear, I found myself engulfed in a state of utter despair, harboring a profound resentment for this world. However, I later received tuition assistance that enabled me to pursue my studies at the municipal college. This city saved me, Bruce. Gotham saved me. In my solitary wanderings, this city instilled in me a sense of purpose, and I wager it has done the same for you. When I look at you, I see an ally, a true ally. You surely recognize that allies are scarce in this city, distanced from one another, particularly now. Lincoln March smiled faintly. Mr. Wayne, I have always believed that the best way to understand a city is to walk its streets. He turned, standing before the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, stretching his body as he gazed into the distant night, where the twinkling lights of human existence flickered. He felt the gaps in the pavement beneath his feet, a palpable force enveloping Lincoln March. He could not comprehend the sensation. Merely witnessing Bruce Wayne, standing there with a glass in hand, left him somewhat breathless. The snow-covered parking lot emitted an oddly brilliant stillness, while the elevated train whizzed above 3rd Street, hissing and sputtering sparks. The rhythmic ticking of traffic lights echoed in the deep of night. But do you know what is most intriguing? He continued, observing Bruce Wayne turn, lights streaming in from behind him, casting half his face into shadow. Everything about Gotham seems apparent on the surface. Yet if one endeavors to understand Gotham on a deeper level, they would expend a lifetime and still remain in ignorance. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. March? Gotham possesses a subterranean cavern. Lincoln March was puzzled as to why the conversation had veered in this direction. There exists but one. Situated beneath the Willowbrook Children's Rehabilitation Center in Kane County, once an affiliate hospital for treating children with mental and neurological disorders, operational until 18 years ago. Lincoln March's expression shifted subtly. This was a secret known only to him and the court. They had concealed it well over the years. How had Batman obtained this information? Surely, he must have learned it from the comics. Chen Tao observed his serious demeanor, stifling a laugh, and continued, I once had a brother, Thomas Wayne too, Mr. March. As he spoke, he discreetly observed Lincoln March. He chuckled inwardly, continuing to narrate a tale altered by time traveler. When I was 3 years old, my mother became pregnant with him, and we encountered a car accident. I do not recall the incident, but there are records documenting it. He is my younger brother, a premature infant with congenital defects. Lincoln March felt his heart racing. The knowledge possessed by Bruce Wayne far surpassed his expectations, which meant that all his prior assumptions about the other had to be completely reassessed. Records from Gotham Mercy Hospital indicated that my brother, young Thomas Wayne, was forcibly delivered under emergency circumstances. He was given a name and soon placed on a ventilator, but the doctor stated that he had suffered severe neurological damage. Due to the gravity of his condition, he was highly likely to become a permanent vegetable to survive the initial trauma. However, he managed to pull through. My parents secretly sent him to Willowbrook Hospital for treatment, convinced that the car accident was anything but ordinary. To protect that tiny infant and to prevent any potential malefactors from causing him harm, they entrusted him to Willowbrook. Chen Tao fixed his gaze on Lincoln March's face. My parents loved my brother. Yet, no one anticipated that, half a month later, that little infant would vanish. Chen Tao remarked, my parents searched for him until their dying days, and I too have been searching for him all these years. Lincoln March's hands trembled. Yet, we have found nothing. Tell me, March, where could that child be? Chapter 49. Beneath the moonlight, Lincoln March is but a figment of imagination. He does not truly exist. The Court of Owls fabricated him. Brainwashed, Lincoln March firmly believes himself to be the deceased younger brother of Bruce Wayne, who lived merely 12 hours. Martha Wayne frequently visited Willowbrook Hospital during her lifetime, meeting every child she sponsored, with that heart-shaped brooch serving as a mark of honor. The Court of Owls exploited this evidence to convince Lincoln that he is Bruce Wayne's brother. They gradually guided Lincoln March, instilling in him the notion that he was a child abandoned by his parents and elder brother, nurturing his hatred towards the Wayne family bit by bit. Their original plan was to use Lincoln March to seize the Wayne family's fortune, but unfortunately, Bruce Wayne returned, causing that scheme to falter. Thus, they created Lincoln March, intending for him to assist them in reshaping this city. You shall become the beak of the mighty owl. Yet it is equally evident that Lincoln March is not as obedient as he appears. He genuinely desires to claim this city, much like the villains aiming to control it. Ultimately, however, aside from the irreconcilable conflict of wanting to dominate this city, Lincoln March's animosity towards Bruce Wayne boils down to little more than the sentiment of being forgotten by my brother. If at this moment Chen Tao were to share with him a fabricated tale, that his parents had not abandoned him and that his brother had never ceased in the search for him, yet all of this was thwarted by the Owl Court, which snatched him from his sickbed and sowed the seeds of tragedy in his life. What transformation would Lincoln March's demeanor undergo? Listen closely, Joker. The Scarecrow approached the Joker from behind. Batman is deliberately provoking you. He wishes for you to lose your composure and engage in a fierce battle with Bane, which plays perfectly into Batman's hands. His words flowed rapidly, yet despite his utmost efforts, he found himself utterly incapable of calming the enraged Joker. Those like him, madmen, are profoundly emotional creatures, while individuals who specialize in fear and study it, like himself, are a rarity. Even as a psychologist, the Scarecrow possessed little experience dealing with someone of the Joker-esque caliber of insanity. The Joker let out a low chuckle that escalated into a fit of hysterical laughter. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, with a crash, the Joker leaped from the ground and kicked the drone, sending it tumbling to the floor. A henchman nearby, caught off guard, was instantly knocked to the ground. Before anyone could react, the Joker seized a submachine gun from one of his minions and opened fire directly at the drone and the fallen thug, bullets flying in rapid succession. The light of the gunfire illuminated his pallid face, followed by the radio. When the Joker had vented his fury, all that remained was a lifeless body with unblinking eyes and a heap of scrap metal. Silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness. The Joker? Only the Scarecrow dared to speak without trepidation. Cautiously, he inquired, "Your mental state appears rather precarious." "I am perfectly fine. Ha 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 ha. What could possibly be wrong with me?" He laughed, tossing the submachine gun back to a nearby henchman, playfully tapping his forehead against the other S in a display of camaraderie, as though he were a mundane corporate executive. He smiled and declared, "Batman's underhanded tactics to incite me are utterly foolish." He continued, "Klein, you need not treat me as a fool. Do I appear to be one of those lunatics who, in a fit of rage, would heed Batman's call and immediately launch an assault on Bane? Indeed, you are a lunatic," the Scarecrow mused. "The probability of such an event may be slim. It is certainly not zero." However, he would never voice such thoughts in front of the Joker. Thus, the taciturn Scarecrow merely nodded slightly and asked, "Well then, what shall we do next?" "What shall we do?" The Joker picked up a submachine gun. "What else? Our dear Batman has calculated that we won't assassinate Mayor Carlo today." "Ha ha. So, emboldened by this belief, why don't we take the initiative to seek him out?" "What? Do you mean to say that you know Batman's whereabouts?" Before the Scarecrow could finish his words, he observed the Joker flipping the back of the radio for a moment, ultimately uncovering the address of Gotham's Old Wayne Tower. "We must storm Wayne Tower directly," he declared. "This is likely a trap," the Scarecrow cautioned, meticulously scrutinizing the address surreptitiously placed within the radio. "Batman is virtually taunting you. Going to that location is undeniably a trap." The lanky Scarecrow offered his counsel. "My advice is to disregard him and refrain from venturing there. It is not worth the risk." Yet before he could finish, he beheld the Joker's bloodshot eyes and realized his words fell on deaf ears. "I have told you before. You do not understand me. It was utterly dark, pitch black. I do not laugh. It is you who have never made me laugh. The Joker heard Batman's voice resonate through the shadows. It was always the same. He and the Bat, locked in confrontation amidst the darkness, time and time again. Year after year. But this time, the wounds inflicted were far too deep. I am not listening to such ridiculous talk. Think about it, Joker. My lack of humor means I cannot comprehend what constitutes a good joke, but that does not imply you are amusing. Silence. The Joker bellowed, silence. Bah. The pranks and water-squirting toys are outdated. Where are the new gimmicks? Ghostly faces and pants-dropping antics? No, come out. You make me laugh only because you are pitifully absurd. Ha 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 ha. The laughter began low and melodic, gradually rising in pitch. The Joker shivered at the sound of Batman's maniacal laughter, a chilling echo that sent shivers down his spine. Enough. Do not laugh any longer. I will not permit you to do so. Ha 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 ha. So you fell into the vat of hydrochloric acid and decided to become a supervillain? What? Could you not find work in the circus? Ha 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 ha. What is it? I thought the Joker always wanted Batman to laugh. No, you are not Batman. Come out. Then the Joker beheld the figure, the one he had longed for, the Bat Demon. You wish to see me, do you not, Joker? You yearn to make me laugh. Now that I am laughing, you are displeased? I ask you. The Joker saw Batman slowly removing his cowl. Silver particles entwined around him, creating a scene that seemed ethereal, as if not of this world. He heard Batman softly whispering, I ask you, Joker, have you ever danced with the devil in the pale moonlight? With a clatter, the Joker cast his gun to the ground. Beneath the luminous moonlight, the pale figure gazed upon the equally pale visage, as if plunged into an icy abyss. Let's rewind time by 2 hours. Thanks to the great Sadak for the generous reward. Thanks to the esteemed Bihua for the 1,500 starting coins. Chapter 50, The Riddler, Part 1. With a soft click, the female officer inserted the USB drive into the computer. After a moment of reading, we slowed down the footage frame by frame. Here it is. Gordon sat in the Gotham City Police Department's elevated seat, adjusting his glasses. This occurred a few hours prior, involving John Peterson, the victim of a murder. As the screen illuminated gradually, the grainy black and white footage flickered with sporadic signal interference, evoking a surreal and unsettling atmosphere reminiscent of a silent film. Typically, our victim would take the subway home, but on that fateful day, he opted for a taxi. Now, observe the left side. Jim Gordon squinted. That was the Riddler. When the surveillance captured him, he had already drawn his weapon. Did you see? In his left hand. I recall the Riddler is not left-handed. In reality, the events transpired in the blink of an eye, without hesitation or any other discernible motion. The female officer's voice echoed. It is unclear whether he spoke. We scrutinized the footage, and his lips did not appear to move. Thus, based on the current knowledge, we deduce he likely did not utter a word. Gordon had already surmised what would unfold next, yet he found it difficult to believe. Here is the moment he fired. Commissioner Gordon pressed his lips together. He witnessed the Riddler raise his handgun towards the innocent victim's nape. Bang! The gunshot reverberated in Jim Gordon's ears. Even though the surveillance footage was devoid of sound, silent as a tomb. A single shot to the head, instant death. The crowd erupted in panic, fleeing from the source of the commotion. The female officer remarked. The Riddler lowered his weapon, neither aiming at nor attacking anyone else. The throng continued to flee in disarray. He discarded the gun beside the victim's lifeless body and did not touch it again until we arrived at the scene. Utterly composed, devoid of screams or any similar displays. He remained remarkably professional. Up to that point, he had not spoken a single word. This was the first patrol car to arrive in haste. Fortuitously, we had an officer named Sean half a block away, who exited his vehicle and shouted directly at the Riddler. He heard it. Gordon stated, without a doubt. This is all the information pertaining to the Riddler's public execution of John Peterson. Commissioner Gordon observed the Riddler turn to face the camera, extracting a card emblazoned with the Batman emblem from his coat. He smiled faintly and then inquired, "Where is he?" In the interrogation room, the lamp flickered on, and the Riddler slightly tilted his head, evading the harsh light. Commissioner Gordon took a seat opposite him. "He won't come," he asserted. "Edward is not worth wasting his time. Do you know what the oldest riddle is? It dates back approximately 4,000 years to ancient Sumer." He slightly raised the shackles on his wrists. "I am omnipresent, yet invisible. I often manage to elude capture, but I have never been spared. I will find you at the crossroads, perhaps even pursue you around the next corner. What am I? Death. I can be shattered, spoken of, created, and toyed with. What am I? I have no time for riddles. Commissioner Gordon interrupted him. Riddler, you shot poor John Peterson in broad daylight and then awaited the arrival of the police. Was there a reason for your actions? Did he owe you money? Do you owe him some? Did you lose a poker game to him? Or perhaps he slept with your girlfriend. Do you even have a girlfriend? The answer is a joke. So regarding the girlfriend, does that imply a negative? You do not like jokes? The Riddler remarked, smiling gently, bashful like a student answering a teacher's question, with a glimmer of naive foolishness in his eyes. Shall we venture a guess at another riddle? How did the Joker know that little Barbara was home that day? How did he ascertain your residence? How did he bypass your security system? We both know him. He is an odd fellow, both mad and intricate, yet not particularly skilled at scheming. The Riddler gestured as if making a call, mimicking the Joker and their conversation. Hey dear, how is the plan coming along? I want to orchestrate a bad day, but I have no idea where to start. Well, how about Jack targets the sheriff and his daughter? I have it all planned out, but it feels too simple, and I find it rather dull. Sing me a song, and I shall grant it to you. Wow, that would be perfect, Ed. Listen, I'll throw in a dance for free. The Riddler spoke nonchalantly, as a girl's fate was wickedly tainted. Like a dark stain on a wall, Gordon slowly clenched his fists. He repeatedly reminded himself that the Riddler merely sought to provoke him. He could not allow his emotions to be so easily manipulated, for that would signify a complete loss of control and a profound destabilization of his psyche, which was exceedingly perilous in the face of the Riddler. How dare you? Gordon abruptly leaped from his seat, seizing the Riddler by the neck. You dare to stand before me. But in the next moment, Gordon forcibly restrained himself from further venting his fury. Cough, cough, cough. The Riddler coughed painfully behind him. Are you all right, Gordon? You seem rather unhappy. Oh no, has everyone discovered the matter with Sergeant Sarah? How did you know about her, and then compel her transfer? Is it to conceal your infidelity from your pregnant wife? She was your subordinate, my friend. She once had her own career, and well, we know what transpired thereafter, do we not? Poor woman. Jim Gordon composed himself. Anger gradually gave way to shame, and just as he was about to succumb to it, he suddenly realized that before the Riddler, his emotions were as malleable as clay. Consequently, he turned away, no longer wishing to face his captive. However, everything fell amiss. Throughout the years, whenever the Riddler had committed a crime, a riddle would invariably accompany the scene. A passionate murder devoid of enigmas? This was in stark contrast to the Riddler's established modus operandi. Edward Nygma should have held such base crimes in utter contempt. Gordon sensed a vague unease. It appeared that the Riddler was no longer the same as he once was. Nevertheless, at this moment, he was already ensnared. Gordon declared, "You will be transferred to the newly reconstructed Arkham Asylum. You may await there. Perhaps Batman will find the time to interrogate you." He gazed at the Riddler, whose sinister smile was reflected in his pupils. "Do you believe that?" He heard Edward Nygma murmur, "It takes merely 20 seconds to escape a cage." Chapter 51. The Riddler, Part 2, Prisoner, Edward Nygma. You must maintain absolute silence. Any conversation, noise, movement, or resistance will be met with swift and severe punishment. Now, to prepare you for assignment to the C prison block, please place your hands in front of you. Jim Gordon was poised to personally fit the Riddler with a restraining suit. This was a top-tier prisoner transport vehicle, reinforced with armored bodywork and bulletproof glass. The doors and windows were further fortified with metallic materials to ensure that no escorted prisoner could escape. Within the expansive compartment, over 20 armed guards stood vigilant, each clad in bulletproof vests and wielding rifles. Gordon was confident that, with such a formidable escort, even the Riddler could not possibly elude capture. Or so he hoped. Have you spoken with him? The Riddler inquired. Are you in such a rush to transfer me to Arkham? I prefer a warning first. Director Gordon replied. Let us commence with the threat of rubber bullets. He instructed the nearby officer, make him kneel. The officer beside him raised his weapon, aiming it at the Riddler. Click, 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 click. 5 or 6 guns were almost simultaneously trained on the Riddler's forehead, the laser sights casting a more ominous glow upon his head. Let us solve a riddle, the Riddler proposed. How long does it take to escape from a prison cage? 10 seconds? 15 seconds? Half a minute? An hour? Or even a lifetime? A chill, inexplicable in its nature, crawled up Gordon's spine from the soles of his feet. The answer is 20 seconds. Shut up. You. Jim Gordon understood what the Riddler intended to do, but it felt a touch too late. Hey, Andrew. Wait a moment. Do not heed Gordon's words. Please remember that you have 3 children, Maya, Caroline, and Caitlin, attending Bright Community School in Conway. Upon hearing the familiar names, the officer's weapon slightly lowered. I have escaped from Arkham numerous times, and I shall do so again. I will find them, and I will end their lives. What? The soldier murmured. A profound dread seized Commissioner Gordon's heart. Officer, what you have received are orders, not choices. Chris, does Commissioner Gordon know that you have been secretly accepting bribes from the Two-Face? You are also involved in the Black Mask drug distribution network. Yet you might have forgotten that Harvey Dent is a former district attorney, and district attorneys are accustomed to gathering all evidence of crime. Here lies the most intriguing part. The evidence he has amassed is sufficient to confine you to Blackgate Prison for a century. And I possess this evidence, dear Chris. If you do not comply with my instructions, all your actions will be exposed at once. Oh dear, I did not realize that your colleagues seem to have overheard your indiscretions. This is dire. They are aware of your misdeeds, and once they return, they will report you immediately. Do you truly wish to share a cell with those whom you have apprehended? Allow me to propose a rather effective solution. How do you feel about eliminating everyone present to ensure that your secrets remain concealed? Of course, you must also protect me. For once I am gone, your secrets will be laid bare. Gordon observed Chris's weapon tremble twice. Chris, do not trust the Riddler. Before Gordon could complete his warning, he witnessed Chris aim the gun at himself. This is outrageous, Jim Gordon cursed. Quickly, silence his mouth. Daryl, Jill, Christopher, Raphael, Ron, Connor. Josh, it seems I am acquainted with all of you, and your dear, sweet, soon-to-be deceased families, along with your darkest, most profound, and most shameful secrets. It feels as though this is our first encounter, the Riddler proclaimed. This is an intriguing riddle. Bang! Suddenly, an officer without warning shot his comrade in the head, and as the sounds of chaos erupted, the scene spiraled into utter disarray. Bullets pierced flesh, burrowed through sinew, and lingered upon bone, as another officer fell silently. They were all seasoned professionals from the same system, well aware of each other's tactics. The principle was clear. Strike first. It has commenced, the Riddler remarked. No. Put down your weapon. Do you hear? Commissioner Gordon was desperately attempting to intervene, but it was utterly futile. Put it down. I have heard. You have heard. I have children. I shall never allow a psychopath like Edward Nygma to escape this vehicle. Everyone, you must cease. Daryl, lower your weapon. Do so immediately. I'm not jesting with you. Bang. Who is the individual you meet for the first and last time? The Arkham Guard. The Riddler reclines on the ground, leisurely resting his hands behind his head. Bang. 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 The sound of intense gunfire. Oh no. Too specific. One must be present to truly grasp it. Bang. Bang. Who is someone you can encounter once and never again? A bunch of foolish lackeys, bullets still rattling in their skulls. Bang. No. I feel nothing. It's rather disheartening, which is precisely why I must converse with him. He has a way of making everything seem rational. Jim Gordon kneels amidst a pool of blood. Good heavens. Gordon, could you reach out to him once more? I will be immensely grateful. Impossible, Joker, that is sheer suicide. Scarecrow states, Batman has set a trap, awaiting your return. I shall not accompany you. It's out of the question. What do you mean out of the question? I mean the target is too minor, Joker. After we joined forces, we agreed to obliterate the entire city, not merely one individual. But this city, you imbecile, belongs to him. Once we deal with him, Gotham will be ours, and for our own sake, we must proceed. We cannot allow that outsider, Bane, to divert Batman's attention from us. So you intend to foolishly rush in? I fail to see the significance of Batman's attention for us. How does it aid our plans? Abandon that notion, you clown. I am weary of your authoritarianism. The Joker's demeanor darkens. You've made your decision, have you? Then, in an instant, he delivers an unprovoked punch to Scarecrow's face. You struck me for Batman's sake? Such an unwise action. Scarecrow staggers back, raising the fear toxin in his grasp. I can crush him at will. Ha ha ha. Your fear gas? The Joker cackles. I eagerly await it. Chapter 52. Nuclear bomb. Scarecrow realizes he has erred. His intention was to unite the Joker, this formidable ally. Yet he forgot that the other is a madman, and madmen care not for plans. Indeed, Scarecrow himself is a lunatic. How ironic. This is precisely why he now lies bruised and battered on the ground. The fear toxin has no effect on the Joker, but the Joker does not kill him. He merely leaves him humiliated, sprawled on the ground like a dying stray dog. Wow, it seems my arrival is ill-timed. Someone has entered the room. Scarecrow first notices a pair of feet, brown leather boots, a grayish-white trench coat. However, when Scarecrow raises his head, he discovers that it is his old friend, Edward Nygma, the Riddler. It is rather peculiar that the Riddler is not adorned in his signature green coat, emblazoned with question marks, nor does he carry his iconic question mark staff, wear his distinctive eye mask, or sport a green hat. Instead, he is clad in casual attire, resembling an ordinary office worker just off the clock. How intriguing. I have heard whispers that the Joker is in your company. This is quite unexpected indeed. The Scarecrow observed the Riddler crouching, then inquired, "Would you be so kind as to inform me of the Joker's whereabouts?" This is rather inconvenient. If the lead actor absconds midway through the plan, it will come to naught. The Scarecrow struggled to rise. He noticed the figures trailing behind the Riddler, the movie monster, Amidst, and indeed, the ventriloquist and Killer Croc. All of them were inmates who had escaped from Arkham Asylum. When had the Riddler recruited them? Yet, what captivated the Scarecrow's attention most was the large living figure that Killer Croc was holding. "You've brought Jim Gordon. This astonishes me. Riddler, were you truly plotting?" Beep, beep, beep. Chen Tao's phone rang at his waist. He stood up. "My apologies, Mr. March. I believe we shall conclude our meeting here for today. We have reached a consensus in our collaboration, and I trust that we shall coexist harmoniously, like family." Lincoln March began to frown. The term family seemed to insinuate something deeper, yet it could merely be a conventional metaphor. With a heart full of questions and melancholy, he exited the old Wayne Tower and shook his head at the shadow on the distant rooftop. The operation was canceled. He had initially intended to orchestrate a feigned assassination orchestrated by the Talon to bridge the gap between Lincoln and Bruce, while simultaneously clearing Lincoln of any suspicion and leading Batman to believe they were allies. However, now these plans would have to be postponed. His mind was in turmoil, and he lacked the inclination to investigate who had just contacted Batman. All he desired now was tranquility. For today, he had heard a narrative starkly contrasting what the court had conveyed to him. Although he had always been a traitor at heart, the impact of this revelation was profoundly significant. Moments later, propelled by the grappling hook, Chen Tao gracefully landed on the rooftop of a building. It appeared to be a residential roof, adorned with drying laundry. Thanks to the memory of the Bane Bat, he had finally mastered the use of the grappling gun. Silently, Chen Tao retracted the muscular enhancements he had acquired from this Batman and stealthily approached the two individuals standing at the rooftop's edge. He pressed his finger to the communicator. "I have arrived, Killer Croc." Whoa. Killer Croc startled and nearly toppled off the edge of the rooftop. "Damn it, Batman, boss." Chen Tao disregarded him. "Oswald?" The diminutive figure beside Killer Croc was none other than the Penguin. His expression was grave. "Batman, we are in serious trouble." Chen Tao remained silent, his gaze fixed upon his counterpart. The Penguin understood that this was an indication to speak quickly. "I have had something stolen. It is a bomb." "Huh. What's the big deal? Aren't you frequently robbed?" "You've grown accustomed to it," the Killer Croc boisterously remarked. "Ha ha. Not only do I know that you are often thieved, but you're also frequently robbed outright." He continued to emit rather foolish sounds. "I thought your mysterious summons for me to contact Batman was for something significant. Turns out it's just this. Being robbed is hardly a novelty. When someone is in dire straits, they might just snatch a little from you. I've even pilfered from you before." "Shut up. Let the Penguin speak." "Oh, fine." The Killer Croc covered his face with his enormous palm, leaving only his two blinking eyes exposed. The Penguin glared at the Killer Croc indignantly before stating, "But this time, what was stolen from me is a nuclear bomb." "What?" The Killer Croc uttered a grunt, covering his mouth, the sound escaping from his ears. "I said what was stolen from me is a nuclear bomb. For the love of God, this is serious." The Penguin spoke rapidly. "I had always kept it hidden in Ward F. You have been hiding a nuclear bomb? You actually attempted to sell a nuclear bomb?" The Killer Croc exclaimed loudly. "For so many years, have we been living atop a nuclear bomb? What kind of lunatic are you? The Joker should be bowing down to you." The Penguin's face flushed with anger. "Enough. That is not for sale. Selling a nuclear bomb. Can that even be termed as selling a nuclear bomb? That is arms dealing." The diminutive Penguin asserted himself with such conviction that he momentarily subdued the Killer Croc. The giant with green scales turned partway, muttering in a dejected manner. "I knew you were always an arms dealer, but I thought arms generally referred to grenades, submachine guns, and rocket launchers, not tanks, armed helicopters, jet fighters, and nuclear weapons." As he spoke, the green giant began to assert himself as well. "I had assumed that dealing in tanks and fighter jets was the most ludicrous arms trade in the world. The goods from that country, when it collapsed, the Penguin explained, were merely a coincidence. They were not a stable supply. This occurred a long time ago when I was not particularly powerful and only managed to acquire 2. Wait, you obtained 2? The Killer Croc suddenly realized the significance. Never mind, only 1 was stolen. Oh, I see. And what about the other? I sold it. Non-sale item. The Killer Croc whispered, though I know it's inappropriate to ask. I can't help but inquire how much you sold it for. The Penguin pondered for a moment, extending 5 fingers. 500 million? 5 billion. Chen Tao calculated silently. The cost of the Justice League Watchtower was approximately 500 billion, meaning that this nuclear bomb had been sold for the equivalent of 11,000 watchtowers. The Batplane is valued at approximately 5 billion, and the sale of this nuclear weapon amounted to the cost of 110 aircraft. Is it truly for such a meager sum that you are willing to disseminate such perilous contrivances? Chen Tao felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. The individuals I had stationed in the warehouse have all been eliminated. They were oblivious to the nature of what they were safeguarding. The Penguin remarked, a swift, fatal strike to the throat, executed with the precision of a professional assassin. They perished before they even realized what was happening. There were no clues at the scene to indicate who the perpetrator was. Was it Victor Zaz? Or perhaps an assassin from the Shadow Warriors League? Or a master of blade work from elsewhere? He lamented, I am utterly at a loss, Batman. This predicament has escalated beyond my capacity to manage. I'm a criminal, yet not a madman. My intention in acquiring the nuclear weapon was merely to sell it. He continued, whether it be the Joker, Bane, Scarecrow, or the Riddler. None of these concerns are paramount at this moment. He stated, if we cannot locate this nuclear device and it were to be detonated in Gotham, then everything would be irrevocably lost, Batman. Chapter 53. Batman and the Joker on his way. The Joker had envisioned countless scenarios of the traps Batman might lay. He was well aware that upon reaching the address inscribed on that paper, Batman would likely be waiting for him. Yet he himself was unprepared. No hostages, no cackling piranhas. Not even a bomb primed to explode. He had not even committed murder in anticipation of Batman's arrival. He ought to have been amidst a pile of corpses, each frozen in grotesque laughter, applauding the tardy Batman, extending to his beloved a typical Gotham greeting, followed by a spray of corrosive acid or the tossing of Joker bombs, akin to a young maiden bestowing a sweet kiss upon her suitor. Then Batman would retaliate with a resounding slap, a gesture mirroring the tender affection of a lover brushing against the delicate nose of his beloved, ultimately delivering him to Arkham in a flurry of exhilarating blows. He might have garnered a few roses, the result of being bloodied, several love bites, perhaps a few cracked ribs, or even a near-asphyxiating climax. But now, none of this was present. No explosives, no hostages, similar to a splendid evening devoid of a film, candlelit dinner, romantic rendezvous, and fireworks. Abruptly fast-forwarding to the moment, the two found themselves sitting on a bed, exchanging glances. But that was of little consequence, was it? For this was precisely what Batman desired. Mayor Carlo was but a tattered garment. No matter how he or she paraded in it, it could never entice Batman. Thus, this attire was nothing but rags. The maiden's heart brimmed with anxiety. She sensed the affections of her beloved waning, yet she was at a loss for how to restore them. If even the sheer black lace bunny-eared mini-dress of Mayor Carlo could not captivate her suitor, what chance did candlelit dinners or shared toasts, akin to hostages or explosives, have of earning his favor? However, planning to release laughing gas in the city center or to casually detonate some buildings for a fireworks display is no longer feasible. And then there's Bane, that insufferable interloper, Isn't a vexatious third party, yet she possesses a certain magnanimity. She restrains herself from confronting her rival, knowing it would ruin her lover's ardor. Thus, the pale-skinned young woman finds herself in a moral quandary, feeling somewhat demeaned, akin to those who await clients on the street, eagerly presenting themselves at the beck and call of Batman, devoid of any modesty or shame. But why should he resent Batman? He cannot abide the thought of Batman disregarding him, nor can he tolerate Gordon or those tedious officers tarnishing his reputation. Therefore, if Batman is not coming, he might as well present himself willingly, even if perceived as foolish. A cruel encounter is preferable to the most gentle of neglect. And now, here we are. No. The Joker staggers backward. Things were not meant to unfold this way. No. The Joker lunges toward Chen Tao, who does not evade. Recognizing this not as a frenzied assault, but merely an incredulous touch. Who are you? Who are you? Return my bat to me. Ha ha ha. Do you not understand? I am Batman. Silvery particles quiver as the Joker perceives Batman's visage materialize abruptly, only to vanish once more into the ether. The Joker feels as if he has received a heavy blow to the face. He sees the pale, purple-haired aberration before him, raising the crowbar in hand to strike himself repeatedly. There is no sweetness akin to Batman's affection, only a chilling malevolence and a cruelty that pierces the soul. That invigorating sensation has faded, replaced by a bone-deep agony. He feels Batman grasping him by the collar, dragging him toward the corner of the room. The Joker beholds Batman, or rather, the pallid monstrosity that has become of him, open a wooden box situated in the corner. A Batman costume? The Joker exclaims, "Good heavens." His tone remains calm and even, his mouth drawn down, even though the gash at the corner of his lips renders his tranquil expression grotesque and horrifying. The Joker pays it no heed, hearing Batman emit a strange laugh. Ha ha ha. The Joker feels a chill run through him. He never imagined that a laughter so familiar could sound so terrifying. I have been pondering, Joker. Tell me, what does it mean to win? The Joker listens as the pale creature that was once Batman cackles madly. Let us delve directly into the heart of the matter, shall we? Oh, little black heart, beating, why have I not killed you? Then his head transformed back into that of Batman, a beautiful bat head adorned with pointed ears, crudely affixed to the body clad in a purple suit, mocking all who beheld it. In the depths of every nightmare that Gotham harbored, even within the twisted mind of the Joker, such a terrifying sight had never been witnessed. For this, you have triumphed. Batman's voice, low and somber, echoed like a tender yet hoarse whisper from a beloved, as he bowed his head, filled with compassion. Batman, it's you. What has happened? What is this? I cannot control myself. No, my dear. I am here. Batman, you can never be defeated. You will not be. The Joker trembled as he reached out his hand, fingers contorted from the brutal beating, resembling twisted hemp. Yet he felt no pain. As long as Batman existed, it sufficed. Regardless of the predicaments Batman found himself in, he would always emerge victorious, triumphing over the Joker and anyone else. He quivered, yearning to caress Batman's cheek, but his fingers merely grazed the upturned corners of his mouth. In the next moment, Batman's voice erupted into hysterical laughter. This raspy laughter morphed and crescendoed, as if he had choked on his mirth. The Joker observed Batman's lips split open, his face beneath the cowl utterly ashen, a reflection of his own. No. The Joker's frantic scream nearly tore his throat apart. The pale monstrosity began to don Batman's attire, its lower face now a ghastly white, while Batman continued to speak, his upper face transforming back to a pallid hue in the silvery light. Ha ha ha. I adore this response. Thus, you have triumphed, and I have prevailed. But it is different, you see? It is different now. This is my victory, little bat. I am relentless. What you just said that you would not do so was simply because it would allow me to win. That is what you tell yourself and others. For you refuse to acknowledge the truth and the old excuse of slippery slope. Am I correct? Batman killed the Joker, and then suddenly, who could say what might prevent Batman from annihilating all these nefarious beings, spiraling into utter madness? The Joker watched, wide-eyed, as the pallid creature grinned and declared, "But I think that is nonsense, old friend." Gradually, the Joker's entire form was clad in Batman's uniform by the pale fiend, his ghastly visage concealed beneath the dark mask of Batman. Accompanied by the silvery glow, the creature morphed into Batman's visage, adorned in the iconic suit, pointed ears. Oh no, naturally. The face beneath the mask remained pale, a grin stretching to the roots of his ears. Now, they appeared almost indistinguishable, two figures draped in Batman's guise. Tell me, do you truly believe you can simply kill me, the Joker, and cease your endeavors? No one will ever know. You can find a secluded spot and act under the cover of darkness. You can withstand it, can't you? Afterwards, you can utter words like, "Oh, the poor clown." I knew him, right? No, the clown declared. I shall never do such a thing. His bat suit and pointed ears shimmered in the night. Then, in an instant, everything vanished. The hysterical laughter, the upturned corners of the mouth, the crimson teeth, and the malevolent gaze. The clown heard Batman say to him, "You must help me. I cannot contain him for much longer." The clown's neck was released, and he staggered, bewildered, standing on the ground. He touched his bat mask and cape. In the deep red cabinet around the corner, you must crawl inside. He heard Batman instruct him. You must enter, for that is the only way to restore me. Chapter 54, Murder. Among Gotham's population of 30 million, 5 million have directly or indirectly participated in first-degree murder. Here lies a certain underground safe house in Gotham. The Riddler's lair, the most secure and discreet kind. It was arranged like an ordinary study, and, sitting on the sofa, Killer Croc pulled a copy of Kant's Critique of Pure Reason from the nearby bookshelf. After perusing it for a while, he realized he could not comprehend a single word, and in frustration, he tossed it to the ground. The ventriloquist picked it up and returned it to its place. About 15 million have committed crimes, while the remaining 10 million who have never transgressed are not virtuous citizens, but rather hidden miscreants, gamblers, and sex workers of the red light district. The Riddler's voice echoed in the room, as Jim Gordon was bound to a chair, blindfolded and gagged. Their abstention from joining the criminal army was not due to some noble quality, but because they had not been driven to desperation. Images flickered on the television. The Riddler confirmed it was a live broadcast. There stood Batman, just as he had planned. He continued, So, do you understand? Gotham has no good people. The only ones who can be deemed good are the addicts and gamblers, for they harm no one but themselves. I am utterly exhausted, year after year, day after day, living amidst a heap of refuse, committing crimes incessantly. If crime is so exhausting, why not cease? The movie freak remarked, You can stop committing crimes, can't you? No, you simply do not understand. The Riddler, a bit unhinged, stood up and squatted on the sofa, hugging his legs like a lonely, helpless child. This is a war. If we truly abandon crime out of fatigue, then he wins, Batman wins. So what? Is it impossible to survive without crime? Killer Croc found a bag of chips nearby, tore it open, and tossed them into his mouth. No, it's not like that. Batman may have won, but I am not the one who loses. Huh? The Riddler felt utterly unhinged. He understood that speaking in riddles was the hallmark of a riddle maker. Much like how the elderly gentleman selling hot dogs at the park possessed his own unique recipe. Yet, the Riddler had never encountered such an incomprehensible riddle, at least not in his recollection. Exhibiting a hint of nervousness, he curled up with his knees drawn to his chest, resembling a small boy cowering in a corner during a thunderstorm. You don't understand, I'm not truly myself. What I mean is, I do not represent my own essence, he rambled. I am inherently drawn to my kind, much like bats attract all of us. Just as you, Killer Croc, you magnetically ensnare all the beastly-hearted criminals within Gotham. Thus, you rally a fiercely loyal army with ease. You are their king, surrounded by pure, beast-like followers, much like the highly intelligent criminals beside me, the desperate laughers at the Joker's side, and the fearful acolytes near Scarecrow. We, these so-called supervillains, serve as their psychological pillars. The Bat once wisely stated that criminals are predominantly superstitious and blindly obedient. The Riddler continued, We share the same traits as they do, yet we are immensely more powerful, which is why they are so easily subdued by us. We no longer represent ourselves. Rather, we embody a fragment of Gotham's wickedness, personifying the very essence of this malevolence. He stared blankly at the television. Killing me is futile. If you slay me, Tutankhamun, the master of clues, or any other criminal akin to me, another will take my place. Perhaps they may not be as formidable as I, but they will undoubtedly be the strongest among the remaining. This pattern persists. We are not special. Hence, the Bat understands that eliminating us will not halt crime. On the contrary, his act of murder will only exacerbate the proliferation of criminality. Each successful crime serves as a tremendous encouragement to other criminals. Once the floodgates are opened, he truly becomes a part of the darkness, rendering it impossible to extinguish. Do you comprehend? If the Bat were to act upon such impulses, he would attract other criminals, inciting others to emulate his murderous deeds, transforming this metropolis of 30 million into a slaughterhouse, a veritable river of blood and mountains of corpses. For if we were to delve into the matter, everyone is a criminal. The Riddler asserted, anyone can raise the banner of justice and kill indiscriminately. The law would become mere scrap paper. The Bat would never stoop to such a level. Alarmist, remarked the cinema freak, supervillains are merely a touch more unique. What makes me special? The Riddler proclaimed, before we peculiar beings existed, there was the Roman Falcon. Prior to Falcon, Gotham was ruled by the Lion King. And even before that, there were the 4 illustrious families of Gotham. Farther back still, I was merely a puppet of Gotham's malevolence, a marionette. Whether this puppet is called the Riddler or Edward is of little consequence. Much like the Joker, who has perished countless times, how can one assert he remains the same? We have witnessed his demise in explosions, only for him to re-emerge after a few months, vanishing into the river, disappearing once more, yet reappearing again and again, eternally returning. Driven away, but never truly dying. Gotham merely requires a madman whose smile stretches from ear to ear. Does it matter what his true name is? He has bested me time and again, and our game shall never cease until one side collapses under pressure. The Bat attempts to single-handedly transform an entire city. You cannot fathom the profundity of this struggle. He is indomitable, unwavering, requiring no respite. His intellect is unparalleled, his wisdom extraordinary. His will as unyielding as steel. He walks among us as a deity. The Riddler's voice crescendoed as he rose, gesturing dramatically. This defies logic. This cannot be. How can such a being exist? You do not comprehend the despair of facing such an opponent. No matter how fiercely you struggle, you will be returned to Arkham. It is a tragic fate. He slumped back onto the sofa, despondent. Perhaps death would be my liberation, freeing me from the torment of my own impotence and the grasp of Gotham's wickedness. I can no longer cease my transgressions. It is not merely due to my mental afflictions. Regardless of the resolutions I make to pursue endeavors beyond crime, Gotham's malevolence ensnares me with invisible hands, enslaving me, coercing me. No matter how I scream and thrash, I am compelled to engage with that damned riddle, manipulated to reveal the fangs of Gotham's son, born of darkness yet betraying it. I am the malevolent dragon meant to be slain by the night, yet also a servant of the shadows. Only death could grant me peace, but the Bat refuses even this final solace. He spares even the Joker. Do you understand? The Bat is a merciless avenger. Yet his vengeance is not directed at me, nor at Two-Face, nor at the Joker. It is aimed at the very evil of Gotham City. His goal is not to eradicate criminals, but to obliterate crime itself. Yet evil and crime cannot be extinguished. As long as a single human breathes, they shall persist. Yet he strives to achieve the utterly unattainable, torturing himself and all around him. He is hardly human. He sank into his chair, drained of all strength, as though his bones had been extracted. I am weary. I am truly, profoundly weary. He murmured softly. So, there are no more riddles, no more trials, and no more games. Everything must come to an end. He picked up the phone on the table and connected with Batman on the television. Batman, as per my command. Eliminate the Joker. He approached the whimpering Jim Gordon, drew a handgun, and pressed his head against Gordon's, aligning them side by side. Then pressed the gun against his own temple. No riddles, no hints. Now I possess but a single command. Kill the Joker, or I shall immediately end the lives of both Jim Gordon and myself. You must either slay the Joker to save us, or spare him and allow our demise. Batman, can you hear my words? Make your choice. Do not entertain the notion of pretending to stab or shoot the Joker in a non-lethal manner. I require you to dismember the Joker entirely. Only upon witnessing his dismemberment will I affirm his death and release Jim Gordon. Regardless of you, me, or the principles that bind us, the unbreakable ironclad rules must all be obliterated today. Should they remain unbroken, then let it be me who is destroyed. I have resolved to employ femtosecond laser fragmentation technology to kill the Joker. This technique can pulverize materials at a microscopic scale. In a sense, the Joker is destined to be dismantled. Indeed, let be done now. The Joker slipped into a red cabinet, and soon, the wooden panels fell away, revealing its crystalline coffin. Immediately kill him, by whatever means necessary. Yet Batman disregarded him, stepping forward to converse with the Joker. Why are you hesitating to kill him? The Riddler suddenly realized something. He was not as foolish as he had believed, and he should not have come to this realization only now. The silhouette of Batman, with pointed ears, materialized behind him, and the Riddler heard the voice. It was Batman. You see, I made an error. I have always thought that supervillains like you relished in games, that your appetite for games was insatiable. I'm a fool just like you. Look, you are currently in your chamber, committing the same clever mistake as I. You assume I cannot break the ironclad rules. You presume I am unguarded, lacking foresight. You suppose my mercy is boundless. You believe I lack the courage to confront the aftermath of breaking the no-kill rule. You assume that what lies before you is not a meticulously prepared recording, that I am merely exchanging parting words with the Joker in the old Wayne Tower. The amygdala sought to act, but was swiftly subdued by Killer Croc, who pressed him to the ground, binding him tightly. You also assume that the ventriloquist and Killer Croc are not in league with me. You presume that the movie monster cannot be a guise adopted by Batman. Click. The Riddler pulled the trigger, but no bullet emerged, although he had anticipated this outcome long ago. You even assume I have not quietly replaced the bullets in your gun. Why do you underestimate me so, Edward Nygma? Why do you assume that only you possess the audacity to defy convention? The Riddler turned away, a bitter smile gracing his lips. So, the Joker was not slain? Did you deceive me? Nygma, oh Nygma, your arrogance remains unchanged. Guess what, Edward? We have only met once, yet from now on, you shall forever know me. Who am I? Pay heed, for what I am about to utter is devoid of metaphor, rhetoric, theory, or any such embellishments. The Riddler heard Batman declare, "The Joker has perished by my hand." Chapter 55, The Funeral. Indeed, this is the final act. The Riddler stood momentarily dazed as he watched Batman and the Joker exchange a few words on the television before activating the machine. Before his very eyes, the Joker lay in that crystal coffin, transformed into a grotesque mass of flesh. No trickery, no feigned demise, no vanishing act amidst an explosion, nor an accidental tumble off a cliff. Merely the stark reality of death. The Riddler had orchestrated his own mock deaths before, employing the Mudman or the Serpent, another shape-shifting Gotham villain, but never with such finality as today. Batman had committed murder, and without the slightest hesitation. The Riddler observed as the video zoomed in, the Joker appearing just before him. Let us rewind to the instant of the Joker's demise. So, was all this an elaborate ruse? You never transformed into the Joker? Never, Chen Tao replied. The silver particles shimmered as the crystal coffin sealed completely. Chen Tao exhaling a deep sigh of relief. Lucius's technological prowess was beyond reproach. There was no possibility of the Joker escaping from within such a thick crystal enclosure. Indeed, he had succeeded. He had outwitted the Joker, the very same creature that had led the original Batman, Bruce Wayne, to countless failures and agonies. Now, he was trapped within the crystal coffin, merely a button away from his demise. Through the transparent glass, the Joker was convinced of the polymer's formidable seal. The Joker gazed at Batman. Ha! Ah ha, Batman. You've caught me once again. Ha ha. I truly am a fool. But this is quite amusing. This jest is truly delightful. How infuriating. You play your part so well. I shan't allow it to happen again. The Joker laughed uncontrollably, yet across from him, Chen Tao remained unperturbed. There will be no next time, Joker. What? The Joker's movements froze. As I have stated, you are to die. This is not an act of passion or impulsive murder, but rather the result of meticulous preparation. I have resolved to utilize femtosecond laser fragmentation technology to end your life. Chen Tao reached out, gently caressing the surface of the transparent coffin. This is not a birdcage, but a coffin. Ending the Joker's life had been a decision long in the making. Ever since the Joker had unleashed his laughing gas upon the battlefield, rendering over 20,000 soldiers nearly incapacitated, he had never wavered in his determination to no longer allow the Joker to exist in this world. Certainly, as a fervent admirer of American comics, Chen Tao has encountered the debate surrounding whether Batman should take lives numerous times. Countless individuals have reiterated their arguments from various perspectives: political, military, philosophical, and social theories, or even the pragmatic concern of comic sales, either advocating for or against the act of killing. For decades, this contention has been unrelenting. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Chen Tao is not Batman. Thus, these discussions hold no significance for him. There are no moral dilemmas, no fateful epics. In Chen Tao's view, the Joker is merely a nuisance. If possible, he has even contemplated employing a knife or a gun to eliminate the Joker. The memories of Bane have endowed him with the skills necessary for murder, and he is adept with any weapon he might wield. Yet, he ultimately opts for the most prudent course of action. The tale of the Laughing Bat leaves Chen Tao apprehensive. In the comics, Batman has repeatedly asserted that even if he were to kill the Joker, Gotham would return something far worse. He is utterly unwilling to traverse through time only to discover that he has become the Laughing Bat, cackling maniacally as he annihilates the multiverse. Such a scenario is ludicrous, beyond even the imagination of a hack writer intoxicated with 3 pounds of cheap liquor. Therefore, regarding the murder of the Joker, he must tread carefully. Is there truly a toxin lurking within the Joker's spine, capable of transforming others into jesters? Perhaps yes, perhaps no, but he will never gamble with his own life. The Joker in the crystal coffin clutched his throat, beginning to struggle for breath. Chen Tao approached the crystal coffin, silently beginning his operations. Once the energy is connected, the machine will commence its function, obliterating the contents of the coffin. Whether it is Joker venom or some other bizarre substance, as long as the coffin remains unopened, escape will forever be impossible. After the Joker's demise, Chen Tao intends to encase him in layers of steel, sealing him within cement in the darkest corner of the Batcave's lower levels until the end of time. The Joker, in a manner all too expected, has discerned the murderous intent in Batman's eyes. He oscillates between telling his madcap jokes and reminiscing with Chen Tao, yet Chen Tao remains entirely unresponsive. Ultimately, the Joker suddenly appears unnaturally serene. I see. It is time to conclude. You no longer wish to play games with me. Do you, Batman? Very well, I accept. This is the end. Yet, you continuously flee from those around you. Have you ever considered that you have never uttered the words, I hate you? Those few words, I hate you. Joker, listen closely, Batman. If today is indeed the finale, then I believe I still possess the right to deliver my final words. The femtosecond laser cutter is prepared. The machine emits a mechanical sound. Please ensure everything is ready. Countdown, 10 seconds. Batman. Chen Tao stood before the crystal coffin, his demeanor cold and detached, observing as the Joker lunged violently against the transparent lid. I am on the brink of death. You are about to kill me. But listen well, Batman, I despise you. It is your turn now, Bat. Hurry up. It is your turn. Utter those words. Time ticked away, second by second, as Chen Tao averted his gaze. The flicker of hope in the Joker's eyes gradually extinguished. 7 seconds. 6 seconds. So am I. Chen Tao replied, Joker. The Joker erupted into a fit of hysterical laughter, a cacophony he had produced countless times over the years, but never before had it been so frenzied and distorted. Tears streamed down his face from the intensity of his mirth. His abdomen ached with laughter as he repeatedly banged his forehead against the coffin lid. This is it. This is it, Bat. I am elated that you are finally coming to this realization today, for in the past, as you know, I never allowed you to witness my demise. Falling from a helicopter, plummeting off a cliff, vanishing in an explosion, yet I always return. I should not have allowed you to see my end, but it seems today is an unavoidable exception. Listen well, I shall not die, Batman. This is a fact. I am a thought, an idea, and I will persist in the shadows, living on in Gotham's discontent. You shall soon see me again. Ha ha ha. Ah, ha. First, a line of blood began to spread from his forehead, and then his head began to collapse. The Joker was dead. Chapter 56, The Bat King Warning. Warning. Anchor item detected. Joker's crystal coffin. Converting crisis energy. Chen Tao could scarcely believe his eyes. Xaxing, Lugingba. Lugingba. Laugh. Laugh. Error. Error. Initiating emergency shield. Emergency shield. After a dazzling display of silver-white text flickered, the words on Chen Tao's retina finally stabilized. Crisis energy converted. 80. Current units of crisis energy held. 164. Warning, downloading files targeting Batman. Broken Bat, danger level, C, in a dark multiverse. At the conclusion of the Nightfall event, Batman failed to defeat his fallen disciple, and the Death Angel usurped his identity. The Death Angel, now renamed Saint Batman, unleashed a reign of bloody terror upon Gotham. Bruce Wayne, after being vivisectioned and left with only essential organs, was forced to observe for the next 30 years the atrocities committed by the Death Angel in Gotham City. After being rescued by Lady Shiva and Bane's son, he was healed by nanotech microbat robots and became a cyborg. However, 3 decades of torment had utterly shattered the once heroic Dark Knight, Batman. The fractured Bat, embracing darkness, has slain the Angel of Death and all allies that stood in its way, thus becoming the new ruler of Gotham. Shall I immediately consume 80 units of crisis energy to synchronize? Chen Tao mused, his fingertips grazing the pronounced cleft of Batman's chin. Previously, the Joker had bestowed upon him 40 units of crisis energy, yet synchronization had consumed an equal amount. This time, he was granted 80 units, coincidentally matching the requirement of this new Batman. Unlike the earlier Bane, who had provided a generous 103 units, but only required 59 for synchronization. What could be the explanation for this? Chen Tao pondered for a moment before dismissing the query. The matter of the Riddler was of paramount importance now. You have crossed that line, Batman, the Riddler uttered dazed. On the television, the grotesque form of the Joker's flesh splattered onto the ground. He repeatedly confirmed the dreadful truth with his eyes. Good heavens, you have truly crossed that line? The Riddler exclaimed with a mixture of joy and sorrow. I was mistaken, grossly mistaken. I once believed I would need to exert every effort to compel you to take a life. I even doubted whether I could succeed. Yet in the end, I realized I needed to do nothing at all. You never intended for the Joker to survive. While I was caught in a futile struggle with the mundane, you shattered him like glass upon the ground. You had premeditated this all along. Oh, how I adore you. You cunning, murderous fiend. He burst into laughter, then gasped for breath as if on the brink of suffocation, abruptly stifling his mirth. Batman, believe me, it is about to commence. I am well acquainted with this sensation. Soon, you shall attract some new admirers. No, I shall not. Trust me, I once thought the same. But this is beyond your control. The Riddler resolutely set down his handgun. I surrender. His gaze swept towards the silent ventriloquist and the killer Croc, who was binding the almond-shaped nuclei with ropes. I was a fool, proclaiming my intention to defy convention while completely overlooking this possibility. Nearly all of my hired muscle are traitors. The bottom line has long since ceased to exist. You have already amassed these followers, have you not? They are employees. Chen Tao corrected him. I paid them. You paid them? Ha ha ha. Batman, I must apologize. Although I'm the Riddler and laughter is not typically my forte, I find this utterly amusing. Ha ha ha. The Riddler chuckled in an exaggerated manner, slapping his thigh and pointing at Killer Croc. Do you have any idea how many employers have been devoured by Waylon Jones? Those inadequate fools, lacking strength, artistry, and originality in their criminal endeavors, have been devoured time and again by that beast who seeks to manipulate him. He is a creature of primal ferocity, Batman. Do you truly believe that mere currency can sway such a formidable beast? Are you aware of how many of his employers he has savaged? Would you like me to recount the times he has feasted upon their flesh? Chen Tao is convinced that the Riddler's mention of feasting is a double entendre. He glances at Killer Croc, who returns his gaze with a bashful smile, innocent and harmless, akin to a puppy eager to please its master. Witnessing Batman's lethal actions, he appears even more subservient than before. The almond, in a fit of rage, attempts to resist. He is a man afflicted with intellectual challenges, one of Arkham's villains, employed by the Riddler, who has stumbled into this chaotic scene. Then, Killer Croc bites into his shoulder, tearing off a generous chunk and spitting it onto the ground. The almond faints from the pain. And what of the ventriloquist? For all these years, do you believe that Gotham's fools find him anything but terrifying, merely a split personality wielding a puppet? Such a notion is sacrilegious. Oh dear, how rude. Before the ventriloquist could voice his thoughts, they were swallowed back down. He beheld the Riddler's eyes glimmering with a predatory light, fierce and ruthless like a vibrant tiger. He is undoubtedly a powerful criminal, no doubt about that. But to confront the Riddler directly? Not quite enough. Silence. The voices of both Bat-Baby and the ventriloquist fell silent under the Riddler's fierce glare, their eyes darting towards Chen Tao, hoping their master would come to their defense. As for Arnold Weskier, he had never mingled with the underworld before entering Blackgate prison. Yet, he instinctively learned all the survival skills of a gangster, rapidly rising to become the most formidable crime lord in Burnley within a mere 3 months. What sort of virtuous gentleman do you think could tear away his piece from the already apportioned flesh? Do you have any idea how many mob bosses' corpses have been crushed beneath his pink bunny slippers? He is but a cold-blooded, ruthless madman. No, I am Batman's dog. Woof, 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 woof. The ventriloquist, appearing somewhat anxious, disregarded his surroundings and began barking eagerly in the room, desperately attempting to prove his loyalty to his master. I am now obedient to Batman. I understand that only by following Batman can I. I'm sorry. So, do you comprehend, Batman? There is no turning back. What was that cliché saying? It seems there has always been a preoccupation with the Joker's demise. I might post a teaser later, strike that, hint at it. Such a pivotal character as the Joker cannot simply exit the stage. Moreover, I intentionally portray this Joker as an obsessive fanatic towards Batman, devoid of any sense of oppression. How could I possibly stifle the character's potential? Chapter 57. Justice having wrestled with the dragon of evil for far too long, one inevitably becomes the dragon themselves, gazing into the abyss for an extended period. The abyss shall return the gaze. The amygdala awoke from its torment, weeping and wailing in lamentation of the suffering and anguish endured. The assassin crocodile released its grip on the amygdala. Chen Tao observed him, and even amidst the chaos of his manic mind, he sensed Batman's penetrating gaze. The cries were abruptly stifled by an unseen force, leaving him to collapse to the ground, trembling and curling into a ball. It is all over, Batman. You too have become a captive of Gotham's wickedness. The Riddler proclaimed. Do you remember the Romans? Carmine Falcone. Did you know that the youthful Carmine Falcone aspired to eradicate all of Gotham as corruption? Yet he ultimately became the city's most formidable crime lord. You have followed the same path, Bat. When the righteous succumb to sin, it is as insidious as poisoning a public well. He spoke in a frenzied manner. Thus, Batman is dead. He cast his firearm aside. The Bat King has been reborn. He exaggeratedly bowed to Chen Tao, akin to a jester performing on stage. Batman, you are now a criminal too, he proclaimed with exuberance. You are no different from us. The Riddler had become convinced by his own convoluted logic, seeing Batman, having directly slain the Joker, as a fellow criminal in his eyes. Batman possessed qualities akin to his, yet was vastly more powerful. Hence, he surrendered in every conceivable sense. Chen Tao understood that, at this juncture, a mere beckon from him would result in the Riddler eagerly prostrating himself, perhaps not in such an extreme manner. But the underlying attitude remained unchanged. Should Chen Tao wish for it, he could immediately procure the Riddler as assistance. With the latter's intellect and resources, defeating Bane, locating the nuclear device, and either saving or ruling the entire city would be an effortless endeavor, would it not? However, I refuse. I have long since embraced my role as a criminal, Enigma, violating personal rights, unlawfully possessing lethal weaponry, brazenly contravening fortress laws. This I have never denied. Now, I merely face an additional charge of first-degree murder. But listen closely, you scoundrel. Everything you have articulated is utter nonsense. Your theory of dark coercion is merely a variant of the bad day paradigm. You believe that everyone will become a servant of darkness, just as the Joker posited that a single bad day could turn even Gordon into a clown. Yet Gordon did not become a clown. Neither did Barbara. While he spoke these words, his gaze fell upon the blindfolded Jim Gordon. Regardless of whether it is a dreadful day or one shrouded in darkness, these are merely excuses concocted by the villains to justify their nefarious deeds. The law, to me, it is nothing more than a piece of worthless paper. Forgive my candor, but I have drawn a line in the sand, not to protect myself, but to safeguard you all. I have pondered whether sacrificing a small part of justice for a greater good can indeed be considered just. So, do you have your answer now, Batman? Chen Tao sighed. From a moment Edward Nygma began to speak, he knew that his real opponent was not the broken riddle-maker before him, but rather another member of Gotham's once ironclad triumvirate. The police chief, Jim Gordon, who had devoted everything to the city. He removed Jim Gordon's eye mask, and the latter looked at him with a gaze filled with compassion. Batman, you were once a beacon of hope, he said. Jim's expression was somewhat dazed as he fixed his eyes on Chen Tao. You told us, you told Gotham. No matter how vast one's knowledge or how great one's talent, one should not elevate oneself above others like Nygma. No matter how desperately one wishes to save their family, one must not sacrifice innocence like Victor. Even on the coldest nights in Gotham, one should not seek warmth through the blood of others. Justice, pursued diligently, will ultimately yield results. Society cannot remain in perpetual grayness, for justice is a virtue worth safeguarding. You reminded us that life is worth living, even after enduring the worst of days and the unimaginable suffering that many dare not contemplate. Yet, despite all the pain, madness, and despair, it is still worthwhile. He suddenly seemed to teeter on the edge of a mental breakdown. You taught us that humanity's greatness lies in facing the unspeakable brutality and bloodshed of history, yet still harboring hope, striving to heal society rather than extinguishing it with a bullet. These are your words, your teachings. Why? Why let the Joker win? Why make such a sudden decision? Why become like them? For heaven's sake, you should have sent the Joker to prison, not ended his life with a bullet. I did not end his life, Chen Tao replied. I reduced him to a pulp. He added, a finely minced pulp. Joker pulp. Joker pulp. I am quite certain that is a particular Japanese dark humor. Gordon, in a fit of fury, retorted, "What? Do you intend to make a Bat-Joker-flavored sandwich out of him?" And that is precisely what I did. I apologize, Jim. Do you not realize that by doing so, Batman will fall into the realm of procedural justice as mere means? Jim Gordon? What? I will merely spit upon the Joker's corpse, Gordon. Murdering the Joker will not transform me into a mindless tyrant or dictator. Do you genuinely believe in the fallacy of the slippery slope? Have we not been in pursuit of substantive justice all along? Chen Tao remarked that superheroes possess great abilities and should inspire and guide humanity toward making virtuous choices. When procedural justice and systems are capable of achieving this, I shall indeed support the structure and procedures. However, when these systems become incapacitated and corrupt, I must also hold them accountable. Essentially, the justice sought by superheroes ought to transcend the law itself. Otherwise, why not simply join the system and become a police officer? Gordon responded with silence. Chen Tao sighed, halting his further remarks, and shook his head. The matter at hand fundamentally represented a divergence in ideology and thought. Jim Gordon had been entrenched within the system for too long, his mindset confined. From the moment he contemplated the murder of the Joker, he had realized that a collaborative relationship between them could never be rekindled as in the past. This was a price that he had anticipated. Therefore now, Mr. Nigma, it will be prudent for you to divulge the whereabouts of the nuclear bomb you pilfered from the Penguin. What nuclear bomb? I have never stolen a nuclear bomb. Chapter 58. Who stole the nuclear bomb? What nuclear bomb? I have never stolen a nuclear bomb. Chen Tao felt a tightening in his chest. Aside from you, who else could it possibly be? The Riddler's eyes gradually brightened. Good heavens, it seems there are matters unfolding of which I am unaware. A nuclear bomb? Batman, you are in grave trouble. Hours later, within the Batcave, Bruce Wayne possessed several Batcaves throughout Gotham City, though this one was notably smaller than the expansive subterranean base beneath Wayne Manor. Nevertheless, it was well equipped, ready to provide Batman with all necessary support. At this moment, the three generations of Robins stood with a tablet beside a retractable mobile display. Based on the intelligence we currently possess, the individuals capable of acquiring a nuclear bomb may include the following. Chen Tao, seated in Batman's usual spot with his back to the Batcomputer, gestured for Tim to continue, while Alfred stood beside him. Not far away, the Ventriloquist, Deadshot, Cheshire Cat, Killer Croc, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy sat in a row. Harley, brimming with excitement, surveyed the Batcave's facilities, even brandishing a baseball bat as if to smash the nearby display case to retrieve one of the batsuits. Such impolite behavior was, of course, curtailed by Poison Ivy, as Harley's previously rigid bat softened upon contact with the glass case, quivering like dough in her hands. "Oh, come on," she exclaimed. "Our primary suspect is Bane. He possesses both the capability and the motive to execute this deed," Tim stated. He flipped through the data on his tablet, then pressed a button on the remote. The retractable screen and the massive Batcomputer display behind Chen Tao simultaneously revealed Bane's visage. The guards in the warehouse where the Penguins stored the nuclear bomb were heavily armed, consisting mostly of the Penguins' collection of desperate rogues and retired veterans. Although the sale of nuclear weapons is undoubtedly an act of sheer madness tantamount to suicide, the Penguin has claimed that he has maintained stringent oversight over them in recent years, with guards of exceptionally high caliber. However, the absence of any large-scale gunfights at the scene suggests that the assailant may have acted alone, executing a flawless stealth operation, with all witnesses eliminated without resistance. Bane, being a cold-blooded assassin of imposing stature, could certainly accomplish such a feat yet. It is curious that the use of a blade is not characteristic of Bane. Based on our understanding of him, it is likely that he would prefer to simply snap the necks of the guards with his bare hands, given his formidable grip. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that Bane deliberately employed a knife to mislead. Tim continued, "However, this does not add up. Bane has only just arrived in Gotham. He cannot possibly possess the intimate knowledge of this city that those who have lived here for over a decade do. Oswald is no fool. He is acutely aware of the level of threat posed by a nuclear weapon, even as one of the largest arms dealers in the United States. He could not bear the consequences of such information becoming public. Thus, he has kept his possession of nuclear arms under wraps for many years. Aside from having sold one of the warheads several years ago, he has never disclosed what lies within that warehouse. Not even his most trusted ally, the Emperor Penguin, has been privy to such coarse secrets. He held the documents with a somewhat somber tone, stating, "Frankly, Oswald has truly astonished me." According to his account, he acquired the nuclear weapon long ago, even before Gotham was fully equipped with surveillance cameras. Yet he has skillfully concealed this trump card, even when he discreetly sold it years ago. I am astounded that for so long we have been contending with a crime lord who possesses nuclear weapons. He expressed a lingering sense of dread, saying, "Goodness, Gotham always seems to present us with unexpected frights. One can never know what secrets the person before them holds." When I first became Robin, I once crossed paths with him. Over the years, the Penguin has been beaten, bullied, used as a stepping stone, and betrayed by his subordinates. Yet he has never resorted to revealing this trump card. In many respects, Oswald is perhaps the most emotionally stable figure within Gotham. "I believe my own emotions are quite stable as well," muttered Harley Quinn. Poison Ivy, seated beside her, gently nudged her and, with her other hand, caressed her palm. Harley, grinning, intertwined her fingers with Ivy's. Deadshot quietly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, maintaining an air of aloofness as he sat there. "Help. He initially came here merely as a petty thief seeking a paycheck. Why has he suddenly begun to involve himself in matters concerning nuclear weapons? The people of this city are utterly exaggerated." Deadshot silently swallowed his tears. The Cheshire Cat glanced around, observing the calm demeanor of those present. She too endeavored to adopt a nonchalant facade. "Proceed," Chen Tao instructed. "If Oswald could conceal the existence of a nuclear bomb from us, then it is utterly improbable that Bane could uncover something we have failed to notice in the mere months since his arrival in Gotham." Robin continued, "Even with motive and capability, it is inconceivable that he could ascertain the location of the Penguin's warehouse. If anyone were to unearth the Penguin's secrets, it would undoubtedly be an old-timer who has resided in Gotham for an extended period. This leads us to our second suspect, Scarecrow." Tim pressed a button, and Scarecrow's visage reappeared on the screen, displayed alongside Bane. While Scarecrow often presents as a timid coward, he is undeniably an expert in the realm of fear. Even without employing fear toxins, Scarecrow possesses the ability to instill profound terror in others, effortlessly manipulating their minds and bodies. Moreover, I discovered remnants of fear toxin at the scene, one of Scarecrow's most common weapons. With the aid of this fear toxin, he could indeed accomplish what Bane does. Admittedly, I recognize that Scarecrow's fear toxins have long since proliferated in the black market, available to anyone. However, upon reviewing the attacker's movements, we observe that he struck with a reverse grip on the knife. Yet, this injury could also be explained by the use of scythe. Thus, even if his capacity for direct murder is inferior to Bane's, Scarecrow, adept at wielding scythe, could similarly achieve this with the assistance of fear toxins. Another suspect is the Riddler, but he has already been apprehended. Tim closed the tablet and remarked, "In summary, I believe the true suspect lies between Bane and Scarecrow, and I personally lean towards Scarecrow." Chapter 59, Undying Gotham. At a certain stronghold of the Court of Owls, an unexpected guest arrived. This expansive plaza resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum, where a slave auction appeared to be underway. It is difficult to fathom that such a blatant marketplace for human trafficking exists within the civilized world. The air was thick with raucous voices and clinking glasses. As men and women donned white owl masks, shouted furiously, their frenzied howls exposing the dark and raw desires lurking within. It was in this moment that Bane made his entrance. As a twisted claw was hurled into the center of the plaza, the opulent revelry was abruptly interrupted, and the masked, well-dressed elite gradually ceased their clamor. "Wow, it seems our soiree has welcomed a new guest. Let him in, Talons." Bane lowered his head and slowly maneuvered past several Talons armed with sharp blades. Their blades did not waver as Bane strode past. It seemed deliberate, as if they intended to carve a deep gash upon him, to instill a sense of dread in the man before them. Yet they failed to accomplish this. The sharp edges of their knives tore through Bane's garments, leaving not even a mark upon his steel-like physique, as if they had merely grazed resilient rubber tires. Bane emerged from the portal of the arena, reminiscent of a gladiator entering the ancient Roman Colosseum, slowly making his way to the center of the battleground under the watchful gaze of all. A high-ranking member of the court seated at the pinnacle gestured towards the assailants, prompting the living merchandise that had been up for auction to be withdrawn. They cried out at Bane, yet were met only with lashes and blows, failing to rattle the imposing figure of the man. The court member appeared somewhat pleased with Bane's indifference to the commotion. He slightly lowered his head and took hold of the microphone. "Bane, You previously declined our generous offer. How dare you show your face before us again? The amplified voice resonated powerfully, capturing the attention of all members of the owl court within the arena. Each donned white owl masks, casting an eerily unsettling atmosphere. Bane's gaze lingered upon a masked young girl, who seemed to sense his stare and nestled her head into her parents' embrace. How did you find me? The man in the white owl beak mask had yet to finish his inquiry when Bane's attention was drawn to a tracking device he had raised. A red dot flickered incessantly upon it. When did you leave? The masked man halted abruptly, realization dawning upon him as he glanced at a nearby claw that stood silently. Dissect his body. At the man's decisive command, several claws sprang into action, swiftly dismembering the unfortunate one. Soon, they uncovered a tiny tracker nestled within the dismembered neck. The leading member of the owl court began to applaud slowly. Remarkable, he remarked. Your keen observational skills are commendable. Most would assume a decapitated body to be lifeless. Yet you would leave a tracking device within. The court member appeared somewhat vexed. Damn it, you've outsmarted us. We are a clandestine organization. Tell me, now that you've discovered us, what should we do with you? I come seeking collaboration, Bane replied. I seek amber gold. This phrase caused the court member atop the dais to pause momentarily. What did you hear that? It matters not. He commanded succinctly, claws. Eliminate the intruder. He grasped the microphone, turning to address the other members. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, but the party must come to an untimely conclusion. I am required to undergo the implantation of amber gold. In exchange, once I have triumphed over Batman, seized control of this city, and met my demise, I shall allow my corpse to become a Talon of the Court of Owls. These are my terms, Bane declared. The figure adorned with the white owl mask atop the dais halted his movements. Bane tore apart the fabric on his arm, revealing a body adorned with delicate flora, as if vines and grass were intertwined with his flesh, an astonishing sight that would leave any biologist in disbelief. More striking was the contrast of the other half of his body. In stark opposition to the verdant side, it exhibited an unhealthy pallor. The white owl-masked figure recognized this hue, the darkened veins lurking beneath the pale skin, a condition only the deceased would bear, a common sight among the Talons of the Court of Owls. Try attacking him, he commanded. As his words fell, a Talon beside Bane unhesitatingly lunged forward with a blade. Bane made no effort to evade. Under the full force of the Talon strike, his skin was pierced, the blade sinking in slightly. As the Talon withdrew the knife, astonishingly, no blood flowed forth, as though it had penetrated a mound of impenetrable hide. Remarkable, Bane, it seems something has transpired within you that we were unaware of. The white owl-masked figure spoke slowly, his demeanor shifting. Perhaps we can engage in dialogue. Indeed, Bane replied. With a swift motion, he delivered a punch that drove the head of the Talon assassin, who had just stabbed him, into his chest, then watched as the figure extracted his head and reattached it to his spine. I find myself quite intrigued by the notion of immortality. We will find our collaboration most agreeable. Chen Tao stood within the Batcave, in Batman's designated training area. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and silently activated the Alfred protocol. Synchronized, broken bat, current crisis energy units, 84. His cells surged with energy, silver particles entwining around him before transforming into a pitch-black form. Oomph. Chen Tao grunted as half of his body erupted into black nanobots, which in an instant penetrated all the training robots before him. Slicing through the air, the nanobots morphed into razor-sharp blades, cleaving the robots in two. However, the source of Chen Tao's grunt was not his offensive actions. Rather, the negative memories of the broken bat assailed him, overwhelming him far beyond the threats posed by Bane, the Bat, or the Batmobile. These negative emotions were of an entirely different magnitude. Chen Tao immersed himself in thought, yet even amidst the overwhelming tide of negative emotions, he retained the clarity of mind. This was not sufficient to conquer me. Observing his own hands, he reflected. However, it was enough to disturb my synchrony with other Batmans. Chapter 60. Preparation. No longer were these mere simplistic, unempathetic negative emotions, nor the primal instincts of a dinosaur that feasted on flesh, or the echoes of prehistoric hail striking branches while ensconced in a cave. It was certainly not the chaotic yet righteous memories associated with the Joker, reminiscent of a jubilant circus, nor the relentless physical, conditioning memories of Bane. Instead, it was anguish, when his hand was severed. The bewildered scream of the elbow's nerves transformed into a wail as blood gushed forth. His robust legs felt the brutal force of the venomous creature as they were violently torn apart, each muscle and fiber snapping one by one. Joints wrenched from their sockets with a soft pop of the connecting tendons. The spine fractured and elongated, vital conduits inserted within. And every midnight reverie was shattered by phantom pains in his limbs, remnants of severed nerves erroneously reporting their disconnection from existence, sending perplexed inquiries to the brain. Such torment Batman endured for 30 long years. And in that moment, as Chen Tao synchronized with the shattered bat, all that pain surged into his consciousness. Chen Tao's temples throbbed violently. And this time, he could not transmute his head into a silicon-based automotive form to quell the physiological spasms. He felt akin to a mermaid, transforming her tail into legs. Each step accompanied by excruciating agony, an odd metaphor, yet undeniably apartment. His brain, lungs, and heart remained human, but the rest of him was comprised of dark gray nanobots. With a breath, Chen Tao dispelled his transformation, the intense pain receding like a tide, silvery particles swirling around him, dissipating the dark gray that cloaked his scarred, muscular form. His figure flickered once more in the training ground, silver particles coalescing, the visage of the Joker staining the green scales of the Bat dinosaur to a ghostly pallor. In the next instant, the metallic structure of the Batmobile exploded across his face, continuously reconstructing into the body of a dinosaur. Bane's venom canister appeared behind him, only to be consumed by the metallic form, shielded behind layers of exhaust pipes and rubber tires. In an instant, Chen Tao synchronized with the shattered bat, and the meticulously assembled amalgamation erupted into a swarm of black nanobots. Minutes later, Chen Tao donned casual attire and descended the steps from the training room, making his way to the second floor of the Batcave, slowly settling into the chair before the Batcomputer. "Alfred, are you still following up on Clark Kent from Metropolis?" Chen Tao inquired, accepting the drink and sandwich that Alfred offered. "Have we located him?" Alfred paused momentarily. "I fear not, grandfather," he remarked. "Lois Lane has been promoted, and one of her subordinates, a photographer named Jimmy Olsen, was assigned to her just a day ago." Alfred continued, "We have been tracking Lex Luthor's movements. Yet Clark Kent remains conspicuously absent. As for Diana Prince in Boston, she is of little consequence." Chen Tao recognized that such feeble thoughts ought not to surface. Had the individuals he had previously mentioned shown up, Alfred would have informed him without delay. His silence indicated that the individuals were still at large, and his current inquiry was merely a display of weakness. Batman was not meant to exhibit such frailty. Chen Tao slapped his face, restoring his countenance to a steely resolve. Even if he wished to retire, it should be amidst the accolades of colleagues, gracefully stepping down to enjoy a tranquil twilight, rather than fleeing like a hound in disarray. "Correct? I am Batman," Chen Tao mused. "Before I shed this mantle, I must first fulfill my duties as Batman." The atmosphere turned somber. "Master Bruce, you need not fret excessively about the nuclear weapon," Alfred stated. "Whoever acquires that nuclear bomb, unless they intend to detonate it discreetly without anyone discovering them, thus creating a splendid mushroom cloud over Gotham, they will inevitably use it. You see, much like the £1,000,000 note. Note: The £1,000,000 Note is a novel by Mark Twain about an impoverished American lad who exploits a £1,000,000 banknote. Alfred's implication is that whoever possesses the bomb will resort to nuclear extortion. As soon as they reveal themselves, Alfred asserted, we will locate them and resolve the matter. Chen Tao nodded. Scarecrow, the Court of Owls, Bane, Lincoln March. One of these adversaries must be in possession of the nuclear bomb's detonator. He would dismantle them, one by one. Deliver the Mad Hatter's hat to Lucius, he instructed Alfred. Have him swiftly decipher the tricks associated with that hat. He need not grasp the entirety. Merely ensure that Tetch cannot manipulate it. You have your reward, Penguin. Our agreement shall continue. Oswald Cobblepot grinned as he gazed at the lifeless body before him. The man bore an eerie blue complexion, with golden hair cascading from his forehead to the nape of his neck, resembling a crown. A false crown. He was the Emperor Penguin, once a disciple of the Penguin, who nearly became the heir to his vast criminal empire had he not been foolish enough to betray his mentor. Defeated by Batman, he was deemed a sane criminal, thus avoided Arkham Asylum, and was instead incarcerated in Blackgate Prison. The Penguin brokered a deal to acquire him, only for Bane to snap his neck as he pledged his loyalty. Certainly, let us proceed with Bane. You may be a natural-born killer, yet you adhere to your promises. The deeds I owe to Ogilvy from years past, I shall repay in full. The Penguin remarked, "You and I are birds of feather, my friend," with veins standing out in fervor. "The goods you requested are prepared." He patted the iron monstrosity beside him. The sound of his meaty palm striking the steel resonating with a rhythmic thud. Over 20 M1A2 main battle tanks I have toiled greatly to procure, along with more than 2,000 M4 carbines, M249 and M240 machine guns, M136 anti-tank rocket launchers, M203 grenade launchers, and M283 Bradley infantry fighting vehicles. His beak-like nose unleashed a torrent of weaponry names, boasting of the formidable challenge it posed to secure such armaments. I dare say, in all of America, there are no more than 5 arms dealers capable of so swiftly providing such a vast arsenal, and I alone can furnish you with tanks. Chapter 61. The man behind the curtain with my assistance, his words unfinished. Bane circled to the rear of the tank, pointing at the unmistakably newly replaced armored door, where a half-formed handprint was deeply embedded. "This seems to be from the batch of tanks I rendered inoperable with my bare hands." "How could that be?" The Penguin's eyes widened, causing his monocle to fall from its perch. "I am the honest and reliable Penguin. How could I possibly engage in looting and selling another's equipment?" The muscular behemoth remained silent. All right. The Penguin surrendered under Bane's scrutinizing gaze. "Yes, I did salvage that equipment, but I repaired it all. It was quite simple. I merely replaced some armor components." Bane said nothing. The damage he inflicted on those tanks had been severe, even if the Penguin had salvaged the equipment. His ability to restore it in such a short time attested to his prowess. The transaction progressed amicably, as Bane's subordinates began transporting the cache of weapons the Penguin had delivered. "By the way, Bane, there is something I must discuss with you." The Penguin puffed on his cigar, readjusting his monocle. "Are you aware that a nuclear bomb of mine has been stolen?" "Nuclear weapon?" Bane paused, his demeanor shifting. "Good heavens. You possess such a perilous item?" The Penguin narrowed his eyes slightly. This gesture held a significant intimidation factor. Despite his stature, less than 5 feet tall, portly, and with a hooked nose, his smoking and squinting demeanor still sent shivers down spines. "You are unaware that my nuclear weapon was taken?" Bane retorted with a sharp inquiry. "Should I have known?" The two locked gazes for a moment, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Observant among them, the Penguins and Bane's subordinates began to sense the undercurrents of the unfolding situation. They laid down their weapons, gazing at their respective leaders. Suddenly, the Penguin erupted into a fit of laughter. "Oh, my dear friend, I simply wish to ask you, should you discover the whereabouts of that little thief who pilfered my nuclear arsenal, do notify me at once so that I may arrive and exact a most brutal vengeance." Yet, Bane remained tense, casting a cold glare at the Penguin. The latter chuckled awkwardly, falling silent. He summoned a subordinate and, in front of Bane, declared, "Let the armed helicopter hovering above stand down. It seems this matter is not of Bane's doing, and there's no need for them to aim missiles at our esteemed clientele." Bane's demeanor relaxed somewhat. The atmosphere began to thaw, the palpable tension dissipating, as the Penguin stroked his chin, his eyes darting. "My friend, these weapons could significantly augment your power," he remarked, "but I harbor little faith in your success. You shall soon meet the same fate as the countless provocateurs of Batman who have come before you." Noting Bane's somber expression, the Penguin remained unfazed. He discerned that Bane's emotions were not as transparent as he feigned, yet if the latter preferred to play the role of a brutish musclehead, why not indulge him? After all, his intent was to prolong Bane's conflict with Batman, allowing him to continue his trade, so he candidly stated, "In light of our business relationship, Bane, I have encountered numerous talents from Arkham, and they all echo the same sentiment. Bane is no Batman, so allow me to present a simple truth. My esteemed ally, regardless of how many assassins and brutes you bring from Santa Prisca, or how many scoundrels you redeem from Blackgate, these Arkham lunatics have endured worse circumstances. They do not fear you." Bane responded with silence. The ensuing transaction was lackluster, and amidst an odd stillness, this peculiar exchange between customer and merchant concluded. "The next shipment of weapons will arrive in 2 days, my ally, but this time it will require your hard-earned currency. You know, a body can only fetch such a superlative deal once." He handed Bane a price list detailing the costs of various quantities of arms, and with that, the Penguin sauntered away, waving at Bane as he departed. Minutes later, in a secluded corner, Bane signaled several subordinates to guard the entrance, placing his finger to his earpiece. "So what insights do you offer, my ally?" "I am not your ally," came a British-accented voice through his earpiece, reminiscent of a butler inquiring politely in a noble estate. "We merely share a relationship of mutual exploitation, Bane. There's no need to bind us together. Have you become addicted to playing ally with the Penguin?" This is a profoundly impolite mockery, yet Bane responded with silence. "I provided you with the essential information and the funds. All I require in return is your assistance in achieving your ultimate goal of annihilating Batman. That is my objective," the mysterious voice proclaimed. "No matter the means. Even if it entails the destruction of Gotham, pursue your grand endeavor." "I sense the undertones of a conspiracy," Bane remarked. "I have never believed in assistance without ulterior motives." However, the enigmatic voice paid him no heed. He continued, "The final payment for the weapons will soon be in place, and then we shall never meet again." "Provide me with as much as possible," Bane insisted. "Certainly, Bane." The shadowy figure paused momentarily with his cane. "Enough to arm your entire crew to the teeth." Bane hung up the phone and turned, intending to instruct his subordinates to depart with the weapons, when a sudden cacophony erupted. "What is happening?" "Zombie, investigate." The subordinate, whom Bane referred to as Zombie Man, had not yet moved when a voice interrupted. "There is no need for that. You are Bane, correct?" A faint chuckle echoed, and Bane furrowed his brow as he observed Zombie Man smile faintly. Quietly, Bane activated the venom behind him. The dark green liquid coursed through him, elevating his physique by a couple of inches. "Oh, there's no need for such vigilance. We are both set against Batman. We are allies." "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Zombie Man collapsed to the ground, succumbing to hysterical laughter. Bane gazed at the pallid figure that appeared before him. The Joker. Chapter 62. The Scheme to be Candid. The Penguin was visiting the Batcave for the first time. Throughout the majority of past years, his interactions with Batman had followed a two-step protocol. Step 1. Batman would storm into his office without uttering a word, immediately rendering him unconscious with brutal force. This process was exceedingly violent and cruel, instilling profound fear in his subordinates who bore witness. Step 2. Upon regaining consciousness, the Penguin would typically find himself bound and deposited at Gotham City Police Department, surrounded by files brimming with the criminal evidence meticulously gathered by Batman. This is not to say that during Batman's decade-long tenure as a hero, he had not occasionally been temporarily incarcerated within the Batcave before proceeding to Step 2. However, most often, he was left battered and bruised, or in a state of shock, leaving him little opportunity or inclination to scrutinize the decor of the cave. Damn it! The recollection of the past made the accursed Batcave seem suddenly more sinister. The Penguin grasped his umbrella, his weapon, which housed lethal mechanisms and deadly toxins, capable of functioning as a submachine gun. Yet, when facing Batman, this object primarily served as a psychological comfort. It was precisely for this reason that when Batman cordially invited him to visit the Batcave half an hour ago, he eagerly acquiesced to the request. Even though he had to be blindfolded and have his ears blocked, subsequently being whisked through the cityscape like a yo-yo, swinging back and forth like Tarzan. He nonetheless approached the Batcave for the very first time with a clear mind, did he not? "What are you hesitating for, Oswald?" The Penguin turned to see Batman's ghostly silhouette materializing beside him. Was it just him, or did Batman's form seem to coalesce from the shadows, as if composed of black grains of sand? The expression on Batman's face was peculiar, as though he were enduring some form of torment. He placed a reassuring hand on the Penguin's shoulder, and the Penguin confirmed it was indeed a human touch, which offered him a modicum of comfort. "Let's proceed." The Penguin, apprehensively, continued onward. What could Batman possibly want from him? Surely he wasn't about to interrogate him, was he? As they walked, visions began to materialize in the Penguin's mind. Himself, entirely bare, bound to a cross by Batman, with his rotund belly marked by numerous lash wounds inflicted by the Dark Knight. Batman gripping his hair, dripping candle wax onto his abdomen, demanding answers while he was gagged. Unable to utter a single word. The mere thought sent a shiver down his spine. Why have we stopped? Why, yes, my apologies. As they turned down the dimly lit corridor, the menacing figure of a colossal dinosaur and the ethereal blue glow of the Batcomputer finally came into view. His eyes widened as he spotted the figure standing before the computer. That figure, could it be Harley Quinn? What brings you here? The Penguin nearly bit his tongue in shock. How did you end up in the Batcave? He surveyed his surroundings. Poison Ivy? Killer Croc? And you, I remember you, Deathstroke, the Cheshire Cat, a renowned mercenary. His gaze shifted to the ventriloquist crouching nearby, attempting to masquerade as a dog. Arnold? Hey, isn't that Oswald? Oh, you wrinkled little prickly pear. How's your night going? Harley exclaimed joyfully, performing a somersault in Batman's seat. Regardless of your experiences, mine has been absolutely splendid. She climbed upside down onto the Batcomputer's control panel, produced a tape recorder, and pressed a button. Suddenly, an audio clip emerged, clearly pieced together by her. I, Batman, am destined to be with the Bat. Let's try this, she exclaimed as she pressed 2 more buttons on the recorder. The Batcomputer immediately obeyed Harley's command. Nothing transpired. The Penguin observed a peculiar figure adorned with a candle-shaped headpiece approaching with a tray of food, speaking in an eccentric British accent. I fear I must remind you, Miss Quinn, that if you wish to issue voice commands to the Batcomputer, you must first say, "Hey, Batcomputer." I can't bear it. Poison Ivy smacked her forehead. She manipulated her verdant plants to assist Harley Quinn, who was simultaneously expressing gratitude to the candle-headed oddity while stuffing a sandwich in her mouth, and deftly lifted her, depositing her near the gluttonous Killer Croc, who was indulging at a nearby table. Enough, Harley. Perhaps a sufficient quantity of beef and roasted piglet might silence you. Would you care for a leg of lamb? Killer Croc inquired. The Penguin thought the world had truly gone mad today. Oh, by the way, Batman, I forgot to mention something last time. The firebug has been missing ever since the massacre in the swamp, and I have yet to locate him. The Penguin noticed Robin sliding over on a wheeled chair, but it's not particularly important, is it? He held a substantial piece of roast chicken, took a hearty bite, then pushed off the ground to glide away again. The ventriloquist sat nearby, with a bowl of roasted meat before him. Deathstroke was seated at another makeshift table, elegantly savoring a meal. Upon catching the Penguin's gaze, he even raised his glass in a toast. What is this? The Penguin opened his mouth, wishing to speak, yet the words lodged in his throat. Relax, Oswald. We need to discuss something of relative significance. Chen Tao offered him a glass of champagne. Would you care for a drink? The Penguin bewilderedly accepted it. Chen Tao organized his thoughts. Well, the primary reason for summoning you here is to seek your assistance in betraying Scarecrow. Impossible. The Penguin's muddled mind promptly cleared. Do you not realize the bond one shares with Scarecrow? He is my dear friend, my brother in arms. The stout little man declared with righteous indignation. Killer Croc watched the scene with keen interest. 3 minutes later, your bank account has received $500 million. The Penguin discreetly read the bank notification and cleared his throat as if nothing had happened. I could help you deceive Scarecrow, the Penguin argued. However, the issue lies in the fact that Scarecrow is no fool, nor is he my subordinate to summon at will. Batman, what makes you believe Scarecrow could be easily lured by me? He continued. After all, Crane is a cunning madman. Unless I possess a legitimate reason to seek him out, I would merely provoke suspicion. Chapter 63, Protective Kidnapping. I have long been prepared for this. The Penguin listened intently as Batman recounted. Previously, the Joker and Scarecrow conspired to kidnap Mayor Carlo, but their alliance deteriorated, leading to mutual attacks. As Scarecrow found himself battered by the Joker, Mayor Carlo managed to escape the clutches of fear toxin and has now returned safely home, although he now suffers from neurosis and a phobia of the Joker. Robin, sliding over from a nearby chair, added, however, based on my understanding of Scarecrow, he will certainly not rest until he reclaims the mayor. The Penguin, absorbing Batman's calm analysis, recognized the familiar essence of Batman. Cold, vigilant, akin to a calculating machine, possessing an acute understanding of the psychological landscape of villains, effortlessly predicting their every move. Such a version of Batman instilled a profound sense of dread within him. Suddenly, an interruption pierced the atmosphere. Ding dong, ding dong. Batman interjected. He turned sharply to Harley Quinn, exclaiming, "If you continue to play that music, I will expel you from the Batcave." Poison Ivy then began to chase Harley, and the two women descended into a chaotic tumult. The Penguin struggled to maintain his serious facade amidst the commotion. Thus, I conclude that Scarecrow will undoubtedly devise a method to recapture Mayor Carlo, Chen Tao resumed. Turning back to the discussion, Scarecrow is an exceedingly arrogant criminal, enamored with fear, obsessed with it. For him, a lack of fully realized terror is imperfection. Therefore, if he seeks to concoct a sufficiently potent broth of fear, Mayor Carlo, as the nominal head of the city, will be an indispensable ingredient. especially considering his previous possession of this ingredient. Scarecrow's relentless pursuit of perfect fear will render him intolerant of a Carlo-less scenario. Even with more formidable weapons to threaten and intimidate Gotham, he will pursue ever more exquisite terror, an inevitable consequence of his psychological affliction. Batman continued, "Indeed, you heard me correctly. Scarecrow may possess another weapon capable of threatening Gotham. We initially suspect that the individual who absconded with your nuclear bomb is none other than Scarecrow." Chen Tao presented a report from Tim to the Penguin, stating, "Scarecrow has both the capability and the motive." The Penguin recalled the chilling moment when Scarecrow had silently appeared behind him, quietly affirming Batman's assertion. In Gotham, no ordinary citizen could withstand Scarecrow's fear toxin, and his unparalleled ability to instill profound terror rendered him exceptionally skilled in interrogation. If anyone in Gotham could uncover the secret of the hidden nuclear bomb, Scarecrow would undoubtedly be among them. Yet, he remained perplexed about Batman's intentions. If Klein is determined to reclaim Mayor Carlo, why not set a trap at the mayor's residence? What purpose does seeking me serve? What I mean to convey is that although the Scarecrow is afflicted, he is not a fool. If we can contemplate this notion, we must also consider that the Scarecrow is equally capable of anticipating our thoughts. The Penguin observed Batman cough lightly, and thus declared, "If we were to set a trap directly at Mayor Carlo's residence, the Scarecrow might evade it. He would maneuver around us. And when we are compelled to diminish our protection of Mayor Carlo due to the distractions he orchestrates, the long-awaited Klein would strike suddenly, abducting the mayor." So, to be honest, the Penguin still failed to grasp the essence of Batman's message. Therefore, to prevent the Scarecrow from kidnapping Mayor Carlo, we shall preemptively abduct him ourselves. The Penguin stood in stunned silence as he watched Batman dismiss Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy, who were frolicking on the sofa, then retrieve an enormous drawer from beneath the couch. In the next moment, the Penguin slapped his forehead in realization. Inside the drawer lay a bound, naked man, gagged and terrified, who had just escaped the clutches of the Joker and the Scarecrow, none other than Mayor Carlo himself. His eyes were tightly shut, and a tear traced down his cheek, as if he were ensnared in a nightmarish slumber from which he could not awaken. "I truly admire you, Batman," the Penguin remarked. "Consequently, we require an individual in whom the Scarecrow has sufficient trust, someone who can assert that he has kidnapped Mayor Carlo, and voluntarily offer this delicacy to the Scarecrow, thereby luring him out into the open." The Penguin immediately understood. That person would be none other than himself, the Penguin. Of course, considering Professor Klein's exceptional social skills, his ability to recruit and lead others, we must anticipate the possibility of Klein having additional accomplices. The Penguin was drawn aside by Batman to a nearby cabinet, where he witnessed Batman produce a bottle of dark yellow serum. This is a specially formulated slurry softening agent for the Mudface Man. Once ingested, Bazel's body will no longer be able to harden, rendering him as pliable as a lump of slime. He then observed Batman extract a USB drive. This contains a virus specifically designed for Victor, the Frosty Man's low-temperature life support armor. If you subtly connect it to his armor, this virus will alter its core programming, swiftly transforming Victor into a boiled shrimp. No hardware insertion is required. Proximity alone will trigger its infiltration. The Penguin could already envision how the Frosty Man would wail and collapse to the ground, swallowing hard at the thought. How insidious, he mused as Batman continued. This is a nuclear magnetic disruptor tailored for Garfield, the Firefly. Once activated, his flamethrower and fire suit will become inoperable, rendering all his equipment useless. However, caution is advised when using it. He heard Batman continue speaking. This device will render Garfield's armored flight system inoperative. In other words, once activated, he will plummet to the ground like a lifeless kite, and should he fall at an unfortunate angle, it could be fatal. You must activate this before he takes off. Sodium hydroxide solution, a potent alkaline solution, reacts with phosphorus to produce phosphine. I trust that such a large bottle will surely induce considerable discomfort for Dr. Phosphorus. Do you see this vial? It is specifically designed to counter Dr. Langston, the villain known as Man-Bat. Just a single injection is sufficient to temporarily revert him from that monstrous bat-like form back to his human state. The Penguin stared blankly at Batman as he elaborated on the gadgets capable of nauseating the villains of Gotham. He observed the other man's mouth widen, saliva pooling, revealing a smile akin to ecstasy. Hey, you're excited, aren't you? You're quite thrilled, aren't you? So, Oswald, will you join this plan?" When Batman posed this question, The Penguin felt as if everyone had set aside their tasks, their luminous blue eyes fixated upon him, creating a sensation of being encircled by wolves. All right, I will join. He raised his hands in surrender. Chapter 64. Choices to the Joker. The world is merely a grand arcade. Bane sat at his desk, engrossed in the pamphlet Batman had penned for him. To the Joker, life is nothing more than a currency in an arcade. He has retained his existence solely because he has yet to discover an engaging machine. Upon finding one, he would not hesitate to part with it. The muscular brute delicately turned the pages with his massive fingers, continuing to read. He is a deceitful liar, so when facing the Joker, always remember, do not attempt to fathom his actions through conventional reasoning. Does the Joker have a plan? Although he frequently claims otherwise, there is no doubt that he possesses a scheme. He simply lacks a definitive goal, which makes him more formidable than ordinary criminals who rely on plans. It must be acknowledged that the Joker-esque comparison of himself to a rabid dog chasing a truck is indeed fitting. Typically, a plan requires a process and a goal. For those who relish in devising plans, like you, Bane, achieving that goal is the ultimate aspiration. A so-called plan is merely a means to attain that end. Bane chuckled softly, not even noticing that, for a fleeting moment, his smile resembled that of a girl receiving a love letter. However, in the next instant, that smile transformed into a predatory gleam of excitement. Batman was brazenly inciting. The Joker is more troublesome. Ordinary criminals adhere to plans. Yet, even though Bane was aware of the other's intentions, he remained stirred. Nevertheless, those emotions were swiftly quelled, unable to shake him or deter him from further reading. However, for the Joker, the objective is not the end itself. Rather, the execution of the plan is the true aim. He revels in the process of carrying out his schemes, which provides him with a profound exhilaration. He harbors no conventional desires, nor does he possess any tangible, meaningful goals in the realm of reality. Money? Power? He desires nothing of the sort. Much like a dog chasing after a truck, he does not genuinely wish to alter the vehicle's course. If one were to posit that the Joker has a goal, it would be to refute all rules and order, to demonstrate that chaos and malevolence are the very essence of existence. So, do you understand? He harbors a deep-seated hatred and mockery for all rules and order, which encompasses, but is not limited to, your plans to bring Batman to his knees. For the Joker, dismantling others' schemes is nearly instinctual. To him, the plan's rules, and any codes upheld by others are nothing more than a series of wretched jokes. Thank you for the reminder. Bane pondered silently. I have come to comprehend the nature of the Joker. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door interrupted Bane's contemplation, as his subordinate, the caveman, entered to report. Bane, the Batman suit has been completed. Bane nodded, acknowledging the information. He rose from his seat. The caveman hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Bane, are we truly going to collaborate with the Joker and divide the entire city? Bane offered no response, striding out of the room until he vanished around the corridor's bend, at which point the caveman caught a fleeting echo of his voice lingering in the air. Who knows? Lincoln March, clad in the Talon uniform of the Court of Owls, traversed the ominous corridor. The silvery moonlight filtered through the shattered and grimy glass of the windows, casting mottled shadows upon the creaking wooden floor, illuminating the sleek silver armor that adorned him, reflecting the blood-red glare of the colossal owl eyes on his helmet. This was an abandoned hospital, financed by Martha Wayne and Thomas Wayne, with such derelict establishments being numerous throughout Gotham. Within the framework of the Reconstruction Initiative known as the O'Sullivan Plan, there existed not only hospitals, but also schools, community colleges, and public facilities, collectively forming a vast network that, if fully realized, would have the potential to transform Gotham. Yet, these were all endeavors that would never see fruition. Thus, discussing the potential impact of these projects upon Gotham, should they be completed, is utterly futile. Ever since that couple was murdered in Crime Alley decades ago, the urban renewal plans they championed were similarly stillborn. Lincoln March shook his head. He was currently engaged in fulfilling the task assigned by the court. He ought not to allow his mind to wander at this juncture. Still, he found himself irresistibly recalling the last time he had gathered with Bruce Wayne, and the words that had been exchanged. You know, Mr. March, never mind. I prefer to call you Lincoln. May I do so? Did you know that owls tend to occupy the nests of others? They murder the parents of ordinary birds, subsequently raising their offspring only to later rip out their hearts and devour their flesh at the opportune moment. Those foolish little birds not only submit to the claws of the owl, but also to the hands of their parents' murderers, obediently following the owl's commands to slay their own siblings, ultimately becoming the owl's lunch. The implications of these words are painfully evident. This is no mere suggestion, but a blatant revelation. Bruce Wayne must have uncovered his identity, along with the words he spoke. Lincoln March shook his head. Enough of this. It is not the time for such thoughts. He pushed open the door to a room, revealing a dim and oppressive corridor outside, while inside, the space was brightly illuminated. Welcome, welcome, from the Court of Owls. You have chosen an apt collaborator. Lincoln March squinted slightly as he beheld the Scarecrow seated regally at the center of the room. His gaze swept to the side where he spotted an eclectic assembly. Killer Croc, the Ventriloquist, Harley Quinn, and Poison Ivy. Oddly, these four seemingly unrelated villains appeared to be forming an alliance. Mr. Freeze, Victor, held a somewhat unique status, sitting directly beside the Scarecrow. Lincoln's eyes scanned the room, realizing it was filled to the brim with the lunatics of Arkham. He had to concede that the Scarecrow possessed a certain talent for leadership. After all, not everyone could rally such a multitude of madmen. I told you, the Court of Owls choosing me would not be a mistake. Together, we can carve up this city. He confidently approached, champagne in hand. A powerful organization requires a formidable partnership. Lincoln, without hesitation, interrupted him. You must first demonstrate to the court that you possess the ability to control the entire city before our collaboration can formally commence. Despite the other's politeness, Lincoln was inexplicably overcome by a sense of aversion, unsure of why he felt this way. Deep down, he pondered, can Batman truly contend with so many villains? The Scarecrow remained unfazed by Lincoln's coldness. It is my honor to invite you, Mr. Talon. We are about to gain a new bargaining chip. He continued, Oswald has just sent word that he will be delivering our mayor, Carlo. Chapter 65. The Scarecrow. My name is Jonathan Crane, better known as the Scarecrow. To me, this world is utterly mad. Always so. Madness on the left, chaos on the right. For the lunatics of Arkham, they fundamentally misunderstand the concepts of unity and cooperation. Most of the time, their fleeting alliances quickly devolve into infighting, with one madman after another self-destructing, until only Gotham's lost potential remains. The denizens of Arkham are often ensnared by their own hubris. Thus, it is imperative that this time unfolds differently. This time, the Scarecrow shall take the helm. As far as I am aware, a competent leader always possesses a contingency plan. Even during my collaboration with the Joker, I was scheming for this moment. Oswald, my old friend, you have truly astonished me. The Scarecrow warmly embraced the Penguin, then gazed with a smile at Mayor Carlo, securely bound by 5 restraints, his mouth stuffed with a foul sock. How fortuitous a gift it is for those of us aspiring to conquer the entire city. The Scarecrow produced a vial of fear toxin and unleashed a cloud of vapor directly into Carlo's face. The pitiful fellow emitted a wail akin to a death rattle before promptly succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, even in his stupor, the Scarecrow continued to converse, while surreptitiously observing the 2 individuals flanking the Penguin. The Deathstroke, a mercenary, he recognized him. The other was the Cheshire Cat, also familiar to him. Their presence beside the Penguin seemed quite reasonable. It appeared the Penguin was indeed earnest this time. Of course, Klein, we are deeply entrenched partners, the Penguin said, smiling as he moved among Arkham's rogues, casually pouring himself a glass of champagne. After all, we are all members of Arkham. He poured drinks for Poison Ivy and Harley, engaging in amiable banter before toasting each of them, creating a harmonious and congenial atmosphere. Victor Freeze regarded him with a cold stare. Do not be so frigid. I do not trust you, Cobblepot, Freeze stated. Given your history of betrayal, do you truly believe I would consider you a compliant addition to our ranks? Do not be so harsh, Victor, the Scarecrow interjected. The Penguin is our vital ally. Let's extend him some courtesy. In response, Freeze poured the Penguin's drink onto the ground, removed his mask, and exhaled a blast of icy breath, instantly turning the spilled drink into shards of ice. The corners of the Penguin's mouth curled into a smirk. No worries, he said cheerfully, moving to the other side. Ah, is that not the Mudman? Is there an issue? The Scarecrow discreetly turned to glance at Man-Bat. Has he attracted Bane's men? Man-Bat shook his head. No, Cobblepot is quite forthright. Apart from his 2 bodyguards, he has not brought any assistance. There are no signs of Bane's army mobilizing, nor any indications of weaponry being deployed. Cobblepot has not betrayed us. He understands that should he attempt such a thing, we, in our numbers, could swiftly end his life. The Scarecrow nodded in agreement. The banquet continued, with melodies rising and music resounding, as Arkham's lunatics gathered in unison. The Scarecrow, filled with ambition, raised his glass in triumph. This is the proper approach to collaboration. He realized that his previous alliance with the Joker was exceedingly foolish. The Joker's overwhelming power rendered him incapable of controlling the other's actions. Instead, it is these individuals, these ordinary Arkham compatriots, who are far more submissive, easier to manipulate, and more amenable to persuasion than the Joker. Yet, Scarecrow never contemplated that, in comparison to the Joker, they too are weaker, more vulnerable, and far easier to shatter. To my compatriots, I raise a toast to the conclusion of an era and the dawn of a new future. Everyone lifted their glasses in unison. Then suddenly, without warning, the Freeze, encased in his armor, let out a piercing wail from the searing heat, thrashing on the ground in agony as scalding steam escaped from the crevices of his armor, tormenting his body to the brink of despair. Almost instantaneously, the glasses raised high by Firefly, Clayface, and Scarecrow were rendered useless as his recruited Arkham allies collapsed around them. What is happening? He abruptly turned to the Penguin. Oswald. Capture him. He shouted orders at Killer Croc and Poison Ivy, the only compatriots who had remained unscathed. He bellowed, "Seize the traitor Penguin. He has betrayed us." "All right." He heard Killer Croc reply, which provided him a modicum of comfort. To whom had the Penguin defected? Was it Bane? However, none of that mattered. As long as he captured the adversary, thorough interrogation would yield complete understanding. He intended to make the Penguin experience the horror of fear toxin, the sheer terror it could instill. In the next moment, he was seized by Killer Croc. "Damn it, I wanted you to catch the Penguin." He immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. "My apologies, I am the traitor," Killer Croc muttered, scratching his head. "So, am I?" Poison Ivy chimed in. "Of course. I am too," chuckled the delightful Harley. The ventriloquist approached, delivering a kick to the collapsed Freeze. Bang! His foot struck the helmet, causing it to fly off with a sharp sound. You all." Scarecrow's voice sounded muffled beneath the burlap mask. "It's hard to fathom what Bane used to sway you. Do you still believe it was Bane? Lying serves no purpose. Forget it." Scarecrow shook his head. "Fortunately, I am also prepared." He shouted, "Court of Owls, where are the claws you promised?" The Court of Owls made no such promise. Lincoln March emerged from the shadows, his visage obscured by a silver mask. "Although I have brought them." Lincoln March cast a disdainful glance at the fallen Arkhamites. "Jonathan Crane, you have disappointed the Court of Owls' expectations." "Enough with the pleasantries," Scarecrow retorted. He gazed at the fallen, wailing figure of the Freeze man and mused. "This is hardly the work of a penguin. Rather, it resembles something else entirely." He turned his gaze toward Oswald. "Oswald, for whom are you truly working?" In truth, Jonathan Crane had already deduced the answer, yet he was reluctant to accept it, as it contradicted everything he knew about the man. He had focused too much attention on Bane. "Damn it, Crane. We trusted you, which is why we attended your gathering, only for you to let an infiltrator in." He heard Dr. Pigface shouting, "My multitude outside seems to be under attack. They have not heeded my call." Harley Quinn leaped high, launching the first assault on Scarecrow. Scarecrow resorted to his old tactic, spewing a thick cloud of mist into her face, yet the crazed woman remained unfazed, striking the table beside the evading Scarecrow with a mighty blow. "This is precisely why I loathe clowns. You pale-skinned lunatics blatantly defy pharmacology. Watch out, Harley. We need him alive." Poison Ivy exclaimed, carefully conjuring a vine to ensnare Scarecrow, moving as delicately as possible. "What an unexpected turn of events." Scarecrow remarked as he agilely rolled backward. "What a pity. My preparations were not meant for this scenario." "What do you mean?" The Penguin, who had been standing idly by, furrowed his brow. "What were you preparing?" Chapter 66. Essence inside the Batplane. Chen Tao sat in the co-pilot seat. "Batcomputer, connect me to Robin." No response. "Hey, Batcomputer, connect me to Robin." Connection established. Batman calling Robin. The plane hovered as Alfred, the butler, occupied the pilot's seat, a candle-shaped hood resting beside him. Soon, Tim Drake's face appeared on the screen before him. He propped his legs on the table, took a drink with an exaggerated slurp, and then turned to devour a bite of Alfred's secret sandwich. "Tim, is everything normal at the reservoir, the gathering square, the night market, and other crowded venues?" Has the firewall for Gotham's television network been established without any breaches? Are there no anomalies with the interview van surveillance? Remember, if anyone attempts to seize those vehicles, cut their connection immediately. No, old man, Tim replied tersely, finishing his drink and casually tossing the empty plastic cup behind him. Honestly, Batman, none of the scenarios you envisioned have transpired. I suspect you merely want to find excuses to leave me in the Batcave, avoiding bringing me along on the mission. Chen Tao felt a twinge of guilt. Undeniably, he harbored such thoughts, but they were primarily fueled by his wariness of Scarecrow. At all times, we must remain vigilant against the perennial trifles of Gotham's denizens, poisoning the Gotham Reservoir, broadcasting terroristic speeches to the citizens of Gotham from television stations, and releasing fear-inducing gases in crowded squares. Gotham's inhabitants execute these acts with a disconcerting finesse. Though cliched, they wield tremendous destructive potential. Chen Tao is acutely aware that the Joker is a complete lunatic, yet this does not imply that the other criminals in Arkham are any more sane. For the deranged, the notions of being a little crazy or not so crazed hold no significance. Madness is madness. Chen Tao has perused the war of jokes and riddles, and the more he delves into the comics, the more he comprehends that one must never underestimate any madman. Thus, he uttered, "I apologize for leaving you in the Batcave. Tim, I truly am sorry. I confess it was intentional." Batman's abrupt candor left Robin somewhat flustered, prompting him to hastily remove his feet from the table, his speech becoming somewhat stammered. "Oh, no, it's all right, Batman. I don't hold against you." Chen Tao chuckled, fully understanding the rebellious thoughts swirling in the mind of the youthful champion of justice. Perhaps Batman lacks insight into the psyche of a child, yet Chen Tao possesses a profound understanding. However, this concern is rooted in genuine care, especially given the potential actions of Scarecrow warranting caution. Chen Tao deliberately emphasized, "Your role is not insignificant. Rather, it is an exceedingly vital contingency plan." You know, he continued, generally speaking, Scarecrow's modus operandi revolves around manipulating fear. Thus, whether it be poisoning the sewers or rallying numerous Arkham criminals, these actions do not encapsulate the essence of his behavior. I would never underestimate my adversary. Scarecrow, akin to the Joker, is a madman, lacking the clear objectives typical of conventional criminals. Chen Tao elaborated. Take Bane, for instance. If he were to poison the city or undertake some action, it would be driven by a purpose, be it to dominate the city, eliminate a particular individual, or exhaust me. Much like his prior scheme involving the Arkham Asylum riot. However, Scarecrow is different. He revels in instilling fear for its own sake. Therefore, the outcome of his actions is not his ultimate goal. Intimidating others is. Everything he does is designed to heighten the terror he inflicts upon others. He does not fit the mold of a conventional criminal. One cannot deduce his motives through standard reasoning. Thus, based on my insights regarding Crane, should his plans falter, Scarecrow is capable of any action, including, but not limited to, collaborating with others or even subordinating himself to them. Chen Tao's gaze was contemplative. Indeed, this delineates the primary distinction between Scarecrow and the Joker. While the Joker might forge alliances, such unions typically culminate in chaos. A true man does not remain beneath others for long, leading to internal discord and disarray. A topic Luther would undoubtedly have much to say about. Chen Tao continued to address Robin, but Scarecrow is not the same. Whether ruling the city or acquiring wealth and power bears any significance to him is inconsequential. His sole desire is to instill fear in others. Terrifying ordinary citizens is a delight. Instilling dread throughout Gotham via broadcasts is even more exhilarating. Using explosives to intimidate, employing rhetoric to instill terror, frightening in the darkness, scaring in the daylight. Any act that induces a tremor in others brings him immense satisfaction. All he seeks is that shudder. What transpires thereafter holds no importance for him. Thus, this elucidates why I am resolute in addressing Scarecrow first. Chen Tao concluded, Scarecrow is a villain inclined towards treachery. He is also suspected of stealing a nuclear bomb. If he indeed perpetrated the theft, he may not hesitate to collaborate with others or even submit to them in exchange for better safeguarding the bomb, all while relishing the thrill of scaring others daily. After all, his aim is to instill fear. If the bomb were to explode, his source of amusement would vanish. However, should Batman arrive to seize the nuclear weapon, his capacity to instill terror would be utterly diminished. Therefore, seeking allies to protect the bomb is likely his most prudent course of action. Chen Tao has many adversaries, including Bane and the Court of Owls behind Lincoln March. Thus, it is paramount to eliminate Scarecrow before he aligns with them. Chen Tao wished to continue, but Alfred interjected. I regret to interrupt, sir, but I fear Professor Crane may have already taken action. Alfred switched the screen to display the visuals captured through the Penguin's glasses. It was a cleverly disguised remote camera, a marvel of technology crafted by Lucius. Moreover, it seems Crane's actions may exceed our expectations. Alfred spoke slowly, a creative notion, one we often overlook. Scarecrow, aside from being a master of fear, is also a genius in pharmacology. If Crane's claims are accurate, the devices before us are indeed his creations. Then he has likely been collaborating with others for some time. Chen Tao observed the unfolding events on the screen, his expression darkening. Indeed, one should never underestimate any Gotham villain. The footage revealed two muscle-bound henchmen emerging from Lincoln March's side, drawing knives from their backs. In the astonished gaze of Lincoln March, their bulging muscles burst through their uniforms as they tightened their masks and roared skyward. Sir, have you prepared for this eventuality? I have. What is it, sir? Me. Chapter 67, Venom. What is happening? You never mentioned that you had previously formed an alliance with Jonathan Crane, the Scarecrow. The two muscular henchmen roared as they clashed with the traitorous subordinates of the Penguin, while Lincoln March raised his armored arm, illuminating a three-dimensional screen displaying a man adorned with a white owl mask. Lincoln March appeared outwardly perplexed, striving to mask any hint of anger in his tone. You have already reached an agreement with him. Why must I feign an examination of his character? In mere seconds, his mind raced through myriad possibilities. A surge of indignation coursed through him, sharpening his thoughts. If I am not mistaken, absent the Penguin's betrayal in this unforeseen circumstance, I would likely engage in amiable discourse with the Scarecrow, as he aligns perfectly with the criteria you previously assigned to my prospective allies. The Owl Court's internal probing strategy swiftly unfolded in his mind. After a convivial gathering, the Scarecrow would express keen interest in forging a private alliance with me. Circumventing the court, Lincoln March continued to ponder. Subsequently, I would decline, only for the court to orchestrate various schemes to diminish my vigilance towards the Scarecrow. Once I am led to believe I am the inaugural court member to engage with him, I might indeed unwittingly establish a cooperative rapport behind the court's back. Should the Scarecrow betray me, revealing our dealings to the court, it would spell my doom. A chill engulfed him. He stifled his fury and murderous intent, revealing no trace of his inner turmoil through his demeanor or voice. Indeed, his visage, although he donned a helmet, he could not ascertain if the court had equipped it with surveillance devices, nor could he be certain that his expressions were not being scrutinized by the court's agents. Doubt clouded his every thought, leaving no room for relaxation. Sooner or later, I shall turn the tables on you all. A vengeful resolve ignited within him. Yet an image of Bruce Wayne's melancholic visage intruded upon his mind. I have a brother named Thomas Wayne, he recalled with a bitter laugh. My parents and I cherished him dearly, but his health was frail from birth. They entrusted him to Willowbrook Hospital, yet one day he vanished, and I have been searching for him ever since. If you ascend to the office of Mayor of Gotham, might you assist me in locating my brother? I apologize for my audacity. I understand a mayor ought not to wield their authority for personal gain. I have long yearned for my brother, my kin, my family. It is exceedingly difficult to find him. He could no longer be called Thomas Wayne, but he might very well go by Lincoln March. I do not comprehend, court. Lincoln March's face bore an expression of clear bewilderment. As the court's most loyal claw, I should not question its decrees. Yet, I fail to grasp why the court has assigned me such a futile task. Silence enveloped the space. The figure adorned in the white owl mask remained mute. Lincoln March endeavored to regulate his heartbeat, preventing any signs of fluctuation. Despite having undergone the enhancement of amber gold, his heart continued to beat fervently. He discreetly concealed from the court that he had undergone specialized training to manipulate the polygraph, requiring only minimal practice to deceive that ignorant machine. He was confident that even now, while subjected to the lie detector, the court would remain oblivious to the discordance between his words and his intentions. It is not without significance, Lincoln, remarked the figure in the white owl mask, merely a test of the Scarecrow, nothing to be concerned about. He continued now, you simply need to assist the Scarecrow in eliminating the Penguin. That foolish Copperpat. When Falcone departed, we spared his life. However, he should not interfere with the court's plans. His final regret will undoubtedly be his capricious nature throughout his life. It is Venom, Oswald. The Scarecrow rose from the ground, extending his lanky, bamboo-like frame. He helped me realize that augmenting one's own strength does not equate to acknowledging one's insignificance. Bang, 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 bang. Without hesitation, the Death Shooter unleashed a torrent of bullets towards him. Any thought of capturing the opponent unscathed had vanished. There was no longer a need for restraint. A barrage of bullets rained upon the Scarecrow's limbs. As the 4 gun muzzles in his hands discharged simultaneously, the metallic storm poised to shred the Scarecrow's appendages, transforming him into a true monstrosity. Even the possibility of causing lifelong disability or fatal bleeding was of no concern. He must be protected by the 2 talons before it was too late. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of finely honed blades was incessant. The clash of bullets and steel resonating like a symphony performed by a master musician. One by one, the bullets fell to the ground as the Death Shooter ceased fire, his expression devoid of emotion. Such ordinary gunfire could not affect the opponent. The Scarecrow tightened his collar and wiped his brow. In truth, understanding one's limitations is itself a form of power. He stated, I have long recognized that the best method of intimidating others lies in the unknown trump card in newfound strength. He slowly spread his hands, and Lincoln March watched as the 7 talons he had summoned passed by him, treating him as if he were merely air. At that moment, Jonathan Crane appeared more like the spokesperson for the Owl Court than he did. Hey, no way, exclaimed Harley Quinn, standing beside another muscular Talon. No way, no way. They can't all be muscle monsters, right? This is absurd. In response, the muscular Talon beside her swung a blade down at the very spot where she had just stood. The katana, originally comparable in length to an arm, was gripped in the Talon's hand as if a towering man of 6 feet tall were wielding a mere butter knife. Yet even so, the immense force caused the floor beneath Harley to explode. Harley, good heavens, don't stand so close to that monster. The poison ivy immediately commanded the massive vines to entwine and send the claws flying backward. Harley, you are a fragile and helpless little girl, while I am a witch. These dangerous creatures should be dealt with by me. I'm a witch too, exclaimed Harley Quinn as she leapt onto the fallen claw, fiercely striking its head with a baseball bat. Down you go. With a resounding crack, Harley felt the immense force of her strike, enough to shatter the skull of an ordinary person like a watermelon. Yet, in the next moment, she witnessed the claw rise unscathed, effortlessly tearing apart the vines that ensnared it. Oh no! With a thunderous crash, amidst the rising cloud of dust, Harley performed a graceful somersault, elegantly escaping. Come on, unleash your wrath, claws. The Scarecrow raised his hands. Use your venom. In the next instant, all the claws let out a deafening roar. As the 7 shadows grew taller and larger, the Penguin swallowed hard. He immediately placed his hands on his headphones. Batman. Help! Chapter 68. Arrival with a thunderous boom. The Cheshire Cat hastily rolled away from the spot she had just occupied, only for that very spot to erupt under the combined assault of 3 claws, splintering the wooden floor and sending shards flying. What the hell? She said, a dead shot. I thought this time I could avoid jumping around like a monkey. She complained since I arrived in Gotham. It seems I've been doing the same job over and over again. I am an assassin. I am fed up. There are simply too many claws. And in such confined quarters, the Cheshire Cat could hardly maneuver. She barely managed to block a samurai sword swung by a muscular claw with her knife, only for her folding knife to jubilantly proclaim its newfound freedom as it flew out the window. The Cheshire Cat was instantly exasperated. Freud, why can't you just whip out an ultrasonic rocket launcher or a shockwave gun and blast these guys away? Of course, the Cheshire Cat was merely venting. While this hall might be spacious for a banquet, launching an ultrasonic rocket here would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction. The Cheshire Cat was frustrated with herself for losing focus during battle. She executed a nimble backflip, only to see the muscular claw that had been pursuing her abandon its weapon in favor of a punch, its fist the size of a sandbag hurtling toward her with a whoosh. Fuck! The Cheshire Cat cursed with a melodious tone. Boom! With her arms crossed, she was sent flying back, leaving a human-shaped hole in the wall as she plummeted from the 2nd floor of the hospital. This scene felt oddly familiar, as it seemed she had been sent flying in a similar manner during her previous encounter with Bane. Damn it, Cold sweat beaded on Deadshot's forehead. In this cramped indoor space, should he employ the breakthrough effect gun, it is highly probable that the entire structure would collapse. Wait, why not? The Deathstroke's mind momentarily faltered before he swiftly regained his composure, turning to rally Harley Quinn, Poison Ivy, and Killer Croc, who were still engaged in a fierce struggle with several claws. Bring this place down. Engage these monstrosities in an open area, he exclaimed loudly, then fired a shot at the load-bearing wall. The incapacitated Mr. Freeze watched in horror, his eyes bulging. No. What are you doing? We are still here, unable to move. If you bring this place down, I will let you perish. Deathstroke fired another shot at the wall. The electric current struck, corroding a large char hole into it. We must face death with equanimity. O great deity, omnipotent Father, the true Lord. Mr. Freeze turned and saw the Clayface lower half nearly melted away. Yet he was still passionately performing. One could not entirely blame him, as he was inherently a flamboyant persona, yet it was infuriating. Firefly, come assist me. He urgently called out to the only other villain still capable of action amidst the chaos. After all, Firefly's armored suit was merely non-functional. He was still able to move. Mr. Freeze glanced at the nearby Dr. Phosphorus, who lay on the ground, emitting smoke due to mistakenly ingesting sodium hydroxide, and the emaciated Man-Bat. We must extricate them. Batman, if you do not come to our aid soon, we will. I have already jumped from the plane. I will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. A gust of wind filled Penguin's ears, reminiscent of someone plummeting. He and the ventriloquist huddled together, two short and stout figures trembling amidst the tumultuous battlefield. Hurry! This shall not come to fruition. Scarecrow immediately noticed Deathstroke's actions. He observed Poison Ivy also crashing her enormous plants against the adjacent load-bearing wall. He quickly summoned one of the claws. Stop him. Understood. Even transformed into a muscular abomination, these well-trained claw assassins exhibited no signs of sluggishness. In an instant, one appeared before Deathstroke, brandishing a blade. Floyd Lawton, the Court of Owls sentences you to death. A blade, swift as a stallion, descended, prompting Deathstroke to retreat. Raising his firearm, clang! The katana was intercepted mid-air by a gaping maw, which crushed it to dust with a mere exertion of force. It was Killer Croc. The muscular claw assassin hesitated for a moment before launching a powerful punch, only to be seized by Killer Croc. Do not jest with me. He swung his tail, the azure scales undulating like a centipede's muscles. Lifting his foot, he stomped down, then abruptly thrust it into the floor. The adversary experienced weightlessness, spinning, then was suddenly thrust down with tremendous force, as if hammered into the ground. The clawed assassin's head broke through the floor, emerging through the ceiling of the second level. The Killer Croc displayed a look of disdain. Your strength pales in comparison to the true Bane, he confidently proclaimed. At this level, even if 3 of me were to face you, I would not be defeated. In the next instant, he found himself pinned beneath 5 leaping claws. Unfair, he lamented. Fists rained down upon him like drums, as the giant crocodile cradled his head, unable to utter a single word amidst the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, Deathstroke unleashed another shot at the wall. The thunderous roar reverberated, as if the entire world were collapsing, and the entire structure finally crumbled. Amidst the rubble, as Deathstroke struggled to rise, he beheld, illuminated by the silvery moonlight, 9 muscular claws standing before them. How are you, Waylon? The Killer Croc groggily pushed aside a pile of debris. He spat out a mouthful of shattered stone. I'm Fina. What about Oswald? Thanks to you, still alive, came the Penguin's voice as he emerged from the rubble, sheltered by his umbrella alongside the ventriloquist. He whispered, hold on a bit longer. Batman should be here in about 15 seconds. Waylon, old friend. The voice of Scarecrow echoed as he stepped out slowly from behind the protective claws, clapping slowly. After all these years, still in such fine form, it reminds me of the golden days of our previous collaborations. He proposed, how about this, Waylon? I'll offer you $5 million, no, $10 million for the head of this foolish penguin beside you. Cash up front, just like our previous dealings. You always wanted money, right, big guy? Indeed, Killer Croc replied. But, he hesitated, casting a glance at Scarecrow's puzzled expression before stating, there are still 5 seconds left. What do you mean? 5, he declared. 4. Poison Ivy emerged from the rubble, her plants cradling her and Harley Quinn, landing beside the penguin. 3. The recently battered Cheshire Cat made her way back, traversing the debris to join the group. 2. Deathstroke lowered his weapon. His demeanor relaxed. "1," the Penguin said. "He's here." Chen Tao descended into the battlefield center. Chapter 69. The Last Resort Thud. This was the sound of his figure hitting the ground. A vast array of broken bricks exploded around him as he fell without losing speed, scattering debris in all directions. Thud. This was the sound of Scarecrow's heart racing. An inexplicable fear rising within him, akin to the panic of being startled awake at midnight, as if an unwanted reality was grinning wickedly before him. "It's you," he uttered. The moonlight shone brightly as Batman extended his hand, astonishingly grasping the silvery glow within his palm. He waved the shimmering light, and in an instant, half of his form disintegrated into pure darkness. "This is impossible." Scarecrow roared, "Attack my claws. Capture him." Yet, could there truly be two Batmans in perfect synchrony? Chen Tao observed as his arm, once a radiant silver, reverted to a shattered bat form, failing to transform into the colossal green claws of a bat dragon as he had envisioned. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, a protest against his forced metamorphosis. Nevertheless, the fragmented bat would suffice in confronting them. Chen Tao gently tilted his body, allowing the claws, fists, and blades to pierce his drifting figure. It mattered not. As long as his torso and brain remained unscathed, he would endure. The Nano-Batman was nearly impervious to such physical assaults. He contemplated silently, then raised his hand. "Let's try this first." Tiny, floating nano-robots surged forth, targeting the claws. The muscle-bound, clawed assassin instinctively raised his arms, yet nothing transpired. The Nano-Batman should have absorbed every biological gene profile encountered. Chen Tao mused quietly. Logically, they should all have been eroded by the nanorobots, dissolving like tofu. He observed his opponent untouched, but that was not the case. Was it amber gold? Perhaps it was. Something was preventing their cells from being claimed by the nanorobots. The amber gold had fused with their very cells, leaving the nanorobots gnawing at an impenetrable metal. Quite troublesome. Yet, this did not render me helpless. Chen Tao slightly parted his lips, and under the gaze of his dark yellow, cold eyes, even the clawed assassin, long since transformed into a corpse, felt a chill. If I cannot simply and brutally obliterate them at the cellular level, then I shall employ physical means. The black sand in the air gradually coalesced into a blade, transforming from a fluttering banner into a delicate ribbon. Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. A grating noise echoed from the assassin's forehead as he struggled to attack the portion of Chen Tao's body, employing fists, blades, and techniques that shattered the very air. Yet, all proved futile. These assaults crashed against the swirling black ribbon, shattering it, but in an instant, it restored itself and intensified its force. The grating sounds persisted. First, the mask on his scalp was split apart, revealing the terrifying, expressionless owl mask beneath, which lay merely an ordinary man, streaked with gray hair and a face marked by fear, fragile as an infant. "No, no, no. Let me go." The Court of Owls will. Other claws surged forward, desperately attempting to rescue their companion. They reached out toward the swirling specter of death, as if attempting to grasp a wisp of breeze or a flowing spring. A final wail of despair. The dark, delicate veil slipped through the crevices of their fingers, weaving seamlessly between the blades of their movements, never pausing for a moment. Attacking Batman, he soared into the air, a mere 10 meters, such a brief distance. The black sand swirling in the air coalesced into his cape, resembling the wings of death unfurling behind him. All attempts to leap toward him were futile. Even those who managed to jump high enough to approach would be met with the colossal hand formed by the circulating nanobots, slamming them to the ground like a nimble human playfully swatting at crickets leaping from the earth. "Damn it, what is happening? Attack him now. Aren't you the Court of Owls? How can you be bested by that accursed Batman?" The Scarecrow exclaimed, "This is not the Batman I know." Then, a crack appeared upon his scalp. The already withered, dark golden hair began to detach from his skull, skin peeling away to reveal dark red muscle tissue beneath. As the fissures widened, the hue shifted to a pale red. This was the result of the combined effects of amber gold and titan venom. The blood within these corpses had been diluted by an assortment of substances to a horrifying degree. The Scarecrow was a true master of alchemy, managing to harmoniously balance two disparate elements within a single body in such a short span of time. The robust muscles brought forth by titan venom and the regenerative capabilities bestowed by amber gold complemented one another perfectly, enabling the clawed assassins to rapidly heal in a brief period, even as their bodies willingly tore apart muscle fibers, crafting a stronger form. Yet, this extraordinary healing ability became an exquisite torment. Each muscle, stubbornly attempting to reassemble itself, fought against the dark nanobots. The intense pain agitating a brain that had been frozen in a coffin for centuries, eliciting a hysterical, inhuman wail. The sound sent shivers down the spines of the other clawed assassins. Next came the bones, stark white and exposed to the air, which then caved in like cookie. Crack! A tiny fissure appeared on the white surface, and in an instant, it shattered as if a child had yanked it forcefully. The creamy filling of the cookie spilled forth, mingled with red strawberry filling, sweet and delectable, releasing an impressive aroma. Ugh! Poison Ivy grimaced in disgust. Chen Tao realized that his cruel actions felt uncharacteristic, furrowing his brow before swiftly waving his hands, with the sound of teeth grinding once more echoing. This time, there was no prolonged torment. The cookie was immediately broken in half. With a thud, the corpse fell to the ground, seemingly crashing upon the heart of the scarecrow. He abruptly turned, seizing Lincoln March by the collar. Why, despite your claws being injected with Titan venom, are you so easily defeated? I have adhered to your demands, he exclaimed. Think of a solution. The court must have a way. Lincoln March cast a disdainful glance at the grotesque figure before him. The scarecrow, who simultaneously worshipped and feared, was nothing more than a cowardly slave to his own terror. This was precisely why he would never be considered a formidable threat. I do not know, Lincoln March replied. You, behind my back, had already negotiated terms with the court. Do you not remember? Ignoring the scarecrow, he addressed the projection emanating from the open communicator on his arm. So, do you have any preparations? The court member in the image turned his body, expressing disdain towards the scarecrow. Useless creature. He continued, Of course we do. The figure clad in a white owl mask spoke slowly. The owl court knows all and can do all. Our contingency plan is on its way. Soon after, the scarecrow heard the sound of slow applause. Truly splendid, the voice continued. Scarecrow, I am aware of you. I did not anticipate the court entrusting you with my venom samples. Remarkably, you have successfully synthesized the venom with the Amber Financial Project in such a short span. Chapter 70. The owl. A fog enveloped the scene. Under the vast moonlight, a shimmering glow floated above the ground, while Batman, shrouded in black mist, hovered in the air, ensconced in profound darkness. Bane looked up, witnessing the moonlight pierce through the swirling, dark clouds, casting a colossal shadow of a figure upon the ground. He had envisioned such a breathtaking scene countless times in dreams. So captivating, so shocking, yet so exquisite. Damn it, it's Bane. The court. You initially claimed you would cooperate with me to rule this city. I am your ally. Did you not realize that I am in competition with Bane? Bane, lost in his confrontation with Batman, cast a disdainful glance at him. Shut your mouth, Klein, or I shall end you. The threat was palpable, and the scarecrow promptly fell silent. A myriad of faint sounds began to emerge, akin to the rustling of fabric brushing against the wall. Such sounds should have been too quiet to perceive, typically only heard amidst a bustling street. Yet, at this moment, everyone present could hear those subtle noises. Russell! What a joke! The penguin exclaimed, removing his monocle, his voice trembling. Is this reasonable? The grim reaper endeavored to form a smile, yet the rigid, twitching muscles of his face rendered even this simple gesture impossible. He muttered under his breath, Damn it, Zoe is still waiting for my return. My backside hurts, replied Poison Ivy. She coiled a cluster of plants around herself for protection and snapped her fingers. Instantly, the wooden baseball bat in Harley Quinn's hand, which had been scanning the surroundings, transformed into a wooden serpent, forcefully binding her in a cocoon amid her bewildered screams, before transporting her to Poison Ivy's side. Enveloped by layers of foliage, Killer Croc silently cradled his head. Claws emerged from the rooftops, surging forth like a tide, occupying every rooftop in the vicinity. They varied in height and build, but shared one commonality: they were fully armed. In the next moment, one by one, they leaped from the heights. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of bodies crashing onto the hard concrete resonated incessantly, akin to a rhythmically played symphony. The claws that leaped from the high buildings suffered broken spines, twisted limbs, and some even landed headfirst, their skulls colliding with their own vests. Yet, as if unscathed, they rose from the ground. Their contorted spines straightened, and broken limbs rejoined as if mended by adhesive. Everyone watched in astonishment as those who should have sustained fatal injuries stood up. "Wait, let us take a moment to calm down," Killer Croc stated. "As the one with the highest IQ among us, I seem to have conceived a rather troubling question, though I'm uncertain whether I should voice it." The green crocodile swallowed hard. The Grim Reaper interjected. "If the Scarecrow has resolved the issues concerning Bane's venom and the so-called Amber Financial with that organization known as the Owl Court, then it implies, indeed." The man with the white owl mask projected from Lincoln March's armored arm declared, "They all can now simultaneously wield Amber Gold and Titan Venom. Perfect weaponry. Oh, by the way, Batman, you probably still don't know who we are, but soon you will no longer have that concern." Chen Tao's expression remained impassive. "To be honest, this was not the location we anticipated for our final confrontation. Your series of actions has significantly disrupted our plans and pace. However, it matters not. Sooner or later, the bat must meet its end." Lincoln March raised his arm, rotating the 3D projection to fully reveal the figure of the man in the white owl mask before Chen Tao. His expression was complex. He felt a deep resentment that the court regarded him as an outsider, constantly on guard against him, yet simultaneously harbored a profound admiration and fear for the formidable power wielded by the court. How could a mysterious organization, wielding immense power across the realms of politics, economics, culture, and physical domination, not instill fear within an entire city? For 2 centuries, they have meticulously orchestrated the orchestration of Gotham from the shadows. The likes of Falcone and Maloney, once hailed as conquerors of this metropolis, are merely their loyal hounds and pawns. The Thomases once dared to resist them, only to have their downfall meticulously crafted within the alleys of crime. Batman, the vigilante of Gotham, has fought valiantly for years, yet remains oblivious to their existence. Perhaps he suspects, but he has never acquired concrete evidence, has he? Year after year, he combats crime, yet in the eyes of the Court of Owls, he is merely their watchdog, a substitute to restrain the madmen lurking in the city. How tragic, and what of the unfortunate Bruce Wayne? Lincoln March understands that he tirelessly attempts to reverse the fate of this city through political and economic reform, yet each effort is rendered futile just before success. This, of course, is a foregone conclusion. Destruction is always 100 times easier than creation and far more insidious. Bruce often finds himself inexplicably thwarted, does he not? Those plans that appear promising on paper, charitable initiatives, economic development schemes aimed at reducing unemployment, when put into practice, inevitably devolve into chaos. No matter how much funding Wayne Enterprises allocates, it ultimately finds its way into the pockets of the Owls, not those in dire need. Indeed, Lincoln reflects with sorrow. The Owls are creatures adept at usurping others' nests. They have invaded the vast nest known as Gotham, continuously siphoning the lifeblood of this city for over 2 centuries. The Court of Owls knows all. No one could triumph over them. And upon acquiring your lifeless body, Batman, we shall extend to you the respect you deserve. The court has resolved to preserve your bones in the depths, within a labyrinth, to be displayed eternally, a monument to a valiant adversary. Such honors have been bestowed only thrice in history. As you face this honor, do you have any final words? You are nothing but a mad organization. The response comes with a click of the tongue. It seems you have no farewell to offer. Now, we simply need to determine your method of demise. To assist with this, we have invited a special guest who has recently joined our ranks. The figure in the white owl mask clapped his hands, and Lincoln was met with a chilling laughter. Lilavat Bametavine. Chapter 71, Betrayal. A look of horror crossed Chen Tao's face for the first time as he beheld the pale figure emerging from the shadows, its claws parting the darkness. Identical. This cannot be, he uttered in disbelief. Are you surprised to see me, my dear little bat? Chen Tao gazed intently into the eyes of the Joker. He reminded himself that he was merely human, a character from a comic book. He possessed the memories of the broken bat, after being crippled by Bane and subsequently defeated by the Angel of Death. The trajectory of broken Bat Bruce Wayne's life mirrored that of the Batman from the primary universe almost perfectly. Hence, he too had once studied the human eye, much like the official Batman. Thanks to this, even an ordinary individual like Chen Tao, who had never delved into criminal psychology, understood that 6 types of ocular movements could reveal a person's motives, each with 15 variations. Regardless of whom one faced, even the most hardened criminal, The pupils would dilate or constrict according to emotions. Happiness, joy, and affection would cause the pupils to widen, while fear, anger, and hatred would make them shrink. However, the person before him was different. His pupils remained constant, perpetually small and dark. The owner of those eyes harbored a profound hatred for all existence. No light could penetrate those eyes as he stared directly at you, each pupil a minuscule black pearl fixed in space, a bullet hurtling towards you. These eyes proclaimed that he was no ordinary man, yet Chen Tao understood him. He was merely a human who had fallen into a vat of chemical waste. And yet, he had already slain the Joker. But this individual stood before him. Was he an imitator? Or had he killed the wrong person from the very beginning? The Joker emerged with a grin, his presence chilling the moonlight further. He exaggeratedly proclaimed, performing a ludicrous bow akin to a court jester, more akin to dancing than walking. Ah, the Grand Court. I am truly honored to witness this magnificent comedy, the timeless classic, The Fall of a Knight. His malicious green eyes glared at Chen Tao, the demise of the superhero Batman. Poison Ivy felt suffocated. She gestured with her arms, ensnaring Harley Quinn in layers of various plants, binding her like a silkworm. She had to prevent Harley from seeing the Joker again. Damn it. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I must admit, this time Batman may not prevail. Poison Ivy noticed the Penguin stealthily edging closer to her. I concede that Batman possesses many remarkable abilities we were previously unaware of, but you saw it. His dark, fine sand was utterly ineffective against that muscular monstrosity. The Penguin wiped away his sweat. I know Batman is formidable, but we must adhere to rational logic. Unless Batman has some unknown trump card. Otherwise, as he just demonstrated, simply eliminating one individual and severing his head took so much time and effort. There are at least dozens of people here. Could he and we possibly subdue them all? He spoke rapidly to Poison Ivy. Batman has been outmaneuvered. Do you not grasp this? We've done similar things before, concealing information that Batman was unaware of and then launching a surprise attack. He remarked at times, Batman can forcefully dismantle our arrangements through sheer brute strength. Yet there are occasions when he retreats in utter disarray. I am acutely aware that the same strategy will not ensnare Batman a second time, and I fully comprehend that when he returns, he will be an unstoppable force. However, I fear that if Batman falters here, we may not endure until his inevitable resurgence. He spoke softly. This time, he outright betrayed Klein, doing so in front of the victim, essentially forging a bitter enmity with Scarecrow. Given Scarecrow's obsequious demeanor towards the Court of Owls, one can only speculate on the repercussions that might ensue. Ivy, I will provide you with funds. When the battle commences, you must take the plants and flee with Harley and me. The Penguin wiped the perspiration from his brow, his double chin quivering with the rapidity of his speech. Even if Batman loses, he can always escape, but we would be left in dire straits. Ivy, you must prepare for this eventuality. Chen Tao listened to the Penguin's escape plan, remaining noncommittal. The Penguin had not anticipated that he could conceal his intentions from Chen Tao amidst such a vast battlefield. He was aware that Batman would not resort to killing him merely for this transgression. Thus, he unabashedly embraced the nature of an Arkham inmate. Chen Tao disregarded him, coldly fixating on the Joker, who was laughing uncontrollably. Did you see that? The Bat ha 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 ha. It was evident that he had overheard the conversation between Poison Ivy and Cobblepot. Malice flickered in his eyes, a profound and unadulterated malevolence. The pleasantries had come to an end, Batman. The figure adorned with the white owl mask on Lincoln March's gauntlet declared, Joker, we have fulfilled your conditions and allowed you a glimpse of your Batman to converse with him. But now, as you are aware, the hour has struck. The Court of Owls sentences you to death. Wait. The masked figure raised a hand, poised to strike, but was halted by Chen Tao's intervention. Oh? Do you have any final words? Chen Tao sighed softly. I am truly vexed by the owls. Black sand began to coil around Chen Tao, settling on the ground. Unbeknownst to anyone, near the lifeless body of the owl claw that Chen Tao had previously torn apart, strands of black nanobots were infiltrating within. Chen Tao addressed Bane. Bane, you owe me a personal favor. It is time to repay it. The Joker glanced around, observing Chen Tao conversing with Bane, and from his chest pocket, he produced a small handkerchief, biting down on it. Do you truly believe I will repay you? Bane finally spoke, having remained silent since his initial words. Like a solemn Eiffel Tower, serving merely as an accessory to the Court of Owls and the Joker. What makes you think I would not deceive you with mere words? Bane, Do you not owe Batman a personal favor as well? The figure adorned with a white owl mask spoke. You never mentioned this matter during our discussions about collaboration. What is truly happening? Common occurrences, Bane replied. Batman saved my life. Indeed, that is rather commonplace, the owl-masked figure remarked. Batman has rescued many. We are almost accustomed to it. Bane, it is time for you to return the favor. Chen Tao further emphasized, if you could repay me now, it would conveniently resolve my predicament. What are you contemplating? Bane retorted. I warned you at that time. You saved a viper, and we shall forever remain adversaries. Did you genuinely believe I would betray my allies for your sake? He declared, it is quite evident. In the next moment, with a swift motion, he seized the neck of a nearby clawed creature with an iron grip. I would. The previous chapters were obscured. I merely copied the text and made some revisions before reposting it. I dread the thought of encountering repetitive chapters. Tomorrow, I shall contact the editor to request the removal of the obscured sections. Additionally, I recommend a friend's book, Infinite Delusions Starting from Leo. The engine roared, and the jeep stirred up a cloud of dust. Zhu Xingtuan swung his staff, pointing towards the two individuals ahead. No one is allowed to flee. Rush towards the vehicle. Feng Yuan exclaimed in terror. I do not understand, Captain. Li Xiu fell into utter despair. But what does this have to do with me, Captain? Are you even aware? Sorry, Lei. Chapter 72. Garbage. What is Bane doing? Bane's sudden betrayal left the owl-masked figure momentarily stunned. In an instant, all the claws withdrew from his side, encircling him completely. This rapid shift left Penguin and the others in a state of disbelief. Killer Croc sat cross-legged on the ground, resembling a schoolboy awaiting the start of a movie. How dare you? Bane coldly discarded the corpse onto the ground. You know, as I mentioned, I owe Batman a favor. This absurd justification elicited laughter from the opposing party. Nonsense, he scoffed. The owl-masked figure responded. Do you think I would believe such childish excuses? Have you considered the consequences of betraying the Court of Owls? Lincoln March gradually retreated. Damn it, he hides behind wires, spewing nonsense. While I must confront Bane's fist. Lincoln March understood that the other party had not considered his own safety in the slightest. You truly deserve this. What a pity. It astonishes me, Bane. You chose the most unlikely moment to turn against us. The bodies of over 20 claws on site began to swell gradually, the sound of torn uniforms becoming particularly jarring at that moment. How amusing, the Joker cackled nearby. Hurry, I want to see rivers of blood. So do I. Harley Quinn excitedly emerged from the tangled foliage of poison ivy, exclaiming, why do you all have so much to chatter about? Wouldn't it be better to engage in a fierce battle until the last drop of blood is shed? However, in the next moment, poison ivy silenced her with even more plants. Chen Tao observed them quietly, his demeanor impassive, as black mist stealthily spread towards the fallen members of Arkham, unnoticed by anyone. With a sharp clang, the sound of claws unsheathing blades resonated in unison. The man in the white owl mask remarked, foolish choice. Regardless of your motives, you will soon regret your current actions. He continued, you still have an opportunity to apologize. Bane tilted his head slightly. The gesture, if performed by a 7- or 8-year-old girl, would be endearing, yet from a towering figure like him, it exuded a mad beauty. Undoubtedly, this madness perfectly complemented Gotham's essence. After a brief moment of feigned contemplation, he replied, thank you, but I must decline. Well, it seems you have made your decision, albeit one that is truly suicidal. The owl-masked man stated, yet before the claws carve out your heart, I still wish to comprehend one matter that eludes me. His masked visage concealed any expression. Why? Even with our brief collaboration, I am well aware that you are no noble-hearted hero. Spare me the cold jokes about human kindness. I do not believe a word of it. He continued, you are a thoroughgoing opportunist, no different from Falcone or Maroni. The court has promised you your rightful place in the future city. How dare you not express gratitude towards us? Bane remained silent. The owl-masked man shook his head. Turning to the Joker, and you madcap jester? Surely you wouldn't be foolish enough to betray the court like Bane? Oh, of course not. The Joker clutched his chest dramatically. Dear owl boss, how could you think so of me? He proclaimed indignantly, everyone on the street knows that I, the Joker, am ever loyal. He added, and it is well known that I harbor a deep-seated vendetta against Batman. Approaching one of the clawed assassins, he familiarly draped an arm around the other's shoulder, having finally allied myself with such an illustrious boss as the Court of Owls. I certainly do not wish to lose my job. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, he declared, "I announce my intent to part ways with Bane. After all, the Court of Owls is my finest ally." With a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of acid from his chest, splattering the assassin's face. And in the next instant, the Joker's knife plunged into the assassin's chest. The Joker lunged at the Claw assassin. Empowered by the dual forces of Titan Venom and Amber Gold, the foe stood immovable, akin to an unyielding wall. Amidst his frenzied laughter, the Joker plunged his dagger into the adversary's flesh, yet could not even stir him. Still, he persisted with each thrust, as if partaking in an exuberant act of procreation, deriving from it a plethora of perverse and twisted ecstasy. What a pity it is. The voice of the owl-masked man resonated with calm indifference. It is difficult to assess you too, and Batman as well, for choosing death over some trivial reasons. A troupe of laughable puppets upon the stage. You remain utterly oblivious to the true master of this city. He spoke slowly. For over a century, the great Court of Owls has held dominion over this realm. Do you comprehend the adversary you face? How dare you? Oh, I dare, Bane asserted. Oh, I dare, Chen Tao echoed in his mind. He hastened to infiltrate the minds of the Arkham inmates with black fine sand, as nanobots breached their brains at the cellular level, advancing toward the core. The Joker ceased his stabbing, chuckling softly. Oh dear, why would you think otherwise? Of course I dare. Then, the claws subtly encircled the only one who had not betrayed them, the Scarecrow. Scarecrow. The owl-masked man turned his gaze toward him. Oh no, do not misunderstand, Court. The Scarecrow hastily scrambled from the ground, rushing toward the claws. I am genuinely eager to collaborate with the Court. I am not a complete lunatic like the Joker and Bane, he emphatically declared. I am a sane individual, unlike those madmen. The owl-masked man verified the sincerity of the Scarecrow, ensuring he did not charge at the claws like the Joker. He nodded in satisfaction, a wise choice. It seems the controllers of this city have become quite clear. Then he snapped his fingers, and the muscular claws began to close in on Bane and the others. The house needs cleaning, Bane sighed. To be frank, I intended to extract your last drop of utility before taking action. The Joker sighed as well. Indeed, after all, there are few toys as useful as you. Bane remarked. Allies with astonishing financial and political clout often unveil mesmerizing treasures. He continued, whoever they may be, upon witnessing such remarkable allies, one would certainly be filled with anticipation. The legend of the indestructible humanoid weapon that has thrived in the city for centuries is truly terrifying. The Joker mused. It evokes a sense of reverence, doesn't it? He. Yet, the most crucial point is Bane interjected. However, the unbearable aspect is the Joker chimed in. How dare you? The filth of the gutters, meddle in our conflict. Chapter 73, Cataclysm Well. You have utterly exhausted the last vestige of my patience. Even through the mask, one can sense the sudden darkening of the owl-masked man's expression. Very well. Allow me to impart a lesson. Gazing at the approaching claws, Bane clenched the knuckles of his fists. A droplet of venom coursed through the tubes from the vials on his back into his being, gradually augmenting his form, rendering him more imposing and formidable. You, my fearsome friends, shall learn two invaluable truths. He extended a finger. First, to become Bane, one requires more than mere venom. As a claw lunged at him, he seized its visage with one hand, his immense strength driving his finger deep into the creature's skull. Those once mighty muscle-bound claws now appeared feeble before Bane. With bare hands, he grasped the ankle of one claw assassin, swinging it through the air with a flourish before crashing into the ground. Once, twice, much akin to wielding a plastic mallet against a whack-a-mole. You, bang, stop, bang, hands, bang. The claw assassin lay supine, limbs splayed, his body contorted grotesquely, muscles bulging and twisting, resembling twisted fibers of hemp, repulsive and unsightly. Bane delivered a kick, sending the assassin tumbling away, landing inertly upon the ground like discarded refuse. Well executed. The Killer Croc sprang up, exclaiming with fervor. That's the move. He pointed excitedly at Bane's actions. That is how he struck me. The Penguin rolled his eyes. Chen Tao promptly commanded the nanobots to advance, exploiting the opportunity presented by the claw assassin's fractured skull, as the black sand swiftly infiltrated within. Second, if I have bestowed upon you the might of venom, what leads you to believe you can wield such power against me? The steel blade swung by the claw assassin shattered against Bane's taut skin as he seized the creature by the throat. Can you feel it? That is the taste of your dwindling hope seeping away, both from your bodies and your conflict. Good heavens, what is happening? Lincoln March murmured. This time, he beheld the scene clearly. The claw assassin's hood had been dislodged, and in the reflection of Lincoln March's pupils, he witnessed the moment as the claw approached Bane, its once slate-gray visage suddenly rotting and fetid, muscles withering in an instant. The owl-masked man could no longer maintain the facade of the puppeteer. He rose from his seat. What now, Court? Lincoln March inquired over the comms. What are your intentions? You pitiful, long-deserving carcasses. Allow me to enlighten you. The violation of natural law invites retribution, and in this world, nothing is truly immortal. Soon, Bane remarked, when your blood betrays you, when your body turns against you. He casually cast aside a withered claw, which emitted a frantic wail as it made contact with the ground, having lost its once formidable physique. The excruciating pain, unbearable even for the undead, caused him to gasp, straightening his body like a fish stranded on the shore, on the verge of drowning. Bane's voice followed. The remnants of the potion will ensure that your bodies are tormented by agonizing pain, a familiar companion to me. However, unlike you, I possess the strength and will to overcome it. The Joker cackled madly, leaping into action. How about a little magic? He mounted the head of a clawed assassin, driving his blade deep into its eyes. Behold the true magic that transforms the world into utter darkness in a heartbeat. No matter. Bring everyone in, commanded the owl-masked man. Let the ordinary claws lurking around, yet to be transformed, join the fray. He turned to Lincoln March, scolding, You lead them. Bring everyone. Let us gut these audacious fools who dare to mock us. Lincoln March felt a swirl of emotions. The court had never suffered such a significant loss, and it was evident that the opposition had now viewed him as the temporary leader of this clawed legion. Perhaps this was the moment he had garnered the most trust from the court, yet it was under duress, which elicited a wry smile from him. He whistled. A shiver ran through the Deathstroke. He raised his gun, standing back to back with the Cheshire Cat. I have a bad feeling about this, remarked Killer Croc. An increasing number of ordinary claws emerged from their hiding spots, surging onto the battlefield like a tide. There were too many of them, a dense swarm of heads everywhere. Good heavens, groaned Poison Ivy. The owl-masked man's voice returned to its lofty, rancid tone. Well, we must concede that perhaps they do possess some unexpected advantages over the court. But this ends here. We outnumber them, a clear disparity in combat power. His voice gradually steadied. Now, it's a matter of triple digits against single digits. Is it? The owl-masked man's movements halted as he glanced at Chen Tao. With a thud, the frostbite slowly rose from the ground. His armor transitioned from crimson to sea blue over the next 2 seconds. He exhaled, frost crystallizing on the ground, reflecting Victor's indifferent gaze. What is happening? Scarecrow inquired Victor. Frostbite ignored him. Next to rise was the clay face. Clumps of mud finally reformed, coalescing into a shape. The massive mud creature standing expressionless like a waxen statue. Firefly crawled to his feet. The villain, adept in the manipulation of flames, rose with a grotesque semblance to a zombie, first standing with his left foot twisted backward, then dragging half of his body forward. A black mist permeating the air coalesced into a hand, which supported him from behind. One by one, the Arkham adversaries, each adopting various inhuman postures, gradually crawled up from the ground, their faces devoid of expression as they stood in silence. The Scarecrow felt as though an invisible force gripped his heart. What is happening? The Penguin murmured to himself. This defies the laws of science. His gaze lingered on his fellow Arkham inmates before turning to Batman. How have you managed to control them? Merely a few tricks of the Mad Hatter, Chen Tao replied. He rubbed his fingers together. Lucius was a versatile scientist, though it was implausible for him to swiftly comprehend how an expert in neuropsychology like the Mad Hatter crafted those mind-controlling hats. Much like a shipbuilder could not quickly grasp the principles of an automobile. However, creating controlled ships through simple appropriation, understanding the how, without the why, posed no challenge. In summary, Chen Tao exhaled, his body gradually disintegrating into black sand, rendering his lower half akin to a walking spiral black hole. The criminals of Arkham slowly trailed behind him, encircling him at the center, like subjects following their sovereign. The master of Gotham, the Bat King, wore a sinister smile. Are you ready for slaughter? Roar. The Arkham adversaries, ensnared by the chips, opened their mouths to unleash a chaotic cacophony of rage. Chapter 74. Face recognition. Each of the scoundrels bore a vacant expression, powerful and weak, possessing superhuman abilities or merely being mundane mortals. Yet at this moment, they were all under the dominion of the Mad Hatter's central nervous control chips and Batman's command. Although this crude and overt control rendered them less formidable than before, and the inhumane manipulation dulled their intellect, they remained the most perilous faction in the city. They were entirely subjugated to Batman's will, save for Clayface, which seemed reasonable. After all, he was merely a mass of mud, devoid of intellect. It would be peculiar if such a supernatural entity could be controlled by chips. Nevertheless, he chose to blend among the controlled Arkham inmates, assaulting the court of Owl's assassins. Chen Tao suddenly realized that Clayface was a mad, performative persona, merely desiring to assume different roles at any given moment. At this juncture, it was evident that the role he intended to play was that of a controlled Arkham inmate. Chen Tao found himself at a loss for words at how swiftly he grasped the thoughts of the madman. He seems to possess an uncanny ability to swiftly comprehend the chaotic thoughts swirling in the minds of others, no matter how fantastical or insane. Their whims resonate with his own intellect. Chen Tao mused that this might be regarded as a certain gift. The Joker, gazing at Batman, who was encircled by the entirety of Arkham's guards, had a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes, pondering his next move. With a mere gesture from Chen Tao, the chilling Victor Freeze halted his attack and approached him with an unwavering stride. "Victor, how has Nora been faring lately?" Suddenly, a claw-wielding a katana lunged at the two engaged in conversation. Chen Tao summoned a wave of dark energy, cleaving the assailant in midair as if he were slicing through a chocolate cake filled with liquor. The remnants of the attack splattered both men. How utterly grotesque. Chen Tao regarded his hands with a tinge of melancholy. How infuriating it was that his disposition had devolved into this, though he never intended to remain a superhero indefinitely. Upon arriving in this realm and realizing he would embark on a heroic journey, he had once fantasized about being a charming and popular superhero idol. He envisioned landing with the grace of a superhero, greeted by fervent fans whose excitement might lead them to faint from exhilaration, while he would flash a charming smile, striking a pose. Yet now, with a mere wave of his hand, dark energy manifested, and as he soared through the air, he conjured various black blades and weapons, having already been irrevocably cast into the role of a villain. How disheartening. Chen Tao shook his head, severing the errant thoughts swirling in his mind. "Victor, I do not wish to engage in pleasantries. I assume you are cold enough as it is." He spoke directly. "I require your assistance. I am well aware that for you, intellect is power. Trust me, my manipulation of Tyke is not my intent. The regenerative compounds in the claw's blood are thermosensitive, which means that once the temperature drops too low, their movements will slow, rendering them weaker than the living. You are the master of manipulating cold air. Only you can achieve the effect of freezing the claws without impeding our actions." The stoic and indifferent expression faded from Victor Freeze's face, his eyes regaining their spark as they narrowed upon Chen Tao with a brooding intensity. He appeared as though he might leap to attack Batman, yet his limbs remained motionless, standing rigidly in place. "Why on earth would I assist you, Batman?" He spat. "You must be dreaming. I only wish to aim my freeze gun at you and shatter your insides into pieces." He continued, "I yearn to ensnare your soft, pitiful neck with a cord, tightening the noose as I watch your eyes dim, your lips quiver, accompanied by your futile pleas." Victor Freeze cursed with venomous intent. "I only desire your demise." He paused momentarily before continuing. "The Court of Owls has pilfered my technology to preserve their talents. If they wish to seize control over the city, they cannot circumvent the development of enhancements for the talents, which implies their urgent need for my expertise." He glanced disdainfully at the quaking scarecrow hidden in the shadows, scoffing at his pitiable state. "The court values the scarecrow merely for his ability to manipulate and dominate us Arkham denizens. It is evident that we, the Arkhamites, could significantly augment the court's power. They require us. We hold value, do we not? So, why should we not sell ourselves at a fair price rather than assist you? Our adversary?" Mr. Freeze mocked. "Indeed, you currently exert control over us using those trivial tactics of yours. But what leads you to believe this poses any threat to me?" His expression remained devoid of emotion. Death does not instill fear within me. Chen Tao recognized the truth in his words. Mr. Freeze's heart was as cold as bronze. A crude threat of death would not yield his submission. The court would undoubtedly be generous with their promises to me, even if I have no need for them. And what would I gain by assisting you? My gratitude, Chen Tao replied directly. Mr. Freeze was momentarily taken aback by this illogical response, his words caught in his throat. He laughed in anger. Is that all? Your gratitude? Your plea? You're already wealthy, Victor. Chen Tao retorted. You have amassed enough to sustain Nora's life. Moreover, you have accumulated years of wages. Money can no longer sway you. Mr. Freeze shook his head. Do you believe I would forsake the generous terms the Court of Owls might offer me for such trifles? He surveyed the controlled Arkham inmates, Bane, the Joker, and the Talons battling alongside them. Surely, you do not think that by eliminating these Talons, the Court of Owls would be vanquished? He continued. The Scarecrow has informed me just how perilous an organization the Court is. Their terms surpass yours by 1,000-fold. So, will you assist me, old friend? Mr. Freeze sighed. He was a mad scientist, a mercenary who accepted jobs only within Gotham, yet he was also a devoted husband. However, he possessed another identity, one he had long held. He was a nemesis of Batman, entangled in a long-standing rivalry. He spoke slowly. You plead with me? Yes, Chen Tao affirmed. I beseech you. I require your assistance. Mr. Freeze sighed again, reluctantly declaring, very well. I shall aid you. Chen Tao exhaled in relief. He had initially contemplated using Mr. Freeze's wife as leverage, never having anticipated that mere charisma would suffice to enlist Mr. Freeze's cooperation. Had it not been for the successful facial recognition, the words this husband would have inevitably escaped his throat. While this could indeed manipulate Victor, compelling him to exert his utmost efforts, it would undoubtedly also cultivate fresh resentment within him, achieving a tranquil accord, leading the counterpart to believe they possess options, only to have them make a choice that aligns with one's intentions, is truly the most favorable outcome. Chapter 75, The City of Bats in Summary. It was nothing short of a massacre. As time progressed, the once formidable clawed assassins faced utter defeat at the hands of Gotham's united front. When the Frosty Man, commanding the icy tempest, unleashed his final blast of chill upon the battlefield, the conflict drew to a close. The clawed assassins lay strewn across the ground, most of them torn asunder like mere scraps of paper, abandoned like a heap of broken dolls. Scarecrow attempted to slip away discreetly, only to collide with Batman's imposing chest. He heard the other's expressionless voice utter, "Nuclear weapon, Klein." Crack! Bane snapped the neck of the last claw he could find. As the Joker sauntered over to his side, rather than continuing his assault, Bane regarded Chen Tao with a mocking gaze. What? Chen Tao seized Scarecrow by the collar. Quit playing dumb, Klein. You know you stole the nuclear weapon from Cobblepot. Nuclear weapon? What are you talking about? Scarecrow replied, feigning ignorance. His eyes then mirrored the realization of the Riddler. Oh, I see now. No wonder you went to such lengths to come here. Ha ha ha. He erupted into a fit of manic laughter, while the Joker beside him bit his lip in amusement. The Penguin, standing nearby, felt his head spinning. You. He approached Scarecrow, rising on his toes to grasp the outer fabric of his attire. Don't joke with me, Klein. You truly didn't steal my nuclear bomb? A dreadful thought struck him. There were only a handful of individuals with both the motive and capability to abscond with a nuclear weapon. If Scarecrow had not been the thief, it could only imply something more sinister. He recalled that his arms deal with Bane was scheduled for tonight. Indeed, this very night, a coincidence that was chillingly appalling. He further remembered that he had contacted Scarecrow days prior to arrange the handover of Mayor Carlo, only for the latter to continuously postpone setting the date for this very evening. Moreover, the Penguin subordinates were due to commence their exchange of goods around this time. If the timing was so precise, it could only mean one thing. The Penguin's phone rang, and his expression darkened as he answered. The cacophony on the other end was overwhelming, with gunfire and explosions echoing relentlessly. He heard his men shouting, "Damn it, boss. They're double-crossing us. They've taken the arms without payment." A surge of fury coursed through the Penguin, rising from his feet to his head. He has come to a realization. Bane not only seized his nuclear weapon, but also, with a disarming nonchalance, deceived him into relinquishing a plethora of resources and a suggestion using an Emperor Penguin. And today, he has been utterly swindled of a vast array of weaponry. Is it akin to shearing a sheep mercilessly? Indeed, The one who pilfered that nuclear device was I. Chen Tao set down the scarecrow. Bane unveiled the truth. Where to begin? He turned his gaze towards Lincoln March, the man behind the white owl mask, who stubbornly refused to terminate the communication. Even in the face of numerous scattered corpses displayed on his computer screen, the masked figure also caught Bane's glance. Foolish Bane. You shall undoubtedly regret this day in the future. He sat firmly in the gutter, akin to a king reigning over a heap of refuse. However, the words Bane uttered next shattered that facade. Gotham's most opulent residential area, valued at $58 million, with the top 3 floors belonging to the illustrious Pao's Hotel. The patriarch of the Pao's family, Joseph, and his wife, Maria, resided there as well. The man behind the white owl mask, who had been lurking behind the screen, finally rose to his feet. How could you ascertain my address and identity? I never dared. The same old words, which Chen Tao had heard so often they had become tiresome. Bane remained silent. He merely regarded Lincoln March, fixated on the shadow cast by his gauntlet, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. It was the gaze of a harbinger of death. Then he exhaled softly. "Ha! You treacherous wretch! You shall surely—" Boom! A violent explosion and a flash of fire instantaneously engulfed the video feed. Bane, with an air of nonchalance, placed his finger on the headset. "Caveman, have you succeeded?" The voice from his earpiece responded. "Completely eradicated, absolutely no issue, Bane." Bane shrugged. "Impressive," Chen Tao remarked. "This was all part of your design. Wasn't it, Bane? The Owl Court generously provided you with amber gold, perhaps even considerable funding, and you retaliated by eliminating their key figures. Today's events were premeditated. I surmise that is not all. You likely possess a list of the true identities of other court members, do you not? You intend to eliminate them one by one, resolving them all. No matter how many times I witness this, I am compelled to admire Bane's audacious scheme of leveraging the unsuspecting. Oh, the Penguin is doubly unfortunate. Not only was he robbed, but also fell victim to your underhanded tactics. The Scarecrow initially worked for you without pay, only to become a scapegoat, drawing me into a deadly confrontation with him. You, in your composed demeanor, have concealed the nuclear weapon. At the moment when the Court of Owls and the Scarecrow met their demise, you were poised to unleash it, threatening the entire city, even the nation, and ultimately me, thereby completely subjugating Gotham. Chen Tao remarked, "Everything is unfolding according to your design. At this juncture, you must feel that most matters lie within your grasp, correct?" Bane appeared somewhat rigid. In that fleeting moment, he incessantly replayed his plan in his mind, searching for any potential oversights. He calculated everything Batman should know. What had he overlooked? You have accounted for everything I can mobilize, Bane. Just moments ago on the plane, you were attempting to hack into the Batplane, discerning what Robin and I were conversing about, were you not? Yet, the more intricate one schemes, the more susceptible one becomes to unforeseen predicaments. The more convoluted the plan and the more sophisticated the apparatus, the easier it is for an unexpected pebble to obstruct the entire mechanism. Chen Tao continued, "It only takes one person, wholly unanticipated by you. Crash. Why have you never considered that by dispatching your subordinates to engage in black-on-black dealings with the Penguin's goods, and to execute members of the court according to your list, you would ultimately deplete the strength guarding that nuclear device? On what grounds do you presume that while you execute your plan, I would remain inert?" Lincoln March silently lowered his arms and approached Chen Tao. Bane fixed his gaze upon him. An unforeseen entity, a person with no prior indication, who is indeed a member of the Court of Owls. How had he become intertwined with Batman? Is it possible that I allowed you to orchestrate all of this merely to locate the place where you have stored the nuclear weapon at this critical moment? Bane's phone rang. Enemies had suddenly infiltrated, targeting the very object you instructed us to protect. It must not be stolen. It has already been taken, Bane exclaimed furiously. How could you not prevent this with your capabilities? I had ample manpower at my disposal. It's the Talons, Bane. The Talons of the Court of Owls. They have utilized your Titan formula. Their bodies are pure muscle. We stand no chance against them. Thus, the most crucial point is this, Bane, Chen Tao stated. This is Batman's city. He whispered, this is Batman's domain. Finally, the writing is complete. I'm utterly fatigued. Chapter 76. The duel. No one can foresee everything in this world. The clouds drift and the clear springs flow. The unfolding of events in this mortal realm resembles their unpredictable trajectories. Pull one thread, and the entire fabric moves. Variables give rise to new variables. so even Brainiac cannot compute all possibilities. Yet Batman can. For Batman makes everyone believe he can achieve the impossible, and thus he does, regardless of how fortunate it may seem. And I am Batman. Yet I am not Batman. I am Chen Tao, a traveler, an imperfect mortal. I surmise that Bruce Wayne is likewise flawed. However, Batman remains eternally perfect. Thus, what truly matters is not the visage concealed beneath the mask, but rather the presence of that mask in this very moment. Batman is here. I observe Bane, his voice reverberating through the phone, a lofty and distant echo, as if separated from my realm by a thick veil, simultaneously surreal and alarmingly near. What are you waiting for? Quickly devise a plan to reclaim what was taken. What? Your leader has been abducted? Who else has been captured? Birdman, zombie, caveman. I have pilfered his so-called trump card, a movie believed was cloaked in secrecy. Although I remain uncertain as to how he discovered the Penguin's concealed nuclear location, or whether someone aided him from the shadows, such inquiries have become irrelevant. Bane will never again wield that nuclear device to instill fear in anyone. I can hear the anger, disappointment, and frustration in his voice, emotions he intended to impose upon me. Yet now he reaps the consequences of his actions. It is hard to fathom that I have achieved this. Bane was far too preoccupied with the Court of Owls, and woefully ignorant of me, while I possess a keen understanding of him. Click. Bane hung up the phone. He stared intently at Chen Tao, a tempestuous fury coalescing within him, ultimately settling into a profound stillness. You did well, he remarked. A green sprout abruptly pierced through the flesh of his body, blood oozing forth, followed by an unsettling sound of movement emanating from that half of his form. Bane remained indifferent. The mask obscured his expression, and this transformation lasted but half a second, leaving one to question whether they had truly seen it. He began to retreat slowly. He had resolved to flee, aware that if he wished to escape, no one could detain him, not even the current Batman. This was not the opportune moment for a final confrontation with Batman. He stood alone, utterly defeated, while the opposing force was numerous. Thus, he withdrew with deliberate slowness. This retreat seemed to have occurred many times before in his encounters with Batman. The silhouette of his adversary gradually aligned in his vision, amidst the garbage heaps, within the slaughter swamps at this very moment. He fled in various manners, retreated in diverse ways, while Batman remained steadfast, as he always did. It was profoundly disheartening. Yet it mattered not. He was a patient hunter. This city belonged to Batman, and he had countless opportunities to fail. But all it took was one victory to claim it. Despite facing defeat time and again, driven back repeatedly by Batman, Bane never doubted his capacity to seize the city. Even after numerous failures, he never questioned himself. He continually reiterated this to his own heart. He remarked, "We shall meet again, Batman. I am a necessary evil, Batman." Chen Tao comprehended the essence of Bane's words. In certain philosophical theories, state systems are deemed necessary evils, as they constrain absolute freedom. The essence of such systems fundamentally represses and restrains individual liberty, punishing and deterring the baser instincts within human nature. However, the authority of such systems is bestowed by the people, while Bane, by claiming to be a necessary evil, superficially justifies his malevolence, as though his theory bears no distinction from the dark bindings of the Riddler or the dismal day of the Joker. In truth, Bane's assertion implies that he embodies a form of just order, a system learned and ingrained during his upbringing within the confines of his prison, a brutal world-S order. Therefore, for Bane, his actions do not challenge the existing order, but rather represent a collision between one order and another. He commits murder, seizes nuclear weapons, and engages in various nefarious acts. Yet he perceives himself as a law-abiding citizen, adhering to his own set of principles. However, it is evident that his necessary evil bypasses the crucial element of power granted by the populace. He is, in essence, the most complete of dictators. Chen Tao, within the brevity of those two sentences, grasped Bane's meaning and discerned his true nature, leaving him at a loss for words. Could a normal person truly comprehend Bane's disjointed statements? Perhaps I am not so normal, Chen Tao mused. He attempted to turn away, feigning ignorance of Bane's discourse. Yet the momentary spark of understanding in his eyes betrayed him. A smile crept across Bane's masked visage, yet it quickly faded. "Indeed, we shall meet again, and sooner than you can fathom." "Bane," Chen Tao declared. "You heard the voice on the phone, did you not? Your three subordinates, those who grew up alongside you. Those who escaped the prison with you, Birdman, Caveman, and Zombie, they have all been apprehended by me. Bane's retreat came to an abrupt halt. So do you understand? The situation has changed, Bane, my formidable adversary. I wish for you to realize that the tides of offense and defense have reversed. No longer can you come and go as you please. Chen Tao informed him, in 4 days, I expect to see you at Arkham Asylum. A low chuckle escaped Chen Tao's lips. Rest assured, I am not a villain devoid of principles. You know, you are the true antagonist in this narrative. The kind that parents use to frighten their children with urban legends. I am a legitimate superhero, one who does not engage in murder. Standing beside him, Killer Croc struggled to suppress the urge to roll his eyes, only to suddenly shudder, turning sharply away, unable to look at Chen Tao any longer. If you do not come, I assure you, I shall not perpetrate any particularly atrocious deeds upon them. After all, I am no demon. Chen Tao informed Bane, I shall merely dismember them, bit by bit. Have you heard of the pool of Lesar Road? The fountain of youth? I guarantee you, they shall never perish. Of course, by then, you may bring your armies and subordinates. Those superstitious and blindly obedient criminals, those simple-minded, muscle-bound brutes and assassins. Should you deem them of any utility, feel free to bring them all along if the presence of this cheerleading squad might instill even the slightest confidence within you. For days hence? Chen Tao inquired. Bane fell into a brief silence. For days hence, he replied. Chapter 77. Inventory while Bane and Chen Tao engaged in their jovial conversation. The Joker stood alone nearby, solitary and forlorn. Poison Ivy continued to reinforce Harley Quinn's cocoon, while Deathstroke and the Cheshire Cat tended to the wounds of the fallen Arkham inmates. In such chaotic battlegrounds, no one could guarantee their safety from injury, and the Arkham denizens were not without their losses. Although the most prominent would not perish in such a trivial skirmish, those lesser-known, more mediocre villains were not so fortunate. An Arkham lunatic named Haughty had just drawn his final breath. A delusional man, he fancied himself a sword master of the last century. It was evident that the muscular assassin of the Court of Owls had imparted a lesson on true swordsmanship, utilizing his balloon-like physique. The man, before his demise, proclaimed that true swordsmanship was the art of cleaving a person in two. He then passed away with remarkable composure, born of madness and dying of madness. He remained consistent to the end. Everyone appeared preoccupied, busy with negotiations, succumbing to sudden deaths, or applying plant-based remedies to their companions. No one noticed him. No one noticed the Joker. His gaze swept over each individual present, and it disheartened him that throughout the ordeal, Batman's eyes were solely fixed upon Bane, never once casting a glance in his direction. The malice in the Joker's eyes intensified. Yet, ultimately, he did nothing. Chen Tao ensured the Joker remained within his peripheral vision until he and Bane vanished around the street corner. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. Batman called for Robin. Chen Tao pressed his finger to the communicator at his ear. Is there any anomaly? He had prepared contingencies for most scenarios. Robin primarily anticipated Scarecrow, though there were certainly other potential targets to consider. Fortunately, all remained tranquil. Upon receiving Robin's report of no irregularities, Chen Tao fell into contemplation. Good heavens, they have departed. Batman. The Penguin wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. Today has been. Yet before he could finish his statement, Chen Tao pulled him aside. Oswald, I have a question for you. The Penguin heard the other party say, you previously told me that you sold a nuclear bomb for $500 million, and that the remaining one was stolen by Bane. Is that correct? The Penguin replied, indeed, that is accurate. What of it? Who was the buyer of that nuclear bomb? He inquired. I would never divulge my client's information to you, you so-called superhero, the Penguin intended to assert with righteous indignation. However, those defiant words faltered on his lips before they could escape. It had been 4 or 5 years since then, a man in a trench coat with a London accent. Oswald remarked, not a local from Gotham. His tone was clearly that of an outsider. He was quite bold and decisive, purchasing it in one fell swoop. Are you certain he took the nuclear bomb with him? At the very least, he removed it from Gotham, the Penguin stated. Chen Tao felt a slight sense of relief. He walked amidst the defeated claws. Warning, detected possession of anchor items, severed leg of a claw, severed hand of a claw, half of a claw's torso, the brain of a claw. He sifted through the pile of corpses. As humble as a farmer harvesting from his own fields, a bright and cheerful smile adorning his face. Although most of these claws yielded an assortment of mundane debris, they still provided a significant amount of crisis energy, and occasionally, one could unearth some valuable gold from the refuse. He cradled the claw's head. Crisis energy converted. Total, 123. You now possess 207 units of crisis energy. Warning, downloading targetable files on Batman, Claw Bat, danger level in a dark multiverse. Bruce Wayne replaced Dick Grayson and became a Claw under the Court of Owls. After becoming Batman, Bruce Wayne found himself utterly helpless against Gotham's myriad criminal activities. The Court of Owls extended an olive branch to him in his desperation, guiding him towards his downfall. Bruce Wayne gradually realized that to combat the darkness of this city, one must first become a part of it. What did Chen Tao value? Amber gold. Would you like to immediately consume 19 units of crisis energy for synchronization? However, this was not the moment for transformation. Chen Tao decided to hold off for now. He continued to revel in his harvest, gathering ever more crisis energy. Yet, the ordinary onlookers could not comprehend Chen Tao's actions, and so they merely watched as Batman approached the heap of corpses, probing left and right, occasionally bringing severed hands and feet to his nose for a whiff. Is this really acceptable? It hardly seems the behavior of a sane individual. The Penguin quietly remarked to Deathstroke, "I believe Batman has lost his mind." Deathstroke shot him a sidelong glance, then rolled his eyes. Lincoln March was equally taken aback by the scene. He hesitantly approached. "Ah, you're well." Chen Tao contentedly patted his shoulder, casually tossing aside a skeletal frame. He welcomed the advancing Lincoln March. "Come, let us return to the Batcave. We are allies now." The clawed mask he wore fell away, and under the influence of amber gold, he did not perish but bared his teeth in a menacing grin. Lincoln March was certain this was an ancestor of the Wayne family. He was at a loss for words. Mr. Freeze stepped beside Chen Tao. "What do you intend to do with us?" He bore a few colorful marks, one side of his armor torn by a massive wound from a claw strike. Though not fatal, it remained perilous. He glanced at those from Arkham, some seated or lying on the ground. The basic chip control could not unleash their full combat potential. "Indeed, we must allow the Arkham lunatics to exercise some agency," Chen Tao replied. Mr. Freeze nodded in agreement. It was reasonable. Take Firefly, for instance, a mind-controlled menace. Flailing about with a flamethrower was no match for an arsonist who could think and devise strategies. Thus, if we aim to harness the true power of the Arkham inmates, we must rule them with an iron fist, making it clear that you are the king of criminals. In the depths of his mind, Mr. Freeze conceded, it was akin to training a pack of dogs. His vulnerabilities were too apparent, which is why he had never been a leader among the Arkham crowd. Yet, this did not inhibit his musings on what it would take to lead the entirety of Arkham Asylum. To subdue these madmen, one must be fiercer, more malevolent, and more deranged than they. They are a hopeless bunch of lunatics, to be governed solely by fear. I understand, if we wish to control the criminals of Arkham, we must begin by curing their madness. This revelation abruptly shattered Mr. Freeze's envisioned army of Arkham conquerors, akin to a television broadcast cutting off at its finale due to a power outage. "What did you say?" Chapter 78, Training the Third Robin. Tim sat at the Bat computer in the chair once exclusively belonging to Batman. Nothing of consequence had transpired that night. For 3 hours, he had monitored the tranquil feeds. He had even completed 700 push-ups out of sheer boredom. Still, he had energy to spare. This youthful, robust body, brimming with explosive power, seemed perpetually tireless. Years of training and relentless discipline had prepared him to confront any challenge. Except, there were no challenges at all. Tim felt disheartened, staring blankly at the seemingly unchanged surveillance, allowing his thoughts to drift uncontrollably. Is there a possibility that the Arkham villains could suddenly unite to assault the Batcave? Tim was acutely aware that such a scenario was nothing short of impossible, yet that did not deter him from indulging in a moment of whimsical fantasy. A multitude of Arkham's notorious villains conspired to invade, encircling Batman in a dire predicament, only for the formidable Third Robin to emerge as the unlikely savior. With a single punch, he vanquished the Riddler, followed by a 2-punch combo that sent Scarecrow tumbling. Mr. Freeze and Firefly, sensing the tide turning, fled in terror, while Killer Croc, overwhelmed, knelt in supplication. Man-Bat found himself at Robin's feet, and Professor PYG was swiftly subdued, receiving a flurry of slaps to his head. Even Two-Faced dual visages were etched with horror. The Mud Monster, a behemoth of mere superhuman prowess, was dispatched with ease, and then Robin pivoted. delivering a fierce kick to the chest of Professor PYG, toppling the skeletal figure before mercilessly striking his skull. In a bold move, he produced a vial of solution, dousing the now agonized villain amid his agonizing screams. Alfred, witnessing the spectacle, offered a comforting pat on the shoulder and enveloped him in an affectionate embrace. Bruised and battered, Batman relinquished his cape to Robin, proclaiming that henceforth it would be he who inherited the mantle of the Dark Knight. The imagined tableau was so splendid that it elicited a chuckle from Tim. However, reality soon dawned upon him, and he glanced around, relieved that no one had borne witness to his daydream. Clearing his throat, he straightened his posture. Tim, Gotham's most reliable protector, would eternally uphold his duties. He slapped his cheeks, admonishing himself to cease such fanciful musings. An invasion of Arkham's villains into the Batcave was simply inconceivable. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that while this was not the main base beneath Wayne Manor, it was indeed one of Batman's most formidable outposts within Gotham, fortified and expansive enough to withstand any onslaught. Oh, Batman and the others have returned. Tim noticed the access verification on the Bat computer and promptly activated it, bouncing over the grand mechanical dinosaur that dominated the center of the hall, rushing to the entrance to open the door. This way, Batman would see his face the moment he emerged from the corridor. With a resounding thud, Tim shut the door behind him. My eyesight must be failing me. Leaning against the reinforced door, he paused for 2 seconds before erupting into laughter, breathless from his amusement. What a farcical notion, that a reflection of his fantasies could somehow manifest in reality. Robin, open the door, what is going on? Came Batman's voice from outside. Tim inhaled deeply. All right, he relented, opening the door just in time for the imposing figure of Mr. Freeze, adorned with his signature red goggles, to materialize before him. Instinctively, Tim threw a punch, only to be met with the chilling touch of Freeze's icy fingers. I hope you understand the concept of politeness, Freeze remarked, eliciting a pained grunt from Tim as he retracted his hand, wiggling his fingers in an attempt to shake off the cold. The Frosted Man is a supernatural being whose body temperature plummets below -100 degrees, implying that should he intentionally release his icy breath, even the slightest contact could result in frostbite. Tim, trained to retract his fist before actual contact, nonetheless felt the sting of the cold. The Frosted Man paid no heed to the dazed Tim. He simply bypassed him and strode inside. A warning was issued, and upon discovering that the colossal mechanical dinosaur was just beginning to activate, it promptly extinguished under Batman's control. Tim numbly observed as a procession of Arkham villains filed into the Batcave, reminiscent of elementary school children returning from a spring outing, eagerly disembarking from their bus. How could they so casually enter and lounge on the couches in the adjacent relaxation area? Tim was almost bewildered by the nonchalant demeanor of these Arkham reprobates. As if they were returning home, he witnessed the Flamingo and Scarecrow walking hand in hand, only to recline together on the sofa, resembling two elegant, languid fish. They didn't even cast a sidelong glance at him as they passed. In the next moment, they found themselves perched upon by Two-Face and Firefly, with Two-Face posterior pressing down on the Flamingo's beak, while the pink-clad assassin wore an expression of utter bewilderment, offering no protest. Oh, Tim finally grasped that something was amiss. He shouldn't have been so slow to react. It dawned on him that these characters lacked any semblance of self-awareness. The last to enter was Mr. Phosphorus, a skeletal figure engulfed in flames. Tim observed Batman gesture, causing a swirl of black sand to orbit around his skull. Phosphorus was particularly unique. His body ablaze with phosphorus rendered all chips ineffective, necessitating continuous manual adjustments to his brainwaves. It was unfathomable that he could still possess a functioning mind for control. Tim overheard Batman's remark. Well, Batman, he said, smacking his forehead in exasperation, I think I've discerned your method. Tim was no fool. Quite the contrary. He was exceptionally astute and the most gifted detective among the Robins of the Bat family, even though Chen Tao had divulged nothing of his plans. Upon witnessing the current circumstances, he swiftly deduced much of what had transpired. Yet this only fueled his ire further. Our third generation, Robin lamented, pounding his chest in anguish. I can't believe, Batman, you kept this from me. You intentionally withheld the plan. How could you do this? I am your Robin, your Robin. You cannot always leave me out. As Tim continued to voice his grievances, Batman averted his gaze, a clear sign of his discomfort. Look at me, Tim demanded, turning his head, he noticed the frosted man, comfortably pouring himself a cup of coffee. With a slight squeeze, the coffee transformed into icy granules, which he then consumed, crunching them with ease. "Make one for me as well." Harley Quinn stood beside him, offering her coffee, which Mr. Freeze promptly chilled for her. Killer Croc, Poison Ivy, and the Ventriloquist. The Arkham inmates who initially joined Batman's ranks and thus retained their consciousness were now crouching nearby, keenly observing the scene. Tim remained sullenly silent, then turned to the clearly conscious clay face beside Batman. "What is the situation, Basil?" he inquired. "I am not Basil Carlo," Clayface replied, his massive form swiftly reshaping into a Robin costume. "I am Batman's favorite Robin." Chapter 79. The promised Tim found himself in a state of bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Is this really the Batcave? He pondered deeply, a tempest of thoughts swirling within his mind. The mysteries of the universe replaying within his mere 14-kilogram human brain in those fleeting seconds, causing a steam-like explosion of confusion in his head. Chen Tao awkwardly pulled him aside. "This is a necessary approach, much like an unavoidable social obligation," he explained. "Basil Carlo, the original Clayface, possesses a thoroughly performative personality. I am not certain whether you fully comprehend his essence. I am well aware, Batman. I completely understand the decisions you have made. It does not trouble me." Tim inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Do you remember our first encounter with him? He pretended to be incapacitated by electric shocks, then staged a remarkably lifelike death. Prior to that, he had disguised himself as various individuals throughout Gotham. Indeed, Chen Tao interjected, another form of madness that defies rational explanation. Basil Carlo has no true purpose. His sole aim is to perform. His shape-shifting abilities grant him the capacity to become the finest actor in the world. Beneath that facade lies a life devoid of substance." Following that incident, the individual known as Basil Carlo vanished entirely, leaving behind only a shell driven by the relentless pursuit of pure performance. Whether a refined gentleman, a street-sweeping sanitation worker, a woman, a man, a child enjoying a lollipop, a schoolteacher, or a doctor, whatever role presents a challenge to Basil Carlo, he will embody it for a time. He would brutally assault the original, carelessly discard them in a distant, chaotic location, and then assume their identity until the true individual returned. Chen Tao concluded, "He chases the performing arts, so I shall provide him with a script sufficiently challenging." Tim gazed at the other person, his large hand gripping a diminutive performance booklet. He lowered his head to steal a glance, discovering inscribed upon it the title, "From Arkham to the Batcave, a treatise on becoming Batman's favorite Robin." Beneath it, the subtitle read, "The Youthful Chronicles of Basicaro, a full-throttle Robin diary. A life of justice requires no explanation." The reverse side posed questions. How is Batman's favorite Robin forged? What super rules must one adhere to in becoming Robin? How does one earn Batman's affection, becoming his singular focus? The answers lie within this tome. Anyone can become Robin. Merely by perusing this grand manuscript, Tim felt he ought to be furious. He had every reason to be. Yet curiously, the surge of anger seemed subdued by another sentiment, preventing it from surfacing. His gaze flickered back to the book. This work was authored by Batman. I truly have no desire to know what it contains. He thought, "Did you compose this beforehand?" "Indeed," Chen Tao replied, still enmeshed in his scheme to manipulate Clayface through various and scrupulous means. "I penned it earlier, contemplating how to maneuver Clayface against these troubled lunatics while confronting the ventriloquist. Although the core operational strategies differ, they share a common lineage." He elaborated, "This book is specifically tailored to exploit Basicaro's weaknesses. Every aspect within pertains to what a Robin ought to do." Tim had lost interest in continuing the conversation. "You must show me that booklet later," he asserted with conviction. "I must critique it thoroughly." Chen Tao, perplexed by Tim's thoughts, nodded and said, "All right. I will display it to you on the back computer shortly." "I want one too. I want one too," Harley Quinn exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly. "Let me have a copy." The first ever female Robin, Harley Quinn's Robin Diary. Stay tuned for the grand serialization. Silence enveloped the room. Poison Ivy tugged at Harley's sleeve, sensing the murderous glare from Tim. "What are you doing pulling me?" Harley protested. "I want to." Before she could finish, Poison Ivy silenced her with a flurry of plants. Ivy offered an apologetic smile to Tim, gesturing for him to continue. Ignoring the antics among them, Chen Tao issued a few terse commands to the back computer. prompting dozens of concealed, retractable glass cages to rise from the depths of the Batcave's hall. He beckoned Killer Croc, the ventriloquist, and Harley to assist in securing the chip-controlled villains within. While they busied themselves, he initiated a video call to Alfred, Batman, calling Penny 1. How long until the Talon assassins return? There is approximately an hour and a half remaining. Alfred, facing the screen, maneuvered the joystick, and the mechanical arm of the Batplane resembled a claw machine, grasping a multitude of unfortunate limbs that were still twitching, lacking arms and legs. There's so many. I need to keep at it for a while longer. The old butler sighed, expressing disbelief that he would have to reassemble them all later. It has been over 60 years since I abandoned my jigsaw puzzles at the age of 4, and now I am faced with the daunting task of piecing together hundreds of dismembered appendages. It's a laborious endeavor, remarked Chen Tao. Not all. It is my duty, master, Alfred replied, shaking his head. They can assist you, cannot they? These claws can become your strength, aiding you in your battle against Bane, even if only to sap a bit of his stamina. They can ensure that your body remains unscathed, correct? Indeed, Chen Tao affirmed. The claws constitute a formidable force in combat. They are indeed valuable. Thus, what I am doing here holds significance. Alfred continued. In regard to that, promise me you will return safely in 4 days. All right? Chen Tao paused momentarily. Alfred was not one to repeatedly emphasize his sacrifices, yet today he was uncharacteristically insistent, aware of Chen Tao's unspoken thoughts. The old butler merely wished to secure a promise, a commitment to return safely, irrespective of its feasibility. He simply desired that assurance. I will, Chen Tao assured him. We had agreed to retreat together, remember? I promised you. We shall go to Fiji or the Hawaiian Islands, or someplace in Metropolis where no one knows us. Once the affairs in Gotham are resolved, I will indeed retire alongside you. Batman made this vow. I will return safely. I currently have many adversaries from Arkham Asylum. They will face Bane before I do, with them depleting Bane's energy. I shall not falter. Alfred slightly bowed his head, obscuring his expression. Then in the next moment, it transformed into a bright smile reminiscent of a clear sky. Very well. We have an agreement. Bruce must keep his promise. All right. They concluded their communication. Chen Tao took a deep breath, rose, and stepped into one of the transparent cages. With a snap of his fingers, the prisoners within were immediately freed from the control of their chips. Harvey Dent, Two-Face, my old friend. Chen Tao addressed him. I require your assistance. Don't even think about it. As Two-Face, I would rather perish in the tedium of Arkham than lift a finger to assist Batman. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. That is not for you to decide. Chapter 80. The pursuit of justice within the confines of the Batcave. The hour now hovers around 7 in the evening. A multitude of Arkham's infamous villains has been securely confined within transparent cells, and Chen Tao has just liberated them from their chip controls, prompting an immediate spectacle of chaos and mayhem. Quiet down, all of you. Harley Quinn, feigning authority, struts between the cages, wielding a baseball bat and striking the tempered glass with a resounding thud. Do you wish to challenge me? Ugh, you're merely the clown's sidekick, shrieked the flamingo, leaping onto the glass, licking it with fervor. I will eventually gnaw your face off. Harley, enraged, retorted, do not dare mention her. She attempted to charge forward to confront the flamingo, but before she could, Poison Ivy expertly ensnared her with vines. Ah, bat coffee has a delightful flavor, Ivy remarked nonchalantly while sipping her brew, even if it is made from the remains of coffee beans. Suspended upside down, Harley flailed against the air, while Killer Croc and Mr. Freeze sat side by side, engrossed in a game of cards. Judging by the towering stack of bills beside Mr. Freeze, it appeared that Killer Croc had incurred significant losses. I'm glad you enjoy it, the ventriloquist said pleasantly, holding a coffee pot. Robin, thank you for informing me where to find coffee. Tim sat beside them, visibly displeased. I can hardly believe I am drinking coffee in a Batcave. Penguin, seated nearby, with a small plate of snacks before him, tossed a macaroon into his mouth. In the past, I would arrive here with bruises and cuts, unlike now. He turned to Robin. Hey, Wonder Boy, the snacks are gone. Fetch some more. Noticing Robin clenching his fists, he quickly added, Hey, what are you planning? Batman instructed you to treat us well. With a huff, Tim begrudgingly went to retrieve more snacks. May you choke on him soon, he muttered as he left. Once he was gone, Penguin remarked, Goodness, he actually went. I didn't expect him to be so obedient. After all, I believe we are now part of the righteous camp. Poison Ivy responded with satisfaction. That is precisely what I envisioned. A redemption arc, a fresh start at the American dream. She spread her arms wide. I am quite certain we are embarking on a noble endeavor. Penguin sipped his coffee, with the cacophony of wailing fiends echoing behind them. I'm not sure suddenly. His words were cut short by a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the Batcave. The anguished howl startled Penguin so much that he inadvertently sprayed coffee from his beak. He coughed violently and turned to find Batman pressing a searing hot branding iron directly against Two-Face's face, a grotesque smile distorting his features. Ha ha ha. The Penguin couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. The once tumultuous hall gradually fell into silence as the various Arkham villains exchanged awkward glances, slowly ceasing their raucous antics. The Penguin swallowed hard and whispered to Poison Ivy, "Are we truly engaged in a righteous endeavor?" Chen Tao returned the searing branding iron to the scalding fire pit and addressed Two-Face, saying, "Well, you are no longer Two-Face from this moment forth. Your name shall be Three-Face." He produced a mirror, revealing the pitiable figure of the shackled former Two-Face, whose visage was now marred by a fresh burn scar, completely obscuring the deep green scar that once adorned his face, resulting in a striking triad of colors. Chen Tao then retrieved an object from his belt and placed it into Harvey Dent's hand. It was a three-sided die. If you roll a 1, you may kill me. If you roll a 2, you spare my life. If you roll a 3, we shall sit down for a cup of coffee and hot chocolate to discuss how to deal with Bane. Oh, and by the way, the Penguin watched as he pulled out a vial containing a lethal dose of fear toxin and sprayed it directly onto Two-Face's face. Almost forgot, lubricant. Chen Tao found the fear toxin exceptionally effective. With the application of lubricant during the training of villains, matters became remarkably simpler. Hey, my fear toxin isn't meant to be used on Scarecrow, who was locked away in another transparent cell. He began to protest, but before he could finish his sentence, with a snap of Chen Tao's fingers, he collapsed to the ground like a mummy. The Mad Hatter's chip deprived him of bodily control, and the Penguin observed as his eyes darted about wildly, yet he could utter not a word. I. Chen Tao released the handcuffs from Two-Face, who stammered for a moment before tremblingly accepting the die. He rolled it and faithfully landed on one. Instantly, he leaped up and exclaimed, "I will kill you." What terrible luck! Chen Tao transformed one of his arms into the forelimb of a dinosaur and struck him down with a powerful punch, then leaped upon him, stomping and kicking his face. Following a physical manifestation of memory erasure, Two-Face was forcibly returned to his seat, and Chen Tao snatched away the three-sided die. He retrieved the branding iron from the fire pit, adjusted his aim, and then, sizzle. Two-Face agonized screams reverberated throughout the cavern, causing the Arkham lunatics to collectively gasp in horror before sitting quietly on the floor of their cells. This is a four-sided die, as per tradition. If it lands on 1, 2, or 4, we will confront Bane together. Two-Face rolled a 1. What terrible luck. 5 minutes later, the Penguin observed the tranquil Harvey Dent standing beside him, his lips twitching in dismay. Two-Face? Do not refer to me as Two-Face. I prefer to be called Five-Face. Then he heard Dent resolutely declare, "I have made a decision. I shall become a partner in justice." His tone was as light and cheerful as that of an innocent maiden, blissfully unaware of the world as complexities. He abruptly spun his head around, revealing a large patch of green on his face, rolling his eyes as he raised his hands in a gesture of triumph. "Behold, I have transformed into Batman. Have you lost your mind? Influenced by Batman?" The Penguin intended to say more, but was interrupted by a sudden cacophony of screams. It was Firefly. The Penguin recognized him. A super arsonist, utterly unable to restrain his desire to reduce everything around him to ashes. Yet now, flames had become his greatest fear. Under the influence of fear toxin, he found himself gripped by an intense phobia of fire, but soon enough, he was subjected to a textbook case of desensitization therapy. How utterly grotesque. Killer Croc and Mr. Freeze, having set down their playing cards, approached the Penguin's side. They watched as Batman sprayed a dose of fear toxin into one villain's face, then promptly mounted the other, unleashing a flurry of blows. Shortly thereafter, he connected power to another foe, initiating a series of crackling electric shocks. A collective shiver coursed through the group. To be honest, are we truly on the side of justice? Chapter 81. Prediction. My name is Bane, 26 years old. A hero of justice. My subordinates, Birdman, Caveman, and Zombie have been captured by the nefarious overlord, Batman. He is using them as hostages to coerce me into his lair, demanding that I arrive at Arkham Asylum in 4 days for a climactic showdown. I am acutely aware that by then, Batman will have fully harnessed the claws he seized from the Court of Owls, and the inmates of Arkham will no longer be as docile as when they were under the Mad Hatter's chip control. Batman will persuade them to aid him. This means I will find myself in an exceedingly precarious situation, relying solely on the prisoners of Blackgate Prison, a handful of tanks, myself, and the Joker, to confront all of Gotham. Victory seems impossible. Even if I were to vanquish all of Batman's minions, I would be hard-pressed to overcome the Overlord himself. However, I am fortunate to possess an undisclosed trump card. A mysterious benefactor, an unknown figure, has provided me with considerable financial support and intelligence, guiding me to steal a nuclear bomb, and just moments ago, he furnished me with a new one after I lost the previous. Allegedly, it was acquired from the Penguin several years prior. What a forward-thinking lunatic. But that is inconsequential. What truly matters is that I now have a new bargaining chip. I am poised to return to the gaming table, and this time, I shall not underestimate my adversaries. I harbor suspicions that Batman has likely become aware of my possession of a new nuclear weapon. Given that the nuclear bomb has already been thrust into the limelight, I shall embrace this transparency. The Joker, my potential turncoat ally, must be thrust into the spotlight to divert Batman's attention. In the shadows, I shall not falter this time. Furthermore, the Joker proposed a notion. Since Batman can abduct my associates, I too can seize his. A constructive suggestion indeed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lucius Fox, the chief technology officer of Wayne Enterprises, dined alone in his office. As he savored his second bite of steak, he caught sight of Batman's silent approach reflected in his glass. Before Lucius could even wipe his mouth, Batman bluntly stated, "Lucius, I require you to create a device capable of disrupting a nuclear detonation." He elaborated, "Regardless of the bomb, it must be halted from exploding." Lucius gazed at him in disbelief. "What do you think I am? A genie capable of conjuring up whimsical gadgets like a blue cat robot? Liquid fuel injection, launch control systems, detonators. At which stage do you intend to intervene? I don't care. It must be stopped at any point." Chen Tao, dismissive of Lucius's concerns, issued a command. "You understand the gravity of our situation and are acutely aware that every step must be thwarted. I suspect," he continued, "that the Murphy's Law dictates that things will inevitably deteriorate, and we must prepare for the worst. I shall do so at all costs." "Very well," Lucius conceded, raising his hands in surrender. All right, this isn't insurmountable. It's merely a matter of some interference. I can produce such a device promptly. There's one more thing," he added. "You arrived just in time. The nano-embedded explosives you requested are complete. Simply implant them within a body, and they will sever limbs in an instant." Lucius retrieved a substantial package of nano-explosive from a nearby safe, which Chen Tao accepted. He turned back to his seat, slicing his potato in half with his knife and fork, and continued, "This is rather cruel. Frankly, I hope you wield it judiciously." Chen Tao nodded in silence. "This serves as the final line of defense against those Arkham inmates. Amanda Waller's methods can sometimes be necessary." Amanda Waller, a U.S. official, is a mastermind behind the Suicide Squad, renowned for implanting nano-explosives in criminals' necks to compel them into action. "All right," Lucius resumed, "but may I inquire about the nature of the nuclear bomb? What exactly is going on?" However, before Lucius could finish his question, he turned to find himself alone. He set down his utensils, muttering, "Oh, for goodness sake." After bidding farewell to Lucius, Chen Tao hurried to Jim Gordon's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Tao rapped twice upon the door with little regard for disturbing others. Gordon's daughter, Barbara Gordon, had left Gotham years ago to seek treatment for her spinal paralysis, leaving him to reside alone. "Here we go," said Commissioner Gordon, clad in pink pajamas, as he opened the door, only to be met by Chen Tao's serious visage. "Ah, you've arrived," he remarked instinctively. "I've been grappling with that matter of your alleged murder." However, before he could finish, Chen Tao snapped his fingers, and a large mass of mud seeped through the adjacent window. "Oh, for heaven's sake," exclaimed Commissioner Gordon. "Allow me to introduce you. Gordon, this is the Mudman." Chen Tao intended to describe the villain he had recently subdued, but the Mudman suddenly transformed his eyes into enormous, crystalline orbs, shimmering with anticipation, while his attire morphed into Robin's costume. My favorite Robin," he stammered. Yet, That wasn't the crux of the matter. Chen Tao clapped his hands again, and 5 or 6 claws shattered the window, entering the room. Huh, so now you fancy yourself a villainous leader, do you? Gordon retorted, disregarding the fact that it was newly installed glass, and continued, we haven't time for idle chatter, Jim. You are in grave danger. I've always been in danger in this city. I've grown accustomed to it, Gordon replied, rolling his eyes. What of it? Chen Tao briefed him on the agreement set for 4 days hence. I still fail to see how this concerns me, Gordon replied. Chen Tao explained in the past. I often criticize the heroes in shows for knowing that villains possess no moral boundaries, yet failing to safeguard their colleagues and loved ones, allowing them to remain in their homes until taken hostage. He specifically critiqued the television series set in Gotham, where the death of the Penguin's mother was all but predictable from her first season appearance. As a viewer, he had been quick to scoff, and now that the situation was his to navigate, he was determined not to make such a fundamental error, whether it be Bane or the Joker. The concept of a moral boundary seemed foreign to them. Chen Tao refused to allow himself to be placed in a position of vulnerability, where he could be threatened with the abduction of a hostage. Thus, I must protect you, Jim. Until all is settled, I must ensure you do not become a pawn. What nonsense! I am a commissioner of Gotham City. How could I possibly abandon my post? Jim Gordon predictably rebuffed Chen Tao. Batman, I appreciate your concern, but I have my duties. And about your past actions regarding murder. Suddenly, a substantial piece of the Mudman S form detached and fell to the ground, swiftly reshaping into its original likeness. My apologies, Gordon. I'm not seeking your consent. I am aware that this approach diverges somewhat from my previous methods, yet it is essential, Chen Tao remarked. In order to prevent you from being taken hostage, I am reluctantly compelled to abduct you first. Please forgive me. Gordon turned to flee, but as he did, he collided with Chen Tao, who had appeared behind him, and in an instant, a black staff coalesced in Chen Tao's hand. He collapsed unconscious. With a thud, Chen Tao stuffed the unconscious Jim Gordon into a sack and, along with the mud-faced man, swiftly made his escape. For there was another target to abduct. The scene was left with a false Commissioner Gordon remaining in his room, stepping over the shards of glass scattered across the floor. As if nothing were amiss, he climbed into bed to sleep. I'll have someone come to fix the window tomorrow, he murmured to himself, as if he were truly Jim Gordon. Chapter 82. Midnight. The night grew deep. Chen Tao stood by the banks of the Gotham River, witnessing the vastness of the night enveloped in shadows, a full moon stirring the cold breeze, sweeping across the great river. The tide generated white waves, reflecting a myriad of shimmering lights. What a grand and majestic night it was. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Tao answered the phone. All right, capital is strong, man, after such a long endeavor. Ivy and I have finally planted trees all around Gotham. Good heavens, working day and night without rest has nearly exhausted me. You really ought to install some streetlights. Harley Quinn's face appeared on the screen, adorned with heavy dark circles, a far cry from her usual makeup. She complained loudly. Ivy is about to collapse. Beside her, Poison Ivy looked frail, supported by the Cheshire Cat. You've all worked hard, Harley, and every one of you. Chen Tao's voice resonated deep and distant, imbued with an otherworldly gravity. I am sincerely grateful for your contributions. All of this serves a purpose. You are Gotham's last line of defense, should the worst occur. Ivy's plans will provide the optimal assistance in tracking the trajectory of nuclear weapons, ensuring our interceptors have more time and opportunity to catch the launched missiles. Harley attempted to voice some trivialities regarding payment, but Chen Tao swiftly interjected. In 10 minutes, your account will receive a transfer of $100 million, and Poison Ivy will receive the same. Now let's keep quiet. Hooray. Chen Tao hung up the phone. He gazed silently at the river. At the center, where the moonlight failed to illuminate the shadows. There, it lay as dark as ink, ominous and foreboding, as if true monsters lurked within. Beep, beep, beep. Chen Tao made another call. Batman calling Robin. Are the signal jamming devices set up throughout Gotham City? All set, Batman. As you instructed. We have deployed additional jamming devices in key areas, such as the circus, amusement park, and Wayne Tower. The weary voice of the young Robin resonated through the screen. Our chief scientist asserts that the effective range of this device exceeds 20 meters. If what he claims is true, then no one will be able to launch anything in these areas. However, the same cannot be said for other locations. Chen Tao pondered. The figure of Deathstroke abruptly intruded into the frame. For the past 4 days, we've been climbing up and down, turning in circles at your behest, Batman. To be frank, didn't you already reclaim that nuclear bomb? Is there truly going to be a second? Hey, clever one, you evidently do not understand Gotham, interrupted Killer Croc, the green monstrosity gnawing on Jerky beside him, speaking somewhat indistinctly. In Gotham, the worst will always unfold. You know, this city is a vicious harlot. It has never known how to spell mercy. Undoubtedly, Chen Tao murmured in response. Thus, we must be more prepared. Until we meet again. He ended the call, extending a hand. Silver particles coiled around it, while half of his hand disintegrated into a dark crimson veil. He reached out with his other hand, and under the influence of the silvery particles, a massive green claw began to materialize. Chen Tao grunted softly, dispersing the two forms of transformation with a wave. I'm not finished yet, he silently assured himself. He gazed into the darkness at the center of the river, staring deeply as if to imprint it into the galaxy of his own eyes. I have come this far. I've been performing splendidly. I have not lost. I am just as capable as the true Batman. In the realm of imagined space and the world of thought, amidst that sinister darkness, a bat silently screamed. Chen Tao confronted it, observing the ghastly, dripping blood that spilled from its maw. I'm certain that I have not yet met my end. Between us, you and I, our story has yet to conclude. He chuckled darkly. You see, fate has decreed that I must embody Batman and engage in a final struggle with you. A flicker of light ignited within his heart, dispelling all cowardice, hesitation, and fear. He vehemently chastised himself, the resounding roar echoing within him like the collapse of the heavens. Listen well. In this life, though countless paths may unfold, there is no retreat. When undertaking actions, one must either refrain entirely or commit wholly. There exists no notion of half-hearted endeavors. Everyone, that timid, ineffectual self. Attends cruzli. I am Chen Tao, but I am also Batman. He softly intoned, Gotham, am coming. The silver particles once more entwined, transforming him into the fractured, nanoscopic form of a bat. Chen Tao donned his billowing cape and ventured forth into the challenging night winds of Gotham, without a glance back. Bane meticulously revisited the booklet that Batman had gifted him, detailing strategies to confront the Joker. He caressed the spine of the booklet, his face betraying a blend of tender affection and lethal intent. With a final mental rehearsal of all his plans, he extinguished the lamp in the room and, with a sense of reverence and care, secured the booklet back into the safe. However, before he could reach the door, a muffled groan escaped him, and he appeared to deflate like a punctured balloon. In haste, he pressed the input for venom, quickly regaining his composure. As he opened the door, he was met with a bustling scene. What was once Gotham's largest prison, Arkham Asylum, had now transformed into a military encampment. An array of firearms and weaponry was being systematically distributed, and this war machine, composed of his former subordinates and the prisoners of Arkham, was primed and ready to feast on blood. Where's the Joker? He inquired, grabbing a soldier who rushed by. Upon seeing Bane, the soldier snapped to attention, while the prisoners behind him attempted various, albeit inaccurate, salutes. After being directed by the soldier, Bane navigated through several corridors until he finally encountered the Joker. Hey, do you remember when I said that you would surely turn off the flashlight when I was halfway up, causing me to fall flat on my face? Ha ha ha. The atmosphere was unexpectedly convivial. Bane squinted, surprised that such a cruel and depraved villain as the Joker could interact so well with his soldiers. Intriguing. Of course, he was no saint himself. He beckoned the Joker aside, who was still holding a bottle of beer. My ally, I have an exceedingly important task to entrust you with. To utterly vanquish Batman, we must collaborate. Once the Joker was dismissed, Bane stood by the window. The moonlight was radiant, and he surmised that this very light also illuminated Batman. It is time for the final battle, he murmured. I'm not finished yet, Batman. We are destined to be entwined in conflict for eternity. Chapter 83. The Oathbane's army chose to launch their attack at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. From a bird's-eye view, one could see a tide of dark, oppressive figures resembling an ant swarm departing from Arkham Asylum. They either clung to the spans of the bridges connecting Arkham Island to Gotham's mainland or boarded vessels, spreading through the city like a contagion. They possessed an abundance of tanks, ammunition, firearms, mortars, and rockets. Quite terrifying, is it not, Two-Face? At this moment, the Penguin lounged leisurely on the hovering Batplane, with the ventriloquist cautiously perched on a small stool beside the coffee table. At present, I am a man of 5 faces. Should you misname me again, I shall thrust your hooked nose into your own mouth. The dual-faced man, nay, I should rather say the five-faced Harvey Dent, stands before the window, a glass of champagne in hand. The Penguin remains unfazed by Dent's foul demeanor. With palpable enthusiasm, he remarks, ever since the Romans and the formidable Moroni vacated the power center of Gotham's underworld, we have been but a disjointed assembly. He continues, the Black Mask, the Great White Shark, the Ventriloquist, and the Whisper Gang, all manner of factions now vie for control over Gotham's criminal power. And you, Harvey, your experience as district attorney has armed you with a wealth of gang secrets, while your legal expertise has transformed you into a master of legal manipulation. You have swiftly become a pivotal figure in Gotham's underworld, an inseparable part of its fabric. Now, with the Black Mask, a fool who dealt in powder, having met his demise, and the Great White Shark finished, the three of us united essentially represent Gotham's criminal realm. Oh, how exhilarating! The Penguin rubs his hands together in delight. Having sold arms in Gotham for so many years, armed helicopters, tanks, even jet fighters, he feigns wiping away a tear. Oh, how pitiful! I can hardly wait to witness the expressions on Bane and his cohorts' faces. Excitement and malice glimmer in his eyes as he stands before a massive display screen. Microphone in hand, while a projection of Gotham City materializes on the table before him. Hello, hello, can you hear me? The Penguin taps the microphone. Scum! His voice resonates from the hovering aircraft, echoing through the corners of the street below, where the Legion marching on the ground exchange bewildered glances, searching for the source of the sound. Can you hear me now? A sinister grin spreads across the Penguin's face. It appears you all can. Ladies and gentlemen, I extend a heartfelt welcome to our Gotham gathering. Rest assured, the outcome of this gathering shall unfold in our own unique manner. I am Bane. I have no father, only a mother. If my mother could behold me now, she would surely laugh. Look at my current appearance. Bane pounds his fist against the front armor of a tank, leaving a deep imprint, then strikes again and again as he literally excavates the steel plating, extracting two living souls as one would extract meat from a crab. What can I say? I am Bane. She would undoubtedly find it amusing. He continues, though my mother was not often one to smile. She has endured the torment of a tragic and unfortunate life. Bane turns his head, shielding his face with his hands, and like a bull, he topples another tank. Yet, if she were to witness something particularly absurd, she would laugh. She would let go of those tragic memories. The bullet erupted upon striking Bane, and amidst an earth-shattering roar, he leapt high into the air, crushing a tank beneath his foot as if it were a mere disc of iron. A jet fighter swooped down from the sky, unleashing missiles and cannon fire towards him, the fiery blaze reflecting in his eyes. Did you think I was unaware? An adult dons a black and white mask, charging into another city, proclaiming his ambition to become a dictator in modern society. Bane caught the incoming missiles with his bare hands, then hurled them away like an irate child. The missiles detonated among the crowd, splattering blood like raindrops, drenching him in a mixture of ally and enemy's blood. The jet fighter continued its wailing descent. Like a child throwing punches, Bane vented his fury, then with a forceful motion, tore the turret from the tank. Seizing an opportunity, he leapt and swung the cannon like a colossal boomerang. In a civilized society, he compelled others to heed his commands with sheer might. Boom! The cannon barrel pierced the cockpit of the fighter jet, sending the buzzing insect above him spiraling down onto the long street, igniting a violent explosion behind him. The flames danced at his hem, casting a kaleidoscope of light upon half of his body. He flaunted his so-called brute strength, shattering the rules, aspiring to establish a dictatorial empire in a land devoid of authority. His figure vanished in an instant as he kicked a gang member wielding a gun, sending him flying silently like a top, carving a crimson path upon the ground. It was indeed absurd. The bullets could hardly breach Bane's defenses. Yet his attire was nearly shredded, clinging to him in tatters, his body a canvas of reddened flesh from the bullet's caress. More ludicrous still was the fact that this figure, who might elicit screams of laughter, was far from an adult. The gangs crumbled. They emitted frantic cries of terror as they fled before Bane. Yes, indeed, the one who loomed above us, intent on conquering US, was merely a child. Bane surveyed the battlefield, now seemingly deserted save for himself and the countless sprawled corpses, both of his own men and his foes. Yet they were all absent in this moment. Only Bane remained. Thus, he traversed the fallen bodies, stepping over the dead comrades, He moved past the weapons, the raging flames, the wreckage of destroyed tanks. In the inner hills and plains of his heart, an invisible tempest swirling around him, propelling his run closer to flight. A child, whose father had fled and whose mother had been brutally slain. Yet he did not grasp the gravity of his loss, nor take the time to mourn her. Instead, he knelt and vowed an oath. The flames reflected through the mask, illuminating the fire burning in Bane's eyes. I swear by the blood of my parents, I shall avenge their tragic demise. I will dedicate the remainder of my life to conquering all evil. Chapter 84, Before the Throne. I am Bane. At the tender age of 9, I acquire my first weapon, a sharpened toothbrush. I knelt and pressed it against my throat. Arkham Asylum. The Flamingo. It is now 11:58 p.m. Batman has offered me a rather enticing proposition. Leaning against the wall of the Arkham corridor, he toyed with a knife in his hand. The blade was cold and swift. When it penetrated another's chest, it would surely not stain with even a drop of blood. To thwart Bane, to bring him down. Yet Batman promised to ameliorate my confinement conditions. But I am a killer. Before I accept the contract, I always inquire about the price. Thus, I deliberately distance myself from the crowd to seek counsel. I believe the question now transforms into what can you offer? Bane's response came as a fist crashing into his face, swiftly followed by a blow to the abdomen, causing the flamingo to expel its innards like last night's refuse. 1 hit, 2 hits, he relentlessly pummeled, until the opponent's robust muscles burst and deflated. His feet traversed the blood of his adversary. Pain, he replied. I offer pain. He delved deeper into the lair of the demon. I pressed the sharp toothbrush against my neck. It was honed to a point, piercing and cold. Blood flowed down my chest as I gazed upon my mother. I apologized to her. I am truly sorry. I have prayed countless times to God, hands clasped in fervent supplication. Yet the only warmth I felt was that of blood and the sting of the sharp point. No one responded to me. No one answered. Only I remain here. New minions of the demon emerged before Bane. It is now 3 a.m. I'm the amygdala. The muscular man inquired, do you possess my antidote? And I am a cinematic freak. Say hello to my little friend. Bane felt a wave of exhaustion. He pressed a button on his back, augmenting the efficiency of the venom's infusion. I am torment. Muscles swelled under the influence of the serum. I am annihilation. Veins twisted and bulged beneath his skin. I am venom. Bane's physique incrementally grew, casting a colossal shadow that loomed over both their faces. I am Bane. Bane observed the fear that surfaced on his opponent's visage, an old friend he knew all too well. You stand as an obstruction between me and Batman. Thus you shall inevitably fall. The air is filled with piercing screams, an agonizing cacophony. The Scarecrow stands silently at the corner, embodying the phobia of solitude, the dread of being alone. The shrieks resonate endlessly, harmonizing with his voice in a haunting melody. A pervasive trepidation looms, the fear of impending horrors, the anxiety of failure, he whispers softly. The symphony of screams crescendos alongside his murmurs. The terror of nausea, the dread of bleeding. Then, gradually it subsides, descending into a deathly, tombstone-like stillness. The fear of pain, the fear of death, the fear of religion, and above all, the most harrowing of them all, the fear of the Scarecrow. With a sudden turn, the Scarecrow pivots around the corner, aiming the nozzle of his fear-inducing gas at Bane. The fear of the Scarecrow. Hiss! Bane is enveloped in a thick cloud of mist. The concentrated fear gas, 20 times more potent than the ordinary version, renders him to his knees. It is indeed a worthy application of its effects, as it is likely to summon terrifying nightmares. The unfortunate cinematic monstrosity beside them accidentally inhales a whiff. Unleashing a desperate scream, its jaw dislocated from the sheer force of its wail. The Scarecrow kneels before Bane, inquiring with a sinister curiosity. Can you see them? Can you hear them? Perhaps more precisely, if you wish to, the Scarecrow's face breaks into a malicious grin. Maybe you could describe them to me. I, the Scarecrow, smile with pride. Yes, what do they resemble? Are you plummeting? Are you being consumed? Is it cancer? Oh, does the water rise once more? Will you drown, little boy? A morbid flush spreads across his visage. How? Pray tell, what nightmares do you possess? Yet the very next moment, Bane seizes his collar. I am Bane. I have no nightmares. A profound terror grips the Scarecrow's heart. I spread nightmares. Bane raises his fist, but he is too late to strike. An icy chill has paralyzed his body. You see, in the past 4 days, I have tirelessly studied your venom samples, nearly 24 hours a day. Mr. Freeze emerges slowly from the shadows, brandishing a freeze gun. With a wealth of information at my disposal, my understanding of the composite nature and functional properties of this venom is now as profound as my knowledge of ice itself. The frosted man advances slowly. At this juncture, you find yourself under the immense pressure of ice, measured at 2,737 pounds per cubic foot, while a flawless human is injected with the maximum possible dosage of venom, making escape from the clutches of 1,500 pounds per cubic foot of ice an impossibility. Thus, behold, the desire to flee is met with a thunderous crash as the ice shatters effortlessly. With a single blow, the armor on the frosted man is shattered, sending him spiraling through the air like a kite. The scarecrow absconds at the first opportunity. No, it is not impossible. There is nothing beyond the realm of possibility. Bane assures him. Only Bane, the Firefly. At 4:53 a.m., the Firefly's armor crumbles like biscuits. He struggles to raise his flamethrower towards Bane, who does not even flinch. All your efforts are in vain, he states, disregarding the searing flames that singe every hair on his body. He seizes Firefly by the neck and delivers an uppercut. I shall locate Batman. I will conquer him. The Black Spider, at 8:36 a.m., lies twisted in a grotesque defeat. Bane gasps for breath. All of this, your madness, your battles, your deaths, your venom, I have had enough. I once fervently prayed, yet no one answered me. Dr. Pigface, at 10:45 a.m. Behind Bane's departing figure lies Dr. Pigface, splayed on the ground with a gaping hole in his abdomen. Thus, I finally witnessed it with clarity. I let go, allowing the spikes to fall. Man-Bat, at 2:41 p.m., his wings are torn asunder. Mr. Zash, at 5:51 p.m., the die is cast. I have resolved to become what I am. My life is no longer my own, I softly uttered. Copperhead, at 8:07 p.m., Dr. Phosphorus, at 11:11 p.m. Bane's mask is half consumed by flames. This is my oath. That is the essence of it. A choice made by a child who chose death. And Bane is reborn upon that body. I am Bane. I'm everything. In the oppressive air, the masked man roars while brandishing flames, and the ravenous clouds quietly sway in the depths of the sea. It is now 1 a.m. After enduring countless trials, the bloodied warrior Bane finally arrives before the Bat King's chariot. Batman, I hold a hostage, he declares. It is Jim Gordon. Chapter 85. The absolute caution of the heavenly net is upon us. Chen Tao reflects silently, his emotions grow increasingly indifferent, as tranquil as the droplets cascading from a dripping beast. He is not unaware of the shift in his feelings, yet surprisingly, he does not reject them. In his final introspection, he revisited the list of individuals he had forcibly taken under the guise of protection. No, not kidnapping, but a misguided form of safeguarding. The spokesperson for the Gotham City Public Affairs Committee, the chairperson of the Planning Commission, and of course, Jim Gordon, were all included. Eva Harvey Bullock, the deputy chief of police, was not spared. Several other pivotal figures within the police department who could potentially be leveraged as threats were also apprehended. All were replaced by puppets transformed by the clay face, who was nearly depleted of his essence. To accomplish this audacious feat, beyond individuals like Jim Gordon, whose very being was wholly supplanted by Clayface, Chen Tao opted to employ the skeletal robots invented by Lucius. This ingenious contraption allowed Clayface to merely cover a portion of his form onto the surface of these robots, thereby creating remarkably lifelike doppelgangers capable of movement, while significantly conserving his own physical resources. This innovation greatly enhanced the efficiency of the abductions. Anyone with even the slightest potential to be targeted by Bane was seized without hesitation. And even those with minor personal ties to Bruce Wayne, such as an 80-year-old grandmother, were forcibly taken from their homes. Furthermore, even if Bane were to randomly abduct a passerby, he had no cause for concern. Not only were Batman surveillance cameras ubiquitous throughout Gotham, but Chen Tao had also dispatched Lincoln March and his Claw unit, who stood ready for action. Hundreds of chip control Claw operatives were strategically positioned across the city, prepared to rescue any hostage at a moment's notice. The triad of Gotham's underworld, composed of Two-Face, the Penguin, and the Ventriloquist, had issued a citywide command just days prior, instructing gang members to seek out any suspicious individuals. This directive spread like wildfire among the grassroots of Gotham's criminal factions within 3 hours, and within 8 hours, any ordinary citizen residing in gang-controlled neighborhoods was aware of it. Given the lure of substantial rewards, how could one fail to locate their targets? Were there not places to keep hostages? Abandoned buildings? Ironically, the homeless were well acquainted with those locations. Underpasses? Overpasses? Those few spots suitable for standing. Who was unaware of them? Renting a residence? The elderly landlady would be the first to report it. The efficiency of the American government could never rival that of the gangs. For this was a city ruled by organized crime, where the criminal element permeated every facet of life. Most Gotham residents had ties to these factions, with many families having generations steeped in the underworld. The law of local material exchange reminds us that no crime can occur without leaving traces, especially not by Bane's subordinates. A group of outsiders lacking familiarity with the city. Even with the assistance of inmates from Batcave prison, their presence would shine like fireflies in the dark, glaringly conspicuous in the eyes of the entrenched criminals of old Gotham. As long as they place these kidnapped hostages outside Batcave prison, they will be recognized in an instant. Do you comprehend what it means to be the king of the city? Do you understand the feeling of being targeted by the entire metropolis? What does it signify to be surrounded by enemies, to feel engulfed in an ocean of hostility? To conceal anything under such a level of scrutiny is impossible unless it was hidden years ago, like that nuclear bomb that may have been acquired by Bane long ago. Attempting to hide something on the spot is futile. What? You suggest placing the hostages within the entirely Bane-controlled Batcave prison? Do you think the numerous enforcers are mere bystanders? As long as Bane is not personally overseeing the prison, who could possibly stand in their way? In such a frenzied, abhorrent environment of mass coercive protection and pervasive surveillance, Chen Tao does not believe he will find himself in a passive situation akin to the protagonists of mediocre novels, faced with the abduction of loved ones or innocents. Unable to retaliate, the unfolding of events indeed aligns with Chen Tao's expectations. I have kidnapped Jim Gordon. He is currently detained in Batcave prison, disguised as the Mud-Faced Man. You may call to verify. If I call, you will trace the call. Hurry up and execute the ransom. Do not waste time. Bane made a call, then hung up a few minutes later. His face, partially obscured by a mask, remained expressionless. After a brief silence, he continued, I have kidnapped Harvey Bullock. Chen Tao interrupted him, disguised as the Mud-Faced Man. The routine persisted. Make a call, confirm, hang up. I have kidnapped Mayor Carlo, he stated, followed by Mud-Faced Man. Public official. Mud-Faced Man. Bane rattled off over a dozen names. Each met with Batman's unchanging refrain. Disguised as the Mud-Faced Man ultimately. Bane grew weary of confirming and continued to list names, receiving the anticipated response. He ceased his futile enumeration. Chen Tao observed Bane's fists tightening, veins bulging from his neck to his forehead. Impossible. The Mud-Faced Man cannot simultaneously separate into so many individuals. I have studied his nature. I have kidnapped dozens. And it is inconceivable. How did you accomplish this? Because we have the power of Doryman. Naturally, Chen Tao would not divulge this to Bane. You may speculate. Bane fell silent. Yet, even as his plans appeared to unravel, Chen Tao remained vigilant, anticipating Bane to unveil another trump card. Did that nuclear bomb, long purchased, truly lie within his grasp? I have 2 more kidnapping targets. Chen Tao hesitated. Not the nuclear bomb? 2 final kidnapping targets. Enough of your words. The mud figurine is a mere facade. You may need to reconsider your stance. Chen Tao's expression grew slightly grave. Within the brief seconds that Bane spoke, he diligently replayed all his actions in his mind several times, but found no new insights. Bane appeared to be quite self-assured. And while the situation had strayed slightly from his control, this was entirely expected. Despite extensive preparation, he was not omniscient. Nonetheless, regardless of Bane's hidden cards, Chen Tao was thoroughly prepared, ensuring he had contingencies in place. So what is it, Bane? What unforeseen trump card do you possess? Amidst this intricate web of encirclement, what further struggle can you muster? The hidden card had been revealed, and Chen Tao's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 86. Expired parents. I have 2 hostages, 2 individuals you would never anticipate. Bane spread his palms, and venom began to seep gradually into his body, causing his already formidable physique to swell ominously. From one side of his body, green plants burgeoned forth from beneath his flesh, rupturing muscles and skin, causing Bane to bleed crimson. Conversely, the other side rapidly succumbed to decay. A pungent stench emanated from that portion of his body, as it cracked and oozed a yellow-brown ichor. These two forces engaged in a fierce struggle at the boundary of his form, as if intent on tearing Bane asunder. At that moment, the center of his body transformed into a pallid hue, marked by prominent veins. Was this an alteration by amber gold? The venom gurgled into his being, and an eerie equilibrium among the three forces emerged, manifesting within Bane's form, rendering him akin to a tricolor ice cream. Chen Tao recognized the inappropriateness and rudeness of such a comparison. Yet this metamorphosis undeniably added a theatrical flair to Bane's otherwise somber and ruthless existence. Bane extended the arm tainted by the black power of decay, reaching out as if to channel some intangible force into his entire being. His half-decayed body swelled once more, only to be subsequently subdued by the combined efforts of amber gold and the verdant essence of all things. Comme fort. Chen Tao felt a chill run down his spine. He heard a faint rustling sound, reminiscent of a colossal rodent burrowing underground, attempting to infiltrate Arkham Asylum. Chen Tao's nerves tightened abruptly. What was that creature? Silently, he transformed into the nanite form of Batman, as the drifting black shroud began to coalesce within the room. He was fully prepared. Whatever emerged from beneath the floorboards would face a swift and thunderous retribution the moment it revealed itself. The black of decay, the black of decay. Could there be a sinister connection between Bane and the decay of black? What monstrous, rotting worm could emerge from the depths? A colossal corpse riddled with decay? Surely it cannot be a lifeless centipede, stitched together from various dismembered limbs, shrieking as it bursts forth from the earth. Chen Tao's mind raced feverishly, processing a myriad of thoughts in mere seconds, astonished at the velocity of his own cognition. Would the water from the Lesar Road pool I previously prepared suffice? Amidst his chaotic musings, the ominous sound ceased. The creature burrowing underground had finally breached the floor. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chen Tao's brow. With a crack, the floor emitted a faint sound. In the next moment, a pallid hand grasped a head, shattering the floor beneath it, and the creature let out a deafening roar within the room. This terrifying monstrosity— wait, what is this? Chen Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the two zombies clawing their way up through the floor. Unforgivable, Chen Tao muttered. I recognize this power as the decay of black, Bane replied. You may not comprehend the true horror of this force. The boundary between life and death has never appeared so blurred before me as it does at this moment. I have flirted with death countless times, prepared to embrace its cold grasp, yet I never imagined that one day I would wield death itself. Batman, he spoke earnestly. I now understand that death is not merely an end, but rather a beginning, a commencement of all things. Unforgivable, Chen Tao whispered to himself. Therefore, Batman, I formally present to you my final two hostages, Thomas Wayne. The slightly taller zombie let out a growl, a sound reminiscent of a tattered saxophone echoing from its hollow throat. Martha Wayne, the somewhat shorter zombie, followed suit with a shriek, sharp and grating, filled with loathing for all living beings. A pearl necklace adorned her neck, untarnished, pure, and immaculate. Chen Tao covered his face, sobbing softly. Unforgivable. A tempest of rage brewed in his voice. How dare you? How dare you desecrate my parents? Wait, aren't these Batman's parents? A flash of lightning struck Chen Tao's mind, dispelling all sorrow from his thoughts. Why should I mourn? They're not my parents. I am the time traveler Chen Tao. The graves of Batman's parents have been disturbed. What concern is it of mine? Chen Tao realized why he had never contemplated Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne before. He had never regarded these corpses as a threat. How could he possibly devise a plan to prevent their desecration? Do you think I am unaware of the existence of the Mudman? Do you truly believe I would be foolish enough to neglect any precautions against the Man of Clay? I find myself quite disillusioned, Batman, by your underestimation of my capabilities. This is precisely the flaw in your strategy. Bane gradually approached the two zombies positioned before him. Although you have substituted all of my kidnapped hostages with mere replicas, this revelation still astonishes me. However, I never entertained the notion that those hostages alone could shake your resolve. Chen Tao bowed his head, his shoulders trembling, as though he were weeping. Bane looked down upon him. This immense blow, a devastating strike, seemed to leave Batman both astonished and enraged, robbing him of all fighting spirit. The satisfaction of executing this plan with such finesse, the triumph of deceiving Batman, left Bane feeling slightly lightheaded. The pamphlet you provided on how to combat the Joker, to some extent, also revealed how to confront you. It was nearly a confession penned by you for my benefit. Despicable. Bane observed Batman, shielding his face, and he rose from his seat, clutching his stomach, before suddenly collapsing to the ground, slowly bending his body. I was fully aware that the hostages I had taken were likely to be replaced by the Man of Clay. I understood that even if I brought those hostages before you, I could not secure their safety in your presence, yet I proceeded nonetheless. It was all an illusion, Batman. Those hostages diverted your attention. Jim Gordon, Harvey Bullock. You became so preoccupied with them that you neglected to guard against the two individuals who matter most. This was precisely what your pamphlet advised on how to counter the Joker, distract him, and how to confront Batman. Distract him. Thus now, you shall perish. Bane positioned the two zombies in front of him as shields. In the ensuing battle, should you wish to strike at me, you must do so with your own hands, reducing your parents to ashes. Even Bane's composure could no longer suppress the triumphant tone in his voice. The impending taste of victory surged through his veins, sending a rush to his brain, if indeed there remained any blood to flow within his vessels. Batman collapsed entirely to the ground, covering his face, trembling slightly. "Oh dear, you're not weeping, are you?" Bane remarked. "What?" Bane's expression began to shift, his initial excitement freezing on his face. Chen Tao erupted into a frenzied laughter, rolling on the ground, pounding the earth with fervor. Chapter 87. The emergence of nuclear weapons. What do you mean? Do you think that feigning indifference will suffice? Bane was engulfed in confusion, having repeatedly envisioned Batman's possible reactions in his mind. The adversary, consumed by rage, launched an attack, yet remained remarkably composed in the face of the onslaught. He meticulously devised a multitude of strategies, contemplating his responses with unwavering diligence, even detailing dozens of scenarios on scrap paper. His intent was to provoke Batman into a position where he would be compelled to desecrate the remains of the Wayne couple, thus plunging Batman into a chasm of despair and fury, effectively undermining his judgment. His plans were astutely crafted, akin to a diligent student striving to memorize every answer before an examination. However, the nature of the examination had inexplicably changed. His mind became ensnared in confusion. Yet, Bane's composure was momentarily disrupted. This was illogical. He declared, "I have studied you, Batman. Your transformation into the Dark Knight stemmed from the loss of your parents and the trauma of your childhood. I too share this experience," Bane silently reflected. "Batman, our childhood misfortunes have shaped us. This forms the bond between us. We are strikingly similar, of the same ilk. Your parents hold an indelible significance in your life. You cannot simply overlook them. Rise, Batman. Such trivial tricks will not deceive me. They only tarnish our confrontation. When you witness me unearthing them from their grave, you shall understand the gravity of the situation. I demand, will you reduce them to ashes, or shall you boil their bones for broth?" At that moment, Batman responded, "Boil them. Indeed, and be sure to save me a bowl when it is ready." Stupefied. Ugh. Thomas Wayne, standing dazed before Bane, suddenly retched, expelling a grotesque mass of green viscous fluid from his mouth, which splattered onto the ground, swiftly corroding the tiles and sprouting a vibrant green sapling. Bane's expression darkened. "Very well." He gestured with his finger, and then Thomas Wayne leaped into action, launching himself toward Batman in a grotesque, unhuman manner reminiscent of a 365-degree spin. Bane wielded Martha Wayne, Bruce Wayne's mother, as a shield, following closely behind. If Batman hesitated for even a moment before his father, Bane would have the chance to inflict severe damage before revealing his ultimate trump card. With a swift motion, Chen Tao remained unfazed, his arm disintegrating into black sand before coalescing into a blade that pierced through Thomas Wayne's chest, effortlessly severing his head as if plucking a cherry from a cream cake. Bane's advance halted. He stood silent, watching Chen Tao toss the head like a cherry in his palm. "Ah, behold," Chen Tao remarked. "The parents redeemed with expired vouchers are themselves expired." Bane found himself momentarily speechless. What lesson does this impart? Do not utilize expired commodities. Bane opened his mouth, striving to articulate his thoughts, yet he felt as though all his words were lodged in his throat. akin to a stubborn phlegm that refused to be expelled or swallowed back. Chen Tao weighed the cherry in his hand, his gaze lingering on the gaping wound on Thomas Wayne's chest. Yet this narrative equally imparted the lesson that one ought to possess a more expansive heart. Even expired sentiments should suffice. Enough. Stop talking, Bane exclaimed, clutching his head, bewildered as to why the aggrieved had morphed into himself. After all, Thomas Wayne was not his progenitor. At that moment, Chen Tao felt a surge of clarity and inner peace. Indeed, this was his true self. For so long, he had subconsciously imitated the mannerisms and strategies of Batman as depicted in comics, to the point of nearly losing his own identity. Even his speech and gait were imbued with an overwhelming essence of Bruce. But this was not right. Whether temporarily embodying Batman or resolutely confronting Bane, these were choices made by Chen Tao. Even if he donned Batman's mask, the justice he enacted should be his own, the justice of Chen Tao, not merely a replication of Batman's. Just as he had unhesitatingly eliminated the Joker before, he could imitate or even entirely replicate Bruce's actions, but he must never become him. Nor could anyone truly become him. His sorrow, his pain, his love, his hatred, Chen Tao realized he could neither become nor needed to become Bruce. Such a notion was illogical. Bane repeated his earlier question with incredulity. Why? Because although I have decided to temporarily be Batman, I am not Bruce Wayne. Ahem, of course. Such a response was not suitable for Bane. Thus, Chen Tao resorted to a cliché. Because I am Batman. Bane fell silent. I understand now. What do you understand? You madman? Chen Tao retorted, perplexed by the sudden vitriol. I have been so foolish, only now grasping your essence. Bane continued. You perceive the identity of Batman as superimposed upon Bruce Wayne. Though I have yet to encounter other vigilantes, I can surmise their circumstances. They don heroic masks. Yet beneath the masks, they remain mere mortals. You, however, are different. Bane concluded. There has never been a Bruce Wayne masquerading as Batman. Only a Batman masquerading as Bruce Wayne. My error lay in attempting to deduce your behavior through the logic of an ordinary person, neglecting the fact that you, like your adversaries, are all madmen. And among madmen, there is no gradient of insanity, no distinction between who is more or less mad. Thus, the sorrow and vendettas of Bruce Wayne are utterly inconsequential. No matter how I inflict harm upon Thomas Wayne, it cannot elicit even a modicum of emotion from Batman. For Bruce Wayne does not exist. He is merely a facade, a mask. Beneath it lies only you, Batman, a madman. This is indeed a monumental misunderstanding. Chen Tao pondered. I am merely donning the guise of Batman. Naturally, he had no intention of dismantling Bane's conclusion. To candidly state, in the absence of the pivotal information that Batman is a time traveler, Bane's deduction appears to be the most logically sound conclusion. He based his reasoning on a flawed premise, constructing a complete logic of his own, ultimately persuading himself, and then performing in astonishment. Let this misunderstanding be. Chen Tao returned Bruce Wayne's oversized head to its rightful place. The plants reconnected at the severed point, and Thomas Wayne mumbled indistinctly, Abba, Abba, Abba. Then, Bane declared, let's reveal our final cards at once. Surely, you have not run out of tricks? Of course not, Bane replied. He summoned Thomas Wayne back, then extracted a projection communicator from Martha Wayne, affixing it to his arm. Nuclear bomb, he stated. The Joker is preparing to launch a nuclear weapon. He tapped on the communicator, and as the three-dimensional image flickered to life, the Joker appeared on the projected two-dimensional screen. Bah. Guess what surprise entails? Chapter 88. The Joker emerges. Chen Tao's heart raced. The unfolding events remained within his expectations. Batman, we are attempting to trace the Joker's signal. Tim's voice crackled through Chen Tao's earpiece. Delay him a little longer. We will soon ascertain his location and that of the nuclear bomb. Even if the Joker is not in proximity to the bomb, as long as he possesses any device capable of remotely detonating it, we can locate the bomb through him. We merely need to buy a bit more time. You would not obliterate Gotham with a nuclear bomb, Chen Tao asserted. You seek to conquer this city, not annihilate it. What purpose would a heap of rubble serve you? That was a nonsensical statement. Nuclear blackmail is termed as such precisely because there exists a specific target for its threat. Even if not Gotham, it could be another city. All Bane requires is a bargaining chip, and the identity of that city is of little consequence. Bane understood that Batman's intellect would not overlook this fact, and he was acutely aware of his opponent's desire to buy time, yet he feigned indifference. Hello, Big Bat. Can you hear me? The Joker bellowed from the communicator. Isn't I who should be wielding the big smoke now? The Joker was throwing a tantrum. I'm angry. I'm gonna launch the big smoke. Be quiet, Bane commanded. Remarkably, the Joker complied and fell silent, as if the video had been paused. I never intended to destroy Gotham, he heard Bane say. The nuclear bomb's preset target is Metropolis. What business does Metropolis have to do with this? Chen Tao felt a weight in his heart. He had previously dispatched Alfred in an attempt to locate Clark Kent in Metropolis. It had thus far failed to find this individual. Given the vast population movement in Metropolis, seeking out a single outsider, Clark Kent, among millions of constantly shifting inhabitants, was not a task that could be accomplished swiftly. However, based on the timeline, if Jimmy had already begun his career as a photographer under Lois Lane, yet Clark Kent had not yet joined the Daily Planet, it indicated that our Kansas boy was likely still in the early stages of his journey, having just departed from his small-town farm and arrived in the bustling metropolis. Preoccupied with job hunting, could this early version of Superman truly possess the capability to safeguard millions under a nuclear threat? If he were to falter and witness such a tragic spectacle, would it not propel this world toward the realms of the Injustice League or the Justice Lords? Note, these two parallel universe Supermen are a tyrant and a dictator, respectively. He had hoped that once all was resolved, he could retire as he had promised Alfred, subsequently finding a successor to take his place as Superman. He initially believed that if an assault on Bane were to occur, the focus would be on several cities surrounding Gotham. After all, regardless of whether a nuclear bomb were to launch from Gotham, it would result in rivers of blood, or rather, an evaporation of life, leading to the untimely demise of millions. No outcome would be one he could accept. Thus, he had prepared numerous contingencies, akin to a true Batman, meticulously crafting multiple backup plans. Bruce, we are still searching, locating the target. We shall find them shortly. Robin's voice echoed incessantly through the earpiece. Just hold on a moment. If your intention is to obliterate Metropolis with a nuclear bomb, then Metropolis shall indeed be destroyed. Chen Tao futilely attempted to speak nonsense. Bane was momentarily at a loss for words. He had just contemplated uttering a threat, yet was interrupted by Chen Tao's flow of meaningless rhetoric. He shook his head, as if attempting to realign his thoughts, and, after a moment of reflection, he composed himself. Destroying Metropolis holds no significance for me. Annihilating millions of innocent lives is not my intention. If lives are extinguished, then life itself perishes. Chen Tao persisted with his nonsensical dialogue, urging himself inwardly. Hurry. Do not interrupt me again. Bane snorted in irritation and attempted to revert his tone to its original cold and ruthless demeanor, but failed. Ah, damn it, I did not entirely intend to destroy Metropolis. Everything I do is for you, to defeat you, to conquer your city, to weaken you. Batman, I offer you a way to save Metropolis. Bane took a breath and delivered all that he had to say, an opportunity for self-sacrifice. He gestured to Martha Wayne, who stood beside him, and she approached without hesitation, only for half of her body to split open unexpectedly. Bane reached into her abdomen, exclaiming, "Here, after 10 months of gestation, the miracle of life is born, is it not?" He retrieved a vial of liquid that he had prepared in advance for Martha Wayne's body. Yet this place could also house the poison that claims life. Bane placed the vial of toxin before Chen Tao. "This is my gift to you, Batman. You must drink it." Malice dripped from his words. "To weaken you, I have concocted this venom, a remedy designed to erode your physique." He continued, "Since that day, I have studied the essence of your being, the tiny nanobots, alongside transformations of automobiles and dinosaurs. Now, I know you inside and out," he asserted. "This is specifically developed for you. They can dismantle your nanostructure, leaving you with no chance to confront me directly. I wonder when you acquired such scientific prowess." Chen Tao remarked peculiarly, pondering, does Bane truly possess such capabilities? To develop something like this in just 4 days? You may choose to believe or disbelieve. I imagine you are contemplating how I could possess such scientific skill to create a targeted antidote in a mere 4 days. Bane pointed to the vial of toxin strapped to his back, but it is equally plausible. After all, I have mastered the art of toxin creation. I am a self-taught master of venoms. So, shall we take a gamble, Bat? Gamble that I am deceiving you? Even if it were true, you would not perish. I can assure you, I lack the capability to create a toxin that could kill you. It is merely a means to weaken you. You are confident you can defeat me, are you not? Bane's voice whispered ominously. Tim's voice then chimed in, Batman, I found the location. But there is absolutely no one here. Chen Tao furrowed his brow and switched the device to speaker mode. There was no Joker, no nuclear weapons, no control panels, nor any live broadcasts. It was merely a recording. Bane suddenly glanced to the communicator on his wrist, looking more astonished than Chen Tao. How is this possible? He exclaimed. I distinctly instructed the Joker. Chen Tao whispered into his earpiece. Contact Harley and Poison Ivy. We still have a backup plan. It's fine. But before he could finish, a familiar laughter echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha. Chen Tao surmised what was transpiring. The seeds he had sown to incite the Joker against Bane had finally borne fruit. He turned to see the Joker appear around the corner of the corridor, his eyes filled with malicious intent fixed on Bane. How could I allow you to usurp Batman's affection so easily? Chapter 89, Backstab. Joker, this was not our plan. Bonne remarque, ah. But he had yet to finish his words when the Joker interrupted him with a wave of his hand. He muttered softly, his expression drooping like a sorrowful puppy. Plans, plans. Plans, it's always about plans. Everyone has plans. Everyone loves plans. Goodness, just look at me. He rubbed his pale face with his hands and then quickly patted it, displaying a smile for Bane. I am a madman, a lunatic. Do I look like someone who would act according to a plan? You are merely the dog chasing the car, Chen Tao replied, reciting the standard response. The multitude of analysts before his time had thoroughly dissected the Joker's essence. Even if he caught up, he would have no idea what to do with it. You act for the sake of acting. Of course. Chen Tao was acutely aware that these conclusions regarding the Joker were fundamentally the result of blind men attempting to grasp an elephant. All deductions were mere glimpses of the larger truth. Whether they touched the elephant's leg or tail, they were but the tip of the iceberg. Chen Tao reminded himself that these conclusions could not fully encapsulate the Joker. He was a chaotic, pallid figure, and even the astute Riddler could not entirely predict his course of action. Thus, we must respond to each move as it comes, adapting to the situation at hand. Oh, darling, you truly understand me. The Joker feigned a moved expression. You are far more considerate than Bane, that brutish man, even though you too are forever scheming, he continued. Alas, I'm nearly exhausted by plans. That wretched Alcor has a scheme, the police have a scheme, even Bane has a scheme. You insufferable conspirators always clutch your little worlds tightly in your grasp. But you know, he said cheerfully, I wouldn't consider myself a conspirator. Then, without warning, his tone darkened into a fierce rage. I am the one who makes those conspirators realize how pathetic and absurd their efforts to control everything truly are. Ha ha ha! He bent over with laughter before quickly springing back upright, continuing as if nothing had happened. Oh, I apologize for my impertinence. I truly wish I could restrain my maniacal laughter. But it echoes in a most peculiar way within your mind. Joker, I have grown weary of your useless prattle, Bane interjected. What the nuclear bomb I provided you? You were meant to activate it, you pale jester. Yet you have ruined everything. You have committed a foolish act, far beneath your villainous caliber. We could have utterly crushed Batman. He concluded, this is a betrayal. I once had greater expectations for you. You had expectations for me? The Joker replied, feigning offense. The smile vanished from his face in an instant. You think you are worthy of such regard? Bane pressed a button on the back of his hand, and the venom behind him began to flow into his body once more. Batman, I regret to inform you that, perhaps before we commence our final confrontation, I must address an unforeseen circumstance. He even apologized to me. Truly, it brought me to tears. Chen Tao felt as though he had transformed into a coveted gift. An utterly bizarre sensation. He crouched nearby, silently observing the unfolding situation while issuing commands through his communicator to the numerous henchmen outside. Be prepared to intercept any potential nuclear missile launch. I have never held you in high regard. Joker, Bane declared, laughter echoing in his voice. Did you truly believe I would be oblivious to your betrayal? Huh. Yet I had anticipated that you might at least assist me in diverting Batman's attention. What a jest. What is happening? Bane covered his mouth, beginning to sense something amiss. How could this be? I had foreseen that you would inject laughing gas into the Titan venom I was using to enhance myself. Hence, I took precautions. I ensured that the venom I infused into my body was entirely pure. How could you? His laughter erupted uncontrollably. I meticulously scrutinized every cup of water and every morsel of food you handled. I never consumed any of it. You could never have had the opportunity to enough. Cease your laughter. Yet Bane found himself utterly powerless against his uncontrollable mirth. "I shall kill you," he exclaimed, gasping for breath. "I will dissect your brain, ensuring that every nerve burns in endless agony and torment, ensuring you never find peace. Oh, how I wish to retreat in terror to my little boots," he continued. "Steady yourself, Bane. Perhaps you can conjure some truly terrifying visions." The Joker revealed the answer. "It is the air. Do you recall your visit to me? That ludicrous pre-battle scheme? You came to share your laugh-inducing plans with me?" "Impossible," Bane retorted. "I am well-versed in pharmacology. I understand the composition of drugs. Even if you concocted a gas with delayed effects, you could never precisely gauge the physiological state of each individual." He stated, "Logically, the more powerful the individual, the longer the onset of the drug's effects. If you had indeed brewed a delayed toxin, those soldiers sharing the room with you should have succumbed before I did. Unless this gas, correct, astute Bane." The Joker chuckled. "It appears you have grasped it. I designed an entirely new formula, just for you. Do you know? It is this love and care from the Joker's gift box that ensures your return. Of course, provided you survive the night." "Good heavens, Bane. I am a cultured jester, and I know you well. We have endured much together, have we not? We have shared our joys and sorrows." The Joker crouched before Bane. The other party laughed, stretching the corners of his mouth to the roots of his ears, clutching his belly on the ground. "You may harbor countless defenses against me. Perhaps you have never trusted me from the very beginning, yet you will always be Bane. How utterly mundane. You are perpetually predictable, attempting the same thing time and again. How amusing. Do you genuinely believe that what you pursue holds any significance? You expend so much effort presenting various new facades, yet ultimately resorting to the same old tricks played by the Romans and Maloney, Bane. Defeating Batman, reigning over the city, establishing your own criminal empire, threatening heroes with hostages. How predictable it all is. It utterly robs the humor from the situation." Chapter 90. Launched. Though I initially had no intention of killing you, your utter lack of intrigue has compelled me to reconsider, especially since I might switch personalities thrice before breakfast, the Joker remarked. "You think I am unaware? Oh, Bane, you initiated this conflict. I am heartbroken by your distrust." The Joker wiped away non-existent tears and spread his hands, exclaiming, "Wow. You so casually entrusted me with a nuclear weapon, such a magnificent bomb, and you expect me to believe this fairy tale? The bomb you gave me is a fake, an empty firecracker. Ah, you cunning wolf. The real deal must be quietly resting in some obscure corner. You never intended to annihilate Metropolis, did you?" The Joker, appearing somewhat frantic, grasped his hair, the strands of green hair taut beneath his frantic fingers. How blasphemous! To display such a grand explosive yet refuse to ignite it. This is deception, pure deception. Indeed, you merely aspire to be the emperor of a city, not the enemy of humanity. Allowing a mushroom cloud to rise over Metropolis would prompt the government to hunt you down relentlessly, much like they did with Bin Laden. How could one comfortably reign as the king of Gotham under such circumstances? Ugh, the Joker retched. "I feel like vomiting," he declared, cradling his chin. "At first, I had considered, well, you know." He gestured animatedly in the air, as if conducting an invisible orchestra. "Helping you edge toward victory would be quite entertaining, only to then throw it all back in your face. I envisioned you carefully defeating Batman, seizing the city, and then I would stealthily snatch it all away right under your nose. I prepared a death trap for you. Imagine, in the midst of an intense battle with Batman, you would suddenly burst into laughter. Surely this would add a plethora of humorous cells to your being. Of course, it could be fatal, yet you might struggle to survive the worst of it, believing you had triumphed over Batman." Chen Tao felt a tightening in his chest, for he already recognized the extent of the Joker's capabilities. Bane remarked, "Is it so difficult? Ha ha ha, could it be? In the current circumstances, even speaking proves to be a challenge. Indeed, eavesdropping on your conversation with the enigmatic figure proves to be quite challenging. It is rather peculiar. I have remained oblivious to his identity, unable to fathom it despite my efforts. I suspect that Mr. Nigma might find this riddle quite intriguing, yet it holds little significance for me." The Joker remarked, "Regardless of who bestowed that nuclear device upon you, once you possess such a formidable weapon, it must be utilized, does it not? You have concealed this beauty so well, refusing to allow others a glimpse of its splendor. Should I not unveil it? You have secretly mastered my nuclear weapon, the one I so meticulously hid, the genuine nuclear device. The Joker erupted into a maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Bingo! Precisely. At the pinnacle of your pride and joy, when your life reaches its zenith, I shall promptly detonate Gotham. Then, everyone shall be aware of your misdeeds, and you will instantaneously transform from the burgeoning star of the underworld into a fugitive plagued by paranoia. Are you not delighted?" The Joker raised his arms, as if to embrace the apex of his scheme, only to quickly pinch the bridge of his nose in dismay. "Well, that was the original plan, Bane. Ever since you released me from Arkham Asylum, I have been investigating you. For the past few months, I have been traversing Gotham's amusement park, attempting to reconstruct that tiny water prison of yours from penitentiary. I have interviewed numerous witnesses in an effort to transform it into a monument of your failure." The Joker grasped Bane's chin tightly, all to ensure you witness your predictable dreams of Gotham's kingship shatter before your very eyes. "I even devised a plan to involve the Bat in the government's initial assault against you, and while you are embroiled in fierce combat, to blow you both to the heavens, allowing everyone to witness what I have done to you." The Joker puffed out his chest, presenting it to Bane. "Do you see this little fountain? It brims with a specially concocted corrosive acid, infused with a solution designed to obliterate flora, along with the Lazarus pit water that will torment your decayed half. If I target you, it will erode your temple and skin, devouring your brain in a symphony of your screams, meticulously crafting a perfect smile upon your extraordinary mind and robust physique." He leaned closer to Bane, whispering, "Can you feel it gradually shutting down, Bane? Piece by piece, your intellect and strength diminish with the passage of time, fully experiencing your loss. You will endure pain and awareness until the very end. You shall become my new masterpiece, crafted solely for the Bat. This is the entirety of my plan, my exquisitely beautiful plan. Batman, the nuclear interception system is now operational." Ivy's voice resonated softly in Chen Tao's earpiece. "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the nuclear weapon will ascend, leaving the atmosphere, only to descend thereafter. The plant of poison ivy possesses the remarkable ability to assist us in tracking missile trajectories. You see, these spores disseminate through the air." Lucius's voice emerged from the communication channel, speaking at a rapid pace. "I apologize, I am no expert in botany, and I truly fail to grasp the underlying principles. However, in terms of efficacy, she functions almost like a living radar, or perhaps a humanoid botanical sensor. In any case, her precision and extensive coverage surpass all our devices. With poison ivy aiding us in pinpointing the missile launches, we can ascertain the trajectories of all nuclear warheads in a remarkably brief time. Yet, we must remain vigilant. We cannot dismiss the possibility of multiple missiles being launched simultaneously as a decoy to ensure that the genuine threat evades interception." He continued, "If such a scenario arises, Batman, you must intervene personally. Your nanotech body is incredibly swift, resilient, and agile. Provided you equip your head and chest with protection, you can outmatch the performance of most aircraft and break free from the atmosphere's constraints in a matter of moments." Lucius added, "As long as the nuclear warhead does not descend from the atmosphere, it poses no explosion risk. If you can decelerate its fall or detonate it in outer space, this crisis will dissipate into nothingness." Simultaneously echoing Lucius's words was the voice of the Joker. "Behold, what a flawless plan, yet such a splendid design has succumbed to misfortune, rendering it unfeasible. How tragic." The Joker lamented, "No more intricate, amusing schemes, no more troublesome matters. I shall launch the nuclear bomb directly." Chapter 91, The Desperate Pursuit. "There are no games left." "What do you mean?" "Quite literally, Batman." The Joker appeared somewhat disoriented, resembling a dreamer. "No kidnapping, no choice between two. Let me guess. You thought I would abduct Robin? Do you believe the location he has just entered is a trap?" He mocked with a laugh. "I have anticipated every worst-case scenario and prepared accordingly," Chen Tao stated. The voices of Deathstroke, Cheshire Cat, and Killer Croc resonated through his earpiece. "Batman, there is nothing here. No henchman of the Joker. No sudden traps. It is unlike what you envisioned." "I know. An old trick," the Joker grumbled, sitting despondently on the ground beside Bane, who was silently convulsing with laughter. "I suspect that Robin who ventured in is merely a clay-faced imposter. Ever since that incident, you would not allow those children to be harmed again." He lamented, "Just as you have ceased to care for me." The Joker raised his head, his once manic face now exhibiting an unsettling sincerity. "So we shall no longer play games, Batman. The enormous balloons filled with laughing gas have vanished, along with the leaping dinosaurs. The freaks and the circus, the roses, the splendid fireworks, and the birthday celebrations are gone as well. He stated, "The current situation is stark. The metropolis faces annihilation. Millions will perish, and you will kill me without a moment's hesitation." Chen Tao abruptly pressed his earpiece. All units respond. Yet, Lucius's voice surged forth even more swiftly. Detection of dozens of missiles launched from Gotham City. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. They're dispersed across various locations in Gotham. He sprang from his seat, lunging toward the computer, shouting into the communicator. "Poison Ivy, inform me of their trajectories." On the other side of Gotham, Poison Ivy, her red hair billowing, sat beneath a colossal hemispherical machine. This device, birthed from the Mad Hatter Tech-S technology, was a mind projection apparatus capable of reading the most minute signals from human neuroreceptors and transforming them into visual information. "I'm on it. Don't rush me, I need time." On the opposite end, Lucius gazed at the small, luminous dots ascending from the city's corners on the computer screen. "You'll need to expedite your efforts," he urged. "Our detection system can only ascertain a rough trajectory. We require more detailed data, preferably not exceeding a centimeter in deviation. The more precise, the better. We must not overlook a single one." He flipped open a transparent cover on a red button beside him and placed his hand upon it. "Hurry, Poison Ivy. Before we launch all intercepting missiles, I need the most accurate figures." "Silence. I'm working on it," Poison Ivy retorted, her voice a fierce roar. Lucius observed as several missiles began to fall from the screen. The jamming devices they had set up in the city had proven somewhat effective. However, none dared to wager that the single true nuclear warhead among those missiles happened to be one of those that had plummeted. He stifled his rising anxiety. Though Batman had long instructed him that in the worst-case scenario, it would inevitably come to pass, and he had mentally prepared himself for such a situation before it unfolded, he still felt his hands trembling. He abruptly grasped his wrist with the other hand, forcibly stifling the tremor. This hand would soon be needed to press the button. "It must not shake, it must not shake." He spoke into the communicator. "Batman, have you taken the jamming device I prepared for you? If the missiles aren't completely intercepted?" "No." The Joker lunged forward, clasping Chen Tao's leg. "Don't do this, Bat," he cried out, laughing hysterically. "Don't leave. I have sacrificed so much for you. Hurry and kill me. To die by your hand would be the utmost joy, the most exquisite conclusion for me." For a fleeting moment, Chen Tao genuinely contemplated severing the Joker's head with a single stroke. This should be swift. One merely needs to hone the blade and then gently scrape. Yet, he resolutely suppressed that impulse. It was not due to a reluctance to slay the Joker, but rather a fear of succumbing to a primal instinct that might lead him to directly murder the clown, only to inhale some of his toxic gas and transform into the manic bat of laughter. Who knows what the Joker has concealed within his very being? If he were to kill him, it must be done by means of Lucius's invention, the crushing machine. As for hesitation, there was none. Neither the Riddler's dark binding theories, nor the Joker's dreadful day, nor even Batman's original slippery slope theory could restrain him. Chen Tao was acutely aware that he was no madman, nor would he become an unprincipled scoundrel or tyrant simply for having killed the Joker. The Joker was not unique. He had never been special. He had already taken the clown's life once before. "Let go." He kicked the Joker squarely in the face. "You filthy trash, perverse lunatic. You make me sick. Stay away from me. Let go. Please, let this all come to an end." The Joker pleaded loudly. "I am the most special of all. They all say you killed." His voice abruptly ceased, swallowing back the words yet to be spoken, stirring something within Chen Tao. The Joker, as though unaffected, continued to shout, "This is unfair. We have been together for so long. I should be the first person you wish to murder. I was supposed to be the one to catalyze your descent. Not anyone else. I am consumed by jealousy. The first batch of missiles is locked on." Lucius's voice crackled through the earpiece as he slammed his fist onto the red button on the computer screen, where bright points were marked by red dots. "Launch, Batman," he urged. "You must be ready to intercept any potential misses." "I know," Chen Tao retorted, delivering another kick to the Joker's face. "Get away, you disgusting." "No, I'm not disgusting. I am your favorite." Chen Tao lost his patience. Silver particles shimmered, followed by Bane's robust fists. He flexed his hand, and in the next moment, a surge of green coursed through his arm, The combined might of the Bat-Dragon's strength and claws with Bane's overwhelming power sent the Joker flying, crashing to the ground like a cockroach. Chen Tao exerted just enough control to avoid killing him. The Joker's demeanor confirmed some of his suspicions. But now is not the time for contemplation. Often, the simplest and most brutal plans prove most effective. Should the Joker consider employing some form of kidnapping Robin as a ploy, Chen Tao would navigate that with ease, for he could foresee it. However, the immediate launch was a test of Chen Tao's prior preparations. A lack of readiness would lead to instant failure. "I'll be there shortly," he turned his head, addressing Lucius over the comms. "I will be there soon, Batman." Chen Tao turned his head as the Joker trembled and rose from the ground, his robust muscles straining against his tattered clothing, exposing his pallid, red-tinged skin to the air. Chen Tao's expression darkened, tightened venom. "I am, after all, your beloved court jester. Apologies, Lucius, but I might need another 3 minutes." "Just 3 minutes," he stated. Meanwhile, in the Batcave, Edward Nygma, the Riddler, found himself confined in a transparent cell. Clutching a stack of files, he sat in the corner, as if forgotten by the world. Yet, he soon stood and approached the tempered glass of his prison. "Good heavens!" he exclaimed, "It's you, Joker." Chapter 92. The Three Jokers. I am Chen Tao, and I am also Batman. Recently, I have discovered that in the universe I traverse, there seems to be more than one Joker. I quickly deduced the unfolding narrative, the Three Jokers. I had presumed this lesser-known, poorly executed publication would not resonate within my reality. Yet I was mistaken. Look at this document I retrieved from the Batcomputer. Over the years, the Jokers have been abducting individuals throughout the city, attempting to create a superior version of themselves. They have subjected many to the compound: doctors, criminals, people from varying backgrounds, each a candidate for a better Joker. Naturally, apart from the three strongest, the majority of these Jokers are mere imitations, such as the following: Joker 28, codename the Surgeon; Joker 6, codename the Cult Leader; Joker 8, codename the Dentist. Oh, and let me add 2 more. Joker 31, codename the Star Chaser. I lured him to Wayne Tower and disposed of him in a Lucius-made shredder. And now, we have Joker 32, for whom I had yet to devise a codename, but that has been resolved. Joker 32, codename the Death Seeker. He is a man obsessed with death, viewing his demise at Batman's hands as the inception of Batman's decline, and he is fervently determined to initiate this beginning himself. Yet, they are not the main players, they are merely pawns. Having perused the comics, I am acutely aware of who poses the greatest threat: Joker 1, the criminal; Joker 2, the laughing man; Joker 3, the clown. They are the true dangers. While I guard against Bane, I must also remain vigilant against them. On a sunlit morning in Gotham City, in one of the most peaceful and secure neighborhoods, the laughing man drove a purple truck, humming a leisurely tune as he parked before a cozy little house. He exited the vehicle and pushed open the door. "Hey, darling, I'm home." He hung his hat on the coat rack by the door and brandished his cane, its sharp tip glinting ominously. "Oh, hello there, my dear." The lady of the house forced a smile, saying, "I didn't expect you to return so early, but dinner is already prepared." "It smells delightful," remarked the guest. He circled the table twice, quietly observing the 3 servings of octopus rice laid out before him. The atmosphere inexplicably felt somewhat oppressive. "I'm truly pleased that you're satisfied," the woman began, but her words were abruptly interrupted by the clown. "Where's our son?" The woman flinched. "Oh, of course. I will call him right away." She hurriedly exited the living room and ascended the stairs, where the family son was curled up. "Darling, your father is home." "I don't want to come down." The boy trembled in fear. "Oh, I'm so sorry, sweetheart. You know, if your father comes home and we refuse to have dinner with him, he will be very upset." Tears streamed from the boy's eyes. "Why can't we just leave? Listen, I know it frustrates you that he often doesn't come home, but he loves us deeply. Please come down for dinner. Just for my sake." The woman's legs quivered. She could no longer keep him hidden on the stairs. "Dear son, the food is getting cold." The guest's voice echoed. The son descended. They returned to the living room together. "There you are, my child. I have so many wonderful stories to share with both of you. You won't believe what I've experienced this week," he exclaimed enthusiastically. "Why does my son look so glum?" The woman quickly interjected beside him. "He simply doesn't like octopus. That's all. He's always been very well behaved, my dear." "Are you well behaved?" "That's splendid, son." "Listen, we must relax our brows," the clown remarked. "How do you differentiate between the 3 identical octopus triplets?" "The answer lies in the sense of touch. Ha ha ha. You understand, right? Ha ha ha. The clown scooped a spoonful of rice and stuffed it into his mouth. What are you doing? The guest's actions abruptly halted. The voice of the criminal yanked him back to reality. The guest saw a dummy and a small pink teddy bear seated on either side of him. No wife. No child. Everything was but a fleeting illusion. He said with a sullen expression, I am having dinner. With whom? The criminal inquired, hands clasped behind his back. By myself. The guest replied. Huh, who else but myself? The criminal circled the table, resting his hand on the dummy's shoulder. Don't touch her, the guest warned. There is no her. The criminal retorted. No one but Batman. He kicked the dummy to the ground. One may already be dead, and yet you've taken on two more. He continued. One sent to deal with the mess involving Bane and Batman. The other dispatched to the Batcave to confirm whether the previous clown was personally slain by Batman. A stroke of genius. The Joker, known by the codename Criminal, remarked, You have wagered the strongest among us, aside from the three of us. What a waste. You have held dominion for such a brief period, and already you have extinguished one life. Should the remaining two you dispatched meet their demise, we shall be left without anyone to utilize. With a creak, the door swung open. The clown stepped inside. Oh dear, has the meeting commenced? I hope I'm not late. He ambled over to the side of the criminal Joker, exuding a more whimsical yet sinister demeanor compared to the laughing man and the criminal. If they all perish, does that mean it's my turn to play outside? Not necessarily. You madman, the laughing man retorted. Batman will not fathom our intentions. He added, I refuse to believe that Batman has truly slain one of us. He reiterated, unless presented with irrefutable evidence, I shall remain skeptical. Alas, poor Eddie. Why are you the only one left here while all the players from Arkham Asylum are off to the party? The Joker approached the Riddler's cell door. Is it that Batman does not wish to play with you? The Riddler maintained a stoic expression. The Joker continued, Oh, Eddie, dear Eddie, our little Eddie, you always seem to be 10 steps ahead. Why don't you emerge from that tiny room? There's so much to do, so much to discuss. We could once again join forces to confront Batman. You can find the access card in the leftmost drawer of the Bat computer. Come now, the Riddler replied. What's so amusing about that? Let's engage in something more sophisticated. How long have you been confined here? For heaven's sake, you are the Riddler. Do not pretend you did not plot your escape the very night you arrived. I know you are far more formidable. Many thanks to the bosses for the starting coins. Woe is me. Chapter 94. The Endgame? With a thud, the Joker collapsed to the ground. His pallid visage, marred by the effects of venom, contorted grotesquely, resembling an overinflated cream cake, which had now been sliced open, revealing dark red and bright yellow ichor. Poison Ivy. The final moment has come. Hurry and locate. Wait. Poison Ivy's voice soon echoed. I am ready. Lucius's gaze fixated on the multitude of blinking lights on the screen. All right, he murmured to himself, gathering his resolve. Then opened his eyes, striking the launch button with a fierce blow, and communicated, Batman, have you dealt with the Joker? If there are any leftover threats, you may be required. I am fully prepared. Chen Tao informed him, in every conceivable sense. He turned to see the Joker sprawled on the ground. A look of defeat etched upon his face, filled with the lingering echoes of a thorough beating. I have lost, the Joker admitted. Yet you refuse to kill me. Woe is me. He sobbed, why can't it be me? You make me sick. Chen Tao responded, do not present yourself as a total failure, clown. Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? The clown lying on the ground turned his face away. You do not care about Bane. You are indifferent to the trivial conflicts between him and me. To you, this is merely a game, one you can play at any moment, utterly unconcerned with victory or defeat. Chen Tao continued, your sole concern lies with the game itself. What you cannot accept is the risk that the game may no longer be playable. For the first time in many years, you possess a clear objective, clown, which is why I can anticipate your moves this time. The clown curled up on the ground. Meanwhile, we shift our perspective back to the Batcave. If you wish for me to meddle in your affairs, clown, the Riddler stated, that shall not occur. He donned a dark yellow prison uniform adorned with question marks. Oddly enough, even while imprisoned by Batman, he had received this highly personalized garment as a privilege. I will not actively interfere in your game with the Bat. If I wish to play, I would seek him out myself. To be honest, I'm no longer interested in games. The Riddler declared, I wish to retire from the fray. Do not lie, old Eddie. Please, I am here to conduct serious business today. Stop making me laugh, the clown retorted, a mocking smile gracing his face. Though he spoke of laughter, His visage bore no trace of amusement, only an abundance of malevolence. The Riddler scrutinized his expression and slowly inquired, "What do you intend to do?" A gas grenade adorned with a smiling face appeared in the clown's hand. "No, I shall make things more interesting, you madman." The Riddler swiftly retreated to one side of the cell, his expression grim. "You despicable fiend. This formula may be somewhat outdated. Its efficacy diminished, but if I wait a few more minutes, it will still pack a powerful punch." As the clown spoke, he hurled the gas grenade through the ventilation above the transparent cell into the Riddler's chamber. "Stop it, clown, you lunatic! Cough, cough!" The green gas swiftly erupted within the room. "Ha ha ha ha! Indeed, you have come out in person. That is the crux of the matter." The clown pressed his face against the transparent glass wall. "After all, if you are in poor condition, I certainly do not wish to bring you to the party." Doi. The green mist swirled in the room, casting the clown's face in a hazy glow. "You have always possessed great potential. This is what I adore about you. No one has ever been able to push the bat to his limits like you have, and besides you, no one possesses the intellect to rival that of the great Bat King." Amidst the Riddler's violent coughing, the clown proclaimed, "If you do not give him a hint, he will never find you, will he not? You always focus on the most significant games, just as I do. Oh, Eddie, your intellect is your most formidable weapon. And in this regard, you surpass us all. You are the master of riddles in this wicked city, more astute, more exceptional, and indeed more perilous than Batman. So, why squander your life here, Eddie? It pains me to witness your decline. I would rather see you perish." The Joker declared, "And now, it is nearly your time." With a hiss, the transparent glass door swung open, and the Riddler stood amidst the parting clouds of Joker's toxic gas. "There are 46 ways to escape this cell, Joker," the Riddler proclaimed, "yet only 4 can be accomplished within your stipulated time frame. The simplest is to strike the glass at its weakest point with minimal effort. But I have chosen method 3. The Joker tugged at his painted grin, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I knew it. I knew you would never change. You always managed to be one step ahead. 4 hours ago, I drilled a hole in the wall," the Riddler stated, glancing at the door controls, "and through this hole, I rerouted the circuitry to the main entrance." The Joker's expression shifted subtly, and the tool I used to excavate the wall was a mere iron spoon. This was illogical. Batman would never be foolish enough to provide the Riddler with a spoon. The Joker, uninterested in what followed, swiftly turned and fled. He elongated his slender legs, leaping nimbly over the fence, ascending the staircase in a mere few bounds. This was the portal to escape the Batcave, the very entrance he had utilized to enter. The Riddler bowed his head. "Why have all the Arkham lunatics been mobilized to confront Bane, yet I alone remain in the Batcave? Where's Robin? Where is his butler?" The Riddler's voice echoed behind him. "So do you understand now, Joker? For all these years, I have never conceded that Batman is more intelligent than I, and even now, I do not acknowledge it. However, I must admit that in certain respects, Batman's wisdom indeed surpasses mine, particularly in understanding you. He stated that you would come to verify whether that previous Joker had been slain. He said you would come to witness firsthand the many things he shared about you or your kind." Beep. The cacophonous mechanical sound surged, as though some colossal machine was in operation. The Joker's fingertips grazed the doorknob. Beep. Click. In the next moment, the world inverted before the Joker. The staircase writhed, and amidst the mechanical clamor, it hurled the Joker back to the ground. The floor opened, sinking, engulfing him like an insect ensnared in amber. With the sound of gears whirring, the floor sealed once more, as if nothing had transpired. "You're always consumed by games, Joker." The Riddler stood silently. Yet the game had long ceased to exist. Neither I, nor Batman, nor Bane, none of us remained. You have been forsaken. From the very beginning, it was only you who wished to play. You believed it impossible for another player, such as myself, to collaborate with the final boss. Yet, this notion is a fallacy. The Riddler gazed downward, his eyes heavy. The Bat computer emitted a synthesized voice. The air purification system has been activated to eliminate residual Joker toxin. Completion achieved. It cheerily declared, wishing you a splendid afternoon devoid of the Joker. That virtuous, once docile individual murmured softly. He traversed the perilous path, descending into the valley of death. The serpents slithered, humble and slow, while the righteous man fumed in the wilderness, where lions roamed freely. Chapter 95. An anticipated turn of events. It was now 3 in the morning, and the city of Batman was ablaze with light. Chen Tao had just received a communication from the Riddler. Our Mr. Nigma had dutifully confined himself back into his transparent cell. Mending the hole, he had excavated with a metal spoon with wall plaster. The Riddler is one of the most intelligent individuals in the world. It is only reasonable that he can also repair walls, is it not? Both Jokers have been apprehended. Now, only the nuclear bomb remain, perhaps. Chen Tao pondered silently. He sat on the floor of Arkham Asylum, recuperating beside the fallen Bane and the severely injured Joker, who had been beaten after the administration of Titan Venom. The two muscular men lay bare, stacked together, the Joker's body gradually deflating due to the absence of venom, trapped beneath Bane's weight. Overcoming the Joker had not exhausted much of his strength. It seemed Bane had also reached his end. Nonetheless, Chen Tao seized every moment to rest as much as possible. Thomas Wayne and Martha Wayne, having lost Bane's control, stood there foolishly, like a pair of parents awaiting their child from kindergarten. 80 missiles destroyés. Lucius's voice boomed over the comms. 84. He spoke with remarkable speed. 86. Batman, if the missiles are not entirely neutralized before exiting the atmosphere. 92. He exclaimed, well done. Poison Ivy. 98. Chen Tao listened intently as Lucius's increasingly fervent voice surged through the earpiece, pulsating in harmony with Lucius's racing heart. Then at last, 100. Chen Tao heard Lucius exclaim in exhilaration. We have won. He slumped in his seat, panting heavily. I can scarcely believe we have achieved this, Lucius remarked. After so long in planning, so many preemptively prepared missiles, even the most advanced anti-missile interception systems would require a stroke of luck to intercept them all. He expressed his astonishment, showering praise upon Poison Ivy, when he heard Batman inquire, Lucius, you have exhausted all the intercept missiles, correct? Lucius hesitated for a moment. Yes, he replied, but we successfully intercepted all the missiles. The worst-case scenario you previously mentioned did not occur. Chen Tao sighed. In Gotham, if there's a worst-case scenario, it is bound to manifest. Lucius noted that he had drawn a conclusion prematurely and continued. Check the imagery captured by the satellites, Lucius. He heard the response. Did you see the nuclear flash from the explosion up there? A jolt ran through Lucius. He rushed to the satellite control console, only to find the screen devoid of any activity, leaving him momentarily stunned. In his earlier euphoria, he had overlooked an evident truth. Even if the intercept missiles successfully neutralized the nuclear weapons, at such close proximity, they should have heard the sound. The prevailing silence now indicated that the nuclear bomb was not among the missiles we intercepted. Lucius groaned, "Oh heavens, what is happening?" This suggested that the worst-case scenario had indeed unfolded. Chen Tao let out a heavy sigh. The Joker has been outmaneuvered. Someone has exploited him to divert our attention and coax out our trump card. He stated, we cannot disregard the possibility that the nuclear warhead might truly be among those missiles, and thus we must intercept them all with our prepared intercept missiles. Once our intercept missiles are depleted, the mastermind can launch the actual nuclear bomb with ease. Lucius's voice trembled, but this is illogical. Who could orchestrate such a scheme? Who could manipulate the Joker, playing him like a puppet? Who could devise such a meticulous plot? How can he be so assured that everything will unfold as he envisions? How has he concealed his presence from us? Clearly, Chen Tao answered, it is someone who has been in front of us from the very beginning. Chen Tao fixed his gaze upon Bane, who lay sprawled beside the Joker, seemingly lost in the effects of laughing gas, his grin stretching from ear to ear, exuding an aura of humor and innocence, a figure seemingly bested by the Joker. He continued, in this world, the more intricate a plan, the greater the potential rewards, yet also the higher the likelihood of failure. This is due to the multitude of variables inherent in complex plans, often leading the architect to have insufficient control over the entire scheme, resulting in frequent failure. However, if one were to consider an alternative perspective, the notion arises that if an individual could exert complete control over every facet of a complex scheme, firmly grasping the most pivotal element within the plan, and comprehensively oversee the actions of scapegoat, only to emerge at the last moment to reap the rewards, then, theoretically, an intricately devised plan could prove more effective in achieving its objectives than a crude, direct approach. Lucius remarked, I believe I comprehend your meaning. Chen Tao switched Lucius's voice to speaker mode. But who is this person? Who is the mastermind orchestrating everything? Indeed, I too am curious. Chen Tao fixated on the motionless Bane on the ground. Who could this individual be? An eerie silence enveloped the air, thickening with Chen Tao's breath. Then, the world shed its bizarre veil. "It is I," Bane declared, the grotesque smile on his face abruptly vanishing. Expressionless, he rose from the floor, the coarse texture of his skin creating a soft rustle against the ground. "This is your true method of undermining me, is it not?" Chen Tao observed him without surprise. "That poison you mentioned, capable of destroying my body with a mere sip, was merely a ruse, correct?" "Indeed, my Batman," Bane replied. "You are ever so perceptive. I have studied your nanotechnological form, a body constructed of unknown advanced technology that has evidently transcended human limitations. Regrettably, I had hoped to concoct such a poison for you." He emphasized. "Alas, I lack proficiency in microengineering," he admitted sincerely. "Should another opportunity arise, I shall endeavor to master it. But for now," Bane suppressed his inner excitement and elation, maintaining a calm and steady tone, striving to mask any emotional fluctuations. He had no desire to reveal his triumph in front of Batman, nor to expose the deadly, fervent whispers that surged within him. "You must intercept the true nuclear bomb. Only you can accomplish this," Bane asserted. "You must confront its edge directly." "Ah, I understand," Chen Tao replied softly. He murmured, "I have long anticipated that matters would unfold in this manner. The worst-case scenario is always inevitable." Chapter 96. Donning the Black Cloak. I am Chen Tao, a traveler of realms. I have pondered countless times whether my actions are indeed normal. Am I influenced by the memories of Batman? Have I veered off course and descended into madness under their sway? Just look at what I am about to undertake. I am to intercept a nuclear bomb, entirely of my own volition, premeditated and deliberately careless. Alas, it has completely transformed into the shape of Batman, and that mask with pointed ears possesses an insidious allure. What madness drives one to envision themselves braving the impact of a nuclear bomb? It is akin to standing at the precipice of a cliff, harboring a morbid anticipation of one's own misstep. This is undoubtedly a pathological inclination towards self-destruction. Now, at this juncture, you begin to question your own motives? Your body has faithfully prepared for all contingencies, yet you find yourself doubting your own mind? Don't be absurd. You tell yourself, once the arrow is loosed, there is no turning back. Regardless, this is my choice, the choice of Chen Tao. I have resolved, in the direst of circumstances, where all options are exhausted, to personally intercept that nuclear missile, risking obliteration. It is time to act upon my decision. Thus, that anticipated dread surges through you, delivering electric shocks akin to a heart pacemaker throughout your being. I have re-engineered the nuclear missile-S design. It is no longer a weapon aimed at the ground, but a weapon forged against you, Bane declares. The world around you warps. Bane's voice elongated and distorted in your ears. You hear Bane state, its radar is set to track Batman, and you know you are Batman. What a predicament. Lucius's voice crackles through the earpiece. I understand Bane's implication. This means the missile is now following its predetermined trajectory. If we neglect it, it will raze Metropolis to the ground, and diverting it off course or hurling it into space is impossible, for it has been programmed to pursue you. If you approach it, it will detonate. His speech is somewhat disjointed, lacking coherence, yet he manages to elucidate the current situation. Then, Alfred's voice resonates in the channel. Master, I have grasped the general situation. You need not face this alone. He appears on the two-dimensional projection screen, his candle-like visage adorned with a cowl, flanked by two clueless henchmen. The young Robin stands safely behind him, far removed from all crisis and peril. Alfred's tone is remarkably calm, exuding rationality, even accompanied by a light-hearted smile. We must have alternative methods. We can contemplate other solutions. For instance, drones. Bane explicitly names me. Chen Tao murmurs to him. Could he truly not fathom this? Drones would be ill-suited for an environment beyond the atmosphere. Undeniably, this is a gift tailored for me. Alfred falls momentarily silent, then quickly asserts, there are indeed other options. Man-Bat the Batman. He too is capable of flight. So, you would disregard the fate of Man-Bat. Lacking a nanotech body to confront the nuclear explosion, he would surely perish. Although Chen Tao did not mind finding a scapegoat, the primary concern was how, with the flight speed of a Man-Bat, it could possibly keep pace with a missile. We can consider other options, Chen Tao suggested. Taking a deep breath, Alfred, I have anticipated this scenario, you see. He informed Alfred, it merely involves confronting the explosion of a nuclear bomb. He carefully organized his thoughts. I possess certain extraordinary abilities, akin to a nanotechnology-enhanced Batman. Alfred whispered in response, I am aware, Master. Though you have not explicitly stated them, I would not dare to inquire, yet it is undeniable that I know. Chen Tao continued, I have previously envisioned the scene of a nuclear explosion. As long as I can simultaneously transform into a hybrid of a car and a nanoscopic form, complemented by the amber gold protection of the Owlbat. Even in the face of a nuclear bomb, our chief scientist once assisted me in calculating the relevant metrics. I will not perish. At worst, I would merely be weakened. He extended his hand, one morphing into the black sand of a shattered bat, while the other coalesced into a green dinosaur claw, smoothly transforming under his control into the tires of a car. His temples throbbed painfully, yet this time, the two overlapping transformations did not collapse. Lucius's voice corroborated nearby. Alfred, Bruce previously refrained from asking me to disclose this to you, primarily to spare you worry, and this was merely a contingency plan for the worst-case scenario, although now. His tone grew somber. That worst-case scenario has become a reality. Alfred fell silent for a moment. You never mentioned to me that you had contemplated confronting a nuclear bomb. He suddenly turned to Robin, who stood beside him. Tim, you knew about this, didn't you? You chose not to tell me? You were too afraid to inform me? He did not even address Tim as master as he usually would. Tim remained silent. Alfred turned away, dejected. Have you ever attempted it? Chen Tao was at a loss for words. Good heavens, you have not even tried, have you? You are uncertain if you can survive a nuclear blast. It's not that dramatic, Chen Tao replied, based on the calculations. As long as I'm not at the epicenter, the shockwave and thermal energy would not be sufficient to obliterate me. Of course, radiation would also have no effect on me. After a brief pause, Chen Tao realized that his reassurances would not alleviate Alfred's concerns. So he ceased his explanations and concluded, I am truly sorry, Alfred. I fear I must go. After all, this is Batman's responsibility. Chen Tao could distinctly hear each word he uttered. And I am no, you cannot. You are not him. He is dead. He has finally perished, fulfilling his wish to meet his end alongside the monsters in exhaustion. Alfred finally erupted, his whole body trembling, unable to maintain the facade of a smile any longer. This city has returned you to me. Gotham has returned to me the young boy named Bruce Wayne, who perished alongside his parents in Crime Alley. At last, you have let go. You can finally rest. My child. He extended his hand cautiously, as if attempting to caress Bruce's face through the screen, treating it as though it were a fragile porcelain. My child, battered and bruised by fate, you have endured so much suffering. You need not bear this burden. You do not have to. He clenched his fists tightly, as if by doing so he could desperately cling to his Bruce, fearing that Chen Tao might vanish into the night like a bat at any moment. I implore you, for heaven's sake, you no longer have to be the bat-like creature cloaked in darkness. The elder seemed to expend the last vestiges of his strength, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. I beseech you, there are others who can take your place. You owe nothing to this city. You owe no one. You should live a normal life, whether in this city or another. Their fates are no longer your concern. He emitted a couple of indistinct sobs. In the dim light, half of Chen Tao's face was shrouded in shadow. The nuclear explosion, the annihilation of the world, none of this is your responsibility. He said, you promised you would retire with me. It has always been thus. The events have unfolded too many times. The son of Gotham dons his mantle anew. The bat-like creature thought to be dead resurrects once more, and he must once again witness Bruce Wayne teetering on the brink of death. For Alfred, this is undoubtedly the cruelest torment of his life. I deeply apologize for this. Alfred, I am Batman. Chen Tao felt an inescapable sense of destiny in those words. They exchanged silence. At that moment, Lucius's voice echoed in Chen Tao's ear. We have detected it, the nuclear bomb. He spoke with a tinge of sorrow, but we no longer have interceptors. So I know. The Dark Knight inhaled deeply, bowing his head heavily, sighing. When he lifted his gaze, Alfred beheld a blazing inferno of rage surging in his eyes. He recognized that look, too familiar to him. It was the gaze peculiar to Batman, which he had witnessed countless times over the years. Aloof, disdainful, and sharp. Chapter 97, The Thunderous Roar. Self, belief, awareness, responsibility, courage, hope, these complex inner emotions. A deafening explosion. You find yourself at the core of a trillion suns. These concepts are too distant, so far away that even with wide-open eyes you cannot grasp them, yet they breathe in your ear. Thus, you remain silent. Flames surge around you, shock waves crash over you. Air rushes past you, radiation sweeps through you, breezes and sunlight envelop you. Yet nothing remains to be grasped. This is outer space. The galaxy and the myriad stars shimmer in an infinite radiance, intertwining and flowing through your very soul in a different form and resonance. Poison Ivy descended from the hemispherical thought-sharing device, her body swaying involuntarily. Harlequin, who had hesitated to disturb her, rushed over to support her. "Has Batman returned?" she inquired, to which Harlequin shook her head. She activated the communicator, calling out to Lucius, "Hey, you noisy squirrel scientist, is Batman still alive? Lower the plane's altitude." The Penguin shouted at Harvey Dent across 5 dimensions, who then screamed at the ventriloquist, ultimately leading to the ventriloquist bellowing at the pilot. The mobster piloting the plane pulled the control stick, causing the 3 mob bosses to tumble onto a couch. The storm began to subside. What about Batman? The Penguin was the first to rise, feeling somewhat dizzy as he questioned, "Is he still alive?" Their communication crackled with Harlequin's voice, but no response followed. The trio waited for 5 or 6 minutes, still met with silence. "Heaven forbid. May God protect Batman and ensure he does not perish," the Penguin lamented. "Batman is a good man. May the Virgin Mary bless him." Immediately after uttering these words, he turned his head away, exclaiming, "Oh, this feels too strange." He then caught sight of the ventriloquist bat doll lying askew on the floor, while the ventriloquist wailed at the toy, "Woe is me. Without you, how can I survive?" Two-Face, throwing his dice repeatedly, slapped himself with each roll. The Penguin discerned that Two-Face's mind had been somewhat unhinged. Previously, when he was Two-Face, he would pose himself a choice between 2 options for every action, but now the choices had expanded to 5, forcing him to include utterly meaningless alternatives. Unfortunately, his luck had run dry, as he repeatedly rolled the option of slap oneself. The Penguin realized he was, surprisingly, the most sane of the 3 present. He turned to Harvey and asked, "May I inquire what your other 4 options are? Avenge Batman at Arkham, flee Gotham, grovel to Bane, or wail alongside the ventriloquist?" replied Harvey Dent before he rolled the dice again. The Penguin watched as Harvey stood upright, and just when he thought Harvey was about to seek vengeance for Batman, he witnessed him kneeling beside the ventriloquist in solidarity. "Woe is me, Bat. Without you, how can I?" The Penguin blinked in disbelief, and suddenly, a mental thread snapped. He realized that apart from praying, he truly had little else to do. He knelt beside Harvey Dent, the 5-faced man, as 3 mob bosses lamented in unison before the Batman figurine. "Wah, Batman, without you I..." The cries echoed throughout the aircraft, overwhelming the atmosphere. "Enough. Your wailing is unbearable." Harley Quinn's voice crackled through the comms, her head pounding from the incessant sobbing of the 3 old men. "You weep day and night. Can your tears even bring Bane to his knees?" Yet a more profound howling emerged from the comms. The mud-faced man, fully immersed in his role, played the part of a grief-stricken Robin with fervor. "No, Batman, you are the dawn of my existence. You have bestowed upon me the dreams of a Robin. Your very presence has redeemed this city. In every dark midnight, it is you who has illuminated the way for all." Tim Drake, the real Robin, began to doubt himself as he listened to the mud-faced man's anguished cries. "You are the torchbearer, the guide. You are the very essence of my life. Oh heavens! A Robin cannot lose Batman, just as the Jewish people cannot lose Jerusalem." His sorrowful lament was so profound that it moved listeners to tears and evoked admiration for his heartfelt tribute. Initially stirred by sadness, Tim felt chills run down his spine. One must not engage with madness, he reminded himself, inhaling deeply and pressing his palm against his forehead to regain composure. He turned to the comms and inquired, "Chief Scientist, have any life signs of Batman been detected?" "No," Lucius replied somberly. "None at all. This is illogical. I firmly believe Batman would not. Based on my calculations, he should not." Robin swiftly glanced at Alfred, only to find the old butler collapsed on the ground, eyes tightly shut, uttering not a word. "Surely, it cannot be that severe, right?" He hastily assured the comms. The life detection instruments wouldn't register him immediately. "It requires more time, does it not?" "Indeed," came the response. Robin was uncertain whether Lucius's words were meant to comfort him or were a statement of fact. "Batman cannot truly be gone. Can he? Killer Croc interjected. Well then, let's divide the spoils and part ways. He muttered, I'll return to my Croc gang, continue my biting endeavors. Cheshire, you head back to Africa, settle down and start a family. Deathstroke, you go home and see your daughter. We can sell the Batplane and buy Batman a coffin made of pure gold. Without Batman, our lives will remain unchanged, will they not? There is nothing different, nor will there ever be, he declared. Deathstroke regarded him. What do you mean, Croc? I mean, we damn well need to take Bane down, Croc asserted, baring his sharp teeth. Working for Batman brought me immense joy. In recent days, I have amassed a considerable fortune, far surpassing the dismal existence I once led scavenging in the sewers. He declared, I'm not a good man, nor shall I ever be. Yet at this moment, I have a strong desire to sever Bane's head. He inquired through the communication channel, Is anyone with me? Chapter 98. I kill Batman Boom. The thunderous noise reverberated through Bane's entire cochlea as he extracted the device from Martha Wayne's abdomen, awaiting in silence. He huddled in a corner, nestled in a space that could fully encompass his being, foreseeing the potential damage to his garments during the battle. He had prudently stored numerous tools within Batman's mother-s womb. To ensure certainty, he bided his time extensively. Yet, the device revealed no signs of life whatsoever. The wait had been long enough. The truth began to crystallize. Bane's expression hardened. Puffed. He emitted a derisive chuckle, calmly curling his lips into a tranquil smile. Oh dear, this is not the effect of laughing gas. Puffed. Bane chuckled again, his mouth gradually stretching into a grin. I have triumphed, he murmured within the desolate halls of Arkham Asylum, pacing excitedly along the polished corridor while vigorously waving his arms. His powerful fists compressed the air, producing a sound akin to an explosion. What a feat it has been! Moonlight poured into the building through the gaping hole created by Batman's recent crash through the ceiling. It was a scene as magnificent as a fantastical tale. I truly have won. His voice carried a hint of an unrecognized quiver. Ikiya Budman. I killed Batman. Not so fast. Bane halted abruptly. He turned to see the Joker, barely regaining consciousness, rolling over onto his back, gasping for breath. Batman will never be defeated by you, you worthless fool. Bane's expression darkened. He approached the Joker, seizing his collar and lifting him up. Are you blind? Can you not acknowledge this reality? I have won. I orchestrated Batman's demise. Absurd. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Bane, I never imagined you possessed such a knack for humor. The Joker chuckled twice, then coughed up bloodied foam, laced with fragments. But this jest is far too crude. Even I would not attempt it. He had been severely beaten by Batman, sustaining grave injuries. Are you a fool? I have shattered Batman. Bane proclaimed. Batman will never be vanquished, the Joker retorted. Even if he has fallen, he desires to fall. He must fall. You are the true fool. He spat another mouthful of blood. Batman will defeat you. Bane hurled him into the corner. You are nothing but a defeated soul unwilling to accept reality. The truth is, I have triumphed. This city belongs to me. He paid no heed to the grotesque figure bleeding on the floor, but instead leapt through the gaping hole in the ceiling and ascended to the rooftop, swiftly reaching its apex. I reign over the night. Batman is no more. I have obliterated him. I command the streets. I govern Gotham. Iam vengeance. Iam darkness. I am Bane, the sovereign of Gotham. Bane's howl echoed against the moon, proclaiming to the entire city, I am the king of Gotham. Tap, tap. His movements halted. Tap, talp. The sound resonated like the rhythmic march of footsteps. Talp, talp. A claw emerged from behind the structure, followed by a dozen companions, surging forth like a tide. Killer Croc swung his tail, leaping between buildings, landing gracefully on a nearby rooftop. Deathstroke, equipped with a short-range flight pack, hovered mid-air like an astronaut on the moon before gently descending onto the adjacent structure. The Cheshire Cat appeared silently beside him, while Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy piloted colossal vine monsters, crawling across the rooftops like two enormous spiders. Robin rode atop Firefly and the injured Mister. Freeze limped along with his freeze gun in hand, followed by Man-Bat, Copperhead, Black Spider, and a host of other active Arkham villains. These unruly denizens of Arkham were shrouded in a peculiar silence, a unique power drawing them to this place. It is you, Bane remarked, addressing the defeated. How dare you show your faces before me? This city once granted us much. The Penguin leaned on his cane, two claws lifting his rotund form to the rooftop. He brushed off the dust from his attire, the sharp soles of his black boots clacking against the rooftop tiles. The ventriloquist and the five-faced man stood beside him, while Arnold wielded dual Thompson submachine guns. Now is the moment to repay her, Arkhamites, the Penguin declared. Today, in the absence of Batman, it is time for the villains to rescue this city. Foolishness. His voice was soon drowned out by Bane's thunderous roar. Do you truly know who I am? Do you truly understand me? I have vanquished Batman. Anyone can be defeated. It is not a difficult task. But I have already won. I have bested him. He continued. If you fear Batman, how can you not fear me? Branches coalesced from his form and were hurled at the claws. Upon piercing their bodies, these branches would explode, taking root within them and blossoming into a magnificent flower within mere moments. Yet, the claw gate harbored no trace of fear. A chilling wave surged toward Bane as the Frosty Man, armed with a freezing gun, stood before Bane, encircled by a multitude of claws. He had just sustained severe injuries from Bane's onslaught, his arm dangling limply. With an expressionless visage, he unleashed a gust of frigid air toward Bane. You seek death. Bane fixed his gaze upon him, resolute. You shall all perish. The demise of Batman is merely the prelude to a multitude of deaths. You, Killer Croc, Deadshot, and the ventriloquist, I shall extinguish your lives. Bane's eyes swept over each individual before him. After I have slain you all, I shall swiftly proceed to eliminate that butler and Robin. He declared, I shall subject you all to the gallows. I will gently tug at your feet until I can hear the sweet sound of your neck snapping. He proclaimed, you cannot thwart me. No one can impede my progress. My triumph is an irrefutable reality. When Gotham lies prostrate at my feet, I shall stand atop one of those dripping beastly heads, surveying the wretched citizens below. His voice resonated like a tsunami, like a landslide, akin to every conceivable natural calamity. They will all gaze skyward, awaiting the moment the signal light illuminates, praying to behold that beam of light, beseeching Batman for salvation. Yet they shall see only me. Only Bane. And I am Bane. Very well, very well. I acknowledge you are Bane. I am acutely aware of this. Then, Bane heard a voice resounding behind him, a voice that sent shivers down his spine, trembling with dread. But I believe you have forgotten. I am Batman. Chapter 99. King against king, Bane often felt as if he were shouting in a desolate wilderness. The nebulous mist coalesced into waves and oceans, unfurling in the ink-black night. His existence resembled a solitary island amidst the vast sea. He ran, he leaped, he soared, striving to pierce through the vortex of clouds and rain, believing he could seize that glimmer of light. Yet, all returned to silence. He felt himself plummeting, much like then, at this very moment. A tempest of fury surged within him. Vegetation erupted explosively from one side of his body. His muscles languished, withered, drained by the very plants that inhabited him in mere seconds. However, in the next moment, fueled by the venom coursing through him, his muscles restored instantaneously, swelling, twisting, more formidable than before. Little Red, can't you control the greenery that resides within him? Harley whispered to Poison Ivy. I cannot cast my magic upon him. Poison Ivy instinctively understood her frantic utterance. I don't know, but I fear it may not be possible. These plants have undergone some transformations I scarcely comprehend. They no longer resemble mere plants, but rather seem to be a part of a living being. She hesitated before speaking. This is part of an unstable chain reaction. In fact, I believe Bane's approach with these plants differs from those I previously controlled, yet it is evident. The Poison Ivy remarked. He has transformed himself into a warlock. Strictly speaking, he can now be regarded as a wizard, for in his application of elemental powers, he is even capable. Before she could finish her sentence, she witnessed the plants curling around Bane's body, entwining him like muscle fibers, taking on a woody texture. In the next moment, his arms swung out like an elongated whip, causing half of the structure to collapse with a thunderous crash. Banes Hoar échoued, Batman, Fasme. The warlock's primary mode of assault, however, remained his fists. As Harley chimed in, upon hearing Batman's light chuckle, Bane felt the sting of derision, an unmistakable taunt. In a fit of rage, his outstretched fist, imbued with unfathomable strength, struck only the empty air. Bane was engulfed in relentless fury, his rage meticulously controlled, his body responding in kind. His arm seemed to elongate slightly, yet it remained robust. As his fury swelled, his punches grew more fluid. Resembling fluttering ribbons rather than direct assaults, seemingly devoid of lethality. Nevertheless, the shattered bricks and the ground, splintered as if struck by a whip, served as a stark reminder to all. This was no gentle caress. Harley Quinn remarked. It's like a playful whip in a game of passion. Poison Ivy skillfully bound her like a rice dumpling. Deathstroke raised his shockwave weapon, aiming at Bane, who was still attacking the unseen shadow of Batman. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, he saw Mr. Freeze interpose his freeze gun before him. What do you mean? He inquired. Shoo, Mr. Freeze replied. Quiet, marksman. Do not disturb their battle. Have you not noticed that the claws have retreated? I know, Deathstroke answered. But I assumed it was merely because they were unqualified for close combat. Rest assured, I am confident that even amidst their struggle, I shall not miss. Then Deathstroke observed the Arkham inmates, save for one who was cosplaying as Robin, gazing blankly at him. What is wrong with you all? What do you mean? I believe. Poison Ivy interjected, as a vine rose from the ground to weave into a chair. She first suspended the bound and whimpering Harley Quinn above, then seated herself gracefully. It would be best if you refrained from intervening. Deathstroke was about to say something more when a hand rested upon his shoulder. We have been working together for some time now, Freud. The ventriloquist stood behind him, the old man hunched over, yet completely disregarding him. I have heard you were born in Gotham, but have spent most of your time away, perhaps not fully grasping the intricacies of this place. Allow us to elucidate. He spoke with a slight cadence. Do not involve yourself in their conflicts. His glasses reflected the sight of Bane, who was still swinging his fists. After all, this is a matter of kings, is it not? Mr. Freeze interjected, snapping his arm back into place with a decisive motion, his expression unwavering. What a chaotic situation this is, Deathstroke remarked. Did Batman summon us merely to stand on the sidelines and cheer? He turned to the Cheshire Cat. Should we not provide Batman with some remote assistance? The Cheshire Cat hesitated, responding, I believe so. You think so too, don't you? Killer Croc? Deathstroke turned to Killer Croc, exclaiming, What is this nonsense? Kings against kings, it's utterly absurd. The seemingly money-driven Killer Croc retorted, You ought to let Batman handle it one-on-one. If outsiders intervene, it would be quite disrespectful. Deathstroke fell silent. For the first time, he scrutinized the allies standing beside him with utmost seriousness. He had assumed that someone as avaricious as Killer Croc would agree with him, but he was mistaken. In an instant, he experienced an epiphany regarding the nature of these individuals. Under the moonlight, he saw the shadows of Arkham's denizens elongated, casting distorted, crawling beastly silhouettes upon the ground. They were not merely a group of people, they were a pack of beasts. A horde of predators practicing the law of the jungle within modern society. Thus, Deathstroke comprehended. Indeed, they were a band of lunatics, something he had previously failed to realize. He had mingled with them for far too long, making money, being bribed, and coerced, witnessing their conditioning firsthand. He had always believed they had shed their mysterious facades, just like himself, mere ordinary individuals. However, he was gravely mistaken. His error was staggering. He lowered his weapon, murmuring softly, What kind of monstrous leader have you become, Batman? He whispered, Those who wrestle with dragons for too long become monsters themselves. Those who gaze into the abyss for too long find the abyss gazing back. He quietly observed the swiftly flickering shadow. You, the dreadful dragon. You, the dragon of malevolence. The valiant warrior Bane roared, Come forth, face me. Why do you not dare? Yet in the next moment, his movement halted. He beheld black mist rising before him, as a colossal dragon materialized in his presence. Its lower body was a mass of black fog, with a few rubber tires faintly visible within. Its upper body was a grotesque, green dinosaur maw. A tube of venom is affixed to the crown of his head. Paired with the dinosaur claws fashioned from automotive parts, a black mist extends from his back, resembling outstretched wings. He hears the deep, raspy voice proclaim, I have been summoned. Thus, a warrior confronts the dragon. Oh, thank the malevolent god of writing for his bountiful rewards. Chapter 100, The Warrior's Defeat. Warning. Warning. Batman número 52. Your danger level has been elevated. You have ascended from no rank to F rank. The silvery text of the Alpha Protocol lingered on Chen Tao's retina, and the immense pain that had pierced his brain dissipated, replaced by clarity. This is impossible. Bane felt somewhat numb. He had lost count of how many times he had uttered that word, perhaps dozens, perhaps hundreds. But what set this moment apart from the past? He had no trump cards left. His skills had been exhausted. He said, Regardless, At such close range, a nuclear explosion would surely leave you unscathed. A sense of frustration. A profound sense of defeat. Bane gazed upon the dragon that had finally materialized before him. Every physical characteristic of Batman had transformed from what he had previously witnessed. Yet one aspect remained unchanged. The eyes. Those indifferent eyes, looking down upon him. Those scornful eyes, concealing a deep-seated mirth that perpetually mocked his futile struggles. He remarked, "I had calculated that even a nanobody would sustain severe injury, correct?" Chen Tao responded. His voice, now transformed by the metamorphosis into a dinosaur, became even more somber and thunderous. "I am quite curious about one thing. Look at what you possess, Bane. Amber gold, Titan venom, the green of all things. The black of decay. You have borrowed my power." Bane, without needing further explanation, immediately grasped. "Venom?" Yet he continued, "But even so, that does not imply supercharged venom." Chen Tao interjected, "Your subordinate, known as the zombie, was captured by me. Do you recall? What of it?" "You merely. I controlled him with the Mad Hatter's chip, providing access to the most advanced laboratory and instruments. The substances produced in such an environment boast far superior purity and gentleness compared to what you concocted in your small workshop." Bane found himself momentarily speechless. He had expected the other to assert something like, "My willpower is stronger. I have overcome the venom, which empowers me." Such a declaration might have offered him some solace. Venom is indeed affected by purity. High-purity venom, while severely testing the user's physique, undoubtedly grants greater power. You rely solely on this, along with amber gold. Chen Tao enumerated. In the waters of the pool of Lazarus. There were also pre-prepared protective suits, which Chen Tao described as resembling protective armor rather than mere clothing. The cost exceeded a staggering $2 billion, comparable to the price of the most expensive fighter jet. Chen Tao silently noted the presence of the indestructible clawed bat, zombie, and Phosphorus Doctor. Bane turned his head and indeed noticed the absence of Phosphorus Doctor among the Arkham inmates. Chen Tao elaborated that, much like the atomic skeleton, Phosphorus Doctor was also a superhuman capable of absorbing the energy from a nuclear explosion. His strength derived from nuclear power, although his combat abilities were not formidable. He functioned as a colossal battery. Bane realized he had underestimated his adversary. Yet, he had distinctly defeated him on the way here, just like many other Arkham inmates. The Skeleton Man was merely a tool. They only needed him to absorb energy, regardless of the form he took after being beaten. He was just one of many instruments in their arsenal. Did Bane need to be informed of the extensive preparations made for this? He remained silent, as he did not require knowledge of how Batman had escaped. All that had transpired was already a matter of record, offering no assistance in the present situation. Nonetheless, he couldn't suppress the urge to inquire, fully aware that it stemmed from a sense of vexation and loss. His self-analysis was remarkably lucid, yet he felt an inability to control himself. He knew he could not allow such emotions to dominate him any longer. "So is this the end?" he asked. "Is this the final showdown?" "Undoubtedly," Chen Tao responded. "Do you have any other aces up your sleeve?" Bane remained silent. Of course not. It was a failure. Driven to the brink by Batman, all plans unraveled, surrounded by Bat minions, the Bat had grown stronger. The odds appeared bleak. Bane shut his eyes and then opened them. "But I'm still here." A tempest surged within his gaze. "Bane is still here. Do you think victory is assured?" Bane's eyes sparkled like stars in the dark night. "Those failures could not defeat him. I know who I am. Do you think I am destined to lose? I am Bane, a warrior of justice. And I shall vanquish the evil dragon. I understand that the only force capable of toppling me is him." "Ah, but you have raised your fist and prepared for a fierce battle. You unleash a roar, channeling the long-simmering fury under the control of your calm mind. A dense, inky green envelopes your half-formed body, showcasing a lush, verdant hue. More green leaves sprout from your woody muscles, spreading all the way to your crown. You bellow defiantly. Under the luminous moonlight, the warrior charges alone towards the evil dragon. Yet it is in vain. You cannot conquer him. Once again, you contemplated all the possible avenues, each leading inexorably to the same conclusion, your demise. The onslaught was relentless. You unleashed a powerful punch towards the visage of the colossal dinosaur. Yet, before your fist could make contact with its skin, that immense dragon face dissolved into a swirling vortex of black mist, enveloping your hand. In the next heartbeat, a sharp blade grazed your chest. The sound echoed like a saw viciously tearing through metal, a cacophony that sent shivers down your spine. Futile. You roared in defiance, proclaiming, "You cannot best me." But before you could finish your declaration, countless grains of black sand ensnared your entire being. Before you stood a grotesque fist, comprised of countless automobile parts intertwined with the green sinew of the dinosaur, along with a haphazard assortment of venomous tubes. And then, in an instant, the world trembled. Blood flooded your lips and nostrils. A rib fractured, piercing your lung as you gasped for air in vain. The periphery of your vision began to warp, then blurred, dimmed. You retaliated with fervor, as you always did. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Darkness surged towards you, breath ceased, and the world faded into obscurity. You collapsed to the ground, witnessing the black blade once more glide across your chest, accompanied by that agonizing sound reminiscent of gnawing wood as a saw bites into steel. The aftershocks cascaded into the adjacent Arkham Asylum ward, cleaving the massive structure in two, culminating in a thunderous collapse that sent clouds of dust billowing into the air. Your consciousness waned, and you discerned a spectral melody. Through me, you shall enter the city of lamentation. Through me, you shall embrace endless suffering. Before me, all things were formless. O seeker, cast away all hope. Thus, you lay upon the ground, your form dissipating into the abyss of darkness. Surprisingly, you felt a warmth and a sense of relief. Note, the verses heard by Bane are derived from Dante's Divine Comedy. At last it is complete. Chapter 101, I Am Legend, and the clock now reads 5:46 a.m. Everything has come to a close. The gargantuan, mechanized form of the vile dragon gradually diminished, ultimately reshaping into human form. Chen Tao approached the fallen Bane and symbolically unplugged the venomous tubes from his back. A wave of relief washed over him. Since his arrival, the weight of the classic tale The Fall of the Night, depicting Batman's resounding defeat, had burdened his conscience, but now it was all over. Bane, who knew his true identity and was poised to extinguish his life, had been vanquished. The clowns had been temporarily repelled, and two formidable ones had been captured. Chen Tao knew, for certain, they were not among the trio of clowns. Yet, they remained sufficiently powerful. With their capture, it seemed that the three clowns would be without a means of operation for an extended period. I am safe, Chen Tao murmured to himself, caught in a tumult of laughter and tears, ultimately emitting a subdued snicker that Bane interpreted as mockery. Kill me, Bane urged, his muscles taut and imposing. Why do you hesitate? Chen Tao responded with silence, all eyes upon him. The notorious figures surrounding him, Killer Croc, Penguin, the former Two-Face Harvey Dent, the ventriloquist Mr. Freeze, and Poison Ivy, watched intently as they released Harley Quinn, who remained inexplicably silent. The atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity, akin to a sacred pilgrimage. As they gazed at Chen Tao, standing resolutely at the center, with a fierce beast sprawled at his feet. Deathstroke glanced around, his lips twitching as if to share a quip, but ultimately he receded into the crowd. Chen Tao's gaze met Bane's, a flicker of lethal intent igniting within him. Indeed, he was the sole individual privy to Bruce Wayne's true identity. If I were to kill him, would anyone ever know? Yet, that murderous impulse swiftly dissipated. Not necessarily. If the Joker or the Riddler were aware of Batman's true identity, yet chose to keep it under wraps, desiring only to engage with Batman instead of Bruce, then eliminating Bane would be a futile act of self-deception. Moreover, and perhaps most crucially, Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. To murder and silence? That is an underestimation of my resolve. The so-called slippery slope theory is nothing but a fallacy. Killing the Joker would not transform him into an uncontrollable, rampaging lunatic. If, by some chance, he ever resolved to slay Bane, it would be a consequence of Bane's malevolence, not out of cowardice or conspiratorial silence. Furthermore, he was on the brink of retirement. Let the divine beings of this world contend with him, he declared. I could have killed you, Bane. His gaze lingered over the silent Arkham inmates. He hoisted Bane off the ground, the muscular brute expelling a stream of blackened blood reminiscent of a corpse, from which green shoots sprouted momentarily before withering away. Chen Tao perceived the flicker of light in Bane's eyes, those glimmers of a reality distinctly separate from that of ordinary humanity, one that belonged solely to Bane, filled with his own sorrows. He could hear the echoes of a troubled childhood, the distorted life within confinement, The sounds of blood and blades piercing flesh. I have seen it all, in that eternal moment of our gaze. Gradually, Bane's expression softened. Your life is rife with suffering. You have known no joy. Yet, this does not justify your twisted and frenzied nature, nor does it excuse your malevolence. You remain a villain. However, I have come to a decision, Bane. I could have taken your life, yet death would merely silence your sorrows and extinguish your suffering. Chen Tao elevated his body high before plunging down with ferocity. I shall interrupt that damn back of yours. Crack. Chen Tao cast the limp form of Bane onto the ground. This should incapacitate Bane for a considerable duration. By the time he recovers, Chen Tao would have already summoned Superman to rescue Gotham in his stead. At that point, Bane would experience the swift efficiency of being apprehended merely 3 seconds after his release from confinement, never again having the opportunity to reveal his true identity. Chen Tao shifted his attention to the silvery characters before him. Batman número 52. Your danger level is F. You have met the protective requirements corresponding to your danger level. Batman of the same rank is now available for immediate deployment. Please locate the Batmobile to complete the loading of the Dark Multiverse Batman's Batmonster vehicle. Has the loading ceased to be synchronized? Chen Tao had no intention of delving into the research protocol at this moment. He dialed Alfred. I am returning home, he stated. The dawn was breaking. The first rays of light illuminated the nearly ruined Arkham Asylum. The Talons commenced their orderly work. They helped the Arkham villains, strewn across the corridors, who had been grievously injured by Bane and could not even stand to their feet. Subsequently, they confined them all into the still-functioning cells. This treacherous act provoked loud curses from numerous villains, yet Chen Tao paid no heed. What else could he do? Should he bring them all back to the Batcave? Chen Tao understood that his prior combination of electric shocks, fire, and mental control could only temporarily persuade them. Essentially, these individuals were a group of genuine scoundrels. Those like Mr. Freeze, who possessed a wife, a conscience, and moral limits, were indeed the exception rather than the rule. Most of them, such as Dr. Pig and Mr. Zash, could undoubtedly be described as wretched souls, their heads festering and feet oozing, their spirits dark and twisted. Such individuals could only be temporarily utilized, and Chen Tao had no intentions of further collaboration with them. Moreover, firebugs like Firefly were far too unstable. They truly belonged in a psychiatric hospital receiving treatment. The Talons repaired the walls and cleared the debris, and with the aid of dozens, if not hundreds, of superhuman masons, Arkham Asylum quickly returned to a usable state. Chen Tao took the Thomases and the incapacitated Joker back to the Batcave with the others. Within the Batcave, before the 3 most prominent crime lords of Gotham, he meticulously arranged the power dynamics of Gotham's criminal underworld for the coming weeks. No interference with the drug trade, no encroachment upon production. I demand that you rely solely on smuggling activities for the time being. Chen Tao remarked, I comprehend that as the leaders of the underworld, you are merely puppets elevated by the forces that lurk in the shadows, bound to represent their interests. However, I implore you to cease your activities over the coming weeks. Should you choose to disregard this request, he cast a glance at the frozen man, who promptly complied by pulling the trigger of the freezing gun. Several claws advanced toward the frozen figure. As long as there were no disturbances, maintaining the status quo for a while would suffice. Soon, he intended to personally seek out Clark Kent in Metropolis. Once he located him, the daily existence of the gangsters would transform into a scenario where they would find themselves apprehended merely 3 seconds post-crime, eliminating the complications altogether. After dismissing the Penguin and his entourage, the Claws brought forth the Wayne couple, followed closely by Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. Batman, these are your biological parents. Harley Quinn cheerfully exclaimed, Mom and Dad, meet your Batman. Have you met before? Thomas Wayne tilted his head, only for it to roll off his neck with a thud. Yet, this zombie displayed remarkable reflexes, catching his own head and holding it aloft. Ugh! Martha Wayne retched a circle of green plant matter onto the ground. Batman. Poison Ivy hesitantly approached. I've planted some flora on your parents, allowing me to exert control over them. To facilitate this control, Ivy had adjusted them to be voice-activated. Harley, bubbling with excitement, produced a tape recorder from an unknown source and pressed the play button directly towards the 2 zombies. As vibrant music filled the air, the Wayne couple began to dance in unison with Harley, their heads tossing back and forth, scuttling about on the ground like spiders. Poison Ivy, alarmed by the ghastly spectacle, waved her hands to halt the chaos. Wiping the cold sweat from her brow, she tossed aside the tightly bound Harley Quinn, who squirmed like a caterpillar, and declared, "Ah, ha ha. In any case, you may return them to their graves now. I assure you that without external interference, they shall not undergo further decomposition." Poison Ivy spoke cautiously, mindful of Batman's filial sentiments. "I shall use the power of all things green to extinguish the decay within them. It will be a waste to place them in the tomb." Chen Tao interjected, "I find this arrangement quite satisfactory." Poison Ivy felt her mind momentarily falter. Chen Tao approached and pressed the button on the tape recorder once more. The two zombies resumed their dance. What was the underlying principle? Chen Tao observed the dancing zombies intently. Is it something we can study? The two zombies continued their rhythmic movement. The simultaneous compatibility of the decay of black and the vitality of all things green represents a monumental breakthrough. It is an extraordinarily significant specimen, Chen Tao declared. "Take it for research. I require a report on the fusion of the decay of black and the vitality of all things green." He noticed Poison Ivy's stunned silence. "Did you hear me?" "Ah, yes." Poison Ivy wandered off in a daze, casually taking Harley with her. Chen Tao sat alone before the Bat computer, quietly relishing the tranquility. All matters had been arranged. The villains were temporarily housed within this sub-base, the Batcave. His next task was to visit Bruce Wayne in Metropolis, for we had already captured the intruding clown. Alfred approached, presenting a tablet to Chen Tao, displaying the clown ensnared in an elaborate trap, astonishingly managing to shatter several of its components with his bare hands. After observing for a moment, Chen Tao remarked, "Aside from those seeking death, let us refer to the new clown as the martial artist. Clown number 33, codename, the martial artist." "Indeed," Alfred responded. "Both clowns have been securely imprisoned." Chen Tao nodded, and a silence enveloped them once more. "Bruce, this time, we truly can. Indeed, I am retiring," Chen Tao stated, noticing the glimmer of surprise in Alfred's eyes. He returned the sentiment with a smile. "Tomorrow, we shall depart from Metropolis. I will find an heir, and thus my superhero career will conclude. I deserve a respite," he declared. "This is the end of Batman's tale." Chen Tao gazed at the clown on the tablet, its lips curled into a twisted, maniacal grin. "The legend of Batman must come to a close," he uttered slowly. Tears streamed from Alfred's parched eye sockets, and he choked back emotion. "Very well," he said. "Very well." Then, he heard Bruce say, "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. I must see the Batmobile." They proceeded to the garage, where Chen Tao focused on the silver text on the retina display. "Esteemed Batman number 52, you have located the Batmobile. The Bat vehicle from the Dark Multiverse is now ready for loading. Shall I load immediately? I still cannot comprehend why you choose to take the train when you can fly at such incredible speeds, Mom." Clark Kent sat by the window of the train, lost in contemplation. "I need some time to reflect." "You've pondered this for many years, Clark." "I know, Mom, but this time is different. This time it's real. Regardless, I love you, Clark." As Clark Kent disembarked from the train, he beheld the vibrant greenery and the bustling metropolis reflected in his eyes, while the doves heralded the dawn's first light. "I love you too, Mom. Metropolis, here I come." In Gotham, within a derelict factory, several gang leaders convened. However, rather than a meeting, it resembled a quarrel. "Nonsense. Wasn't this your meeting? Who called it then? I thought it was you East End losers. You have already allied with the Penguin. I had thought you would persuade us to join." "Ally? The Penguin permits us nothing." One individual slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "We are not allowed to engage in any business." "Enough. Was it you who summoned us for this meeting?" "No, I had thought it was Zichi." "Not me. What does it matter? I am leaving." One person rose to his feet. "You fools wish to remain? Sit down, Freddy." At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows, addressing the gathered mob. "It is I who convened this meeting. You may call me the Red Hood." The Black Zero cruised slowly through the vastness of space. "General Zod, you are guilty of murder and treason. The Council has sentenced you and your accomplices to corporeal imprisonment and the banishment of 300 years. Do you have any final words? You are all a bunch of imbeciles. Every last one of you," he declared. "I shall return. I will reclaim what you have stolen from us. I will find him." General Zod opened his eyes, the echoes of his past fury resonating in his ears. His aide, Fiora, approached him with news. "We have detected a faint signal, General." Chen Tao stepped out of a luxurious vehicle and gazed up at the building's iconic golden globe, adorned with a welcoming banner. A warm welcome to Mr. Bruce Wayne at the Daily Planet. The editor-in-chief, White, greeted him at the entrance alongside Lois Lane and a throng of reporters. Welcome, welcome, he exclaimed, extending his hand to Chen Tao. Esteemed Mr. Wayne, welcome to Metropolis. However, the latter did not reciprocate the handshake. Instead, he heard Bruce Wayne remark, "Not bad. Alfred, take a look." In the next moment, he observed the elderly butler with a distinctive mustache approaching, carrying a box. Before him, the butler opened the box and directly placed a stack of cash into his outstretched hand. For those who appreciate Warhammer, consider exploring Warhammer in the Name of Ashes, a tale of a veteran returning home.